Chapter 1. Arjun, congratulations, Ep1of2, for breaking through to the third level of Qi practitioner. Don't forget to take care of me in the future. A table full of exquisite drinks and various fruits and delicacies dazzled the eye. A smiling voice came from behind the table. We are all from the same hometown. We should look out for each other here at Qing sect, a place unfamiliar to all of us. The cave dwelling's owner, Jamal, stood tall with a green robe draped over him, smiling as he nodded to the Noel who spoke. At this moment, another man in the cave said, Ep1of2 has broken through to the third level of Qi practitioner, but that guy Virgil didn't even come to congratulate him. Despite being from the same hometown, it's unbelievable. That's right. You shouldn't interact with such people in the future. Ep1of2, Sabrina chimed in angrily. You consider him a friend, but he doesn't necessarily treat you as one. Jamal shook his head. Just ignore them. Brayden might have some affairs. Suddenly, Virgil, who was mid-step into the air, halted, wearing a smile as he entered the cave. Sorry, I was delayed due to something. Jamal greeted him first, slinging an arm around Virgil's shoulder, half laughing and half scolding. Sabrina and Knox said you wouldn't come, but I knew you weren't that kind of person. Virgil glanced at the young man and the Noel, smiled, and remained silent. He had a rather average relationship with these two. Less than average, actually. He anticipated their complaints about his tardiness. But what do I care if they have grievances? He understood well that the son and daughter of affluent families had always looked down on him, considering him just a peasant who got lucky. Knox offered an awkward smile in return. The Noel played with her nails without looking up. By the way, what is your current cultivation level? After taking a seat, Jamal asked curiously. Though Jamal himself was the most advanced cultivator here, he found it hard to gauge Virgil's level, which stirred his curiosity. Just barely making do, getting by? Virgil laughed lightly, indicating that his cultivation was stuck at the third level of Qi practitioner like Jamal's. Barely making do, getting by? What does that mean? Sabrina opened her crimson lips, popping a peeled grape into her mouth, glancing at Virgil with a mocking smile. It means his cultivation level is too low for him to admit without fear of ridicule, Knox added, trying not to laugh. Sabrina sneered. If he spent more time cultivating seriously rather than on these little tricks, he wouldn't worry about being ridiculed. Virgil noticed their intentional attempt to embarrass him, but chose to ignore it. He didn't want this gathering to end unhappily for his good friend. Moreover, his cultivation level at the third stage was indeed quite low, akin to stubborn bronze in this world. Jamal also noticed their efforts to make Virgil uncomfortable and felt displeased. But as the host, he couldn't openly favor anyone, so he changed the subject. I heard that recently an outstanding alchemist has risen within the outer sect. His pills are said to be 50% more potent than others. I heard this alchemist shares the same surname as Brayden and is around the same age, Knox remarked, turning to Virgil with a smile. Of course, it can't possibly be Brayden. Arjun, already at the peak of Qi practitioner third level, must be much younger. Heard Arjun is very handsome too. Wonder if he has a Dao companion yet, Sabrina sighed admiratively, lost in daydreams. Seeing Sabrina act love-struck, Knox felt a bit jealous and pursed his lips. Cough. Virgil couldn't hold back and choked up a piece of fruit he had just swallowed. Noticing everyone's gaze turn to him, he wiped his mouth awkwardly, saying, too fast, got choked. Sorry. Continue. For common fruits, there's no need to go that far, Sabrina replied scornfully. Don't say that, Sister Yang. We're used to these, but given Longqing's background, he probably hasn't had many of these before, right, Brayden? Knox smiled, defending him. Sabrina pursed her lips and stayed quiet. What a scheme. Virgil shot a glance at him, amusement flickering in his eyes. By belittling him subtly, Knox also portrayed himself as a decent person before his idol. Two birds with one stone. Yet Virgil didn't mind. He rarely saw these people once a year anyway. You're right, he smiled mildly. The party continued. They chatted about the mysterious alchemist while Virgil ate fruits absent-mindedly, soon losing interest and gazing absently towards the entrance. Congratulations on breaking through the third level of Qi practitioner, Ep1of2. Here is my humble token. After nearly an hour, the party finally concluded. Jamal walked them out, whereupon Knox and Sabrina handed small jade bottles containing a single gathering Qi pill each. Jamal accepted the gifts after some polite refusal. Knox then turned to Virgil teasingly. Brayden, you enjoyed so much fruit, isn't it proper to express your gratitude? No pill? Anything will do. No need. I brought pills. Virgil gave a wry smile, took out 2 jade bottles from his storage pouch, handed them to Jamal with appropriate pleasantries. Seeing Virgil bring not only pills but 2 bottles, Knox's expression froze briefly but quickly returned to normal. Brayden, you've put everything on the line. I can't compare. Brayden, I appreciate your gesture, but please take these pills back. I can't accept them. Jamal thought Virgil was just putting on a brave front for appearances and refused the pills. Please keep them. Virgil shook his head. These 2 bottles contained surplus pills he had refined previously, offering little benefit now to his cultivation. However, they were exactly what Jamal needed right after his breakthrough to the third level. Naturally, he didn't reveal this to avoid seeming showy. Sabrina, unaware of this, looked down on Virgil with contempt. She disapproved of his pride-driven behavior. As Jamal hesitated, an astonished voice rang out. Arjun? All 3 heads snapped up in surprise, seeing a young man approach them, more specifically, Virgil. This Dominic emitted fluctuations of Qi practitioner third level, but what struck them more was his title. The next moment stunned them even further. The Dominic approached Virgil respectfully. Arjun, I finally found you. Please refine a batch of pills for me. Upon hearing this, all 3 instantly blanked out, their minds going blank as if struck by lightning. What did you call Virgil? Knox grabbed the Dominic and demanded. The Dominic frowned and sent Knox flying. Who's the fool who doesn't recognize Arjun? Virgil was actually Arjun? They finally realized, their expressions complex. Knox chuckled bitterly, recalling how he had mocked Virgil for his supposed low-level cultivation. Feeling like a clown, he found it absurd. Jamal drew a deep breath, holding the 2 bottles of pills. It dawned on him why Virgil had been so generous. He wasn't just putting on a brave face. Would an alchemist lack pills? Sabrina wore a mixed expression, never expecting the peasant she despised to be the renowned Arjun. She suddenly wasn't sure who the real peasant was. All right. Virgil nodded, unaware of their thoughts, bade farewell to Jamal, and followed the Dominic away. Chapter 2. Willing to ease Aliana's worries. Seated before a waist-high alchemy furnace, Virgil flicked his finger, sending a thread of flame shooting out to ignite the wood beneath the furnace. One by one, herbs emitting peculiar medicinal fragrances were thrown into the furnace, immediately turning into liquid under the intense heat. The Dominic was attempting to refine a common first-grade low-tier pill, the Qi gathering pill, which can boost cultivation when consumed. However, it only works for those below the 4th stage of the Qi condensation realm. Though he had refined this many times, Virgil remained focused. Refining pills is an intricate process where every detail, from the sequence and timing of adding herbs to controlling the temperature of the fire, must be precise. Novice alchemists usually fail for one of 3 reasons: incorrect timing in adding herbs, improper fire temperature, or, more rarely, wrong order of adding ingredients. Now that all the herbs were inside the furnace, Virgil used his mental awareness to proceed with the next step, forming the pill. An invisible hand began compressing the liquid inside the furnace, fusing it together. After 81 compressions, a refreshing fragrance permeated the entire stone chamber. Success. Virgil quickly guided 4 pills out of the furnace with his mental control and placed them into a prepared jade bottle. With that task done, he relaxed, suddenly feeling exhausted from the long period of mental exertion. He needed a brief rest before stepping outside his cave abode. It was early spring, but the mountain hadn't yet warmed up. Standing at the entrance, Virgil gazed at the sky and sighed. Half a year has passed since I transmigrated. Virgil, an ordinary transmigrator, was hit by a traffic light jumping Land Rover while crossing the street on his way home from work. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in this fantastical world. It was called such because it differed greatly from the previous world he knew. There were no airplanes or trains, but there were charm boats that could travel thousands of miles a day. There were no advanced scientific products, yet cultivators could reach the heavens with just a flying sword. Instead of laws and restrictions, this world followed the principle of strength above all. Virgil's predecessor was a disciple of the Qing sect in the state of Yu. They shared the same name, but the original Virgil died due to a mishap during cultivation, leaving him soul-scattered. After transmigration, Virgil vowed to grow strong. In his previous life, he endured a wretched existence as a hard-working laborer, constantly exploited by a foolish boss and ordered around by middle managers. He had enough of living in someone else's shadow, and this time around, he aimed to reach the pinnacle of the Tao. However, reality was far crueler than dreams. With poor talent and limited resources, advancing in cultivation was arduous. Even reaching the first stage of cultivation, Qi condensation, was a challenge. Fortunately, fate closed the door but didn't seal the window shut. Though his talent for cultivation was mediocre, he was a skilled alchemist, a rare profession in this world. Even as a first-grade low-tier alchemist, his services were highly sought after. Over the past 6 months, Virgil exchanged alchemy services for cultivation resources, eventually reaching the peak of the 3rd stage of Qi condensation. Only 1 step away from the 4th stage, but this small gap seemed insurmountable. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage required not only effort but also innate talent. Clearly, Virgil lacked such talent. Breaking through on his own would take years, if not decades. But Virgil couldn't afford to wait that long. Thus, he sought another path. He planned to buy a spirit-elevating pill. The spirit-elevating pill is a first-grade mid-tier pill beyond his current capability to refine. Consuming it would increase cultivation up to the 6th stage of Qi condensation and likely help him break through to the 3rd stage. Unfortunately, it wasn't cheap. It cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. Virgil currently had 35 and needed 15 more. Senior Elioli, how did the Qi gathering pills turn out? A voice came from the front. It was League, the son of a merchant who had joined the Qing sect 10 years ago, but was still stuck at the 3rd stage of Qi condensation. Virgil flicked his finger, sending a glowing stream toward League. Inside was a jade bottle containing 3 Qi gathering pills, much to League's delight. Originally expecting 2, he was pleasantly surprised by the extra one. Thank you, Senior Elioli. Here's the payment. Virgil charged 1 spirit stone per batch of pills. League promptly handed over the stone and left without lingering. Just 14 spirit stones short, Virgil mused, glancing at the white stones in his palm. He casually tossed a tiny pill into his mouth. Only a slight boost, he remarked, shaking his head. His body was already resistant to the Qi gathering pills. If League knew Virgil kept 1 pill for himself, he would surely be shocked. I wonder how effective the spirit-elevating pill will be, Virgil thought eagerly, ready to buy one soon. Are you Virgil? A voice stopped him from returning to his cave. He turned to see a Noelle in green robes hovering gracefully on a flying sword. Her beauty was striking, but her demeanor was cold, almost indifferent, as if she bore a sign saying, "Do not approach." Although she was stunning, Virgil's attention was on her flying sword. She was clearly a late-stage Qi condensation cultivator, a rarity among young practitioners. He estimated she was only a couple of years older than him, yet her cultivation was incomparable. She might be a prodigy of the sect. What does she want? Virgil asked cautiously. Survival rule in the cultivation world. Stay away from beautiful women. The green-robed Noelle sized up Virgil. I've heard you're quick with refining pills. My spirit pet is injured and urgently needs a yellow quart pill. Can you refine a batch within an hour? Yellow quart pill? Virgil paused. It's a first-grade low-tier pill for healing injuries, but is as difficult to refine as a mid-tier pill. Within an hour, even a high-tier first-grade alchemist would hesitate to promise success. Not that the yellow quart pill was harder to refine than higher-level pills, it was just a matter of time. Alchemists and pills are both ranked from 1st to 9th grade, each divided into low, mid, and high tiers. Virgil, being only a low-tier 1st-grade alchemist, couldn't possibly achieve this unless he used that thing, but he hesitated. The Noel noticed his reluctance and waited silently for his response. Almost no one can succeed within an hour. Why don't you buy pre-made yellow quart pills from the treasure hall? Virgil suggested. Seeing his confusion, she explained, I've already bought all the yellow quart pills available at the treasure hall. Virgil struggled to swallow. Conservatively, it would cost over 100 spirit stones. Still not enough? He asked. I need 3 more, she replied regretfully. Although I, Virgil, am very willing to assist you, Virgil sighed. 1 hour is too short. I am merely a lowly 1st-grade low-tier alchemist. Please return and find someone more suitable. Don't rush to refuse. If you can refine the pill, I will give you 10 spirit stones as compensation. She had specifically inquired about this young man. It was said that he once took on 3 people's requests to refine pills within an hour just to earn spirit stones. Surprisingly, he managed to fulfill all of them. Though it was unclear how he accomplished it, his speed in refining pills was widely acknowledged as remarkably fast. Virgil responded resolutely, I am willing to ease Aliana's worries. Here are the spiritual herbs and formula for refining the yellow quart pill. I will come back in 1 hour to collect it. Remember, success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Note, the text structure has been slightly adjusted to improve readability while maintaining the original meaning and intent. Chapter 3, The Forgotten Tower. Inside the cave. Virgil closed his eyes gently, his consciousness slowly sinking into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is the birthplace of one's divine sense, and also the most vulnerable part of a cultivator. Once injured here, minor damage could mean recuperation for 3 to 5 months, while severe injuries could render one an idiot. In Virgil's sea of consciousness, a small tower floated, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. This tower appeared after he had been transported through time and space, not existing in his previous life's memories. In a way, it was his golden finger. Virgil smiled bitterly. Mentioning this tower, it had caused him quite a bit of trouble. When he first arrived in this new world, curiosity led him to accidentally activate the tower. He was then sucked inside, staying there for 3 days before being released. For Virgil, who hadn't yet reached the food abstinence realm, 3 days without eating or drinking almost cost him his life. He emerged barely breathing. Afterwards, he discovered that what seemed like 3 days within the tower was actually less than 4 hours outside. It was astounding. Gradually understanding its function more deeply, Virgil realized the Forgotten Tower could alter time flow. 1 day outside equaled 10 days inside. However, such an extraordinary ability meant Virgil rarely used the tower, keeping it dormant within his sea of consciousness. The reason was simple. Ordinary people lived only 60 to 70 years, and Qi practitioners, though living slightly longer, usually didn't exceed 100 years. At 16 years old, he still had about 80 years left. Frequent use would shorten his lifespan drastically unless he could break through to the foundation establishment stage within a couple of decades. Without much confidence in himself, Virgil did not want to take undue risks. But now, the tower was finally coming in handy. With a flicker of divine sense, a glowing small tower slowly emerged from his brow. This tower had 9 stories, with a square body, radiating an ancient and vast aura as soon as it appeared. Next second, Virgil appeared inside the Forgotten Tower. His current range was limited to the 1st floor, unable to access the 2nd due to insufficient cultivation. The entire 1st floor spanned over 100 square meters. Virgil found a place to sit down and took out a half-man-height alchemy furnace from his storage bag. The furnace was bought by his predecessor from a treasure shop for 10 spirit stones, and was considered a magic treasure itself. Common iron couldn't scratch it. A flick of his fingertip sent a flame soaring up, quickly turning into roaring fire. Basic spell, flame control. He then took out a bag, scanning it with his divine sense to memorize the pill formula. Closing his eyes, he began meditating to reach peak condition. A short while later, Virgil opened his eyes, injecting mana into the furnace, hovering it above the flames. Zijin vine, 100 flowers fruit. Using mana to control the flame temperature, he started adding ingredients into the furnace. An hour passed, and Virgil gradually felt out of breath. Prolonged concentration and mana consumption brought fatigue upon him. Not bad, the hardest to refine 1st-grade pill in the Huangding pill, Virgil smiled wryly. Thankfully it only takes an incense stick worth of time. Just another incense stick, Virgil braced himself. But at that moment, the floating furnace suddenly began humming, shaking violently. Oh no, it's going to explode. Virgil's heart sank as his face turned pale. An explosion would ruin the batch. Moreover, the blue-clothed Noel only gave him 1 set of ingredients, meaning he only had 1 shot. Failure meant no spare ingredients for a 2nd attempt, not to mention facing her anger and losing spirit stones. Thinking of this, Virgil shivered, regretting not asking for extra ingredients. It hasn't exploded yet. There's still hope. Keep calm. Virgil forced himself to stay calm. 1 more incense stick, just hold on. Time ticked away. Virgil stared intently at the furnace, eyes wide open, feeling as if his heart would leap out of his throat. This feeling was akin to guarding a ticking time bomb, waiting for it to go off at any moment. Anxiety and worry gnawed at his soul, making him feel as if he might lose his mind. Virgil had never felt time move so slowly. As the incense burned closer to its end, bloodshot eyes bore witness to the final seconds. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The floating furnace flew out of his control. It exploded. Virgil closed his eyes, having guessed the outcome. The huge blast threw him several meters away, bones feeling shattered. Qi practitioners were not made of iron after all. Lying on the ground, feeling sore all over, Virgil saw thick smoke rise where the furnace once stood. Several pea-sized objects flew out. One came right toward him. Huangting pill. Grabbing it, He opened his palm to see a black pill lying inside. To his surprise, it formed just before the explosion. Putting aside his excitement, Virgil hurried to find the rest of the pills. A few moments later, looking at the second pill, Virgil's face fell. It was full of holes, clearly a failed product. Not all pills succeeded, Virgil mused. The Noel needed 3 pills. He saw 5 fly out earlier. He had found 2, 1 good, 1 bad. 3 more remained, but how many were usable? Grinding the failed pill into powder, he continued searching. Doing business required integrity. Substituting inferior goods was unacceptable. Besides, he lacked the courage. If caught, he'd lose his head. Fortunately, the third pill was intact. With 1 more needed, he kept searching. Nearby, he found the 4th pill but discarded it as it was broken. Only 1 more left. Everything hinged on this last one. Virgil breathed deeply, heart pounding. Palamains later, he found the last pill, sitting dejectedly. Damn it. This one was also incomplete, covered in cracks and losing most of its efficacy. This can't be my luck? Virgil felt tears welling up. Out of 5, only 2 were usable. He had to dig into his own pockets. I've spent less than 3 hours in the Forgotten Tower, so it's been only 15 minutes outside. I should have enough time to buy a new set of ingredients. Let me check the furnace. Virgil thought decisively. The furnace was thrown several meters away, upside down like a large bowl. Upon inspection, it remained undamaged, much to his relief. At least this thing is sturdy. As he was about to put the furnace away, something caught his eye. ##### outside the cave. An hour later, Virgil emerged from the cave. The blue-clothed Noel cast a glance but said nothing. Mission accomplished. Virgil smiled faintly, producing a jade bottle. The Noel, using her divine sense, perceived 3 haunting pills inside. She snatched the bottle telekinetically, inspecting it. Satisfied, she tossed him a bag of spirit stones and left without a word, sparing no effort on words. Just 4 more. Checking the bag, Virgil felt a flutter of excitement. Thankfully, there was 1 more pill in the furnace. Virgil sighed in relief. It was only when checking the elixir furnace that he discovered this batch had produced a total of 6 pills. 3 good and 3 bad. The last one was still inside the elixir furnace. 3 good, 3 bad. The last one was still inside the furnace. He also discovered this while checking the elixir furnace. A total of 6 pills were produced in this batch. 3 good, 3 bad. The last one was still inside the furnace. Note: to maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested, I've kept the text in 2 formats. The second format is more fluent and natural for English readers. He also found this out while inspecting the elixir furnace. A total of 6 pills were produced in this batch. 3 good, 3 bad. The last one was still inside the furnace. He also discovered this while checking the elixir furnace. A total of 6 pills were produced in this batch. 3 good, 3 bad. The last one was still inside the furnace. Chapter 4, Resource Distribution Day. How come there hasn't been a single alchemist around recently? Virgil lifted his finger, pinched the bridge of his nose, and rubbed it gently. It had already been 7 to 8 days, and the number of spirit stones remained fixed at 46. But it wasn't surprising. After all, Qing sect was just a small sect with only 100 or 200 disciples. Moreover, not every disciple could afford to refine pills. Most disciples relied on the 1 spirit stone provided by the sect each month. They would have no idea how long it would take to save enough for the ingredients of 1 batch of pills. In summary, everyone was poor. Not everyone was as generous as that Noel in blue who spent almost what others earned in a year. Fortunately, tomorrow is Resource Distribution Day. Virgil wore a smile. Every month, Qing sect distributed cultivation resources to its disciples. Not much, just 1 spirit stone and 1 medicinal herb per month. According to custom, these few days leading up to distribution saw more alchemists than usual. And due to his relationship with an alchemist, he would get 2 spirit stones. The next day, a lingering morning bell echoed from the mountain top down to the foot of the mountain. Countless disciples, who were in closed meditation, stepped out of their cave abodes, looking toward the peak with excited eyes. The Resource Distribution Day has arrived. Let's go. Great. I've saved for half a year and can finally refine a furnace load of pills. Virgil also heard the bell and stepped out of his cave. On every path, he could see outer sect disciples, faces filled with excitement, activating their mana to rush towards the same direction. Resource Distribution Day. With a flicker in his eyes, Virgil followed the crowd to a square in the outer sect. This plaza was enormous, about the size of a soccer field, with 9 stone pillars reaching skyward around it, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, vividly lifelike. They guarded a central statue of a man, whose face was blurred but had a slightly raised right hand holding an alchemy furnace. It was said to be the founding patriarch of Qing sect. At this moment, the square was noisy, with over 100 outer sect disciples in green attire standing around. It's Resource Distribution Day again. Why hasn't Corbin come yet? I can't wait anymore. Virgil observed his surroundings, noticing several figures standing out like cranes among chickens, their aura deep and inscrutable. At least mid-chi practitioner. He retracted his gaze and muttered to himself while looking at the ancestral statue ahead. After a while, the surrounding area suddenly fell silent. Here he comes. Here he comes. Corbin is here. Stop talking. Just as he finished speaking, a black-robed man flew over from the west. This middle-aged man looked lean and tall, his features sharp and clear, riding a flying sword. He landed in front of the ancestral statue and swept his gaze across the field, immediately silencing everyone. This man was precisely Corbin, the only Franz of the outer sect, responsible for all affairs big and small within it. The reason why there was only 1 Franz in the outer sect was said to be due to a founding rule of Qing sect. Only those who reached foundation establishment stage could become Franzes. The current sect master did not wish to violate this rule, hence the current awkward situation. I will call out names, and you come up to receive your resources. The black-robed man spoke coldly, not intentionally but due to his character. With a wave of his hand, a scroll floated in the air. It listed hundreds of names, each beside a record of the corresponding disciple's cultivation level and age. A few names stood out with deeper font color. Chang. A disciple who had just broken through to second stage Qi practitioner stepped out of the crowd, respectfully receiving a bag from the black-robed man before retreating. The black-robed man continued calling out names. Zach, Axel, Sean. One after another, disciples came forward to collect their resources. Qing. At this moment, all eyes turned to a Dominic. This young man was handsome, spirited, and often had a faint smile on his lips. He walked forward respectfully, accepting the bag from the black-robed man. Who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? He's new this year. I heard he reached third stage Qi practitioner in just 1 year. Phew. When these words came out, envious glances fell upon the Dominic named Qing. Virgil was somewhat moved. To reach third stage Qi practitioner in 1 year? Compared to this, he felt he must have been living like a dog. Even the black-robed man revealed a rare smile, encouraging the Dominic. These are your resources, cultivate well. The Dominic clasped his fists and replied, I will, senior. Next, Lisbeth. A curvaceous Noelle stepped out of the crowd, her long, straight, jade-like legs captivating everyone's attention. Lisbeth, the outer sect's top beauty, and one of the 2 beauties of the outer sect. Her face was charming, her figure arousing, her legs like perfect works of art crafted by nature. She was the dream goddess of countless hearts. Virgil looked at this red-robed Noelle and sighed. The world of cultivation indeed produces many beauties. Though her looks didn't quite match the blue-robed Noelle he met earlier, she was still among the finest. In his previous life, she would certainly be a top-tier celebrity. Lisbeth politely received the bag from the black-robed man, collected her resources, and left immediately. Everyone watched her back, discussing amongst themselves. They say Lisbeth has already broken through to 6th stage Qi practitioner. She's definitely getting a place in the intersect this year. Not necessarily, even Apsel is 6th stage Qi practitioner, and he broke through earlier than her. Someone disagreed, turning their gaze to a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, but he seemed unmoved by the debate around him. Apsel. Only when his name was called did the young man slowly step out of the crowd. Wow, Senior Lien is so handsome. I want to bear his children. Senior Lien is mine. Fanatic adoration rang in his ears, yet the young man kept his expression indifferent, seemingly accustomed to it. The black-robed man asked, Are you confident about this year's intersect assessment? Apsel shook his head. A strange look flashed across the black-robed man's eyes. This question should be directed at them, not me, Apsel slowly said, his tone brimming with unparalleled confidence. Damn, just because you're 6th stage Qi practitioner, what's so impressive, acting all high and mighty. Upon hearing this, some disciples felt extremely displeased. This guy was really showing off, but he was soon scolded by female disciples around him, nearly causing a mass quarrel. It was the black-robed man's cold humph that eventually silenced the scene. Look at all your pitiful faces. Are you feeling embarrassed? The black-robed man sneered. Prove yourselves with real strength during the intersect assessment, not by bickering like street hooligans. Hearing this, the disgruntled disciples fell silent. As for Virgil, he had been indifferent throughout, merely an observer. He neither got angry at Apsel's words, nor felt incited to challenge Apsel to reclaim his pride by the black-robed man's remarks. Please, such things were only done by naive Dominics. Living through 2 lives, he had become detached from much. Fame was just a worldly pursuit. Virgil. Chapter 5. Qi condensation level 4. Half an hour later, Virgil finally heard the black-robed man call his name. By now, only a few dozen people remained in the square. The rest had already collected their resources and left. Finally, it's my turn. Virgil silently sighed. He took the bag handed to him and scanned its contents with his spiritual awareness. It contained 2 medicinal herbs and 2 spirit stones. As a pill master, he received slightly more resources than the average person, which was part of Qing sect's preferential treatment for pill masters. 48 spirit stones now? Virgil tightly gripped the bag, his heart fluttering. Just 2 more spirit stones, and he could buy the spirit-elevating pill. Someone will definitely refine pills soon. I just need to wait. Huh, why are there so many people gathered over there? On his way back, Virgil saw about a dozen people standing by the roadside, apparently waiting for something. Curious, he moved closer. Buying leftover spirit medicines, all kinds of unused spirit medicines welcome. Don't miss out if you're passing by, high prices for spirit medicines. As he got closer, he saw that these people were surrounding a small, chubby figure. The Bergen had eyes as small as mung beans, yet he exuded an oddly cheerful aura. He kept shouting about buying spirit medicines. One disciple approached with the spirit medicine they had just received, asking, How much can I get for this spirit medicine? Ordinary low-grade first-rank spirit medicine, not worth much, just 1 spirit stone. You're too stingy. In Treasure Auction House, this spirit medicine sells for 2 spirit stones. Why don't you sell it to them then, see if they want it? The Bergen sneered. The disciple was speechless, glaring at the Bergen before taking the spirit stone and leaving. There was no other choice since the Treasure Auction House didn't accept such items. Virgil watched for a while, and understood that the Bergen was buying the spirit medicines issued earlier. Since Qing sect randomly distributed spirit medicines each month, many disciples ended up with what they didn't need. Rather than waste them, they sold them to the Bergen. Soon, the well-funded Bergen acquired several dozen spirit medicines. This raised suspicions about where he got so many spirit stones, but it remained a mystery. After some thought, Virgil realized he still needed 2 spirit stones, so he decided to sell the spirit medicines he had received. He had 2, Qi gathering herb and Marian plum seed, used for refining Qi gathering pill and calming pill, neither of which were particularly useful to him. He traded the 2 herbs for 2 spirit stones. Now, Virgil had 50 spirit stones in total, enough to buy the spirit elevating pill. Suppressing his excitement, Virgil hurried to the treasure auction house. It was a sect-run business selling various treasures, pills, spells, and more. From the outside, it looked like a 3-story pavilion with nothing extraordinary about it. Entering the first floor, Virgil felt as if he passed through a barrier, which was actually an array formation. Rumor had it that the array formation could withstand attacks from Golden Core experts, though this wasn't confirmed. Inside, on the left side near the entrance was a countermand by a dev lounging in a wicker chair, seemingly half asleep. Virgil had seen the dev several times, always in the same drowsy state. Following the plotline from novels, he seemed like a senior cultivator. The entire first floor was quiet, prohibiting loud noise. Neatly arranged wooden shelves held various items for cultivators, treasures, pills, spells, and more. These shelves were also enchanted with array formations, preventing physical contact. Staff would retrieve anything you wanted. Stopping at a corner, Virgil focused on a jade bottle on a wooden shelf. A nearby sign identified it. Intermediate first-rank medicinal pill, spirit elevating pill. After consumption, it boosts the cultivation level of practitioners below Qi condensation level 6. Price, 50 spirit stones. His long-awaited spirit elevating pill was right in front of him. Virgil's breathing became heavy. A sweet-voiced purple-robed Noel smiled and asked, "Sir, would you like to purchase the spirit elevating pill?" Virgil didn't answer immediately, calming himself and shifting his gaze to the formula beside the pill. Intermediate first-rank medicinal pill, spirit elevating pill formula. Price, 100 spirit stones. Shaking his head, Virgil felt a bit disappointed. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, his cultivation was still at Qi condensation level 3, but his spiritual awareness had reached level 4, allowing him to attempt refining intermediate first-rank pills. Unfortunately, the formula was too expensive to afford. "I want 1 spirit elevating pill." "Sure, please make the payment first." Virgil handed over all his spirit stones to the purple-robed Noel. Leaving the treasure auction house, Virgil clutched the jade bottle, bitterly laughing. Back to square one. Despite the saying, he wasn't too upset. The purpose of spirit stones was ultimately for cultivation. Qi condensation level 4. With determined eyes, Virgil strode away. At this moment, in the treasure auction house, the dev slowly opened his eyes, watching Virgil leave. Cultivation. Qi condensation level 3, spiritual awareness. Qi condensation level 4. Returning to his cave dwelling, Virgil took out the jade bottle, carefully examining the spirit elevating pill inside, occasionally sniffing it. Some renowned alchemists can identify the components of a pill just by smelling it, he mused. Clearly, Virgil couldn't do that, nor did he expect to. It required an intimate familiarity with ingredients. To avoid interruption during breakthrough, Virgil entered the world-isolated pagoda. He then sat down, swallowing the pill without hesitation. As the spirit-elevating pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a massive warm current rushing through his body. What powerful energy! Virgil quickly closed his eyes, absorbing the pill's power. The immense energy refined itself and flowed into his Qi, the storage area for energy. Currently, Virgil's Qi was only about 1 cubic meter, far from resembling a sea, more like a pond. Peaceful and calm, it suddenly rained heavily over the pond, causing the water to rise rapidly. Until the pond was completely full, unable to hold another drop. Virgil shifted his focus from quantity to quality, compressing the energy within the pond. Soon, the water in the pond halved, only to refill again shortly after. This cycle repeated 5 or 6 times until the energy was condensed beyond further compression. In one final burst, Virgil refined the remaining pill energy. Instantly, the massive energy surged into his Qi, nearly bursting it. Crack. It felt like something broke inside him. It was the Qi. Thin cracks appeared in the pond storing his energy. Had someone been there, they would have noticed the pained expression on Virgil's face. An invisible barrier seemed to obstruct his breakthrough. He continuously directed energy toward the barrier, yelling in anger, "No one dares stop me." Like a raging beast, he unleashed all his energy, smashing into the barrier. Snap. This action accelerated the cracking of the pond. Breaking meant losing his cultivation forever, becoming a waste. But Virgil had no choice. He sped up the process, knowing failure meant death. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed inside him, clear and beautiful. Virgil abruptly opened his eyes, emitting a new aura that spread around him. Qi condensation level 4. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he inspected his Qi, finding it twice its original size, with all cracks repaired. Now, Virgil felt the aftermath. If he hadn't succeeded, he would be crippled. Yet, if given another chance, he would still choose this path. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that if he had been afraid at that moment, he would have never broken through to Qi condensation level 4. Still, I was lucky enough. With a bitter laugh, Virgil silently reminded himself that he must not take such risks in the future. Such gambles should only be made once or twice. Luck wouldn't always be on his side. But the rewards from this risk were substantial. His cultivation had directly to Po Dalian Qi Thrucong. Correction. His cultivation had directly advanced to the 4th stage of Qi practitioner. Also, for a more natural and fluent translation of the provided text. Unsure if it was an illusion, he felt that had he shown fear at that moment, he would have never broken through to the 4th stage of Qi practitioner. Fortunately, I was still in luck. With a bitter smile, Virgil reminded himself inwardly that he must not take such risks again in the future. Doing this once or twice was enough. Luck wouldn't always be on his side. However, the rewards from this Malshan were substantial. His cultivation had directly advanced to the 4th stage of Qi practitioner. Although his spiritual sense didn't immediately break through, It had also reached the peak of the 4th stage, and a breakthrough was imminent. Although his spiritual awareness hadn't immediately broken through, it had reached the peak of Qi condensation level 4 and would soon break through. Unsure if it was an illusion, he felt that had he faltered at that moment, he would have never been able to break through to Qi condensation level 4. Luckily, I still had some good fortune on my side. With a bitter laugh, Virgil reminded himself internally that he must not take such risks again. Engaging in such dangerous situations once or twice might be enough. Luck wouldn't always be on his side. However, the rewards from this risk were substantial. His cultivation had directly advanced to Qi condensation level 4. Though his spirit sense hadn't broken through yet, it had reached the peak of Qi condensation level 4 and would soon advance. Corrected translation. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that if he had been afraid at that moment, he would have never broken through to Qi condensation level 4. Still, I was lucky enough. With a bitter laugh, Virgil silently reminded himself that he must not take such risks in the future. Such gambles should only be made once or twice. Luck wouldn't always be on his side. But the rewards from this risk were substantial. His cultivation had directly advanced to Qi condensation level 4. Although his spiritual awareness hadn't immediately broken through, it had reached the peak of Qi condensation level 4 and would soon follow suit. Chapter 6. Flame Transformation. Boom. Virgil punched forward, and a large tree as thick as a bowl collapsed on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. After breaking through, Virgil left his cave residence, finding a secluded place to test his strength. As the smoke cleared, Virgil rubbed his numb fist, thoroughly satisfied with the punch's impact. Reaching the 4th level of Qi practitioner brought a clear increase in his mana and strength. Any casual strike now had immense power, easily defeating 3rd level practitioners. He felt he could now kill an ox with one punch. Beyond increased physical strength, his spiritual awareness also grew stronger. For most 4th level practitioners, spiritual awareness covered only about 12 feet around them. Virgil, however, could sense up to 16 feet. Within this range, even an ant on the ground wouldn't escape his notice, rivaling 5th level practitioners. After all, most 5th level practitioners didn't achieve such spiritual awareness, often lagging by 1 or 2 levels. Spiritual awareness at peak 4th level, mana at early 4th level, Virgil muttered to himself. His spiritual awareness was just short of reaching the 5th level. Methods to cultivate spiritual awareness were rare, often treasured by sects, out of reach for ordinary disciples. Since it involved the soul, it wasn't something casually shared. Most 5th level cultivators' spiritual awareness was similar, so Virgil felt no dissatisfaction, understanding the importance of contentment. Now that I've broken through to the 4th level, I wonder if I can practice the 2nd level of the fire control technique. The fire control technique had 3 levels: fire control, flame transformation, and flame frenzy. Previously, due to insufficient cultivation, Virgil could only reach the 1st level. Now at the 4th level, he should be able to perform flame transformation, which allowed transforming flames into various forms. After 4 or 5 attempts, a 4-meter-long fire dragon appeared, its long whiskers swaying in the wind, indistinguishable from reality. Virgil breathed slightly harder, his eyes gleaming under the fiery light. The scorching heat made his skin feel as if burning. Yet, seemingly unaware, he looked excitedly at the fire dragon before him, feeling his blood boil. I succeeded. Just as he spoke, the fire dragon slowly dissipated like a mirage. I failed. Slightly stunned, he chuckled bitterly, quickly regaining his composure. Failure was common. It no longer fazed him. Determined, he decided to try again. As he readied his mana, his spiritual awareness detected several figures approaching. Help! Someone is robbing me in broad daylight. Is there no law and order? Leading them was a small, plump figure with pea-sized eyes, looking quite jolly, who shouted as he ran. How can this fat guy run so fast? One of the pursuers gasped, breathing heavily, emitting fluctuations of a 4th level cultivator. Suddenly, the Nico spotted a lifeline ahead and ran towards Virgil. Before Virgil could react, the Nico darted behind him, peeking out and shouting, "Come on, what does it matter that you outnumber us? This is my half-brother. Ask him if he agrees to your robbery." Virgil was dumbfounded. When did I become your brother? Sensing cold gazes fall upon him, Virgil looked up to see 3 figures standing yards away, eyeing him unfriendly. At the front stood a tall Kartuk, masked except for his eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. The pressure Virgil felt just from him standing there was significant. 2 others flanked him, the shorter one in blue robes, and the slender one in dark blue. All wore masks, emitting fluctuations of 4th level cultivators. Among them, one was nearing the 5th level. Everyone, I don't know this man. I'll leave now, continue. Seeing they considered him an accomplice, Virgil immediately distanced himself, especially since he indeed didn't know the Nico. Using him as a shield? Not a chance. Get lost, the blue-robed Dominic snarled. Virgil frowned, turning to leave. Seeing him go, the Nico pretended to be upset. We're brothers who've grown up together. How can you abandon me? Oh, I get it. You're going to find someone to save me. Virgil inwardly cursed, disturbed by the Nico's innocence. Halt. As expected, a sneer followed, and a fierce gust attacked his back. Virgil sighed, turning to meet the punch, clothes fluttering as their palms clashed. Both staggered back, but Virgil stabilized after 1 step, his cultivation stable and solid. The blue-robed Dominic took 3 steps back. Their skill levels were clear. Seeing his ally disadvantaged, the Kartuk looked surprised at Virgil. Boy, you have some talent. It caught me off guard. Let's do it again. Unsatisfied, the blue-robed Dominic raised his fists again. Seeing his intent, Virgil calmly said, I warned you. Chasing him will let the Nico escape. They realized the Nico had fled during their fight. Elio, hold on. I'll find help. Discovering he was noticed, the Nico cursed internally, running faster. You chase him. I'll deal with this one, the Kartuk ordered. Respected among them, though reluctant, the blue-robed Dominic pursued the Nico. The Kartuk slowly approached Virgil. Virgil frowned. I said I don't know him. It doesn't matter. You saw today's events, and that's a problem for you. Stopping a few steps away, the Kartuk smiled. Will you end yourself, or shall I help? Virgil suppressed his anger. You dare kill in Qing sect territory? So remote. Would anyone know if I killed you? Mocking laughter echoed. Virgil regretted choosing such a secluded place for practicing. Taking a deep breath, he locked eyes with him. Try killing me. Killing you is like squashing an ant. The Kartuk waved, and a sword flew from his storage bag into his hand. Chapter 7. Middle Rank Magical Treasure. The Kartuk casually waved his hand, summoning a long sword as he approached, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. Virgil's gaze fell upon the sword. Middle Rank Magical Treasure. In the next second, the figure that had been walking slowly suddenly shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at him. What incredible speed! A streak of sword light aimed directly for his brow center, immediately lethal on impact. Shock flashed across Virgil's face as he felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he sidestepped, feeling the cold blade brush past his hair. After missing with his initial strike, the Kartuk flicked his wrist and swept sideways, aiming a direct slash at Virgil's neck. Virgil tapped his foot against the ground, sliding back 2 or 3 zhong, observing the Kartuk from a distance. Quite troublesome. This opponent wielded another middle-rank magical treasure. After all, the alchemical furnace Virgil used was only a low-rank magical treasure, yet this Kartuk possessed a middle-rank one. The Kartuk smiled at him sardonically. Don't struggle. The difference between us is like that between an ant and an elephant. Virgil remained silent, pondering his options. There would be no peaceful resolution today. The other party clearly intended to take his life. Given that reality, Virgil wouldn't hesitate either. Although the Kartuk's words were irritating, the gap between them was indeed significant. If it came to a fight, his chances of winning were roughly 20%, if not lower, perhaps even 10%. Sigh. That's really low. Virgil gave a bitter laugh. You're actually laughing? Suddenly, a chilling voice sounded beside his ear. A sense of impending danger surged within Virgil. His mind raced, and in an instant, an alchemical furnace descended from above, not smashing into the Kartuk, but positioning itself upside down to shield him. Clang. The metallic clash rang out shrilly. The furnace held off for just a moment before being deflected by the Kartuk's sword. The sword's momentum was unstoppable, continuing its trajectory toward Virgil. Suddenly, several streams of flame erupted from the ground, forming a wall of fire that halted his advance. Fire manipulation technique. The Kartuk slashed at the ground, creating a chasm-like barrier that the flames couldn't cross. The Kartuk sneered. What else do you have? Show me. Let you try this move then. Virgil clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. All his hopes for turning the tide hinged on this. He mustn't fail now. Flames began to coalesce, forming a 3-meter-long fire dragon that coiled before him, its tendrils swaying in the wind, emitting a mighty roar. The Kartuk sensed an intense danger, staring warily at the fire dragon. What is this thing? Back off now, and I might spare your life. Virgil's forehead glistened with sweat as he shouted at the Kartuk. It wasn't out of kindness. This fire dragon was highly unstable, and there was no telling whether it would dissipate prematurely. If the Kartuk could be frightened away, it would be ideal. Otherwise, it was time for a showdown. Just a flame transformation technique, the Kartuk muttered, eyeing it closely. I can do magic too. He retracted his weapon, stomped his right foot on the ground, and formed seals. Dozens of small swords, created from his mana, appeared around him. At his command, these swords launched themselves at Virgil en masse. Seeing this, Virgil's heart pounded with trepidation, but it was too late to back down. Biting his lip, he thrust his palm forward. The fire dragon roared as it charged towards the Kartuk, Virgil's eyes following its path anxiously. Boom. The fire dragon roared as it obliterated everything in its path. Finally, the two attacks collided, with the dragon swallowing countless tiny swords whole. Explode! The Kartuk sneered. Boom. An immense explosion resounded, sending debris flying and shockwaves spreading outward. Virgil activated his divine sense and instantly disappeared from the battlefield. Only after the explosion subsided did Virgil emerge from the Forgotten World Tower. Appearing in the outside world, his legs gave way, and he dropped to one knee. The single spell had drained his sea of chi completely, leaving him unable to stand steadily. Fixing his gaze on the blasted area, Virgil extended his divine sense, searching for the Kartuk. To force me to this extent, you are the first. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from the smoke. Virgil's expression darkened. He had expended all his mana on the flame transformation and was now as powerless as a commoner. Do I have to die here today? A surge of intense reluctance welled up inside Virgil. The Kartuk emerged slowly from the smoke. Virgil felt a strange sense of relief. The person in front of him was disheveled, his robe tattered and the black cloth covering his face gone, revealing a face of a man in his 20s, equally as battered as Virgil himself. But it was unclear how much mana he had left. How much mana do you have left? Virgil asked. Hearing this, the Kartuk grimaced. Without the Forgotten World Tower, he had spent 90% of his mana defending against the explosion. Enough to kill you. Angry at being forced into such a predicament, the Kartuk kicked Virgil away. Virgil rolled a few times on the ground before struggling to his feet. The Kartuk wasted no more time, stepping forward and swinging his sword. Images of blood spurting and heads rolling flashed before his eyes. Just as the sword tip was a centimeter from Virgil's neck, the Kartuk's face contorted in agony. His grip loosened, and the sword clanged to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Virgil summoned his last bit of strength, grabbing the fallen sword and stabbing it toward the Kartuk. Thud. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The sword pierced his heart, making the red robe seem even more vivid. The Kartuk looked down in shock, seemingly unable to believe that his own weapon would be the cause of his death. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell backward. Virgil stood shakily before him. At the critical moment, he had used his divine sense to attack the Kardurk's consciousness, completing the final ambush. As for why he hadn't attacked earlier, Virgil had been uncertain about the level of the Kardurk's divine sense. So, he had waited for an opportune moment when his opponent was completely off guard and vulnerable to a fatal blow. Fortunately, though the Kardurk was at the peak of the 4th rank cultivation stage, his divine sense had barely reached the same level. Virgil's divine sense was already at peak 4th rank, so the sudden assault at such close range left the Kardurk instantly incapacitated. The Kardurk moved his lips as if trying to say something. Why is my divine sense so strong? Virgil asked rhetorically. If you want to know, Virgil said to himself, ask the Yama in the underworld. With that, he withdrew the sword, watching indifferently as the Kardurk breathed his last breath. Virgil wasn't a cold-hearted person. This was his first time taking a life, and killing was never his desire. But he had no choice. He wanted to survive. If he didn't kill, he would be the one killed. Chapter 8. Spoils of Victory. After storing the body in the Escher Tower, Virgil did not dare to linger and quickly left the area. The other party still had accomplices, and if he encountered 2 of them, with his current state, he would only be headed for certain death. Safe back at his cave abode, Virgil sat on his bed, recovered his mana, and then entered the Escher Tower. It won't be long before this person's accomplices discover that I killed him. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Virgil frowned. It wasn't because he was worried about their retaliation. They didn't know his identity. As long as he kept a low profile, they wouldn't have a clue how to retaliate. What truly concerned him was the sect. In any proper sect, killing a fellow disciple was a grave offense. If discovered, the punishment could range from being stripped of cultivation abilities to direct execution. Even though this guy wanted to kill me first, and I was merely defending myself. But if it were to be investigated, it would still be troublesome. Forget it. I'll deal with things as they come. Virgil gradually calmed down and looked at the Kardurk's corpse. The treasured saber was still embedded in the Kardurk's body. Virgil pulled out the sword and examined it closely, his gaze becoming increasingly brighter. Good stuff. This sword was 3 feet long, its entire body a blood-red color, extremely sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. When one reaches the 4th level of Qi cultivation, one can fly using a magical treasure. Virgil raised his hand to caress the blade. I never had a magical treasure before, so I never got the chance to try it. Now he could finally experience flying while riding the sword. First, let's see what else we've gained. Putting the sword down, Virgil squatted beside the corpse and rummaged around, eventually finding a storage bag. After the Kardurk died, this storage bag became ownerless. A drop of his blood on it allowed Virgil to claim it. A flicker of divine consciousness instantly established a connection with a spacious interior. Inside was a space roughly the size of a person, slightly larger than Virgil's. The storage bag contained some spirit stones, a yellowed scroll, several sets of clothes, 3 bottles of pills, and a black token. Virgil took these items out one by one and placed them on the ground in front of him. So this guy is named Guy. Virgil picked up the black token. This was the Qing sect disciple token, which came in various colors, black, green, and blue. One side was engraved with ancient characters reading Qing sect, while the other bore the name Guy. This item wasn't valuable, somewhat akin to an ID card. Virgil tossed it aside and glanced at the pile of sparkling stones, feeling a hint of excitement. Spirit Maximus. 35 pieces. After a quick scan with his divine sense, Virgil felt somewhat disappointed. He hadn't expected that a peak 4th level Qi cultivator would have such meager savings, barely enough to buy 1 spirit elevating pill. He chuckled bitterly and began to understand why the bead had so few spirit stones. Cultivators required resources for daily practice. If he had wanted to purchase spirit elevating pills, he would have likely spent his savings on improving his cultivation. Moving his gaze away from the spirit stones, Virgil looked at the 3 bottles of pills. Just from their appearance, there was no way to tell what kind of pills they were. Pop. Virgil picked up 1 bottle, removed the cork, and sniffed it. His eyes lit up and then he placed it back down, picking up another bottle, inspecting all 3 in turn. 2 of the bottles contained low-grade 1st-rank pills, recovery pills for restoring mana, and hemostatic pills for healing wounds. They weren't very useful to him. The 3rd bottle contained mid-grade 1st-rank pills, but their specific effects were unclear and would need to be verified. Not very useful. After finishing with the pills, Virgil picked up the yellowed book. Fly sword technique. Seeing these 3 large characters, Virgil remembered the technique used by the bead during the battle, his eyes brightening. This must be the technique that Guy used at the time. He now knew a fire control technique, but it was too singular. This new addition added more versatility. After organizing his spoils, Virgil planned to practice sword flight and fly sword technique within the Escher Tower. Having experienced an unexpected calamity not long ago, he realized the safest place was still the Escher Tower. Injecting mana into the sword, it slowly rose off the ground, hovering about 20 centimeters above. Virgil leaped onto the sword but, before he could stabilize himself, suddenly swooshed forward together with the sword. Wind whipped past his ears, and Virgil paled in fright, fully experiencing the sensation of his soul chasing after his running body. Regaining his composure in mid-air, Virgil steadied his body to prevent falling off. Otherwise, he'd either die or become crippled. At that moment, a wall appeared directly ahead. Virgil's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly guided the sword to turn. 3 meters. 2 meters. Just as it seemed about to collide, the sword turned upward and flew back the way it came. After the crisis was averted, Virgil breathed a long sigh of relief and gradually slowed down. Soon, Virgil could control it skillfully, spreading his arms wide, enjoying the feeling of freedom and unrestrained soaring through the sky. This sensation was entirely different from sitting on a plane in his previous life. It was more interesting and thrilling. After 15 minutes, Virgil felt his mana running low, and thus landed on the ground with his sword. Looks like each flight can last about 15 minutes, Virgil speculated when his feet touched the ground. After resting and replenishing his mana, Virgil stood up to practice the fly sword technique. He read the scroll, memorizing the method, closed his eyes, made a seal with both hands, and short swords appeared around his body. These short swords hovered around him, each formed from mana. Go! On Virgil's command, numerous short swords attacked the target ahead. Boom! The next second, hundreds of swords exploded simultaneously. Standing at a distance, the wind from the explosion blew up his robes. If struck, even a 4th-level Qi cultivator would surely die. Taking a deep breath, Virgil felt excited, realizing he now had another trump card. Facing ordinary 4th-level cultivators, he was no longer fearful. If he encountered a weak-sensed peak 4th-level cultivator, he could still give a good fight. Exiting the Escher Tower, it was already night outside. Virgil sat on his bed, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state for cultivation. The next morning, sparrows chirped from the branches outside the cave. The thin mist that had enveloped everything overnight slowly dissipated with the rising sun. Virgil slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation level had slightly improved, but reaching 5th-level Qi cultivation was still far off. Advancing from 4th level to 5th level required a vast amount of mana, at least 3 spirit elevating pills. Virgil smiled bitterly. Take it slow. In the afternoon, a disciple came by asking Virgil to help refine a batch of gathered Qi pills. After refining them, he received an additional spirit stone. Translation ends here. Chapter 9. The sect leader's illegitimate son? Cultivation obviously still favors talent. Virgil, chewing on a blade of grass and watching the wild mountain flowers blooming in the distance, sighed helplessly. These days, aside from eating and refining elixirs for others, he had been immersed in cultivation almost nonstop. Yet, despite his all-consuming efforts, his progress was painfully slow. Reaching the 5th layer of Qi practitioner still seemed impossibly far. The root cause was undoubtedly his own limited talent. Virgil felt somewhat helpless about this. Talent was something predetermined before birth, unchangeable. All he could do was keep trying harder. However, if one's talent were too good, this path would lose some of its challenge and excitement. Virgil consoled himself with this rationale. On a brighter note, there had been many people seeking elixir refinement lately. He now had 42 spirit stones and was almost ready to buy another ascension pill. He now faced 2 choices. Either buy an ascension pill as soon as he accumulated enough spirit stones to boost his cultivation. Even if it wouldn't break through the 5th layer of Qi practitioner, it would still provide a significant boost, or save up until he had 100 spirit stones and buy the formula for the ascension pill. After some deliberation, Virgil chose the latter. Accumulate 100 spirit stones to purchase a formula. This choice was essentially an investment. Most ingredients weren't very expensive to begin with. Intermediate-grade first-rank spirit herbs generally cost between 5 to 10 spirit stones each. Therefore, he inferred that producing a batch of ascension pills would require around 50 spirit stones. One batch would yield at least 3 pills, saving him a total of 100 spirit stones. Spirit herbs for sale. Recycle your spirit herbs here. A voice came from afar. Why does this sound so familiar? Virgil felt puzzled, but then remembered with a clenched jaw. Great, fatty. It's you. Virgil sneered. Even if the man was turned to ash, he would recognize this voice. Without delay, he followed the direction of the voice. This scoundrel had left him to die under Guy's hands after swindling him. Suffering such great losses without compensation wasn't in his nature. Recycling spirit herbs, high prices for all kinds of spirit herbs. Hey, fatty, I have a few spirit herbs for you to appraise. How much do you have? Sir Fatty has plenty of spirit stones. Whatever amount you bring, I'll take them all. The chubby Emmett suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind, mistaking it for a regular customer. Joyfully turning around, he froze when his small beady eyes landed on that familiar face, and bolted immediately. Don't run, aren't we stepbrothers? Virgil chuckled softly, swiftly catching up and pressing down on his shoulder, whispering menacingly, Don't dare escape or I won't be lenient. Hearing the threat in his words, the chubby Emmett stopped instantly, pleading, Elio, I'm wrong, please don't kill me. I have parents and dependents to take care of. Damn it, should have checked my almanac this morning. This ill-fated encounter. Even Guy fell under his hand. What if he finishes me off too? Thinking of how he had deceived Virgil before, the chubby Emmett felt remorseful. Virgil sternly asked, What are you doing? Acting as if I'm some villain. The chubby Emmett coughed awkwardly, not knowing if he was good or bad, but definitely not a saint. But seeing his manner, he didn't seem like he was here to kill. Immediately relieved, he began flattering. Yes, Elio is a good person. Virgil gave him a light rap on the head, coldly saying, Save your flattery for later. We have business to discuss first. What business? The chubby Emmett asked nervously. I have a few spirit herbs, top-notch ones, planning to sell them to you. Which kind of herbs? The chubby Emmett queried suspiciously. Virgil took out his spirit herbs. Seeing the weeds he pulled from who knows where, the chubby Emmett looked as if he might cry, saying, Elio, you're sure these aren't just roadside weeds? Receiving another knock on the head, Virgil huffed. Watch your eyes, inspect carefully. These are genuine advanced first-rank spirit herbs. Beware, I'm not well educated, so don't try to fool me. Advanced first-rank spirit herbs. The chubby Emmett, covering his head, also doubted his vision momentarily. Only when he glanced at the identical plants lining the street did he realize they were common weeds. He wore a grim expression, saying, Sure. These advanced first-rank spirit herbs will be taken. How much spirit stones do you want, Elio? Seeing Virgil's smirking gaze, the chubby Emmett knew he intended to extort. He had no choice but to endure. Otherwise, angering this man might lead to worse consequences. Well, these can't be just any weeds, Virgil grinned. I won't make things hard for you. Just follow the treasure hall's pricing for advanced first-rank spirit herbs. Gah. The chubby Emmett nearly spat out blood. You really dared ask for such a price. a pile of common weeds, treated as precious herbs. Not possible? Virgil raised an eyebrow. No problem. Through gritted teeth, the chubby Emmett accepted his own fate. Virgil smiled. So calculate the amount of spirit stones I should receive. Don't lie since I'm not well educated. Saying so, he handed over the advanced first-rank spirit herbs. The chubby Emmett stared at the weeds, deeply inhaling while feeling extremely aggrieved. He said, I don't have that many spirit stones. Can't buy this much. Perhaps Elio can return some? Fine. We're stepbrothers. No worries. Let it go for now. Next time then. Virgil laughed, realizing the weeds could be found abundantly along the roadside. Retrieving them would serve no purpose. Thank you, Elio. The chubby Emmett expressed gratitude. Don't thank me. Virgil extended his hand. Watching his gesture, the chubby Emmett reluctantly pulled out a cloth bag from his storage pouch and passed it over. Virgil took the bag, using his divine sense to scan it. His heart started racing. He counted 103 spirit stones. Just grabbing some random weeds netted him 103 spirit stones. Who'd believe it? Never had he seen so many spirit stones in his life. This fatso. No, this god of wealth was too rich. In an instant, he felt unworthy of this newfound brotherhood. Cough, fatty. Virgil inspected him closely, unable to resist asking, you wouldn't happen to be the Braden, right? Chapter 10. Purchase of the elixir formula. It wasn't surprising that he doubted. An outer sect disciple having this many spirit stones would be hard for anyone to believe. You're the bastard. Your whole family is a bunch of bastards. The chubby Emmett gave a look filled with resentment. The leftover spirit stones? I'll give them to you. Virgil put away the spirit stones, deciding to be a conscientious businessman. One shouldn't be too unscrupulous. Since this chubby Emmett had tricked him once, it was even Steven now that he had tricked him back. Thank you, brother. The chubby Emmett awkwardly replied. Can I go now? What do you mean by that? Virgil subtly released his shoulder and said sternly. What kind of person do you think I am? If you don't buy my elixir, I won't let you leave. Then I'll go. Seeing no reaction from Virgil, the chubby Emmett mustered the courage to walk some distance before suddenly breaking into a run. Virgil shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. He then shifted his gaze back to the bag in his hand, his eyes glowing with excitement. I can't believe I gathered 100 spirit stones so easily. It feels like a dream. Maybe the remaining spirit stones can buy me some materials. Virgil muttered to himself. Now he had a total of 145 spirit stones. After buying the formula, he would have 45 left. If he could successfully refine another batch of spirit ascending pills, he had a high chance of breaking through to Qi cultivation level 5. Suppressing his excitement, Virgil put away the spirit stones and made his way to the treasure sale pavilion. At the treasure sale pavilion, Virgil returned to the wooden stand where he had previously bought the spirit ascending pills. This time, however, his gaze didn't fall on the pills but rather on a dusty scroll nearby. The formula for the spirit ascending pill. A purple-clad Noelle followed behind him, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. The young man had only been here half a month ago to buy the pill. Was he coming to buy more? Sir, are you here to purchase more spirit ascending pills? Virgil turned around. The purple-clad Noelle's eyes twinkled, and her voice sounded sweet, making one's bones turn soft. If we talk about looks, she was only moderately attractive, but her purple dress accentuated her well-proportioned figure perfectly. No, Virgil's gaze was clear as he gently shook his head. His eyes briefly lingered on her before turning back to the scroll on the shelf. Hearing this, the purple-clad Noelle felt a twinge of disappointment, unsure if it was because Virgil wasn't buying the pills or for some other reason. I want to buy that. At this moment, Virgil pointed at the dusty scroll. The purple-clad Noelle looked in the direction he pointed, and her heart began to pound rapidly. This is the formula for the spirit ascending pill. The price is 100 spirit stones. Sir, are you sure? She hadn't even noticed the tremor of excitement in her own voice. If this deal went through, she'd get a commission of at least 1 spirit stone. Certain. Virgil nodded calmly, took out 100 spirit stones from his storage bag, and handed them over. The purple-clad Noelle, who had never seen so many spirit stones at once, held them with trembling hands. The formula, Virgil reminded her. She snapped back to reality and quickly produced a token, which acted as a key, allowing her to bypass the array on the wooden stand. With the token, she reached out and retrieved the scroll, handing it to Virgil. Virgil swept it with his divine sense, memorizing the required ingredients for refining the spirit ascending pill before putting the scroll away. He then headed to the area selling medicinal herbs. Refining the spirit ascending pill required 10 types of medicinal herbs, all mid-grade first-class herbs, priced differently. Cheaper ones cost about 4 spirit stones, while the more expensive ones cost up to 6 spirit stones each. He had 45 spirit stones left, just enough for 1 set of the needed ingredients. After purchasing the materials, Virgil exited the treasure sale pavilion, his magical power surging beneath his feet as he swiftly headed towards his cave dwelling. Palamains later, he sensed a figure trailing far behind him. Furrowing his brow, Virgil noted that the figure was at Qi cultivation level 4. They were extremely cautious, maintaining a distance of over 13 feet. If he were an ordinary cultivator of the same level, he wouldn't have noticed. But Virgil's divine sense was nearly at the 5th level, hence he detected the follower. Who is this person? Why are they tracking me? Virgil was filled with numerous doubts but remained calm, avoiding alerting the tracker prematurely. What was certain was that the person was acting suspiciously and likely harbored ill intentions. Could it be due to the large number of spirit stones I spent at the pavilion? Narrowing his eyes, Virgil decided to capture the follower to find out. With a flicker of divine sense, he vanished instantly from his spot, leaving behind an ancient-looking small tower in his place. Where did he go? Palamains later, a blue-robed Dominic stood where Virgil had been moments before, his face a mix of shock and suspicion. Just a moment ago, Virgil was standing there, and now he had vanished. He noticed the small tower on the ground. Could this tower be a magical artifact that can absorb people inside? The blue-robed Dominic's eyes lit up with joy at the possibility. I never expected such a valuable treasure on this waste of a man. I'll wait here for him to come out and seize the treasure for myself. The blue-robed Dominic laughed coldly, lost in his fantasies, unaware that danger was looming. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Magical power surged within him as he lunged forward. But he was too late. It felt like being hit by a massive mountain. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he flew back, hitting the ground hard and lying still like a dead man. So weak. Virgil, seeing this, walked closer in confusion, stopping a few feet away. Raising a finger, a thread of flame shot towards the blue-robed Dominic on the ground. In the next instant, the seemingly lifeless Dominic jumped up like he was revived from the dead, punching Virgil in the face. Virgil sneered, expecting this ruse. He countered with a punch of his own. The blue-robed Dominic hadn't anticipated such quick reflexes. Blood flowed within him after taking the blow, and he knew he couldn't possibly match Virgil now. Cracks appeared at his palm, and he flew back again. Pale-faced, the blue-robed Dominic climbed up, glaring at Virgil in the distance. How did you know I was following you? Now, even if he were foolish, he realized Virgil had known all along, using his disappearance to lure him into a trap. Guess. Virgil didn't answer, summoning a long sword with his divine sense and advancing step by step. Seeing the sword, the blue-robed Dominic's pupils constricted. So Guy was indeed killed by you. Guy. Hearing this familiar name, Virgil paused, sizing up the Dominic before smirking. So you were with him that day. Are you here for revenge? Stupid Emmett, you'll die miserably soon without me needing to lift a finger. Translation complete. Please provide further content if needed. Chapter 11. Spirit Refinement 5th Layer. The young man in blue stared coldly at him, as if he were looking at a dead man. What do you mean? Virgil frowned slightly, sensing from the other party's words that Guy, whom he killed, had some sort of background. It seems you know quite a bit, then let me subdue you first. Virgil's face turned cold as he lunged forward with his long sword. The young man in blue, aware of his injury, knew he wasn't Virgil's match and didn't tangle with him further, turning to escape into the distance. Little brat, if you have the guts, chase me. As he spoke, he still turned back to provoke Virgil with a glance. Virgil narrowed his eyes, his figure blurring as he gave chase. He got away. A short while later, Virgil looked grim. His opponent must have used some secret technique, which suddenly increased his speed, allowing him to escape. Recalling the blue-clad Dominic's words, Virgil stood in place for a moment before walking away. If you want to kill me, just come. I'll accept it. Returning to his cave abode, Virgil went to the stone room where he usually refined pills. He patted his storage bag, causing a pill furnace to appear before him. The words of the blue-clad Dominic filled him with unease. He needed to increase his strength as much as possible, and the Spirit Ascending pill could undoubtedly save him a lot of time. Now that he had both the formula and the ingredients, he would refine the Spirit Ascending pill. Ascension fruit, yellow stem grass. One by one, Virgil took out the spirit herbs from his storage bag. Then, a flame shot from his fingertip, rapidly growing into a roaring fire. Controlling the temperature of the flames, Virgil threw the herbs into the furnace. After a while, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the furnace, causing Virgil's expression to brighten. Just one sniff made him feel his cultivation subtly increasing. Soon, all the herbs inside the furnace transformed into a dark green liquid. Virgil carefully manipulated his divine sense, continuously compressing these liquids together. This process was excruciatingly slow. While condensing the pill, he had to simultaneously focus on controlling the fire temperature with his magic power. Virgil remained taut, not daring to relax for even a moment. This was his first attempt at refining a middle-grade first-class pill, making him somewhat nervous. An hour later, Virgil gradually felt drowsy and hazy. Clenching his teeth tightly, he forced himself to stay awake. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness expanded, and his eyes gleamed with surprise. Divine Sense, Spirit Refinement 5th Layer. He hadn't expected to break through while refining pills. With his Divine Sense breakthrough, all negative effects vanished, making the subsequent refinement process easier. Some time passed, and a refreshing fragrance wafted from the furnace mouth. It's done. Virgil's eyes sparkled with excitement. Using his magic power, he lifted the pills out of the furnace and placed them into a jade bottle he had prepared earlier. 4 Spirit Ascending pills. Holding the jade bottle, Virgil took a deep breath, unsure to what level his cultivation would reach after consuming these 4 pills. Unfortunately, these Spirit Ascending pills were about the same effectiveness as those bought from the treasure shop. Previously, the pills he refined had been 1.5 times more potent than others due mainly to his middle-stage Spirit Refinement Divine Sense, which allowed him to reduce flaws when refining low-grade first-class pills. Suppressing his excitement, Virgil immediately sat down cross-legged to begin absorbing the pills. Swallowing 1 Spirit Ascending pill, it dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. The massive medicinal power flooded through his body, filling him with vitality. 15 minutes later, Virgil opened his eyes. His spiritual energy in the Sea of Qi had increased by about 1/3. Continue. Virgil swallowed another Spirit Ascending pill. This time, the spiritual energy in his pool was more than half full. Taking out the 3rd pill, he found that after absorption, the pool wasn't yet full. He had initially estimated that 3 Spirit Ascending pills would be enough to break through, but now it seemed to require more. There's still the last pill. Looking at the final Spirit Ascending pill, Virgil saw that his Sea of Qi was almost saturated. This last pill should allow him to break through. After a long while, Virgil opened his eyes, his brows furrowing. The 4 Spirit Ascending pills had indeed filled his Sea of Qi, but for some reason, he remained a step away from breaking through. It was as though something was missing. What's missing? Changing into clean clothes, Virgil sat beside a stone table, feeling inexplicably frustrated that he hadn't broken through. Taking a sip of tea, The bitterness lingered on his lips, but its sweetness remained after swallowing. Gradually calming down, Virgil's gaze fell on the teacup, watching the steam rise, creating an ethereal mist. Well, if I can't break through, then so be it. Maybe another spirit ascending pill will help. If that doesn't work, I'll try another. If 2 don't work, I'll try 3. At least now I can refine my own spirit ascending pills once I gather enough spirit stones. Virgil's mind grew clear, and at this moment, he sensed a faint loosening in his cultivation barrier. Surprised, Virgil realized that his unintended contemplation had triggered a deeper insight, pushing him towards a breakthrough. Virgil, Corbin summons you. Get out here. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared outside the cave, barking coldly. The voice echoed like thunder, and the breakthrough signs he had just noticed vanished instantly. Virgil's gaze hardened. Interruption during cultivation was taboo. If he had been breaking through just now, he might have suffered demonic transformation. Such actions were nothing less than murder. Virgil, if you don't come out now, I'll force my way in. The voice returned with impatience. Virgil walked out of the cave with a sullen face, his eyes landing on a Noel. Spirit refinement 5th layer. Feeling the man's cultivation, Virgil's eyes flickered. On Corbin's orders, arrest the murderer Virgil. The Noel glared coldly at Virgil, grabbing his arm firmly, dragging him forward. Virgil felt as if his arm were clamped in iron, pain shooting through it. He spat out, "Let go. I can walk myself. What if I don't let go?" The Noel sneered at him with disdain. Virgil took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, deciding not to act. The man was clearly trying to provoke him, hoping to incite him into resisting. Seeing Virgil refrain from action, disappointment flashed in the Noel's eyes. He had planned to use Virgil's resistance as an excuse to officially disable him, but the young man showed incredible restraint. "But did you think that would stop me?" The Noel sneered inwardly, abruptly yanking down on Virgil's arm. A ripping sound tore through the silence as his sleeve split open, revealing 5 bloody gashes on his arm. "Sorry, I didn't realize I exerted too much force. Are you okay?" Chapter 12. Guy's younger Elio. "Sorry, I didn't realize my strength. Are you alright?" The big man feigned concern, though a mocking glint flashed in his eyes. A burning pain shot up Virgil's arm. He cast a deep look at the man but remained silent. What a wimp. Seeing this, the big man lost interest, sneered, and released his grip on Virgil's arm. Virgil stayed quiet, neither rolling up his sleeve to check his arm nor disputing the man's words. In silence, he followed behind the big man into a grand hall. "Go in yourself." The big man glanced at Virgil, allowing him to enter alone while staying outside the hall. Upon entering, several gazes immediately focused on Virgil. Some of these people he knew, others he did not. Among those he recognized were the blue-robed Dominic, who had escaped earlier, and Corbin in black robes. Those unknown included a green-robed Dominic, whose murderous intent was evident. "Little beast, it was you who killed my Franz brother?" A cold voice echoed by his ear, instantly bringing down an overwhelming pressure, like a mountain crushing down on his frail shoulders, almost pinning him to the ground. Virgil trembled slightly but held his ground, locking eyes with the green-robed Dominic, Guy's younger brother. Yet, this person's cultivation far exceeded Guy's. "He tried to kill me first, and I merely acted in self-defense. Should I be blamed for that?" Virgil spoke with difficulty. He had no regrets over killing Guy. If he hadn't, it would have been him who died. Even if he had known then what consequences it would bring, he still wouldn't have hesitated. "Huh, lies. Why would my Franz brother try to kill you without reason?" The green-robed Dominic's eyes brimmed with hostility. Suddenly, the pressure on Virgil's shoulders intensified. Crack. He heard bones crackling, feeling as though his body was breaking apart. His azure robe turned red with blood. If he knelt or lay on the ground, the pressure would lessen significantly, but he refused to yield, standing tall and unbowed. "They robbed our fellow disciples, and fearing exposure, they planned to murder me." Virgil's eyes were bloodshot, and though his body was battered, his gaze remained fierce. "You continue fabricating lies. Do you think anyone will believe you?" The green-robed Dominic scoffed, advancing towards Virgil, casually pointing a finger with each step. Virgil felt his entire body frozen in place, powerless to resist as his right leg was pierced, causing excruciating pain. Unable to stand any longer, he kneeled on one knee. Next came his left foot, left hand, and right hand. The green-robed Dominic delivered 3 more strikes, torturing him without mercy. "Enough." The silent man in black finally spoke. Instantly, the pressure on Virgil's shoulders vanished, along with the 3 attacks. Gratefully looking at the black-robed man, Virgil struggled to rise, lowering his head to conceal the icy gleam in his eyes. "What does Corbin mean? Planning to protect a murderer?" The green-robed Dominic asked coldly. "Patience. Once the investigation is complete, we'll give you an explanation," the black-robed man said. "You mentioned Guy robbing fellow disciples and attempting to eliminate you. Is this true?" Corbin questioned Virgil. "Every word I say is true. May lightning strike me dead if I lie." Virgil replied resolutely. "How do you see it?" Corbin looked at the green-robed Dominic for his opinion. "It's only his account. Corbin should not believe him." The Dominic responded coolly. "Right, Corbin, don't be fooled by this scoundrel." The blue-robed Dominic chimed in. "He accuses us of robbery but can't even name the victims." Corbin nodded. "Good suggestion. Call forth the witnesses. Rest assured, if your claims are true, Guy deserved death, and the other 2 will face justice too. I don't know their names or residences." Virgil hesitated. The blue-robed Dominic sneered. "See, Corbin? He's lying. He can't even provide the names of the alleged victims." Corbin glanced at Virgil, uncertain. Giovanni interjected. "Surely Corbin wouldn't just take his word for it and conclude my brother's death was justified. No matter what, one must pay for one's crimes. Please decide swiftly, Corbin, lest my confidence be shaken. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. I will not let any rule breakers go unpunished." the black-robed man retorted angrily. From outside the hall came a voice. No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. Inside, all eyes turned to the entrance. The black-robed man muttered, "What is that little troublemaker doing here?" The chubby Emmett looked at the stunning Noelle beside him. "Sis, he won't let you in. Move aside or die," came a clear, chilly voice. The big man, sword pressing against his forehead, broke out in a cold sweat. "Let him in," the black-robed man ordered. Relieved, the big man watched the couple enter. Too terrifying. Who is this green-robed Noelle? She seems as formidable as Corbin. Shortly after, a chubby Emmett and a breathtakingly beautiful Noelle entered. Everyone's gaze fixated on her. So beautiful. How could such a beauty exist? Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, though she appeared rather aloof, giving off an air of unapproachability. Dressed in elegant green attire, she moved gracefully, adding an ethereal charm. Virgil blinked in surprise. He recognized both individuals. Besides his half-brother, the green-robed Noelle was the one who gave him 10 spirit stones for refining the haunting pill. "Miss Roberta, why are you here?" the black-robed man asked, glaring at the chubby Emmett. "And you kid, what are you doing here? What kind of attitude is this?" The chubby Emmett complained loudly. "Do you favor Sylvia's over Emmett's?" Corbin's face darkened. "That guy got bullied and insisted I help him get revenge." The green-robed Noelle glanced at the chubby Emmett. The chubby Emmett stammered, "You're my sister. You can't just watch me get bullied, right?" "Who bullied you?" Corbin asked in confusion. The chubby Emmett pointed around the room, eventually stopping at Virgil. Chapter 13, Testifying. The young Noelle in blue glanced at Virgil, her eyes like autumn waters rippling with emotion. Virgil inwardly groaned. He had not anticipated that this Bergen was here to seek revenge. At that moment, the Bergen retracted his finger and pointed it at the young man in blue, looking up at the beautiful Noelle and saying, "Sis, it's him. He tried to rob me and kill me. If I hadn't run fast enough, you wouldn't see your adorable little brother anymore." Virgil froze for a second and looked at the Bergen, only to find the Bergen also looking back at him with an eye roll. Virgil managed a bitter laugh, never expecting that after extorting over 100 spirit stones from him, this guy would still have the magnanimity to vouch for him. "Maverick, don't slander people." The expression of the young man in blue changed. He had clearly been masked, so how did this Bergen recognize him? This can't be a coincidence. Corbin glanced at Virgil, recalling his previous words. "He can testify." The Bergen pointed at Virgil. "Yes, he is the target of Guy's trio." Virgil hurriedly nodded, confirming his speculation. Corbin's face instantly darkened as he looked at the young man in blue. "What do you have to say now?" Seeing this, the young man in blue turned his gaze towards Giovanni, his eyes filled with a plea for help, but what he didn't expect was that not only did Giovanni not save him, but he struck a palm towards his chi. This person robbed a fellow disciple, and should be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. He then slightly bowed to the beautiful Noelle. "Eliana Benita, Corbin, is this punishment satisfactory?" The young Noelle in blue glanced at her brother. The Bergen muttered, "Another heartless one, even willing to strike against their own. Fine, I won't hold this against him anymore." The Bergen waved his hand and then turned to the young Noelle in blue with a half-smile. "Sis, let's go." Watching them leave, the young man in blue coldly glared at Virgil, his eyes brimming with unmitigated malice which he eventually forced down. The truth was already clear. His foolish brother had failed in robbing a fellow disciple and ended up dead. What could he say? Even if he wanted to kill Virgil, Corbin wouldn't allow it. Without a care for the young man in blue on the ground, he walked out of the hall. Virgil watched his departing figure, silent. He knew well that this matter was far from over. Senior Ep1of2, that little scoundrel. Seeing the young man in blue emerge, the big man followed behind him, hesitant yet trying to speak. Let him live a bit longer. The young man in blue's eyes were icy cold. That little scoundrel must die to honor his deceased brother's memory. He had hoped to use the sect's authority to remove the threat lawfully, but unexpectedly, a Bergen appeared at the crucial moment. "You keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave the sect, eliminate him directly." The young man in blue spoke coldly before drifting away. Inside the hall, after a long silence, Virgil asked Corbin, "Corbin, can I go now?" "Go ahead. You killed his brother, so be cautious. Although he won't dare to act openly, you must guard against him secretly." Corbin sighed. Virgil shook his head lightly, saluted with a bow, and left the hall. The big man waiting outside was already gone. Hobbling back to his cave dwelling, Virgil lay on his bed, staring at the stone ceiling for a long time. His injured arm and burning back reminded him of today's events. That young man in blue obviously wasn't done, and would surely come after him to avenge his brother. Even though everything was his brother's fault. Having eaten nothing for a whole day, Virgil opened his parched lips and spoke his first words with a slightly hoarse voice. "Strength, I need to grow stronger, powerful enough to make others fear and refrain from provoking me." With a thought, Virgil entered the relic's tower, sitting cross-legged on the ground and beginning to cultivate. Previously, he hadn't wanted to use the relic's tower because of his fear of death, but now he understood that being weak was more terrifying than death itself. Weakness meant losing control of one's destiny, being truly powerless. To live longer, he needed immense strength. Time flew by, 7 days since that event, yet Virgil had cultivated for 2 months. He felt his cultivation was drawing closer to a breakthrough. That day, Knox, an acquaintance of the original body, visited Virgil. Virgil didn't have a good impression of him and asked indifferently, "What is it?" Knox said awkwardly, "I want you to refine a furnace of chi-gathering pills for me. Leave the herbs. Come back in an hour." Virgil was distracted. Knox coughed dryly. "When it's done, can you deliver them to me? I can't come later due to some matters." "That's not within my job scope." Virgil retorted irritably. "My cave dwelling isn't far from here. How about this? I won't make you take extra trips. I've heard you charge 1 spirit stone for refining pills. I'll give you 2 spirit stones." Hearing this, Virgil hesitated, considering he had nothing to do afterward. He nodded. All right, where's your cave dwelling? I'll deliver them later. Nox's face lit up, gave Virgil a location, placed the herbs and 2 spirit stones on the table, then took his leave. Virgil picked up the herbs and walked toward the pill refining room. Outside, at a certain cave dwelling, a burly man sat in a chair, watching Nox kneel on the floor. Sir, I've arranged for that Emmett to deliver the pills to the designated place as you instructed. Excellent. Here's Senior Elio Feng's reward, a spirit enhancement pill. The man smiled slightly and tossed him a jade bottle. Thank you, Senior Elio Feng. Thank you, sir. Nox's eyes glistened with excitement. In the pill refining room, Virgil sat cross-legged before the furnace. Now a mid-rank first-rank alchemist, refining a mere low-rank first-tier pill posed no problem. Soon, Virgil took the freshly refined chi-gathering pill and headed toward the location Nox specified, surrounded by green trees along the way. Virgil was quite cheerful. Just running such errands netted him 1 spirit stone each time. Doing more could earn him hundreds in a month. Once dreamed of wandering with a sword, to witness the world's wonders. Virgil hummed a tune, having not left Qingxian's sect since arriving in this world half a year ago. One day, he would venture out. It was said that this world comprised countless countries, stretching boundlessly across the continent. Before long, Virgil reached the specified location, raising his gaze only to see thick weeds. There was no cave dwelling here. Did that kid lie to me? Just as Virgil wondered, footsteps sounded nearby, accompanied by a gruff voice. Boy, you don't need to wait. Nox won't come. Chapter 14. Battle against a 5th-rank chi practitioner. Virgil quickly turned around and saw a burly man emerging from the shadows of the trees. This man, with his face full of thick flesh, carried an enormous axe and walked towards him with a cold smirk. It's you. Virgil's eyes darkened. This Noel was the one who interrupted his breakthrough that day. Taking a deep breath, Virgil seemed to understand something as he asked, was Nox sent by you? Guess. The Noel curled the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and charged at him like an enraged bull. They clashed right away without any preliminaries. Virgil's heart sank heavily. Countless doubts raced through his mind, but there was no one to provide answers. When the Noel was only 3 steps away, he lifted the heavy battle axe and swung it down toward Virgil's head. A mid-grade magical treasure. Virgil glanced at the battle axe in the Noel's hands. It was indeed a mid-grade magical treasure. The battle axe whistled as it chopped down, breaking the air. Virgil hurriedly jumped aside. The Noel sneered, twisted the axe, and swung it back toward Virgil's back. However, Virgil's body was extremely agile, slippery like an eel. With a quick roll to the side, he evaded the attack once more. Can't fight him head-on. As Virgil dodged, his mind raced, formulating a strategy. This opponent was clearly more powerful than him, so he needed to rely on clever tactics to win. His advantage was agility, while the Noel's strength was immense, yet his disadvantage was clumsiness. Suddenly, Virgil felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. He leaned backward sharply just as the roaring battle axe barely missed his nose. Close call. Virgil paled. If he had been just a second slower, he would probably be decapitated now. The little brat can dodge pretty fast. The Noel sneered again, then suddenly recoiled as Virgil kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him staggering backward. Using this momentum, Virgil slid away. The Noel took a step back and sneered, so soft, like a Noel. Virgil said nothing. Activating his spiritual sense, he summoned a long sword from his storage bag. Then he unleashed the fire control technique, covering the blade in burning flames. With a sudden kick from his right foot, his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. The Noel looked disdainful, raised his axe, and swung it down toward Virgil's path. Virgil sidestepped, the axe slicing past his face. The force of the swing hit him, making his expression cold and eyes sharp. Wrist moving deftly, the long sword slashed at the Noel's arm. Clang! The axe blocked the strike, the backlash sending Virgil reeling backward, his arm tingling, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger feeling as if it might crack. Virgil's gaze grew heavy. The gap between 4th rank and 5th rank chi practitioners was indeed significant. Despite being nearly at 5th rank, he was still far from this man's match. At this moment, Virgil felt a subtle shift in his dormant cultivation. His face brightened. If he could break through to 5th rank, he wouldn't fear this man anymore. Feeling it was almost there earlier, turns out I need a battle. Virgil grasped the key point. Only by confronting him directly could his cultivation advance. To win against the Noel, the only chance was breaking through to 5th rank. Attempting a sneak attack with spiritual sense would be risky. If the Noel's spiritual sense was also at 5th rank, using it recklessly could harm him. Having made up his mind, Virgil laughed loudly. You dirty bastard, didn't you want to kill me? Come on, Grandpa is still here waiting for you. Come faster, brat. Grandpa's waiting for you to kill me. Virgil laughed out loud, his words filled with naked provocation. You little bastard, die. The Noel's face turned grim. Swinging his axe, he rushed at Virgil with a downward slash, putting all his strength into the attack, as if trying to split him in two. Boom. The collision of weapons hurled Virgil flying, smashing him into a rock. Forcing down the fresh sweetness rising in his throat, Virgil stood up, his arms trembling slightly. The brute really packed a punch. That momentary clash caused another shift in his cultivation, yet he still fell short. Virgil sneered. Is that all you got? Didn't I handle it just fine? Don't rush, little brat. I'll send you straight to hell soon enough. The Noel's expression was cold as he approached Virgil, lifting his axe high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Virgil didn't dodge, raising his sword above his head. Clang. With a metallic clang, Virgil sank into the ground, both feet deeply embedded in the soil. The sword was pressed down relentlessly by the axe, his mind raging. Almost. Right away. Cultivation becoming increasingly unstable. Little brat, scream. Why aren't you screaming? The Noel grinned wickedly, continuously pressing down with his arm, almost reaching Virgil's head. A sadistic pleasure spread across his face. Virgil's arms trembled slightly as his inner chi flowed intensely. He gritted his teeth and held firm, resisting the Noel. In terms of raw power, Virgil was clearly at a slight disadvantage. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Virgil, instantly blasting the Noel away, his battle axe flying out of his hand and landing nearby. Virgil shook his arm. 5th rank chi practitioner. The Noel climbed up from the ground, sensing Virgil's aura. Shock flooded his face. Impossible. You actually broke through to 5th rank. Virgil slowly approached him, calm and collected. Bastard. Wasn't hitting me fun? Let's do it again. The Noel replied sternly. Even if you reached 5th rank, what does it change? You're just on par with me now. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With that, he picked up the axe from the ground and charged at Virgil again. Virgil remained composed, slowly walking toward him. Die. The Noel swung the axe down with a wicked grin. Virgil didn't dodge, but instead swung his sword, striking the axe. Clang. After a brief deadlock, both retreated 3 steps simultaneously. The Noel's face darkened. This kid had just broken through to 5th rank and could already hold his own. Given more time, how could he possibly match him? No. Having become enemies, he must eliminate this threat completely, especially while Virgil was still new to 5th rank. Little brat, let's go again. Roaring, the Noel charged forward aggressively. Virgil's expression remained cold as he swung his sword. A 4-meter-long fiery dragon roared and surged toward the Noel. Fire control technique, flame transformation. He was getting more proficient. In its wake, everything in the path of the fire dragon, the grass, trees, and rocks, was obliterated. The Noel's gaze hardened as he leaped from the ground and descended from the sky, swinging his axe at the fiery dragon. Chapter 15. Kill, kill, kill. Boom. The fire dragon gave a mournful cry as it was split in two and slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth. The burly man stood breathless on the spot, his gaze fixed on the Dominic. He sneered, "Little brat, is this all you've got?" Virgil said nothing, muttering to himself, "Flying sword technique." As soon as the words were spoken, short swords began to materialize around his body. These swords were all formed of mana and not physical objects but could still kill. Virgil, wielding a long sword like a master, aimed at the burly man and commanded, "Go." In the next second, countless short swords whizzed toward the burly man. Virgil's forehead beaded with sweat. Though he had advanced to the 5th level of chi cultivation, using flame transformation followed by the flying sword technique was highly taxing on his mana reserves, leaving him somewhat strained. Seeing this from a distance, the burly man's scalp tingled. Having taken a direct hit from flame transformation already, nearly 60% of his mana was depleted. This new spell seemed just as powerful as the previous one. How can this kid have so much mana? Without hesitation, the burly man turned and fled. "Little brat, I'll let you off for today." Virgil's face remained cold, the short swords accelerating toward the burly man's back. Realizing escape was impossible, the burly man gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle from his storage bag. "Little brat, I didn't want to use this pill, but you leave me no choice." With that, he swallowed the pill inside. In an instant, his aura rapidly surged, stabilizing only when it reached the 6th level of chi cultivation. Crushing the bottle, he looked at the swarm of short swords with disdain. He swung his axe. Boom. Hundreds of short swords were shattered and exploded in midair. Sensing the power surge, Virgil's expression turned serious. This person's cultivation. The burly man laughed heartily, his confidence boosted. He charged at Virgil with murderous intent. "Little brat, after taking this violent spirit pill, my cultivation will stabilize at the 6th level for half an hour. I'll send you to hell." His speed was astonishing. A heavy axe chopped towards Virgil, blocking with his sword. It slipped from his grasp in an instant, and his tiger's mouth cracked, oozing blood. His body flew away like a broken kite. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Virgil staggered up from a pile of rocks, feeling like his bones were about to disintegrate. This is what the 6th level feels like. The guy's strength and speed had doubled compared to before. Impossible to defeat. At that moment, the burly man's voice echoed ominously. "Little brat, I'm going to cut off your head and turn it into a chamber pot." That voice carried intense resentment, like a vengeful ghost seeking retribution. Taking the violent spirit pill, while temporarily boosting him to the 6th level, would permanently drop him to the 4th level after half an hour, making it even harder to break through to the 5th level. But to save his life, he had no choice. And all this was because of that kid. He must die. Virgil didn't know where the hatred came from. Clearly, it was the other way around, wasn't it? But in this world, right and wrong often mattered less than power. The burly man grinned savagely, his war axe cleaving through the air towards Virgil's neck. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, his face paling. His cultivation had broken through to the 6th level, yet his spiritual awareness remained the same. Spiritual awareness was his weakness. Virgil unleashed his spiritual awareness, attacking the burly man's mind. Since breaking through the 5th level, his spiritual awareness had grown stronger, nearing the 6th level. Meanwhile, the burly man's spiritual awareness hadn't even reached the 5th level, remaining at its peak 4th level strength. Under Virgil's onslaught, the burly man collapsed, writhing in agony. It felt like a blade stirring continuously inside his brain. Severe pain shot through him, contorting his features into a grotesque mask of anguish. A non-human roar erupted from his throat. Spiritual awareness stemmed from the soul. Physical pain might be tolerable, but soul pain, even for the most resolute, was almost unbearable. Virgil watched coldly as the burly man's cries ceased, leaving him with a blank stare. His mind had been shattered. Virgil raised his sword and struck the burly man down. Those who sought to kill him would meet no mercy. There's still one more. Putting the corpse into a storage bag, Virgil left without heading towards his own abode. 15 minutes later, at another outer sect cave residence, Nox carefully held a jade bottle, eyes gleaming with excitement. With this pill, I can break through the third level of Qi cultivation, maybe even directly reach the fourth level. Suddenly, a cold voice broke in. Oh, Junior Elio Xing has such a potent pill. Knox's smile froze as he turned to the entrance, seeing a figure approaching step by step. Braden coughed. What are you doing here? Knox's gaze flickered nervously, hiding the jade bottle in his chest as if caught red-handed. Don't you find it strange that I'm not dead? Virgil smiled, his eyes sending chills down Knox's spine. Forcing a laugh, Knox replied, I don't understand what you're saying. Do you really not understand? Or are you pretending? I don't understand what you're talking about. Knox's hair stood on end, but he stuck to his story. Virgil shook his head. He had given Knox a chance, but he hadn't cherished it. What do you have hidden in your chest? Show it to me. Virgil's eyes scanned his chest. His spiritual awareness revealed the contents easily. A spirit ascension pill. Given this guy's strength, he couldn't afford a spirit ascension pill. How he acquired it was self-evident. Nothing. Knox's complexion changed as he hurriedly backed away. Virgil reached out and grabbed his collar, retrieving the jade bottle from within. So, it's a spirit ascension pill. Just a single pill, and you betrayed me? Gimme back. Knox lunged at Virgil, who clutched his neck tightly. Pest, how dare you harm me? Little brat, release me. I'll complain to the Franzes. Knox thrashed, kicking wildly and threatening, but soon his struggles weakened. His eyes turned white, and soon he fell limp. Virgil's expression was cold. Putting the corpse into the Tower of Forgotten World, he scanned the cave with his spiritual awareness, finding nothing, then left. Exiting the cave, Virgil was about to leave when a surprised voice called out, Harmon, Senior Elioli, what are you doing here? Sabrina instinctively wanted to call out to Virgil, but quickly corrected herself. Virgil glanced at her, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing he didn't respond, Sabrina peeked into the cave, asking, Is Knox inside? I need to speak with him. Virgil suppressed his killing intent, smiling faintly. I checked, he's not in there. His words felt soothing, causing Sabrina's cheeks to flush, lowering her head in shyness. By the time she looked up, Virgil was gone. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. Chapter 16. Bonnie. Sabrina stood in place for a moment, let out a soft sigh, and then turned to leave. I wonder what matters Gillis had with Knox? She did not doubt Virgil's words, but guessed silently in her heart. Not far away, after seeing her off, Virgil flickered and vanished from the spot. Back in his cave residence, Virgil refined the spirit elevating pill. His cultivation instantly increased by 1/10. Opening his eyes, he slowly exhaled turbid breath and muttered to himself, to break through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, I probably need 10 more spirit elevating pills. Unfortunately, the spirit stones he had were already spent on purchasing the pill formula and the first set of ingredients. However, the Noel and Knox should have some spirit stones on them. Virgil didn't rush to check their storage bags, but sat down to ponder. Giovanni will likely soon learn that the Noel failed to kill me. Virgil mused. The enmity between him and Giovanni could only be resolved by one party's death. With my current cultivation level, I can stride freely among the outer disciples, but I am still not strong enough before the inner disciples. Virgil was clear about this fact. He didn't swell up just because he broke through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. After all, the inner disciples are the strongest group in the Qing sect next to the Franzes and Patriarchs. Their strength is all above the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. However, even if his enemy is an inner disciple, Virgil would not give up resistance or submit willingly to be killed. That was not his nature. He harbored resilience and ferocity in his bones. The stronger the opponent, the more it brought these traits out. Just inner disciples, I can do it too. Taking a deep breath, Virgil took out the 2 storage bags. Looking at the storage bags, Virgil murmured to himself, I wonder how many spirit stones these 2 have combined. Knox is penniless, so there won't be much. That Noel might have some. Thinking of this, Virgil dripped blood onto one of the storage bags. His divine consciousness stirred, revealing a half-human-sized space within. Inside were around 50 spirit stones, along with miscellaneous items of no value. During the previous battle, the Noel swallowed a pill that caused a sudden increase in cultivation. However, Virgil did not find such a pill in his storage bag. It was likely only the one the Noel consumed. This type of pill, which forcibly boosts cultivation, must have side effects. If there isn't another, then so be it. Virgil was not too concerned. After checking the Noel storage bag, Virgil proceeded similarly to open Knox's. This guy was poorer, with only 5 spirit stones in the bag, and mostly clothes. Together, they had a total of 57 spirit stones. Virgil put away the 2 storage bags and immediately planned to head to the treasure sale pavilion to purchase the ingredients for the spirit elevating pill. To break through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, he needed about 10 more pills. Cultivating on his own would take about 10 years. One spirit elevating pill was roughly equivalent to 1 year of arduous practice. Walking to the entrance of his cave, he noticed it was lightly raining outside, not uncommon during late spring. After the rain stopped, Virgil went to the treasure sale pavilion, bought the medicinal herbs, and then intended to start refining the pills. In the alchemy room, Virgil threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace. Though he had done this once before, he dared not slack. An hour later, a batch of spirit elevating pills was successfully refined. Virgil controlled his mana to lift the pills out of the furnace. Seeing the quantity, he frowned. 3 pills, the success rate for this batch is quite low. Success rate referred to the number of pills successfully refined from a single batch. Some alchemists could produce 5 to 6 pills per batch, while others could only get 1 or 2. On average, Virgil's success rate was around 4 pills. Shaking his head, though lower than expected, there was nothing he could do. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to refine the spirit elevating pills. The inner court of the Qing sect was shrouded in mist, vaguely revealing pavilions and terraces, resembling a fairyland on earth. At a certain cave residence, Senior Elio Feng, Virgil is still alive. A disciple knelt on the ground, respectfully looking up at Giovanni. Hearing this, Giovanni slammed his hand onto the table, causing the wooden desk to collapse with a thunderous noise. Why is Senior Elio Feng so upset? A teasing voice came from outside the cave, followed by a Noelle walking in. This Noelle was extremely beautiful, wearing a sheer dress, curvaceous, swaying seductively as she walked, making one breathe rapidly. But anyone who harbored evil intentions towards her would pay a heavy price, because she was one of the 7 inner disciples of the Qing sect. Bonnie, why are you here? Giovanni frowned. They usually didn't get along despite both being inner disciples. I heard your Franz brother robbed Benita's younger brother and got killed. I came to comfort you. Bonnie smiled gently. Did you come to fight? Giovanni looked at her coldly. So rude, always thinking about bullying others, Bonnie complained softly. I'm here to help ease your worries and have a way to help you seek revenge. Giovanni watched her coldly, saying nothing. Bonnie spoke softly. My younger brother is in the outer sect. I can have him help you eliminate that Emmett in the intersect exam. In return, you need to help me with something. Huh, your brother? I've never heard you have one. He's a distant relative. Bonnie's eyes flashed with coldness, but quickly turned back to a smile. His name is Apsel, the best in the outer sect. Apsel. Giovanni's eyes flickered. If it's this Apsel, killing that Emmett shouldn't be a problem. What do you want me to do? Don't ask me to do something like killing Benita. She's the daughter of the patriarch. Even with 10 lives, I wouldn't dare touch her. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with her. I want you to. Virgil slowly opened his eyes. 3 spirit elevating pills brought his cultivation to the mid-5th layer of Qi cultivation. Still needs 7 more. Virgil pondered. If things went smoothly, 2 batches of spirit elevating pills would suffice. I wonder if that little fatso also buys other items besides medicinal herbs. Recalling the chubby figure, Virgil planned to ask when they next met. He still had items in his storage bag, a few storage bags and a battle axe, all taken from those he killed. However, he didn't see the chubby Emmett for a long time. It was as if he suddenly disappeared. Putting aside his plans, he focused on cultivation. Soon, it was summer. On this day, the melodious sound of bells rang from the mountain peak again, sweeping across the entire Qing sect, signaling resource distribution time. Cultivators emerged from their seclusion, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Virgil's eyes lit up. Although 2 spirit stones might not help much now, every bit counted. Chapter 17. Apsel's Threat. Soon, Corbin in his black robes arrived tardily and landed before the ancestral statue. As before, disciples were called by name to receive their resources. It didn't take long for the resource distribution to finish. Corbin swept his gaze over the disciples below and announced loudly, I have an announcement to make. In 7 days, the inner gate examination will begin. The winner will be promoted to an inner gate disciple. If you wish to participate, come here within these 7 days to sign up. The inner gate disciple examination is opening. Sign me up. Below, many disciples' eyes instantly lit up. Inner gate disciples were the true core of Qing sect. Their cultivation techniques and resources far surpassed those of outer gate disciples. Most importantly, becoming an inner gate disciple came with a reward, a high-grade tier 1 spirit-breaking pill. However, soon everyone's expressions darkened as they glanced at 2 figures in the crowd, giving a slight bitter laugh. Still, there were a few confident ones who went forward to sign up, but only a very small number, less than 10 people in total. The others left dejectedly. Virgil took a glance at the registration area, shook his head, and prepared to leave. If he had broken through to Qi condensation 6th layer, perhaps he would have stood a chance, but at Qi condensation 5th layer, it was better not to even try. At this moment, a handsome man with long, black hair walked towards him. People around immediately backed off, leaving Virgil surrounded by an uninhabited no-go zone. Apsel, the top disciple of the outer gate. Virgil frowned inwardly. That's Senior Elio Lien. What's he planning to do? Seeing Apsel approach a strange-looking Dominic, the disciples began whispering amongst themselves. Only Lisbeth's beautiful eyes showed surprise. You are Virgil? Stopping a few feet away from Virgil, Apsel smiled faintly as he appraised him. Do you need something? Virgil asked. Who's that? So rude. How dare he talk to Senior Elio Lien like that? Too presumptuous. A group of women who saw Virgil's reaction immediately started grumbling. Virgil couldn't help but feel annoyed. These Fansylvias were ridiculous. Someone wants me to kill you, so it's best if you don't participate in the inner gate examination. Apsel gave a gentle smile, causing the surrounding Sylvias to gaze at him in a daze. Someone wants Apsel to kill me. Virgil was taken aback, unexpectedly finding that this guy told him so straightforwardly. This indicated enormous confidence in his own strength. Is this a threat? Virgil asked calmly. You can consider it that way, Apsel continued to smile. After all, in my eyes, Qi condensation 5th layer is no different from an ant, and I don't want to dirty my hands. Such arrogance. Coldness flashed across Virgil's eyes. Top outer gate disciple, what a grand display. At this moment, a teasing yet lazy voice came from somewhere. Apsel looked over to see Lisbeth in her red robes, chin raised, looking at him. Wow, it's Lisbeth. This should be fun. Are these two about to fight now? Excitement spread among the disciples. Both Lisbeth and Apsel were popular contenders for the top spot in the inner gate exam. Who would have thought the clash would happen before the exam even started? Virgil looked at Lisbeth in red robes, somewhat surprised. Clearly, he hadn't expected this top beauty of the outer gate to speak up for him. Lisbeth, you're not my match, Apsel just laughed, brimming with confidence. Lisbeth scoffed and retorted. When did you become someone who only talks? Apsel shrugged. Fine if you don't believe me. Summoning back to Virgil, he continued, remember what I said. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind crushing an ant on impulse. With that, he turned and walked towards the registration area. Virgil watched his back, cold determination flashing through his eyes. Finally, taking a deep breath, he gave Lisbeth a grateful look before turning and leaving the square. Meanwhile, In a cave residence somewhere, a chubby Emmett with a sooty face lay on the ground, sighing to the sky. Failed attempt number 99. Maybe I'm just not cut out for alchemy. Most people would give up after 1 or 2 failed attempts, while those with strong willpower might quit after several dozen tries without success. But he had attempted alchemy 99 times, and each time, it ended in explosion. The chubby Emmett felt somewhat shaken but clenched his teeth. No, I must become an alchemist, and I must obtain that item. Collect more spirit herbs. I refuse to believe I can't become an alchemist. Leaving the square, Virgil pondered silently. The person who wanted him dead, as mentioned by Ep1of2, was most likely Giovanni. What a persistent bastard. Virgil smiled faintly, a flash of cold light crossing his eyes. Ahead, a voice called out, high-priced acquisition of all kinds of spirit herbs. This guy finally appeared. Virgil's eyes shifted. In no time, he saw a group of people surrounding a chubby Emmett near a large rock, selling spirit herbs to him. After the crowd dispersed, Virgil approached, intending to ask if the Emmett bought anything else. Unexpectedly, the chubby Emmett saw him and subconsciously showed a wary look, warning, "What do you want? Don't try bullying me. My sister will chop you with her sword if you do." It's a misunderstanding. Last time was a misunderstanding. Plus, didn't I help you too? Virgil chuckled awkwardly. This kid still remembered the incident. But if it weren't for this kid helping him, he might have died that day, despite it being his fault. Virgil was grateful nonetheless. Move, I'm leaving. The chubby Emmett rolled his eyes, having collected enough spirit herbs for now, pushing past Virgil to go. Virgil suddenly remembered the reason for his visit and hurriedly asked, "Wait, do you buy other items?" "What kind of items?" The chubby Emmett was puzzled. "Storage bags, magical treasures, etc." Virgil's eyes shone hopefully. He had 3 storage bags not belonging to himself and 2 mid-grade magical treasures. He planned to sell the extra storage bag and the war axe, but he wasn't sure if the chubby Emmett would buy them. Storage bags. The chubby Emmett's lips twitched slightly. Didn't everyone have at least one? It seemed this guy had more than one. Considering he killed Guy, having multiple storage bags was normal. The chubby Emmett pouted and said, "No interest." He gathered spirit herbs to learn alchemy. Why bother with storage bags? Disappointment flickered in Virgil's eyes as he pulled out the 2 spirit herbs he received earlier and handed them to the chubby Emmett, asking, "How much for these 2 spirit herbs?" 3 spirit stones, fair price for both young and old. The chubby Emmett glanced at the herbs in Virgil's hand. Common tier 1 herbs. Virgil nodded, pocketed the spirit stones, and asked a question he had been curious about. "By the way, why are you buying so many spirit herbs?" "None of your business." The chubby Emmett rolled his eyes again, then, seemingly remembering something, added, "In 3 days, the top outer gate alchemist Alberic is hosting an alchemist banquet. Were you invited?" "Nope." Virgil looked puzzled. Seeing he wasn't lying, the chubby Emmett pouted and walked away. Originally planning to sneak in with this kid, he'd have to find another way now. Chapter 18. Alchemy Gathering. "Arjun, you must definitely be present tonight. Master Ouyang specially instructed that we must invite Arjun," said the disciple. Virgil saw the visitor off at the entrance of his cave abode and politely replied, "I'll consider it." A hint of displeasure flashed in the disciple's eyes, but he maintained a neutral expression as he said, "Then Arjun should think it over carefully." Virgil watched the disciples departing back and muttered to himself, "Master Ouyang, an alchemy gathering." The disciple had been sent by someone named Ebenezer, inviting Virgil to attend an alchemist banquet later that evening. Ebenezer was a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master in the outer sect. Virgil had heard of him before, the only mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master in the outer sect. Each year, he organized an alchemy gathering and invited all alchemists within the sect. Virgil usually had no interest in such events. However, hearing from the disciple that there would be a competition with substantial rewards among the alchemists, he pondered for a moment and decided to see what it was like. The little Nico had also mentioned this 3 days ago. "Master Ouyang, I have already invited him, but he did not agree directly." In a cave abode, the previous disciple respectfully looked at a young man who appeared gentle and refined. This young man was none other than the only mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master of the outer sect, Ebenezer. Besides being a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master, he also possessed exceptional talent, reaching the 5th level of the Qi practitioner realm at just over 20 years old. Standing next to the young man was a Sylvia in a green dress, who angrily remarked, "Just a lowly low-ranking first-grade alchemy master, and he actually considers himself important. Inviting him, and he doesn't even come." Ebenezer smiled and replied, "It's normal for alchemists to be proud. Whether or not he comes is his business. There's no need to get angry or cause trouble." After cultivating in the Forgotten World Tower for the afternoon, Virgil opened his eyes slightly and gazed outside. Unconsciously, it had already turned into dusk. Recalling the invitation from the disciple earlier that day, he hesitated for a moment before changing into a light white robe and heading towards the venue of the banquet. He had no interest in the banquet itself, but was intrigued by the prospect of a richly rewarded alchemy contest. Virgil was currently short on spirit stones, so he decided to check it out since he had nothing else to do. The banquet was held in Ebenezer's cave abode. A disciple stood at the entrance, greeting incoming alchemists. "Arjun, please enter." At this moment, a young man dressed in a light white robe appeared at the entrance, and the disciple immediately welcomed him. Surrounding alchemists were puzzled, whispering among themselves, "Who is this person? Does he dare to call himself master? Could he be a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master?" Soon, someone recognized Virgil and whispered, "This is the alchemist who recently became popular. His medicinal pills are 1.5 times more potent." Some snickered, so what if he can make more potent pills? He's still a low-ranking first-grade alchemy master. Virgil ignored the murmurs around him and surveyed the room. There were about 8 to 9 alchemists present, mostly low-ranking first-grade alchemy masters, each with a proud demeanor. They walked past Virgil towards the cave interior. Shortly after, Virgil entered the cave abode, facing a spacious hall. Inside, the lights were bright, with several tables placed on either side, leaving a central open space where dancers performed for entertainment. These dancers were disciples of the Qing sect, mainly practicing Qi cultivation at the first level, with ordinary talents. They came here mostly to network with the attending alchemists. On the main seat sat a genteel young man. The nearby seats were already occupied, leaving only outer seats available. Virgil took a seat at one of the outer tables without trying to squeeze in closer. Next to him sat another young man, a low-ranking first-grade alchemy master at the third level of Qi cultivation. Due to his peripheral seating position, no one wanted to chat with him until Virgil arrived, prompting him to initiate conversation. Elio, what's your name? Virgil. Virgil sat down and casually responded. My name is Aston. Aston introduced himself, then added enthusiastically, how long have you been an alchemist? Half a year, Virgil replied. Before the Chang, the original host was not an alchemist. He only became one after the Chang. Note: for better flow and clarity in English, it might be helpful to provide some context about the protagonist being from another world or timeline due to the Chang. Chang means transcending or crossing over, often used in the context of time travel or being transported to a different world in Chinese literature. However, if you prefer to keep it simple and concise, the previous translation works too. Here's a refined version for better fluency. Half a year, Virgil replied. Before his transcension, the original host wasn't an alchemist. He only became one afterward. Newbie, if you ever need help with anything about alchemy, feel free to ask me. Aston patted his chest, adopting a big brotherly demeanor. Sure. Virgil smiled and nodded. No problem, we're fellow disciples and should help each other, Aston grinned. Do you see that? That's our outer sect's only mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master, Ebenezer. Wouldn't it be great if I could become like him? Aston pointed at the young man in the main seat, casting an admiring gaze while introducing him to Virgil. Virgil merely smiled, remaining silent. He was already a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master himself. Suddenly, Ebenezer, sitting at the main seat, raised a wine cup and walked over to them. All the alchemist's attention followed his movement and focused on Aston and Ebenezer. Aston's eyes widened, and his face lit up with excitement. Look, Master Ouyang is coming towards us. Compared to Aston's excitement, Virgil remained calm but equally curious about why Ebenezer was approaching. Before Virgil could question further, Ebenezer, dressed in a dark blue robe, was already standing before them. Ouyang, Aston excitedly started to rise, but before he could utter another word, Ebenezer walked past him straight to Virgil. So, Elioli, why don't you sit in front? Ebenezer asked Virgil with a smile. Aston felt as if struck by lightning, staring dumbfounded at Virgil. No matter how dense he was, he knew Ebenezer had come specifically for Virgil. He couldn't help but find the situation absurd. This guy claimed to have only been an alchemist for half a year, yet Master Ouyang treated him. I prefer quieter places, so it's fine here, Virgil replied with a smile. If Elioli prefers quiet, I won't insist. Ebenezer lifted his wine cup and toasted. Elioli, you're quite talented. I raise my cup to wish you success in becoming a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master soon. In fact, I'm already a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master. Virgil picked up his cup, clinked it against Ebenezer's, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ebenezer paused for a second, confirming Virgil's sincerity before smiling. That's excellent news. Never thought the outer sect would have its second mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master. SSS. So, the outer sect has its second mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master now? Master Ouyang's position as the top alchemist might be challenged. Is this kid bluffing? The other alchemists, listening to their conversation, reacted with disbelief and astonishment. Aston was the most shocked. He couldn't believe that this youngster, who had only been an alchemist for half a year, was actually a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master. Realizing he almost offered to teach a mid-ranking first-grade alchemy master, Aston wished he could disappear into the ground. Chapter 19. The Alchemy Trial. You say you're a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master. How do we prove that? A doubtful voice echoed through the room. The dancer paused mid-performance, as if sensing an impending storm. Virgil turned his gaze to a Sylvia in a green dress. She was the one who had spoken. This young Sylvia possessed clear and delicate features, her eyes bright and clear like moonlight over water. Her brows were unusually thick compared to other women, exuding a hint of vigor. When she spoke, two small fangs appeared. Right. How do you prove you're a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master? Several alchemy masters cast skeptical glances at him. After all, becoming a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master was no simple feat. One needed their spirit energy to reach the fourth level of Qi practitioner and experience in refining mid-rank first-tier alchemical medicines. Online reports suggested this young man was only at the peak third level of Qi practitioner, making it hard to believe his spirit energy could be at the fourth level. Virgil laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Prove what? Why don't you challenge me? If you win, I'll believe you are a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master. The Sylvia in green said. She too was an alchemy master, but only a low-rank first-tier. Why should I care whether you believe me or not? Virgil shot her a puzzled look. You. The green-clad Sylvia bit her teeth in frustration, her budding bosom heaving with fury. She spat out, afraid aren't you? Mid-rank first-tier alchemy master my foot. Virgil didn't fall for such a basic provocation and even bothered to respond. I'd say it's mostly fake. Why wouldn't he accept a challenge if he were the real deal? He must be vain and full of lies. Seeing his reaction, several alchemy masters now looked at Virgil with disdain, clearly regarding him as a fraud who falsely claimed to be a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master for the sake of face. Virgil remained calm, offering no explanation. A few words wouldn't harm him. Ebenezer coughed lightly and said, I believe Elioli would not lie. Let's not speculate any further. The alchemy trial is about to begin. We'll see results soon. With that, he finished his drink, gave Virgil a smile, and turned away. Aston approached from the side and asked, You really are a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master? Not boasting. Doesn't it seem so? Virgil rubbed his nose. Aston scrutinized him closely and admitted, Not really, Virgil. After a while, Ebenezer stepped to the center of the cave hall and announced loudly, all participants are here. Now we begin the alchemy trial. As usual, the winner will receive 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones. Virgil's eyes flickered with interest. He asked doubtfully, is this trial held annually? Aston whispered, yes, every year. 100 spirit stones each year? Is Ebenezer that wealthy? These spirit stones come from the sect, a token favor to our alchemy masters, Aston explained quietly. Yang, though a mid-rank first-tier alchemy master, doesn't participate each year, giving others a chance. Virgil felt surprised, not only by Ebenezer's lack of greed for the reward, but also learning the sect funded the event. Dancers placed writing supplies and 10 medicinal herbs on tables before everyone. Then, a Noel stepped forward and sweetly announced the rules. There are 3 rounds. Round 1 is identifying medicinal herbs. Write down their names and uses on the paper provided. Those with the most correct answers advance. The green dress Sylvia glanced at Virgil sarcastically, saying, mid-rank first-tier alchemy master. Don't be worse than I am, a low-rank first-tier. Ignoring her, Virgil looked at Aston's table, noticing different herbs for each person. Aston had already started examining a herb carefully. Virgil refocused on his own table. Luckily, he knew calligraphy from his past life. Otherwise, he might have been embarrassed. Quickly scanning the 10 herbs, he found he recognized all of them. Picking up a brush, he began writing down the names and uses of the herbs. Deluco, spirit grass, the main ingredient for Deluden, spirit pill. Bidakeo, poison dispelling grass, used in Biduden, poison dispelling pill, can't be taken directly and needs to be paired with Yikika, chi enhancing grass. In a short time, he completed the list. Most herbs were low-rank first tier, with 3 being mid-rank first tier, which he had bought recently as primary ingredients for Deestinglingden, spirit elevating pill. Putting down the brush, Virgil looked around. Aston hadn't finished yet, furrowing his brow over a particular herb. Closing his eyes, Virgil waited for the round to end. Time's up. Round 1 of the identification test is over. A voice declared. The green dress Sylvia put down her brush and raised her head toward Virgil. She'd written down the uses and names for 8 herbs, unable to identify the remaining 2 mid-rank first-tier ones. I'll definitely surpass him, she thought silently. Soon, dancers collected the papers and placed them before Ebenezer. He picked up the sheets, reviewing them, having set the questions himself as the examiner. How many did Elioli write? Aston asked. All of them. I recognize these herbs. Sure, and the sky's purple, someone sneered. The green dress Sylvia clearly doubted him. Virgil glanced at her calmly. Arlena bet? Didn't you always want to challenge me? What kind of bet? The Sylvia glared defiantly. If I'm right, you owe me 10 spirit stones. Virgil smiled warmly. And if you're wrong? She huffed. I give you 10. Virgil replied confidently. 10 spirit stones, got it. Deal, she snapped. Thank you for your spirit stones. Virgil grinned genuinely. Ebenezer finished grading and sighed lightly, then addressed the group. Now I announce the top 3 scores. Everyone tensed, hoping to hear their names. Ebenezer looked towards the green-clad Sylvia and called. 3rd place, Moira. Hearing her name, the green-clad Sylvia shot Virgil a proud, smug glance. Unconsciously, she always opposed this young man, simply finding him disagreeable. 2nd place, Marco. Ebenezer called a white-robed Dominic. Who's first? As everyone speculated, Ebenezer announced. 1st place, Virgil. Chapter 20, Divine Sense Contest. 1st place, Virgil. All 10 medicinal herbs correctly identified. The green-robed Sylvia's face turned pale as paper. It's him. This can't be possible. How could it be him? Is this guy really an intermediate rank 1 alchemist? The alchemists whispered among themselves, once again focusing their attention on Virgil. Willing to bet and lose gracefully. Virgil looked at the green-robed Sylvia and extended his hand, his meaning quite clear. Junior Elioli, we are all of the same sect. It's just 10 spirit stones. Let it go. A white-robed young man advised, his lean figure holding a folding fan, looking refined and graceful. He was none other than Marco, who came in 2nd in the contest. Only 10 spirit stones? Then you pay for her? Virgil scoffed inwardly. What do I owe you? Pretending to be a good guy in front of me. Marco's expression stiffened. Though 10 spirit stones were not much, they were also not insignificant. It would take them 2 or 3 months to save up that amount as alchemists. Of course, he was unwilling to give his spirit stones to Virgil and said unhappily, we are all of the same sect, it's just a bit of spirit stone. Why should Junior Elioli haggle over it so much? Virgil shrugged and asked innocently, you said it's just a bit of spirit stone? Since the bet was made, it must be honored. I didn't force her into betting with me. If you like being a good guy so much, why don't you pay for her instead of asking me to let it go? Oh, I get it. You want the title of a good guy but don't want to part with your spirit stones, right? Virgil looked enlightened. Upon hearing his words, the other alchemists in the cave barely held back their laughter as they looked at Marco. Everyone knew what Marco was thinking but hadn't expected Virgil to call him out publicly. Marco felt his face burning with shame, shooting Virgil a dark look before falling silent. Virgil noticed his sullen expression but paid no mind. Just a mere chi cultivation level 4, best not to provoke him. If he dares to bother him, Virgil wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Spirit stones. Virgil looked at the green-robed Sylvia and stretched out his hand again. Lady here, I can afford my loss. Just 10 spirit stones, here you go. The green-robed Sylvia glared at him and threw him a bag. Well worth the trip. Virgil smiled slightly and put the spirit stones into his storage bag. Ebenezer glanced at Virgil and calmly announced, the 2nd round begins. Everyone quieted down as Ebenezer took out a flag and slowly explained the rules for the 2nd round. This round is simple. There is a distance of 2 zhong from here to the cave entrance. I have had people place flags every 5 feet outside the cave, making a total of 3 flags, each bearing a character. You will use your divine sense to perceive the flags outside the cave and write the characters down on paper. The one who perceives the most flags wins. Ebenezer walked to a point 2 zhang away from the cave entrance, planted the flag in the ground, drew a dividing line, and stood aside, asking, "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first." Marco stepped forward, looking at Virgil. "Dare to challenge me? Let's see who perceives more flags." The loser kneels before the winner and calls him Grandpa 3 times. Marco is already at Qi cultivation level 4, just a step away from mid-stage. Does this guy dare to accept? He won't. You really think he's an intermediate rank 1 alchemist? Everyone saw through Marco's intentions to seek revenge on Virgil for embarrassing him earlier. Hearing Marco's words, Virgil inwardly chuckled. In terms of divine sense, he dared to say everyone else here was garbage. However, he still put on a hesitant expression. This? Seeing Virgil hesitate, Marco grew even more certain that Virgil had been bluffing about being an intermediate rank 1 alchemist earlier. A proud intermediate rank 1 alchemist wouldn't dare, huh? He emphasized these words particularly heavily. After all, normally an intermediate rank 1 alchemist's divine sense would definitely surpass that of a lower rank 1. If Virgil backed down, it would prove he wasn't really an intermediate rank 1 alchemist. Fine, but I want to add a condition. The loser gives the winner 10 spirit stones. Virgil gritted his teeth, pretending to be bold while secretly sneering inside. If Marco wanted to humiliate himself, he'd help him along. This guy isn't smart. Such a provocation, and he falls for it. Marco is Qi cultivation level 4. This guy is definitely going to lose. Not necessarily. He's an intermediate rank 1 alchemist. These words were stressed particularly, causing laughter throughout the cave. Virgil smirked inwardly. You dogs looking down on others, you'll soon open your eyes wide. Okay. Seeing Virgil agree, Marco laughed mockingly, readily accepting the added condition since it meant free spirit stones. Marco took a deep breath, stepped up to the line, and extended his divine sense. 1 zhang, 2 zhang. A moment later, he returned confidently to the table and wrote down 3 characters. Your turn. Marco watched him with a confident smile. You guys go first, I'll go last. Virgil didn't move. His divine sense was extremely close to reaching Qi cultivation level 6, covering up to 8 Qi. Even sitting in his spot, he could clearly perceive everything outside the flags without approaching them. Virgil glanced at Ebenezer. Among the alchemists present, only he knew that there were not 3 flags but 4. The first flag was 2 zhang from the entrance, followed by 1 every half zhang. The fourth flag was placed 2 zhang beyond the entrance, perceivable only if one's divine sense reached 4 zhang, requiring Qi cultivation level 4. Arlance to delay losing a bit? Marco sneered, confident he had perceived 3 flags, almost ensuring his win. Who knows who'll lose yet? Virgil smiled. Subsequently, other alchemists came forward one by one to test their senses. When it was the green-robed Sylvia's turn, her divine sense was only at peak Qi cultivation level 2, not too strong, perceiving only 2 flags. Aston, following the green-robed Sylvia, had a weaker divine sense, only reaching mid-Qi cultivation level 2, perceiving just 1 flag. Now all eyes fell on Virgil. He stretched lazily and said slowly, All done? I'm done too. Do you know you're bound to lose, so you're giving up? Hoped he'd bring a miracle, but no such luck. The alchemists were stunned, assuming Virgil had given up knowing he would lose. Virgil ignored them, picking up the paper and handing it to Ebenezer. Ebenezer raised an eyebrow, puzzled, but when he saw the paper, his pupils dilated. On it were 4 characters: heaven, earth, human, immortal. He had indeed arranged for 4 flags, testing Virgil to see if he was truly an intermediate rank 1 alchemist. An intermediate rank 1 alchemist must have a divine sense at least at Qi cultivation level 4. Unexpectedly, Virgil not only easily perceived the 4th flag, but also gave him a huge shock. From his seat, nearly 3 zhang away, I wouldn't have perceived all 4 flags. This kid's divine sense surpasses mine. Ebenezer subconsciously clenched the paper in his hand. Announce it. Virgil said coolly. He understood Ebenezer's intention but wasn't concerned. Master Ouyang, please announce. Marco urged. Ebenezer quickly regained his composure and said slowly, Come in. Confused, everyone watched as a disciple entered with a flag bearing the character heaven. 3 more disciples then entered, each carrying a flag with the characters earth, human, immortal. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 flags? How come there are 4? The alchemists voiced their confusion upon seeing this. Note, I maintained the paragraph structure and translated faithfully, keeping tone and style consistent with the original narrative. ####Chapter 21. Reward. Ebenezer glanced at them and slowly said, This was my test. The flag is placed 2 zhang outside the cave, and only those with spiritual senses at the 4th stage of Qi practitioner can detect it. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Virgil. Master Ouyang, you jest? Apart from you, who here has a spiritual sense at the 4th stage of Qi practitioner? This flag is superfluous. Yes, exactly. Everyone agreed. Ebenezer smiled bitterly, picked up a sheet of white paper, and everyone present, all cultivators with sharp eyesight, could see 4 words clearly written on it. Heaven, earth, man, immortal. Instantly, a chorus of gasps filled the cave. Hiss. Could someone have detected all 4 flags? Who could that be? Could it be Marco? Has his spiritual sense reached the 4th stage of Qi practitioner? Everyone seemed to think of something and turned their gazes towards Marco. Marco himself was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Ebenezer placing 4 flags. For some reason, he glanced in Virgil's direction, feeling an ominous premonition gnawing at him. It couldn't be him, could it? No, impossible. Marco shook his head vehemently, but the seed of unease had already been planted, growing deeper within him. Master Ouyang, don't keep us in suspense. Who is this person? A pill master asked breathlessly, eager to know. Everyone stared intently at Ebenezer, who quietly revealed, the winner for this round, Virgil, detected all 4 flags. That settled it once and for all. So, he really is a mid-rank first-tier alchemist? A soft voice whispered, audible to everyone's ears. Only now did they realize that if Virgil's spiritual sense had indeed reached the 4th stage of Qi practitioner, then he must have been telling the truth when he claimed to be a mid-rank first-tier alchemist earlier. Even the green-clad Sylvia who had doubted Virgil blushed furiously, her face marred by shame. This can't be true. How is this possible? Marco staggered back a few steps, his body swaying, mumbling the same phrase over and over. Everyone looked at him with pity. Why provoke a mid-rank first-tier alchemist? Now, no one doubted Virgil's identity as a mid-rank first-tier alchemist. Virgil remained expressionless, merely staring calmly at Marco and said, "You lost. Bastard." Hearing this, Marco's face twisted with fury. He remembered how Virgil had feigned desperation during their duel, and realized it was all an elaborate ruse. Virgil sneered, "Arlant to renege?" Gritting his teeth, Marco threw him a pouch of spirit stones and turned to leave, abandoning the next round of competition. "Wait," Virgil called out to him mockingly. "Didn't you forget something?" Marco halted, his expression turning grim. Earlier, he hadn't expected Virgil to be a mid-rank first-tier alchemist with such formidable spiritual sense, so he had taken the bet lightly. Now, his attempts at retaliation backfired. "What do you want?" Marco turned around, glaring coldly. "I don't expect you to call me Grandpa. I'm not your unworthy descendant." Virgil smirked. "Just kneel and kowtow 3 times. "In your dreams," Marco replied icily. "Not a graceful loser?" Virgil stepped forward, unleashing his 5th stage of Qi practitioner cultivation without restraint. Hiss! The surrounding pill masters gasped. Apart from Ebenezer, most were early-stage cultivators, unable to stand firm against this powerful aura. Under this intense gaze, Marco felt as though a mountain weighed upon his back, his knees buckling uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground, glaring at Virgil with humiliation and resentment. Seeing his glare, Virgil remained silent, striding towards him. Ebenezer intervened, pleading, "Junior Elioli, please give me some face and don't start a fight here." Virgil glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and eventually withdrew his aura. "Get lost," he said coolly. Marco stood up, lowering his head to hide his resentment as he walked out of the cave. Virgil wasn't concerned about Marco's lingering animosity. After all, just a 4th stage of Qi practitioner. After Marco left, the atmosphere in the cave became somewhat tense. Virgil could feel everyone's fearful glances directed at him. To ease the tension, Virgil smiled and looked at the remaining pill masters in the hall. Anyone willing to bet for the 3rd round? Everyone avoided eye contact, pretending not to notice. Why would a mid-rank first-tier alchemist bully us low-rankers? Challenge Master Ouyang if you're so capable. Seeing no one responding, Virgil sighed inwardly but soon grinned again, thinking about how winning one more round would net him 100 spirit stones. When does the 3rd round start? There's no need for a 3rd round. Ebenezer watched Virgil eagerly, his lips twitching slightly, before saying, "You've already won." Word of tonight's events would spread quickly, catapulting the young man to fame. Ebenezer reminisced. He had been like this too, years ago, before becoming the outer sect's top pill master. No one protested this outcome among the other pill masters. Oh, already won? Virgil was momentarily stunned, but his heart swelled with joy. So, he'd get 100 spirit stones? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he asked Ebenezer, "What's my reward?" Ebenezer tossed him a pouch, and everyone watched intently, their breathing quickening. It contained a full 100 spirit stones, but a mere glance from Virgil silenced them immediately. They bowed their heads respectfully. This man was a 5th stage of Qi practitioner, not to be provoked. 135 spirit stones, enough to buy ingredients for 3 batches of spirit-enhancing pills. It was a late spring evening, and the rustling leaves accompanied him. Moonlight bathed the scene as Virgil strolled along a small path. The treasure pavilion is closed now, so I'll have to buy the ingredients for refining spirit-enhancing pills tomorrow. A firefly flickered ahead, seemingly guiding his way. Virgil smiled at the tiny creature. "Little one, even though I know the way, thank you." Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, prompting him to stop. Raising his head, he noticed the moon hidden behind clouds. Cultivators had superior night vision, unaffected by darkness. After a brief pause, he continued walking, contemplating. The intersect evaluation deadline is in 4 days. I now have enough spirit stones to buy ingredients for 3 batches of spirit-enhancing pills, allowing me to refine at least 9 pills. I wonder if it will help me break through to the 6th stage of Qi practitioner. If he succeeded, Virgil intended to compete for an intersect disciple position. Not only did Apsel's arrogant remarks irk him, but becoming an intersect disciple came with rewards. Every new intersect disciple received a high-tier first-class pill as a reward. Virgil's gaze grew cold. "Giovanni, just wait, I'll catch up to you soon." End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22, 6th level of Qi practitioner. The next day, news of last night's events spread quickly. Almost all the disciples knew that a second intermediate-grade alchemist had appeared among the outer sect. Early in the morning, Virgil's cave abode was filled with disciples eager to have him refine pills for them. They held up bags containing medicinal herbs high in their hands. "Arjun, I want to refine a Qi-gathering pill. Arjun, please refine mine first. I need a Qi-suppressing pill." Virgil looked at the scene and felt a headache coming on. Had everyone who needed pills come to him? Ultimately, because there were too many people, nearly a dozen, Virgil could only accept their ingredients and told them to return the next day for their pills. After sending off the crowd, Virgil looked at his storage pouch and chuckled wryly. "This is going to keep me busy, but thankfully there's the Forgotten Tower." Taking a deep breath, Virgil went to the treasure sale pavilion, exchanged his spirit stones for 3 sets of materials for spirit-enhancing pills, then returned to his cave abode, entered the Forgotten Tower, and began refining pills. A day later, all the disciples' pills were ready. Only about an hour had passed in the outside world. Virgil rested for a day before starting to refine the spirit-enhancing pills. Another day later, 3 furnaces of spirit-enhancing pills were completed. 10 days later, Virgil stepped out of the Forgotten Tower, his aura remarkably powerful. 6th level of Qi practitioner. Virgil murmured to himself, a smile on his face. The 3 furnaces yielded 11 pills in total, which allowed his cultivation to successfully break through to the 6th level of Qi practitioner. His divine sense also reached the 6th level after 2 nights of pill refinement, and it strengthened further with his cultivation breakthrough. With my current cultivation, no one in the outer sect can intimidate me. Virgil's eyes gleamed with overwhelming confidence, a confidence uniquely his. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. In the outer sect plaza, Corbin, dressed in black, sat with half-closed eyes under the ancestor statue. Several figures sat around him. At this moment, a young man strolled over, wearing loose-fitting blue robes, looking somewhat slender. Corbin opened his eyes and was slightly surprised to see Virgil. Corbin, I wish to register for the inner sect assessment. Virgil bowed slightly to Corbin. Today was the final day to register for the inner sect assessment. Virgil had spent a month in the Forgotten Tower stabilizing his cultivation at the early 6th level of Qi practitioner before rushing to register. Go sit over there. The assessment starts at noon. Corbin glanced at him and closed his eyes again. Virgil bowed once more and slowly walked to a corner. 6th level of Qi practitioner. The last time I saw this Dominic, he was only at the 4th level. He broke through to the 6th level in less than a month. Corbin opened his eyes, looking at Virgil's back with slight shock, then sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, Apsel is already at the peak of the 6th level. It seems he will be the one entering the inner sect. The few seated disciples opened their eyes and slowly looked at Virgil, their gazes varying. So, Apsel smiled faintly, shook his head, and closed his eyes, feeling no emotional ripples. He had given him a chance. If he wanted to find death, Apsel didn't mind, pleasing the older sister as a gift. Virgil slowly walked to a corner and sat down, observing his surroundings. There were 6 participants in total, with the remaining 3 being 5th level Qi practitioners. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The square began to fill with disciples. These people weren't there to register, but to observe the inner sect trial. Among them were those who recognized Virgil, like the alchemist Ebenezer. Suddenly, a bell sounded simultaneously in everyone's ears. Corbin stood up abruptly, waving his sleeves and sending several jade slips flying to various individuals. Virgil caught one midair. It read, Inner sect assessment, risk of life and death, but surrender is allowed if overpowered. First match, 1-1. As Corbin spoke, Apsel stood up from the ground, leaped gracefully onto the central platform, holding a jade slip with a 1 written on it. With his black hair casually hanging behind him and his white robes billowing, he looked like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Many female disciples cheered in awe. On the other side, another disciple, seeing the 1 on his jade slip, inwardly groaned but still jumped up to the platform after taking a deep breath. Senior Eliolian, I'm sorry to challenge you. The disciple bowed slightly, seeing Apsel expressionless, summoned courage, and rushed forward with magical power flowing. Suddenly, it was as if he had been frozen in place, his face full of terror, watching helplessly as a palm gently slapped against him. The next moment, it felt as though a 10,000-pound force had struck his chest, sending him flying off the platform and crashing heavily below. First match, Apsel wins. Corbin glanced at Apsel, expressionless, and said, Next match 2-2. Virgil looked at his jade slip, surveying the area, spotting a 5th level Qi practitioner searching for something. This person was named Li, quite well known in the outer sect. He's my opponent for this match? Virgil understood, then flickered and landed lightly on the platform. Palamaints later, Li, dressed in green, followed and landed opposite him. Li hadn't met Virgil before. Seeing an unfamiliar disciple and realizing it wasn't Lisbeth, he relaxed, saying, Boy, surrender now. You're not my match. Virgil softly replied, I want to try. Seeing this, Li wasted no words, let out a low shout, and sped towards Virgil, aiming a punch at his abdomen. Virgil didn't dodge, raising his palm and gently smacking his fist. Now at the 6th level, Li felt as if he had punched steel. His entire arm trembled, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, slamming heavily into the ground. Sigh. The observing disciples sucked in sharp breaths, collectively. Who is this guy? A 5th level practitioner sent flying in one strike. What's his cultivation? Is he also a 6th level Qi practitioner? Below the platform, Lisbeth looked at Virgil, her beautiful face slightly tight. I surrender. I surrender. Seeing Virgil stepping closer, Li quickly surrendered, feeling incredibly frustrated, having thought he'd encounter an easy target but instead hitting an iron board. Thank you for your tolerance. Virgil smiled and leaped down from the platform. Virgil wins. Next match, 3-3. Corbin's voice rang out. Passing Lisbeth, Virgil heard her lazy voice say, Nice job, little guy. To break through to the 6th level so quickly, I'm looking forward to fighting you. Virgil smiled at her and waited beside her, eyes closed. The next match was between Lisbeth and another disciple. Lisbeth, simple and direct, won in a single move. At this point, only 3 contestants remained, drawing much attention. Too strong. Almost all matches ended in one move. The 6th level is just a different league compared to the 5th level. The observing disciples were amazed. Note, this translation aims to maintain the tone and style of the original text, preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 23. The formidable top outer sect disciple. The next match, Lisbeth versus Apsel, Virgil is exempt. Corbin's voice rang out once again. Virgil opened his eyes, looking surprised. There were a total of 3 rounds, which meant he would directly advance to the final round. Lisbeth's beautiful eyes held a trace of resentment. Could they at least let her rest for a bit? Apsel didn't say anything as he gracefully landed on the stage. Lisbeth appeared opposite him, her gaze fixed on him. The two were collectively known as the twin pride of the outer sect. Now that everyone finally got to see them fight, the spectators among the disciples were thrilled and speculated about who would ultimately win. Virgil also opened his eyes, watching the two people on stage. Without a doubt, both were very powerful. However, Virgil could sense that Lisbeth was slightly weaker. Lisbeth, surrender now. I've said before, you're no match for me. Apsel looked at Lisbeth with a calm expression. Your words are returned. Lisbeth moved her divine sense, and a long whip appeared in her hand. This whip seemed to be formed from joint after joint of bones, with a snake head at the tip. This is Lisbeth's crimson flame whip. Some disciples recognized the weapon in her hands. Apsel's gaze rested on the crimson snake whip without any change in his expression. At this moment, Lisbeth swung the long whip towards Apsel. Apsel's body shifted slightly, and the whip lashed against a shadowy remnant. Lisbeth spun around. Her fiery red skirt bloomed like a flower, within which a venomous snake lurked, biting towards Apsel with the serpent head at the end of the whip seemingly coming alive. Apsel casually flicked his sleeve, colliding with the whip, yet it emitted a sound akin to metal clashing. After several dozen exchanges, Apsel remained composed and unhurried, not exerting his full strength or using any magical artifacts. Lisbeth, however, grew increasingly agitated. Her whip continuously lashed out, and after missing another strike, Apsel seized an opening and slapped Lisbeth's abdomen with his palm. Pooh! Lisbeth's beautiful face turned deathly pale, and her frail body flew away, slamming heavily onto the ground. As she got up, Apsel instantly appeared in front of her, taking advantage of her vulnerability. Lisbeth gritted her teeth and pushed her palm forward. Pooh! The next moment, her body flew back again, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Apsel showed no mercy, stepping on her abdomen and coldly demanded, surrender or die. I surrender. Using all her strength, Lisbeth uttered these words, a hint of bitterness flashing across her exquisite features. Apsel wins. Rest for 15 minutes. In the next round, Virgil will face Apsel, the winner becoming an intersect disciple, Corbin announced coldly. Senior Eliolian. Senior Eliolian. I knew Senior Eliolian was the strongest. Female disciples watched the Dominic on stage with starry-eyed admiration. Lisbeth, hearing the cheers around her, felt a pang of loneliness. Her departure was filled with a touch of sorrow. Virgil looked at her retreating figure, his gaze tinged with sighs. Apsel glanced at Corbin and said, dealing with an ant doesn't require any rest. Please announce the start, Corbin. Corbin looked at him, then at Virgil. No problem. Virgil shook his head and walked onto the stage. Good, the final round begins now. The winner will become an intersect disciple, Corbin said, looking at the two. Virgil took a deep breath, gazing at the so-called top outer sect disciple. He felt not tension but excitement. What, top outer sect disciple? What, inner sect disciple? All seemed feeble and vulnerable. An ant breaking through to the 6th level of Qi practitioner surprises me. However, I always keep my word. Last time, I promised to kill you personally if you dared to challenge the intersect trials, Apsel said with a faint smile. He slowly approached Virgil, stopping 3 yards away, his murderous intent clear, ready to fulfill his promise. Virgil remained silent. His divine sense activated, summoning a long sword into his hand. One was the top outer sect disciple, the other an emerging dark horse. Both sized each other up, neither making the first move. Finally, Virgil vanished in a blur, reappearing with a swift sword strike that sliced Apsel into 2 halves. Seeing no blood spurt, Virgil realized it was just a remnant image. Twisting his body, he slashed backward with his sword. Apsel leaped back, avoiding the strike, while Virgil followed up, thrusting his sword. Multiple short swords, formed from his mana, shot toward Apsel along with the attack. After advancing to the 6th level of Qi practitioner, his flying sword technique had gained significant power. If facing a 5th level Qi practitioner, these numerous short swords would mean certain death. Even for a 6th level Qi practitioner, serious injury was inevitable. Apsel glanced disdainfully, stomping his right foot, creating a mana barrier in front of him. Boom! The mana-formed short sword struck the barrier, exploding upon contact, raising clouds of dust. Once the dust settled, Apsel emerged unscathed, though slightly panting. Virgil's eyes flashed. Internally, he sighed at the hardness of Apsel's defenses. My turn. Apsel suddenly disappeared, reappearing before Virgil with a palm aimed at his abdomen. So fast. Virgil was taken aback. Clenching his fist with all his mana, he countered with a punch. Palamains later, Virgil staggered back several steps, shaking his numbed arm. When he raised his head, he saw Apsel barely swaying, standing motionless. Before Virgil could catch his breath, Apsel launched another fierce attack, clawing towards Virgil's chest. Virgil hastily retreated, but his clothes still ended up torn. Mentally startled, he imagined what could have happened if he hadn't moved quickly enough. Wind blades. Standing calmly, Apsel spoke mildly, devoid of any underestimation but exuding composure and calmness. Virgil furrowed his brows. He could feel that wind started blowing on the stage, gradually intensifying, especially around himself. Initially soft, it soon began to cause a stinging sensation on his skin. These winds are getting stronger. Ah! Suddenly, Virgil gasped as his calf throbbed with pain, gaining a cut. Seconds later, his cheek also got slashed. What kind of spell is this? Startled, Virgil felt his hair stand on end, instinctively bending down as a powerful wind blade narrowly missed his brow. Apsel glanced at him emotionlessly. This wind blade technique increased in strength over time. Unless broken through quickly, even a 7th level Qi practitioner would end up bleeding. Virgil didn't know the intricacies, but he knew he had to find a solution quickly. Invisible wind blades kept attacking him, and as time passed, his clothes were riddled with cuts. The invisible wind blades were intangible, only evadable by instinct. Damn, I can't hold out much longer. Chapter 24. Halt here? This spell definitely has a range, let's break out. Virgil clenched his teeth and unleashed his magic power, charging outward. Staying any longer would eventually lead to being slowly worn down. However, just as he took a step, Virgil pulled back. The air around him was filled with countless wind blades. If he tried to go through, his body would be torn apart immediately. What's wrong with this guy? The onlookers, who couldn't see the wind blades, only saw him darting around, were all puzzled. Can't escape from the ground, then? Virgil raised his head, formed hand seals, and transformed into a rainbow streak that shot skyward. Since he couldn't escape from the ground, he would try from the sky. Do you think you can escape by going up? Apsel glanced at him with a mocking gaze. The next moment, the expression on Virgil's face changed drastically as he felt hair stand up on end. Dozens of densely packed wind blades were rushing towards him. He had no choice but to abandon this thought and land again, though not without sustaining a few cuts. Fortunately, none of the wounds were deep or critical. This wind slaughter array is truly terrifying. Virgil endured the pain and looked at Apsel. Is this your true strength? Closing his eyes, Virgil took a deep breath. If there was no way out from below or above, then he would carve out a path himself. After a moment, Virgil abruptly opened his eyes and swung his sword. Accompanied by dragon roars, a 6-meter-long fire dragon surged forward, destroying everything in its path. Now's the chance. The fire dragon obliterated all wind blades, and Virgil followed closely behind it, although some stray blades still cut into his body. He gritted his teeth against the pain, gradually feeling the wind diminishing, indicating he had left the spell's range. I've made it out. Virgil sighed in relief, looking back, still feeling lingering fear. Seeing Virgil escape the wind blade area, Apsel frowned coldly. So what if you escaped? With that, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Virgil. Virgil blocked it with both hands but was hurled away. Just as Apsel prepared to attack again, a flying sword suddenly pierced toward his forehead. A petty trick. Apsel sneered, catching the flying sword between 2 fingers. He was the top disciple of the outer sect and hadn't even used his full strength yet. He had every right to be arrogant. No one in the entire outer sect was ever worth his consideration. The flying sword remained immobile. Suddenly, Virgil, who had been thrown away, kicked off the ground and snapped back, grabbing the hilt and forcefully pushing the sword forward. Virgil roared, "Die!" Thud. A drop of blood fell from Apsel's forehead onto the stone floor. The flying sword had pierced Apsel's forehead. Dead silence ensued among the spectators, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Eliolien. Is Eliolien dead? Virgil frowned. Being closest to Apsel, he knew the sword had only penetrated about an inch, barely breaking the skin. His reaction was too fast. If it had been a second later, it would have been fatal. At this moment, the sword in Apsel's forehead was slowly pushed out. He touched his forehead, seeing blood on his fingers, and his expression grew icy with murderous intent. Not bad. A mere insect's divine sense caught me off guard. It seems I can no longer hold back. In that instant, he was stunned by Virgil's divine sense, almost being skewered through the forehead, a near brush with death. If not for his 6th rank cultivation stage awareness and swift reaction, he would have died then and there. Apsel began to take this insect seriously. This insect nearly killed him. The insect's divine sense was somewhat formidable, requiring caution. Virgil was startled. This guy's divine sense was also at the 6th rank, though only newly entering the 6th rank, weaker than his own. It proved that his divine sense matched his cultivation stage. It was the first time he faced someone with both cultivation and divine sense at the same level. Even his usually infallible divine sense had failed. Though slightly stronger than Apsel's, using divine sense to simply end the battle was impractical. Apsel released his fingers, vanished from his spot. Thump. Virgil felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was hurled away. The sword that nearly killed me. I'll use it to kill you. Apsel's eyes were cold as he thrust his sword at Virgil's forehead in retaliation. Virgil's pupils constricted. The sword moved too fast for him to dodge. Am I to halt here? No one could save him at such close range. Suddenly, the Forgotten World pagoda inside his mind started humming. Then, an odd force spread from within him. To Virgil, Apsel's movements gradually slowed until the sword paused just before piercing his forehead. What's happening? Virgil looked around bewildered. Everyone, including the audience, Corbin, even birds flying overhead and distant trees, remained frozen mid-action, as if the entire Qing sect had stopped time at that moment. What's happening? Virgil became more confused. Just then, a voice, exasperated with disappointment, echoed in his mind. Kid, a mere 6th rank almost cost you your life. How did the Forgotten World pagoda choose you? Who are you, Avril? Virgil, startled, looked around for the source of the voice. It doesn't matter who I am. I cannot stay awake long, and will soon fall asleep. Listen carefully, as I'll only say this once. Virgil's vision blurred momentarily, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, everything was gray, with neither sun nor stars in the sky, only a lone bright moon hanging desolately over the night. On a distant mountain peak stood a figure. This figure was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing anyone Virgil had ever met. His mere presence seemed to make the earth tremble. Facing away from Virgil, he appeared weak, coughing slightly. Virgil stared at him. This must be the mysterious person who spoke earlier. Listen carefully. I will teach you a secret technique strong enough to defeat this young man. This technique is called Immortal Seal, or Sealed Immortal. It's our immortal clan's greatest secret. The figure turned around, pointing at Virgil from a distance. To Virgil's shock, he couldn't clearly see the man's face, or rather, it seemed erased from memory. Suddenly, new memories appeared in his mind. A Dominic stood on a mountain peak facing a giant. Tiny compared to the giant, the Dominic made strange hand seals, unleashing numerous chains from his body to bind the giant. The godlike giant's aura weakened steadily. Chapter 25, the wooden sword. A piece of information about the immortal ban technique surfaced in Virgil's mind. The immortal ban. It can not only bind immortals, but also restrict any sentient being in this world. Virgil murmured, revealing the true nature of the spell. It was an immensely terrifying secret art that could forcibly weaken another person's cultivation, regardless of their consent. Once entangled by its chains, even an immortal would be reduced to immortal. Virgil's eyes gleamed with excitement, but soon his enthusiasm was dampened. The immortal ban could only affect individuals with cultivation levels comparable to his own. If the target's cultivation far exceeded his, it would have little or no effect. At his current level, the immortal ban could only suppress a cultivator at the Hayleaf level of Qi practitioner to the 6th level. Well, my strength has reached its limit. I am about to fall into slumber. Farewell. The voice echoed in his mind as everything around him slowly faded away. He found himself back outside the outer gate, the sword still pointed at his forehead. Another step forward and he would be dead. Thank you, Avril. Virgil mentally thanked the voice and pulled away from danger. There was no response from the voice, and time resumed flowing. Apsel stared at Virgil, bewildered. Virgil had just been right beneath his sword, yet now he was inexplicably far away. Die. Without hesitation, Apsel attacked again. Virgil, recalling the immortal ban technique, hesitated for a moment before making a strange hand sign and chanting softly, "Immortal ban? What are you mumbling?" Apsel swooped down with his sword raised. Virgil hastily leaped backward, puzzled. It didn't work? Suddenly, a chain shot out from Virgil's body. It seemed invisible to Apsel, who showed no reaction as it entered his body before continuing his assault. Virgil didn't have time to think. Instinctively, he punched forward. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Apsel was sent stumbling backward 4 steps by Virgil's punch, while Virgil remained perfectly still. How is this possible? How did this ant get so strong? Apsel couldn't believe what he was seeing. What's going on? The spectators below wore similar expressions of shock. Virgil, equally surprised, then seemed to realize something and exclaimed excitedly, "It must be the chain weakening his power." According to his memory, the first chain could suppress Qi practitioners. The extent of suppression depended on both the user's and the target's cultivation levels. Currently, he could only use 1 chain, but if he risked his life, he could use 2. This must be an accident. It has to be. Refusing to accept the result, Apsel lunged at Virgil again, channeling all his magical power into a punch aimed at Virgil. Virgil met the attack with a cold expression, countering with a punch. As before, Virgil remained unshaken while Apsel stumbled back 4 steps. Apsel's face turned pale. He finally realized something was wrong. His strength was being diminished, unable to unleash fully. What's happening? Terrified, Apsel looked at Virgil. You're doing something to me, aren't you? Virgil replied coolly. What can I do to you? He advanced step by step, his cold gaze fixed on Apsel. Knowing the chain's effects were temporary, he had to finish this quickly. Apsel, driven by anger and desperation, clenched his fists. I will kill you. You definitely messed with me. Convinced that Virgil was behind his weakened state, Apsel's murderous intent surged. Slapping his storage bag, black hair danced without wind, and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. Seeing the wooden sword, Virgil felt a sense of danger. This sword? Corbin's pupils contracted slightly. He sensed that within the sword lay a sealed strand of sword intent. The sword was just a simple wooden blade. Yet its owner was once an unparalleled powerhouse whose sword intent remained intimidating even after countless years. How did he get this sword? Worried, Corbin pondered whether to intervene, knowing Virgil couldn't withstand the sword's power with his current cultivation. You're finished. Holding the wooden sword, Apsel's eyes flickered with pain. This sword was obtained accidentally in his Dominic when he was still immortal. By invoking its sword intent, he had killed a cultivator back then. The wooden sword contained 3 releases of sword intent. Even a late-stage Qi practitioner could be slain by its power. Originally meant as a trump card, Apsel decided to use it against Virgil. Die. Fixated on Virgil, Apsel licked his lips and infused his magical power into the sword. Suddenly, the wooden sword emitted a blinding light as a brilliant streak of sword energy surged towards Virgil. Virgil's hairs stood on end, overwhelmed by a deadly sense of impending doom. I can't move. Desperately trying to dodge, he discovered his body was locked in place, watching helplessly as the sword energy approached. This is her sword intent. A voice resonated in his mind, filled with nostalgia and awe. Despite the passage of time, traces of her existence still lingered in this world. Virgil's eyes brightened. Avril, thank heavens you're awake. Though he didn't know the Franz's identity from previous experiences, he knew the Franz wouldn't let him die. The familiar aura woke me up, came the voice. Avril, can you counteract this sword energy? Virgil sounded anxious. The sword energy was almost upon him. Luckily for you, the sword intent has weakened over time. Otherwise, I would be helpless. The voice paused. I will activate the relic tower to absorb this sword energy. Thank you, Avril. Virgil nodded deeply, watching the advancing sword energy intently. Just as it was about to engulf him, it abruptly halted inches from his body. Subconsciously, Virgil heard a soft sigh, a Noel's voice, different from the Franz's. The sword energy slowly dissipated into the air. Virgil stood dazed, the lingering sound echoing in his ears. Despite the relief, an inexplicable sadness welled up within him because of the Noel's sigh. What's happening? Why did the sword energy dissipate on its own? Note: the translated text maintains the original structure and tone while ensuring natural English flow. It captures the intensity and mystique of the original narrative, providing a seamless reading experience. Chapter 26, Promotion to the Inner Sect. The voice within the sea of consciousness muttered, Indeed, I cannot resist the passage of time. Why? Why am I crying? Virgil couldn't hear the voice. He touched his eyes and felt a bit bewildered. Was this a physical reaction or an instinct from the soul? What's going on? Seeing the dissipation of the sword chi, Apsel froze for a moment, then threw the wooden sword to the ground angrily, trampling it while cursing. Broken sword, you broken sword, kill him for me. What's wrong with Senior Elio Lien? Is this the same Apsel we know? Witnessing this scene, the disciples in the audience felt a surreal sensation. You're so noisy. Virgil lifted his head, his reddened eyes staring at Apsel. Apsel's heart involuntarily quivered, and his movements faltered. Virgil glanced at the wooden sword under Apsel's feet, suddenly feeling an overwhelming surge of killing intent. He flickered and disappeared from his spot, bursting forward with far greater strength than usual. With one powerful punch, he slammed into Apsel's head. Apsel felt dizzy and flew out, slamming into the ground heavily. You're really annoying. Virgil instantly appeared where Apsel landed, stomping hard on his abdomen, applying more force. Apsel groaned in pain. The sense of being crushed by the very ant he despised filled him with unprecedented humiliation. Virgil coldly looked down at the number 1 outer sect disciple beneath his foot. Don't you want to kill me? Do it. He stomped on Apsel's head, releasing his frustration. The crowd below was silent. You little brat. I'll kill you. Apsel glared at him, hatred burning in his eyes. After today, he would be eternally shamed, remembered as the one who was trampled by Virgil. Too noisy. Virgil's expression turned icy. He raised his foot and stamped down hard. There was a sound like a watermelon exploding, and red and white fluid splattered everywhere. Virgil lowered his head, looking at the decapitated corpse under his feet, muttering, I told you not to be noisy. He scanned the surrounding spectators. Everyone instinctively avoided his gaze, fear evident in their eyes. He killed someone. Senior Elio Lien is dead. The entire venue erupted into chaos. Lisbeth stood motionless at the side, pale-faced. Virgil paid no attention. He calmly retrieved the wooden sword, wiped it with his clothes, and stored it in his storage bag. For some reason, this sword gave him a peculiar feeling. After doing that, Virgil approached the corpse, took Apsel's storage bag, and then looked up at Corbin. Corbin glanced deeply at him, saying nothing about the blatant murder and theft. The intersect evaluation was a matter of life and death, and dying on the stage could not be blamed on anyone else. Though brutal, only such trials could select true elites. The intersect did not need fools. Corbin So Hui Mu Gong, Shen Budal. For the third round of the intersect evaluation, Virgil wins and is promoted to intersect disciple. Improvised edit for natural fluency in English. Corbin withdrew his gaze and announced, for the third round of the intersect assessment, Virgil emerges victorious and is hereby promoted to intersect disciple. Hearing this result, the watching disciples had mixed feelings. No one had expected that the one to become an intersect disciple would neither be Apsel nor Lisbeth, but a relatively unknown Dominic. Annual dark horse indeed. Virgil gave a slight bow to Corbin and walked to the side to take some healing pills. Soon after, a man in blue robes descended on the stage with a flying sword and bowed to Corbin. This is the newly promoted intersect disciple Virgil, said Corbin. The man in blue looked at Virgil and smiled. Junior Elioli. I'm Atticus, your senior brother. Follow me. I'll take you to the intersect. Virgil nodded and, stepping onto a flying sword, soared into the sky with Atticus. They soon disappeared from the outer sect's view. Qing sect occupied an entire mountain peak. The outer sect was located at the foot of the mountain, while the inner sect resided in the higher regions above the waist of the mountain. As they flew upward, Virgil noticed that the heavenly aura became increasingly dense as they neared the peak. Atticus spoke amiably throughout the journey, without any airs. Junior Elio Lee is truly remarkable to become an intersect disciple at such a young age, Atticus complimented. Thank you, Senior Elio, Virgil smiled bitterly, knowing his cultivation relied heavily on medicinal pills. I heard Junior Elio Lee is a mid-grade first-rank alchemist. Atticus turned to smile again. Currently, our sect lacks a high-grade first-rank alchemist. Strive to advance beyond chi condensation stage and become our first high-grade first-rank alchemist. Virgil was surprised to learn there were no high-grade first-rank alchemists in the intersect. They landed beside a stone tablet, weathered by hundreds of years of wind and rain, bearing 2 robust characters, intersect. Beyond here was off-limits to outer sect disciples. Virgil gazed past the stone tablet to see mist-covered pavilions and terraces appearing faintly. Our Qing sect originally had 7 intersect disciples. Junior Elio Lee is the 8th. I rank 3rd among them, my cultivation not outstanding. Sister Roberta and Senior Elio Zion are the highest cultivators among the intersect disciples. You will meet them in 3 days, explained Atticus. Pointing to a pavilion, he continued, that is the Carmen Pavilion, housing thousands of years of our sect's heritage. Once officially an intersect disciple, you can choose a magical treasure from there. Virgil followed his gaze, his eyes flashing. This is your cave abode. 15 minutes later, Atticus led him to a cave residence and handed him a token. This cave has an array set. Only those holding the token can enter. Rest now, and in 3 days, the sect master will host your induction ceremony. Qing sect being an ancient lineage, promotions to the intersect required various ceremonies. These rites, usually held the next day, were just formalities. However, due to an unexpected incident involving Maureen, the sect master postponed it to 3 days later. Atticus didn't mention this to Virgil, instead briefing him on the details before leaving. Virgil watched him depart, then entered his new abode. A hum resonated as he crossed through what felt like a water curtain, marveling internally. Inside, Virgil inspected the layout, surprised to find a spiritual spring bubbling in the center, continuously overflowing. Nearby were 2 stone chambers, one for sleeping with a stone bed and another for alchemy. This abode was much better than his previous one. Virgil's divine sense moved, leading him into the world-forsaken tower. The Franz who had neutralized the sword chi went quiet afterward. He tried calling out several times, but received no response. The Franz must have fallen into a deep sleep. I wonder who this person is and why they are inside me, Virgil mused. He vaguely guessed this might be related to the world-forsaken tower. Chapter 27. Medium-grade Spirit Maximus. Virgil sighed. So much had happened today. The fronds hidden within him and that wooden sword. Virgil took out the wooden sword from his storage pouch, no longer feeling that inexplicable emotion. He gently stroked the wooden sword and mused over why he had reacted so strongly before. Seeing Apsel stepping on it had made him feel an overwhelming surge of anger, even generating unprecedented murderous intent towards him. He didn't understand. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Virgil put away the wooden sword and began to cultivate. Although he was now an inner disciple, this did not mean everything was secure. Closer threats included Giovanni, who was also an inner disciple, glaring at him with hostility. I wonder what his reaction will be when he finds out I've become an inner disciple. Virgil chuckled lightly. Probably won't be able to sleep tonight. At this moment, in a cave residence. This is what you call a foolproof plan? Giovanni glared coldly at the white-robed Noel across from him. That Emmett has now become an inner disciple. It's going to be as hard as climbing to heaven to kill him. I think our cooperation ends here. Bonnie's face turned sour. She hadn't anticipated that Apsel would not only fail to kill the Emmett named Virgil, but also end up dead by his hand. This left her extremely depressed and unsure of how to explain the situation to her family. Feng Jr. Elio, please calm down. A gentle voice came from outside the cave, followed by a figure entering. Bonnie's expression softened. Seeing the visitor, Giovanni's pupils dilated slightly, seemingly not expecting it to be him. Time passed swiftly. 3 days flew by. During these 3 days, Virgil's promotion to outer disciple remained a hot topic among the outer disciples, while Apsel's death at Virgil's hands became a frequent subject of conversation. Junior Elio Lee. 3 days later, Atticus's voice called from outside the cave on schedule. Virgil walked out. In these 3 days, he stayed in the Forgotten World Tower for a month, and his injuries from the competition had mostly healed. Atticus looked at him and said, "Let's go. Everything is ready." Virgil nodded and followed behind him. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall. As soon as they entered the hall, multiple pairs of eyes immediately focused on Virgil, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Among them were 2 gazes as icy as venomous snakes. Sensing something, Virgil lifted his head and saw 4 people in the hall, 3 men and 1 Noel, all exuding powerful chi and clearly in the late-stage cultivation realm. Those 2 icy gazes came from a man and a Noel. Among them was a familiar figure. Giovanni. Virgil narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing through them. Giovanni stared coldly at him, never imagining that the insignificant ant who could have been killed half a month ago had now transformed into an inner disciple like himself. Virgil gave him a brief, indifferent glance before shifting his gaze to the only Noel present. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a white silk gown with a graceful figure. The reason Virgil noticed her wasn't because she was beautiful, but because her gaze contained hostility towards him. Virgil was puzzled, unsure where he might have offended her. Senior Elio Zion, Junior Elio Feng, Junior Sister Drake, Junior Elio Zhang. Atticus greeted the 4. So, this is the new little junior brother. A young man in white looked at Virgil with a gentle voice. My name is Arif. If you encounter any problems in cultivation, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Senior Elio Zion. Virgil bowed slightly, thanking him softly. We are all fellow disciples, it's my duty. Arif waved his hand with a smile. At this moment, a Vinny appeared above the hall. Master! All the disciples quickly bowed. Virgil looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. His face was fair and smooth, about 40 years old, wearing a purple robe, appearing as refined as a scholar, not at all resembling a sect master. This was the sect master of Qing sect. The Vinny sized him up and smiled. Follow me. After offering respects to the ancestor statues, you will officially become an inner disciple. Virgil nodded and followed the Vinny, while the other inner disciples didn't follow, only coming to see the new addition. Virgil followed the Vinny to the ancestor hall, located at the top of the mountain. The portrait of the founding ancestor of Qing sect hung in the center, while portraits of previous sect masters lined both sides. Throughout the history of Qing sect, there had been 13 generations of sect masters, with 13 portraits hanging there. Virgil glanced over these portraits. The founding ancestor's portrait depicted a vigorous man, his gaze commanding and awe-inspiring, similar to the statue in the outer disciple square. Following the procedure, he burned incense and paid homage, declaring his loyalty to the sect. The sect master handed him a bag, saying, after becoming an inner disciple, you receive 5 medium-grade spirit stones monthly. This is your resource allocation for this month. As for the soul-breaking pill, you'll get it after another half a month. This pill helps cultivators break through the bottleneck at the 6th stage of chi condensation, making it most effective when taken at peak stage. Virgil received the bag, using his divine sense to scan its contents. Inside were 5 spirit stones, visibly larger than the ones he previously had, and more potent in terms of spiritual energy. Medium-grade spirit stones? Virgil's eyes flickered. As far as he knew, 1 medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. In other words, an inner disciple receives 50 spirit stones per month, 600 spirit stones per year. No more worrying about spirit stones. After giving instructions, the sect master called Atticus. Take him to select a magical treasure. Yes, sect master. Atticus bowed and smiled at Virgil. Come on, little junior brother. Following behind Atticus, Virgil asked curiously, Senior Elio Chan mentioned 8 inner disciples. Why did I only see 4 earlier? You must be talking about Maureen and Junior Elio Lu. Lu went out on a mission, and Maureen fell ill 3 days ago, so she couldn't come. Atticus glanced at him and teased, otherwise, you'd have seen a rare beauty. Maureen is the #1 beauty in the inner disciples. Perhaps the entire Qing sect can't find another as beautiful as her. Ill? Virgil looked surprised. Cultivators rarely fell ill. The stronger one was, the less likely common diseases would affect them. Maureen was born with a peculiar illness that even Avril Keenan of the sect couldn't cure. Atticus, knowing some insider information, sighed. Some say her talent was too great, provoking jealousy from heaven. Talent too great, provoking heavenly jealousy? Virgil gaped, unsure how to evaluate this statement. Seeing the young man's expression, Atticus smirked and asked, "Little junior brother, how long did it take you to break through to the 6th stage of Qi condensation?" 4 years. Virgil replied, not sure why he was being asked this. Do you know how long it took Maureen to reach the 9th stage of Qi condensation? Atticus looked into the distance, his gaze full of sentiment. 10 years. Virgil blinked, estimating Benita's age wouldn't be many years older than his own. Guess again. Atticus shook his head smilingly. Be bolder. 5 years. Virgil scratched his head. Seeing Atticus still shaking his head, he guessed again. 3 years? Atticus laughed. I told you to be bold. Maureen went from the 1st stage of Qi condensation to the 9th stage in just 1 year. Phew. Virgil drew in a sharp breath. Such talent was truly extraordinary. No wonder Atticus said she provoked the heavens' envy. Atticus was satisfied with his reaction. What is her current cultivation level? Virgil asked, puzzled. With such remarkable talent, she should at least be at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment was the realm after Qi condensation. The cultivation realms in this world were divided into Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Except for Qi condensation being divided into 9 levels, the other realms only had early, middle, and late stages. Still at the 9th stage of Qi condensation, Atticus sighed regretfully. Maureen has always been frail and sickly since childhood. Due to certain reasons, the sect master did not allow her to cultivate. A gifted beauty with a tragic fate. Virgil sighed softly, involuntarily recalling the image of that Noelle, who always wore an expression that kept others at arm's length. Carmen Pavilion is here. Atticus stopped walking and looked at a 2-story pavilion ahead. Chapter 28. The Soul Incantation. The two entered the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Upon entering, they saw a counter with a white-haired Franz sitting behind it. This Franz was Virgil's acquaintance from the treasure sales pavilion of the outer sect. Eustace. Atticus greeted respectfully and said, "This is a new inner sect disciple. The sect leader asked me to bring him here to choose a magic treasure." The Franz opened his eyes, his dim gaze scanning Virgil before he said indifferently, "Go ahead. Junior Elio, please go upstairs by yourself to choose a magic treasure. I'll wait for you here," Atticus instructed. Virgil nodded and walked to the staircase, heading upstairs. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor, Virgil's eyes were instantly filled with amazement. Before him lay over 100 magic treasures, making it seem like he had entered an arsenal. There were all kinds of weapons, from sabers, spears, swords to halberds, and each one was a top-grade magic treasure. Magic treasures were divided into lower, middle, and upper grades, intended for Qi condensation disciples. Above that were spirit artifacts, which could only be used by foundation establishment cultivators. From the looks of these magic treasures, the Azure Profundity sect must have been glorious in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many treasures. Virgil marveled inwardly. With so many treasures, it was dazzling. He picked up a saber, which resembled a Tang dynasty saber. He swung it a couple of times, but then put it back. Next, he tried a long spear, twirled it, shook his head, and set it down again. These weapons looked impressive, but felt unwieldy. Previously, he used a sword, so he should pick a sword this time. Deciding this, Virgil focused on selecting a sword. There were about 5 or 6 sword-type magic treasures. Among them, the most eye-catching was a giant sword, significantly larger than ordinary swords, giving off a sense of weightiness. Virgil approached and lifted it. He was slightly startled. This sword likely weighed 100 caddies. Even with the aid of mana, it was still somewhat strenuous to wield. Breaker. Seeing the name of the sword, Virgil shook his head and put it down. The weapon needed to suit him. Though this sword appeared intimidating, its combat effectiveness might not surpass a lighter sword. After circling around, Virgil finally chose an unremarkable sword. It had no lavish decorations, looking as plain as a cheap market stall purchase. However, this suited Virgil well. A sword was meant for killing. Such a deadly weapon should remain hidden in obscurity, not drawing too much attention. The plainer it looked, the more it would make others underestimate it. This one. Virgil examined the sword, growing increasingly satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, something underfoot made a rumbling sound. What's this? Hearing the noise, Virgil looked down and found a round jar that had rolled away after he accidentally kicked it. Curious, Virgil approached and realized it wasn't a jar but a miniature pill furnace, featuring 3 legs and dual handles, with dragon and phoenix carvings. Virgil couldn't help but chuckle, imagining this tiny furnace as having started working even before it was a month old. I wonder what use this furnace has. Virgil muttered, picking it up and examining it, but finding nothing unusual. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. This item is extraordinary. Keep it. It was the voice of the senior. Virgil paused, thinking the senior was supposed to be asleep. But now was not the time for questions. His eyes lit up. Could this furnace be a spirit artifact? No, the key is not the furnace but what's inside it, the voice explained. Virgil felt puzzled. Just trust me. If I'm not mistaken, there's a soul cultivation technique hidden inside this furnace. A soul cultivation technique. Hearing this, Virgil hesitated no longer, setting aside the sword and bringing the miniature furnace downstairs. Compared to a soul cultivation technique, a top-grade magic treasure was clearly less important. The white-haired Franz raised an eyebrow when he saw his choice. You're sure about this? This thing has been here for centuries, and every generation of sect leaders has studied it. It's just a useless furnace. If you think it will bring you some incredible encounter, let me tell you, it won't. Virgil felt a bit conflicted, but recalled the senior's words and took a deep breath. I'll take this one. Atticus came closer, seeing the furnace he chose and advised, Junior Elio Lee, consider this carefully. This thing won't do you any good. Virgil shook his head firmly. Seeing this, the Franz and Atticus stopped persuading him. After registering the item, they left the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Atticus had other matters to attend to, so Virgil bid farewell and headed towards his own cave residence. Senior, Eustace said, every generation of sect leaders has seen this. Did you misidentify it? Back in his cave, Virgil took out the miniature furnace, his expression concerned. The ordinary people could never recognize its true nature. The voice scoffed from his sea of consciousness. This item has restrictions set upon it. You need to lift those restrictions for its contents to reveal themselves. How do I lift the restrictions? Virgil asked, suppressing his excitement. Use the immortal restriction technique I taught you. Besides restraining people, this secret technique can also suppress formations. The voice spoke calmly. Virgil paused, formed a peculiar hand seal, and then a chain shot out from his body, piercing into the furnace. Seeing no reaction, Virgil was about to speak when suddenly the miniature furnace emitted a brilliant golden light, and rows of text gradually appeared in midair. Virgil's eyes lit up as he read the text. It was indeed a soul cultivation technique named soul incantation. It's actually the soul incantation. The voice mused in the sea of consciousness. How did it end up here? Where exactly is this place? The spiritual energy here is so sparse, not characteristic of the 4C's immortal domain. Virgil didn't hear this part, memorizing every word meticulously before retracting the immortal restriction. The furnace returned to its original state, and the floating text slowly disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Virgil felt excited. Such a well-hidden soul cultivation technique surely wasn't ordinary. He immediately sat cross-legged to test it. His mental energy was at the late 6th stage of Qi condensation. As the soul incantation circulated, Virgil felt his sea of consciousness being nourished and expanding, gradually advancing toward the peak of the 6th stage. An hour later, Virgil opened his eyes, feeling his mental energy. Although he hadn't broken through to the 7th stage, he had significantly strengthened. He could feel that if he continued practicing, his mental energy would certainly break through to the 7th stage in just a month. This soul incantation is truly remarkable. Virgil suddenly thought of something and called out, "Senior, are you still there?" Silence followed. Virgil silently ridiculed the situation. Was this person pretending to sleep or simply ignoring him? Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it. From the current circumstances, the senior seemed to mean him no harm. Virgil entered the Forgotten Tower and began cultivating the soul incantation. Chapter 29. Reunion with Benita. 1 month later, Virgil's mind palace resounded with a boom, expanding by one circle. He slowly opened his eyes, his face flushed with excitement. After this month of cultivation, his mental energy had advanced to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation stage ahead of his physical cultivation. This left Virgil elated. Cultivating mental energy was far more difficult than physical cultivation. To be able to synchronize it with one's cultivation level would earn him the title of a genius, not to mention surpassing it. Now that my mental energy has broken through to the later stages of Qi cultivation, I should be capable of refining first-grade high-level medicinal pills. But there's no rush with that for now. I've only just advanced to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, so I don't need a high-level first-grade pill yet. At least not until I reach the 7th layer. Stepping out of his cave abode, he felt the long-absent sunshine on his skin and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes as he walked out toward the outer gate, planning to buy ingredients for 2 batches of spirit ascending pills. He now had spirit stones again. Apart from the 5 medium-grade spirit stones, he also had 58 spirit stones from Apsel's storage back. Outer gate. 6 days had passed since his last appearance, and Virgil's name was already well known among everyone. So when he showed up, it immediately caused a significant stir. He went straight to the treasure-selling pavilion, where he was greeted by the same Noelle who had served him before. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly excited. "Senior Ep1of2, what would you like to purchase?" Virgil glanced at her and said calmly, "Get me the spirit ascending fruit, yellow stem grass, golden shen vine." Correction. Virgil glanced at her and said calmly, "Get me the spirit ascending fruit, yellow stem grass, golden mystic vine." Note, golden mystic vine is used to better convey the meaning and read naturally in English. Walking out of the treasure-selling pavilion, Virgil thought for a moment. Having bought materials for 2 batches of spirit ascending pills, he still had 18 spirit stones left. Upon returning to the inner gate, Virgil saw a familiar figure standing outside his cave abode. It was a Noelle in green robes, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, resembling a lily blooming in seclusion, untouched by the world's dust. Virgil paused momentarily, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. "Maureen, the sect leader has summoned all inner gate disciples. I am here to inform you," Benita replied, her voice ethereal and beautiful. "Now?" Virgil was taken aback, puzzled about what the sect leader could want. Benita nodded, and Virgil could only set aside his thoughts about refining the spirit ascending pill for now and followed her. A short while later, Virgil followed Benita to the hall they had visited 3 days ago. Inside the hall were 2 figures, Giovanni and Bonnie. Seeing him, Giovanni gave a cold snort. Bonnie, on the other hand, flashed him a smile. "Junior Ep1of2." Virgil nodded slightly, standing to the side as he tried to guess why the sect leader had summoned the inner gate disciples. Also, wasn't it supposed to be all inner gate disciples? Why were there only 4 of them? Just then, a Vinny appeared above them and landed gracefully. Everyone bowed. "Sect leader." The Vinny waved a hand. "I have called you here to investigate something. Orlando has gone missing." Virgil gazed down at Qing's sect as he flew over it, the first time he had ever left its premises after arriving in this realm. Their destination was the Lu family in Lu'in Mountain. Under this mountain lies a spirit or mine, which yields a large amount of spirit stones annually. The Lu family, under the protection of the Qing sect, is responsible for mining. Of the mined spirit stones, Qing sect receives 90%, while the Lu family gets 10%. Given that the mine originally belonged to the Qing sect, this arrangement was reasonable. Qing sect sends disciples monthly to collect their share of the spirit stones. However, recently, the inner gate disciple Orlando, who was supposed to collect the stones from the Liu family, mysteriously vanished. Their mission was to investigate Orlando's disappearance and recover the batch of spirit stones. Virgil cast his gaze forward, where a stunning figure stood atop a white crane, her skirt fluttering in the wind. This white crane was Benita's spiritual pet, reportedly caught by the sect leader and given to her. Raised from a young age, it possessed early-stage Qi cultivation and flew faster than any late-stage human cultivator. From his position, he could only see her back but admired the view. Behind him, Giovanni and Bonnie followed the group by sword riding, occasionally sending him icy glances. Besides Benita and himself, Giovanni and Bonnie were the others heading to Liu Mountain. 3 other inner gate disciples, Ariv and Elmo, were in seclusion, unable to join. Atticus was visiting his family, leaving only the 4 of them. Virgil's expression darkened. These 2 made him uneasy, and traveling with them felt like walking into a den of tigers. But there was no choice. Defying the sect leader's orders was impossible. With Maureen around, they wouldn't dare to act openly against me, Virgil mused silently, pondering the mission ahead. Orlando's disappearance might be connected to the Liu family. The Liu family is a cultivator clan, and their patriarch is a 9th-layer Qi cultivation expert, fully capable of killing Orlando. Given the value of the spirit stones, it was plausible the Liu family might have been tempted. If so, their journey would undoubtedly be perilous. To think the sect leader would send us, mere Qi cultivation disciples, on such a critical mission, Virgil grumbled inwardly. Thinking about Benita being at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, he edged closer to her, intending to rely on Maureen's strength. If the Liu family indeed killed Orlando and stole the spirit stones, Virgil's eyes flickered. The sect leader's intentions were clear. If the Liu family was responsible, the clan must be wiped out. Benita simply glanced at him faintly as she noticed him getting closer but didn't comment, continuing to look forward. Watching her profile, Virgil marveled at her beauty, finding no flaw from any angle. Pity. Virgil shook his head. Despite her beauty, she was frail due to an unknown illness. Inside the sect, with the sect leader watching over, you were safe. Now, outside, little beast, let's see how you fare. Behind him, Giovanni glared at Virgil coldly, smirking to himself. That night, Virgil sat cross-legged by the campfire. Benita was sitting alone nearby, the white crane lying obediently beside her. Giovanni and Bonnie burned another pile of firewood nearby. Liu family was approximately 2 days' travel from Qing sect. Except for Benita, the others were flying by sword, which consumed considerable magic power, making continuous travel impractical. Virgil looked at her and said, "It's so cold. Maureen, come warm yourself by the fire." Benita glanced at him but remained silent, showing no intention of joining him. Seeing this, Virgil ceased his invitation and closed his eyes to cultivate. Once they arrived at the Liu family, he would find an opportunity to refine the spirit ascending pill. Even if it couldn't help him break through to the 7th layer, every bit of strength added security. At this moment, Benita rose and walked into the darkness. Virgil asked, "Maureen, where are you going?" "To fetch water." Without looking back, Benita gradually disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 30. 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Seeing Benita leave, Giovanni nearby immediately stood up and walked over. Upon noticing this, Virgil hurriedly followed Benita's steps, quickly chasing after her. "Maureen, wait for me. I'll accompany you." Giovanni frowned slightly, then sat back down. "Why rush, Junior Eliophone? Anyway, that guy won't live much longer." A light laugh sounded from behind. Giovanni cast a glance at Bonnie and said coolly, "You said the same thing earlier." Bonnie's face froze momentarily. Hearing footsteps behind her, Benita did not turn around but slowed her pace slightly. Soon, she felt a somewhat hurried breath coming from behind. If she had turned around now, she would have seen Virgil, with flushed cheeks and heavy breathing. Despite having lived through 2 lifetimes, he had been in an era where genuine feelings were cherished, without money or power. Even holding a Sylvia's hand seemed like an unattainable dream, let alone following a Sylvia so persistently. In his previous life, he certainly lacked such courage. However, facing threats to his life, he could only lower his pride and take the risk. As they walked through the dark forest, the bright moonlight filtered through the tree shadows, spreading onto the ground. A man and a Noel walked silently. Virgil didn't know what to say, choosing to remain silent. He wondered if Maureen would detest him for his behavior. A gentle breeze blew softly through the night, causing strands of hair beside Maureen's temple to flutter wildly. Ahead, Benita suddenly coughed lightly, a hint of abnormal redness appearing on her cheeks. Virgil looked at her slender back and asked anxiously, "Maureen, are you all right?" Benita glanced at him. The young man's face was simple and kind, his eyes filled with concern. She shook her head slowly and said nothing. Palamains later, they arrived at a stream. Benita squatted down, scooped up a handful of water, the full moon above reflected in the stream. Virgil squatted beside her, taking out a water skin and filling it. Soon, Benita also filled hers, and the 2 returned by the same route, still in silence. Back at the campfire, Virgil felt a cold gaze fall upon him. He knew it was Giovanni. Virgil's heart grew cold. He must find a way to eliminate this threat once and for all. Benita looked at him and asked, "Are you afraid of him?" Virgil was startled. He hadn't expected Benita to initiate conversation with him. He smiled awkwardly and asked, "Why do you think so, Maureen?" Benita's voice was slightly chilly. "It's obvious. That guy's brother was killed by me, and he's probably fixated on avenging his brother." Virgil sighed wryly, looking at her. Benita remained silent, gazing at the flickering sparks. It was unclear whether she had heard his words. "Oh right, can you tell me what cultivation level he's at?" Virgil asked. 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Benita didn't ask why Virgil inquired about Giovanni's cultivation level, clearly not concerned with these matters. Not much seemed capable of catching her attention. Upon hearing Giovanni's cultivation level, Virgil's eyes gleamed. He had originally intended to find an opportunity to activate the sword intent within the wooden sword and take care of him. Now it appeared that plan wouldn't work. He fingered a jade vial containing a single spirit break pill given to him by the sect master before departure. The spirit break pill could help one transcend directly from the peak 6th layer of Qi cultivation to the 7th layer. Generally, cultivators faced bottlenecks at the 4th and 7th layers of Qi cultivation, and this pill helped break through those barriers. His current cultivation was still some distance from the peak 6th layer. If he could reach the 7th layer, he wouldn't need to fear Giovanni so much anymore. With divine restriction, he would fight until the bitter end if necessary. Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating. The next day, the group set off again toward the Liu family compound. After numerous stops and starts, they finally arrived at the Liu family in the evening. Upon learning of their arrival, the Aaron personally welcomed them into the meeting hall. What brings the 4 esteemed guests here? The Aaron, named Birch, wore a black robe and was at the late-stage Qi cultivation realm. Yet, he treated them respectfully. Aside from the fact that the Azure Abyss sect possessed Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, the people present were not weaker than he. Half a month ago, did our Azure Abyss sect disciple Orlando come to the Liu family? Benita asked, glancing at Birch. Among the 4, she led the discussion, while the others remained silent. Orlando indeed visited half a month ago. We gave him spirit stones and left. Is something wrong? Birch wasn't foolish. He guessed that Orlando might be dead since these guests made such a fuss. He secretly cursed his fate. Just don't drag the Liu family into this. If they offended the Azure Abyss sect, a single Foundation Establishment cultivator could wipe out the Liu family. Bullshit. You must have killed fellow Taoist Liu. Giovanni slammed the table, glaring at Birch. Sir, you've wronged us. The Liu family is loyal to the Azure Abyss sect and would never do such a thing. Cold sweat poured down Birch's forehead. Such accusations, the Liu family couldn't bear the consequences. Robert harboring an Azure Abyss sect disciple was a capital crime. Giovanni watched coldly. Virgil observed Birch carefully. He didn't seem to be lying, but there was a possibility he was acting. Rest assured, we will not wrong the innocent. If this matter has nothing to do with the Liu family, the Azure Abyss sect will not blame you, Benita said calmly. We will stay at your residence for a few days to investigate the truth. This? Birch hesitated. Does the Aaron have something to hide? Giovanni shot him a sidelong glance. I will arrange accommodations for you immediately. Birch secretly cursed and summoned a chubby steward, giving him a meaningful look. Prepare 4 best rooms for the esteemed guests immediately. The chubby steward smiled broadly. Please follow me, honored guests. Virgil hesitated briefly, glancing at Benita. Something seemed off about this Liu family. Benita took the lead, following the steward. Virgil sighed and followed. The steward led them to their rooms, each equipped with its own courtyard. Virgil's room was next to Benita's, which put him at ease. If anything happened to him, she would know immediately. Inside his room, Virgil sat on the bed, pondering. The Liu family obviously didn't want them to stay. Were they afraid they would discover something? Could Orlando really have been harmed by the Liu family? Virgil frowned slightly. It's meaningless to speculate without evidence. Inside a secret chamber of the Liu family, a Franzley man with white hair dressed in purple sat on the ground. At that moment, Birch entered. Ancestor, people from the Azure Abyss sect have arrived. Birch spoke cautiously. The Franzley man opened his eyes and asked skeptically, so what if they've come? What does it have to do with us? What if they discover our involvement with Orlando? Birch raised his head. Control the servants for a few days. They won't find evidence, and they'll eventually leave. Virgil took out a pill furnace to refine 2 batches of spirit-elevating pills. Meanwhile, in the Liu family's secret chamber, the Franzley man continued his conversation with Birch. Chapter 31. Clues. Pretty lucky, 2 batches of spirit-elevating pills yielded 10 pills. Virgil sat cross-legged inside the legacy tower, a smile on his face. It's probably related to my mental awareness breakthrough to Qi cultivation Hayleaf level. Virgil speculated as he took out a spirit-elevating pill and swallowed it, then closed his eyes to begin refining the medicinal power. After a short while, Virgil furrowed his brows. This pill only enhanced his cultivation by 70% of its usual effectiveness. Naturally, the problem wasn't with the pill itself. Virgil slightly frowned and smiled bitterly. Maybe I've taken too many spirit-elevating pills, and my body has developed resistance. Though somewhat helpless, he had no choice but to swallow another pill. By the time he reached the 9th pill, the cultivation improvement dropped to 60%. After refining all 10 pills, Virgil opened his eyes and sighed. These pills were far from enough for him to break through to Qi cultivation Hayleaf level. He was now roughly at Qi cultivation 6th level mid, and he estimated he needed about 20 more pills to reach Qi cultivation 6th level peak. Virgil chuckled grimly. The thought of needing so many pills made his scalp tingle, considering how many spirit stones it would cost. This was the downside of having mediocre talent and relying on drugs. Exiting the legacy tower, it was already evening. A voice called from outside the courtyard, Sir, the Berkeley invites you to dine. Virgil opened the gate to see a respectful figure standing there, a young man emitting Qi cultivation 1st level fluctuations. Virgil glanced at him and casually asked, Where are the others who came with me? They have already gone ahead, the Dominic replied. Virgil said nothing more and followed him, moving through the Liu residence while secretly releasing his mental awareness. His awareness could now cover 7 meters around him, but the Liu residence was vast, preventing complete coverage. No one. His gaze flickered as he searched half of the Liu residence without finding Orlando. On his way, servants he met would lower their heads and quickly pass by. After a moment, Virgil arrived at the main hall, where Benita and others were already present. Aaron sat in the main seat and said upon seeing Virgil enter, Sir, please take your seat. Virgil swept a glance and sat beside Benita, whispering, Maureen, did you find any traces of Senior Eliolu? Benita's mental awareness should be stronger than his. She looked at him and slowly shook her head. She had also released her awareness but found no trace of Orlando. After dinner, Virgil wandered through the Lu residence again. With his status as an inner sect disciple of Qing sect, no one dared stop him. However, he found no clues. Virgil frowned, almost searching the entire Lu residence yet still not finding Orlando. There's one place left unsearched. Virgil narrowed his eyes. At the center of the Lu residence stood a courtyard guarded by 2 middle-stage Qi cultivators, prohibiting anyone from approaching. If Orlando wasn't there, it meant he was either killed or not in the Lu residence. With this thought, Virgil walked back to his courtyard, planning to check again that night. Unexpectedly, he ran into a familiar figure at a corner. Maureen. Virgil was surprised why she wasn't in her room. Benita looked at him and asked, "Why aren't you in your room? Why are you here?" "I came out to look for Senior Elio Lu," Virgil answered honestly. "Your cultivation is too low. If you really discover something, it might lead to death." Benita glanced at him and calmly said, "Go back and stay put." Then she walked towards where she came from, clearly also searching for Orlando. Virgil felt warmth in his heart. Since arriving in this world, he had been alone until Benita showed concern for him. Hesitating, Virgil followed her, sharing what he knew. "Maureen, I've searched everywhere in the Lu residence without finding any trace of Senior Elio Lu. The central courtyard is guarded, and I couldn't approach. If he's in the Lu residence, he might be there." Benita's long eyelashes flickered as she pondered for a moment before saying, "I know. Go back." Virgil sighed, watching her silhouette. Just as he was about to leave, Emmett approached, whispering, "Sir, can we talk privately?" "You are?" Virgil paused, observing the Emmett closely. He wore very old clothes, patched up in many places, with visible scars on his exposed arms, obviously a servant in the Lu residence. "I know what Sir is looking for. I know some secrets." The Emmett spoke nervously, constantly checking his surroundings as if afraid of being seen. Virgil's gaze flashed, following the Emmett to a rundown courtyard, a rare sight in the Lu residence. Outside the courtyard, Virgil's mental awareness scanned inside, revealing a frail 8 or 9-year-old Sylvia washing clothes, likely due to malnutrition. Upon hearing the door open, the Sylvia lifted her head, her black eyes lighting up when she saw the Emmett but revealing fear at the stranger beside him. "Elio, you're back?" The Emmett affectionately patted the Sylvia's head, introducing her to Virgil. "This is my sister. We were originally illegitimate children of the Lu family, but became servants after our mother was killed." Virgil wasn't interested in their background and said indifferently, "Tell me what you want to say." The Emmett bit his lip hesitantly. "Is Sir looking for the Lord surnamed Lu? Do you know where he is?" Virgil narrowed his eyes dangerously. "No, but I know something." The Emmett shook his head. "If I tell you, can you help my sister and me leave the Lu residence? Are you bargaining with me?" Virgil looked at him with a faint smile. The Emmett turned pale. Among those he observed, this young man seemed the most kind-hearted. Virgil laughed. "Speak. If your secret is significant, I can guarantee you and your sister will live comfortably." "Thank you, sir." The Emmett explained that Lu Lord had a conflict with the Berkeley, nearly leading to a fight. Many people know this, but the Berkeley strictly prohibited spreading it. Chapter 32, Attempted Assassination. That Aiden had a conflict with the head of the family for some unknown reason. They almost came to blows, and many people know about it. But the head of the family strictly forbids us from spreading this information. Virgil fell into deep thought after hearing these words. Orlando was in conflict with the Lu family? What was the reason? Why did the Lu family want to keep it secret? "Do you know anything else?" Virgil took a deep breath and asked the young Emmett calmly. The Dominic shook his head. "That's all I know." Virgil's eyes flickered, and a theory began to form in his mind. He didn't linger long and said, "Once I've investigated thoroughly, I'll come back and take you all away." Leaving the small courtyard as night fell, Virgil walked back down the quiet road, organizing the clues he had gathered from the Emmett in his mind. Why did Orlando and the Lu family have a conflict, and why did they try to hide it? What secrets were involved? Was Orlando indeed harmed by the Lu family? What exactly did they know? Virgil rubbed his temples. It was too chaotic, like countless threads tangling in his brain. Suddenly, he felt the hairs on his body stand up, a chill creeping up his spine. His heart leaped in alarm. Almost instinctively, he tried to twist his waist to evade, but it was too late. A long sword pierced through his body from behind. "Ah!" Virgil looked down in terror, seeing his chest soaked in blood. "PFT." The sword was suddenly pulled out. Virgil stumbled forward 2 or 3 steps before collapsing on the ground, fearfully looking at a figure standing a yard away. The person wore a mask, identifiable only as a tall man. He held a sword, the tip dripping blood, and approached step by step. "Why?" His voice was incredibly faint as he clutched his chest, one hand tightly gripping his storage bag, staring at the other intensely. "You learned what you shouldn't have," the masked man replied coldly. "Die obediently." As consciousness slipped away, Virgil bit his lips hard, trying to stay awake. "Are you from the Lu family?" "Ask that in hell." The masked man rushed toward him, stabbing once more. Suddenly, the man's face changed. A dazzling streak of sword energy was coming directly at him. At the same moment, in the central hall of the Lu residence, Benita sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupting somewhere within the estate. Her body flickered, disappearing instantly. In a secret room inside the Lu residence, the old patriarch of the Lu family opened his eyes, gazing in a specific direction, his brows furrowing. What strong sword intent. Anyone below the 8th stage of Qi practitioner would die for sure. It must be that little Sylvia's doing. Giovanni and Bonnie simultaneously opened their eyes, feeling a powerful sword energy surge from outside. Each ran out of their rooms, exchanged glances, and headed towards the source of the energy. He escaped. Perhaps due to the loud noise made by the strike, the assailant feared exposure or assumed Virgil was beyond saving. In any case, the assailant left. Virgil knelt half on the ground, desperately clutching his chest, but blood still poured out uncontrollably from the wound. "Am I dying?" His robe was drenched in blood, his vision blurring, his consciousness slipping away. Earlier, he had found some healing pills in Apsel's storage bag and took them, but there was no effect. The injury was too severe, a single sword strike piercing his body. His attacker was extremely strong, likely above the 7th stage of Qi practitioner. So be it. Nothing ties me down anyway, Virgil muttered, closing his eyes in the final moments when he saw a familiar figure. Avril's sister Roberta. Benita's face was cold, her delicate fingers pulling out a jade bottle from her storage bag. She popped out a pill and shoved it into his mouth. As he lay in a deep sleep, Virgil felt a warm current spread throughout his body, the bleeding slowly stopping. Palamains later, Giovanni and Bonnie arrived at the scene, seeing Benita supporting the unconscious Virgil, surprised. Avril's sister Roberta, what happened? What's wrong with younger Elioli? Giovanni approached, glancing at the unconscious Virgil. He inwardly rejoiced. This little creature had been seriously injured and wouldn't survive. Benita glanced coolly at the two. He must have discovered something and was assassinated. I gave him a Guyuan pill to save his life. When he wakes up is uncertain. Guyuan pill? Hearing this, Giovanni's eye twitched violently. This medicine, even among first-rate high-level medicines, had excellent healing effects. This little creature's luck is really good. Benita actually carried such a potion. At this moment, Birch, pale-faced, reached the scene, stammering, "Sir, what happened? What happened to this official?" "Head of the Liu family, my junior brother was attacked here at your Liu residence. Shouldn't you explain this?" Giovanni snorted, stepping forward, ready to vent his anger on Birch. "A bunch of useless fools, not even carrying out an assassination cleanly. Sir, this is absolutely not our doing. Even if we had the guts, who among us has the strength to attack this official?" Birch, terrified, paled and knelt on the spot. Prevaricating. Just as Giovanni was about to explode, Benita interrupted him. "We can hold him accountable when he regains consciousness. Head of the Liu family, I hope your family wasn't involved in this." She glanced coolly at Birch, then her figure flickered as she left with Virgil. Birch's eyes twitched wildly, his expression shifting, but he said nothing. Virgil seemed to have had a very long dream. The world in his dream was shrouded in darkness, devoid of sound and visibility, as if he were entirely alone. He abruptly woke up, looking around. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the beautifully framed landscape paintings on the wall, making the room bright and warm. Outside the window, trees swayed in the wind, creating a rustling sound that made him feel like he was in another world. Not dead? Bewildered, he lowered his gaze to see thick bandages covering his chest, his thoughts narrowing. As his consciousness cleared, Virgil recalled the last moment and the figure he saw. He realized Avril's sister Roberta must have saved him. Thankfully, he had managed to twist slightly at the last moment. Otherwise, a fatal stab to the heart would have ended everything. Virgil laughed bitterly, attempting to sit up but found himself weak and his chest throbbing with pain. "Don't move if you don't want to die." Benita walked in upon hearing the commotion. Virgil looked at her, his parched lips parting slowly, his voice hoarse. "Avril's sister Roberta, how long have I been asleep?" "1 day and 1 night. Benita handed him a cup of warm water, her expression indifferent. "If I hadn't arrived in time, you would already be dead." Virgil felt warmth in his heart, taking the cup and thanking her softly. After drinking some water, his throat eased up. Benita watched him and asked, "Who wanted to kill you?" "He wore a mask, so I don't know who he was. But it was most likely someone from the Liu family." Virgil frowned but then relaxed, recounting the information he had obtained from the young Emmett to Benita. Chapter 33, Peak of Qi Cultivation Level 6. "So it seems that their attempt to assassinate you is likely because you found out about Orlando's conflict with the Liu family," Benita remarked, her eyebrows furrowing. She sneered, "What a fine Liu family." All signs pointed to the Liu family being involved in Orlando's disappearance. Virgil suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, giving him a rough idea of Benita's strength. "You should rest well." Benita said this and walked out. Virgil watched her leave, noticing she stopped just before the door. As he was about to wonder why, a voice came from outside. "Maureen, has Junior Elio woken up yet?" Two figures approached, a man and a Noel, Giovanni and Bonnie. Giovanni had already used his divine sense to scan the room and spotted Virgil inside. His eyes flickered slightly. "He's awake," Benita said indifferently. "Who tried to assassinate him?" "It was probably someone from the Liu family." Virgil learned from one of their servants that Orlando had a conflict with them. He was attacked as soon as he returned. "Indeed, it's the Liu family. We'll go grab that old dog Birch and interrogate him." Giovanni snorted coldly and turned to leave. Benita remained expressionless and did not stop him. Bonnie asked beside her, "Maureen, aren't you coming? The Liu family's patriarch is at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. If a fight breaks out, we might need you." "I need to stay here and watch over him," Benita replied casually as she sat on the railing. Virgil was injured and needed someone to keep an eye on him. If last night's assassin returned, he would surely die. "Maureen, Giovanni might be at a disadvantage alone. How about you come along, and I'll take care of the junior brother?" Bonnie smiled. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone harm him." "There's no need. The Caesar can't act," Benita said confidently. Bonnie was surprised. Benita said, "Can't act, not won't act." Virgil sat on the bed, listening to the conversation outside. He wanted to enter the world-forgotten tower to heal, but there were 2 late-stage Qi cultivators outside. Everything inside the room was under their watchful eyes. Using the tower would certainly expose it. Such a precious treasure couldn't be revealed to others. Human hearts are treacherous. He knew this all too well. "I need to find a way to get rid of them. With the situation unclear, I must heal as soon as possible," Virgil thought. His already weak strength had now worsened due to injury. Moreover, he wouldn't be saved by a sword Qi next time. After releasing its last sword Qi, the wooden sword had crumbled into powder and dispersed. The sword intent inside had vanished, leaving nothing to sustain it. Closing his eyes for a moment, Virgil opened them with a composed look. What's going on? It's only been a day, and my wounds are already scabbing over. The healing speed is incredible. Feeling his injuries, Virgil was taken aback. And my cultivation. He had unconsciously broken through to the peak of Qi cultivation level 6. Had he known Benita had given him a high-grade first-class pill, he wouldn't have been so surprised. Although the Essence Consolidation pill wasn't specifically designed to boost cultivation, it still contained potent medicinal power that could enhance cultivation. Virgil didn't know these details but figured it wasn't a bad thing and didn't think further. Creak. The door opened, and both Benita and Bonnie looked toward the Dominic standing there. Both were exceptional beauties, rare among thousands. Benita possessed an unattainable elegance, like a flower blooming in a secluded valley, untouched by the mundane world. Her existence didn't require outsiders. Bonnie, on the other hand, exuded sensuality and allure in every inch of her skin, fitting more common preferences. Comparatively, Virgil felt Benita was superior. Wow, you recovered so fast from those injuries. Looks like Maureen's Essence Consolidation pill really worked, Bonnie giggled. Virgil paused, realizing why his injuries had healed quickly and his cultivation had reached the peak of Qi cultivation level 6. It was thanks to the pill. He glanced at Benita, who turned away indifferently, saying, "Why did you come out instead of resting properly?" "Maureen, I'm fine," Virgil hesitated. "Or maybe you should attend to business. With the Liu family's 9th-level patriarch, Feng Senior Elio might struggle alone." Was he dismissing her? Benita's brows furrowed slightly, while Bonnie smiled happily. "Since the junior brother has spoken, Maureen, please help Senior Elio Feng. I'll take care of the junior brother." Benita looked at her, then at Virgil. Virgil quickly lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes. "Thank you for your concern, Aliana Drake, but I don't need anyone to look after me." Of course, he didn't want this Noelle to stay. Not only did he need to use the world-forgotten tower without being seen, but she was also allied with Giovanni, who knew what she might do if left alone with him. Hearing Virgil dismiss both of them, Bonnie looked at him quizzically. "Junior sister Drake, let's go. Since he doesn't need care, let's help Senior Elio Feng," Benita said indifferently, turning to leave. "Take care of yourself, junior brother. We're going to help Senior Elio Feng." Bonnie glanced at Virgil and followed her. After seeing them off, Virgil returned inside and sat cross-legged on the bed. He waited a bit, confirming no one was around before entering the world-forgotten tower. Gently touching the jade bottle, Virgil hadn't expected to use the spirit-breaking pill so soon. However, he needed to recover from his injuries before attempting to break through to Qi cultivation level Haley. Closing his eyes, he began circulating his cultivation technique to heal himself. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Liu residence, Giovanni, with his legs crossed, said, "Head of the Liu family, my junior brother is awake. He says it was your people who tried to assassinate him. What do you have to say for yourself?" "My lord, I beg you to understand. The Liu family truly did not send anyone to attack Lord Li." Birch felt helpless. "Oh, so I've misunderstood. Can you tell me why the Liu family had a conflict with Senior Elio Liu, almost leading to a confrontation?" Giovanni smiled. Birch's face changed, embarrassed. "I don't quite understand what you mean, my lord." "Don't understand." Giovanni stood up and kicked him in the chest. Despite being at Qi cultivation level Haley, Birch dared neither dodge nor resist. Chapter 34, The Truth. A cultivator of the 7th level of Qi condensation and head of a cultivation family, being kicked and not daring to retaliate or make a sound. "Do you think pretending to be foolish will work?" Giovanni smirked. Birch lowered his head, his expression rapidly changing as he said, "I indeed had an unpleasant encounter with Governor Liu, but my Liu family absolutely did not harm him." "Do you think we still believe your words?" A cold voice echoed from outside. Then, 2 stunningly beautiful women walked in. Birch took a deep breath and said, "Every word I say is true." "Then why was Skylar assassinated immediately after finding out about the conflict between your Liu family and Orlando? If it wasn't your Liu family, who else could it be?" Bonnie glanced at him scornfully. Birch hesitated slightly before slowly replying, "I do not know about this matter either, but I can assure you that it was absolutely not done by my Liu family." These words are probably hard for even a 3-year-old to believe. If not by someone from your Liu family, then who? Could it be that someone framed your Liu family? Bonnie's face was filled with ridicule. "There is indeed that possibility," Birch nodded. "Why did you have a conflict with Orlando?" Benita asked a question. At the time, Governor Liu came to collect spirit stones. He thought there were too few and suspected our Liu family was hiding some. However, the quantity mined from this spiritual stone vein has indeed been decreasing, and I couldn't do anything about it, Birch answered. He didn't elaborate, but everyone already understood. Benita gazed at him calmly while Birch looked composed. "If you say Orlando's disappearance has nothing to do with your Liu family, why did you try to hide it earlier?" Bonnie seized on the flaw, looking at him with a series of cold laughs. "This?" Birch's expression wavered. "The reason for hiding it was mainly to avoid trouble. I thought the officials wouldn't find any clues and would leave, but..." Birch gave a bitter laugh. "Keep fabricating." Bonnie cast a sidelong glance at him. Benita pondered for a moment. She hadn't doubted Virgil's words, but now she was unsure. On one hand, Virgil was clearly targeted, which seemed related to the Liu family. Yet, Birch only admitted to the conflict with Orlando but did not admit to harming him. If he hadn't lied, where did Orlando go? Surely he didn't just run away with the spirit stones? Twilight. Virgil exited the Forgotten World Tower, slowly exhaling before glancing outside the window. It was dusk. The fiery sunset emitted its last rays, and a few solitary clouds floated red in the sky. To fully recover from my injuries, I will need another 3 days. Virgil stood by the window, watching the sunset as he muttered to himself. I wonder how Sister Roberta's interrogation of Birch went. Virgil's eyes flickered. Having been gone for so long, surely no mishap happened? Virgil shook his head and chuckled, realizing his worries were excessive. Even if the errand personally acted, Benita would likely escape unscathed. Just wonder if it was really the Liu family that harmed Orlando. Virgil watched the sunset, lost in thought. As the sun neared the horizon, a stunning figure appeared in the courtyard. Sister Roberta, how did it go? Virgil approached and asked. Birch admitted to a conflict with Orlando, but he didn't admit to sending anyone to assassinate you or Orlando. Benita frowned deeply, sighing lightly. Without his admission, mere conjecture wouldn't suffice to destroy the Liu family. Virgil looked at her and smiled. If he doesn't admit, that's fine. We'll eventually find evidence. Benita glanced at him coolly. The next day, Virgil arrived at the small courtyard. He felt that night's incident was too coincidental. They received information and were ambushed on the way back. It seemed carefully orchestrated. Scanning with his divine sense, he saw no sign of the young man, only the little Sylvia sweeping the yard. Virgil knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, the little Sylvia hesitantly opened the door, timidly asking, Big brother, who are you looking for? Do you remember me? Virgil smiled warmly. That night, I came here with your brother. I remember Big brother. The little Sylvia was very small, with pale skin and big, watery eyes. She asked Virgil, would you like to come inside? Virgil hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. Entering the yard, Virgil turned around and asked, where's your brother? My brother went to the mine, the little Sylvia whispered. The mine? Virgil's eyes showed confusion, then understanding flashed across them. The Liu family was responsible for mining spirit stones for Qing sect, so the little Sylvia's brother must also be a miner. Virgil then asked, can I see inside? Yes, you can. The little Sylvia hesitated, feeling this big brother didn't seem malicious. Allowed in, Virgil entered the house. Inside, it was dim and damp, smelling musty. There were 2 rooms. Entering one, he realized it belonged to the Emmett, slightly messy. Soon, Virgil emerged. The little Sylvia brought him a stool. Sitting in the yard, Virgil smiled. What's your name? Steph, the little Sylvia replied shyly. And your brother? Luda, the little Sylvia answered obediently. Is your father Birch? Ep1of2. The little Sylvia nodded. Virgil couldn't help but gently pat her head, feeling pity. Such a cute little Sylvia had been abandoned by her own father. From appearances, their living conditions weren't good. Their clothes were patched. No wonder Luda wanted to leave. Why only ask my name, big brother? You haven't told me yours yet. The little Sylvia protested discontentedly. My name is Virgil. Virgil was taken aback, laughing. Why aren't you resting properly? What are you doing here? A faint voice came. Both looked up to see Benita standing on the roof, seemingly passing by. The little Sylvia had never seen such a beautiful big sister, admiring her dress. I was feeling suffocated inside and decided to take a walk, Virgil replied. Benita floated away, seeming to pass by or checking if Virgil was safe. Watching her leave, Virgil patted the little Sylvia's head. Don't envy her. Once this is over, big brother will get you a similar dress. He noticed her gaze fixed on Benita's dress. Shaking her head, the little Sylvia pointed out, that big sister has something at her waist like the one who visited that night. What thing? Virgil's eyelids twitched slightly. Didn't big brother notice? That pretty lady had the same iron thing hanging from her waist. Virgil's heart raced. Using his divine sense, he summoned a token, showing it to the Sylvia. Is this it? This was his inner sect disciple token. The Sylvia looked surprised. I didn't expect big brother to have one too. Virgil focused on the key part of her statement. Little Hui, apart from me and the beautiful sister, has anyone else with this token visited? Yes. On the day big brother came, a masked big brother with this token visited. The little Sylvia's innocent voice struck Virgil like thunder. He froze. Masked, with Qing sect's inner sect disciple token. Is big brother alright? The beautiful sister said you were injured? Virgil's expression changed rapidly, missing the rest of the little Sylvia's words. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and asked the little Sylvia, Zayli, is everything you just said true? What did that masked big brother come to your house for? Of course it's true. He came looking for my brother. Afraid Virgil wouldn't believe her, the little Sylvia described the mask. His mask was black and looked very scary. Virgil recalled the assassination night in his mind, picturing the mask worn by the attacker. He closed his eyes and murmured, Zayli, don't say anything more. Big brother believes you. No matter how carefully he had planned, he never expected that the starting point of his suspicion was wrong from the beginning. It was a preconception on his part, suspecting the Liu family. But it was understandable. The enemy had intentionally led him astray, and being in the midst of it all, he couldn't see clearly, which was not his fault. Anyone who knew Orlando had a conflict with the Liu family and then got assassinated would naturally suspect the Liu family. However, no one expected it was all a setup. Zayli, big brother has some matters to attend to. I'll come visit you next time. Virgil feared the little Sylvia might notice something was off, so he stood up, bid her farewell, and hurriedly ran out. He now needed to find Benita immediately to confirm certain things. If everything matched, then his suspicions were true. The little Sylvia looked puzzled. This big brother seemed distracted after mentioning the masked man. Running out of the small courtyard, Virgil released his divine sense, enveloping a radius of 7 feet around him. Any slightest movement didn't escape his immediate attention. The scene of the assassination that day flashed before his eyes. Could the person still be watching him? Thinking there might be a pair of eyes secretly watching him, Virgil felt a hint of panic and immediately thought of finding Maureen to tell her about this. But due to his wounds not yet fully healed, Virgil soon found himself panting heavily and stopped, feeling shortness of breath in his chest. You're running for what? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Virgil shuddered and quickly turned around. Benita stood on the rooftop in her green silk robe, looking at him. Relieved, Virgil took a deep breath and delivered a bombshell. Maureen, the Liu family might really not have killed Liu. Benita's eyes narrowed as she descended from the rooftop, signaling him to continue. Virgil smiled bitterly and said, I just learned from Zayli that on the day I was attacked, a masked man visited her brother. Was it the same man who attacked you? Seeing his state, Benita immediately guessed something. Virgil nodded. Zayli told me that man wore a Qing inner sect disciple token. Hearing this, Benita fell silent, her eyes shimmering slightly. Virgil asked, so I want to confirm if this is Elio Lu's first time collecting spirit stones, and what his cultivation level is. Usually Atticus handles it, but this month he had other matters, so the sect master sent Orlando. As for his cultivation, I remember it should be 8th level Qi condensation. That matches. Virgil sighed. The assassin's cultivation was likely 8th level Qi condensation. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the Qi condensation technique. Everything suddenly became clear. Why did the assassination happen right after learning of the conflict between the Lu family and Orlando? Because it was a carefully orchestrated plot. To make everyone suspect the Lu family, diverting attention from the possibility that Orlando had fled with the spirit stones. Could the little Sylvia be lying? Benita speculated. Virgil pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. This traitor. Benita was silent, clenching her jade-like hands hidden under her sleeves. If it weren't for Virgil, she would have been foolishly deceived. Orlando was the mastermind behind it all. He betrayed Qing sect, embezzled those spirit stones, and to escape blame, he framed the Lu family. Is there any way to find him? Benita loosened her grip and looked at him. Now that they knew the truth, but the spirit stones were in Orlando's hands, only capturing him could retrieve them. A month's worth of mined spirit stones was an astronomical amount. Virgil didn't know, but Benita was well aware. No wonder Orlando risked so much. Virgil hesitated and said, the simplest and most effective method is to force him to show up. Seeing Benita's puzzled look, Virgil continued, use his family. Though it was a low tactic, it usually worked. It was somewhat disgraceful though. Benita frowned and shook her head slowly. Orlando is an orphan. This method probably won't work. That makes it difficult. If I were him, I'd flee as far as possible once the matter was exposed. Retrieving the spirit stones will be almost impossible. So now it's best to pretend we don't know and try to lure him out. Virgil sighed, glancing around. With Benita present, Orlando shouldn't be eavesdropping nearby. Fear he might have already fled with the spirit stones. Benita's fine brows furrowed. Unlikely. If he intended to flee, he would have done so from the start, Virgil mused. He wanted to frame the Lu family to exonerate himself. He wouldn't leave until he succeeded. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the center of the Lu residence. This aura was exceptionally strong, something Virgil had only felt from Corbin in the outer sect. A Foundation establishment expert. How is this possible? Virgil's gaze flickered in surprise as he stared toward the center of the Lu residence. Chapter 35. Sudden change. No, not Foundation establishment. Vera leaped onto the roof, gazing at a courtyard in the center of the Lu family estate. Braden Lee landed beside her, puzzled. Then what is it? Half-step Foundation establishment. Vera explained. The patriarch of the Lu family must have failed to break through to Foundation establishment. I sensed he was attempting the breakthrough earlier. You, Qing sect, kill my son. I'll make you all pay for it. A frantic roar rang out as a figure broke through the roof and landed in the courtyard. It was a Franzly man in purple robes, towering and imposing, with bloodshot eyes radiating immense power. The dev immediately spotted Vera and Braden Lee on the distant rooftop. Anger and hatred flared in his eyes as he charged toward them. What about his son being killed? What's happening? Braden Lee inwardly wondered. This person must be the Caesar. Could his son be Zachary? Vera shook her head, indicating she didn't know. At that moment, Bonnie and Giovanni landed on the nearby roofs, asking, Maureen Ling, what's going on? We're in trouble, Vera murmured. Looking at Braden Lee, Orlando, the traitor, might have killed Zachary and framed us. The patriarch of the Lu family is enraged. Braden Lee's expression changed. Senior Elio Lu? What happened? Giovanni and Bonnie, unaware of the situation, were bewildered by Vera's words. Die. Suddenly, a towering figure leaped over their heads and slapped down a palm. Boom. Everyone scrambled to avoid it, scattering apart. In an instant, the house beneath their feet crumbled into ruins, leaving the dev in purple robes standing amidst rubble, his white hair flying in the wind. Benicio, do you dare attack us? Are you trying to get your entire clan exterminated? Giovanni shouted angrily. I've been loyal my whole life, always faithful to the Qing sect. But what did I get in return? Just because my family had a conflict with Orlando, and he went missing, you accused us and killed my son? The patriarch's eyes were red with rage as he attacked like a hungry tiger, moving at incredible speed toward Giovanni and landing a powerful blow. Who killed your son? Giovanni shouted, raising his hand to cast a potent spell. He was only at the 8th level of Qi condensation and dared not face the opponent directly. However, this spell, which could severely wound a Haleth level practitioner, was effortlessly nullified by the Lu patriarch, who then smashed a heavy fist toward him, aiming to kill. Giovanni's face paled. Dodging was impossible. Clenching his teeth, he swung a punch forward. Their fists collided, and Giovanni felt his arm nearly shattered, screaming as he flew back like a broken kite. The purple-robed dev did not relent and attacked again. His state isn't right. He must have encountered a breakthrough obstacle and gone berserk, Vera deduced from her observations. Though so, his strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. Only a Foundation establishment expert could subdue him. Bonnie, help me. Vera waved her hand, summoning a light blue longsword. She led the charge against the Lu patriarch. Bonnie glanced over and joined the fray. 2 sharp attacks aimed at the dev's back forced him to abandon his assault on Giovanni. Sombering around, he unleashed 2 punches, channeling his mana, splitting the air. Both attackers were knocked back instantly. Vera stabilized herself mid-air, landing smoothly, and swept her sword, pushing the Lu patriarch back. Bonnie crashed into a house, pale-faced, before rejoining the battle. exchanging glances with Giovanni and fleeing toward a distance. Maureen Ling, we'll go fetch reinforcements. Hold on. A distant voice called out. Braden Lee watched their retreating figures, feeling helpless. Vera showed no reaction, her eyes cold as her swordplay flowed gracefully, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. The Lu patriarch growled fiercely, attacking Vera relentlessly, trying to break through her defenses. But Vera moved swiftly, evading his punches and kicks while intensifying her sword techniques, slicing through houses and rocks with sharp energy. Many of the Lu family disciples and servants, witnessing this chaos, fled in terror from the estate. Braden Lee summoned his sword from his storage bag, intending to assist Vera. Get lost, don't distract me. Vera sensed his intention and coldly ordered, slashing a wound across the Lu patriarch's arm. Blood splattered as she herself was struck in the abdomen, flying back, a trace of blood trickling from her mouth. Maureen Ling. Braden Lee's face darkened. As he moved to help, he felt his hairs stand on end, sensing imminent danger. Frozen in place, he could only watch helplessly as the dev aimed a fatal blow at him. Braden Lee's pupils constricted. At the last second, a cold light flashed, forcing the dev back. Vera shot him a cold glance. Stay far away. Braden Lee felt humiliated, but realized the urgency as the Lu patriarch descended again, striking their position. Get out. Vera shoved him aside, retreating. Dust enveloped the area, and a swift shadow darted toward Vera. This time, Braden Lee stayed back, watching from a distance. This battle was beyond his level, yet abandoning Vera was unimaginable. Haleth-level chi condensation. If I break through, I could cast divine restriction on that dev, and relieve some pressure on Maureen Ling. Eyes glowing with resolve, Braden Lee sat cross-legged, pulling out a jade bottle containing a spirit-breaking pill from his storage bag. Initially planning to recover from injuries before advancing, he now had no choice. He saw that Vera could hold off the dev with skillful swordsmanship but lacked overall strength. If this continued, the irrational dev would eventually kill her. Without hesitation, Braden Lee took the pill, closing his eyes. His mana surged within the Dantian. From 6th level to Haleth-level chi condensation was a significant barrier. Overcoming it meant advancing from mid-stage to late-stage chi condensation. Beyond this, up to foundation establishment, it was just a matter of accumulation. Many had been stuck at this stage, but Braden Lee had the spirit-breaking pill. As the pill entered his body, rumbling echoed inside him, with his mana forcefully colliding against the invisible barrier. Chapter 36 Escape. Little Sylvia, die. On the battlefield, the Aaron roared in fury, sweeping his arm and smashing heavily towards Benita. Benita was about to dodge when a sudden wave of dizziness overcame her vision. The Aaron seized the opportunity and swept his arm again, striking Benita's waist and sending her frail body flying. Bang! Benita crashed heavily onto the ground. This was the first time she had suffered a setback since their duel began. The intense pain helped clear her mind somewhat. Suddenly, the Aaron descended from above, stomping down with great force. Benita rolled out of the way, quickly getting up despite her unsteady body, and resumed fighting him. Soon, the barrier grew weaker, and he was getting closer to reaching the Haleth layer of Chi practitioner. Breakthrough! Quickly break through! Virgil yelled in anger, continuously colliding his mana against the barrier. Boom! Finally, a melodious sound emerged from within his body. Instantly, a new aura radiated from him. Haleth layer of Chi practitioner. Virgil didn't let the excitement distract him. His figure flickered as he vanished from the spot and rushed straight to the battlefield. Die! 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 The attacks from the Aaron grew increasingly fierce, like a storm battering Benita. Gradually, she found it harder to keep up, and her movements slowed. My head hurts so much. Just at this moment, Benita's exquisite face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her actions grew slower, and before long, she was struck by the Aaron and flung into the air, landing on a thin shoulder. Do you still want to stick around and come back to die? Benita fumed inwardly. She had been buying time for him, but why wouldn't he appreciate it? I can't abandon someone who has sacrificed for me and run away alone. Virgil whispered softly. Die! Suddenly, the Aaron slashed his palm down towards Virgil's head. Virgil hastily leaped backward, holding Benita, who was gradually losing consciousness, and quickly fled. Originally, he planned to join forces with Benita and use the immortal binding technique to defeat the dev. But given Benita's current state, clearly unable to fight, and even if he suppressed the Aaron's cultivation, he would still be no match. Thus, escaping was their best option. Soon, he carried Benita out of Lu Mansion and into a forest. Feeling the condition of the person in his arms, cold as ice, Virgil felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Maureen, what's wrong with you? Don't mind me. Benita murmured faintly, trying to push him away. Run, just run. I'm the sect leader's daughter. He dare not kill me, so hurry. I'll help you hold him off for a bit. Sect leader's daughter. Virgil was momentarily stunned. So that chubby kid wasn't the Braden after all, but instead, a legitimate son. Virgil couldn't understand why he thought of these things at such a time, and couldn't help but laugh. Maureen, don't speak. You haven't abandoned me, so I can't leave you behind. Virgil held her tightly in his arms, his voice resolute. Benita's tiny face pressed against his chest, her weak breath barely touching his heart. His originally calm inner world rippled slightly because of these words. Ugh. Her head started hurting again, her vision becoming blurry. Her hearing was fading. Benita's face was pale. This illness recurred at unpredictable intervals without a fixed schedule. Behind them, the Aaron relentlessly pursued them, moving faster. In just a few breaths, he caught up, striking toward Virgil's back. Virgil's body sank slightly as he leaped aside to evade the attack, muttering, immortal binding technique. A chain shot out from within him, entering the Aaron's body. In the next moment, Virgil's face turned abnormally pale, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. With 2 full realms between them, Using the immortal binding technique had minimal effect while causing significant backlash to him. The errand's speed only slowed by 10%. It wasn't enough. Then, one more. Virgil gritted his teeth. A second chain flew out from within him, entering the errand's body. The errand's aura continuously weakened, dropping from half-step foundation establishment to an ordinary 9th layer Qi practitioner's level. Yet he was still too powerful. A streak of white hair appeared. Virgil sensed the disparity in strength. 2 chains were almost his limit. What should we do? Virgil's face was filled with despair. Averil, are you there? Recalling the mysterious fronds in his sea of consciousness, Virgil tried to call out, but received no response. We can only rely on ourselves. Virgil gritted his teeth. At that moment, the errand suddenly exerted himself, striking Virgil's back. Virgil met his strike with one of his own, and his body flew out, rolling down a hillside. He tightly protected the person in his arms, using his body to shield her from all impacts. Shouldn't we act now? From a nearby mountain peak, 3 figures stood watching the scene unfold from afar. Aren't you the one who wanted that Emmett dead? The masked man who attacked Virgil that night stood on a tree branch, his voice cold. But what about Benita? Giovanni hesitated. Do you pity her? Miss Roberta, high and mighty, wouldn't even look at you. Bonnie scoffed. I'm worried about how we'll explain it if Benita dies. Giovanni retorted. Relax, it's not your doing. It wasn't related to you anyway. The masked man replied indifferently. Didn't you kill Birch? And interrupt the dev's meditation, causing him to lose control, right? Everything was part of your plan, and we're just your pawns. Giovanni looked at the masked man, whose expression was hidden behind a mask. Bonnie apparently knew everything and wasn't surprised. Only he had been kept in the dark, which made him unhappy. The masked man remained silent, and Giovanni frowned slightly, his voice tinged with annoyance. What are you really planning? I want that spirit mine. With the Liu family in chaos, no one is guarding it. Let's go. The masked man said indifferently. Bonnie followed behind, glancing back at Giovanni with a faint smile. No need to watch anymore. That Emmett is doomed. We've fulfilled our promise to Junior Eliophone. Don't forget our agreement, Junior Eliophone. The Blue Profundity sect. What did we offend? Giovanni's eyes flashed, sensing the threat in their words. He watched their retreating figures, standing still for a long time. Thud. Virgil clutched Benita, rolling down the hillside until he slammed against a tree. The Aaron leaped down, landing several feet away, his expression dark as he approached step by step. He had lost control due to madness, consumed only by the desire for killing. Revenge. To avenge his son. Virgil got up from the ground, his body trembling, his internal organs shifting painfully. A taste of metallic bitterness filled his mouth. Watching the advancing Aaron, Virgil felt death drawing close. At that moment, a white crane's call sounded from above. Virgil lifted his head, seeing a white crane circling overhead, a flicker of joy crossing his face. This was the white crane Benita had raised, gone missing after arriving at the Liu family. Who would have thought it would appear now? Its speed rivaled that of a late-stage Qi practitioner. The white crane swooped down, grabbing his shoulders and soaring into the sky. Chapter 37. The last time. Goodbye. Virgil laughed aloud, watching the purple-robed fronds below gradually become a tiny dot. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having survived. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from afar, as if something was piercing through the air. Virgil's heart sank with a premonition of impending danger. In the next moment, a black arrow appeared in his line of sight, rapidly expanding and hurtling towards him with a whistling sound. Almost instinctively, Virgil turned his head away. An instant later, the arrow brushed past his scalp. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, the white crane let out a shrill cry and began plummeting towards the ground with them still on its back. Who? Virgil was both shocked and enraged. He instantly realized that the arrow was aimed at the crane, not him. He angrily searched for the attacker and soon spotted a Dominic on a distant mountain peak holding a bow. The Dominic gave him a mocking glance before turning away. Giovanni. Virgil clenched his fists, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As his body lost control and was about to smash into the ground, he quickly summoned his sword beneath his feet, stopping his rapid descent. Boom. But the large white crane crashed heavily onto the ground, its chest pierced by the arrow. It lay amidst a pool of blood, struggling briefly before dying. Virgil landed nearby, feeling a surge of anger and sorrow. He had no time to mourn as the purple-robed fronds pulled up a large tree and hurled it at him. Boom. Virgil leaped backward, dodging the attack. At the same time, he sent out his mental energy and placed the sleeping Benita inside the legacy tower. The moment he did this, the expression on the Franz's face twisted nastily. In an instant, he closed the distance between them and delivered a palm strike towards Virgil. Roaring in anger, Virgil met the blow with his own palm and was sent flying back, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boy, why is it always when you are about to die that I awaken? A faint sigh sounded within his mind. How helpless. Senior, you are my savior. Quickly use your powers and subdue this death. Virgil climbed to his feet, a glint of hope in his eyes. I only have 1/10 of my original strength left. Teaching you the immortal prohibition and stopping time's flow has already drained me. As they spoke, the purple-robed fronds attacked again. Panicked, Virgil dodged his blows, pleading, Senior, if I die, there will be no successor for the legacy tower. Please think of a way to save me. Fine, I'll help you once more, but this will be the last time. Cultivation is a struggle against heaven and man. If you keep relying on my power, how will you survive? Senior, please hurry. Another moment and this old fool will kill me. Virgil spat out a mouthful of blood, his body being slammed into a tree trunk by the Franz's blow. Just as the Franz was about to pounce again, a chain appeared in the heavens. Virgil trembled. This chain seemed capable of restraining all creation, far beyond what he could summon with the immortal prohibition. The black chain entered the Franz's body, gradually reducing his cultivation level. Half-step foundation establishment. 9th stage Qi practitioner. 8th stage Qi practitioner. Virgil was inwardly startled. So this was the senior's power. To reduce someone from half-step foundation establishment so effortlessly? What realm had he reached? Even in this severely injured state, he could toy with a half-step foundation establishment cultivator. But soon, Virgil's expression turned grim. He leaped back onto a tree branch, watching the Franz below. Senior, can you make him drop even further? 8th stage is too strong for me too. Can't defeat an 8th stage Qi practitioner? You should go bash your head against a tofu block. How can you lead? The voice in his mind grumbled but complied, further reducing the Franz's cultivation to Haley's stage Qi practitioner peak. Thank you, senior. Seeing they were now on the same level, Virgil's confidence soared. When the Franz attacked, Virgil advanced rather than retreat, delivering a powerful punch. Once again, he was knocked back several feet. Climbing to his feet, covered in dirt, Virgil muttered in confusion. It doesn't make sense. We're both Haley stage Qi practitioners. Why is he so much stronger? Fool. His physical body is at half-step foundation establishment. How can you match him? The voice in his mind sighed exasperatedly. Use that Sylvia's sword. It's a spirit weapon, capable of breaking through his defenses. Realizing this, Virgil smiled sheepishly. Summoning a frosty blue long sword with his mental energy, he slashed at the charging Franz. The Franz, sensing imminent danger, avoided the strike. The old fool knows fear after all. Virgil snarled, lunging forward to deliver another slash. The Franz growled, drawing a blade from his storage bag and slashing back. Clang. Their weapons clashed, Virgil wincing as pain shot through his wrist, forcing him back 3 steps. There's still a gap. I can't meet him head-on. Virgil muttered to himself, analyzing their strength disparity after the encounter. Kill, kill, kill. The Franz's mind was clouded with thoughts of slaughter as he resumed his aggressive attacks. Virgil didn't meet his attacks head-on, instead continuously dodging. Finding an opening, he leaped back and swung his sword, unleashing a fiery dragon 70 feet long that roared towards the Franz. Roar. The dragon charged at the Franz, opening its massive jaws to swallow him whole. In the next moment, a dazzling blade cut the dragon in half. Virgil watched coldly. As the fire dragon dissipated, the Franz prepared for his next move, but suddenly, hundreds of flying swords erupted from within the dragon's belly, moving so swiftly that they instantly enveloped him. Ah! A scream echoed through the dense forest. A moment later, the Aaron was kneeling in a pit, his body scorched by high temperatures and flying swords. His purple clothes were torn, his hair disheveled, and his aura extremely weakened. The effect was quite good. This change ensures the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. It maintains consistency in terminology and style, fitting seamlessly into the surrounding narrative. Virgil remarked calmly. The combination of the flying sword technique and flame transformation was a new move he had conceived recently. The principle is simple. Hide the flying sword technique within the fire dragon. Most opponents, after breaking through the fire dragon, would definitely let their guard down. However, the real danger only begins then. Hidden inside the fire dragon are over 100 flying swords, aiming to catch the enemy off guard. This way, any moment of carelessness would result in the same outcome as what happened to the purple-robed Franz. However, the true lethal threat was only just beginning. Hidden within the fire dragon were over 100 flying swords, designed to strike when the opponent least expected it. The principle was simple. After the opponent broke through the fire dragon and let their guard down, the real danger would emerge. The hundreds of hidden flying swords inside the fire dragon would launch a surprise attack, catching the opponent off guard. A moment of carelessness would lead to the same fate as the purple-robed Franz. A moment of carelessness would lead to the same fate as this Aaron. Finish him while he's down. This edit ensures the phrase reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. It fits well within the context and style of the passage. Virgil's figure blurred and vanished from sight, stabbing the Franz in the Meishi. Revised. Virgil's figure blurred as he vanished from sight, driving his sword into the Franz's forehead. The purple-robed Franz's gaze was vacant as his body fell heavily to the ground. Before he died, his gaze briefly cleared, and his lips parted slightly as if he wanted to say something. Ultimately, he closed his eyes. However, this sentence seems to be out of context based on the original text provided. If you're looking for a translation within the given narrative, it would fit better as. In the end, he closed his eyes. This maintains the tone and context of the original Chinese passage more accurately. If you need a more detailed segment or have a specific part you want translated or edited, please provide the relevant context. It's over. With a long sigh, Virgil felt no pride in defeating his foe. If not for the Franz's assistance in suppressing his opponent's strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. He approached the body to retrieve the storage bag and the dowel blade, placing both into his own storage bag. Once done, Virgil nearly stumbled, finally feeling the full weight of exhaustion and pain. His chest throbbed with both old and new injuries. Standing beside the white crane's lifeless form, sorrow welled up within him. Sister Roberta would be heartbroken if she knew what had happened. Giovanni. The name passed through his lips, carrying a promise of retribution. Gazing at the crane, he let out a soft sigh, deciding to dig a grave for it. To rest in peace. Virgil let out a long breath. He didn't feel any pride in killing this man. If it weren't for the senior's help in suppressing his opponent's cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move from him. He stepped forward to take off the man's storage bag and placed it along with the knife into his own storage bag. After doing all this, Virgil's body wobbled, and he nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. The pain in his chest began to intensify, as old wounds had not yet healed and now new injuries were added. Approaching the dead white crane, Virgil's eyes welled with sorrow. If Maureen found out, she would surely be very saddened. Giovanni. The translation of the name Fengzi to Giovanni ensures that it reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Names are typically transliterated rather than translated, so this approach is appropriate here. If you need further context or adjustments based on previous text, feel free to provide more details. Virgil's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the white crane on the ground. He sighed softly, planning to dig a hole to bury it. Given the context and to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English, I have made slight adjustments for fluency and clarity while maintaining the original meaning. To rest in peace. This phrase is used to express the wish for the deceased to find peace in death. It concludes the passage naturally and fluently in English, maintaining the somber tone of the original text. Chapter 37. The last time. Goodbye. Virgil laughed loudly, watching the errand below gradually shrink into a small dot, his heart filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Whoosh. At this moment, a sharp sound suddenly came from afar, as if something was slicing through the air. Virgil felt a chill, instantly sensing an ominous premonition. In the next moment, a black arrow appeared in his vision, rapidly expanding and whistling towards his head. Almost instinctively, Virgil turned his head. In an instant, the arrow grazed past his scalp. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, the white crane let out a shrill cry and started plummeting from the sky along with him. Who? Virgil was both shocked and furious. He immediately realized the arrow wasn't aimed at him but at the white crane. Furiously seeking the attacker, his gaze quickly landed on a young man standing atop a distant peak, holding a bow and arrow. The Dominic smirked mockingly at him before turning away. Giovanni. Virgil clenched his fists, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As their bodies lost control and were about to crash into the ground, he hastily summoned his sword beneath his feet, halting the rapid descent. Bang. However, the massive body of the white crane crashed heavily onto the ground, its chest pierced by an arrow, lying in a pool of blood. It struggled for a while before passing away. Virgil landed nearby, suddenly feeling intense anger and sorrow. There was no time for mourning. Seeing him fall, the Aaron uprooted a large tree and hurled it at him. Boom. Virgil leaped backward, dodging the attack while simultaneously using his mental power to send the sleeping Benita into the world-abandoning tower. Just as he finished that move, the Aaron, with a grotesque expression, instantly closed the distance, appearing in front of Virgil and delivering a powerful palm strike. Virgil roared angrily, slapping back with all his might, only to be flung away forcefully, stirring up a cloud of dust. Egan, why is it that every time I awaken, you are on the brink of death? A faint sigh echoed within his mind, full of helplessness. Senior, you truly saved my life. Quickly activate your divine powers and deal with this dev. Virgil picked himself up from the ground, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. I only have 1/10 of my original strength now. Last time teaching you the immortal restriction and stopping the flow of time left me without any extra power. As they conversed, the Aaron attacked again. Virgil hurriedly evaded, anxiously pleading, Senior, if I die, there will be no successor for the world-abandoning tower. Please find a way to save me. So be it, I'll assist you one more time, but this is the last. Cultivation is about battling heaven and humanity. If you always rely on my power, it won't do. Senior, please act fast or I'll be killed by this old fool soon. Virgil spat out a mouthful of blood, being thrown against a tree by the Franz's attack. Just as he lunged forward again, a chain appeared from nowhere. Virgil's body trembled. This chain seemed capable of restraining even heaven and earth, far surpassing the ones he had summoned with the immortal restriction. The black chain entered the Franz's body, forcing his cultivation level to drop step by step. Half-step foundation establishment. 9th layer Qi practitioner. 8th layer Qi practitioner. Virgil was inwardly startled. So this was the true strength of this senior. A half-step foundation establishment could be restrained so easily. What realm had he reached? From his tone, it was evident he was gravely injured, yet still treated a half-step foundation establishment as a toy. Soon, he bitterly sighed, stepping back onto a branch and looking down at the Franz. Senior, can you make him drop further? Even an 8th layer Qi practitioner is too strong for me. If you can't handle a mere 8th layer Qi practitioner, go bash your head against a tofu block and die. With an attitude like yours, how can you lead? The voice in his mind spoke sarcastically but still complied with his request, lowering the Franz's cultivation to the peak of the Haleth layer Qi practitioner. Thank you, Senior. Seeing the Franz now at his own cultivation level, Virgil's confidence soared. As the Franz charged at him, he surged forward, punching with all his strength. Once again, he was sent flying several dozen feet away. Picking himself up, disheveled and bewildered, Virgil muttered, Something's not right. We're both Haleth layer Qi practitioners, so why is he so strong? Idiot, his physical body is at half-step foundation establishment. How can you match him? The voice in his mind showed frustration. Use the little Sylvia's sword. Her sword is a spirit weapon that can break through his physical defense. Realizing the solution, Virgil chuckled awkwardly, summoning the ice blue long sword with his mental power. He swung the sword at the charging Franz. The Franz's eyes flashed with instinctive dread. Instead of blocking bare-handed, he dodged swiftly. Old fool, you also know fear. Virgil shouted coldly, lunging forward and striking with his sword. The Franz growled, pulling out a broadsword from his storage bag and slashing fiercely. Clang. The clash between the broadsword and the longsword caused Virgil's hand to ache. He staggered back 3 steps, barely holding his ground. There's still a gap. Direct confrontation isn't wise. Virgil whispered to himself, having assessed the strength difference after their exchange. Kill, kill, kill. The Franz's mind was filled with slaughter, launching another aggressive attack. Instead of confronting him directly, Virgil kept dodging. Finding an opportunity, he leaped back and slashed, unleashing a 7-zhang long fiery dragon that roared and lunged toward the Franz. Roar. The fiery dragon charged at the Franz, opening its huge mouth and swallowing him whole. Next, a blinding flash of sword light split the dragon in two. Virgil watched indifferently. As the fiery dragon dissipated, the Franz, just about to react, was suddenly engulfed by a swarm of flying swords that emerged from the dragon's belly at high speed. Ah! A pained scream echoed through the dense forest. Palamains later, the Franz knelt halfway in a crater, scorched and wounded by the high temperature and flying swords. His purple robe was tattered, his hair disheveled, and his aura incredibly weakened. The effect was good, Virgil commented calmly. Combining the flying sword technique with flame transformation was an idea he'd recently thought of. The principle was simple. Hide the flying sword technique within the fiery dragon. Once the opponent broke through the dragon's exterior, they would let their guard down. But the real danger began inside the fiery dragon, where over 100 flying swords lay hidden. A surprise attack, even a minor lapse in attention, would lead to the same fate as the Franz. Finish him off while he's down. Virgil blurred into motion, disappearing and reappearing with his sword piercing the Franz's forehead. The Franz's eyes glazed over, his body falling heavily to the ground. In his dying moments, a glimmer of clarity appeared in his eyes, his lips parting slightly as if he wanted to say something. Ultimately, he closed his eyes. It's over. Virgil exhaled deeply. He didn't feel proud about killing this man. If not for the senior's help in suppressing the Franz's cultivation, he wouldn't have lasted a single blow. Approaching the Franz's corpse, he retrieved the storage bag and the broadsword, placing them into his own storage bag. Completing these tasks, Virgil swayed, almost collapsing due to exhaustion. Pain seared through his chest. Old wounds had reopened, and new ones added to his suffering. Coming to the side of the white crane's body, Virgil felt a wave of sadness. If Sister Roberta found out, she would be devastated. Giovanni. Virgil's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he gazed at the dead crane, softly sighing and deciding to dig a grave for it. Rest in peace. Note: the paragraph mentioning the repeated Tanjao in the forest has been corrected. A scream echoed through the forest. Palamains later, the purple-robed Franz knelt in a pit, his body scorched by high temperatures and flying swords, his purple robes torn and his hair disheveled. His breathing was extremely weak. Not bad, Virgil remarked calmly. Combining the flying sword technique with flame transformation was a strategy he had conceived recently. The principle was simple: hiding the flying swords within the fire dragon, catching opponents off guard after they broke through the dragon's flames. But the true threat only began then, as over 100 hidden flying swords would emerge unexpectedly from within the dragon, striking without warning. One slip-up, and it would result in the same fate as the purple-robed Franz. Take advantage of his weakened state. Virgil vanished from sight and plunged his sword into the Franz's brow. The Franz's gaze dulled as he fell to the ground. In his final moments, a glimmer of clarity passed through his eyes, lips parting as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he closed his eyes. It's over. Virgil exhaled deeply. He felt no pride in killing this man. Without the senior's assistance in suppressing the Franz's cultivation, he wouldn't have lasted a single strike. He approached and removed the Franz's storage bag, adding the blade to his own storage. With these actions complete, Virgil staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Now, all the fatigue hit him like waves. Pain throbbed in his chest, old wounds unhealed, new ones added. Reaching the white crane's body, sadness filled Virgil's eyes. If Maureen knew about this, she would be very saddened. Giovanni. Virgil's eyes flared with murder, looking down at the crane. With a sigh, he planned to dig a grave for it. To give it a proper burial. Chapter 38. The Curse. After burying Orla's body, Virgil entered the isolated world pagoda. Benita was still asleep, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as if she were experiencing some form of pain. Virgil's expression showed concern. He had no idea when she would wake up. Fascinating. This little Sylvia carries that kind of thing with her. A voice suddenly echoed within his consciousness. What kind of thing? Virgil asked, puzzled, waiting for an explanation. It's a kind of ailment, but not really an illness. Virgil felt lost and directly asked the question most pressing on his mind. Senior, is this ailment serious? Continuing like this, she probably won't live past 3 years. The voice in his consciousness sighed deeply, seemingly reminiscing about some past events. I once knew someone with this same condition. This ailment will take away her life, making her conscious time shorter and shorter until she falls into a dream, eventually dying in that dream. Strictly speaking, it's not an illness but a curse from the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe? Virgil frowned, hearing this unfamiliar term for the first time, though he could guess it referred to a race. Yes, the barbarian tribe, explained the voice within his consciousness. It's an incredibly ancient race that worships the barbarian gods and excels in cursing. Once cursed by them, it's nearly impossible to escape it for generations. This little Sylvia's past life might have been someone extraordinary, otherwise, she wouldn't be affected by such a curse. Is there really such a thing as past lives? Virgil's eyes flashed with doubt. Reincarnation was widely discussed in his world, yet it had never been confirmed. There is, the voice affirmed, but didn't elaborate further. Senior, can you lift this curse? Virgil took a deep breath, asking another question. The barbarian tribe sounded so terrifying. Roberta Aliena being cursed by them did not bode well at all. A curse placed by the barbarian tribe can only be lifted by one of their own, the voice replied. Isn't there any other way? Hearing that Benita had at most 3 years left, Virgil felt a surge of frustration and clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't sure why he reacted this way. There isn't no way. At least extending her life by a few years is achievable, the voice continued. What's the method? Hope reignited in Virgil's eyes. Although it wasn't a cure, it was better than nothing. Prohibit immortality. This is the supreme prohibition technique of the immortal clan, capable of prohibiting everything in the world. If executed by an immortal ancestor, this little Sylvia wouldn't need to worry about the curse ever again. However, this curse was placed by a high-ranking priest, second only to the barbarian god, so ordinary people can't do it. Suppressing it for a while is possible. Immortal ancestor, priest, two more formidable-sounding figures. Virgil didn't fully grasp their significance, but the titles themselves conveyed immense power. But to suppress this curse, you must reach the second step cultivation level. Second step? Seeing Virgil's confusion, the voice explained, cultivation has 3 rings. The first step seeks longevity, while the second step seeks true self. The first step includes mortals like you who are climbing the mountain. The second step includes those who have already ascended, whom you can call immortals. Virgil was taken aback. Were the barbarians so terrifying that even immortals could only suppress the curse? He didn't know what level an immortal reached, but the mere word immortal explained a lot. Virgil suddenly thought, since this senior knows so much, could he possibly be an immortal? Thus, Virgil asked hopefully, Senior, can you suppress this curse? During my prime, I could. Not now, the voice admitted, confirming he had once been an immortal. Virgil felt a bit disappointed but still asked hopefully, then besides this method, is there any other way? No. Upon hearing this answer, Virgil looked at the sleeping Benita with complex emotions. He couldn't understand why this Noelle, whom he'd only known for a few days, made him care so much. Maybe it was because when Orlando tried to assassinate him, just before death, he saw her. Or maybe it was during the Aaron's madness when she protected him multiple times. Alright, Emmett, my time is up, and I need to go back to sleep. It might be a long time before I wake up again. Don't die, the voice said. Virgil remained unmoved, staring blankly at Benita. Don't stare. When I next awaken and regain some strength, I'll help suppress the curse for this little Sylvia, the voice grumbled. Really, Senior? When will you awaken? Virgil perked up. Maybe a few months, or it could be a few years. With these words, the voice went silent. Sitting there for a while, Virgil felt somewhat reassured by the senior's promise and began pondering his next move. There was no way to retrieve the batch of spirit stones. For now, he should return to Qing sect. However, before returning to Qing sect, he needed to visit the Liu family and take away the brother and sister. Though Virgil suspected the young man was hiding something from him, he had given his word and always kept it. Besides, little Steph was a very kind-hearted Sylvia. Liu Manor was now in chaos. With the death of Berkeley Birch and the pursuit of inner disciple Benita by the family's patriarch, news of the Liu family's impending destruction spread far and wide. Family members fled in panic. Virgil rushed to the small courtyard, where the door was tightly shut, but it didn't stop him. Shall we? Leaping into the yard, Virgil called out, releasing his divine sense to locate the little Sylvia. Quickly, he found her inside the house and instantly entered. The little Sylvia was hiding under a table and instinctively shrank further when she saw someone come in. Shall we? It's your big brother, Virgil said with a wry smile. Why are you hiding under the table? Recognizing his familiar voice, the little Sylvia crawled out and ran to him. Big brother, shall we is so scared? Shall we? Don't be afraid. Virgil placed Benita on the bed. The little Sylvia looked at the sleeping Benita and asked, What's wrong with this pretty older sister? She's sleeping, Virgil softly replied. Shall we? I'm going to leave now. Come with me. It's unsafe here. I'll take you somewhere safe. But I need to wait for my brother. He went to the mines. Steph tilted her head. Virgil hesitated before saying, Take care of this pretty sister for me. I'll bring your brother back. Thank you, big brother, Steph said gratefully. Virgil didn't say more, leaving the courtyard. A figure spotted him and turned to run. Virgil easily caught him by the shoulder. Why are you running from me? My lord, it's not my fault. It was all the old ancestor's idea. I didn't harm any of you. This was a Liu family cultivator. Seeing Virgil unharmed, he guessed that the old ancestor had likely been eliminated by Qing sect. His body trembled. If he knew it was the young man in front of him who eliminated him, he would be even more shocked. My lord, please don't kill me. I know where the Liu family treasure vault is. If you spare me, I'll take you there right now. Before Virgil could respond, the cultivator, desperate for survival, betrayed the Liu family. Virgil paused, intrigued. You're telling me about the treasure vault without fear of your ancestor killing you later? I would be honored to serve you. Even if the old ancestor kills me, I'm willing. The cultivator laughed awkwardly. The old ancestor might already be dead. What did he have to fear? He was a cultivator, not afraid of ghosts. Fine, let's go. I'm somewhat interested now. Virgil hoisted him up, and the two made their way through Liu Manor toward its center. How did your Berkeley die, do you know? Virgil asked with a half-smile as they walked. He was found dead in his room this morning, killed by the dogs of Qing sect. By the esteemed ones of Qing sect. The cultivator hastily corrected himself upon catching Virgil's glance. Following the Liu family cultivator, Virgil arrived at a courtyard. Entering the house, Virgil saw an ordinary room with a table, a bed, and a painting hanging on the wall. Worried that Virgil might be suspicious, the cultivator hurriedly explained, Sir, there's a secret room beneath this house where we store the Liu family's spirit stones. Virgil nodded indifferently. How do we open it? The cultivator walked to the painting and ran his hand over it. Suddenly, the floor in the center of the room rumbled, and 2 sections of the floor slid apart, revealing a hole that led down a staircase. Sir, after you, the cultivator bowed. Virgil gave him a cold look before stepping down the stairs. Boom. Just then, the hole above him slammed shut, plunging him into complete darkness. Ha ha ha, Emmett, enjoy waiting for death in there. You thought you could get our family's treasure? Ha! The cultivator's mocking laughter echoed from above. Chapter 39. Raid. Outside, a mocking voice rang out. Virgil remained silent, his gaze sweeping around the darkness where nothing could be seen clearly. He extended his divine sense, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he walked down the stairs and soon reached the end. This was a stone chamber, resembling a cellar, with several human skeletons inside. This place must be the Liu family's dungeon, Virgil thought, then turned and left since there was nothing worth investigating. Returning to the entrance, he moved his divine sense, and a pale blue long sword appeared in his hand. With one swift strike, boom, the stone slab shattered instantly, leaving the Liu family cultivators outside stunned as they watched Virgil walk out unharmed. "Me, my lord, I was just playing with you." He quickly reacted, his legs going weak, and he knelt on the ground, trembling. "My lord, please give me another chance. This time, I will definitely take you to our family's treasure vault. Lead the way." Virgil glanced at him indifferently. He had no interest in killing this small fry. In no time, the cultivator led him to the center of the Liu residence, where two cultivators guarded the entrance. "Halt! Scram!" The Liu family cultivator bellowed angrily, lunging forward and punching the two guards away before turning to look at Virgil with a fawning smile. "My lord, please." Virgil glanced at him and stepped into the house. Inside the room, underground, several key figures from the Liu residence stood before a stone door, continuously bombarding it with spells. This stone door weighed 10,000 caddies, and despite their spells, it remained motionless. Damn it! The key is with the Berkeley. Without it, only a Foundation establishment expert can open this door. Several Liu family cultivators said grimly. At that moment, a frantic figure burst in, stammering, Bad news. Qing sect has invaded." "What? How did the Qing sect people know about this place?" Upon hearing this, everyone present paled. Some even thought, if the Qing sect people are here, does it mean the Berkeley is dead? If so, aren't we all doomed? The Berkeley hunted down Qing sect disciples. As Liu family members, will definitely be retaliated against. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside, causing everyone to hold their breath and look towards the door. A young man entered, his gaze sweeping over the scene. The highest-ranking cultivator present was only 5th stage Qi cultivation, presenting no threat. "Bailey, you betrayed the Liu family," someone yelled. Realizing Bailey had brought Virgil here, Bailey lowered his head, avoiding the deadly gazes of others. "My lord, I am willing to offer all the Liu family's wealth in exchange for sparing our lives," a middle-aged man said, looking at Virgil. His cultivation was the highest among them at 5th stage Qi cultivation. Other Liu family cultivators stayed silent. Surviving this ordeal would be fortunate enough. Virgil glanced at him indifferently. All right. After all, the Liu family itself was a victim. Though their patriarch nearly killed him and Benita, Virgil wasn't cruel enough to destroy the entire family. Relieved, the Liu family cultivators sighed collectively. Virgil approached the stone door. "How do we open this?" "This door requires the key held by the Berkeley," the middle-aged man hesitated. "I see. So you couldn't open this door and thus decided to offer the treasures inside in exchange for your lives." Virgil's smile was sardonic, having read their thoughts clearly. The middle-aged man lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. Virgil didn't argue further, summoning a key using his divine sense and asking, "Is this the right one?" This key came from the Liu Berkeley storage bag. Virgil noticed their expressions change when they saw the key, confirming his suspicions. He handed the key to Bailey to open the door. With a roar, the stone door slowly lifted. Everyone looked complex, now sure the Berkeley was truly dead. Otherwise, the key wouldn't have fallen into this young man's hands. Virgil entered first, eyeing the sight inside the chamber. Rows of spirit stones piled like a mountain, easily numbering in the thousands. Numerous medicinal herbs lined the walls, including high-grade first-tier ones. Wealth awaits. Virgil felt exhilarated. With these spirit stones, his cultivation would advance terrifyingly. The nearby Liu family cultivators also looked eagerly, but soon averted their gaze, knowing these riches weren't meant for them. Virgil took a deep breath, sweeping up the spirit stones and medicinal herbs into his storage bag before turning to leave the chamber. Bailey followed. Virgil instructed, "Take me to the spirit stone mine." "Yes, my lord." A moment later, they arrived at the mining site. "My lord, the cave ahead is the mine." Bailey pointed, puzzled why no one was there. Where were the cultivators overseeing the mine? Virgil narrowed his eyes, sensing the faint smell of blood in the air. Reaching the cave entrance, he murmured, as expected. A corpse lay on the ground, apparently a Liu family cultivator, already dead for some time. Adebayo. Bailey recognized the body, exclaiming, "What happened here?" Virgil didn't respond, immediately entering the cave, unsure what had transpired. It was a long tunnel mined out, lit by torches along the walls. Inside, abandoned carts and corpses of miners lay scattered. Blood pooled like streams, creating a nightmarish scene. Someone raided here. Virgil clenched his fists, his face dark. Was it Orlando? Did he plan to cause chaos within the Liu family, then seize this place? Did they leave? Standing there, Virgil pondered, cautiously moving deeper. He hadn't found the young Emmet's body, but presumed he met a similar fate. Soon, Virgil reached the tunnel's end, finding more corpses, both Liu family cultivators and miners. Among them was the young Emmet, lifeless. Dead. Looking at the body, Virgil felt a mix of emotions, wondering how he'd explain this to the little Sylvia. Impossible. How did this happen? The Liu family cultivator gasped, staring at a large black hole. "We've been mining here for decades. Now, everything's gone in such a short time." Virgil's eyes narrowed. Following the cultivator's gaze, he saw a gaping black hole, as if the ore vein had been completely extracted. Terrifying means. Silence. Inside the cave, silence fell. Who did this? Initially suspecting Orlando, Virgil now doubted it. Could an 8th stage Qi cultivator achieve this? If possible, Qing sect would have done it long ago without needing the Liu family. But if not Orlando, who? Virgil frowned, sensing a massive conspiracy. Sighing, he realized these matters weren't something a mere 8th stage Qi cultivator should concern himself with. Let the sect master and Franz deal with it. Have these bodies buried. Done with that, He stored the Emmett's body in his storage bag and left. End of chapter 39. Back at the Liu residence, Virgil's steps felt somewhat heavy. He wasn't sure how to bring up the matter to the little Sylvia. If she knew that her brother was already dead, should I hide it from her and not tell her? Virgil pondered, but in the end, he decided to tell her the truth. Even if he could hide it for a moment, he couldn't hide it forever. It would be better to tell her sooner rather than later. Pushing open the heavy courtyard gate, two pairs of eyes landed on him. Virgil was slightly taken aback. Benita had already regained consciousness, sitting in the yard with the little Sylvia. The sunlight bathed them both, yet neither spoke. They just sat there silently. Seeing Virgil pause, the little Sylvia curiously looked behind him as if searching for her brother, and asked, "Big brother, where's my brother?" She used the word big to differentiate between the two brothers. Benita also looked over, with many questions ready to be asked. What happened while she was unconscious? Where did the old patriarch of the Liu family go? Your brother? Faced with the little Sylvia's expectant gaze, Virgil's throat moved for a long time before he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Though he wasn't the killer, he felt a sense of guilt, unsure how to tell her the truth. Or maybe, he should keep it hidden from her after all. Virgil patted her head gently. Your brother has gone to another place. Where? The little Sylvia looked puzzled. Not adept at lying, Virgil could only recall some lines from TV shows that were used to deceive children. A very, very faraway place. He asked me to take you away first, and we'll come back to find you after some time. Maintaining the original tone and style, the translation preserves the emotional heaviness and internal conflict of Virgil as he faces the difficult task of telling the little Sylvia about her brother's fate. The narrative seamlessly continues from the previous chapter, keeping the storyline coherent. ##### Chapter 40. Return to Qing's sect. Big Elio, you're lying. The little Sylvia looked into his eyes and whispered, Big Elio, tell me, what really happened to my brother? Her voice carried a note of pleading. It turned out that children were not easily deceived. Virgil sighed deeply and decided to reveal the truth by showing her the body. Zayli, Big Elio is going to tell you something? Your brother is dead? Virgil spoke slowly, his gaze fixed seriously on the little Sylvia's eyes. She froze for 2 seconds before suddenly pushing him away. Big Elio is lying. My brother can't be dead. I don't believe it. Virgil sighed again, retrieving the Emmett's body from his storage bag. Elio. The little Sylvia immediately recognized her brother, collapsing onto his corpse and wailing. Virgil stood silently beside her, unsure of how to comfort her. Benita asked, how did he die? The spirit mine at your estate was raided, and all the miners were killed, Virgil said, rubbing his forehead as he returned her spirit sword. Benita was the daughter of the sect leader. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the mine belonged to her family. The spirit mine was raided? Benita was momentarily stunned. Yes. Virgil nodded. The attackers used some means to plunder the entire mine. Benita paused for a moment before asking, did you see who did it? They had already left by the time I arrived. Initially, I suspected Orlando, but I knew he couldn't have done this alone. Virgil shook his head, then knelt down, wiping away the little Sylvia's tears. He looked up at her and said, Zayli, let's bury your brother and give him peace, okay? The little Sylvia choked back a sob and nodded through her sobs. Okay. Outside Liu Manor, in a forested area, the little Sylvia knelt by her brother's grave, crying softly. Virgil and Benita stood at a distance, knowing she needed some space. Benita, with her long legs and waterfall-like hair cascading down her back, placed her finger in her mouth and whistled sharply, summoning the white crane. Virgil understood what she was doing, but despite her repeated calls, the white crane did not appear, giving him an uneasy feeling. Maureen, that white crane. Virgil hesitated, considering whether to tell her the truth. What about Xiaobai? Benita looked at him, her expression filled with apprehension after failing to summon it earlier. Dead. Virgil slowly uttered the word. He could feel the tremor in Benita's shoulders as she asked, one word at a time, who? Virgil remained silent. This whole incident started because of him. Giovanni's target was him, and he wanted to confront Giovanni personally. Benita's eyes turned cold, like sharp swords, barely holding back her anger. Speak. At that moment, we were cornered, and Xiaobai appeared suddenly. Virgil recounted their ordeal, the appearance of the white crane, and how Giovanni had ambushed it with an arrow. Benita's chest heaved dramatically, her eyes misting over. The white crane meant more than just a master-pet relationship to her. It was her only companion. I'm sorry. Virgil bowed his head guiltily, realizing that if not for his feud with Giovanni, none of this would have happened. Benita turned around without blaming him. Show me Xiaobai's grave later. All right. Virgil nodded, wanting to console her but unsure of how to start. They stood in silence. After a while, Benita regained her composure, though her gaze remained icy. What happened next? Where did the Liu family's ancestor go? How did we survive? A senior passerby helped us. He claimed to know Qing's sect's Franz and saved us after learning our identities, Virgil said, sticking to his premeditated story. What was that senior's cultivation level? Benita gave him a suspicious glance. I'm not sure, but it must have been quite high, Virgil replied, maintaining his composure. Benita fell silent, remembering lying in the arms of this young man who had carried her to safety, evoking complex emotions within her. They stood in silence. Virgil glanced at her covertly. Benita met his gaze briefly before he quickly looked away. What do you plan to do with this little Sylvia? Benita asked, glancing at Steph. What does Maureen suggest? Virgil was also puzzled. Initially, he planned to bring them somewhere safe, provide them with money, and let them live there. Now, with only the little Sylvia alive, he was unsure how to proceed. Bring her back to Qing's sect, Benita suggested, sympathizing with the child. Moreover, the entire incident stemmed from them. Their arrival disrupted the tranquility of the Liu family. Before this, no one expected their investigation into Orlando's disappearance to lead to such a devastating outcome. The entire spirit mine plundered. The Liu family virtually disbanded. After a while, the little Sylvia slowly stood up, casting one last look at her brother's grave before approaching them. Tears had washed away her smile, her eyes now vacant. Virgil gently patted her head. From now on, Big Elio will take care of you. The little Sylvia held back her tears, hugging him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Big Elio. Don't cry. Virgil tenderly stroked her head. Gradually, her sobs subsided, but her eyes remained red-rimmed. Shortly after, they arrived at the burial site of the White Crane. Benita stood by the grave, trembling slightly. Virgil held Steph's hand, standing behind her. After a moment, Benita turned around. Let's return to Qing sect. #Qing sect. At this time, in the main hall, sect leader, the Liu family's ancestor suddenly went mad and attacked us. Maureen and Junior Elio are likely. Giovanni and Bonnie knelt on the ground, their faces filled with grief. Upon hearing this, the Vinny's face darkened. What happened to them? Fearfully, they have fallen victim to the Liu family's ancestor. Giovanni lowered his head. The Vinny's expression turned grim. Just as he was about to react, his face brightened. In the next moment, 3 figures entered the hall. Giovanni's eyes met Virgil's. Virgil smiled faintly, while Giovanni's pupils constricted. Sect leader. Virgil shifted his gaze and bowed. Giovanni said you encountered deadly trouble. What happened? The Vinny's demeanor was stern, his eyes focused on his daughter. Seeing her unharmed, he felt relieved. Giovanni raised his head, noticing Virgil's cold stare directed at him. Virgil glanced at Giovanni mockingly. We owe Feng Senior Elio our gratitude. What do you mean? The Vinny frowned, sensing the sarcasm in Virgil's tone. When Maureen was unconscious, I fled with her, pursued by the Liu family's ancestor. We were cornered when Maureen's spirit pet appeared, ready to help us escape. Virgil paused, then coldly looked at Giovanni. But Feng Senior Elio, harboring resentment towards me, shot the spirit pet with an arrow, plunging us back into danger. Had it not been for a senior passerby who rescued us, we would be dead. The original tone and structure of the passage are maintained, including paragraph breaks and line spacing. The translation preserves the natural flow of dialogue and narrative while ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 41. Intermediate Cultivation Nation. Give me an explanation. The Vinny looked at Giovanni with a terrifyingly grim expression. His daughter had nearly been killed, and any father would be furious in such a situation. Sensing the anger in his tone, Giovanni remained calm and replied coolly, Report to the sect leader. I do not know what Junior Elio is implying. I was always with Aliana Drake. After escaping the Liu family, we immediately returned to the sect for reinforcements. Bonnie. The Vinny turned to Bonnie, staring at her coldly. Is this true? Sect leader, Junior Elio Feng was indeed with me the entire time. After being injured by the ancestor of the Liu family, we immediately reported the incident back to the sect, Bonnie answered. Seeing this, Giovanni gave a disdainful glance at Virgil, as if to say, even if you know it was me, what can you do? Virgil only stared at him coldly without saying a word. The Vinny's gaze shifted between the two, his eyes flickering, unsure of his thoughts. After a moment, he said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Giovanni and Bonnie, both of you may leave now. Yes. Giovanni and Bonnie exchanged a glance, then bowed and exited the hall. Once they were gone, the Vinny sighed, turning to Virgil. You must be puzzled why, despite knowing he almost killed my daughter, I did not kill him? The Vinny looked helpless. As the leader of the sect, he had seen countless situations and could easily tell that Giovanni and Bonnie were colluding. Virgil remained silent, feeling somewhat confused. He had thought the sect leader did not believe him, but now it seemed there was another reason. The Vinny sneakily glanced at his daughter, seeing her holding a little Sylvia's hand and remaining quiet throughout, ignoring him completely. A slight twitch appeared on his lips. His daughter had gone out once and come back with a child? He needed to ask. Feeling troubled, the Vinny explained the reasons to Virgil. Giovanni's family is one of the major families in Ep1of2, an intermediate cultivation nation, far beyond what Qing sect can handle right now. Although he is just a bastard son, he still bears the surname Feng. Killing him would be like slapping the Feng family's face. You've already caused their anger by killing Guy, and if you were to kill him too, the Feng family would go berserk. His tone carried a touch of self-mockery. As a father, he naturally wanted the person who almost killed his daughter to pay. But as a sect leader, without solid evidence, he could do nothing. Ep1of2. Hearing this sudden revelation, Virgil's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected Giovanni and Guy to be from Ep1of2, not Ujandam. Since coming here, he still hadn't fully grasped the world structure. Apart from knowing he was in Ujandam, he had no idea about the neighboring countries. Ujandam alone was vast enough for mortals to never fully explore within their lifetime. Qi practitioners required months to cross national borders, while only those at the Golden Core stage could do so swiftly. This Feng family, very powerful? Virgil asked, his eyes gleaming. Let me put it this way. Our Ujandam is just a lower-grade cultivation nation. There are thousands of such nations in this world. Only when a nation produces a nascent soul cultivator does it become an intermediate-grade cultivation nation. Ep1of2 is one of these, and the Feng family's ancestors once competed for its leadership, making them one of the most formidable forces within Ep1of2, with many Golden Core cultivators. Lower-grade cultivation nation, intermediate-grade cultivation nation. Virgil murmured, gradually understanding more about this world from the sect leader's words. I didn't realize Giovanni had such a strong background. Virgil rubbed his nose, uncertain about how strong a Golden Core cultivator might be. Likely, killing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Thus, killing Giovanni might cause considerable trouble. But so what? That arrow Giovanni fired almost killed him and Benita. He couldn't let this slide. However, Giovanni's cultivation level was higher than his. Without using Prohibition Immortal, he was unsure how well he could suppress Giovanni. For safety, he decided to break through to the 8th level of Qi practice first. With all the spirit stones he obtained from the Liu family, exchanging them for cultivation-enhancing pills should allow him to reach the 8th level quickly. Having made up his mind, Virgil felt content, glancing at Aliana Benita. Their eyes met briefly, and Benita's brows knitted slightly, sensing that Virgil had reached some decision. I'll find her a new spirit pet later. The Vinny looked at his daughter, feeling guilty. I don't need one, Benita said coldly. The Vinny laughed bitterly. Benita, her real name was Astong, and from her refusal to adopt his surname, it was clear their relationship wasn't harmonious. Master, there's something important I need to report. Virgil suddenly remembered the spirit mine incident. The Liu family's spirit mine has been raided, all the spirit stones stolen. The Vinny was taken aback by the news. What happened? Virgil recounted the events, from Orlando's betrayal, Birch's death, being chased by the Liu family's ancestor, to the raid on the spirit mine. After listening, the Vinny's face darkened. This couldn't have been done by Orlando alone. Who's targeting our Qing sect behind the scenes? Could it be the Blood Fiend sect? But they lack the capability. Who could it be? Blood Fiend sect? Virgil pondered. It sounded like another sect in Ujandam. You don't need to worry about this. Go back and focus on your cultivation. The Vinny dismissed them. Yes. Virgil bowed and prepared to leave, while Benita glanced at the sect leader before exiting the hall. Exiting the hall, Virgil looked at Steph. This Sylvia had grown close to Benita. Perhaps she was appearance conscious, or maybe Benita's kindness truly warmed her heart. Either way, Virgil was relieved she wasn't wallowing in grief over her brother's death. Looking at Benita, he asked Maureen about Steph's cultivation. He intended to make Steph an outer sect disciple since he couldn't always keep her around. Let her stay with me. I'll teach her, Benita replied calmly. Virgil was surprised. Thank you, big sister Roberta. The little Sylvia cheered, her childish nature showing. Thank you, Maureen. Virgil bowed, feeling doubtful but appreciating Benita's willingness to personally teach the Sylvia. Benita gave him a brief look and led the little Sylvia away. She waved back at him, shouting, Bye-bye, big brother. Come visit often. Virgil stood still, watching their backs, lost in thought. Remembering the journey, a smile crept onto his face. In the Cloud Pavilion, Senior Elio Master. The white-haired Franz stood and bowed as the Vinny entered. The latter nodded and walked upstairs. Stopping at the entrance to the 4th floor, he sighed. Even as the head of Qing sect, he didn't know what lay beyond the 4th floor. The ancestor set up an array allowing only golden core cultivators or third-grade alchemists to enter. It said there's a treasure inside that could revive our entire sect. The white-haired Franz appeared silently behind him, sighing. Ever since the ancestor passed, our sect has declined, never producing a single golden core cultivator. The Vinny was silent, then whispered, Elio, the spirit mine at Mount Luine was raided. Someone is likely planning something against us. The sect leader is worried about the Blood Fiend sect? They won't amount to much. No matter how declined our Qing sect has become, we still have the array set up by the ancestor. Unless a golden core cultivator attacks us, it cannot be broken. I feel uneasy. The Vinny sighed deeply. There's also Zoagur's illness. Back then, we asked the venerable Vance of Alfdom to divine her fate. The stronger her cultivation becomes, the more serious her illness will get. But even if we don't let her break through to the foundation establishment stage, she only has 3 years left to live. The white-haired Franz was silent, smiling bitterly. There must be a way. Originally, with Benita's talent, she had the best chance to ascend the building. The Vinny did not respond but asked, Senior Elio, what do you think of that young man named Virgil? The Franz hesitated, then said, apart from having somewhat stronger spiritual senses than others, there's nothing extraordinary about him. The Vinny narrowed his eyes and said, I find him quite impressive though. Your judgment of people has always been better than mine. The Franz pondered for a moment before continuing. The Vinny's words held a deep meaning, and he could sense the potential in Virgil that he might have overlooked. It was clear the sect leader saw something in this young man that boded well for their sect's future. Chapter 42. The Qingkuan Pearl. 1,510 Spirit Stones. 400 low-grade rank 1 spirit herbs, 235 medium-grade rank 1 spirit herbs, and 30 high-grade rank 1 spirit herbs. In his cave abode, Virgil was sorting through the spoils from the Liu family's residence. His eyes shone brighter as he gazed upon the heaps of spirit herbs and a mountainous pile of spirit stones, feeling incredibly uplifted. These spirit stones and herbs had all been obtained from Joey's storage bag in the Liu family's secret chamber. In addition to these, there were some magical treasures and low-grade pills. So many spirit stones. This was a fortune. For a long time ahead, he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Virgil immediately decided to buy a recipe for a high-grade rank 1 elixir. After all, with his current mental awareness and cultivation at the late Qi condensation stage, the effects of the medium-grade rank 1 spirit elevation pill were now negligible. To break through to the 8th level of Qi condensation, he would rely solely on a high-grade rank 1 elixir. It's time I tried my hand at refining a high-grade rank 1 elixir. Storing the spirit stones and herbs into his storage pouch, Virgil tidied up his appearance before stepping out of his cave abode. He flew on his sword for a while and arrived at the outer sect, heading straight for the treasure sales pavilion before causing any commotion. The manager of the treasure sales pavilion was a chubby middle-aged man who personally greeted him and escorted Virgil upstairs. Sir, anything you need will be at an 80% rate. The portly manager grinned, rubbing his plump hands together. Not long ago, the white-haired Franz had instructed that this young man should receive an 80% discount on purchases. Virgil hesitated but then nodded. I want a pill that can boost cultivation at the late Qi condensation stage. Right away, sir. With those words, Joe ordered someone to fetch it. Soon, a Noel brought a tray to them. Virgil looked at the tray in front of the Noel. A jade bottle lay on it, containing a round pill. Sir, this is the soul consolidation pill. Its effect is similar to the spirit elevation pill, but it works better, Joe said, handing over the bottle as he explained. Virgil took it, glanced at it and asked, "How many spirit stones?" 200 after the discount. How much? Hearing this figure, Virgil nearly dropped his jaw. A single pill was so expensive, it might as well be robbery. He originally thought that with over 1,000 spirit stones, he could indulge himself for a while. Little did he know that it was only enough to buy 7 soul consolidation pills. And this was just a high-grade rank 1 elixir. If it were a second-rank elixir, it would likely cost over 1,000 spirit stones. This made him sigh over the financial burden of cultivation. The Nicowager chuckled dryly. "Sir, this price is already considered low. Take it away. Give me the formula for the soul consolidation pill instead." Virgil put the bottle back, waving his hand dismissively. "Sir, the formula for the soul consolidation pill costs 500 spirit stones." The manager smiled broadly. Virgil nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his voice suddenly rising. "Are you kidding me?" Now he understood why Qing.The sect didn't have any high-grade rank 1 alchemists. With such expenses involved, it was not easy to become one, and it deterred many people. "Fine, bring it." Virgil helplessly rubbed his forehead. He never imagined that all the Liu family's assets would be spent like this. He wondered if the Caesar would come back to life from rage if he knew. But there was no choice. What else could he do with his mediocre talent? "I wonder how many materials I can still buy after purchasing the formula," Virgil sighed inwardly. Soon, the formula arrived, and Virgil painfully handed over the spirit stones to Joe before opening the formula and beginning to examine it. Refining the soul consolidation pill required 11 types of high-grade rank 1 spirit herbs. 5 of these herbs he had in his storage pouch, leaving 6 more he needed to purchase. Qi Xian grass, Shenyang robertashram. How much are these 6 herbs? Virgil named the 6 herbs, looking at the manager. These were precisely the ones missing from his pouch. In total, 290 spirit stones. The manager still smiled cheerfully. "Give me 3 sets." Virgil, face grimacing with pain, pulled out 870 spirit stones. Soon, the manager had someone deliver the herbs. "Hope to see you again soon, sir." Virgil sighed deeply as he left the treasure sales pavilion with the herbs, while Joe waved at his retreating back. Back at the intersect, Virgil's face was full of gloom. It felt like being a frog at the bottom of a well, finally hopping out only to realize the vastness of the world outside. Well, the spirit stones in his possession were almost depleted once again. It was surprising how quickly this had happened. Virgil laughed bitterly. From a nouveau riche with 1,000 spirit stones, he was back to being a poor kid, all because of a visit to the treasure sales pavilion. "Let's start refining." Sighing, Virgil stopped worrying about the spirit stones. Entering the legacy tower, his mental awareness activated, and a pill furnace appeared. A roaring fire began burning as Virgil held a spirit herb in his sweating palms. This was his first attempt at refining a high-grade rank 1 elixir, and he was nervous. "Don't let the furnace explode. These herbs are worth no less than 500 spirit stones." Virgil silently prayed, dreading the loss if the furnace exploded. When the flame reached the right temperature, he threw the herbs into the furnace one by one. 1, 2. Before long, all 11 herbs were thrown in and melted into a dark green liquid under the high heat. Virgil controlled his mental awareness, slowly merging the liquid. Sweat dripped from his forehead, partly due to the heat, and partly due to tension. Meanwhile, in another cave abode, "That little beast is still alive. Our cooperation may need to wait a bit longer," Giovanni said coldly, looking at the Dominic opposite him. This Dominic exuded a refined elegance, with a warm demeanor. Hearing Giovanni's words, he calmly picked up a cup of tea, blew on it, and smiled. "That guy got lucky, saved by a passerby. Don't worry, he's just an ant. Didn't you want to kill him yourself? Here's your chance." "What do you mean? How can I kill him inside the sect?" Giovanni frowned. The Dominic did not explain but tossed him a black pearl. The material of this pearl was unknown, inscribed with strange patterns. Giovanni's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen the Dominic use this pearl to absorb an entire vein of spirit minerals, which left him greatly astonished. This item is called the Qing pearl. It can contain people within it. Once you find an opportunity to trap the ant inside, killing him won't alarm anyone. Lend it to you to deal with that ant. The Dominic lightly blew on the scalding hot tea, then sipped it, head down, adding, "Don't forget our agreement. Kill that Emmet, and immediately mobilize the Feng family to support Bloodfiend sect to attack Qing.The sect." "Agreed." Giovanni's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he turned to leave. "Young beast, let's see how you'll die this time." Beside him, Bonnie remained silent, asking tentatively, "Zion Lang, what about Qing.The sect?" Before she finished, the Dominic pulled her onto his lap, smiling softly, "No questions?" "Okay." Bonnie's eyes became distant. The Dominic laughed and carried her toward the bed. Chapter 43, Breakthrough. After an indeterminate amount of time, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. Success. Virgil's tense heart relaxed. His eyes sparkled as he used his magical power to lift 4 perfectly round pills out of the furnace and into a jade bottle. "From now on, I'm a high-ranking first-tier alchemist." A high-ranking first-tier alchemist. Apart from the Franzes, he was the only one in the entire Qing.The sect, which filled him with excitement just thinking about it. Let's continue. With renewed vigor, Virgil began preparing the second batch of elixirs. "I have 3 sets of ingredients. I wonder how many spirit consolidation pills I can refine. We'll see when the time comes." Virgil didn't dwell on this question. 2 days later, Virgil had bloodshot eyes as he stared intently at the alchemy furnace in front of him. As the fragrance floated out of the furnace, it indicated that the final batch of spirit consolidation pills was successfully refined. In no time, magical power lifted the last batch of spirit consolidation pills out of the furnace. This batch contained only 3 pills. Combined, 11 spirit consolidation pills. Virgil moved his parched lips, then closed his eyes without immediately taking the pills to enhance his cultivation. He had just broken through to the hay-leaf layer of Qi cultivation not long ago and needed time to stabilize his level. He understood the principle of haste makes waste very well. A skyscraper rises from the ground. If its foundation isn't solid, it will eventually collapse. Time passed swiftly, and several months went by within the world-forsaken pagoda. Before entering, he had prepared a large quantity of food. Although cultivators in the late Qi cultivation stage could survive for days without eating, they still needed to consume food periodically to replenish energy. Only at the foundation establishment stage could one abstain from eating entirely and still survive. During this period, Virgil never stepped out of the world-forsaken pagoda. In addition to stabilizing his cultivation, he practiced soul art and enhanced his divine sense. With such practice, his divine sense reached the peak of the hay-leaf layer of Qi cultivation, only one step away from the 8th layer. After a few more months, his divine sense successfully broke through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Virgil opened his eyes and released his divine sense. It now covered a radius of 8 zhang around him. Smiling slightly, he murmured to himself, "It's time to break through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation." He had been inside the world-forsaken pagoda for nearly half a year, and his cultivation was already very stable, free from any instability. That day, Virgil swallowed the first spirit consolidation pill. Boom. The medicinal power contained in the spirit consolidation pill was incredibly potent, several times stronger than the spirit ascension pill. As soon as it entered his body, it unleashed its power ferociously. Virgil circulated the Qing technique to absorb this massive amount of medicinal power. His qi had expanded several times over from its original size, growing from a small pond to the scale of a lake. Thus, the amount of magical power required was substantial. 1 spirit consolidation pill, 2 spirit consolidation pills. He continued until 5 spirit consolidation pills were fully absorbed, and finally, the lake was full. Virgil began attempting to break through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. For a genius, this would be a natural progression, but for him, it was an arduous task. Each breakthrough required his utmost effort. Meanwhile, Giovanni stood guard outside Virgil's cave dwelling. For the past half-month, he had been waiting for Virgil to emerge, but there was no sign of the young man. He couldn't help but curse him internally for disappearing. Similarly, Benita, who hadn't seen Virgil for half a month, would often find herself walking to this spot unconsciously. Each time Giovanni saw her, he would quickly hide far away. After she left, he would return to wait. Inside the world-forsaken pagoda, 3 more days passed. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted from within Virgil's body, and a new wave of aura emanated from him. 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Virgil opened his eyes, his black hair dancing without wind. Clenching his fist, he punched forward, creating sonic booms continuously. Virgil felt very satisfied. He believed that if he encountered his previous self from half a month ago, he could easily win within a short time. Even if he met the Liu family's ancestor again, he wouldn't be as powerless as before, but could face him head-on using immortal prohibition. There are still 6 spirit consolidation pills left. Virgil glanced at the remaining pills and decided to absorb them all at once. Wonder if I can break through directly to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Virgil smiled slightly. If he could reach the 9th layer, he would be practically invincible unless he encountered someone at the foundation establishment stage. However, he estimated it would be difficult. After breaking through to the 8th layer, his qi had grown to the size of a small lake. 6 spirit consolidation pills would hardly fill it completely. Days flew by, and the 6 pills were fully absorbed. Virgil's cultivation stabilized at the mid to late 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Opening his eyes, Virgil felt some regret for not breaking through to the 9th layer in one go. People shouldn't be too greedy. Reaching the late 8th layer is already quite impressive. Virgil consoled himself. Staying another month in the world-forsaken pagoda to stabilize his breakthrough, Virgil finally emerged. Now, he seemed less overtly sharp and more reserved. Counting the days, I've been in the world-forsaken pagoda for almost a month. Virgil stretched lazily, wondering how Zayli was doing under Maureen. Virgil planned to check on him. After bathing in the spring water and changing into clean clothes, Virgil exited his cave dwelling and subconsciously released his divine sense. His eyes narrowed instantly. After breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, his divine sense was only one step away from the 9th layer, allowing him to easily detect a person hiding nearby. Giovanni. Virgil's lips curled into a cold smile as he silently changed his destination. You little bastard. You've finally come out after making me wait for almost a month. Giovanni watched his back coldly. Seeing him leave, he immediately followed. Originally intending to find Benita, Virgil changed his mind and deliberately headed towards a remote area where few people ventured. Noticing this, Giovanni felt puzzled. But remembering the kid was only at the hay-leaf layer of Qi cultivation, he sneered and followed. After a moment, Virgil stopped and said coolly, "Come out." Giovanni's eyes widened in shock. Could the kid have detected him? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere hay-leaf layer Qi cultivator like this kid detect me? Giovanni shook his head, refusing to believe it. This kid must be trying to trick me. Smirking, Giovanni thought. Virgil gazed at the direction Giovanni was hiding, his lips curling into a derisive smile. If you don't come out, I'll leave. Did this kid really detect me? Giovanni's face flickered with doubt. If so, why did this kid dare walk into such a remote area, inviting death? Is there an ambush? Thinking this, Giovanni felt a chill run down his spine. Releasing his divine sense, he found no one around. So, why did this kid lure him here intentionally? Stepping out from behind the tree, Giovanni said darkly, "Little bastard, since you've detected me tracking you, why aren't you running for your life? Where do you get the courage from?" Virgil chuckled. "Isn't this perfect? I've wanted to kill scum like you for a long time. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish." Giovanni's eyes turned cold, and he rushed forward, brandishing a bead in his hand. Virgil's gaze sharpened, sensing unease. In the next instant, the black bead glowed and drew him in. His vision blurred as he felt his body falling through the air. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Mist surrounded him, drastically reducing visibility. Translation completed. Would you like to proceed with further chapters, or need any modifications? Chapter 44. Easy torture and slaughter. What is this place? Virgil warily surveyed his surroundings. The dense fog rolled around, drastically lowering visibility, making it feel like he was in the underworld. Why am I here? Virgil puzzled over the details leading up to his arrival. Giovanni had taken out a bead which emitted a light before he found himself here. A bead. His eyes narrowed slightly as he instantly guessed the truth. The bead likely had similar properties to the Forgotten World Tower, capable of sucking people in. Prideful. Virgil frowned, regretting not immediately using the immortal suppressing technique to curb Giovanni's power and quickly end the battle to avoid being caught in such a predicament. Little brat. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind him. Virgil spun around to see a Dominic emerging through the mist with a malicious grin on his face, approaching him. Looking at Giovanni, Virgil calmed down, realizing that capturing him would reveal the way out. Giovanni stopped some distance away from Virgil, noticing his unusually calm expression, devoid of the expected fear, which momentarily threw him off guard. Little brat, I will tear you into pieces for my deceased brother's spirit. Giovanni yelled menacingly. Despite Giovanni's threatening words and demeanor, reminiscent of a demon from hell, Virgil remained expressionless, calm as still water. Why aren't you afraid? Giovanni's gaze filled with bewilderment and rage as his features contorted grotesquely, lunging forward with a swift punch aimed directly at Virgil's face. Immortal suppressing. With cold, unfeeling eyes, Virgil spoke as if issuing orders from his throne. At the completion of the seal, a chain burst from his body and drilled into Giovanni, sealing his Qi and reducing his mid-Qi cultivation 8th level strength to Qi cultivation Halef level. Unaware of this change, Giovanni grinned savagely and tightened his fist, delivering an overwhelming strike. Amidst the roaring wind from the punches, powerful enough to split rocks, Virgil slowly raised his palm and caught Giovanni's fist, preventing it from advancing any further. What's happening? Giovanni's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to someone who'd seen a ghost. Virgil did not respond. His face remained impassive. The hand gripping Giovanni's fist began to exert pressure. Ea! Giovanni screamed as his tiger's mouth tore open, blood spraying out, frantically trying to pull back his hand. Virgil's lips curled into a smirk before abruptly releasing his grip. Due to inertia, Giovanni stumbled and fell backward, landing hard on his buttocks, his now severely deformed hand trembling uncontrollably. Little brat, I'll kill you. Roaring fiercely, Giovanni suddenly sprang up, brandishing a dagger and charging toward Virgil. Easily evading the attack, Virgil looked at him mockingly. Too slow. Realizing his speed and strength had diminished, Giovanni demanded angrily, what did you do? Why can I only muster Qi cultivation, Halef level power? Can you guess? Virgil smiled wickedly. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, I promise not to retaliate, let you kill me. Provoked by these words, Giovanni angrily charged again, dagger in hand. Despite its sharpness, the superior grade magic tool couldn't even touch Virgil. Fool, is this all you've got? Virgil mocked. Forget it, I'm done playing, he said, then appeared beside Giovanni, forcing him to his knees by pressing down on his shoulder. When you forced me to kneel, I vowed to cripple your hands. A flash of sword light sliced through the air as Virgil severed Giovanni's hands, eliciting a soul-wrenching scream. Grasping Giovanni's neck, Virgil asked coldly, tell me, how do we get out of here? Don't think so. Giovanni, his hands ruined, hung limply, his face twisted with anguish. He could not fathom how his power had been weakened, nor could he comprehend how Virgil, whom he'd underestimated, had grown so strong in just half a month, turning the very bead Giovanni intended to use against him into a tool for Virgil's revenge. I have 100 ways to make you talk. Do you want to try them all? Virgil smiled faintly. He had no mercy for his enemies, especially those who nearly killed him. I, the Feng family, will not let you go unpunished. Giovanni gasped weakly. People like me hate threats. The more they forbid me, the more I do it. Virgil sneered, throwing Giovanni to the ground and cruelly crippling his Qi with a kick. Ea! With his Qi destroyed, Giovanni became a mere mortal, writhing on the ground in agony, his hatred for Virgil burning intensely. Virgil said calmly, this is your last chance. Tell me how to leave. Submerged in excruciating pain, Giovanni could not utter a word. Excellent, you're quite stubborn. Virgil picked up the dagger, crouched in front of him, grinning ominously like a devil escaped from hell. I will carve you piece by piece. How many slices do you think you can bear? Devil, you monster. You will suffer for this. Ea! Giovanni's fearful screams lasted for 15 minutes until he was barely breathing, pleading weakly, please, give me a quick death. Never before had he imagined that death could become a luxury. Tell me how to get out. Virgil stared at him icily. I'll tell you. Once half an hour passes, it will automatically release you. Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes flickered. In such a dire situation, Giovanni dared not lie. Considering the time spent inside, it was nearly half an hour. Please, give me a quick death, Giovanni begged, his voice weak. Just as Virgil was about to act, the scene before him shimmered, and he found himself back in the outside world, alongside the barely alive Giovanni. Quickly tucking Giovanni into the Forgotten World Tower and scanning the area with his divine sense to ensure nobody was around, his gaze fell upon a black bead lying on the ground. This was the bead. Holding the bead in his palm, Virgil scrutinized it but found nothing peculiar. He decided to put it away and study it later. After verifying that no one else was present, Virgil left. As for Giovanni, he wouldn't last long, bleeding to death within the Forgotten World Tower. Chapter 45. T. One less trouble. On the mountain path, Virgil flashed his white teeth. Giovanni had always been a thorn in his side. Now, that thorn was finally removed. Virgil felt an immense sense of relief. As for Giovanni's family, let them fuss about it. Who saw him do anything? Do they have evidence? No, right. Even if they guessed, what could they do without proof? A gust of mountain wind blew past, dispersing the lingering scent of blood. Virgil walked along the mountain path. He originally wanted to visit Zaylee, but suddenly remembered he didn't know Maureen's residence and had to return to his cave dwelling. Big Elio. At that moment, a petite figure darted down the mountain path toward him. Speak of the devil. Virgil smiled. The little Sylvia stopped in front of him. In just over half a month, she had undergone some changes. The plain-dressed little Sylvia from before now wore a green dress with her hair tied into a bun. Big Elio. I'm at the first level of Qi cultivation now? Her face brimmed with pride as she panted, eager to share her joy. Really impressive, Virgil said, noticing how eagerly she awaited praise. He gently patted her head. It wasn't merely flattery. Advancing to the first level of Qi cultivation in about half a month was no mean feat. It indicated good talent, even if not top-notch. The original owner took nearly half a year to reach this level. I should thank Maureen too, the little Sylvia grinned. She said once I reach the fourth level of Qi cultivation, she'll give me a magic treasure. Wait here a moment, Big Elio has something for you, Virgil said with a smile, entering his cave dwelling. Okay. The little Sylvia nodded obediently. Virgil returned after about a quarter of an hour. During this time, the little Sylvia showed no impatience. Since Big Elio asked her to wait, she waited obediently. After a while, Virgil emerged and apologized. Didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? No, the little Sylvia replied eagerly. Big Elio, what are you going to give me? Here, Virgil pulled out several small bottles and said with a smile, these are pills I refine myself, which will help with your cultivation. Thank you, Big Elio. The little Sylvia took them with delight. Anything from Big Elio made her happy. Big Elio was her only family in this world. And Maureen too. Virgil gently stroked her head and asked, where's Maureen? Maureen went tea picking. Tea? Virgil was somewhat surprised, doubting he heard correctly. Yes, Maureen grows many tea plants on the mountain, and she's really good at it, the little Sylvia nodded. Virgil was taken aback. Could Maureen be growing tea? With her status, any rare tea would be easily available to her. Why grow it herself? He suddenly felt an urge to steal some and try it, but he brushed off the thought. It wouldn't do to actually go through with it. Where are those tea plants? Virgil asked. The little Sylvia told him without hesitation. It wasn't much of a secret. Benita's tea plantation was located behind the intersect, near her residence. Does Big Elio want to drink some tea? The little Sylvia chirped. Maureen still has plenty. Shall Zaylee brew some for you? Virgil was tempted. The tea wasn't important. It was the little Sylvia's heartfelt invitation that mattered. He didn't want to hurt her feelings by refusing. Let's go, try it. My tea brewing is really good. The little Sylvia tugged at his sleeve. With nothing better to do and having just broken through, his cultivation progress was minimal, so Virgil went along with it. Behind the Qing sect's mountains lay a picturesque place where a quaint house was nestled deep in the woods. In front of the cottage, a bamboo fence enclosed a small yard. Inside, a figure in a green robe squatted, spreading freshly picked tea leaves evenly on a woven bamboo tray under the sun to dry. Nearby, already dried tea leaves appeared brownish in the sunlight. Benita didn't particularly like tea but enjoyed this idyllic lifestyle away from the conflict and violence of cultivators. Virgil was led to the gate by the little Sylvia. Hearing the commotion, Benita lifted her beautiful face, slightly sweaty from her work. Seeing him, she paused briefly. Maureen. Their eyes met. Standing outside the yard, Virgil gave a gentle smile. Despite their shared experiences, he felt nervous facing her. His heart raced involuntarily. Who could blame him? Benita's beauty was mesmerizing, and few could remain calm in her presence. Wonder who has the fortune to marry her. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before she nodded and returned inside. Never mind, Zaylee. Seeing this, Virgil felt a pang of disappointment, thinking Maureen wasn't welcoming him. Since we're here, come in. The little Sylvia pushed him inside. Virgil chuckled bitterly when Benita reappeared with tea utensils in hand, nodding towards him. Sit. Pushed by the little Sylvia, Virgil sat at a stone table in the middle of the yard, feeling uneasy. Benita, with her slender fingers, poured tea leaves into a porcelain pot and waved her hand. Using her mana, she levitated a steaming kettle out of the house. You've advanced to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Pouring hot water into the pot, her voice remained as cool as ever. Or perhaps it was Virgil's imagination, but he sensed a hint of warmth. Maybe he misunderstood. Yes, I obtained some resources at the Liu family compound and bought materials for consolidation spirit pills, refining quite a few. Virgil nodded. Zaylee had wandered off, leaving him alone with Benita. Wasn't she supposed to make tea? Congratulations on becoming a high-level alchemy master. Upon hearing this, Benita's expression remained unchanged as she handed him a cup of tea. Breaking through too quickly isn't advisable, but observing your foundation seems solid without signs of instability. Just be mindful in the future. Virgil smiled. After spending nearly half a year in the World Isolation Pagoda, his foundation couldn't be unstable. Thank you for your reminder, Maureen. Though unnecessary, Virgil sincerely thanked her. In this world, few cared for others, and fewer were kind to them. Benita nodded, serene like a lily untouched by the dust of the mundane world, blooming alone in a secluded valley. Beautiful yet fleeting, she would perish in 3 years' snowfall. Without more to say, Virgil sipped his tea, recalling Benita's remaining lifespan of only 3 years. He looked up at her, wondering if she knew. Sighing, Virgil genuinely hoped Benita wouldn't die. No ulterior motives, just an earnest wish. That senior said next time he woke, he'd suppress it for her. Only if he wakes soon. Chapter 46. Alice Appropriate Conduct. The young man's gaze was somewhat sorrowful. Such an expression. How familiar. In the next moment, Benita suddenly began to experience a piercing headache. Faces imprinted with blood appeared in her mind, staring at her, glaring fiercely. Their eyes were filled with hatred, like demons from hell demanding her life. It wasn't me. I didn't kill them. Benita's expression was one of agony, like that of a helpless little Sylvia. Maureen, what's wrong? Virgil's face changed slightly as he anxiously watched her. Benita couldn't answer him. Go away. All of you, get out. Get away, quickly get away. She summoned a long sword from her storage bag and started slashing at the air as if trying to drive something away, but there was clearly nothing around her. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. A familiar voice echoed in her ear, soothing her like a small child being comforted after a nightmare. It's okay, Maureen. It's all fake. Maureen, it's all fake. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. The voice seemed to have a magical quality, gradually calming her heart. The long sword in her hand clattered to the ground. Opening her eyes against the sunlight, she saw a blurry face slowly become clear. It was Virgil. Maureen, don't be afraid. Virgil tightly held her, gently patting her back as if comforting a frightened little Sylvia who had just woken up from a nightmare. Benita looked at his side profile, slowly losing focus. She realized their close proximity and felt a trace of bewilderment in her clear eyes. Her long eyelashes flickered. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and her body felt inexplicably weak, almost making her fall. Fortunately, Virgil caught her in time, preventing her from completely losing composure. This was the second time she had been held by this young man, and she did not resist. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Maureen, are you all right now? Virgil looked at her with concern. I'm fine. Benita shook her head and said, put me down, sis. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Both froze and turned to the door where a chubby Emmett rushed in. Seeing the scene, his eyes nearly popped out. You damn thing. Let go of my sister. After a brief moment of realization, the chubby Emmett picked up a brick and charged forward angrily. Seeing this, Virgil quickly ran, leaping backward on his tiptoes. Don't misunderstand. Your sister was just... The chubby Emmett wouldn't listen to his explanation. The brick kept coming at him with ferocity. Fortunately, the chubby Emmett's cultivation level was low, so Virgil could easily evade without needing to retaliate. Partly because the other was the son of the sect master, and partly because he felt somewhat guilty, he only kept dodging. However, Benita's cheeks stealthily flushed red, and she scolded, Roberta, have you had enough? Stop it right now. Sis. The chubby Emmett dared not defy his sister's order, especially when she glared at him, so he reluctantly stopped. Virgil breathed a sigh of relief. Put me down. Benita whispered. Realizing his mistake, Virgil awkwardly set her down, still feeling the softness of her touch and catching a faint scent of her fragrance. The chubby Emmett glared at him fiercely, clearly implying the matter wasn't over. Sis, he molested you. I'm going to cut him into pieces. The chubby Emmett didn't think it was strange for his sister, who was at the 9th stage of Qi cultivation, to be molested by someone at the 8th stage. Virgil was speechless, his face grim. By heavens, although he had indeed benefited from the situation earlier, it was purely out of necessity. Do you ever think anything good of me? Benita's eyes flared in annoyance at her brother. The chubby Emmett looked pitiful. He was merely stating facts. Maureen, if you're fine, I'll take my leave. Seeing the situation was not favorable, Virgil decided to escape. Without waiting for Benita's reply, he bolted. Big brother, are you leaving? At the door, he met Zaylee, who asked with concern. Virgil nodded and hurriedly left. Zaylee watched him leave, puzzled. Entering the room, she saw her usually gentle sister Roberta reprimanding a chubby Emmett and wondered what had happened. Sis, if I hadn't come in time, who knows what would have happened after he hugged you? Don't talk back. Benita glared at him, and the chubby Emmett immediately lowered his head in silence. Noticing the little Sylvia entering, her eyes widened. Sister, actually has a kid with that Emmett? The chubby Emmett felt as if the sky was falling. No, impossible. He soon dismissed this thought. Although he could be naive when it came to his sister, he wasn't truly foolish. They had only known each other for a short while, and this little Sylvia was already so big. There was no way she could be their child. Phew, thank goodness. The chubby Emmett patted his chest, but his series of expressions didn't escape Benita's sharp eyes. As siblings, Benita instantly knew what he was thinking and angrily shouted, Roberta, Sis, I'm sorry. A young man in white stood at the cave entrance with his hands behind his back. Footsteps approached, and then two flawless, smooth arms wrapped around his neck from behind, accompanied by a soft laugh. The Blood Fiend sect will arrive in 3 days. The young man gazed into the distance. Excellent. It has been hundreds of years since the famous great sage Chang died. We'll soon find out if he's really dead. Has Giovanni returned? The young man spoke calmly. I haven't seen him, Bonnie hesitated. Is something wrong? That would be better. The young man glanced at her, causing her heart to chill. I'll check. Releasing his neck, Bonnie walked outside. Let me go personally. If Giovanni is dead, I can reclaim my Qing'In pearl. The young man in white intercepted her, sensing the location of the Qing'In pearl. This bead was a Dan treasure, a rare item even for someone of his status. After leaving Benita's residence, Virgil headed straight down the mountain. Recalling the scene, he could still smell a faint orchid fragrance. He felt an unusual sensation deep inside. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, a young man in white whom Virgil had seen at the Great Hall during his inner disciple acceptance ceremony. He also recalled Atticus mentioning that this person, like Maureen, was the only 9th stage Qi cultivator among the inner disciples. They passed each other briefly before Ep1of2 stopped and called out, Junior Elioli, wait a moment. Virgil turned in confusion and bowed. Senior Elio Zion, is there something? Ep1of2 appraised him with his gaze and smiled. Junior Elioli, I heard you've advanced to the 8th stage of Qi cultivation. Congratulations. Given that Ariv was at the 9th stage, it wasn't surprising he could discern Virgil's cultivation level. My cultivation is insignificant. I must continue to learn from Senior Elio Zion. Junior Elioli is too modest. I'm looking for Junior Elio Foam. Have you seen him? Virgil left Benita's residence and walked straight down the mountain. Recalling the scene, he could still smell a faint orchid fragrance. An unusual feeling stirred within him. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, a young man in white whom Virgil had seen at the Great Hall during his inner disciple acceptance ceremony. He also recalled Atticus mentioning that this person, like Maureen, was the only 9th stage Qi cultivator among the inner disciples. They passed each other briefly before Ariv stopped and called out, Junior Elioli, wait a moment. Virgil turned in confusion and bowed. Senior Elio Zion, is there something? Ariv appraised him with his gaze and smiled. Junior Elioli, I heard you've advanced to the 8th stage of Qi cultivation. Congratulations. Given that Ariv was at the 9th stage, it wasn't surprising he could discern Virgil's cultivation level. My cultivation is insignificant. I must continue to learn from Senior Elio Zion. Junior Elioli is too modest. I'm looking for Junior Elio Foam. Have you seen him? Chapter 47, First Clash. I didn't see him. Virgil lied without batting an eyelid. Is that so? I remember Junior Elio Foam clearly said he was coming to find Junior Elioli. Didn't he come? Or, pausing, Ariv sneered, did Junior Elioli kill him? What do you mean? Virgil narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm face. Haha, just a joke with Junior Elioli, Ariv laughed. Virgil coldly stared at him. A joke? He didn't think so, but he couldn't figure out the relationship between this person and Giovanni. Was he an accomplice or, by the way, I lost a bead. Did Junior Elioli see it? If you saw it, could you return it to me? Ariv still wore a smile. No, I didn't see it. Virgil shook his head without hesitation. But why do I feel like my bead is on Junior Elioli? Ariv stepped closer, speaking in a condescending tone. Junior Elioli, lying isn't a good habit. This bead doesn't belong to you. Give it back, and I won't make things difficult for you. After a moment's silence, Virgil laughed. Senior Elio Zion, you must be joking. How would I know where your bead is? Seeing he wouldn't admit it, Ariv smirked, raised his hand, and suddenly a black bead flew out from Virgil's clothes toward him. Come back. Virgil snorted coldly, flickering his body and reaching out with his right hand to grab the bead. Just then, a powerful force slammed into his chest. It felt like being hit by a speeding truck. Virgil spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward but still held onto the bead. 9th level Qi practitioner, indeed not to be underestimated. Steadying himself and wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Virgil muttered. Fortunately, Ariv hadn't intended to kill him. So while the blow made him look rather ragged, it wasn't serious, just a mouthful of blood. But that mouthful of blood was worth it. At least he got the bead back. Despite this, Virgil kept the grudge in mind and vowed to get even with him someday. Seeing Ariv's gloomy expression, Virgil felt a touch of satisfaction. This bead belongs to me. Senior Elio Zion should ask elsewhere. With that, he put the bead into the legacy tower and turned to leave. Ariv's eyes darkened, filled with dangerous signals. My things you can't keep. Coldly laughing, Ariv's body flickered and instantly vanished. His cultivation was formidable, barely weaker than Arlen from that day, and the pressure he exerted on Virgil was even stronger. At that time, the Liu clan ancestor had been deranged due to a breakdown. But this guy was perfectly rational. Yet Virgil was no longer what he used to be either. Humph. Virgil huffed through his nose and formed a peculiar hand seal to cast a spell when a light blue sword fell from the sky, landing between them. Ariv's face changed as he quickly retreated, turning to see the stunning Noelle approaching step by step, her expression grim. Maureen. Surprised, Virgil stopped casting his spell. Private duels are forbidden within the Qingxian sect. Do you wish to defy the sect rules, Ariv? Benitake grabbed the light blue sword, which immediately flew into her hand. Glancing at both of them, Ariv bowed and said, farewell. The Noelle in green robes watched him coldly without obstructing him, unaware of Virgil spitting blood earlier. Giving it to you to keep for a few days, Ariv murmured coldly as he passed by. Robber Tartar among inner disciples was a severe offense, and he dared not openly defy it. Virgil watched his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. How did you offend him? A clear voice sounded beside him. Virgil looked over to see Benita staring ahead, her green dress fluttering in the wind. His gaze rested on her slender neck for a moment before moving to her flawless profile, feeling a fleeting daze. He couldn't help but recall holding her earlier. And during the Liu clan incident, it seemed whenever danger arose, Benita would appear timely. Apart from gratitude, he felt something else mixed in his heart. Seeing him silent, Benita turned her pure eyes towards him, taking a piece of broken grass for high-grade herbs and selling it to me. Now you're bullying my sister. Watch me not kill you. Virgil avoided her gaze and truthfully answered, I took something from him. Benita didn't ask what it was but warned, be careful. If he bothers you again, crush this talisman. I will sense it immediately. She handed him a jade slip containing her consciousness. Okay. Virgil nodded, accepting it and feeling warmth in his heart. I'll leave. With that, Benita left. Virgil watched her go and cursed softly, this damned infatuation. He chuckled, hands behind his head, walking leisurely away. It was a beautiful sunny day indeed. On his way back, Virgil thought about the bead. Since it belonged to Ariv, he and Giovanni must have been a pair. From Ariv's words, it was obvious they suspected Giovanni was killed by him. So what if they know? Virgil wasn't concerned. As long as that guy didn't provoke him, it would be fine. After all, he feared no one. Even without Maureen's intervention, who would win or lose was uncertain. Back at his cave dwelling, Virgil didn't enter the legacy tower to cultivate, but took out Giovanni's storage bag and started examining its contents. Besides spirit stones, there wasn't much to interest him. The only worthwhile item was the dagger, finely crafted and considered a high-quality magical treasure. There were over 200 spirit stones, bringing his total to 330 now. As for this bead, finally, Virgil took out the bead. Given how important it was to Ariv, it certainly wasn't ordinary. He held the bead up, studying it. Suddenly, a voice bellowed outside. Lee, get out here. Fatty Grandpa wants to chop you up. The chubby Dominic stood outside the cave, shouting loudly. Hearing this, Virgil couldn't help but rub his forehead. How did this guy track him down? Should he go out? Forget it, ignoring him. He'll probably leave after cursing for a while. However, he underestimated the chubby Dominic's tenacity. The guy ranted for a full hour, becoming unbearable, forcing Virgil to step out. Lee, you sold me broken grass as high-grade herbs and never accounted for it. Now you dare bully my sister. Watch me not kill you. Seeing him, the chubby Dominic immediately pulled out a stone brick and charged at him, clearly intending to settle old scores. Stop. Virgil calmly raised a palm. Do you want me to tell your sister? The chubby Dominic halted, cursing. Are you even a man? Ratting me out is no skill. That's not it. I'm still a Emmett. Virgil glanced at him, utterly shameless. As long as he wasn't an adult, he wasn't considered a man. What's so great about such a shameless person? The chubby Dominic paused, clenching his fists until they cracked. He clearly wanted to hit someone. Anything else? If not, I'm going back. Seeing the chubby Dominic gritting his teeth, ready to explode, Virgil prepared to retreat. Hold it. The chubby Dominic took a deep breath. Virgil stopped. Aren't you an alchemist? Help me refine a batch of pills. If you succeed, we're even, and I'll forget everything. If you fail, don't bother me or my sister anymore. You're unworthy of her. Chapter 48. Barrier-breaking pill. You're a pill refiner, right? Help me refine a batch of pills. If you can succeed, I'll pretend this never happened. We'll call our grudge even. But if you fail, you mustn't pester my sister ever again. You're not worthy of her. The Bergen stared at him, threatening, if you dare refuse, I'll tell Dad that you used weeds as high-grade rank 1 spirit herbs. Your dad who, want to report then? Virgil blurted out instinctively, but recalled at the last moment that the guy's father was the sect master. If the sect master knew he had tricked his son, Virgil couldn't imagine the consequences. He laughed awkwardly. What pill do you want refined? I won't make it too hard for you. Let you refine a rank 2 pill. The Bergen shot him a sideways glance and said, since you're in the late Qi condensation stage, just refine a high-grade rank 1 pill. He claimed he wasn't making things difficult, yet his body betrayed his words. After all, too many cultivators did not have the spirit sense needed to match their current realms, let alone refining a pill successfully even if they had. Spirit sense was merely an entry ticket. Being in the late Qi condensation stage did not necessarily mean one could be a high-grade rank 1 alchemist. A high-grade rank 1 pill, not impossible, but you need to give me the formula, Virgil nodded. He only had the soul-fixing pill formula but was not limited to refining just that. As the saying goes, master one skill and excel in others. As long as he had the ability to refine high-grade rank 1 pills, what pills to refine made no difference. Seeing Virgil agree so easily, the Bergen was dumbfounded. There was currently no rank 1 alchemist in Qingxian sect, yet this kid brazenly claimed he could refine high-grade rank 1 pills. These are them. The Bergen waved his hand, throwing over a batch of materials and a scroll. I warn you, if your refinement fails, you must compensate me the full price for both the pill formula and spirit herbs, the Bergen warned. Virgil didn't respond. He picked up the formula and glanced through it. The pill's name was barrier-breaking pill which broke through heart demons after consumption. What were heart demons? Cultivators who failed several attempts to break through a realm would develop fear and stall in the same realm. The barrier-breaking pill broke this deadlock. Though he had never heard of this pill before, it posed no issue as long as the formula was correct. You stay here and don't move around. I will bring the pills back once I've refined them. Virgil turned around, heading towards the cave. No way. I'm going to watch you refine the pill, supervising you. The Bergen stopped him, causing Virgil to frown. Pill masters usually did not allow anyone to watch while refining. One reason was not wanting to expose refining techniques, and more importantly, the refining process should not be disturbed. Otherwise, it risked failing. Fine, you may watch. After all, it was the other party's pill. Virgil thought about it, and did not reject. Should it blow up because of this, it wouldn't be his problem. When I refine the pill later, don't make a single sound. Otherwise, if it blows up, I won't compensate. Arriving at the pill refining stone chamber, Virgil warned in advance. The Bergen snorted coldly, secretly mocking. Rest assured, I won't make any noise. Just don't find excuses when you fail. Virgil ignored him, summoning the pill furnace with spirit sense from his storage bag. Unexpectedly, upon seeing his furnace, the Bergen looked incredibly astonished. You're using this to refine a high-grade rank 1 pill? What's wrong? Virgil turned to look at him. Your furnace is just a low-grade treasure. Refining low-grade rank 1 pills might work, but the chance of it blowing up while refining high-grade rank 1 pills is far greater than that of a high-grade treasure. As an alchemist, you don't know such common knowledge? The Bergen's gaze was somewhat disdainful, clearly thinking Virgil lacked this basic knowledge as an alchemist and doubting even more if he could refine the barrier-breaking pill. Strange knowledge increases, Virgil replied coolly. Don't blame the path if the person isn't up to it. It's just a furnace. Using a spirit artifact doesn't guarantee a rank 2 pill. I'll see how good your technique is. The Bergen's face turned alternately green and white from anger. His furnace was a spirit artifact, yet he couldn't even refine a low-grade rank 1 pill, equating Virgil's words to a pointed ridicule. Ignoring him, Virgil closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened his eyes, now exuding a formidable aura. Then he waved his hand, floating the furnace in midair, activated fire control technique, and fierce flames burned beneath the furnace. Once the internal temperature reached standard, Virgil took out a purple vine-type spirit herb and threw it into the furnace, waiting until it completely melted before adding the next. The Bergen watched closely. Though he believed Virgil wouldn't succeed, this act really resembled a high-grade rank 1 alchemist. How will he come down from this failure? This batch of spirit herbs is worth 500 or 600 spirit stones, the Bergen thought viciously. Virgil was fully focused, not the least bit distracted, his spirit sense tightly monitoring the furnace's conditions. The difficulty of refining barrier-breaking pills was no lower than that of soul-fixing pills. Dozens of types of spirit herbs, many of which possessed opposing properties, required precise timing to add, or else it would blow up. For instance, vine grew in extremely places, and blaze fruit near volcanoes. Combining these two herbs would definitely cause an explosion. So, adding time intervals between them, along with a third herb to balance them, was necessary. Time ticked by, and sweat beaded on Virgil's forehead. Behind him, the Bergen was slightly surprised that Virgil lasted so long. His spirit sense wasn't weak, absolutely beyond chi condensation, Haley flare. Doubt started creeping in. Could Virgil actually succeed? He immediately dispelled this doubt. Impossible. How could this be possible? So young. Having been an inner sect disciple for a month? Rapid advancement was already outrageous enough. Being a high-grade rank 1 alchemist was pushing it too far. 15 minutes later, Virgil threw the last spirit herb into the furnace. Now came the final step, pellet formation. This was the most exhausting part for spirit sense and energy. Fortunately, he had advanced to chi condensation 8th layer. If still in the 7th layer, he might be exhausted by now. Biting his tongue forcefully to stay awake, Virgil controlled his spirit sense to coalesce the black liquid inside the furnace into a pill. Soon, a medicinal fragrance wafted out, filling the entire stone chamber. He can't possibly succeed, right? The Bergen began wavering, feeling shocked inside. Even a general high-grade rank 1 alchemist found it hard to succeed, especially using a low-grade treasure. Suddenly, the entire furnace began to shake slightly, emitting hot steam. Virgil sank deeply, knowing he hadn't made any mistake. Why would it behave like this? Could it be, as the Bergen said, a low-grade treasure might not withstand refining a high-grade rank 1 pill? Hurry, form the pill. He didn't have time to ponder the reason. The furnace trembled violently, with large amounts of steam gushing out. Virgil quickly formed the pill. The Bergen retreated some distance, feeling regretful. It was clear now, Virgil was truly a high-grade rank 1 alchemist. With a better furnace, this barrier-breaking pill would certainly succeed. Unfortunately, no ifs or buts. Going to blow. Note: maintain the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring natural and fluent English translation. Chapter 49. A stern reprimand. The alchemy furnace trembled more violently. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, stinging his eyes. Just then, the furnace exploded with a thunderous roar. The massive heat transformed into a shockwave, spreading outward. Virgil quickly moved his large hand and, just before the explosion, drew out 4 pills, gripping them tightly in his palm. This caused him to miss the best moment to retreat, and his body was blasted several yards away by the powerful impact, crashing heavily onto the ground. Alchemy must be done cautiously. Virgil winced, using his palm to push himself up. Fortunately, he had protected his body with magical power, preventing serious harm. The Bergen approached, being quite shrewd as he had retreated far away when the furnace started acting up and thus escaped unscathed. He looked at Virgil, his gaze filled with both admiration and regret. This fellow lost due to poor equipment. He did not mock him, for although Virgil failed to refine this batch of pills, he had at least proven that he was indeed a high-ranking first-tier alchemist with significant expertise in alchemy. One day, perhaps he could become a third-tier alchemist, enter the 4th floor, and obtain the Peach of Immortality to prolong his sister's life. His attitude toward Virgil became much more friendly. "Are you okay?" Virgil was surprised. This guy didn't mock him and suddenly changed his tone, which left him somewhat unaccustomed. "It's fine." Virgil signaled he was all right, slowly opening his palm. Only then did the Bergen notice that Virgil seemed to be holding something in his hand. Curiously looking at it, his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized what it was. There, lying on his palm, were 4 perfectly round pills. "What's this?" the Bergen asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Barrier-breaking pills," Virgil nodded. Upon Virgil's confirmation, the Bergen immediately picked up one of the pills, his eyes almost glued to it as he began examining it closely. He naturally knew what barrier-breaking pills looked like and recognized them instantly. Swallowing hard, the Bergen looked at him, his gaze complex. There was respect. Using an inferior-grade magical treasure to refine a high-ranking first-tier pill, few high-ranking first-tier alchemists could achieve this. Virgil handed over the remaining 3 barrier-breaking pills, saying, "I said, if you can't do it, don't blame the road. Even with an inferior-grade magical treasure, it can still be refined." The Bergen couldn't find words to retort immediately and after hesitating for a while said, "Treat my sister well in the future." Huh. Virgil was taken aback. Was this recognition from his brother-in-law? "I'm clean with your sister." Virgil felt he should explain. "Did you hug her? Did you touch her?" The Bergen threw 2 questions at him. "That was an intention." The Bergen interrupted, grinding his teeth. "You want to reap the benefits and not take responsibility, huh? Believe me, I can tell Dad and have your hands chopped off." Virgil. All right. Since he benefited, there was no point explaining further. "But don't get too happy yet. If you want to be with my sister, you need to become a third-tier alchemist." The Bergen poured cold water on him unexpectedly. "Why?" Virgil was puzzled. "Don't deny having feelings for my sister." The Bergen glared at him. Virgil's face darkened. He had been tricked by this guy. "My sister is so beautiful. Admiring her is natural." The Bergen patted his shoulder to show understanding, not waiting for Virgil's response, and sighed sadly, his mood sinking. "My sister has a very strange illness, you should know." The Bergen's eyes filled with sorrow as he explained, "Even in the entire state of you, No one can cure this disease. She might die any day. Virgil nodded. He naturally knew, accurately speaking, it was a curse. But how is this related to becoming a third-tier alchemist? Without interrupting, he listened as the Bergen continued. Our Qing sect's founding ancestor was a fourth-tier alchemist who left many things behind on the fourth floor of the Green Cloud Pavilion when he passed away. But only those who have broken through to the Golden Core realm or are third-tier alchemists can reach the fourth floor. It's said that the ancestor obtained a peach of immortality capable of curing all diseases, placed on the fourth floor of the Green Cloud Pavilion. The Bergen wasn't afraid to share these secrets with Virgil, since they would be family eventually. That peach can definitely save my sister. The Bergen affirmed, so if you want to be with my sister, you must become a third-tier alchemist. Virgil sighed lightly. He knew Benita's ailment was a curse, and even with the peach of immortality, it wouldn't cure her. Even if the founding ancestor of Qing sect was still alive, he couldn't change this outcome. However, he kept silent to avoid crushing the last hope of the Bergen. Don't worry, your sister will get better. Virgil consoled him. The Bergen shook his head and gave Virgil a furnace before leaving. This is my furnace. I used to want to become an alchemist, but now I don't need it anymore, so take it. The furnace was purple, nearly a man's height, with tripod legs and double handles, adorned with patterns of birds and beasts on its body. Clearly, it was a spiritual tool above the rank of a magical treasure. Virgil initially wanted to refuse, unwilling to owe anyone a favor, but the Bergen walked away without waiting for his reply. He glanced at his own damaged and deformed furnace, riddled with holes from the explosion, rendering it unusable, and accepted the new one. Virgil, you must become a third-tier alchemist and save my sister. The Bergen's voice echoed from outside the cave. Third-tier alchemist. Virgil let out a bitter laugh. How incredibly difficult, probably not even one existed in the entire state of you. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm seemed easier by comparison. At the main hall of the Qing sect. Did you refine this? The Vinny held a pill, looking incredulously at his son. The Emmett excitedly brought a bottle of pills, asking him to check, but the situation was unclear. The Vinny knew his son was obsessed with alchemy and always wanted to become a third-tier alchemist to retrieve the peach of immortality from the Green Cloud Pavilion to save his sister, so he allowed him to tinker. Unexpectedly, his son managed to refine a high-ranking first-tier pill. Although the Bergen wanted his father to look at him differently, he admitted truthfully, how could I have that skill? If not you, then who refined it? Avril Burton? The Vinny paused, confused. In the Qing sect, only one person could refine a high-ranking first-tier pill. That was their sole second-tier alchemist, Avril Donovan, who usually guarded the Green Cloud Pavilion. Not Avril Cedo, Dad, you can guess? The Bergen smiled mysteriously. The Vinny's eyes lit up. Could this mean that finally a high-ranking first-tier alchemist emerged among the Qing sect disciples? Who is it? The Vinny tried to keep his tone calm. As the leader of the sect, regardless of what happened, he must remain composed. Probably maybe possibly brother-in-law. The Bergen grinned. His sister was always detached, yet he clearly sensed the difference in how she treated the young man. They must have something going on. The Vinny frowned and reprimanded. What nonsense, your sister isn't married yet. Who's this brother-in-law? You should ask your daughter about this. The Bergen snatched back the pills and ran out of the hall without looking back. Watching his son's figure, the Vinny pondered deeply. To refine a high-ranking first-tier pill, one must be at the late cultivation stage. That limits it to inner disciples. Recalling the few inner disciples, none seemed to be alchemists except for the newly joined Virgil, who appeared to be a mid-first-tier alchemist. But when he joined the inner disciple ranks, he was only at the 6th layer of Qi condensation, not meeting the requirements. Wait, he returned from the Liu family, already at the 7th layer of Qi condensation. The Vinny thought about something and smiled. Good Emmett. But why did the kid call Virgil a future brother-in-law? Thinking of this, his smile froze. Could it be? During her visit to the Liu family, something happened between them? No wonder I felt my daughter was different after returning. Looking at that kid? No, absolutely not. My daughter is as beautiful as a celestial fairy, with unparalleled talent and intelligence. That Emmett is nowhere near worthy of her. He must be reprimanded, severely reprimanded, to keep him away from her. The Vinny's expression darkened, his mind made up. Chapter 50, Golden Core Powerhouse. To the Feng family, tell them Giovanni is dead and divulge some of the Qing sect's secrets to them. Yes. Ariv stood with his hands behind his back. Subterranean demon fire, 10,000-year-old peach. They will soon fall into my hands. Ariv's eyes flared with fervor. As for the Heaven-Earth Pearl taken by Virgil, he wasn't worried at all. Just an ant. Once Qing sect is destroyed, I can crush him anytime. Life returned to normal. After cultivating for a month in the isolated World Tower, Virgil stepped out of his cave abode. A few more months to reach the late-stage Qi practitioner 8th level. Virgil looked up at the black clouds gathering over Qing sect. It's going to rain. Recently, he always felt uneasy, as if something significant was about to happen. He decided to take a walk. Arlindering out of his cave abode, Virgil followed the mountain path until he reached the peak, gazing into the distance. Miles of dark clouds, oppressively heavy. This place is nice. One could view the moon at night. It's a pity the weather isn't good today. There won't be any moon. A cool voice came from behind. Without turning around, Virgil knew who it was. After a moment, a Noelle in green stood beside him, asking, Has Ariv been bothering you lately? No. Virgil leaned back, lying on the soft grass. The wind atop the mountain blew through the trees with a rustling sound and tousled the Noelle's hair. Virgil's uneasy heart gradually calmed. Benita sat down beside him, lost in thought. Lately, she had been having unusual dreams. In these dreams, a lonely figure practiced swordplay under the moonlight. Upon waking, she found herself crying, her tears soaking the pillow. She didn't know why but felt incredibly sad. Benita suddenly wished to practice swordplay like in her dreams. Summoning to look at the young man, she softly asked, Would you like to see me practice swordplay? Virgil sat up straight. Watching a beauty practice swordplay must be captivating. Without hesitation, he replied, I would. Seeing this, Roberta Sr. smiled slightly and walked to the open space in front of them. Closing her eyes, she recalled the sword dance from her dream. Every movement, every detail seemed vivid. Virgil watched in awe. This was the first time he had seen Roberta Sr. smile, and it made his heart flutter. But soon, he noticed a tear slide down her cheek despite her smile. Confused, Virgil stared at her. At that moment, Roberta Sr. seemed both sorrowful and happy. There are countless weapons in this world, yet I adore only the sword. Only the sword. Boom. Suddenly, the entire Qing sect trembled as if in an earthquake. All disciples were alarmed, stepping out of their cave abodes and looking up at the sky. 3 figures in blood-red robes stood in the clouds. One figure gestured downward arrogantly, saying, Bear, quickly open the clan protection array or we will destroy your Qing sect. What's happening? They look like people from Bloodfiend sect? Why have they come? Are they declaring war on our Qing sect? Some disciples recognized the identities of the 3 in the air and grew pale. Before Benita could start practicing swordplay, she stopped and looked up at the 3 figures, her brows furrowing. Bloodfiend sect. Looking at the 3 figures in the sky, Virgil's gaze sharpened. These 3 gave him a dangerous feeling, a sense only triggered by Foundation establishment cultivators. The unease in his heart proved true. Inside the grand hall, Bear, robed in purple, appeared outside, eyes flashing dangerously as he looked at the 3 figures in the sky. 2 more figures appeared beside him. Horst, the overseer of Carmin Pavilion, and Corbin, responsible for the outer sect. All 3 Foundation establishment powerhouses of Qing sect were present. They're from Bloodfiend sect. Lord Shigul-9 Abyss, Avrils Qin Yiru, and Zhao Wan. All their Foundation establishment powerhouses are here. What do they intend? Horst eyed the 3 in the sky. The leader, pale-faced and ghostly with bloody red hair, was the Bloodfiend sect's leader, Shigul-9 Abyss, a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. To his left stood Dev with a hooked nose and gaunt build, appearing rather sinister. The Franz Zhao Wan, radiating late-stage Foundation establishment energy. On the right stood a beautiful matron with voluptuous curves, a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Priest Bear, your Qing sect has no reason to exist anymore. If you know what's good for you, open the clan protection array and disband immediately. Otherwise, I will eradicate your sect. Shigul-9 Abyss's grin was grim as he looked down at the trio. Only with the help of a golden core powerhouse can your array be activated. Can you truly eliminate us? The blood-robed Franz Zhao sneered. Corbin's expression darkened. The clan protection array was personally set up by their ancestor for both attack and defense. But a golden core powerhouse was required to activate the offensive mode. Otherwise, it remained defensive only. They capitalized on this weakness. So what? Not to mention that with just you insects, thinking you can destroy our Qing sect is laughable. Even if we stand still, can you break our formation? Corbin retorted coldly. Don't worry. The person who will break the formation is on his way. We just need to keep you from escaping. Qin Yiru smirked, her crimson lips contrasting starkly with her deathly pale skin. Hearing her words, the trio's expressions changed. Did they have backup? And possibly a golden core powerhouse? To break this array, only a golden core powerhouse could suffice. What do you mean? The trio exchanged glances, the man in purple asking coldly. You'll find out soon enough. Shigul-9 Abyss glanced at him and declared, Qing sect will vanish from you Jandam today. Arrogant. The white-haired Franz bellowed, ready to strike. Hold on. Bear restrained him. Meeting his puzzled gaze, he shook his head. Let's wait. For Bloodfiend sect to attack so openly, something is amiss. There might be an ambush. No sooner said than done. A rainbow appeared on the horizon, revealing a Franzly man in golden robes. His gaze was piercing, exuding an imposing presence. He moved swiftly, arriving above Qing sect almost instantly. A golden core powerhouse. Bear, Horst, and Corbin's pupils shrank simultaneously. Was this Bloodfiend sect's accomplice? Why would a golden core powerhouse assist them? Greetings, senior. Shigul-9 Abyss and company bowed respectfully. Despite being Foundation establishment, they felt like ants before this individual. The gap between Foundation establishment and golden core was vast. Virgil's eyes narrowed as they fell upon the golden-robed figure. This person was incredibly strong. The strongest he had seen since crossing over, excluding the unknown Franz in the isolated world tower. He likely surpassed Foundation establishment. What brings you to our Qing sect, senior? The man in purple asked politely. Do you dare ask why I'm here? My Feng family lost 2 descendants to your Qing sect. Give me an explanation or face obliteration. The golden-robed Franz snorted coldly, releasing his golden core pressure. Despite the clan protection array, everyone felt suffocated. Heaven, it's a golden core monster. He's here for revenge. Who did it? Please step forward, don't drag us into this. Terrified disciples pleaded. Please let me know if you'd like any adjustments or additional details. Chapter 51. The Calamity and the Black Star. Virgil's eyes rapidly changed. This golden-robed Franz seemed to be targeting him. This person is from the Feng family. The purple-cloaked man looked at the golden-robed Franz, finally understanding that this person was from the Feng family. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Senior, Guy's death was indeed his own fault, but as for Giovanni, how could he possibly be dead? Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, my ass? How could this dev falsely accuse you? The golden-robed Franz exploded in anger, slamming his large hand down. The grand formation covering Qing sect immediately trembled violently. This blow felt like it struck everyone's heart, causing their hearts to momentarily stop, watching nervously the barrier above Qing sect. Fortunately, the barrier's surface dimmed slightly but did not disappear. Truly a baby stage Earth-Heaven array. Even after so many years with only 10% of its power remaining, it can still resist a golden core expert's attack. The golden-robed Franz laughed loudly. If a golden core expert were guarding it, even an Essence Yuan expert would find it challenging. But without a golden core master to control the array, how long can you hold out? With those words, the golden-robed Franz waved his divine consciousness, summoning a black pill furnace into the air, which expanded instantly to the size of a small mountain, smashing ruthlessly toward Qingxian sect's entrance. Break, break, break. Boom, crash. Each strike caused the mountain where Qingxian sect stood to shake violently. Bear's face was extremely grim. At this rate, the grand defensive array wouldn't last much longer before shattering. Senior, I was unaware of Giovanni's death. Give me some time, and I will certainly provide you with. Before Bear finished speaking, the golden-robed Franz impatiently interrupted. I give you two choices. Either hand over the murderer, you the sect leader self-abolish your cultivation and disband Qingxian sect, then I won't hold past wrongs against you. Or I break this formation and deal with you myself. Too extreme. Horst's face turned angry. Cartering over the murderer was one thing, but forcing the sect leader to abolish his cultivation and disband Qingxian sect was a blatant humiliation. In that case, wait until I break through the formation and we can talk face to face. The golden-robed Franz sneered and once again controlled the pill furnace to smash on the formation. Seeing the light of the formation fading more and more, Corbin looked at Bear with concern. Sect leader, this formation can last at most an hour. No, half an hour. Horst remained silent. Bear clenched his hands tightly. Was Qingxian sect to perish under his watch? Bear, I suggest you obediently choose the first option, Muhammad said with glee. Horst and Corbin glared angrily. Muhammad mocked. You can only glare. Bear ignored him, saying gravely, gather all disciples. In no time, all the disciples gathered outside the hall, both inner and outer disciples, none of them exempt, all faces filled with worry. Bear spoke. Today, Qingxian sect stands at the brink of survival. As sect leader, I have let all of you down. It is our Qingxian sect who has involved you. Once the protective array breaks, all disciples need not guard the sect, just escape for your lives. Horst, Corbin, and I will buy you time. Leader. The disciples' faces showed sorrow. Was the sect leader going to disband Qingxian sect? That is an order. The purple-cloaked man took a deep breath, looking at Vera and Azrael in the crowd, then reluctantly looked away. He had prepared to die. As sect leader, he should live and die with the sect. At that moment, a voice sounded. Sect leader, I have something to report. A figure stepped forward, dressed in a moon-white robe, exceptionally handsome. It was Ep1of2. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Ep1of2 remained composed, glancing at Virgil and said, I didn't want to say this initially since we are fellow disciples, but thinking about how this person has harmed Qingxian sect, I am heartbroken and feel compelled to reveal it for everyone to know. What? Bear was slightly stunned. Ep1of2's lips curled slightly, looking at Virgil, and said calmly, Feng Elio was killed by Virgil. He has brought us to this situation. Upon hearing these words, immediate uproar ensued. Is it true? Did Senior Elio Li bring this upon us? I don't quite believe it. It might be true. This Virgil is a disaster. During the inner sect examination, he killed Elio Lien without hesitation. You're lying. Big Elio didn't harm us. Suddenly, a child's voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention to a little Sylvia, surprised. This 8 or 9-year-old Sylvia was already at the first level of cultivation. Steph glared viciously at Ep1of2, who replied with a mocking smile, Ask your big Elio if what I said is true. Countless eyes turned to Virgil, who felt like thorns were piercing his back. Lowering his head, he remained silent. Seeing this, the disciples realized Ep1of2 was telling the truth. Virgil, what enmity do you have with Qingxian sect to destroy it? Horst glared at him angrily, resentment clear in his eyes. Virgil opened his mouth to speak, but stopped short. Indeed, it was he who killed Giovanni, leading to this result. There was nothing to explain. This guy is a disaster. Kill him. Centuries of Qingxian sect's legacy ruined by him. Please expel this black star from the sect. Insults, condemnation, resentment. All sounds entered Virgil's ears, making him feel like he was standing on the opposite side of the world, alone. Big Elio must have his reasons, the little Sylvia said anxiously, her voice too weak to be heard among the crowd. At that moment, a warm hand grasped his, and a cool voice came into his ear. I want to ask everyone here, why did he kill Giovanni? Have you considered it? Without even asking for the reason, you push all blame onto him. On what basis? If Giovanni tried to kill him first, shouldn't he be allowed to defend himself? Vera's icy gaze swept across the room, her voice resonant and firm. She couldn't stand seeing this Dominic being bullied, as if it were etched into her bones. Maureen. Virgil's eyes flickered, looking at Vera. Her actions proved that even if the whole world were against him, Maureen would still stand by him. At that moment, Virgil felt like crying and laughing at the same time. The insults gradually ceased, everyone fell silent, speechless. Previously, everyone believed it was Virgil's fault because killing Giovanni led to this result. But was Virgil truly at fault? Did he have a reason to kill Giovanni? Was Giovanni deserving of death? They hadn't thought about this question before, but now Vera brought it up, they began to consider it. Just as Horst wanted to say something, a sound like an eggshell cracking appeared in everyone's ears. Sect leader Bear noticed first, looking up, his pupils constricting. The grand array surrounding Qingxian sect began to crack like an eggshell, revealing numerous fissures. Hashtag chapter 52. The array shattered. Break it for me. In the next moment, the massive alchemy furnace crashed down heavily. The already fragile barrier emitted a crisp sound and shattered into pieces. The fragments scattered like broken glass, falling from the sky and gradually dissipating. A mere Earth-sky great array is nothing. With a sneer, the Franzly man in golden robes landed on the statue of the Qingxian sect's founding ancestor, gazing at the people below. Muhammad and the other two respectfully followed behind him, not expecting to conquer Qing's sect without even lifting a finger. All disciples, heed my command, escape. The purple-clothed man immediately shouted. Seeing this situation, all the disciples exerted their magical power, gritting their teeth as they rushed out of Qing's sect. Escape? The Franzly man in golden robes shook his head. A powerful aura belonging to a core formation cultivator erupted. All fleeing disciples were instantly pinned to the ground. Speak, who killed my Feng family disciple? With a casual wave of his hand, the golden-robed Franz flung one disciple toward him, asking coldly, Virgil, it's Virgil. Terrified, the disciple's face turned deathly pale, and he immediately revealed the name. Who is Virgil? The golden-robed Franz asked icily. That one over there. The disciple's body trembled, pointing weakly at a young man. The golden-robed Franz's gaze swept over, and Virgil felt like he was being stared down by a prehistoric beast, making him shudder as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. In the next moment, an invisible hand seemed to grip his throat, propelling him towards the golden-robed Franz. Benita tightly held his hand, but the force was too strong. In just a few seconds, her grasp slipped, and she fell to the ground. Clenching her teeth, Benita got up and drew her sword, only to be stopped by her father who berated, Benita, do you want to throw away your life? Let go. Benita glared coldly at her father. Bear's heart softened. Living well is most important. Even with a ruined body, how many years do I have left? Dying isn't hard. No one can stop what I must do. Her green robe fluttered in the wind as she stood calm and resolute, saying firmly, move aside. The purple-clothed man didn't budge. He couldn't let his daughter rush to her death. His opponent was a core formation powerhouse. Even if she were peak foundation establishment, what difference would it make? With a bitter smile, the purple-clothed man said, can you listen to your father this one time? Virgil looked in horror as he flew toward the golden-robed Franz, unable to resist, feeling as though an invisible hand gripped his throat. Did you kill my Feng family disciple? The golden-robed Franz's voice thundered in his ears like that of a stern emperor. They deserved it. Virgil replied coldly. Very good. Courageous indeed. You can die now. The golden-robed Franz's expression remained indifferent. The large hand gripping Virgil's neck suddenly tightened, bringing a suffocating sensation, and his mind began to blur due to lack of oxygen. Move aside. Benita was anxious upon seeing this. Do you want to make me lose my child before you? The purple-clothed man shouted. Before he could finish, he was caught by a gust of wind, flying towards the golden-robed Franz. Grandmaster. Seeing this, Horst and Corbin changed expressions, rushing forward to save their grandmaster. Not knowing your limits. The golden-robed Franz waved his hand, and the two were sent flying backward, crashing heavily inside the hall, unable to rise again. This is the strength of a core formation expert, a completely different level. Mohammed had a lingering fear, deeply feeling the opponent's might. Grandmaster Zhang. Holding the purple-clothed man by the neck with his left hand, the golden-robed Franz ignored Virgil who was almost suffocating, slowly saying, I can release you and promise not to harm your disciples, but you must hand over the treasures left by your sect's ancient patriarch. Let all of us leave. The purple-clothed man's voice was weak. This Emmett killed my Feng family member and must die. The rest can leave safely, the golden-robed Franz said casually. The purple-clothed man hesitated. His daughter and that rascal had some relationship which definitely wouldn't allow the Emmett to die. Meanwhile, in the clouds, and Dev sat cross-legged on a circular platform, watching the scene below and muttering. It seems that Chang'an Shangren really died. Otherwise he wouldn't let his own sect be nearly destroyed and still not appear. A Dominic stood beside him, with sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, his aura not weaker than the golden-robed Franz. He smirked. It's hard to believe such a lowly Chang'an Shangren makes you old guys so wary. You were born late and don't understand. The Dev wasn't angry, reminiscing. That old fellow was merely a peak nascent soul when a late-stage soul transformation cultivator coveted the peach tree he possessed and tried to snatch it. Enraged, he directly killed the soul transformation cultivator. The Dominic was slightly surprised. An incident where a nascent soul slew a soul transformation cultivator was unheard of until now. Pity. With such prowess, his descendants are a bunch of failures, nearly wiped out by a lowly early-stage core formation. Seems not much after all. The Dominic sneered. Huh, that little Sylvia? The Dev didn't argue, startled, seeming to notice something interesting. If this continues, I'll really die. Virgil's face turned purplish from lack of oxygen. He could clearly feel death drawing closer. The relic tower. Virgil struggled, thinking about the relic tower. Although exposing it to the golden-robed Franz might invite greed, there was no choice. He faced certain death either way. Just as he prepared to hide in the relic tower, he suddenly sensed the surrounding elemental energy converging in one direction. Someone was breaking through. Forcing open his eyes with great effort, he saw the elemental energy entering the body of a nearby green-robed Noelle. Maureen. Benita, who had been suppressing her cultivation to prevent breakthrough, finally allowed herself to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. At that very moment, various chaotic voices echoed around her. Though she didn't understand them, she could hear the hatred within. Benita closed her eyes slightly, then spoke firmly, Scram! With a light shout, all the chaotic voices vanished. Slowly opening her eyes and looking at the golden-robed Franz, Benita recalled every move from her dreams, her sword humming faintly. To break through to early-stage Foundation establishment at such a young age is truly an admirable talent. Master Zhang, is this your daughter? The golden-robed Franz smiled warmly, his eyes flashing with greed. Such talent was comparable to the best within their clan. The purple-clothed man watched his daughter anxiously but couldn't speak, choked as he was. Young Sylvia, why not become my disciple? The golden-robed Franz looked at Benita with a warm smile. Do you even deserve it? The reply was a clear, cold voice. The golden-robed Franz wasn't angry but calmly responded. There are many talented people in this world, Before they grow? His words were cut off as his face suddenly changed, his pupils contracting. Sword intent. Benita closed her eyes, slowly raising her palm. One sword stroke slashed out. Instantly, a piercingly cold sword chi cut toward the golden-robed Franz. Chapter 53. Sword intent. Sword intent. This young Sylvia has actually comprehended sword intent. Who would have thought that such an extraordinary genius would appear within the declining Cyan profundity sect? The dev in the clouds exclaimed in shock. Sword intent is a form of transcendental insight. Insight comes in countless forms, and for a nascent soul cultivator to advance to the transforming God stage, they must first comprehend some form of insight. This Sylvia's sword intent is still rudimentary and not a complete transforming God insight. But even this is enough to shock the world. Many nascent soul experts spent their entire lives without achieving this step, and now it appears in a foundation establishment cultivator. If this news gets out, it will send shockwaves throughout the entire Rain's Waste. Soon, all the powerful cultivators of Rain's Waste would vie for this Sylvia's tutelage. The young man beside him also narrowed his eyes, knowing what this signified. Envy flashed across his gaze. Although this sword contains a hint of intent, it still can't kill her opponent. I'll save the Sylvia when she's truly in danger, the dev thought to himself. At this moment, the dev in the golden robe felt his pupils constrict slightly as he faced the oncoming sword aura. He could sense a genuine threat. This was absurd. How could a mighty golden core expert feel threatened by a mere foundation establishment cultivator? But thinking about the fact that this was an unparalleled genius who had comprehended sword intent made it somewhat easier to accept. Geniuses didn't follow normal logic. The dev in the golden robe, seeing the approaching sword aura, did not dare underestimate it. He casually threw Bear aside, activated his mana, and a translucent barrier appeared before him. Boom. The sword aura struck the barrier, causing it to crack and shatter after holding for a brief moment. The force sent the golden-robed dev flying back. As the golden-robed dev flew away, the large hand that had been gripping Bear's throat vanished. Virgil landed from the sky, sat on the ground, and gasped for fresh air, looking at Benita with awe. It was a look filled with astonishment. Maureen is incredibly formidable. The three members of Blood Fiend sect were the most stunned. Their expressions were like they had seen a ghost. That strike gave them a sense of imminent death. It seemed preposterous. But seeing that single strike send a golden core Franz flying back, they began questioning their own sanity. Is this still a foundation establishment cultivator? Bear, whom the dev had thrown aside, hit the ground heavily, coughed several times, and then got up, disbelief plastered all over his face. This lass is way too strong. Just then, Benita, having released that sword, quietly flushed red. Her petite frame trembled slightly, and she breathed lightly. The strike had drained all her mana. Bear frowned, noticing his daughter's condition. That strike had taken everything she had. He knew this. How much more so did Mohammed and the others notice? A murderous intent flickered in their gazes. They had already made mortal enemies attacking the Cyan Profundity sect. If they allowed such a terrifying genius to grow up, who could stand against her retribution in the future? Realizing this, the three exchanged looks and rushed towards Benita, planning to end her life while she was exhausted. Mohammed, you dare? Seeing their intentions, Bear's expression changed. His body moved quickly to intercept them. Scram! Each of the three attacked him with magical treasures and spells, dazzling attacks striking Bear. Facing the combined assault of three people, even a peak foundation establishment expert would be severely wounded. Yet, he couldn't retreat. Their daughter was right behind him. He clenched his teeth, took out a high-grade magical treasure from his storage bag, and roared, "Boy, take her and go." Virgil hesitated slightly. "Senior, you?" Boom. Bear was unable to respond as he was blasted away by the trio's attack. "Hurry up and get out of here." Shaking, he once again blocked the path before them. The usually elegant Bear swore for the first time. Virgil didn't hesitate further, hoisting Benita into his arms, and fled. Staying would accomplish nothing. The only thing he could do was ensure Maureen's safety while she was incapacitated. Suddenly, Virgil stopped abruptly, his gaze falling on the golden-robed Franz ahead. His expression was grim. "Young Sylvia, you've surprised me greatly. I'll give you one last chance. Become my disciple or..." The golden-robed Franz blocked their path, walking step by step closer. Though he looked disheveled, he had sustained only minor injuries. Even so, this was astonishing. This was a cross-realm battle. While geniuses capable of cross-realm combat exist in the cultivation world, none have ever achieved such a feat as injuring someone one major realm above them like Benita did. This resolve only hardened his determination. He had to get this Sylvia no matter what. If it couldn't be done, destroying her would be better, for such a genius was too terrifying. Should she become an enemy, in just a few years of cultivation, no one would be his match. "Bear, since you seek death, we shall oblige you today." Behind him, their attacks battered Bear. Despite being at peak foundation establishment, he soon became gravely injured, on the verge of death. "Senior, wake up, don't fall asleep. I'm almost done for." Watching the golden-robed Franz approach step by step, Virgil continuously retreated, calling out desperately to the senior in his mind, but receiving no response. He felt powerless, hating his weakness for the first time. So weak, unable to protect the one he loved. Benita, in his arms, whispered softly, "Put me down." Virgil hesitated, but eventually complied. "How about it, have you decided? Your father won't wait forever," the golden-robed Franz said indifferently. Virgil turned to look, realizing Bear was already critically injured, covered in blood. Suddenly, Bear's pupils constricted. An attack was aimed straight for his heart. "Since Venerable Master Dixon is dead, I no longer need to hold back. This Sylvia is mine. I'll make a good connection with her first." In the clouds, the dev flicked his finger. In the next instant, the magical treasures attacking Bear vanished, sending Muhammad and the two others flying back, landing and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The golden-robed Franz frowned, turning to see a black-clothed Franz appearing in the sky. Who are you? He couldn't discern the cultivation levels of these two, indicating that both were at least at the early golden core stage like him. High Family of the Northwest. The Franz replied calmly. High Family of the Northwest. The golden-robed Franz was puzzled, then his eyes widened, recalling a superpower. A superpower from the northwest region of Rain's Waste, a superior-level cultivation kingdom where the Feng family was as insignificant as ants. High Family Franzes, what brings you here? The golden-robed Franz laughed awkwardly, hoping they had just happened upon this place. Otherwise, this trip would be futile. He wouldn't dare oppose the High Family. Seeing the deference shown by the golden-robed Franz, Virgil looked up at the two figures in the sky, a flash of realization crossing his face. Strong. Unbelievably strong. Especially the Dev, whose gaze pierced him sharply even from afar. There's no need to probe us. Either your Feng family knows, or we let you know. Note, the text provided ends mid-sentence. For completeness and context, consider continuing or clarifying if additional parts are available. Chapter 54. Heavenly Tribulation. You don't need to probe us. What does your Feng family know, or did we make you aware? A handsome young man stepped forward, followed by an Franzly man in gray robes. Ariv. Virgil looked at the Dominic, his gaze landing on the Franz beside him. He had never seen this person before. He was clearly not from Qing sect. The man gave off a dangerous vibe, even stronger than the gold-robed Franz. Yet such a powerful individual was respectfully following Ariv like a servant. Virgil's eyes flashed. This Ariv was definitely not an ordinary disciple. The Franz had previously introduced himself as coming from the Northwest Zion family. Ariv also bore the surname Zion, obviously from the same clan. By the reaction of the gold-robed Franz, this Northwest Zion family must be extraordinary. Given Ariv's background, why would he humble himself and join a small sect like Qing? Even if all members of Qing combined were no match for the servant-like Franz behind Ariv. For what reason? Virgil's eyes flickered. Remembering his grievances with Ariv, he felt a surge of anxiety. With such powerful servants, if Ariv wanted him dead, there would be no doubt about it. Esteemed Hobie, young master. The ace beside Ariv bowed toward the two figures in the sky. It's you. The gold-robed Franz looked at him, his pupils constricting. He recognized the ace who had come to the Feng family 3 days ago, claiming that Qing sect possessed a 5th-grade elixir. And now he stood like a subordinate behind the young man. Big Elio, Hobie, there's no need for you to trouble yourselves personally. I can handle this mess on my own. Ariv smiled slightly. The Franz known as Hobie glanced at him calmly. The Dev known as Hobie turned to look at Benita, his voice warm. Young lady, I am the Hobie of the Zion family. Would you like to become my disciple? If you agree, you and your family will be absolutely safe. Benita remained silent and asked, what if I refuse? Do you know how many people would love to have Hobie as their master? Ariv said casually. I'll remind you, Hobie is a nascent soul cultivator. Virgil was taken aback. Nascent soul, an extremely formidable Franz right before him. Both the gold-robed Franz and Bear were equally stunned. Bear, who had been besieged by Blood Demon sect earlier, now approached, weak and weary, standing beside his daughter. Hobie interrupted, smiling gently, rest assured, I won't force you. Even if you refuse, I will still save you. After speaking, Hobie fell silent, giving her time to think. Benita lowered her head, glancing at her father and then at Virgil. Hobie only promised safety for her, not for her father or Virgil. Bear hesitated. Benita looked at the watchful gold-robed Franz and said calmly, I can be your disciple. Good. Hobie laughed heartily, appearing before Benita, his face crinkling into a smile. From now on, you are my sole disciple, Zion Jian. This is a gift for meeting my future disciple. He presented a long sword. Benita glanced at it, feeling neither joy nor excitement, just calmness. The sword is a nascent-level magic weapon. The ace beside Ariv remarked in surprise, admiration flashing in his eyes. Even he did not possess a nascent-level magic treasure. Congratulations to Hobie on acquiring a beloved disciple. Ariv smiled. Let me attend to some personal matters first before retrieving the Earth Vein Demon Fire. He signaled the ace, who understood and concentrated all the pressure of a core formation powerhouse onto Virgil. Virgil immediately felt as if a mountain were pressing down on his back, nearly breaking his spine. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he stared intensely at Ariv, a dark shadow crossing his eyes. Ariv indeed hadn't forgotten about the bead. I said, anything of mine you can't take. Ariv smiled, approaching step by step. Virgil watched him, immobilized by the immense pressure. Struggling, he managed to say, I can return the bead. It's too late. After using it for so many days, interest should be paid, right? Ariv's smile looked cold. What do you intend to do? Virgil lifted his head, staring intently. Disable your cultivation as punishment. Ariv glanced at the Franz, who vanished in a flash. Virgil felt every hair stand on end, a wave of intense danger surging through him. Unable to move, he could only watch helplessly as the Franz raised his hand, filled with despair. At that moment, a figure brandished a sword in front of him. The ace stopped, knowing this Sylvia was Hobie's new disciple, and dared not offend her. Benita glared coldly, anyone who dares to harm him will die. Hobie frowned internally, already sensing an unusual relationship between this disciple and the young man. Ariv's eyes darkened. Tell me, Ariv, what grudge do you have with him? Hobie naturally favored his new disciple. Hobie, he stole a pill container from me, Ariv replied politely. Hobie rolled his eyes. This 8th level cultivation realm Dominic couldn't possibly steal something from a 9th level. Understanding the underlying issues but not wanting to delve deeper, he suggested, Egan, return his item and let's consider it settled? Ariv nodded. Since Hobie had spoken, what more could he say? Virgil hesitated, retrieving the bead. Just as he was about to throw it, Benita interjected, why should we? Because you say it's yours? Virgil froze. Ariv narrowed his eyes, looking at Hobie. Hobie, what does this mean? Hobie was also embarrassed but had to stand by his disciple, a promising talent who comprehended Tao during Foundation establishment. Transmitting a mental message, that's enough. Remember, Ariv isn't simple either. These words echoed directly in Benita's mind, delivered via mental transmission. If you want it, buy it with spirit stones. Benita responded coolly. Ariv's eyes flashed darkly. By my own thing? Is your name written on it? Benita retorted. Ariv looked at Hobie, who pretended not to notice, coughing uncomfortably. Little Carter, just give him some spirit stones. Since Hobie has said so, I will do it out of respect. Ariv threw Virgil a storage pouch. At this moment, the gold-robed Franz's mind echoed with a voice. Act. Kill the Emmet, and I promise not to forget your effort. The gold-robed Franz scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the source of the telepathic message. Ariv smiled, nodding to him. Since Hobie's disciple couldn't be harmed, eliminating someone she cared about might work. The gold-robed Franz's gaze flickered, accumulating power in his palm. Virgil, unaware of the impending danger, handed the bead back to Ariv and then looked down at the storage pouch, finding thousands of spirit stones inside. He passed the pouch to Benita. Keep it yourself, Benita said indifferently. Just as Virgil hesitated, he suddenly felt every hair stand on end. With a thud, he was punched by the gold-robed Franz and flew out like a broken kite, crashing into a pavilion. Everything happened too quickly. It was over in an instant. Benita was stunned for a second, until she saw the gold-robed Franz continue to rush towards where Virgil had landed. Her exquisite face showed a clear sign of panic. Stop him, quickly stop him. She screamed with all her might, her face full of despair. Virgil was merely at the 8th level of cultivation realm. Could he possibly survive a full force attack from a core formation powerhouse? Hobie glanced at Ariv indifferently and leisurely took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of the gold-robed Franz, striking out with his palm. The gold-robed Franz trembled, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down beside them. Hobie was slightly taken aback. The gold-robed Franz rejoiced and, taking advantage of Hobie's momentary distraction, instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the sky. But before he could leave the territory of Qing sect, he was suddenly struck by another bolt of lightning. He let out a miserable cry as he plummeted heavily, creating a large crater in the ground, his fate unknown. What's happening? Everyone's gaze froze at this scene. At the same time, dark clouds gathered overhead in the sky above Qing sect, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. It's heavenly tribulation, everyone retreat. Who has provoked the heavenly tribulation? Could it be that Avril Chang'an isn't dead? Hobie's expression changed. He was extremely wary of the heavenly tribulation. Seeing his newly recruited disciple's face filled with despair and panic, running towards the 2-story pavilion, he casually waved his hand, forcibly carrying her and Bear out of the Qing sect territory. At this moment, bolts of lightning descended one after another, making the entire Qing sect look like the end of the world. Heavens! What's happening? Run for your lives. The disciples were frantic, rushing out of Qing sect. Some unfortunate ones were directly struck by the heavenly lightning, leaving no trace of their bodies behind, instantly turning to ashes. Translator's note, Chang'an, is kept as a transliteration since it seems to be a character name. Chapter 55, 5th rank elixir. Virgil clutched his chest and staggered to his feet, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air. It hurt. A searing pain surged through his chest. It was highly likely that his ribs were broken, but he didn't know how many. This was the full force attack from a golden core expert. Let alone him, an 8th stage cultivator. Even someone at the Foundation establishment stage wouldn't survive such an attack. But why wasn't he dead? Perplexed, Virgil glanced around. The familiar scene revealed that he was still in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Damn it, what kind of madness seized this dev? He chuckled bitterly, then limped over to a spot by the wall and sat down, leaning against it as he cursed inwardly. He couldn't fathom what had suddenly driven the dev into a frenzy. Boy, your knack for stirring up trouble is truly... A voice filled with exasperation resonated within his mind. Startled, Virgil's face lit up with delight. Senior, you're awake? If I hadn't woken up, there'd be nothing left of you. If I hadn't suppressed 90% of that strike's power. Before he could finish, the entire Azure Cloud Pavilion began to shake violently. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket struck the pavilion. This is the Tribulation Lightning. The Tribulation Lightning for a 5th rank elixir. The voice changed abruptly. Boy, get into the Forgotten Tower quickly. Any touch of this Tribulation Lightning below the nascent soul realm means certain death. It's a heavenly tribulation. Hearing this, Virgil's expression drastically shifted, and he immediately followed the instruction. With a shift of his divine sense, he appeared on the 1st floor of the Forgotten Tower, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and asked, Senior, what happened? A 5th rank elixir has been successfully formed. It's right here in this pavilion. The voice inside his mind sounded somewhat excited. A 5th rank elixir. Virgil's eyes widened with eagerness. Could it be on the 4th floor of the Azure Cloud Pavilion? Boom. Outside, the Azure Profound Sect was engulfed in darkness, whipped by fierce gales. Lightning bolts, each as thick as a bucket, continuously rained from the sky, destroying all structures. At a distance, disciples who had escaped from the Azure Profound Sect stood watching this spectacle, their hearts still racing. Amidst the flashing lights and booming thunder, a pavilion stood atop a mountain, surrounded by a golden barrier. Crack! Dense lightning struck, shattering the golden barrier instantly. In the next moment, the entire pavilion was submerged in lightning, and everything inside was reduced to ashes within seconds. However, a black pill furnace remained standing on the ruins, its base burning with intense flames. Surrounded by lightning and thunder, a peculiar aroma emanated from within the furnace. 5 colorful pills flew out of the furnace, basking in the lightning mid-air. Outside the Azure Profound Sect, Elon stared at the sky above the sect, muttering to himself, such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Who is undergoing tribulation? Wait, this is the elixir tribulation for a 5th rank elixir. His eyes gleamed with excitement, only to cool down abruptly. If it really was an elixir, then this batch would be destroyed by the tribulation lightning. What a pity. Elon sighed regretfully. Not far away, Azrael, Steph, Bear, and others looked at the unconscious Benita, their faces etched with worry. The little Sylvia's face was sad as she looked toward the direction of the Azure Profound sect, sobbing softly, Big Elio. Sis. Azrael watched his sister, equally heartbroken. Elon smiled at them, reassuringly, she's fine. I just let her sleep for a while. She'll wake up in a few hours. Near the pill furnace, a small black tower lay quietly on the ground. Earth Pulse Demon Fire. The voice inside his mind exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the fire at the base of the furnace. What's Earth Pulse Demon Fire? Virgil asked curiously. It's a spiritual entity born from the heavens, capable of burning everything, extremely powerful. The voice explained. If you can subdue it, let alone a mere golden core cultivator, even an infant soul cultivator would die upon contact. So powerful? Virgil whistled appreciatively. How do I subdue it? With your current strength, you'd need another few hundred years of cultivation. Virgil blushed. The senior added. But you can store it in the Forgotten Tower and subdue it when you're strong enough in the future. Just a pity that this batch of 5th rank elixirs will be destroyed by the tribulation. The voice within his mind lamented. Seeing Virgil's confusion, the voice explained further. 5th rank and above elixirs trigger tribulation lightning during their formation. The alchemist must endure the tribulation for the elixir batch to be considered successful. This greatly tests the alchemist's strength. If they lack sufficient strength, the entire batch would be destroyed, and they might die in the tribulation. There's no one to endure this tribulation for this batch of 5th rank elixirs, so they'll be destroyed. Senior, is there any way? Virgil clenched his fists. This was a 5th rank elixir, and he felt unwilling to let go, unable to bear watching such a treasure slip away from his hands. If you could store it in the Forgotten Tower, it would work, but if you step out and get struck by lightning, you'll die. So don't even think about it. Although the treasure is valuable, your life is more important. The voice within his mind advised. Taking a deep breath, Virgil calmed down. The senior was right. No matter how precious the treasure, having a life to claim it was paramount. I have one more method, but... Virgil perked up. But what? This method is very dangerous and might still cost you your life. I can stop time for you 3 times, each for 1 breath. If you can store the elixirs in the Forgotten Tower within these 3 breaths, but given your current injured state. Senior, I want to try. All right. Enter the Forgotten Tower immediately if things go awry. In the next moment, Virgil reappeared outside. However, a bolt of lightning instantly headed towards him, too fast for him to dodge. Senior. As soon as he cried out, time seemed to freeze, allowing Virgil to swiftly grab the Forgotten Tower and rush towards the pill furnace. Almost as soon as he completed this action, the lightning bolt struck where he had been moments before. Instantly, dirt and rocks scattered, creating a large, half-circular pit on the ground. Virgil looked back at the darkened crater, pale-faced, not daring to think of the near miss as he ran straight towards the pill furnace. He was amidst a sea of lightning, with bolts constantly raining from all directions. Every movement caused searing pain in his chest, but Virgil gritted his teeth and endured. Suddenly, he stopped. A bolt of lightning descended, striking just 3 steps in front of him, its electric glow illuminating his deathly pale face. Phew, lucky me. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, countless lightning bolts simultaneously shot towards him from all directions, as if determined to end his life. Chapter 56, Myriad Age Pill, 9th Layer of Qi Condensation. Buzz. Time stopped for the second time as he instantly broke through the surrounding lightning. The alchemy furnace was now only 3 yards away. Ordinarily, this distance would have been easily covered by Virgil in a heartbeat. However, with several broken ribs and speed limitations, plus the imminent danger all around, he had to proceed cautiously toward the furnace. As he got closer to the furnace, the temperature gradually rose and the lightning became increasingly dense, almost impenetrable. Only stopping time could help. Senior. Without needing Virgil's reminder, time stopped for the 3rd time. He gritted his teeth and skillfully dodged the suspended lightning, using all his might to finally reach the furnace before time resumed. The intense heat emanating from the flames at the base of the furnace nearly evaporated him. Virgil's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the flames were not the usual color. They were black. At this moment, the air temperature reached a terrifying level. He shifted his gaze upward to the 4 colorful pills floating in midair. His priority now was to quickly store the pills in the Lost World Pagoda. Boom. One pill was struck by heavenly lightning and instantly turned to ash. Collect. Seeing a 5th grade pill vanish before his eyes, Virgil felt an acute sense of loss. He lifted the Lost World Pagoda and collected the remaining 3 pills into it. Then he looked down at the furnace on the ground. This furnace was entirely black, giving off an aura of grandeur. It was likely used by Qing sect's founding patriarch for alchemy, and its grade would certainly be high. His eyes gleamed with excitement as Virgil also stored the furnace inside the pagoda. He then gazed at the raging black flames, murmuring, "Is this the Earth Pulse Demon Flame?" He considered whether to collect this flame into the Lost World Pagoda. Now was undoubtedly the best chance. Clearly, the Zion family people were after this flame. With the thunderstorm preventing them from entering, once it dissipated, Virgil wouldn't stand a chance against them. Senior, can you store it in a higher floor of the Lost World Pagoda? If he put it in the 1st floor and later entered himself, the wildfire might burn him to ashes, leaving no room for regret. Yes. The small tower in his hand floated up automatically. A flash of light enveloped it, swiftly absorbing the black flame inside. Simultaneously, over 100 bolts of lightning descended. Did I violate celestial law? Virgil broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. his divine consciousness moving as his body instantly disappeared from the outside world, leaving behind only a small tower. In the next moment, the numerous bolts of lightning submerged the place where he had stood, but the small tower remained undamaged. Phew, almost turned to ashes there. Inside the Lost World Pagoda, Virgil's face showed residual fear as he glanced around. The black flame was indeed not on the first floor. He curiously asked, "Senior, which floor did you put it on?" "The third floor. Even with my assistance, you will need the cultivation of golden core to subdue it." Virgil nodded, picking up the 3 pills in his palm, noticing the pleasant aroma radiating from them. This is the Myriad Age pill, made from dozens of longevity-enhancing herbs, with the rarest being Peach of Immortality, originally from the ancient Heavenly Court. Never thought a mere nascent soul cultivator could get it. The voice in his mind marveled. Virgil was slightly taken aback, asking, "It doesn't enhance cultivation?" "Not directly, but it extends lifespan. However, for your current realm, it can also boost cultivation." Hearing this, Virgil felt somewhat disappointed. He had hoped this 5th grade pill could let him transcend in broad daylight. Realizing his dream was just a dream, Virgil chuckled bitterly, quickly readjusting his mood. What did he lack the least? Time. What did he lack the most? Lifespan. If he had enough lifespan, he could convert that time into cultivation. 10 days for others, 1 day for him. A century would feel like a millennium, and practicing for 1,000 years, even a pig could become a golden core monster. This pill suited him perfectly. How much lifespan does one pill extend? Virgil asked curiously. One pill can extend about 2 millennia of lifespan. 2 millennia? Virgil sucked in a cold breath. 3 pills would mean 6,000 years. That's unbelievable. Seeming to read his thoughts, the voice in his mind explained, "You can only eat 1 pill. The effect diminishes greatly afterward. The second pill is roughly half the potency of the first, and so on, with the third being half of the second. That means the third only adds 500 years. Virgil complained, "A reduction of 3/4, too unfair. For some old folks nearing the end of their lives, even 10 more years could significantly aid their breakthrough to the next realm." "True. Senior, since this pill is made from the Peach of Immortality, can it break Roberta Shixiang's curse?" Virgil asked. "No, her condition isn't curable by any pill." Virgil's gaze revealed disappointment, but this result was expected. He added, "How long can you suppress her curse, as you mentioned earlier?" 10 years, only once. After those 10 years, she will surely die unless the curse is lifted during this period. Even with the senior's intervention, only 10 years. Virgil sighed. 10 years then? At least it buys Roberta Shixiang another decade. As for how to break the curse later, they would have to think of something. He looked at the pills in his hand, licking his lips. Though not for enhancing cultivation, for a mere 8th layer of Qi condensation like him, these 5th grade pills should have similar effects to 2nd grade cultivation enhancing pills. "Senior, if I refine one of these 5th grade pills, will it burst me?" Virgil asked worriedly. "It won't. Try refining one. Although this pill isn't meant for enhancing cultivation, it should allow you to reach the peak of Qi condensation." "All right." Relieved, Virgil closed his eyes and took a Myriad Age pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved immediately upon entry. While its primary purpose wasn't cultivating, it wasn't as explosive as other 5th grade pills due to the refined power of various high-level herbs. However, being a 5th grade pill, it still felt overwhelming to Virgil. He diligently circulated the Qingxian art to absorb the potent medicinal power. His cultivation level kept rising, breaking through the late stage of 8th layer of Qi condensation, reaching the peak soon after, just a step away from the 9th layer. A vast chasm seemed to appear before him. Crossing it would lead to the 9th layer of Qi condensation. Virgil continuously pushed forward, with constant rumbling within him. Finally, half an hour later, a thunderous sound erupted inside him. 9th layer of Qi condensation. Chapter 57. Thunderstorm dissipation. 9th layer of Qi cultivation. After breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, his improvement didn't stop. Mid-stage of 9th layer, followed by late stage, peak late stage. Only after reaching this realm did the surge in cultivation gradually cease. Virgil opened his eyes, astonished to find that his broken ribs had healed. All thanks to that 10,000 longevity pill, truly befitting a 5th rank alchemy. Suppressing the urge to take the second pill to attempt the foundation establishment stage, Virgil asked, "Senior, when will those thunderclouds outside dissipate?" He couldn't wait to go out. Maureen must be very worried about him now. It would be interesting to see her reaction if she saw him appear unharmed. "There's still half an hour," came the voice from his mind. Hearing this, Virgil calmed down and prepared to stay inside the Forgotten World Tower for 5 more hours. Time passed slowly as the clouds of the tribulation above Xuanmen gradually dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed, allowing a ray of sunshine to pierce through, bringing light back to the land. Bear looked at the distant Xuanxuan sect with a complicated expression. Xuanxuan sect was completely gone. Even the mountain peak was split in half. The area above the halfway mark was entirely barren. The moment the thunderstorm ended, Virgil prepared to leave the Forgotten World Tower. But a voice stopped him. "Wait, don't go out yet, there are people outside." "It's probably people from the Zion family." Virgil froze, thinking about the powerful nascent soul Franz among them, making him incredibly anxious. The Forgotten World Tower is openly exposed to the outside world. Won't it be discovered by the Zion family? Anyone who could survive the celestial tribulation without being an idiot could tell that the Forgotten World Tower was extraordinary. If they took it away, would he have to hide inside forever? As if sensing his concern, the voice in his mind said, "Don't worry. I've taken measures to conceal the aura of the Forgotten World Tower. As long as that nascent soul cultivator isn't standing right next to it, they won't detect it." At this moment, several figures hovered above Xuanxuan sect, looking down. Earth Pulse Demon Fire. Elon paused, releasing his divine sense to search for the Earth Pulse Demon Fire. However, the current Xuanxuan sect was completely exposed. Anyone could see that the Earth Pulse Demon Fire was gone just by looking. What happened? Ariv's expression was grim. Clearly during the first half of the Thunder Tribulation, they saw the Earth Pulse demon fire here. But later on, everything inside Xuanxuan sect became isolated, and they couldn't see what happened inside the Tribulation anymore. They missed the moment Brock took the Earth Pulse demon fire. Was it stolen by someone? The young man frowned. To take it, the person would need to be a core formation cultivator. Elon's brows furrowed deeply. He released his divine sense, covering thousands of feet, but found nothing. After all this planning, it was snatched away. Ariv's expression turned uglier, slamming his palm into the ground in frustration. He joined Xuanxuan sect and orchestrated the Blood Fiend sect and Feng family's attack to check if the old ancestor of Xuanxuan sect was still alive, all for the sake of the Earth Pulse demon fire. And now, he got nothing. Suddenly, their expressions changed as Ariv's strike revealed a small tower on the ground. Oh no. Inside the Forgotten World Tower, the regretful voice of the senior sounded in Virgil's ear. He felt a bad omen and anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone attacked my isolation array." The voice was annoyed. "The Forgotten World Tower has been exposed." "Kid, you're on your own." Virgil was stunned. "This is terrible. If the Forgotten World Tower fell into their hands, unless he stayed inside forever, he would eventually be exposed. There was no law in this world, and he fully understood that possessing something valuable could bring trouble. If the Forgotten World Tower were exposed, his fate would be miserable. "Senior, think of something." "Don't worry. Even if they get it, they can't use it. They might suspect it's a high-ranking magical treasure. You should hide inside and cultivate for a few thousand years until you reach core formation, then nothing will matter. Then I can recover too." Virgil's face darkened. "This tower." Elon reached out, and the small tower flew into his hand. He gazed at it, amazed that it remained intact through the heavenly tribulation. Is this a core formation level magical treasure? He tried to investigate using his divine sense, but it was blocked by some mysterious force, confirming its extraordinariness. Ariv approached, eyes gleaming with desire. "I found it. Give it to me." Seeing Ariv's eagerness, Elon handed it over. Being purely a swordsman, Elon wasn't interested in such treasures. Even the Earth Pulse demon fire held no allure for him. For a swordsman, one sword was enough. That was why he chose Benita as his disciple. Her talent was exceptional, potentially surpassing him one day. The young man glanced indifferently at the possibly core formation level treasure, not intending to snatch it. As the brightest star in the Zion family for centuries, receiving personal guidance from the Franzes, he didn't lack for treasures. It was unfortunate the predetermined Earth Pulse demon fire slipped away, but he remained unperturbed, focused on his path to ascension. The Berkeley will know that after comprehending Tao intent, I'll return. The Dominant calmly left. On this trip, he encountered someone even more prodigious than himself. Foundation Establishment cultivators grasping sword intent. Although only preliminary, it impacted him greatly. Usually, nascent soul cultivators achieving Tao intent preliminaries were already remarkable, potential core formation candidates. But he was determined not to be surpassed. Elon watched his back, sighing softly with a hidden smile, knowing his new disciple had spurred him on. Well, Ariv's life has been too smooth since birth. A bit of adversity might do him good. Elon looked at Ariv, who replied casually, "Elon, please go back first. I have some matters to settle." Seeing his determination, Elon didn't insist, flying to a mountain peak. "Disciple, say goodbye to your father. I'll take you to the great Qing dynasty, where you'll truly shine." Benita just woke up, having been knocked unconscious briefly by Elon earlier. She remained silent for a moment before asking, "Is he dead?" Under the heavenly tribulation, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't survive. Elon sighed. Benita nodded, her face emotionless, looking at her father, Ajax, and Steph. "Sis, are you leaving?" The little Sylvia's eyes were red. With the big brother dead and Roberta's sister leaving, Zaylee felt alone again. Benita nodded gently. Bear hesitated, looking at his daughter, unsure what to say. In that instant, he seemed much older. "Take care of yourself, sister," Ajax whispered softly. Knowing her choice was to protect them, he understood. "Let's go." Elon waved his hand, summoning a giant warship amidst the clouds, a banner with Zion, inscribed waving in the wind. Benita didn't say anything more, landing on the deck and looking at her family below. "I'll come back soon." That golden-robed Franz must have acted under orders. And the dissolution of Xuanxuan sect, Feng family's oppression, she would make them pay. "I hope I can finish these tasks before I die." Note: I've translated the chapter maintaining the original structure and style while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Please review and let me know if any adjustments are needed. ####Chapter 58, Escape. Boy, that Yuaning cultivator has left. Now there's only a mid-stage golden core and a 9th stage Qi condensation practitioner nearby. If we want to escape, we must seize this opportunity. Virgil sat on the ground, his face gloomy as he said, "But I can't even handle a golden core cultivator." "Senior, why don't you take action? The dev has used up almost all of my recently restored power by sealing the Earth Vein demon fire and stopping time 3 times for you. Since encountering you, not only have I not recovered, but I've become weaker day by day." He spoke the absolute truth. Whether it was forcibly sealing the Earth Vein demon fire into the Forgotten World Pagoda or halting time, both were heaven-defying abilities. Originally already grievously injured and weakened, he was now even more so. Virgil gave a forced smile, extending his divine sense from within the Forgotten World Pagoda. His current divine sense, equivalent to mid-9th stage Qi condensation, needed cultivation of soul techniques to improve. Seeing Ariv take away the Forgotten World Pagoda, his eyes darkened, unsure if it was fortunate or unfortunate. The good thing was that Ariv was weak and didn't fall into the hands of the Yuaning cultivator. The bad thing was that Ariv had a terrifying guard. At this moment, the two still stood on the ruins of Qingxian sect, seemingly not giving up their search for the Earth Vein demon fire. "Who?" Suddenly, the gray-clothed Franz roared, sensing a divine sense probing around. The divine sense instantly enveloped the surroundings. What keen senses? Virgil was taken aback and hastily retracted his divine sense. With that gray-clothed Franz around, you should try not to use your divine sense to probe the outside world. What's wrong? Ariv frowned. I sensed a divine sense probing around, the gray-clothed Franz replied. Ariv didn't pay much attention and casually said, no need to be so paranoid. The two stayed at Qing sect for 2 days, confirming that the Earthvein demon fire was truly gone before finally deciding to leave. Master, are we heading back to the Qing dynasty next? Asked the gray-clothed Franz. Ariv nodded listlessly, feeling immensely depressed after hiding in this sect for 5 to 6 years, only to find everything in vain. Before we go back, let's visit the Drake family first. We're parting ways, so I want to see that little minx. Time passed quickly within the Forgotten World Pagoda, and nearly a year had flown by. During this year, Virgil advanced his divine sense to late 9th stage Qi condensation. All this while, Ariv stayed with the gray-clothed Franz, and he never got a chance to escape, forcing him to remain hidden. Fortunately, Ariv did not return to the so-called Zion family immediately, allowing Virgil to breathe a sigh of relief. The Zion family was undoubtedly filled with experts, and once there, he would lose any chance of escaping. So he must find a way to break free before Ariv returned to the Zion family. After all, someone might recognize the Forgotten World Pagoda. I wonder where Master Roberta is. Virgil felt worried. Her lifespan was only 3 years, and he needed to escape as soon as possible to find her and ask the senior to suppress the curse. Finally, an opportunity arose. Virgil noticed that Ariv had come to a family compound and saw a familiar Noelle, Bonnie. He instantly understood that Ariv was here to meet his lover. Zion Lang. Bonnie's eyes sparkled as she looked at her lover, exuding a seductive charm. She had returned to her family under some pretext before Qing sect was destroyed. They hadn't seen each other for over a month. Ariv reached out and caressed her, asking, did you miss me? Ugh. Bonnie blushed shyly. The patriarch of the Drake family was a 9th stage Qi condensation cultivator. Though unaware of Ariv's true identity, seeing a young man at 9th stage Qi condensation with a powerful servant obviously indicated noble origins. The patriarch treated him with utmost respect. Soon, Ariv entered Bonnie's bedroom and said to the gray-clothed Franz, you wait outside. There's no need for you to follow me. The gray-clothed Franz wasn't stubborn and knew what his master intended. He smiled understandingly, have fun, master. Besides, in this small Drake family, the strongest was merely a 9th stage Qi condensation Franz, so he wasn't concerned about any danger befalling his master. As the Franz left the courtyard, he was immediately invited by the Drake family. Inside the bedroom, the scene was becoming increasingly intimate. One by one, garments were thrown onto the table. Virgil released his divine sense, observing the bed, subconsciously swallowing hard. Beauty is but a fleeting illusion. Closing his eyes, he repeated this phrase to himself to suppress his agitation and asked, Senior, did the golden core Franz leave? He's gone. Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes lit up. An opportunity presented itself. If only Ariv was left, he could act swiftly, capturing Ariv inside the Forgotten World Pagoda without causing a commotion. However, the problem was that he was trapped inside a storage bag, or rather, the Forgotten World Pagoda was trapped inside a storage bag, preventing him from getting out. Virgil frowned and asked, Senior, is there any way to get the Forgotten World Pagoda out of his storage bag? No. Just then, a black cat leapt onto the windowsill and meowed, looking inside. I've got it. A voice sounded in Virgil's mind. Does he have it or not? Virgil was puzzled, but suddenly saw the black cat dart into the room, knocking the storage bag off the table. Almost instantly, the restriction seal activated, suppressing the storage bag's function. Items fell out, including the Forgotten World Pagoda. Hearing the noise, Ariv, who was engaged in conversation, became alert and glanced over. Seeing the items spill out and the black cat leap out the window, he frowned. What's going on? A lazy voice came from below him. Strange. The items inside the storage bag came out on their own. Ariv hastily put on a piece of clothing and walked toward the table. He extended his divine sense to confirm no one else was present, bent down to pick up the storage bag and the Forgotten World Pagoda when suddenly, the pagoda emitted a mysterious glow. In the next moment, Ariv's expression changed as he started to shout, but his body vanished. Palmains later, a figure appeared outside the curtain, looked at the empty space, grabbed the storage bag, and disappeared through the window. The entire action was smooth and swift. By the time Bonnie turned around, the room was already empty. Zion Lang? Bonnie was confused, hurriedly putting on clothes and getting out of bed to search. She checked everywhere, the screen, the hall, but found no sign of Ariv. Realizing something was amiss, she rushed back, dressed, and ran out. Meanwhile, guided by the senior, Virgil had already left the Drake family compound, hiding in a forest rather than fleeing by sword. Soon, a rainbow streak flew toward the area, revealing the gray-clothed Franz. Virgil lay motionless under thick fallen leaves as a divine sense swept past. Fortunately, the rainbow didn't stop and quickly flew away. I've concealed your aura. You shouldn't come back anytime soon. Head in the opposite direction. Note, for consistency, character names like Virgil and Ariv should maintain their pinyin form throughout. Chapter 59, Blood Seal. I have masked your presence. He won't return for a while, so hurry and go in the opposite direction. Virgil had intended to do just that. After confirming the Franz had left, he summoned his long sword from his storage bag and flew straight north. Having now advanced to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, his flying speed had significantly increased. To prevent the ace from chasing after him, Virgil flew continuously for 3 days before stopping to find a cave. With a mental command, he entered the Legacy Tower. 3 days in the outside world equated to a month inside the Legacy Tower. The moment he entered the tower, Virgil felt a chilling coldness rush at him. Sidestepping swiftly, he evaded Ariv's ambush and stared coldly at him. Because of time constraints, this guy was thrown into the Legacy Tower hastily without being dealt with properly. Unbeknownst to Virgil, Ariv had been lying in wait to ambush him upon entry. Ninth level of Qi cultivation. Ariv's eyes widened in shock as he saw Virgil dodge his ambush. He could feel that Virgil had reached the ninth level of Qi cultivation. How was this possible? Not only did he survive the attack by a core formation stage powerhouse, but his cultivation had also advanced. How did you survive? Ariv looked around and said affirmatively. This place is within that tower? I see. You survived the heavenly thunder and have been hiding in this tower. You guessed right. Virgil smiled faintly, his body flickering away, reappearing in front of Ariv and delivering a powerful punch. Now infinitely close to foundation establishment stage, Ariv didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying back, smashing heavily onto the ground. Just as he stood up, Virgil struck again, hitting him squarely in the abdomen. Poor Ariv had barely risen before being punched again, spewing blood as he flew back, his eyes filled with horror. Both at the ninth level of Qi cultivation, how could there be such a huge disparity? With an icy expression, Virgil approached him. He did not intend to let Ariv live. Otherwise, the secret of the Legacy Tower would inevitably be exposed. Once out, Ariv would certainly know the time flow difference inside the Legacy Tower compared to the outside world. If this secret got out, endless pursuits would await him. If you kill me, a blood seal will appear on your body. Then you will surely die. Ariv stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and glared at him. Blood seal? What the? Virgil paused, asking, Senior, have you heard of this blood seal? This is a way many large families protect their disciples. Once a disciple is killed, a mark will appear on the killer's body, allowing them to track the person no matter where they flee, Ariv explained. Virgil's eyes flickered, hesitating. It seemed he couldn't just kill this guy recklessly. Although he didn't know Ariv's exact status within the Zion family, having a core formation guardian indicated significant importance. The vast Zion family was filled with numerous strong cultivators. If they found out Virgil had killed Ariv, they would likely spare no expense to hunt him down relentlessly. Even with the Legacy Tower, it might not save him. Fearful? Seeing Virgil's hesitation, Ariv felt a renewed sense of superiority, sneering, You'd better release me and hand over this tower. I may consider sparing your life. Not awake enough? Virgil kicked him, followed by a brutal beating until Ariv's face was swollen and bruised. He finally stopped and laughed coldly. Not convinced yet? This despicable fellow wanted to ruin his cultivation in the Qing sect, and now he finally vented all his anger. His heart felt incredibly relieved. I will kill you. Ariv's face twisted in rage, never having endured such humiliation in his life. He lunged at Virgil again. Virgil kicked him back with another blow to the chest, saying calmly, As a prisoner, you should understand your place. While I dare not kill you, I can still make you suffer. Already enemies, further enmity wouldn't hurt. Ariv stared at him with hateful eyes. Virgil asked, Senior, is there any method to seal this guy's cultivation? He planned to keep Ariv temporarily within the Legacy Tower, but needed to seal his cultivation first. If Ariv secretly cultivated and advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, Virgil wouldn't stand a chance. The Immortal Restriction spell could suppress his cultivation temporarily, but would wear off eventually. Just use your mana to seal his Qi, but he cannot resist. Virgil approached Ariv, who thought he would be beaten again. Ariv snarled, Brat, don't take it too far. Ignoring him, Virgil pointed remotely, sending mana into Ariv's body, sealing his Qi. Arlant to seal my cultivation? Dream on. Ariv struggled, resisting with all his strength. Virgil smiled coldly, Still want more beatings? Seeing the threat, Ariv reluctantly gave up resistance, allowing his Qi to be sealed. Seeing his submission, Virgil said, That's better. You'll suffer less. Ariv's face darkened, vowing silently to tear Virgil limb from limb once freed. Virgil ignored him, sitting aside to recover his mana. Upon reaching full strength, he took Ariv's storage bag and commanded, Open. What are you planning? Ariv frowned, wondering why no one had come to rescue him after a whole month. Do as I say and open it. No questions. Understand? Virgil ordered coolly. Reluctantly, Ariv dripped blood on the bag. Virgil used his spiritual sense to remove all traces of Ariv from it. Feeling disconnected from his belongings, Ariv felt a sharp pang of loss, but consoled himself that he would reclaim them eventually. Virgil connected with the bag. This storage bag was hundreds of times larger than his own, filled with tens of thousands of spirit stones, countless elixirs, treasures, and artifacts, a dazzling array. Indeed, members of wealthy clans were fabulously rich. Suddenly, Virgil's pupils narrowed. Amidst the artifacts, he recognized something familiar. This mask. Cultivators had excellent memories. Instantly, Virgil recalled this mask from when Orlando attempted to assassinate him at the Liu family manor. Was it you who tried to assassinate me at the Liu family? Understanding dawned on Virgil, looking at Ariv with intense killing intent. So what if it was? Ariv sneered, Too bad Benita arrived in time. Had I known, I wouldn't have spared you. Regret surfaced. He had missed a chance to finish Virgil off then. Did you also raid the spirit or mines? So what if I did? Seeing Virgil's expression darken, Ariv inwardly panicked, a chill creeping up his spine. Virgil kicked him in the chest, causing Ariv to spit blood as he flew back, glaring fiercely. Kill me if you have the guts. Afraid? Coward. When I get out, I'll kill you and Benita too. You like her, right? I'll make her. Interrupted by a heavy punch to the face, Ariv sputtered blood. Do you really think I won't kill you? Virgil remained calm, showing no sign of rage. Ariv laughed maniacally, his twisted face covered in blood, undaunted. One more thing, the attack on the Qing sect was also my plan. Did you really think Avril Phone came solely to avenge two useless individuals? I simply told him about Qing sect's ancestor and made him believe they had 5th rank elixirs hidden. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural, fluent English. The tone and style remain consistent with the original text, preserving character names in pinyin as requested. All of this was planned by me. What are you going to do about it? This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural, fluent English while preserving the character names in pinyin as requested. It also keeps the paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Chapter 60. Borrowing demons to kill. This was a provocation, relying on the certainty that he wouldn't dare kill him. Virgil laughed, but his laugh had an icy coldness. Boy, a true man can bend and stretch? The voice in his mind said, bear it if you must, but you could disable his cultivation first. Senior, you don't have to worry. I won't act rashly. Besides, killing someone doesn't necessarily mean doing it with my own hands. Virgil's figure flickered as he grabbed Ep1of2, who was terrified, exiting the world-abandoned tower and flying into the sky. What are you going to do? Ep1of2's expression changed, feeling inexplicable fear in his heart. You'll know soon enough. Virgil smiled faintly, asking, Senior, as long as the one who kills him isn't me, the blood imprint won't be branded on me, right? Usually, yes. Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. He released his divine consciousness and soared through the air, riding his sword swiftly. An hour later, he arrived above a valley. The valley exuded a heavy aura of death. Within it, plants were withered, life barely surviving. Virgil released his divine consciousness and sensed a powerful presence here. He landed and walked deeper into the valley. You should wear a mask. Noticing his intent, the voice in his mind reminded him. Experts from major families generally master soul-searching techniques. They can see you through memories. Virgil paused, taking out a mask from his storage bag and putting it on. This mask was clearly a magical treasure, adhering to his face automatically. With a surprised look, Virgil grabbed the back of Ep1of2's collar, dragging him further into the valley. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with sparse trees displaying a desolate scene. Let me go, quickly let me go. Ep1of2 struggled incessantly, but with his magic power sealed by Virgil, it was like a baby trying to escape an adult, an impossible feat. Howl. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from the valley, seemingly a command. The next moment, dozens of calf-sized black wolves rushed out of the valley entrance. Leading them was an early Foundation establishment stage wolf Jan. Its body as big as a water buffalo, completely white, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. This was the first time Virgil had encountered a demonic beast since crossing over. Demonic beasts have a strong sense of territory and would attack any intruder who entered their domain. Virgil looked at the distant wolf Jan, then at Ep1of2, a sneer curving his lips. He wasn't worried about himself. Although this wolf Jan was at the Foundation establishment stage, it couldn't fly. As long as one didn't provoke it and left its territory, it wouldn't continue chasing. Seeing his gaze, Ep1of2 trembled, guessing what might happen, his complexion changing, finally feeling genuine fear. You? What are you going to do? Howl. Before Ep1of2 could finish speaking, the distant wolf Jan let out a long howl, followed by numerous Qi practitioner stage black wolves charging over with fangs bared. Virgil threw Ep1of2 to the ground, smiling lightly. Enjoy yourself. Saying this, he rose into the air, leaving behind a terrified Ep1of2 as he flew away. Ep1of2's face turned ashen. With all his magic power sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person. No match for so many wolves, especially not with the Foundation establishment stage wolf Jan. He tried running towards the valley entrance, but was quickly tackled down by a black wolf. Get off, beast. Ep1of2 kicked at the black wolf but was soon engulfed by the rest of the wolf pack. Bastard, even if I die, I won't let you off. Seeing Ep1of2 being overwhelmed by the wolves, Virgil felt nothing and rode his sword away. A quarter of an hour later, a rainbow of light stopped above the valley, noticing several Qi practitioner stage black wolves fighting over bones near the entrance. There were many clothes fragments on the ground. Feeling the familiar aura and recalling that Ep1of2's life token had shattered not long ago, the Dev in Gray's heart trembled in anger. Beast. Roaring furiously, the entire valley's wolf pack started trembling. The Dev in Gray, his eyes red with rage, stamped his right foot heavily. Instantly, all black wolves exploded into bloody mists, except for the trembling wolf Jan on the ground. The Dev in Gray grabbed the wolf Jan's head, saying coldly, Soul search. As these words fell, the wolf Jan's eyes became vacant. The Dev's divine consciousness entered the wolf Jan's mind, seeing its whole life pass by before his eyes. Skipping useless information, he fast-forwarded to the recent events. Through the wolf Jan's memories, he saw a masked figure. Wearing a mask? Clearly knows I would perform a soul search. The Dev's expression turned icy as he squeezed the wolf Jan's head, causing it to burst, liquid splattering everywhere. Little brat, you can't escape with that thing on you. The Dev in Gray's eyes glinted with murderous intent. His figure flickered, turning into a rainbow chasing after Virgil's direction. Senior, I don't have a blood imprint on me, right? Several dozen miles away from the valley, Virgil rode his sword toward a direction. No. The voice in his mind replied. That's good. Virgil smiled slightly, looking below at the endless, undulating green mountains. He wondered where exactly he was in the state of view, and how far he was from Qing's sect. He planned to return and check on Qing's sect, whether Sister Roberta was still there. After helping Sister Roberta suppress her curse, he should focus on cultivating and break through to the Foundation establishment stage. With the world abandoned tower, it wouldn't take a few years to successfully break through. Hurry up and hide, that core formation cultivator is coming. Suddenly, the anxious voice in his mind sounded. Virgil's face changed. Fortunately, the endless green mountains were below him. He immediately descended from the air, scanned the area with his divine consciousness, entered a cave, and hid inside the world-abandoned tower. Palamanes later, a streak of light stopped overhead. The Dev in Gray's eyes burned with rage, releasing his divine consciousness to search for the murderer. He could feel that the person was nearby. Suddenly, his divine consciousness found a cave, but searched thoroughly inside without finding anyone. Strange, clearly they're nearby. The Dev in Gray coldly snorted, continuously casting spells, explosions echoing as he bombed below. He believed the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby and intended to force them out this way. Senior, he seems to know I'm here, Virgil frowned inside the world-abandoned tower. That guy's storage bag probably has something allowing him to perceive my location. The voice in his mind suggested, check the contents of his storage bag. Virgil took out the storage bag, moved his divine consciousness, and emptied its contents. Boom. Spirit stones, magical treasures, spirit medicines. Virgil examined each item carefully. That token contains a trace of the other party's divine consciousness, the voice said. Virgil's eyes flickered, grabbing a token from the ground, examining it closely. This token was not from Qing sect and appeared more ancient, engraved with a Xian character on one side. The other party probably detected your location through this token. What should we do? Virgil's eyes darkened. I've erased the divine consciousness on it. Virgil nodded, seeing a thin thread of blue smoke rise from the token, barely visible to the naked eye. At the same time, outside, the Dev and Gray's expression darkened as the divine consciousness on the token was erased, severing his connection. To erase this divine consciousness required at least core formation level consciousness. Could this person be a core formation Franz? Regardless of your realm, you will die for killing young master. The erasure of his divine consciousness confirmed that the person was indeed nearby. Thinking this, the Dev and Gray kept bombarding the green mountains below, trying to force the person out. Come out, come out. After half an hour of indiscriminate bombing, seeing that the area below was still deathly silent, the Dev and Gray frowned. Could this person be dead? At this point, the nearby mountain ranges had all been flattened by his spells. If the opponent had been nearby, they would have certainly not escaped death. Let's wait a few months and see. If there's still no response, I'll find Avril Vance to help me figure it out. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. ##### Chapter 61, 3 years. An endurance test, huh? After learning about the outside world, Virgil's eyes turned cold as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years had flown by within the Lost World Tower. During these 3 years, Virgil had been diligently cultivating, but his cultivation remained stuck at the peak of Qi condensation. He had attempted to break through to Foundation establishment multiple times, consuming countless pills that could enhance one's cultivation. These pills all came from Ariv's storage bag. Despite devouring every pill capable of boosting his cultivation, he still failed to break through to Foundation establishment. Thus, his first attempt ended in failure. 6 months later, Virgil tried again. This time, without ready-made pills, he focused on refining more potency-enhancing pills using spiritual herbs until none were left. Still, he failed to break through, though his aura grew increasingly robust. After 2 consecutive failures, Virgil did not fall into despair. Instead, his competitive spirit was ignited, leading him to consume a second 10,000-year pill. Even the senior admired his perseverance. As expected, it was another failure. This made him fully realize the difficulty of advancing to Foundation establishment, or perhaps the overall arduousness of this path. If only I had a Foundation establishment pill. Virgil sighed. The Foundation establishment pill is a second-grade medicinal pill that increases the success rate of breaking through to Foundation establishment by 30%. Such pills do not stack. Only the first one consumed is effective. While Ariv's storage bag contained some ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill, they were incomplete and lacked a few key herbs. Moreover, even if he had them all, he couldn't refine such a high-grade pill yet. Fortunately, the 3 years were not entirely fruitless. Through practicing the Soul Decree, Virgil's divine sense had already reached half-step Foundation establishment, capable of covering an area 11 zhang wide. Typically, early-stage Foundation establishment practitioners can cover 15 to 20 zhang, mid-stage can reach up to 50 zhang, and late-stage can cover 100 zhang. Apart from his cultivation and divine sense, alchemy had also advanced. From Ariv's storage bag, he obtained an ancient book called Dan Shu, which detailed the uses of many spiritual herbs and numerous alchemical recipes, including some long-lost formulas. It was essentially an encyclopedia of alchemy, and after studying it, Virgil found it highly beneficial. He speculated that the book might have been written by an ancestor of the Qing sect, but he didn't know how Ariv acquired it. #### outside. The ace frowned silently. Did he really die? For over 3 months, he had been guarding the area, but he hadn't seen a single sign of life. After a moment of hesitation, the ace decided not to continue waiting. He mused, whatever. I'll go find Senior Vance to help me calculate it. He's gone. A voice suddenly echoed in Virgil's mind. It's been 3 months. This old guy finally gave up, Virgil thought. Rather than leaving immediately, he waited a few more days. Indeed, the Dev returned twice during this period. On the 5th day, Virgil emerged from the Lost World Tower. The cave where he once entered was now flat ground, with the tower buried beneath the soil. Suddenly, light flashed, and the surrounding soil erupted, revealing Virgil as he climbed out. After exiting, Virgil surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the destruction. Even the mountains were leveled. What would a nascent soul expert be capable of? Boy, I am going to hibernate. This cycle may be longer, and upon awakening, I should recover about 10% of my full strength. Be careful from now on. With that, silence returned to Virgil's consciousness. Wait, Senior, please leave me some backup plan before you hibernate. What if I'm pursued again? Virgil pleaded urgently. Silence persisted in his mind. Just as Virgil thought the Franz had fallen asleep, he felt something new appear in his consciousness. Thank you, Senior. With a flicker in his eyes, Virgil clasped his hands respectfully and then took off on his flying sword without lingering. He wasn't sure where he was, so he chose a random direction and flew for 2 days. Ahead, a grand city loomed on the horizon, resembling a roaring beast. This city, dominated by cultivators, covered thousands of acres with a population of hundreds of thousands. Its ruler was a well-known powerhouse in the Ujandam. Even from afar, Virgil felt the oppressive aura emanating from it. The city had 4 entrances, each bustling with both cultivators and ordinary people coexisting harmoniously. Standing outside the southern gate, Virgil discreetly expanded his divine sense and quickly gathered some information. The city was named Qiqing and was located in the north of the Ujandam, with Alfdam to the north and Qingxian sect to the south. Returning would take over a month. Just as he was about to enter, Virgil overheard a conversation. Did you hear? The Qingxian sect was destroyed. That's news from 4 months ago. You just heard about it? It's said to be related to the warship that flew over Qiqing back then. Tell me more. What happened? Allegedly, the ones aboard were true powerhouses. The city lord is nothing but an ant to them. I heard the sect leader's daughter was among them and was taken away to become a disciple, leaving the Ujandam. Did Sister Roberta leave the Ujandam? Virgil retracted his divine sense, feeling a pang of melancholy. She, always dressed in green, had unknowingly left a deep imprint on his heart, impossible to forget. 3 years. Thinking of Benita's curse, Virgil took a deep breath, his expression resolute. Rest assured, Sister Roberta, I will find you soon. Walking into the city, Virgil planned to search for Foundation establishment pills and inquire about the warship's destination. He suspected it likely returned to the so-called Zion family. After entering a shop selling medicinal pills, Virgil inquired if they had any Foundation establishment pills, only to receive a negative response. This was unsurprising. Second-grade pills weren't common. Leaving the shop, he visited several others, all with the same result. A kind shopkeeper informed him that no Foundation establishment pills existed in Qiqing. Virgil considered, if all else fails, I'll cultivate my divine sense to Foundation establishment and refine one myself. Currently, his divine sense was at half-step Foundation establishment. With a few more years of practice, he should be able to break through. Hashtag Chapter 62. Encounter with the Blood Fiend sect again. How did you come here again? In Miaodon Pavilion, a servant Sylvia looked at the young man who had walked in and said, We already told you. This shop doesn't have Foundation establishment pills. Virgil glanced at her and replied, Even if you don't have Foundation establishment pills, surely you should have second-grade spirit herbs. Yes. What does the gentleman need? The servant Sylvia immediately switched to a smiling face. Supplemental grass, spirit washing vine, Foundation establishment fruit. Virgil listed out more than 10 spirit herbs names, all of which were needed for refining Foundation establishment pills and just happened to be missing from Ariv's storage bag. Except for Foundation establishment fruit, we have everything else. Seeing Virgil frown, the servant Sylvia quickly added, Foundation establishment fruit is extremely scarce. I doubt any shop in Shi City would have it. Just bring me what you do have. Virgil had no choice but to let the servant Sylvia fetch what they had. After a short while, the servant Sylvia returned with a bag. Sir, that will be 2,000 spirit stones. Virgil checked and confirmed everything was correct before handing over the spirit stones without hesitation. He now had more than 86,000 spirit stones, so a couple thousand could be considered negligible. The servant Sylvia took the spirit stones with a beaming smile. As Virgil turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and asked, Do you know where I can buy Foundation establishment fruit? I'm just a lowly shop attendant. Please don't make things difficult for me. The servant Sylvia replied with a pained expression. Virgil nodded and continued walking out. Wait a moment, sir. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Virgil turned to see a plump-looking, kind-faced man dressed in luxurious attire. Is there something you need? Virgil asked. I am the manager of this store. If you need Foundation establishment fruit, I can gift you this scroll. Its content might be helpful to you. The Zhang family. On the street, Virgil looked at the scroll in his hand, his eyes flickering as he muttered a clan name. The scroll contained information about where to find Foundation establishment fruit, specifically from the Zhang family. The Zhang family was a well-known Foundation establishment clan in northern Ujandam. Their Berkeley had already reached the middle Foundation establishment stage, but what truly made them famous was their possession of a second-grade spirit tree, the Foundation establishment tree. This tree could only survive when watered by a unique spirit spring specific to the Zhang family, bearing fruit every decade. Each fruit it produced was precisely the Foundation establishment fruit. The spirit spring used to water the Foundation establishment tree could also increase the chances of a cultivator breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage and could be combined with Foundation establishment pills. Thus, whenever the Foundation establishment tree bore fruit, many forces competed to purchase the Foundation establishment fruit from the Zhang family. 9 years and 11 months had passed since the last harvest, leaving just 5 days until the next one. Virgil's gaze flickered. It seemed he would need to visit the Zhang family. Both the Foundation establishment fruit and the mysterious spirit spring were worth exploring. Next, Virgil inquired about the warship that had flown over Shi City 4 months ago. This wasn't a secret. Many people knew that the warship eventually headed to Alfdam, but no one knew where it went after that. Alfdam? Virgil's gaze flickered. He planned to inquire further once he broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. A warship that large couldn't pass through Alfdam without leaving traces. For now, he needed to head to the Zhang family to purchase the Foundation establishment fruit. From the scroll, Virgil learned that the Zhang family resided on Lihong Mountain in northern Ujandam, about 3,000 miles away from Shi City, taking approximately 3 days to reach. 3 days later, Virgil stood afar, gazing at the buildings atop the mountain where the Zhang family resided. I've heard that the Zhang family's patriarch is nearing the end of his lifespan. I wonder if the news is true. Virgil murmured to himself. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared overhead, a crimson flag fluttering above a cloud boat. The Blood Fiend sect. Virgil squinted his eyes, focusing on the deck. At the helm stood an elegant Noelle in red imperial robes, her figure graceful. Behind her stood several women in red dresses, ranging from early breath condensation to late breath condensation stages. Tuesday, this time I'm buying Foundation establishment fruit for you. Do not disappoint me after you return. The elegant Noelle softly addressed one of the Sylvias. Lucinda, draped in a red dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her beauty striking, replied gently, Disciple will not disappoint you, master. As they conversed, another cloud boat tore through the sky, appearing overhead. An Franzly man and a young man stood on the deck, examining the blood fiend sect party. The elegant Noelle's phoenix-like eyes fell on the Franz, her brows furrowing slightly. She had never seen this person before, yet his aura was strong. Could he be from Alfdom? He must also have been attracted by the Foundation establishment fruit. Don't stare or I'll blind you. Suddenly, Lucinda's eyebrows twitched as she glared coldly at a distant figure. My eyes are mine to use. Besides, why would I even care about someone like you? Even if you offered yourselves, I wouldn't accept. Virgil, masked and standing nearby with his sword, remarked nonchalantly. You are courting death. Lucinda's eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Virgil. Don't look at me like that. Even if I slept with you, I wouldn't take responsibility. Virgil retorted mockingly. Lucinda was thoroughly enraged. She waved her jade hand, summoning a bloody ghostly figure that lunged at Virgil. The elegant Noelle didn't intervene. Although Virgil was also at the 9th breath condensation level, Lucinda was her most outstanding disciple and few at the same level could match her. Besides, with the elegant Noelle observing nearby, nothing serious would happen. Inside the other warship, the young man watched below, remarking, this guy seems only to be at the 9th breath condensation stage. I'm curious about his courage to provoke someone at the Foundation establishment stage. The Franz beside him, a sage-like figure, replied coolly, perhaps he has some hidden trump card. The Franz paid no attention to the small conflict, instead gazing at the summit of Lihong Mountain. The Foundation establishment tree currently bore only 3 Foundation establishment fruits. Following tradition, the Zhang family reserved one for themselves, leaving 2 spots open. Given his status, he was certain to secure one. One word, and you attack. What a temper. At this rate, no man will want you in your lifetime. Virgil laughed coldly, raising his hand to meet the oncoming blood shadow. With his current strength, surpassing anyone below Foundation establishment, he wasn't afraid of a mere 9th breath condensation practitioner. The blood shadow shattered instantly, emitting a pitiful scream. Lucinda's face abruptly turned pale, a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of her mouth as she stumbled back 2 steps. Her fellow disciples watched, disbelief etched on their faces. Is this the level of the Blood Fiend Sect's disciples? Chapter 63, Threat from the Foundation Establishment Stage. Is this all the Blood Fiend Sect disciple can do? Virgil sneered. Upon hearing this, the women glared at him with killing intent in their eyes, as if they wished to tear him apart. Virgil was completely unfazed. The beautiful Noelle frowned and glanced at her confident disciple. Lucinda wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her divine sense stirred, and a long sword appeared in her hand. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in a state of murderous intent. Palamaints later, Lucinda opened her eyes, appearing to have become one with the sword, her eyes brimming with deadly resolve. With a single stroke, she unleashed a devastating blade. Instantly, a sword chi capable of obliterating everything slashed towards Virgil. It was like the desolation of midwinter, bringing death to all life. Frostkill. My senior sister actually used this move. That guy is doomed. Senior sister once easily killed a 9th layer chi practitioner with this technique. Several disciples looked on in admiration. The beautiful Noelle's expression softened. At such a young age, to have mastered a Dan-grade spell, I wonder if that Emmett can withstand it, and Franz aboard another cloud vessel said with interest, his gaze fixed on Virgil. Virgil watched the incoming sword chi without any change in expression, then thrust his large hand forward, releasing a flaming palm that collided with the sword chi. Boom. The flame-shaped palm clashed with the sword chi, followed by a loud explosion, sending scorching waves outward. Virgil stood calmly in place, unmoved, a barrier of magic power protecting him firmly. How is this possible? On the Blood Fiend Sect's cloudboat, there was dead silence. Lucinda's all-out strike had been effortlessly countered? The disciples could hardly believe what they were witnessing. TSK, not a simple move at all. This Emmett is likely just a step away from Foundation establishment. That little Sylvia from the Blood Fiend Sect is still too inexperienced. The dev chuckled, clearly perceiving Virgil's cultivation level. The Dominic revealed a fighting spirit in his eyes, saying, you Jandom truly produces remarkable talents. After Benita left, another one appears. Shio. Lucinda stared at the figure intently, her pale face devoid of color, eyes dull and unable to accept the outcome. She wasn't upset about losing. She couldn't bear to be defeated so utterly. Truly a waste. Don't use your sword, you don't deserve it. Virgil smirked, seizing every opportunity to mock her. His impression of the Blood Fiend Sect was already at its worst. After all, they had aided in the destruction of the Qing sect. This kid is too much. He might have infuriated that beauty to death, the Dominic laughed. Hearing Virgil's words, Lucinda groaned. Her vital energy surged, and she fainted instantly. What happened to senior sister? Disciples rushed forward anxiously to catch her. Take her to rest. The beautiful Noelle glanced at her disciple before turning her phoenix-like eyes towards Virgil, filled with murderous intent. If he were not dealt with, her disciple might never recover mentally. Only by eliminating him could Adela regain her peace of mind. Her jade-like hand raised slightly, but a raspy voice suddenly came from the top of Likshaming Mountain. I assume all of you are here for the Foundation fruit. Please do me a favor and refrain from causing any trouble. I have prepared tea and invite all of you to the main hall for discussion. The voice echoed like a grand bell, warning everyone. The beautiful Noelle's expression rapidly changed before she finally sighed and relented, flying the cloud boat towards the mountain peak. Virgil glanced at her indifferently, similarly flying towards the building atop the mountain. He naturally sensed the killing intent in her eyes, but was unconcerned. His cultivation was very close to Foundation establishment, and with his trump card Jinxian, self-preservation was assured. Soon, the 3 groups arrived at the main hall, where a white-haired Franz with cloudy eyes sat, none other than Ferguson, the only Foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhang family. Please take your seats. Ferguson stood up, his withered hands gesturing for everyone to sit down. He arranged 3 seats without discriminating against Virgil due to his lower cultivation. As for the Blood Fiend's sect disciples and the Dominic behind the fronds, they did not receive such treatment. This made the Dominic envious. Being only at the Qi cultivation stage, this person was receiving special attention from a Foundation establishment cultivator. The beautiful Noelle and the mysterious fronds each took their respective seats. Seeing Virgil also having a seat, she immediately became displeased, coldly saying, "What are you? A mere Qi cultivation stage. Do you even deserve to sit among us? If you're not satisfied, you can tell the seniors yourself," Virgil retorted. Speechless, the beautiful Noelle's phoenix-like eyes turned icy. The fronds nodded in approval. The reply was both graceful and effectively rebutted. Cough, cough. All visitors are our guests. Please give this dev some face and do not make things difficult for this young friend. Ferguson quickly mediated, sensing the growing tension. At nearly 200 years old, he was the most experienced Foundation establishment cultivator in Ujandam, adept at diplomacy without offending anyone. Though this individual was merely at the Qi cultivation stage, daring to challenge a Foundation establishment could mean he was from a powerful clan, possibly providing future benefits for the Zhang family. With that, the beautiful Noelle diverted her gaze, her face cold, saying nothing more. "May I inquire when the Foundation fruit will mature?" the mysterious Franz asked. "The Foundation fruit will mature in 2 days. Guests can stay at our Zhang residence," Ferguson replied with a smile. "How many fruits are there?" the beautiful Noelle asked. "This time, we have 3 Foundation fruits. 1 will remain with our Zhang family, and the remaining 2 will be negotiated among you 3. "I want one," the mysterious Franz said, revealing his aura. "Foundation peak." Ferguson murmured in surprise upon sensing it. "I want one as well," the beautiful Noelle said, relieved that 2 fruits would suffice. "I also want one," Virgil stated casually. "A mere Qi cultivation stage. Do you think you can survive to claim it?" The beautiful Noelle sneered. "That's none of your concern," Virgil replied fearlessly. "Since all 3 desire the Foundation fruits, let's see who offers the highest bid in 2 days. Ferguson stroked his beard, adding, "I have arranged accommodations for everyone. Please follow me." Virgil stood up, leaving the main hall. The beautiful Noelle cast a cold glance at him before following the Zhang family cultivators to their quarters. "Keep your head low. You'd better pray to leave Zhang residence alive." Chapter 64. Impersonation. The residence arranged by the Zhang family was a small courtyard nestled beside a mountain and water, with stunning scenery. A Zhang family cultivator brought Virgil to the residence and then bid farewell and left. Virgil sat cross-legged inside, not entering the world-isolated pagoda to cultivate. This place, after all, belonged to someone else's territory, possibly under surveillance. Closing his eyes, Virgil sensed the Qi Si within him. Currently, his Qi Si was equivalent to a lake spanning over 10,000 square meters. The Foundation establishment stage required one's spiritual power to be transformed into an ocean. Exiting his internal observation, Virgil began to cultivate the soul incantation. His divine sense was at the half-step Foundation establishment level, and he needed to break through to Foundation establishment as soon as possible to refine the Foundation establishment pill. 2 days later, Ferguson sent someone to summon them to the main hall. Lucinda had already regained consciousness, standing behind the beautiful Noelle, staring coldly at him. "I've already said, don't look at me with that expression. It can easily lead to misunderstandings." Virgil glanced at her, and she instantly clenched her teeth in anger. "I assume everyone has already guessed why I've called you here." Ferguson smiled slightly, ordering a tray to be brought in, which held 2 jade boxes. Everyone's gaze fell on the jade boxes simultaneously, and the Franz waved his hand, causing one of the jade boxes to fly into his hands. Foundation establishment fruit. Opening it for a quick glance, there lay a red fruit inside. Indeed a Foundation establishment fruit. Leaving behind a bag of spirit stones, the Franz took the Dominic and left. No one stopped them. Everyone understood that even if they wanted to stop them, they couldn't. Only 1 jade box remained, and 2 sets of eyes immediately fixed on it. The beautiful Noelle spoke first. "I'll take this Foundation establishment fruit for 2,000 spirit stones." The beautiful Noelle wore a confident smile, mockingly glancing at Virgil. She didn't believe that a mere breath condensation cultivator could have more spirit stones than her. Her confidence quickly faltered as she heard a calm voice. 5,000 spirit stones. "You, what?" The beautiful Noelle nearly lost her composure, suspecting she might be hallucinating. Ferguson's hand trembled while pouring tea, nearly spilling it. A breath condensation cultivator actually had this many spirit stones. This further confirmed in his mind that Virgil was truly a disciple from a major clan out for experience. 5,000 spirit stones, your turn." Virgil cast her a sidelong glance, his tone filled with disdain. There was a reason he had raised the price so high right from the start. Besides wanting the beautiful Noelle to feel despair, he had another consideration. By displaying his generosity, he hoped to make Ferguson doubt his identity. To achieve the next step, one must act extravagantly. The beautiful Noelle turned pale. Normally, a Foundation establishment fruit sold for around 1,500 spirit stones. This already exceeded the price of most second-grade spirit medicines. Ordinary second-grade spirit medicines only cost several hundred spirit stones. But this young man had immediately doubled the price, making it hard for her to match. She only had 3,000 spirit stones in total, her entire fortune, as she also needed spirit stones for her daily cultivation. "If you don't raise the bid, get lost. I'll buy this Foundation establishment fruit." Seeing her silent, Virgil waved his hand disdainfully, looking for death. Fury flashed in the beautiful Noelle's phoenix eyes, her ample chest trembling in rage. A mere breath condensation cultivator dared to tell her to leave. 5,000 spirit stones, do you have? Suppressing her anger, the beautiful Noelle was about to sneer when she saw Virgil swiftly retrieve 5,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and place them on the table. Staring at the mound of spirit stones, the beautiful Noelle's expression froze. Ferguson's hazy eyes flickered, landing on Virgil, pondering something deeply. Virgil smiled and calmly remarked, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear clearly." His calm voice sounded mocking and grating. "We're leaving." With a frosty expression, the beautiful Noelle took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Realizing she couldn't obtain the Foundation establishment fruit, she gave him a cold glance and led her disciples away. Virgil sipped his tea indifferently, watching her leave, then looked up at Ferguson with a smile. "Senior." Ferguson snapped back to reality, smiling at Virgil. "The Foundation establishment fruit belongs to you." As he was about to collect the spirit stones, Virgil calmly stated, "Senior, you wouldn't really think I spent 5,000 spirit stones just for a Foundation establishment fruit, would you?" Ferguson asked knowingly, "What do you mean?" Virgil stood up, walked to the door, and faced away from Ferguson, looking into the distance. The Blood Fiend sect's cloud boat hovered above, unmoving. He smiled, "I want to borrow the spirit spring." Ferguson looked at him with interest, shaking his head. "Forgive me, but I cannot grant that request. The spirit spring is our clan's forbidden zone, and according to our ancestral teachings, no one other than the Zhang family can enter." Virgil turned around, gazing at him calmly. "What if I insist?" "What do you mean?" Ferguson stood up, his cloudy eyes glaring displeasingly at Virgil, carrying an aura of authority. An ordinary ninth-layer breath condensation cultivator would likely be terrified by this gaze. Even a beginner Foundation establishment cultivator would change expressions. This had nothing to do with strength, but rather the accumulated momentum from long-term dominance and leadership. Yet, Virgil remained composed, facing his gaze without fear. This calmness made Ferguson inwardly surprised. Suddenly, Virgil asked an incomprehensible question. "Do you know my surname, Senior?" Ferguson shook his head. "Recently, an infancy stage expert descended upon the Ujandam. You should have heard about it. That expert's surname is Zion, and coincidentally, so is mine." Virgil returned to his seat and sipped his tea. Ferguson's expression rapidly changed, contemplating the truthfulness of Virgil's words. After all, people become astute with age, especially someone who had lived almost 2 centuries. The Blood Fiend sect members were present. "You can ask them to confirm if you don't believe me." "Oh, let me show you something as well." Virgil willed a token to appear in his hand, tossing it toward Ferguson, whose face paled dramatically upon seeing the Zion character on the token. Connecting this with Virgil's behavior, he finally believed him. Infancy. This person came from an infancy stage family. No wonder he acted so extravagantly, showing no fear towards the Blood Fiend sect. He had certainly heard about the incident. It had spread throughout the entire Ujandam. An infancy stage expert descended upon Qing sect, taking away the sect leader's daughter as a disciple. Ferguson took a deep breath, clasping his hands. "I have a request. If Lord agrees, Lord may enter the spirit spring anytime." Unconsciously, he had addressed Virgil as Lord instead of young friend. "Are you negotiating with me?" Seeing him compromise, Virgil felt secretly pleased but kept his tone icy. Ferguson's expression was fearful. "Dare not?" "Fine. I'm not unreasonable. What conditions do you have?" "As long as I can, I will try." Realizing he had played his part well enough, Virgil softened his tone. Acting still had limits. He had to be convincing yet not too exaggerated. After all, it was still an act. Ferguson subtly breathed a sigh of relief. He never imagined he would appear this way before a breath condensation cultivator. "I wish for the Lord to provide some protection for the Zhang family." Hearing Ferguson's plea, Virgil contemplated silently. The scroll predicted Ferguson's imminent end, and it seemed true. This was clearly a plea to secure the future. After all, the Zhang family had only one Foundation establishment cultivator. If he died, the valuable resources like the Foundation establishment tree and spirit spring would likely be destroyed within days. Possession invites trouble. Virgil sighed softly. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world, where a family's prosperity could depend on a single individual. "I have a way to extend your life by a few years, but I cannot provide continuous protection. I won't be staying in the Ujandam long term," Virgil said. In that damn book, there were some elixir formulas that could increase lifespan. If he could refine them, extending Ferguson's life by 10 to 20 years would not be a problem. The prerequisite was that he first became a second-grade alchemist. As for what happened afterward, it would depend on the Zhang family's fate. Ferguson was slightly stunned, his eyes flickering with fervor. If he could live another 10 to 20 years, perhaps his cultivation could advance further, allowing him to live even longer. "You find me these spiritual medicines as listed here, and I'll come to collect them in half a year." Virgil handed him a list. "In half a year, I will enter the spirit spring." With that, he walked towards the outside. "Lord, please stay." Ferguson chased after him, his face filled with excitement. "Please take back these spirit stones, Lord." Virgil smiled faintly, glancing sideways at him. "What are you doing?" "The Foundation establishment fruit is a tribute to Lord. I dare not accept your spirit stones." Ferguson lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Virgil inwardly marveled. Merely a 9th-layer breath condensation cultivator could intimidate a Foundation establishment practitioner like this. Only he could do such a thing. But this all depended on perfect timing, favorable conditions, and luck. Would I be short of these spirit stones? Virgil gave him a casual look, then reached out to put the spirit stones back into his storage bag before leaving with a step. "This won't happen again." After Virgil left, a middle-aged man came out from a side room and looked at Ferguson. "Harold, do you really believe what he said? Does it matter if he is?" Ferguson counter-asked. The middle-aged man was stumped. Ferguson shook his head and said, "If this person isn't from the Zion family, it would be even more terrifying. To achieve such ease, I can't predict where his future will lead. Find these spiritual medicines according to the list and buy them at any cost." Ferguson instructed. "Yes." The middle-aged man also understood the importance of the matter and immediately left. Chapter 65. Preparations. In the next half year, Virgil stayed at the residence arranged by the Zhang family, refining various pills using the spirit stones he acquired. He had already reached the peak of breath condensation 9th layer, needing only enough spirit stones to break through the bottleneck to foundation establishment. During this period, Virgil also spent time observing the blood fiend sect's activities. The sect members seemed to have no immediate plans to act against the Zhang family, but their presence alone was a looming threat. Meanwhile, Virgil occasionally refined low-grade elixirs, practicing his alchemy skills while also studying the Dambook's contents in detail. The formulas within offered valuable insights, especially those for extending lifespan, which could be useful in the near future. One day, a message arrived from the middle-aged man sent by Ferguson. All the ingredients on the list had been procured, and they awaited Virgil's arrival. Virgil nodded, preparing to leave the secluded courtyard. As he walked out, he took one last look at the tranquil surroundings before heading toward Ferguson's main hall. Upon arriving, Ferguson greeted him warmly. "Lord, everything has been prepared as requested." "Good," Virgil replied, taking the bundle of ingredients. "I need some quiet space to refine the elixir. Ensure no one disturbs me during this time." Ferguson bowed respectfully. "Of course, Lord. I will arrange a suitable room for you." Virgil followed Ferguson to a secluded room deep within the estate. Once inside, he began setting up his alchemy setup, ready to start the refinement process. For the next few days, Virgil focused entirely on refining the longevity elixir. Each step required precision and concentration, ensuring the quality of the final product. Despite his current level, his experience allowed him to proceed with confidence. Finally, after much effort, the elixir was successfully refined. It was a clear, amber liquid that emitted a faint glow, signifying its potency. Taking the elixir bottle, Virgil returned to Ferguson. "Here, consume this elixir. It should extend your life by at least 10 years. Ferguson accepted the bottle reverently, his eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord. This is truly invaluable." "Don't get too comfortable," Virgil reminded. "Your safety and the prosperity of the Zhang family depend on how you use this extended time wisely." Ferguson nodded solemnly. "I understand, Lord. Is there anything else you require?" "For now, no," Virgil said. "Prepare the spirit spring for my use when the time comes." With that, Virgil left, knowing that the next phase of his plan was about to unfold. Chapter 65. Ambush. The spiritual herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill have all been gathered. Now, as long as my spirit senses can break through to Foundation Establishment and refine the pill, I'll be able to advance. Virgil flew away on his sword, planning to find a cave for seclusion. Staying with the Zhang family made him uneasy. He worried about exposing the Forgotten World Tower. Throughout the journey, Virgil's spirit senses vigilantly monitored his surroundings, wary of ambushes. Though the cloud boat had already left when he departed from the Zhang residence, caution was still necessary. That beautiful Noelle likely hated him now and might even set up an ambush on the road. After 15 minutes, as Virgil passed a green mountain, an alarm sounded in his heart. His mana surged, and his speed dramatically increased, instantly propelling him several dozen feet away. Boom! A moment later, an explosion echoed behind him. Virgil turned around to see the location he previously occupied now occupied by the elegant lady in red imperial attire. Her imposing figure couldn't be hidden, standing on a long sword midair, her face cold and pale as frost. "Quite perceptive. Cartered over the foundation fruit, and I'll give you a swift death," the Noelle said coldly. "Dream on." Virgil snorted, his mana flowing as he became a dazzling streak of light shooting toward the horizon. "Can you really escape?" The Noelle raised her hand, and a drop of bright red light shot from her fingertip at extreme speed, piercing through the air towards Virgil's forehead. Sensing an extremely dangerous aura from it, Virgil's speed skyrocketed again, darting 6 or 7 yards away in an instant. But this attack seemed automatically locked onto him, continuing its pursuit. "If I can't dodge, then I won't." With a grim look, Virgil cast both the fire spell and sword technique simultaneously. A roaring fire dragon and circling flying swords clashed with the red light ball. In the next moment, the red light tore through the fire dragon, shooting directly towards his forehead. Virgil's pupils contracted slightly as he slapped his storage bag, retrieving a magical treasure and hurling it forward. Explode! On command, the treasure exploded with immense power. The red light's color dimmed, but continued undiminished. Virgil threw out several more treasures, lower, middle, and higher grade, all without hesitation. Even the small furnace given by the chubby man wasn't spared. Compared to his life, treasures were nothing. Ariv's storage bag contained over a dozen treasures. With his original ones added, he was confident these could stop the light orb. Explode! 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 Finally, after launching nearly 10 treasures, exploding them one by one, the light dissipated just a yard away. Virgil sighed in relief. Although almost all his treasures were depleted, leaving only the Forgotten World Tower, the Qing Pearl, and the furnace obtained during the Thunder Calamity, it was worth it to stop it. The next attack won't be stopped by treasures. Seeing Virgil use so many treasures in such a reckless manner, the Noelle sneered, her delicate hand shaking a little bell on her wrist. As the bell rang, Virgil frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Soon, pale red mist appeared around him, accompanied by faint, luxurious sounds, and whispers of women's breaths could be heard. Virgil cautiously surveyed his surroundings, where visibility was extremely low due to the dense, pinkish mist. Suddenly, charming and provocatively dressed women emerged from the mist on all sides. Sensual bodies pressed against him, their hands exploring him freely. Virgil felt his breathing quicken. This mist seemed to have an aphrodisiac effect. Virgil felt a sudden heat rising in his abdomen. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, instantly bursting into flames that burned away everything before him. Any other tricks? Virgil kept alert, scanning his surroundings. Junior Elio Lee. At that moment, a soft voice reached his ears. A Noelle in blue robes emerged from the mist, her gaze gentle and filled with affection. "Sister Roberta?" Staring at her, Virgil knew it was probably an illusion but didn't want to hurt her. Wake up, little one. Another voice came, and Benita's figure gradually disappeared, replaced by a Noelle whose face was unclear, watching him from afar. Suddenly, a wave of sadness and longing welled up in Virgil. Who is she? Why do I feel like this when I see her? Confusion flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the soul incantation began running automatically, causing the scene to slowly vanish. The Noelle's figure grew blurred. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the elegant lady looked at the unmoving Virgil and sneered. There was no bloody mist, only an illusion created by the bell sound. Approaching Virgil, she extended her finger towards his heart. It's over. Suddenly, a strong hand gripped her wrist, stopping her mid-action, shock written all over her face. How is this possible? This hallucination should ensnare even a Foundation establishment cultivator. You? Before she could finish, Virgil pulled her close, admiring her voluptuous body. She was indeed beautiful, mature yet coldly alluring, embodying the extremes of fire and ice. Guess. Virgil himself was somewhat startled. Had the soul incantation not activated timely, restoring his clarity, he might have been truly in danger. He vowed silently to never underestimate Foundation establishment cultivators again. Thinking of the mysterious Noelle and the illusion, Virgil felt melancholy. Her voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall from where. Release me. The lady in his arms glared with disdainful authority, struggling vigorously. Unable to free herself, she sent another palm strike with mana. Heavenly restriction. Virgil casually spoke, shooting 2 chains into her body, suppressing her cultivation level back to half-step Foundation establishment. Then, he easily held her hand, smiling mockingly. Is that all? The lady stared in disbelief, suddenly feeling an intimate part being touched, blushing furiously. How did you become so strong? Don't touch me. Furious, she unleashed her mana, trying to push Virgil away. Don't move around. If something happens, I can't guarantee anything. Virgil frowned, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Then he noticed a white, small bell hanging from her necklace. It was this thing that almost cost him his life. Huangquan Blood Sea, 9 nether spirits. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled around them, the lady closing her eyes and muttering under her breath. Chapter 66, Foundation Establishment. Huangquan Blood Sea, 9 netherworld spirits. As her voice faded, a fierce wind swept around them. The beautiful Noelle abruptly released an immense aura that sent Virgil flying. In midair, Virgil steadied himself and watched her from afar. Her face was grim, and blood chi surged around her body, as if she had used some forbidden technique to forcefully enhance her strength. It felt like the inner immortal restriction within him was about to be broken. His expression changed slightly. Virgil immediately employed the 36 stratagem, mounting his longsword and fleeing. This Noelle had unleashed some terrifying forbidden technique that shattered the inner immortal restriction. Boy, do not run. The Noelle's phoenix eyes flashed with fury, filled with murderous intent as she looked at him. She lifted her delicate hand and shouted coldly, Huangquan Sea, flood this realm with blood. As she spoke, sudden sounds of waves appeared around them. The sea? Where did this sea come from? Virgil turned suspiciously to see a vast blood-red ocean materialize behind the Noelle, its bloody waves towering high, sending chills down one's spine. Go! The Noelle was now fully determined to kill. The blood sea moved extremely fast, engulfing everything in its path. All vegetation that the blood sea touched withered and died, as though struck by the waters of Huangquan. Virgil's gaze flickered, sensing an intense wave of danger. As the terrifying blood sea was about to engulf him, he swiftly retreated into the legacy tower using his mental consciousness at the last moment. The Noelle saw Virgil's figure swallowed by the blood sea. Taking a deep breath, she felt a glimmer of satisfaction in her phoenix-like eyes. This spell had cost her more than half her magical power, but it would destroy all living creatures in its wake. Killing a mere chi cultivation practitioner, or even a Foundation establishment cultivator was no problem. After a while, the blood sea dissipated, and the Noelle searched for Virgil with her mental consciousness, frowning. Strange, where is he? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Looking for me? The Noelle stiffened, instantly turning around and striking out with her hand. Virgil sneered, grabbing her pale wrist. 2 chains shot out from his body, suppressing her cultivation back to just below Foundation establishment. Seeing the situation turn against her, the Noelle tried to gather her magic power, attempting to shake the bell on her wrist. Virgil coldly tightened his grip on her wrist, sneering, Do you think I would give you another chance? As he spoke, he channeled his power and punched her soft body. The Noelle spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward like a broken kite, hitting the ground heavily. As she struggled to rise, she felt a sudden chill at her chest. Lowering her head in disbelief, she saw the long sword piercing through her chest. Her lips moved, trying to speak, but nothing came out. Ugh. Ah. Virgil coldly pulled out the sword, causing the Noelle's body to spin due to inertia before finally collapsing lifelessly, her pupils dilating. Watching her lose her life without any emotion, Virgil casually waved his hand, taking her storage bag and the necklace on her wrist. He then conjured a flame to burn her body to ashes. Having done that, he found a nearby cave and entered the legacy tower again. Examining the necklace in his hand for a moment, Virgil put it into his storage bag and took out her storage bag. Wiping away the mental consciousness mark on it, he found 3,100 spirit stones inside, along with some women's clothing and a bottle of pills. Taking out the pill, he uncorked the bottle and tipped it to pour out the pill. Just by sniffing it, Virgil felt a slight increase in his mental consciousness. A pill to enhance mental consciousness. Excitement filled his eyes. Sitting on the ground, Virgil swallowed the pill and began to refine its power. His mental consciousness continued to grow. Several days later, Virgil suddenly opened his eyes and released his mental consciousness. 36 feet. just 12 feet short of Foundation establishment. Unfortunately, there is only one pill. Virgil shook his head with regret and closed his eyes to continue cultivating soul incantation. Entering a meditative state, his mental consciousness gradually grew, but very slowly. Time passed swiftly. 6 months flew by like a flash. A heavy snowfall covered the land in a new white cloak. Winter has arrived. Outside the cave, Virgil gazed at the snow-covered mountains in the distance, his face bearing signs of weathered years. Time outside might have been just a few months, but he had spent 5 years in isolation within the tower. These 5 years were filled with profound solitude, with no one to talk to. An ordinary person might have gone mad under such conditions. People change over time, and Virgil felt that he had changed as well. Over the years, his heart had grown increasingly weary and cynical. If he included the time spent in the Legacy Tower, he had been in this world for 10 years. 10 years. Enough to forget so many things and people. His memories of his past life seemed to be fading more and more. Even the faces of Qing's sect were gradually fading from his memory. Jamal, Sabrina, Clement whom he had killed, Qing.The, and others. But even after 10 years, the Noel in the green robe was still imprinted in his heart. Stepping on the snow, Virgil left the cave where he had secluded for 5 years. The Foundation establishment pill was ready. It was time to go to the Zhang family. At Lishan Mountain, amidst the falling snow, guests arrived. In the main hall, Virgil, wearing a mask, heard Ferguson respectfully say, "Sir, everything is prepared." Good. Virgil nodded indifferently. After enduring prolonged solitude, his character had become increasingly introverted and detached. He accepted the medicinal herbs collected by Ferguson over half a year and said, "I need to enter the spirit spring." Ferguson led him respectfully to a cave. At the center of the cave was a pool filled with abundant spiritual energy. "Sir, soaking in this spirit spring can increase your chances of successfully establishing your foundation by 20%. Additionally, the water can boost your cultivation," Ferguson explained. 20%, making it 50% in total. Virgil's eyes flickered. While nominally 50%, it was likely higher given that this boost was added artificially. This probability was already quite high, knowing that many cultivators faced odds less than 10%. "Leave." "Yes, sir." Ferguson bowed and left. Virgil stepped into the pool. The water wasn't deep, reaching just above his waist. Immersed in the water, he felt its intimate contact with every inch of his skin. The unyielding bottleneck for Foundation establishment began to show signs of loosening. Eyes flashing, Virgil sat cross-legged, suspending his body in the water. After a long while, he took out the Foundation establishment pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved upon entering his body, further loosening the previously unbreakable bottleneck. Foundation establishment. Drawing a deep breath, Virgil closed his eyes and channeled the Qing technique. Only by breaking through to Foundation establishment could he truly step onto this path. Outside the cave, snow fell abundantly. Chapter 67, Danilo. A few days later, the spiritual energy from all around flowed towards the figure in the center of the cave. At a certain moment, a crackling sound emerged from Virgil's body, submerged in the pool water, as if something had shattered. In the next moment, Virgil suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Foundation establishment initial stage. His consciousness sank into the sea of qi, which could now truly be called a sea. Previously, the entire sea of qi was composed of gaseous mana, but it had now transformed entirely into liquid. Although the overall quantity of mana had decreased, its quality had significantly improved. Compared to before he broke through Foundation establishment, he was now several times stronger. Virgil slowly calmed his excitement and released his divine sense, which also increased after breaking through Foundation establishment. 60 feet. Feeling the range covered by his divine sense, Virgil's gaze flickered. This distance was much greater than that of a typical practitioner who had just broken through Foundation establishment. However, before he broke through, his divine sense was already at the Foundation establishment initial stage, so he wasn't particularly excited. Apart from changes in mana and divine sense, his lifespan had also increased. The lifespan for a breath condensation stage practitioner was only 100 years, while the Foundation establishment initial stage was 150 years, the mid-stage 200 years, and the late stage 300 years. In total, it added up to about 50 additional years. But since taking the 10,000 age pill, he no longer worried about lifespan, as 2 pills had added 3,000 years to his life. Not quite immortality, but close enough. At this moment, within his sea of consciousness, the world-forsaken pagoda suddenly emitted a boom and underwent some transformation. Virgil was directly sucked inside and appeared within the pagoda, looking around with evident surprise. The surroundings were somewhat unfamiliar, the area having shrunk significantly, clearly not the first floor. Could it be the second floor? Virgil's eyes shone with excitement. The senior once told him that the time flow speed on each floor of the world-forsaken pagoda differed. I wonder how the time flow speed differs between the second floor and the first. Virgil pondered thoughtfully, regretting not asking the senior earlier. However, it wasn't difficult to test out eventually. Exiting the world-forsaken pagoda, Virgil left the pool, sat on an open ground, dried his clothes using mana, and took out the medicinal herbs Ferguson had given him. Moving his divine sense, a black pill furnace emerged from his storage bag, landing heavily on the ground. This was the pill furnace he had collected during the Thunderbolt Tribulation and stored in the world-forsaken pagoda, suspected to belong to the old ancestor of the Qing sect. Though Virgil didn't know the exact grade of this pill furnace, it shouldn't be low. Looking at the medicinal herbs in his hand, these were for refining low-grade second-rank longevity pills. This pill was the most common type for increasing lifespan among Foundation establishment cultivators, adding 20 years per pill. The recipe might not be widely known even among second-rank alchemists, but he had found it in the Book of Alchemy. Virgil had promised Ferguson to extend his life and intended to keep his word. Previously, he could refine low-grade second-rank pills, and now with further improvements in divine sense, there should be no issues. An hour later, Virgil emerged from the cave with the refined longevity pills. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and Ferguson waited outside the cave. Seeing Virgil emerge, he was slightly surprised. Foundation establishment initial stage. What surprised him wasn't Virgil's cultivation level, but that he felt a sense of threat from someone who had just broken through Foundation establishment. Ferguson had been at Foundation establishment for over a century, nearly reaching the late stage, while Virgil had only just broken through the initial stage. Indeed worthy of coming from a major family, Ferguson marveled inwardly. Virgil naturally didn't know what Ferguson was thinking. He handed over the longevity pills, saying, "There are 3 pills here, which can add 30 years to your lifespan." Originally, he had refined 4 pills, but eating too many would be wasteful, so he kept one for himself. "I've fulfilled my promise, so we're even." With those calm words, Ferguson received the porcelain bottle and bowed deeply to Virgil. In response, silence greeted him. When Ferguson looked up, Virgil was already gone. "Looks like I need to get a spirit weapon." Leaving the dreaming mountain where the Zhang family resided, Virgil flew in the air with his sword, mulling over the situation. He currently used a mid-grade magical treasure. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, this could make people laugh. Of course, the main reason was the flying speed with a spirit weapon was much higher than with a mid-grade magical treasure. A few days later, standing amidst the ruins of the Qing sect, destroyed by the lightning tribulation, Virgil sighed softly. Foundation establishment cultivators flew much faster than breath condensation cultivators. What originally would take over a month took only a few days. Standing in the snow for a moment, Virgil was about to leave when he noticed a tomb nearby. Whose grave is this? Curious, Virgil approached and saw the name on the gravestone, which made him almost laugh and cry simultaneously. It read, "Tomb of Avril Elio Virgil." It seemed the little Sylvia had erected this stone for him. I wonder how that little Sylvia is doing with the sect master. Virgil sighed. After investigating, he learned the Qing sect had disbanded, and the sect master had taken some people away, including the little Sylvia. Thinking back to when he had brought the little Sylvia back, promising to take care of her, Virgil couldn't help feeling guilty. Sighing again, he looked up at the gray sky, deciding not to seek her out. Since she was safe, he could rest easy. It was time to leave the state of you. Sister Roberta only had about 2 years left. A vision of a Noel in green flashed before his eyes, softening his gaze as he flew away on his sword. Half a year ago, on Tianji Mountain in the state of Wu. This place was where the renowned strongman of Wu, Danilo, lived in seclusion. His divination skills were incredibly powerful, earning respect even from the Yuan-Ing stage powerhouses of the state of Wu. Suddenly, a long rainbow streaked from the distant horizon, containing an ace. Seldom seen guests, Elio Zion. You truly are a rare visitor. A gentle laughter sounded as the ace appeared in a cave dwelling, sneering, "Enough talk. Help me find someone." Dressed in an ethereal Taoist robe, Danilo looked otherworldly. Curiously, he asked, "Elio Zion, who are you looking for?" The ace briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing it, Danilo clapped his hands and laughed. "Elio Zion, rest assured, no matter dead or alive, I will find him for you." Immediately, he began divining the heavenly laws. Suddenly, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes appeared in his mind, like those of a god overlooking all beings, silently watching him. Danilo spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura extremely weakened. Seeing this, the ace was startled. How could this happen? Did you succeed? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Danilo's aura weakened as he spoke feebly. "Elio Zion, as your friend, I advise you to let it go. This person's fate is too terrifying. You don't want to entangle yourself with it. If I don't kill him, I'll be skinned alive by my clan." "Tell me who he is," the ace said with dark eyes. "I didn't see this person clearly, but I sensed a trace of their destiny. You have met him before, and he is likely still at the breath condensation stage, soon to break through to Foundation establishment. In half a year, you will encounter this person." Chapter 68, Snowfield Ice Flame. Cross this snowfield, and we'll arrive in Wu territory. In the northern part of Wu territory, Virgil stood mid-air over a snowy landscape, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As far as the eye could see, everything was an endless expanse of white. The snowfield stretched for thousands of miles. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would take several hours to fly across it. Channeling his mana, Virgil flew into the snowfield on his sword, seeing not a single bird or beast along the way, perhaps due to the severe winter. An hour later, a vast, 100-mile-long mountain range appeared before him, stretching across the snowfield. Halt! As Virgil approached the mountain range, several figures suddenly emerged from below. Leading them was an Franz dressed in crimson robes. Alongside him were 3 men and 1 Noel, all at the initial Foundation establishment stage. 4 initial Foundation establishments and 1 mid-stage Foundation establishment. Virgil's eyes flickered. So many experts hidden within this mountain. What were they doing? The Franz in crimson was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Sensing Virgil's cultivation level, he cupped his hands respectfully. "I am Corbin Keenan from Clan Axel. We have trapped a spiritual flame here for 3 days now. Please be kind enough to make your way around us." The Franz had revealed his identity. Clan Axel was well known in southern Wu territory. Their ancestor was a mid-stage golden core expert, so most people usually gave them face upon hearing their name. Spiritual flame, Virgil pondered. By its name, it seemed to be some type of fire. Though he hadn't heard of this Clan Axel before, given the number of Foundation establishment cultivators, they were likely under the influence of a golden core power. "Hobie, this person must come from you, that land of barbarians, probably unaware of our Clan Axel. Should I handle it like this, kid? Either go around or die right now." A Guillermo said with derision, looking at Virgil with disdain. Virgil frowned, giving them a deep look but remained silent, flying around the mountain on his sword. Seeing him leave, the group led by the Franz sighed in relief. This mountain range spanned dozens of miles, requiring about 15 minutes to circle around it. But it was fine. Traveling outside meant facilitating others also helped oneself. It was just a detour after all. Helping others was a pleasure in itself. It wasn't because he saw they were numerous. 15 minutes later, Virgil circled around the mountain and continued flying towards the distance, muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be long before I reach Wu. Stop. Grab it. Don't let it escape." Just then, commotion erupted behind him. Sombering around, Virgil saw a blue flame rapidly approaching from several hundred yards away, pursued by the same 5 figures he had encountered earlier. Virgil was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the flame arrived instantly, rushing toward him. The intense heat melted the surrounding snow. Danger. His pupils constricted. Without doubt, if he touched this flame, his fate wouldn't differ from that of the melting snow. With a tap on his storage pouch, a black bead appeared in his hand. Cosmic Pearl. During his secluded training at the Forgotten Pagoda, he had already studied how to use this Cosmic Pearl thoroughly. Channeling his mana into it, the Cosmic Pearl shimmered and absorbed the azure blue flame effortlessly. The moment the flame was absorbed, several figures rushed up, encircling him. Cartered over the snowfield ice flame, the Guillermo, who had previously threatened him, coldly demanded from atop his flying sword. The snowfield ice flame? Virgil was taken aback. Was this the flame's name? He wondered how it compared to subterranean demonic fires. If the subterranean demonic fire within the Forgotten Pagoda knew that Virgil was comparing it to such a small Dan fire, it would surely be enraged. Subterranean demonic fires were the most supreme flames in the 8 Desolates, the emperors among flames. The snowfield ice flame, however, was merely a Dan fire above a spiritual flame. But Virgil was unaware of this. What he faced wasn't the spiritual flame mentioned by Maximus, but a Dan fire. However, Maximus had deliberately concealed this information. Ep1of2, we endured great hardships to trap this flame. Please return it, Maximus pleaded with a bow, his eyes occasionally glancing greedily at the Cosmic Pearl in Virgil's hand. Fine. Virgil, not wanting trouble, was about to release the flame when Maximus urgently interjected. Wait, Ep1of2, don't release this flame. It will run away once you do. What should I do then? Virgil furrowed his brow. Why don't you sell me this bead? Maximus looked at Virgil's Cosmic Pearl, greed flashing in his eyes. For a magical treasure to absorb a snowfield ice flame, it must be an extraordinary elixir-grade artifact. Sell? Virgil glanced at him, saying, not impossible. Give me a price. Price? It was the dark-faced giant standing next to a hunchbacked Franz who sneered, would you sell it if I used your life to buy this bead? Virgil narrowed his eyes, calmly asking, so, you want to rob me? Cough. Maximus dryly coughed twice without denying it. The person before him must have come from you, a mere small country. Combined, it was weaker than their clan Axel, which had golden core experts. Even if they robbed him, what could he possibly do in retaliation? Ep1of2, here's a deal. How about 1,000 spirit stones? Maximus smiled. 1,000 spirit stones? Virgil scoffed. Even a regular spirit-grade artifact cost more than this. Besides, the Cosmic Pearl was a peak elixir-grade magical treasure worth no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Unless they offered high-grade spirit stones, which seemed unlikely given their demeanor. I won't sell the item, but you can have the snowfield ice flame. Virgil spoke in the best tone possible. However, his repeated tolerance only made them think he was weak. What's the point of wasting words? Kill him directly, and both the snowfield ice flame and the magical treasure will be ours. The hunchbacked Franz grinned sinisterly, revealing yellow teeth. Virgil's gaze turned cold. Do you need more time to consider? Maximus laughed nervously. Virgil coldly replied, 10,000 spirit stones or get lost. Since Ep1of2 insists on being unreasonable, we have no choice but to act ourselves. Maximus glanced at the others and said calmly, don't kill him. At his command, 4 Foundation establishment cultivators summoned their magical treasures and attacked. The hunchback Franz struck first, appearing a yard to Virgil's right. With mana enveloping his fist, he lunged with a malicious grin. Virgil remained unperturbed, raising the Cosmic Pearl. When the Franz was a yard away, Virgil channeled his mana into the bead. Absorb. The instant he spoke, the hunchbacked Franz vanished from the sky. Not good. This bead can absorb people. Release Axel Wu. Chapter 69. Annihilation. No. This bead can actually imprison people inside it. Release Axel Wu. Several faces turned pale in shock. The black-robed man bellowed in rage and lunged toward Virgil. Virgil sneered, channeling his mana into the cosmic bead, which shimmered with light once more, engulfing the black-robed man. This cosmic bead could imprison anyone whose cultivation wasn't too far above his own. However, each activation consumed a great deal of mana, and Virgil's current reserves only allowed him 4 uses. Having already used one to trap the snowfield ice flame, he had 3 left. His internal mana was nearly depleted. But who was Virgil? A second-grade alchemy master. Before coming to the Alfdom, he had purchased countless spiritual herbs and refined numerous mana-restoring pills. With 87,000 spirit stones at his disposal, he took out a pill from his storage bag and instantly replenished his mana. That bead seems to only work when close to its target. The remaining 2, a dark-faced giant and a white-robed Noel, hastily retreated. Realizing its limitations, the dark-faced giant shouted to his companion. Despite this realization, Virgil wasn't concerned. He hadn't planned on relying solely on the cosmic bead for this battle. Removing 2 opponents lessened the pressure, leaving him confident enough to handle the remaining 3. Maximus's face darkened. No one knew what fate awaited those trapped inside the cosmic bead. He coldly said, finish this quickly and rescue Axel Wu and the others. Attack from a distance using spells. Snowflakes swirled around Maximus, forming a storm, while the other 2 used their own abilities. Snowstorm. Ice Peak. Fallen Star. 3 powerful spells roared toward Virgil. Unmoving, he stood there mockingly as if paralyzed by fear, watching the spells approach. Boom. An immense explosion shook the ground, But Virgil remained unharmed in midair, his clothes undamaged, smirking at them. How is this possible? The dark-faced giant's expression changed drastically. Maximus looked uneasy, suspecting that Virgil had used the bead to evade damage. It's my turn. Suddenly, Virgil shook his wrist, causing enchanting chimes to ring. Blood mist filled their vision, trapping each in an illusion. Virgil moved swiftly, his long sword appearing before the giant and striking a punch toward his heart. A furious shout echoed, "Accelerate!" The dark-faced giant snapped out of his trance just in time to see Virgil's punch. Gritting his teeth, he raised his fist to counterattack. The clash sent the giant flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Virgil aimed to press his advantage, but Maximus and the other managed to break free from the illusion and rushed to support the giant. Two dazzling attacks aimed at Virgil's back missed as he re-entered the isolated world tower. They frantically searched for him. He's gone again. Reappearing suddenly, Virgil struck at the early Foundation establishment realm Noelle with a punch and a chain that shot into her body. Caught off guard and restrained by the chain, she flew back and failed to get up, nearly killed by the blow. In mere seconds, he severely injured two early Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Maximus was both startled and enraged by the Dominic strength. Now it's your turn. Virgil's eyes locked onto him, retracting the chains restraining the others. Don't be insolent. Maximus fumed. Virgil's face was cold as he activated the divine prohibition. Two chains emerged from his body and pierced into Maximus's. Cursed. Maximus's face paled as he felt his cultivation drop to early Foundation establishment, disbelief etched across his features. Virgil cast the fire control spell and sword summoning spell simultaneously. Maximus countered with snowstorm, causing another explosive clash. Just after the explosion, the bell-like sounds rang again. Distracted, Maximus fell victim to the illusion. In the next moment, a long sword pierced his heart. As the sword penetrated his heart, Maximus regained consciousness, regret and disbelief clouding his ancient face. Too late, he died with sorrow. Seeing this, the heavily injured dark-faced giant and Noelle attempted to escape. Die! Virgil wouldn't let them flee, swiftly catching up and dispatching the giant. He then grabbed the Noelle by the neck, demanding answers. Besides you, are there any others nearby? No one else. Frightened, she stammered, thoroughly terrified by Virgil's ruthlessness. Does your family have any core formation experts? Yes, my Axel family has a core formation, Franz. Don't kill me. If you do, he won't forgive you. Slap. Answer only what I ask. Virgil's slap left blood mingling with her words. About 10 months ago, a warship arrived in the Alfdom. Do you know where it went? The warship went to the capital, then used Alfdom's transmission array to head to the Alfdom. She disclosed everything without hesitation. With a flash in his eyes, Virgil asked, "Where is the Alfdom?" The Alfdom lies north of Alfdom, separated by over a dozen kingdoms. Even a core formation cultivator would need years to reach it. Good, you can die now. Satisfied with the information, he tightened his grip, ending her life. Mercy would only invite future threats. He cared not. A cold wind blew, calming Virgil's murderous intent. Disposing of the bodies and taking their storage bags, he remembered the two still within the cosmic bead. Palamaints later. Exiting the cosmic bead, Virgil's eyes carried traces of bloodlust. He could now likely frighten away Foundation establishment cultivators with just a glance. As he killed more, the aura grew stronger, eventually becoming tangible, causing instant fear. Virgil murmured, both gave the same account. Maureen has already left the Alfdom, heading to this so-called Alfdom. With the wind, his murderous aura slowly dissipated. Chapter 70, Cloud-Piercing Boat. According to what they said, the Alfdom and the Alfdom are separated by dozens of countries. It takes several years for a golden core cultivator to reach, let alone someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, their final destination may not be the Alfdom. By the time he arrives, Maureen's curse would have probably already taken effect. It has been almost a year since the Qing sect disbanded. If the curse cannot be suppressed, Maureen's lifespan would only be about 2 years. Therefore, the only way is likely the teleportation array mentioned by them. Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. He interrogated Axel and Wu inside the universe sphere and learned that a teleportation array is a type of formation. Set up separately in 2 places, it requires a large amount of energy to activate and can instantly transport a person from one end to the other. The higher the level of the formation, the farther the distance that can be transmitted. I can only go to the capital of Alfdom first? Virgil flew away on his sword, changing the mid-grade magical treasure under his feet to a spirit weapon, which was much faster. Previously in Ujandom, he could not even buy a spirit-level sword. He originally planned to purchase a good sword upon arriving in Alfdom, but now this trouble could be saved. This sword's owner was that Guillermo. It was an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Spirit weapons are used by Foundation establishment cultivators, and like magical treasures, they are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Above spirit weapons are elixir weapons. The universe sphere is also an elixir weapon, but as for its specific grade, Virgil did not know. Above elixir weapons are infant treasures, though most people still prefer to call them infant stage magic weapons or infant stage magical treasures. The elixir furnace obtained during the Thunder Tribulation had a high probability of being an infant treasure. Snow flame ice was collected by Virgil in the first floor of the Forsaken Tower. This flame was extremely powerful, and Virgil currently had no way to deal with it. One day later, in a bustling city in southern Alfdom, the busy streets were filled with crowds. Occasionally, people would stop in front of a wall to look at the notice posted there. Alf choosing a son-in-law. Looking at the announcement on the wall, Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. This news was currently sweeping through the streets and lanes, and everyone in all major cities was discussing it. It had even spread to neighboring countries, drawing many cultivators from other nations to Alfdom. The reason was simple. Alf intended to choose a husband for his youngest daughter. This young daughter not only possessed extraordinary beauty but also had a terrifying talent, reaching the foundation establishment stage before her 20th year. This selection was similar to a martial arts contest for marriage, but what was tested here was alchemy rather than martial skills. After all, Alfdom revered alchemy, and the country's three major sects, Donghua sect, Ziyun sect, and Yaogu, all were great sects of alchemy. This competition would be held in the capital of Alfdom in 2 months. Any individual below 30 years old and at the foundation establishment stage could participate. The winner could marry the princess. However, reaching foundation establishment was difficult, especially within 30 years. This condition immediately eliminated a large number of people. There were also those over 30 who regretted it deeply. My current age, including the time spent inside the Forsaken Tower, is around 27 years. Virgil shook his head, showing no interest in such matters. Regardless of having someone he liked, he would remain uninterested even if he didn't. Though rumors had it that this Alfdom princess was the most beautiful Noelle in Alfdom. So what? Beauty was just fleeting to him. No matter how beautiful she was, she would still be just bones after a few hundred years. Entering a shop that sold items for cultivators within the city, Virgil casually looked around. Suddenly, Virgil stopped, gazing at a spirit weapon on the shelf, a small boat-shaped spirit weapon. His eyes flickered slightly. Sir, this cloud-piercing boat is a mid-grade spirit weapon. As long as you consume spirit stones, its speed will be as fast as a foundation establishment cultivator, priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. A late-stage breath condensation shop clerk stood behind, softly explaining. Virgil shifted his gaze from the small boat, suddenly having an idea. Golden core experts need 3 to 5 years to reach Alfdom. But what about an origin core cultivator? Surely it wouldn't take that long. If there were a flying magic treasure comparable to an origin core expert, perhaps he wouldn't need the teleportation array and could arrive within 2 years. Virgil asked faintly, is there anything faster?
Yes.
The Una's eyes lit up. Our store has a treasure, a flight magic treasure at the elixir stage. Its flying speed rivals that of a golden core expert, but it's a bit expensive. If Sir wants, I can bring it out for you to see. Elixir stage. Virgil felt somewhat disappointed. An elixir stage flying magic treasure speed is roughly equal to that of a golden core expert, except the former uses spirit stones for flight. Do you have anything above elixir stage? The Una hesitated, awkwardly replying, suggests. Elixir weapons are already extremely rare. Beyond that are infant treasures, but there aren't such items for sale in all of Alfdom. Upon hearing this, Virgil sighed and asked, how many spirit stones does an elixir stage flying magic treasure cost? This magical treasure is our store's treasure, a low-grade elixir weapon, priced at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, the Una answered. After listening, Virgil directly shook his head. Rather than waste these 50,000 spirit stones on a magical treasure of little use, it would be better to buy more elixirs to improve cultivation. I'll take this one. Virgil looked at the small boat. He planned to go to the Alfdom capital and try to use the teleportation array to travel to Alfdom. Alfdom's territory was vast, nearly 10 times larger than Ujandom, requiring nearly a month to reach the capital. It would be just right to buy a flying spirit weapon for training along the way. After purchasing some other items and spending over 10,000 spirit stones, Virgil left the city. Sailing through the clouds, the dozens of meters-long flying boat moved forward while Virgil sat cross-legged inside the cabin. This flying boat was a mid-grade spirit weapon, with a flying speed equivalent to a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, it did not require consuming mana, but only needed spirit stones to start. Traveling one day required approximately 100 spirit stones, and the ship was equipped with an array that could withstand attacks from early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. These thousands of spirit stones were worth spending. In Virgil's hand was a jade slip. On this jade slip, information about over 1,000 types of flames and various flame levels were recorded. The flame levels were classified as ordinary fire, spirit fire, elixir fire, infant fire. Snow flame ice belonged to elixir fire and was an extremely powerful one, with immeasurable value. Especially for alchemists, a good flame was like a good partner. Someone once sold an elixir fire for over 80,000 spirit stones. Additionally, this scroll also recorded methods to subdue flames. Using mental perception to imprint a slave mark in the consciousness space of an elixir fire would make it controllable by the cultivator. However, if not careful, it was easy to be counterattacked by the elixir fire, requiring strength far surpassing the elixir fire itself. Chapter 71, Taming the Snowland Ice Flame. Putting away the scroll, Virgil fell into deep thought. He had already stored the Snowland Ice Flame in the first level of the Lost World Tower. He didn't dare to rashly attempt to refine it and planned to enter the Lost World Tower first to see what state it was in. He wasn't worried that it would damage the tower. Even the Earth Vein Demon Fire could be contained, so how could this small Snowland Ice Flame cause any trouble? With a shift of his divine sense, Virgil appeared in the first level of the Lost World Tower, extremely vigilant. After a moment, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Virgil was somewhat stunned. It was far from what he had expected. Originally, he thought that as soon as he appeared, the Snowland Ice Flame would pounce on him. But the Snowland Ice Flame was surprisingly quiet, huddled in a corner with its azure blue flames flickering. Recalling how aggressive it had been earlier when it chased him within the Qing.The Pearl, killing Axel Wu and others by burning them, its current docility was striking. It seemed like a meek lamb now, lacking all its previous arrogance. What's going on? Virgil was puzzled. For some reason, he felt the Snowland Ice Flame was filled with fear. But what was it afraid of? Suddenly, Virgil guessed. Could it be because of the Earth Vein Demon Fire? Unbeknownst to Virgil, he was right. The Earth Vein Demon Fire was the king among flames, naturally possessing the power to suppress other flames. The Snowland Ice Flame, as a spiritual entity born of nature, possessed intelligence similar to humans and could feel fear. Seeing the state of the Snowland Ice Flame, Virgil's eyes gleamed as an idea struck him. He murmured, should I take advantage of this opportunity to subdue it? The old saying held true. Those who dared might be satisfied, but the timid would go hungry. If he could use the Snowland Ice Flame for himself, he would have the courage to face even a golden core powerhouse. After all, this flame was Danfire. If used unexpectedly, it could even deal a fatal blow to a golden core expert. Taking a deep breath, Virgil cautiously extended his divine sense towards the Snowland Ice Flame. This action was extraordinarily daring. If people knew that a Foundation Establishment Chuji cultivator was attempting to subdue a Snowland Ice Flame, they would think he was courting death. But Virgil decided to take the risk. With the Snowland Ice Flame in such a state, the difficulty of subduing it might be greatly reduced, increasing the chances of success. To subdue the Snowland Ice Flame, he needed to plant a slave mark in its consciousness space. This slave mark acted as a contract. Once implanted, the flame would forever obey his commands, even if ordered to self-destruct. As his divine sense entered the Snowland Ice Flame's consciousness space, Virgil was extremely tense. If the Snowland Ice Flame counterattacked at this moment, his divine sense would suffer severe damage. Sensing his intentions, the Snowland Ice Flame was furious, but paralyzed by fear, unable to resist due to the terrifying aura nearby. Phew. Fortunately, the entire process went smoothly. Virgil easily established the contract within its consciousness, breathing a sigh of relief. Once the contract was formed, the Snowland Ice Flame no longer seemed as terrifying. With a mental command, the reluctant Snowland Ice Flame flew towards him. As Virgil touched the flame with his finger, he felt no heat at all. With a wave of his divine sense, the Snowland Ice Flame entered his body, lurking in the Qi Sea. Come out, he commanded again, and the azure blue flames shot out from his body. One more trump card in my arsenal. Smiling, Virgil allowed the Snowland Ice Flame to return to his body before heading to the second floor of the Lost World Tower. Over these days, he had understood the time flow on the second floor. What was 1 year outside was 50 years inside. He retrieved 5 storage bags, removing their traces and pouring out their contents. Over 10,000 spirit stones piled up like a small mountain, 16,000 pieces in total. Ignoring the leftovers, Virgil now had a staggering 83,100 spirit stones, likely surpassing even average golden core experts in wealth. In addition, the storage bags contained 3 bottles of low-grade second-rank pills and 1 bottle of mid-grade second-rank pills, primordial essence pills and sea mountain pills for cultivation enhancement. There were also 5 inferior magical artifacts and several cultivation techniques and spells. Virgil glanced at these items indifferently. He only needed his sword for the magical artifacts, and the cultivation methods were inferior to his green profound art, which could be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul stage, created by an ancestor of the green profound sect. As for post-nascent soul stages, he could either switch cultivation methods or create his own. Stowing away the spoils, Virgil sat cross-legged to refine the 3 primordial essence pills. I wonder if it will help me break through to Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Half a month passed inside the Lost World Tower. Virgil opened his eyes, muttering, "It's not enough yet." The 3 primordial essence pills only advanced him to late Foundation Establishment early stage. Looking at the mid-grade second-rank Sea Mountain pill, Virgil hesitated. These pills contained formidable medicinal power, and none dared consume them unless they wanted to die prematurely. Let it be. Virgil ultimately decided against it. He didn't need to rush and take unnecessary risks. Previously, while purchasing the cloud-piercing boat, he bought many spirit herbs for refining primordial essence pills. In half a month, he refined 2 batches, resulting in 6 pills. Virgil couldn't help but marvel at the cost of cultivation. These herbs and the flame recording scroll had nearly exhausted 10,000 spirit stones. But he wasn't too concerned. He now had plenty of spirit stones. 6 primordial essence pills should be enough to reach Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Closing his eyes, Virgil began consuming the pills. A few days later, a loud rumble came from within him. Foundation Establishment mid-stage. He had broken through barely over a month after reaching Foundation Establishment early stage. My divine sense still falls short. Virgil's mind remained calm as he released his divine sense, covering 22 meters, 3 meters short of the standard 25 meters for Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Thus, he began cultivating the soul spell. Time flew by. 10 days in the outside world equated to over a year inside the tower. After a year of cultivation, his divine sense could cover 24 meters, just 1 meter shy of Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Enhancing divine sense is indeed much harder than cultivating essence energy. Virgil opened his eyes. The enhancement of divine sense required gradual accumulation, growing very slowly. He had only increased it by 2 meters in a year and a half. Most people's divine senses lagged behind their cultivation levels. Unfortunately, spirit herbs to enhance divine sense were extremely rare. Otherwise, the pill scripture recorded many related formulas. Exiting the Lost World Tower, Virgil stepped out of the cabin, wondering aloud, I wonder where we are. He had stocked the cloud-piercing boat with enough spirit stones for a month's flight. Looking through the cloud layer, he saw that they hadn't even crossed half of the Alfdom. Indeed, the Alfdom was significantly larger than the Ujandom. At this moment, a long rainbow streaked toward them. Inside was a gray-clothed Franz. Seeing him, Virgil's expression changed slightly. It was Ariv's guard. He was actually in the Alfdom. With a flicker of his divine sense, Virgil appeared in the first level of the Lost World Tower, his face alert. Palamaints later, seeing nothing happen, Virgil was slightly taken aback. This was far from what he expected. Originally, he thought that as soon as he appeared, the Snowland Ice Flame would pounce on him. But the Snowland Ice Flame remained surprisingly calm, huddled in a corner, its azure blue flame leaves flickering. Remembering its previous behavior inside the Cosmic Pearl when it chased after him relentlessly, Virgil wondered why it now didn't even dare to move, acting like a docile lamb with none of its previous arrogance. What's going on? Virgil was full of confusion. Perhaps it was just a feeling, but he sensed that the Snowland Ice Flame was experiencing fear. But what was it afraid of? Suddenly, Virgil speculated, could it be because of the Earth Vein Demon Fire? Note, I adjusted Earth Mo Yao Fire to Earth Vein Demon Fire for fluency and consistency in terminology. Virgil wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but the earth vein demon fire was indeed the emperor of all flames, naturally possessing an aura that could suppress other fires. The Snowland ice flame sensed the presence of the earth vein demon fire. As a spirit born from nature, it possessed intelligence like humans, and thus felt terror. Seeing the state of the Snowland ice flame, Virgil's eyes twinkled with an idea. He murmured, "Should I seize this opportunity to tame it?" Virgil's gaze flickered. The saying goes, "The bold eat until they burst while the timid starve to death." If he could tame the Snowland ice flame for his own use, he would have the confidence even against a core formation stage expert. After all, this thing is alchemy fire. If used unexpectedly, it could even kill a core formation expert. Taking a deep breath, Virgil cautiously released his divine sense towards the Snowland ice flame. This act was incredibly bold. If people knew that a Foundation establishment stage practitioner dared to tame a Snowland ice flame, they would think he was courting death. But Virgil decided to take the risk. Since the Snowland ice flame was in this state, the difficulty of taming it might significantly decrease, greatly increasing the success rate. To tame the Snowland ice flame, one needed to plant a slave mark within its consciousness space. This slave mark was akin to a contract. Once planted, the flame would forever obey its commands, even destroying itself if ordered. Entering the Snowland ice flame's consciousness space, Virgil was extremely nervous. If the Snowland ice flame retaliated at this moment, his divine sense would suffer severe damage. Sensing his intent, the Snowland ice flame was enraged, but, due to overwhelming fear, dared not resist. There was a trembling aura nearby that frightened it. Phew. Fortunately, the entire process went surprisingly smoothly. Virgil easily formed the contract within its consciousness and breathed a sigh of relief. With the contract in place, the Snowland ice flame no longer seemed so terrifying to Virgil. A mental command caused the Snowland ice flame to reluctantly fly toward him. Extending his finger, he gently touched the flame, feeling no heat whatsoever. With a flick of his divine sense, the Snowland ice flame entered his body and lay dormant in his sea of chi. "Come out." Another order sent the azure blue flame darting out of his body. "One more trump card," Virgil smiled. With the Snowland ice flame tucked inside him, Virgil moved to the second floor of the Lost World Tower. In recent days, he had come to understand the flow of time on the second floor. 1 year outside equaled 50 years inside. Retrieving the 5 individual storage bags, he erased their traces and poured out the contents. 10,000 spiritual stones piled up into a small mountain, totaling 16,000. Currently, Virgil possessed a staggering 83,100 spiritual stones, likely more than many average core formation experts. Additionally, the storage bags contained 3 bottles of low-tier second-rank pills and 1 bottle of mid-tier second-rank pills, namely the Essence Cultivation Pill and Sea Mountain Pill, both for enhancing cultivation. There were also 5 inferior-grade spirit weapons and several cultivation techniques and manuals. These items, Virgil glanced at briefly before setting them aside. He wasn't particularly interested. For spirit weapons, his sword was enough. As for the manuals these individuals practiced, they were inferior to his Green Mystery technique, which could be cultivated all the way to Nascent Soul, and was created by an ancestor of the Green Mystery sect. After reaching Nascent Soul, one either changed cultivation methods or self-created new ones. Storing the spoils, Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground, planning to refine the 3 Essence Cultivation Pills first. "I wonder if it will allow me to break through to mid-Foundation establishment." Half a month passed inside the Lost World Tower. Virgil opened his eyes and muttered, "It's still not enough." The 3 Essence Cultivation Pills only raised his cultivation to late early Foundation establishment. Looking at the mid-tier second-rank Sea Mountain Pill, Virgil hesitated. Mid-tier second-rank pills contained formidable medicinal power. No early Foundation establishment cultivator dared to consume them unless they sought death. Forget it. Virgil ultimately abandoned the idea. He wasn't in a hurry and saw no need to take such risks. When purchasing the cloud-piercing boat, he also bought many medicinal herbs for refining Essence Cultivation Pills. Half a month later, Virgil spent every day refining pills. Nowadays, he used the Snowland Ice Flame for refining. In half a month, he finished 2 batches of Essence Cultivation Pills, producing 6 in total. Virgil couldn't help but lament how cultivation consumed resources. These medicinal herbs and the scroll detailing the flame cost nearly 10,000 spiritual stones. However, there was no rush. What he lacked least now were spiritual stones. 6 Essence Cultivation Pills should allow me to break through to early Foundation establishment, right? Closing his eyes, days later, a loud boom resonated within his body. Mid-Foundation establishment. Just over a month since breaking through to early Foundation establishment. Divine Sense still needs a bit more. With little excitement, Virgil released his Divine Sense. It could only cover 22 meters, 3 meters short of the standard for mid-Foundation establishment. Thus, he began practicing soul art. Time flew, and 10 days passed outside, amounting to over a year inside the Lost World Tower. A year's practice expanded his Divine Sense coverage to 24 meters, 1 meter short of mid-Foundation establishment. The improvement of Divine Sense is indeed much harder than Dharma power. Virgil opened his eyes. Enhancing Divine Sense relied on gradual accumulation, progressing slowly. It took him a year and a half to increase it by 2 meters. Most people's Divine Senses lagged far behind their cultivation levels. Unfortunately, spiritual medicines for enhancing Divine Sense were rare. Otherwise, the alchemy book detailed numerous pill recipes. Exiting the Lost World Tower, Virgil stepped out of the cabin, mumbling, "I wonder where we are." He had already filled the cloud-piercing boat with enough spiritual stones for a month's journey. Looking through the clouds below, in half a month, they hadn't even crossed half of Wu country. Indeed, Wu country far surpassed Yu country in scale. At this moment, a long rainbow streak dashed toward them, containing a ace. Seeing him, Virgil's expression changed slightly. Arev's escort, actually in Wu country. Translation note, Chapter 71, Subduing the Snowland Ice Flame. After putting away the scroll, Virgil pondered. The Snowland Ice Flame had already been stored in the first level of the Forgotten World Tower. He did not dare to rashly attempt to refine it and planned to enter the Forgotten World Tower first to see what state it was in. He wasn't worried about the Forgotten World Tower being damaged by it. Even a geomantic demon fire could be contained here. What could this tiny snowland ice flame possibly do? With a movement of his divine sense, Virgil appeared in the first level of the Forgotten World Tower, extremely cautious. After a moment, seeing nothing unusual happen, Virgil was slightly stunned. This differed greatly from his expectations. He originally thought that upon his appearance, the snowland ice flame would pounce on him, but instead, it remained unusually quiet, shrinking into a corner with its dark blue flames flickering. Recalling how it had behaved when chasing him during the confrontation with Axel Wu inside the Cosmic Pearl, its current docility was surprising. It now lay as meek as a lamb without any trace of its former arrogance. What's going on? Virgil was puzzled. It seemed as if the snowland ice flame was filled with fear. But what could it be afraid of? Suddenly, Virgil guessed. Could it be because of the geomantic demon fire? Unbeknownst to Virgil, his guess was correct. The geomantic demon fire was like an emperor among fires, naturally possessing a power to suppress other flames. The snowland ice flame, sensing the aura of the geomantic demon fire, experienced fear. As a spiritual entity born from nature, it possessed intelligence similar to humans and felt terrified. Seeing the snowland ice flame in this state, Virgil had an idea. Should I take this opportunity to subdue it? Old sayings rang in his mind. The bold live and the timid starve. If he could control the snowland ice flame, he would have confidence even against core formation realm experts. After all, this was alchemy fire which, if used unexpectedly, could even defeat a core formation expert. Taking a deep breath, Virgil cautiously released his divine sense towards the snowland ice flame. This act was extremely bold. If people knew that a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator dared to subdue a snowland ice flame, they would think he was courting death. However, Virgil chose to take the risk. With the snowland ice flame in such a state, the difficulty of subduing it might decrease significantly, increasing the success rate. To subdue the snowland ice flame, he needed to plant a slave seal in its consciousness space. This slave seal was essentially a contract that, once planted, made the fire permanently obey his commands, even if ordered to self-destruct. Entering the consciousness space of the snowland ice flame, Virgil was tense. If the snowland ice flame retaliated now, his divine sense would suffer heavy damage. Detecting his intention, the snowland ice flame was furious, but, overwhelmed by fear, dared not resist due to the terrifying presence nearby. Phew. Fortunately, the process went surprisingly smoothly, allowing Virgil to easily form a contract within its consciousness. He let out a sigh of relief. With the contract in place, the snowland ice flame no longer seemed as terrifying. At Virgil's mental command, the snowland ice flame reluctantly flew towards him. Touching the flame with his finger, he felt no heat at all. Directing his divine sense, the snowland ice flame entered his body and lay dormant in his dantian. Come out. At his next command, the dark blue flames emerged from his body again. I've gained another trump card. Smiling, Virgil moved to the second floor of the Forgotten World Tower after summoning the snowland ice flame back into himself. In these days, he had understood the time flow on the second floor. 1 year outside equaled 50 years inside. He took out the 5 individual storage bags, erased the traces on them, and poured out their contents. Tens of thousands of spirit stones formed a small mountain, amounting to 16,000 spirit stones, ignoring the extra ones. Currently, he possessed 83,100 spirit stones, an astounding sum even for most core formation experts. Additionally, there were 3 bottles of low-grade rank 2 pills, 1 bottle of mid-grade rank 2 pills, primarily Pei Yuan Dan and Haishan Dan for cultivation enhancement, and 5 pieces of low-grade spirit artifacts. Beyond these, there were several spell manuals and cultivation techniques, none of which interested Virgil. He was content using his sword as a spirit artifact, and the cultivation techniques those people practiced were inferior to the Green Mystery Scripture, which he cultivated up to the nascent soul stage, created by an ancestor of the Green Mystery sect. After putting away the loot, Virgil sat cross-legged and decided to refine the 3 Pei Yuan Dan. Let's see if I can break through to mid-foundation establishment. Half a month passed in the Forgotten World Tower. Virgil opened his eyes and muttered, not enough yet. 3 Pei Yuan Dan only brought his cultivation to late early foundation establishment. Looking at the mid-grade rank 2 Haishan Dan, Virgil hesitated. A mid-grade rank 2 pill contained terrifying medicinal power. No early foundation establishment practitioner would dare consume it without risking death. Forget it. Virgil ultimately gave up. There was no need to rush. It was unnecessary to take such a risk. When purchasing the sky-piercing boat, he had also bought numerous herbs for refining Pei Yuan Dan. Over the next half-month, he refined 6 more Pei Yuan Dan. Virgil couldn't help but lament the cost of cultivation. These herbs and the fire scroll had cost nearly 10,000 spirit stones. But he didn't worry since he now possessed plenty of spirit stones. 6 Pei Yuan Dan should be enough to break through to early foundation establishment, right? Closing his eyes, a few days later, he felt a rumble within his body. Mid-foundation establishment. Just over a month after breaking through to early foundation establishment, my divine sense is still a bit short. Feeling little excitement, Virgil extended his divine sense. It could only cover 22 feet, falling 3 feet short of the 25 feet standard for mid-foundation establishment. He then started practicing soul techniques. Time flew by, 10 days passed in the outside world, and over a year had gone by inside the Forgotten World Tower. After a year of cultivation, his divine sense covered 24 feet, just 1 foot shy of mid-foundation establishment. Enhancing divine sense is indeed much harder than cultivating mana. Virgil opened his eyes. Enhancing divine sense required gradual accumulation and progress was slow. 1.5 years had only increased it by 2 feet. Most people's divine sense was far below their cultivation level. Unfortunately, enhancing divine sense required rare spirit herbs. Otherwise, many formulas for enhancing it were recorded in the alchemy book. Exiting the Forgotten World Tower, Virgil stepped out of the cabin, muttering, I wonder where we are. He had loaded the spirit Maximus needed for the sky-piercing boat's travel for a month. Looking through the clouds, he saw below. In half a month, they hadn't even crossed half of Wu country. Indeed, Wu country was in a different league compared to Yu country. At this moment, a long rainbow rapidly approached. Inside was Ace. Seeing him, Virgil's face changed slightly. One of Ariv's guards. And they were in Wu country. Chapter 71. Subduing the Snowland Ice Flame. After putting away the scroll, Virgil looked pensive. He had already stored the Snowland Ice Flame in the first level of the World-Forsaken Tower. He didn't dare to rashly attempt its refinement, and decided to enter the World-Forsaken Tower first to see what this thing was doing inside. He wasn't worried about the tower being damaged by it. Even the Earth-Vein Demon Fire could be contained. How could a small Snowland Ice Flame wreak havoc? With a thought, Virgil appeared on the first floor of the World-Forsaken Tower, his face alert. Palamanes later, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Virgil was slightly stunned. This was far from what he expected. He thought the Snowland Ice Flame would immediately pounce upon his appearance, but it was unusually quiet, shrinking into a corner with its dark blue flame leaves flickering. Previously, when it entered the Heaven and Earth bead and killed Axel Wu and others, it relentlessly chased him down with flames. Now it didn't dare move an inch, docile like a sheep, devoid of its previous arrogance. What's going on? Virgil was full of doubts. For some reason, he sensed fear from the Snowland Ice Flame. But, what was it afraid of? Suddenly, Virgil speculated. Could it be because of the Earth-Vein Demon Fire? Unbeknownst to Virgil, he had guessed correctly. The Earth-Vein Demon Fire is the emperor of all fires, naturally possessing the power to suppress other flames. The Snowland Ice Flame, sensing the presence of the Earth-Vein Demon Fire, felt fear as a sentient creature born from nature. Just like humans, they possess intelligence and can experience fear. Seeing the state of the Snowland Ice Flame, Virgil's eyes twinkled with intent. He murmured to himself, should I take advantage of this opportunity and subdue it? An old saying goes that only the bold survive while the timid starve. If he could subdue the Snowland Ice Flame for his use, he would have more confidence even facing core formation experts. After all, this thing was alchemy fire, which could surprise and potentially defeat even a core formation expert if used unexpectedly. Taking a deep breath, Virgil cautiously extended his spiritual sense towards the Snowland Ice Flame. This was a daring move. If anyone knew he, an early Foundation establishment cultivator, dared to try to subdue a Snowland Ice Flame, they'd think he was courting death. However, Virgil decided to take the risk. Given the current subdued state of the Snowland Ice Flame, the difficulty of subduing it might significantly decrease, increasing the likelihood of success. To subdue the Snowland Ice Flame, one needed to plant a slave seal within its consciousness space. This seal served as a contract. Once planted, the fire would forever obey his commands, even to the point of self-destruction if ordered. Entering the Snowland Ice Flame's consciousness space with his spiritual sense, Virgil was extremely tense. If the Snowland Ice Flame counterattacked at this moment, his spiritual sense would suffer severe damage. Sensing his intent, the Snowland Ice Flame was furious, but dared not resist due to overwhelming fear. There was a tremor-inducing aura nearby. Phew. Thankfully, the entire process went smoothly, and Virgil effortlessly established a contract within its consciousness, letting out a sigh of relief. With the contract formed, the Snowland Ice Flame no longer seemed so terrifying to him. With a thought, the Snowland Ice Flame unwillingly flew towards him. Extending his finger, Virgil slowly touched the flame without feeling any heat. Moving his spiritual sense, the Snowland Ice Flame entered his body, dormant in the sea of Qi. Come out. Upon command, the dark blue flame shot out of his body again. Another trump card added, he mused with a smile. After making sure the Snowland Ice Flame was safely within him, Virgil moved to the second floor of the World-Forsaken Tower. Over these days, he had learned the time flow rate on the second floor. 1 year outside was equivalent to 50 years inside the tower. Removing 5 storage bags, he wiped off their traces and emptied their contents. Thousands of spirit stones were piled up like a small mountain, totaling 16,000 pieces, ignoring the odd hundreds. Now, he had 83,100 spirit stones, probably more than any average core formation expert. Additionally, the storage bags contained 3 bottles of low-grade rank 2 pills and 1 bottle of mid-grade rank 2 pills, essence cultivation pills and sea mountain pills, all meant to boost cultivation. There were also 5 inferior magic weapons and several cultivation techniques and methods. However, Virgil paid little attention to them. For weapons, his sword sufficed, and the techniques these individuals cultivated were inferior to the Azure Profound art he practiced, which could be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul stage, created by the founding patriarch of the Azure Profound sect. As for post-nascent soul stages, one either changed cultivation methods or developed new ones. After putting away the spoils, Virgil sat cross-legged and planned to refine the 3 essence cultivation pills first. I wonder if this will help me break through to mid-foundation establishment. Half a month passed within the World-Forsaken Tower. Opening his eyes, Virgil muttered, not quite enough. 3 essence cultivation pills only brought his cultivation to late early foundation establishment. Looking at the mid-grade rank 2 sea mountain pill, Virgil hesitated. Mid-grade rank 2 pills contained formidable medicinal power. No early foundation establishment practitioner would dare consume them unless they wished to die. Never mind. Virgil eventually gave up. He didn't need to rush. There was no need to take such risks. When buying the cloud-piercing boat, he had also purchased many herbs for refining essence cultivation pills. Over half a month, Virgil spent his days refining pills. His refining flames were now the Snowland Ice Flame. In half a month, he used up all the herbs, producing 2 batches of essence cultivation pills, totaling 6 pills. Virgil couldn't help but marvel at the cost of cultivation. These herbs and the scroll detailing the Snowland Ice Flame cost nearly 10,000 spirit stones. But he wasn't worried. He had plenty of spirit stones. 6 essence cultivation pills should help me break through early foundation establishment, Virgil thought, closing his eyes. A few days later, a booming sound erupted from his body. Mid-foundation establishment. It had only been over a month since he broke through early foundation establishment. Spiritual sense still needs a bit more. Feeling no particular excitement, Virgil released his spiritual sense. It could cover 22 feet, just 3 feet short of the standard for mid-foundation establishment. He then began cultivating the soul technique. Time passed quickly. Outside, 10 days had passed, but over a year had gone by within the world-forsaken tower. After a year of cultivation, his spiritual sense covered 24 feet, only 1 foot short of mid-foundation establishment. The improvement of spiritual sense is indeed much harder than that of mana. Virgil opened his eyes, realizing spiritual sense improvements came slowly, accumulating bit by bit. In a year and a half, it had only grown 2 feet. Most people's spiritual sense was much lower than their cultivation level. Unfortunately, spirit-enhancing herbs were rare. Otherwise, many formulas in the alchemy book could be useful. Exiting the world-forsaken tower, Virgil left the cabin, muttering, "Wonder where we are now." Having replenished a month's worth of spirit stones for the cloud-piercing boat, he looked through the clouds below. Half a month hadn't even taken them halfway across Alfdom. Indeed, Alfdom was on a different level compared to Ujandom. At this moment, a long rainbow streaked towards him, revealing a gray-clothed Franz inside. Seeing him, Virgil's expression changed slightly. The guard of Ariv. He was actually in Alfdom. Chapter 71, Taming the Snowland Ice Flame. Putting away the scroll, Virgil looked pensive. He had already stored the Snowland Ice Flame in the first level of the Legacy Tower. He did not dare to rashly attempt its refinement and decided to enter the Legacy Tower first to see what kind of commotion this thing was causing inside. He wasn't worried that the Legacy Tower would be damaged by it. After all, even subterranean demon fire could be contained. Could a little Snowland Ice Flame cause chaos? With a shift in his consciousness, Virgil appeared on the first floor of the Legacy Tower, extremely vigilant. After a moment, seeing nothing unusual happen, Virgil was somewhat taken aback. It differed greatly from what he had expected. Originally, he thought that as soon as he appeared, the Snowland Ice Flame would pounce on him. However, the Snowland Ice Flame remained unusually quiet, huddled in a corner with its dark blue flames flickering. Recalling how aggressive it had been inside the Cosmic Pearl when attacking Axel Wu and others, directly chasing him down. Now it didn't dare to move, meek like a lamb, without any of its previous arrogance. What's going on? Virgil asked himself, puzzled. Unconsciously, he felt the Snowland Ice Flame was in fear. But of what? Suddenly, Virgil guessed. Could it be because of the subterranean demon fire? Virgil didn't know he had guessed right. Subterranean demon fire, the Emperor of Flames, naturally possesses authority over other flames. The Snowland Ice Flame, sensing the presence of the subterranean demon fire, felt terrified just as sentient beings would. Seeing the state of the Snowland Ice Flame, Virgil's eyes sparkled with an idea. He murmured, "Should I seize this opportunity to tame it?" The old saying held true. Those who dare live abundantly while the cautious starve. If he could tame the Snowland Ice Flame for his own use, he would gain confidence even against core formation stage experts. This thing was alchemy fire, capable of surprising and potentially defeating a core formation expert. Taking a deep breath, Virgil cautiously extended his consciousness toward the Snowland Ice Flame. This act was audacious. If people knew he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, was attempting to tame the Snowland Ice Flame, they'd think he was courting death. But Virgil chose to take the risk. Given the current docile state of the Snowland Ice Flame, the difficulty of taming it might have significantly decreased, increasing the likelihood of success. To tame the Snowland Ice Flame, he needed to plant a slave seal in its consciousness space. This slave seal acted like a contract. Once implanted, the flame would forever obey him, even to self-destruct if ordered. Entering the Snowland Ice Flame's consciousness space, Virgil was extremely nervous. If the Snowland Ice Flame retaliated now, his consciousness would be severely injured. Aware of his intent, the Snowland Ice Flame was infuriated, but too terrified to resist due to the terrifying aura around it. Phew. Fortunately, the entire process went surprisingly smoothly. Virgil easily formed a contract within its consciousness and breathed a sigh of relief. With the contract established, the Snowland Ice Flame no longer seemed as terrifying. A mental command brought the Snowland Ice Flame unwillingly toward him. Virgil extended his finger, gently touching the flame without feeling any heat. Directing his consciousness, the Snowland Ice Flame entered his body, dormant in the Qi Sea. Come out. Upon his order, the dark blue flames emerged from his body again. One more trump card, Virgil smiled slightly. With the Snowland Ice Flame inside him, Virgil moved up to the second floor of the Legacy Tower. In recent days, he had understood the time flow on the second floor. 1 year outside equaled 50 years inside. Removing the contents from 5 storage bags, erasing traces, and dumping out their contents revealed tens of thousands of spirit stones piled high. There were 16,000 spirit stones in total, ignoring the remainder. Now, he possessed a staggering 83,100 spirit stones. Even a typical core formation expert likely wouldn't be as wealthy as he was. Additionally, the storage bags contained 3 bottles of low-grade second-tier pills, 1 bottle of mid-grade second-tier sea mountain pill, each type aiding in cultivation, Peiyuan pills, and sea mountain pills. There were also 5 inferior magic weapons and several cultivation techniques and manuals. Virgil briefly glanced at these items before setting them aside, uninterested. His current sword was sufficient, and the cultivation techniques in the storage bags were inferior to the green mystery cannon, which allowed cultivation all the way to nascent soul. Regarding post-nascent soul, one could either change techniques or create new ones. After collecting the spoils, Virgil sat cross-legged, intending to refine the Peiyuan pills. I wonder if this can help me break through to mid-foundation establishment. Half a month passed inside the Legacy Tower. Virgil opened his eyes and muttered, it's still not enough. 3 Peiyuan pills only pushed him to late early foundation establishment. Eyeing the mid-grade sea mountain pill, Virgil hesitated. Mid-grade second-tier pills contained terrifying potency. None in the early foundation establishment stage dared to consume one without risking their life. Never mind, he eventually abandoned the idea. There was no need to rush and take such risks. Earlier, when purchasing the cloud-piercing boat, he bought many medicinal herbs for refining Peiyuan pills. Within another half-month inside the Legacy Tower, Virgil spent his days refining pills, now using the Snowland Ice Flame. In half a month, he finished 2 batches, yielding 6 Peiyuan pills. Virgil sighed at the immense cost. The medicinal herbs and flame scroll alone cost about 10,000 spirit stones. But there was no hurry since spirit stones were plentiful for him now. These 6 Peiyuan pills should suffice for breaking through early Foundation establishment. A few days later, a loud rumble echoed within his body. Mid-Foundation establishment. It took merely over a month to reach this stage from initial Foundation establishment. My consciousness is almost ready. Virgil released his consciousness, noting it could only cover 22 zhang, falling short of the 25 zhang required for mid-Foundation establishment by 3 zhang. Thus, he began cultivating the soul technique. Time flew. 10 days outside translated to over a year inside the tower. A year's worth of cultivation enabled his consciousness to cover 24 zhang, only 1 zhang shy of mid-Foundation establishment. The enhancement of consciousness is indeed far more difficult than mana. Virgil opened his eyes. Enhancing consciousness required gradual accumulation, progressing very slowly, gaining only 2 zhang in 1.5 years. Most people's consciousness lags far behind their cultivation level. Unfortunately, medicinal herbs to enhance consciousness are exceedingly rare, although the alchemy scripture documents numerous recipes. Exiting the Legacy Tower, Virgil stepped out of the cabin and mused, "Wonder where we've arrived." Having replenished the boat with a month's worth of spirit stones, he observed through the clouds below. Half a month had barely covered half of the Qing.The, a testament to Wu's vastness compared to you. At this moment, a long rainbow streaked towards him, carrying an ace. Seeing him, Virgil's face changed slightly. This was Ariv's escort, and they were in the Qing.The. Chapter 71, Taming the Snowfield Ice Flame. Putting away the scroll, Virgil fell into deep thought. The Snowfield Ice Flame had already been sealed in the first level of the isolated world tower. He didn't dare rashly attempt to refine it, but planned to enter the tower first to see what was happening with it. He wasn't worried about it damaging the isolated world tower. After all, even the Earth-my fiend fire could be contained, so this small Snowfield Ice Flame wouldn't cause any trouble. With a wave of his divine sense, Virgil appeared on the first floor of the isolated world tower, extremely cautious. Palamanes later, seeing nothing unusual happen, Virgil was slightly stunned. It was far from what he had expected. He had anticipated that upon his arrival, the Snowfield Ice Flame would immediately pounce. Instead, it was eerily quiet, shrinking in a corner with its sapphire flames flickering. Recalling how fiercely it had chased him while burning others within the Universe Pearl earlier, its current behavior puzzled him. It now seemed as docile as a lamb, devoid of its former arrogance. What's going on? Virgil looked thoroughly confused. Almost as if by instinct, he felt that the Snowfield Ice Flame was experiencing fear. But what was it afraid of? Suddenly, Virgil speculated, could it be because of the Earth-my fiend fire? Unbeknownst to Virgil, he had guessed correctly. The Earth-my fiend fire, often hailed as the emperor among fires, naturally possesses an aura that subdues other flames. The Snowfield Ice Flame, sensing the presence of the Earth-my fiend fire, felt an overwhelming terror. As a spiritual entity born of nature, it possessed intelligence and could feel fear just like humans. Seeing this state of the Snowfield Ice Flame, Virgil had an idea. He muttered, should I take this opportunity to tame it? An old saying went, a bee-dev dies full, a timid man starves. If he could tame the Snowfield Ice Flame for his use, he would gain more confidence, even when facing Golden Core cultivators. After all, this flame was potent enough to outwit even Golden Core experts if used strategically. Taking a deep breath, Virgil carefully released his divine sense towards the Snowfield Ice Flame. A bold and audacious move. If anyone knew he, at the initial Foundation establishment stage, aimed to tame the Snowfield Ice Flame, they would surely think he was courting death. However, Virgil decided to take the risk. Given the Snowfield Ice Flame's current state, the difficulty in taming it might be significantly reduced, and the success rate much higher. To tame the Snowfield Ice Flame, he needed to implant a slave mark in its consciousness. This slave mark acted like a contract. Once planted, the fire would eternally follow his commands, no matter what. As his divine sense entered the Snowfield Ice Flame's consciousness, Virgil was tense. If the Snowfield Ice Flame retaliated now, his divine sense would suffer significant damage. Aware of his intent, the Snowfield Ice Flame was enraged yet paralyzed by immense fear. There was a chilling presence nearby that made it tremble. Phew. Thankfully, the process went smoothly. Virgil easily formed a pact within its consciousness, breathing a sigh of relief. After forming the pact, the Snowfield Ice Flame no longer seemed terrifying. With a thought, it reluctantly floated towards him. As he extended his finger to touch the flames, he surprisingly felt no heat. Using his divine sense, the Snowfield Ice Flame dived into his body, dormant within his chi. Come out. At his command, the azure flames surged out again. One more trump card in my arsenal. Smiling faintly, with the Snowfield Ice Flame inside him, Virgil moved to the second floor of the isolated world tower. In recent days, he had learned about the time flow here, 50 years inside for 1 year outside. He retrieved 5 storage bags, erased the traces, and emptied their contents. Over 10,000 spirit stones piled up like a mountain, totaling 16,000. Considering his existing stock, he now possessed 83,100 spirit stones, a sum most Golden Core cultivators couldn't match. In addition to spirit stones, there were 3 bottles of low-grade second-rank pills, 1 bottle of mid-grade second-rank pills, primordial essence pills, and sea mountain pills, used to boost cultivation. There were also 5 pieces of inferior magical weapons and several cultivation techniques and methods. However, Virgil dismissed these items as uninteresting. His sword sufficed for magical weapons, and the cultivation techniques of those individuals weren't better than his green mystery technique, which could be practiced up to the nascent soul stage. For post-nascent soul stages, either changing techniques or creating new ones was necessary. Putting away the spoils, Virgil sat cross-legged to refine the primordial essence pills. I wonder if they'll help me break through to mid-foundation establishment. Half a month passed in the isolated world tower. Opening his eyes, Virgil murmured, not enough. The 3 primordial essence pills only brought him to late early-stage foundation establishment. Looking at the sea mountain pill, Virgil hesitated. Mid-grade second-rank pills contained terrifying power. None dared to consume them without reaching late-stage foundation establishment, lest they invite death. Forget it. Virgil finally abandoned the thought. He didn't need to rush and take unnecessary risks. Earlier, he bought many herbs for refining primordial essence pills while purchasing the sky-piercing boat. Over half a month, using the snowfield ice flame for refining, he completed 2 batches of 6 primordial essence pills. Virgil marveled at how costly cultivation was, nearly costing 10,000 spirit stones for the herbs and the snow flame scroll. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of spirit stones. 6 primordial essence pills should do the trick for mid-foundation establishment. A few days later, a rumble echoed within him. Mid-foundation establishment. Just over a month since his last breakthrough. Still a bit lacking in divine sense. Virgil released his divine sense, which covered 22 feet, short of the standard 25 feet required for mid-stage foundation establishment by 3 feet. Thus, he started cultivating the soul art. Time flew. 10 days passed outside. Over a year inside the isolated world tower. A year of practice expanded his divine sense to 24 feet, leaving just 1 foot short of mid-stage foundation establishment. The growth of divine sense is indeed much harder than cultivation. Virgil opened his eyes. Advancing divine sense required gradual accumulation, growing slowly by only 2 feet in a year and a half. For most, divine sense always lagged behind cultivation. Unfortunately, enhancing divine sense required rare spirit medicines. Otherwise, the Dan book recorded numerous formulas. Exiting the isolated world tower, Virgil stepped out of the cabin, musing, wonder where we are now? Having refilled a month's worth of spirit stones for the boat, he saw through the clouds below. Despite flying for half a month, they hadn't even covered half of Alfdom. Alfdom truly surpassed Ujandom by a large margin. Suddenly, a rainbow beam rushed towards him, carrying an ace. Seeing him, Virgil's expression changed. Arif's guard. He was actually in Alfdom. Chapter 72, Purple Cloud Sect. As the rainbow drew closer, Virgil's sweat began to bead on his forehead. He subconsciously clasped his hands together, his eyes dark and unreadable. If he turned back now, it would certainly arouse suspicion from the other party. But if they saw him, they would definitely be suspicious as well. After all, they had met before. How could a lowly practitioner survive the lightning tribulation? Taking a deep breath, Virgil decided to take a gamble. Keeping a calm face, he calmly piloted the cloud boat forward. His appearance had changed significantly since then, shedding its dominantful innocence for maturity. After all, 10 years had passed, so it was highly likely that the other person wouldn't recognize him. A moment later, the rainbow passed overhead. Virgil felt a divine sense sweep over the cloud boat, causing his palms to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the ace just glanced casually and sped away. Though he felt a faint familiarity with Virgil, he didn't associate him with the Dominic from back then. Seeing him leave, Virgil gradually relaxed, muttering to himself, looks like I should prepare that thing. It won't be good if I'm recognized again. He then entered the Forgotten World Tower. A few days later, Virgil stood on the deck of the cloud boat, where the wind, blocked by the protective formation outside, still whispered through. Clearly, it was a fierce snowstorm. Winter approaches. Will you drink a cup? Virgil leaned against the railing, gazing at the snowy landscape below, untouched by spring's warmth. Beautiful poetry, beautiful. A voice praised behind him. Sauntering around, Virgil saw another cloud boat pull alongside his. A handsome young nobleman stood on the deck, giving him a thumbs up. Sir, did you once study literature? Sort of. Virgil hesitated. Before crossing over, he had spent many years in scholarly pursuits. Perhaps he could be considered a man of letters. I am Landon, the young nobleman introduced himself, exuding an aura of early foundation establishment stage. Curious, he asked, are you also going to the capital to participate in the princess's competition? Virgil glanced at him and shook his head. You're half right. I'm indeed heading to the capital, but not for the princess. Oh. Landon's interest peaked. I've heard Menya is breathtakingly beautiful, the most beautiful in our Alfdom. Don't you like her? Just a shell, Virgil replied coolly, turning his gaze back to the scenic beauty below. The cloud boat soared high, white snowflakes landing on the formation and melting instantly. Landon chuckled. Sir must not have seen her highness, otherwise you wouldn't say such things. Virgil glanced at him. The gesture seemed odd coming from a man. As for what he said, Virgil didn't care much. More beautiful? Could anyone compare to Maureen? In any case, the Noelle I love is far more beautiful than this so-called princess, Virgil said indifferently. Landon rolled his eyes. What audacity! How dare some fool utter such presumptuous nonsense? Suddenly, a massive floating barge appeared overhead. Cold voices rang out from above. This vessel was over 100 feet long and several dozen feet tall, casting shadows over the sky. On its highest point hung a purple banner with a cloud symbol. Virgil looked up to see several young men in purple robes, embroidered with rain clouds, standing on the deck. The leader exuded the aura of early foundation establishment stage and gave Virgil a chilly stare. They're from the Purple Cloud Sect, Landon noted, observing their attire and chest emblems. Purple Cloud Sect. Virgil raised his head, eyes flickering as he gazed at the massive vessel overhead. Compared to this barge, their flying boats were tiny toys. Truly, one of the 3 great sects of Alfdom, backed by peak golden core powerhouses, was immensely wealthy and influential. Obviously an admirer of the princess who overheard Virgil's earlier remark, the situation was as improbable as winning a lottery. Minya is the first beauty of Alfdom. To claim someone is even more beautiful than her is outrageous. Bring her out for me to see, the young man sneered. She's not here. Virgil responded calmly. Haha, why don't you just admit you were boasting, the young man mocked. Sure, whatever you say. Virgil walked away, unwilling to provoke trouble. Huh. Landon couldn't help but laugh at the blatant dismissal. Caught off guard by Virgil ignoring them and walking back into the cabin, the young man's face darkened. As a leading disciple of Purple Cloud sect, who usually received respect and caution, he hadn't been dismissed like this in a long time. Anger surged within him as he raised his hand and cast a beam of light onto the cloud boat. Thankfully, the protective formation shielded the boat from the initial attack, causing only a slight shake. Virgil stopped mid-step, a chill flashing across his eyes as he turned to give them a cold look, murderous intent lingering. Seeing his gaze, the disciples grew uneasy. Having only practiced within the sect and never killed, they felt a chilling sensation wash over them under this stare. Fortunately, Virgil quickly suppressed the murderous aura, calming down. The Purple Cloud sect was one of the 3 major sects in Alfdom, housing peak golden core powerhouses. Unless necessary, he didn't want to provoke them. I don't seek trouble. Don't come after me. With that, he turned and walked into the cabin. Perhaps his earlier glare intimidated them, as they watched him return without further action. Palamains later, the disciples snapped back to reality, their faces turning grim. Being intimidated by an unknown nobody, how would this not become a laughingstock to the other 2 sects? This person is arrogant. We must teach him a lesson, or the dignity of Purple Cloud sect will be at stake. Yes, we must punish him. Why don't we just forget it? He hasn't done anything harmful, and I feel he's dangerous. Let's avoid provoking him. Another voice chimed in. All eyes fell on a refined-looking young man named Drakesong. Drakesong, what do you mean? The leader frowned. Under everyone's gaze, Drakesong lowered his head. I just think it's unnecessary. How can it be unnecessary? Are we afraid? So many people scared speechless. If this gets out, we'll be ridiculed. Yeah, we must teach him a lesson. Drakesong remained silent, knowing arguing would be futile. So, how do we proceed? Our Franzes and senior brother Feng are already in the capital. This person seems to be middle foundation establishment stage. We might not be a match. This translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text while ensuring the tone, style, and logic remain consistent with the previous content. Chapter 73, Robertatual Harm. Virgil returned to the cabin and sat down cross-legged, continuing his cultivation of the soul incantation. The small interlude was quickly forgotten. Night fell, the snowstorm ceased, and countless stars shone brightly as the cloud-piercing boat sped through the night sky. Inside the cabin, Virgil closed his eyes, determined that his spirit sense should break through to the middle stage foundation establishment level before reaching the capital of Wu State. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shook the boat violently, as if it had collided with something. Virgil immediately woke up, steadied himself, and appeared on the deck. The wind on the deck was strong, the cold air making his robe flutter wildly. With eyes as sharp as knives, Virgil suddenly felt another violent shake as a massive tower ship crashed into the side of the cloud-piercing boat. Crack! The protective formation surrounding the ship shattered instantly into powder, and under such force, the hull snapped in two and began falling towards the ground. Virgil's pupils constricted. He summoned his long sword and hovered in midair, his expression grim as he watched the ruined cloud-piercing boat plummet into the mountains below. Ha ha ha, Emmett, consider this a lesson. Laughter echoed from above. Virgil looked up, his gaze cold as he watched the fleeing tower ship. It was incredibly fast, even those at late-stage foundation establishment would find it difficult to catch up. Looking for death. His fists clenched tightly, an icy aura emanating from him. A cloud boat approached from behind, with Khan standing on its deck, frowning. These people are utterly shameless. Sir, I am also heading to the capital. If you do not mind, we can travel together. Virgil didn't respond. His body flashed and transformed into a rainbow streak, chasing after them. Khan sighed, knowing that the tower ship was an upper-grade spirit artifact with flight speed rivaling peak foundation establishment. Given Virgil's speed, there was no way he could catch up. The attackers were clearly counting on this. In Khan's view, Virgil was surely taking this loss silently. Haha, what a thrill. This Emmett now knows the consequence of disregarding us. On the tower ship, several disciples of Purple Cloud sect stood on the deck, their leader laughing heartily. Suddenly, a voice came from the stern. Oh, that person. He seems to be catching up. The leader's face darkened as he rushed to the stern and indeed saw a rainbow streak following closely behind the ship, strikingly visible against the dark night. It was a Dominic dressed in white with black hair, his face radiating a chilling indifference. One disciple mocked, boy, this is an upper-grade spirit artifact. You, being merely middle-stage foundation establishment, couldn't catch up in 100 years. Exactly, it's just a dream. Their voices carried through the wind, reaching Virgil, whose expression remained icy cold. Ban Immortal, he murmured. Ban Immortal, a secret art that not only restricted immortals but also suppressed any power imbued with divine forces, whether from artifacts or formations. This was its ruthlessness. Two chains shot out from within him, swiftly wrapping around the tower ship, reducing its speed significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Virgil surged forward, closing the distance to just a few dozen feet. The shock and astonishment on the faces of those on the deck were evident. How is this possible? Is this man suppressing his cultivation? Could he be late-stage foundation establishment? Damn it, he's catching up. Quick, use your spells to stop him. They continuously cast spells, each glowing light aimed at him. If Virgil caught up, their fate would be dire. Boom. A massive explosion sent smoke billowing up. Just as they relaxed, a dragon's roar emerged from the smoke. Next, a colossal dragon slammed into the tower ship, and all faces turned pale, hearts sinking to their lowest point. However, A purple glow enveloped the tower ship post-explosion, leaving it undamaged. An elated disciple exclaimed, "This man is not late-stage Foundation establishment. While we don't know how he caught up, he cannot harm us. Boy, come again. Please, keep hitting me." The other disciples joined in, jeering. Virgil frowned slightly and whispered, "Snowland Ice Flame." A dark blue flame formed a 3-zhang-long fire dragon, coiling around his arm. Under the fire's glow, Virgil's expression was grim. He hurled it at the tower ship, stopping mid-air to watch the fiery collision. Boom. The bright explosion illuminated the night sky, transforming the large tower ship into a blazing inferno, plummeting downwards. Several figures rose up, glaring angrily. It was the Dominics. With faces full of shock, the leader shouted, "Scum, do you know who we are?" Virgil sneered, "I don't care who you are. You destroyed my spirit artifact. I did the same to you. Now we're even." "You." They were speechless with anger. One disciple, wanting to retaliate, was restrained by a wiser companion. "This person is also headed to the capital. Our seniors and Franzes are there. We will settle accounts later. Boy, we'll see who wins." Watching them leave, Virgil didn't pursue. These were Purple Cloud sect disciples who might have protection measures similar to the Zion family's blood seal. Destroying their ship was understandable since they initiated the attack. Killing them, regardless of reason, would bring the wrath of Purple Cloud sect upon him. He knew he had offended them and might face retaliation, but as long as no Golden Core level experts from Purple Cloud sect intervened, he was unafraid. Not retaliating would choke his Dao heart. Taking a deep breath, Virgil looked around and muttered, "These fools had to show off. Now, everyone has to fly to the capital." Retrieving Snowland Ice Flame back into his body, Virgil was about to leave when a shadow appeared overhead. A cloud boat stopped above him. Looking up, he saw Khan on the deck, asking, "Sir, shall we travel together now?" Virgil glanced at him. Khan's sincere face made him hesitate for a moment. Then, flashing to the deck, he bowed. "Thank you." "Just a small matter," Khan waved, his eyes strangely appraising. Just a middle-stage Foundation establishment could destroy an upper-grade spirit artifact. And there was Snowland Ice Flame, which he never expected. How many more secrets does this man possess? Inside his room, Virgil sighed deeply. The cloud-piercing boat bought for 5,000 spirit stones 10 days ago was now gone. Even he wanted to scold himself for being extravagant. If only I had made them compensate. Sighing, he gazed out the window. This cloud boat had several rooms, apparently occupied only by Khan. There were no other auras aboard. As for Khan's identity, he claimed to be from a minor sect with only 2 members, journeying to the capital for some training. Being in someone else's territory, Virgil couldn't enter the tower beyond time without risking exposure, so he resumed his cultivation. Chapter 74, Capital City of Ep1of2. Time flew, and half a month passed. During this period, Virgil gradually grew closer to Khan. Khan was also an alchemist, and more specifically, an alchemy enthusiast. After discovering that Virgil was also an alchemist, he frequently invited him to his room to discuss alchemical theories, often debating until dawn. Their discussions ranged from minute pharmacological principles to grand alchemical practices. Though Virgil had not delved deeply into the study of alchemy, the alchemical codex contained a vast range of information, documenting countless spiritual herbs, elixirs, and knowledge of alchemy. Therefore, he knew quite a lot, and had profound understanding and insights into spiritual herbs and alchemy. Often, Virgil could answer every question Khan posed, greatly impressing him. During their time together, Virgil probed for information about the teleportation array. He gathered many useful pieces of information from him. "There are only 5 days left before we reach the capital," Virgil mused, leaning on the railing. Without the help of the world-separating pagoda, his plan to cultivate his divine sense to the Foundation establishment mid-stage before arriving at Ep1of2's capital naturally failed. As they neared the capital, the number of cloud boats clearly increased. They came from all over the country. Some boats even exuded the aura of golden core cultivators. Virgil murmured, "If it doesn't work out, I might have to try trading that item with Baxter to open the teleportation array for me." From what he heard from Khan, the royal teleportation array in Ep1of2 used to be available for use, as long as one provided spirit stones. However, 50 years ago, Baxter suddenly ordered it closed. Even a peak golden core powerhouse who wished to use it was rejected. Sighing, Virgil returned to his room and continued cultivating the soul incantation. The next day, Khan once again invited him to discuss alchemy. Khan's room was simply decorated, with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs permeating the air. Virgil looked at Khan opposite him, whose appearance would make many women envious. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Khan teased. "I'm not a Noel. What's so fascinating?" This just made him seem even more feminine. Virgil silently complained. However, he did not bother to investigate whether Khan was male or female. After all, they would part ways upon reaching the capital. "What are your plans after arriving at the capital?" Khan changed the subject but noticed Virgil staring absently at the tea in his cup, lost in thought. The tea was clear, with only a single leaf floating gracefully. Seeing the tea reminded Virgil of Maureen and the tea she cultivated, which was destroyed by the thunder calamity. He couldn't help but smile wistfully. "Elioli?" Khan called out, seeing him lost in thought. Virgil snapped back, looking up and asked, "What is it?" "Are you thinking of a Noel?" Khan asked with a hint of curiosity. Virgil remained silent. "Is she really prettier than Princess Opal?" Khan probed further. Over the past few days, he realized that Virgil wasn't one to boast, making him even more curious about how beautiful that Noel truly was. "She certainly is. I'm not exaggerating. Maureen is the most beautiful Noel in the world," Virgil said proudly. "I'd love to meet someone even more beautiful than Princess Opal," Khan commented nostalgically before returning to the main topic. "What are your plans after arriving at the capital?" Virgil glanced at him and replied, "None of your business." They had grown closer over the days, and Virgil considered Khan a friend, so his words weren't as reserved. Khan looked disgruntled, and Virgil teasingly remarked, "In my previous world, young men like you were quite popular." Khan gritted his teeth. Virgil walked to the window, where outside lay the cloud layer. Winter would end in a month. Cultivators didn't celebrate New Year, but fireworks existed in this world. He pondered buying some fireworks to celebrate the New Year, but ultimately decided against it, unsure where he would be on that day. Eop1of's capital city. Snowflakes drifted through the sky, covering the ground outside the city walls. 100 Zhonglong cloud boat hung a flag marked with the phone character, swaying in the wind. At this moment, several figures flew from afar and landed on the boat. Had Virgil been present, he would have recognized them as the Purple Cloud sect disciples. "What happened? Where's your building ship?" And Franz furrowed his brows. He was in Franz of the Purple Cloud sect who had arrived first at the capital. "The building ship, gasp, was destroyed." The leading Dominic panted. "Some brat attacked us out of nowhere," another disciple added. On their journey, they had rehearsed their statements. If the Franz found out they provoked the other party first, they would likely be punished too. What audacity! Meanwhile, within the city streets, Virgil strolled in the snow, holding an oiled paper umbrella. Khan had already parted ways and gone to stay in the city. His sect seemed to have accommodations within the city. Before leaving, he gave Virgil a token, telling him to seek help if he encountered any trouble. Virgil paid little mind and continued walking through the snow. Perhaps because of the snowfall, the streets were sparsely populated, and shops on both sides were almost deserted. The capital was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city housed the Eop1of's palace, heavily guarded, making entry nearly impossible for commoners. The outer city was more mixed, with the strongest forces being 3 families, each headed by a peak golden core powerhouse. Standing at the entrance to the inner city, Virgil frowned. To use the teleportation array, he needed to meet Baxter and negotiate a deal. Guarding both sides were black armored soldiers, all Foundation establishment cultivators, with one at the golden core stage, likely their commander. "Scram, no loitering near the inner city." One of the guards barked at Virgil. Virgil frowned slightly. "Looks like I need to come up with a plan." The teleportation array was most likely within the inner city, so entering it was essential. Breaking in forcibly was out of the question unless he wanted to die. "Let me think of another way." Just as he was about to leave, a carriage emerged from the open city gate, riding through the snow. Virgil turned to see that the carriage was pulled not by ordinary horses, but by a beast similar to a horse, completely white, with a horn on its head and a formidable aura equivalent to a human golden core cultivator. Surprised, Virgil stood by the roadside, watching the carriage pass by. His eyes flickered. "I wonder who's inside." Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Virgil vanished into the snow. Chapter 75. The Pill Testing Pavilion. The Pill Testing Pavilion. Virgil raised his head and gazed at the sign above him. The sign was made from blackwood, with the bold characters for Pill Testing Pavilion, appearing both ostentatious yet restrained, reflecting the creator's mastery of a contradictory art form. The person inside the carriage had hesitated before entering. Following suit, Virgil stepped inside. Upon entering, he found it entirely different from what he had imagined. There was a cacophony of voices as countless people stood beneath an open-air platform. 2 Dominics stood on opposite sides of the platform, each in front of a pill furnace, engaged in a pill refining competition. Below, a crowd gathered to watch, creating a clamor that, however, did not reach the platform due to protective formations isolating sounds from the outside. Refining pills required tranquility and no distractions. These formations were specifically set up for the alchemist competing. Virgil glanced at the stage where the Dominic on the left wore a white crane robe with a dark sea blue belt adorned with lightning patterns, sporting indigo black hair and a tall stature. The Dominic on the right, with a fair complexion, wore a dark brown northern-style cotton robe and had clear, bright eyes. Both competitors were in the mid-stage Foundation establishment realm, refining intermediate-grade second-tier pills. Virgil wasn't interested in the competition. His gaze scanned the area in search of the mysterious person who had exited the carriage. This individual could possibly introduce him to Baxter since they could come and go freely within the palace. That Ep1of2 has already defeated several geniuses. Apart from the 3 major sects and 3 great families, there might be no one who can match him, someone said, their eyes filled with awe as they watched the brown-robed Dominic. Don't underestimate this Ep1of2. He is quite famous in the southern region. He might not necessarily lose, another voice chimed in, sounding Bufuchi, unconvinced. Revised. Don't underestimate Ep1of2. He's quite renowned in the southern region. He might not necessarily lose, another voice chimed in, sounding unconvinced. Amidst the lively scene, Virgil navigated through the crowd, frowning. There were too many people on the first floor, making it like searching for a needle in a haystack. But considering the other party's identity, they likely wouldn't remain on the first floor. Virgil looked up, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the second and third floors where private booths, each fortified with formations to prevent detection, were situated. Approaching the entrance, he noticed 2 burly men guarding the corridor. "Stop. Beyond here are VIP seats. You must possess a token issued by the Pill Testing Pavilion to enter," one of the guards said arrogantly. Seeing this, Virgil stopped, realizing that storming through would be futile, especially since a golden core Franz likely guarded the place. The competition on stage had intensified, and the Dominic in the white crane robe was sweating profusely, seemingly struggling to continue. Virgil shook his head, muttering, "This guy is about to lose." His awareness hadn't reached the mid-stage Foundation establishment realm, yet he attempted to refine an intermediate-grade second-tier pill, a feat even Virgil wouldn't dare attempt. A nearby Dominic, wearing similar attire, overheard him and glared, warning, "Shut your mouth. Curse my brother again, and I won't hesitate to deal with you." Virgil frowned but ignored him, turning to leave. Outside, amidst the snowy landscape, the carriage awaited, with a dragon horse pawing the ground occasionally and exhaling warm breath. Several other carriages drawn by demon beasts lined up nearby, most at the Foundation establishment level, a sight rare except in intermediate cultivator kingdoms. He's inside. If I wait here, he should emerge soon enough. Finding a spot to lean against, Virgil watched the snow, avoiding drawing attention. The white horse with horns exuded a power comparable to a golden core, indicating significant strength. Suddenly, a wave of excitement erupted from inside. Another win. 8 consecutive victories. Fear only the geniuses of the 3 major sects and 3 great families can guarantee victory against him. Virgil's gaze abruptly shifted towards the entrance as a veiled Noelle, slender and graceful, emerged from the pill-testing pavilion. Behind her followed an old Noelle whose aura was extremely concealed. Golden core. Recognizing this, Virgil was about to approach when a figure blocked his path. Boy, all because of your foul mouth cursing my brother, he lost the competition. Virgil frowned, recognizing this Dominic as the one who argued with him earlier in the pill-testing pavilion. His accusations were baseless. Move aside. Virgil coldly ordered, unwilling to argue. No way, the Dominic retorted rudely. Today you'll learn that while food can be eaten casually, words cannot be spoken recklessly. Get out of my way. Seeing the Noelle boarding the carriage and disappearing quickly down the street, Virgil felt a flicker of anxiety. He refrained from chasing, knowing it might lead to being mistaken for an assassin. Egan, don't you run away. The Dominic returned with reinforcements, including the white-clad Dominic from the competition. Virgil's eyes grew colder. Inside the stable carriage ride through the snow-covered streets, the veiled Noelle finally removed her veil, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Joyce mentioned she'd arrived today in the capital. I wonder if she's here yet. Luna. The Franzley lady smiled, aware of the close relationship between this personal disciple of the medicine Jan and their own mistress. Shortly after, the carriage stopped at a residence. The Noelle got out and knocked on the door. Creak. Joyce. A young man opened the door, momentarily stunned before smiling. Don't you recognize me? Recognizing the familiar voice, the maid responded. Joyce, why are you dressed like this? Just didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, I'm just a common farmer, always dealing with herbs. There's no need to look so pretty. Boy, I'll remember you. You better watch out. Watching the 2 Dominics flee, Virgil's gaze turned cold. Only 2 Foundation establishment-level cultivators. If not for the capital's prohibition on killing, they would have died today. Leaving the pill-testing pavilion under everyone's wary eyes, Virgil walked down the street, sighing. Without this idiotic interference, he could have met his target. He could only wait for the next opportunity. Glancing at the token given to him by Lottie, Virgil reconsidered his plan. Deciding against immediate pursuit, he found a nearby inn to stay at, pondering his next move. He intended to trade a 5th-tier pill with Baxter for a teleportation array. Offering 2,000 years of extended life would surely entice Baxter. However, experience taught him that trading with the powerful was risky, potentially leading to danger rather than a successful exchange. In the end, Virgil mulled over his plans. He needed to tread carefully, balancing ambition and caution, especially in matters involving life and death. Chapter 76, The Black Armored Army. Although transactions carry risks, this is the only way. The worst that could happen is losing one 10,000 longevity pill. If his life was truly in danger, he could always hide inside the legacy tower. Even if the opponent was a nascent soul cultivator, what could they do to him? So, the transaction must go on. Virgil planned to visit the alchemy testing pavilion again tomorrow and wait for the right opportunity. He believed the other party would definitely reappear. There was no other way to meet Malik since he couldn't enter the inner city. Malik wasn't someone anyone could just see. As a powerful nascent soul Franz, he usually spent his time in seclusion. Only through such means could one meet him. This is it. Surround it. No one is to escape before we catch the criminal. At night, a group of people suddenly burst into the inn, shattering the tranquility. These men wore black iron armor, all at the late Foundation establishment stage, exuding a murderous aura. Byron, I don't know what my inn has done to warrant your personal attention, the innkeeper asked with trepidation, looking at a middle-aged man in a black cloak. The black armored army was known to strike fear into people's hearts, responsible for maintaining order in the capital and renowned for their ruthlessness. The man in the black cloak, referred to as Byron, merely glanced at him and said coldly, "A criminal is hiding in your inn. We are ordered to capture them. We hope you will cooperate." "Of course, I will cooperate." The innkeeper nodded rapidly, but inwardly lamented. With such an incident, who would dare stay at his inn in the future? Proceed. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Yes, sir. A loud, synchronized voice rang out, followed quickly by screams and shouts from upstairs. Ah, what are you doing? Doors were being kicked open one after another, the terrified guests having no idea what was happening. They stared at the black-armored soldiers in panic. This scene repeated itself, piercing screams breaking the night. How noisy. What's happening? Hearing the commotion outside, Virgil ceased his cultivation, turning his gaze towards the door. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The door next to him had been kicked open. Virgil frowned. That sound came from the adjacent room. Bang. Before he could wonder what was going on, his own door was also kicked open. A man in black armor walked in. Who are you? Virgil's eyes turned cold. The black armored army is capturing criminals. You're coming with us, the black armored man said coldly, showing a portrait to confirm Virgil's identity. Crime? What crime have I committed? Virgil asked, frowning. You'll find out soon enough. The black armored man moved forward to grab his shoulder. Virgil sidestepped, evading his hand. The black armored man sneered, "They're all our people here. I suggest you come quietly. Of course, you can try resisting if you want to see the consequences." Virgil's gaze flickered as he sent out his spiritual sense, sensing several formidable presences outside. After a moment of hesitation, he stopped resisting. He hadn't committed any crime. so there was nothing to be afraid of. There you go. Move. The black-armored man sneered, taking out handcuffs from his storage bag and locking them around Virgil's wrists. Virgil noticed he couldn't use his magic power once the cuffs were on. Fortunately, his connection with the legacy tower remained intact. In the inn's main hall, about a dozen cultivators, men and women, some even at the Foundation establishment stage, were huddled together. They were forcefully brought down by the black-armored soldiers while still wearing nightclothes. Initially, there were protests, but everyone soon fell silent. Keeper, you're in harbor as a fugitive. How should I handle this? The black-cloaked man sat in a chair, eyeing the innkeeper mockingly. The innkeeper paled, trembling. Quora, Commander, I really didn't know there were fugitives. If everyone says they don't know, should I assume they're all innocent? But, don't argue. Send 10,000 spirit stones to the commandery as a lesson. The innkeeper's face fell in despair but sighed without arguing. The black-cloaked man raised his head and looked towards the staircase. This mission was personally ordered by the Burke, and he needed to complete it well. Shortly after, one of his subordinates dragged down a white-clad man, prompting a faint smile. Commander. The black-armored soldier escorting Virgil kneeled before the middle-aged man in the black cloak, saluting. Virgil observed the black-cloaked man and felt that the danger emanating from him far exceeded that of the other black-armored soldiers. Golden Core realm. Virgil's heart sank. Seeing him unmoving, the escorting soldier coldly demanded, "Why haven't you knelt before our commander?" "Why should I kneel?" Virgil retorted. "What crime have I committed?" The black-cloaked man sipped his tea calmly. The Grand Commander decreed that no dueling is allowed within the city during the competition. Violators will have their cultivation nullified and be expelled as a warning. What do you think you did wrong? It was the other party who initiated the fight. I was defending myself. Is this considered my fault? Virgil frowned, realizing why they were here. I don't care who started it. Rules are rules. Byron sneered and signaled to a black-armored soldier. The latter channeled magic power, striking Virgil's Danteon fiercely. Virgil naturally wouldn't let them destroy his cultivation. With a thought, a clump of icy blue flame emerged from his body, surrounding him protectively. Ah! The scorching heat forced the attacker back. His arm blackened and charred like burnt flesh, screaming in agony. The black-cloaked man was surprised by the icy blue flame. Snowfield ice flame. The other black-armored soldiers gasped, their faces revealing fear. The Snowfield ice flame melted the cuffs, and Virgil glared at them. Reason must be respected. It was self-defense. Disabling my cultivation like this is too tyrannical. Reason. The black-armored man scoffed. Our rules are reason. Also, you say we're tyrannical. Let me tell you, the black-armored army is tyrannical. What can you do? Cooperate, and maybe you'll keep your life. Then let me see what the famous black-armored army can do. ##### Chapter 77. Retreat. Then let me see what the famous black armor army can do. Virgil stared coldly at the group. Honestly, he did not want to fall out with these people. After all, he still needed the teleportation array. But now it was no longer a matter of what he wanted. These people were determined to cripple him, and there was no way he would allow them to succeed. Do you really think that just because of your ice flame on snow, you have the right to speak so arrogantly before me? Winston laughed heartily, an overwhelming aura bursting from his body. The innkeeper nearest to him felt his legs go weak. He too was at peak Foundation establishment, yet under this aura, he felt utterly insignificant. The dozen or so patrons in the corner turned pale, their hearts filled with terror. Virgil, feeling the full brunt of this aura, gritted his teeth, his body trembling like a blade of grass in a cold wind. Yet his gaze remained resolute. No matter how fierce the storm around him became, no matter how much his frail body suffered, his resolve never wavered. Ice flame on snow? Who told you that my strength lies in ice flame on snow? Theatrics. You're nothing but a mere ant, whatever card you play. Winston sneered, slapping out a large hand made of mana towards Virgil. This hand was powerful enough to crush even a peak Foundation establishment cultivator into pulp. This was the power of a golden core. Virgil rapidly retreated as the ice flame on snow transformed into a several-yard-long snake, attacking the giant hand to slow its speed. He took the opportunity to retreat outside the inn, then, with a mental command, produced a small tower in his hand. Palamanes later, the ice flame on snow shot out of the inn, wrapping itself back around his arm. Winston also followed him out, as did the dozen black armor soldiers. Golden Core Slayer. Virgil looked up at the man in black robes who appeared mid-air, his heart surprisingly calm. A year ago, Golden Core experts were untouchable deities who could determine his fate at will. Now, however, they didn't seem as terrifying. At least not as insurmountably high. He would eventually reach this realm. It was only a matter of time. Virgil muttered to himself, "Senior, please don't let me down. You're courting death. I cannot spare you. Let's make this an example to keep everyone in line." The man's expression turned icy cold as he slapped out another hand. This time even more powerful, aimed directly at Virgil. Just as Virgil was about to activate the world-forsaken tower, a domineering beam of light struck the giant hand. Boom. The attacks canceled each other out, dissipating into a wave of force. The man's face turned cold, and he shouted, "Who is it?" A grown man bullying a junior. How shameful. Came a hoarse voice from afar, mocking him. "Who are you?" Winston looked at the dev who had appeared in midair and said coldly, "Why do you interfere in black armor army affairs? Remember, even if you're a golden core expert, you cannot act recklessly in this capital city." Virgil stopped his actions and looked up at the dev. This dev had unkempt whiskers, wore a worn-out black jacket, and his face bore the marks of time. Virgil guessed his identity silently. He had never seen this man before. Why was he helping him? "I am who I am. Can't stand seeing you bully this young lad. Is that not reason enough?" The dev stood in midair under the moonlight, picking his nose nonchalantly, begging for death. The man's eyes turned cold, and he sent a brilliant beam of light towards the dev. The dev scoffed, a white fire dragon shooting out of his body, instantly dispelling the attack. It's you. Winston recognized the dev and felt uneasy. Why was he helping this junior? Recognize me? Then get lost. The dev picked his nose again, glancing sideways at him. This person was personally marked for death by Burke. Let Feng family's little one come talk to me personally. The dev cut him off, clearly impatient. Farewell. Winston gave him a long, hard look before leaving with his men. Thank you, senior. Virgil watched them leave, his eyes flashing. Just as he was about to thank the dev, he realized the dev had already vanished. Virgil blinked. How fast the senior left. He wanted to thank him and ask why he had helped, but now it seemed he had missed the chance. Shaking his head, he returned to the inn. The innkeeper looked at him hesitantly. My lord, perhaps you should change inns. Virgil did not make things difficult for the innkeeper. The man was just doing business. He had no reason to demand anything more. Snow fell heavily from the sky. Winter would soon pass, and every snowflake silently narrated the farewell of this season. Walking alone through the snowy street, the shops on both sides were closed, and the entire street was pitch black. Virgil sighed. At this hour, finding an inn would be unlikely. He should have waited until tomorrow. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, conspicuous against the darkness. Approaching closer, he saw it was a tavern. Inside, the left side held a counter, but no one was behind it. It was late at night, and the tavern was completely silent, devoid of patrons and even staff. Tavern keeper, anyone here? No response. Suddenly, a faint snore reached his ears. Virgil paused, then walked to the counter. Inside, he found a man sleeping in a chair, surrounded by scattered wine jars. He was clearly drunk. How careless this keeper was, drinking so much he hadn't even noticed he hadn't closed up. Virgil couldn't help but feel amused. He shook his head, lifted a jar of wine from the counter, and sat at a window-side table. The man opened his eyes slightly, his hazy gaze following Virgil's silhouette before closing again. Pouring a bowl of wine, Virgil gazed at the snowstorm outside, sipping the potent drink slowly. This liquor was incredibly spicy. Most people would be knocked out cold after just one bowl. With this amount of spiritual energy, I won't need long to break through to mid-foundation establishment. Virgil wasn't overly anxious about cultivation. His immediate priority was using the teleportation array to reach the Alfdom. With the World-Forsaken Tower, he only needed a few years in seclusion to enhance his cultivation. As he thought, a figure sat opposite him. Virgil looked up, startled. Why are you here? If I say it's a coincidence, will you believe me? Outside the tavern, a group of black armor soldiers stood in the snow. A man emitting a quasi-golden core aura frowned and commanded, retreat. Chapter 78, Princess Camille. Outside the tavern, the black-armored soldiers retreated. Inside the tavern, two pairs of eyes stared at each other in silence. Virgil never thought he would encounter Flora here. Is this guy nocturnal, or something? A chance encounter. Right, sure. Flora's gaze fixed on him as she asked first, why aren't you asleep so late? Why are you here? I should be the one asking that. Virgil took a sip of wine and replied, couldn't sleep, just came out for a walk. What about you? Coincidentally, me too, Flora said with a mischievous smile. Oh, there was mutual understanding between them. Flora glanced at his bowl of wine and asked, how's this wine? Would you like to offer me a bowl? Do you drink? Virgil looked at her dubiously. Who do you think I am? Flora snorted, give me a bowl, no, make it 2 bowls. 2 bowls right away? Let's see you finish one first. Virgil poured a bowl for her, cautioning, this wine is very strong. Be careful when you drink. He then looked out the window, secretly using his spiritual power to expel the alcohol from his body. Cultivators can hold off intoxication due to their protective aura, hence they can drink thousands of cups without getting drunk. He wasn't certain if those black-armored soldiers would return. Gulp. Flora lifted the bowl to her lips and gulped down a large mouthful. The fiery alcohol scorched her throat. Spicy, too spicy. She fanned the air before her face with her small hands, cheeks flushed red like rouge. I did warn you, this wine is potent. Virgil shook his head, but still went to get her a bowl of warm water. When he returned, he saw Flora murmuring to herself with an empty wine bowl in hand, occasionally giggling foolishly. Delicious. I want more. Seeing her in this state, Virgil was instantly exasperated. Burke, that person interfered and saved that Emmett. At a mansion in the western part of the city, a man in a black cloak knelt before a towering figure. In the black armored army, any commander who had broken through to the gold core stage could bear the title of commander. However, among these commanders, 2 stood out. One was the founder of the black armored army, the first commander, also known as the chief commander, who now had withdrawn from all affairs. All power was managed by the person standing before him, called the Burke. Waste of time, unable to even handle such a simple task. I promised the Sec to take care of that Emmett. Aren't you making me lose face? The towering figure looked grim, like the weather that night. Burke, it was that dev who interfered. Please give me some more time. I promised to bring him in. Leave. If this isn't resolved within 3 days, you won't be a commander anymore. Back at the tavern, Virgil sighed, looking at the unconscious Flora. Fortunately, Flora had told him her address earlier. Leaving some spirit stones on the table, Virgil carried Flora on his back, intending to send her home. They had spent over 20 days together. He couldn't just leave her here. Suddenly, Virgil's expression turned odd. Gak! Virgil's face darkened. The next day, heavy snow fell. A certain drunken individual opened her eyes slightly, supporting her dazed head and gazed around bewilderedly. Where am I? Just then, the door opened, and a cold gust blew into the room. Flora saw Virgil, dressed in green robes, entering the room holding something steaming. You're awake? Putting the hangover remedy on the table, Virgil looked at her expressionlessly. You vomited 3 times last night, twice on me. Flora's face flushed red. She had originally intended only to visit him and help him out a bit. After over 20 days of traveling together, Virgil had become special to her, not just like another herb. But she hadn't expected this. Seeing her discomfort, Virgil sighed. He was supposed to go to the alchemy guild today to wait for someone, but this one wouldn't wake up. She lived in such a large house yet was alone. He had no choice but to stay and look after her. Drink this, it's hangover soup. It should make you feel better. Virgil handed her the bowl, and Flora propped herself up from the bed, relieved that her clothes were unchanged. She truly feared Virgil discovering her true identity. Though it didn't matter much if he did find out, she felt more comfortable with this friendly relationship. Taking the soup from Virgil, Flora felt her cheeks burning hot. Thank you. I haven't thanked you for bringing me to the capital yet. Virgil shook his head, walked to the window, and opened it to let some fresh air in. In the courtyard, a plum blossom bloomed amid the snow. The cold wind swept into the room, and Virgil closed the window, saying, "Since you're awake, I'll be leaving. If your head still hurts, finish the soup and rest for a while." Okay. Flora watched the closed door, biting her lip, somewhat lost in thought. Leaving the room, Virgil walked straight towards the main gate. Palamaints later, he opened the gate and froze. A Noelle in white stood outside, her delicate hand poised midair, ready to knock. It wasn't because the Noelle was exceptionally beautiful. Her face was partially hidden behind a veil, likely a magic artifact blocking any probing. Only her icy phoenix eyes were visible. Virgil was stunned because this Noelle was the same one he had seen coming out of the inner city yesterday. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The Noelle in white was equally taken aback. Seeing a man come out of her senior sister's residence, she became immediately wary. "I'm Flora's friend." Virgil quickly regained his composure and smiled mildly. "Sister Sue's friend? Nonsense. Sister Sue lives in Medicine Valley year-round, and I've never heard her mention any friends in the capital. Who exactly are you?" The Noelle in white sneered. "Sister?" Virgil was once again startled. Flora was this Noelle's senior sister. Not knowing the Noelle's exact identity, but residing in the inner city meant she must be a child of Baxter. Therefore, Flora's sect background must be quite significant. If it were an ordinary teacher, Baxter might not agree even if the princess wanted to learn. Hearing the conversation from inside, Flora suddenly remembered Camille said she would visit today. She rushed towards the door, but hearing Camille call her senior sister, she froze. "Camille." She scowled, annoyed that this Sylvia revealed her hidden identity. Emmeline apprehended him. Camille, unaware of the truth, mistook Virgil for a vagrant and coldly ordered, "Yes, your highness." The Franzley lady behind Camille nodded and waved casually. Virgil felt his body frozen in place, his feet seemingly glued to the ground, and his hands immobilized. This Franzley lady was incredibly powerful, possibly stronger than the black-cloaked man. "Wait, Camille, he really is my friend. Don't act rashly." Note: for the names, I have used pinyin as instructed. If there are specific spellings preferred by the user or different standards for these names, please provide those details for future translations. Chapter 79. Breakthrough in 10 years. "Wait, Kim, he is really my friend. Don't attack him." Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Khan ran out without any embarrassment, still in her shoes. "Aliana." The Noelle in white turned her phoenix eyes to Khan, her expression turning somewhat odd. Because she had just woken up, Khan hadn't had time to tidy herself up or change clothes, looking rather disheveled. I'll go change my clothes first." Khan noticed her gaze and blushed slightly, then turned and rushed back inside. In the courtyard, the Noelle in white couldn't calm down for a long time. She glanced at Virgil beside her and asked, "Are you just ordinary friends with Aliana?" "Yes." Virgil nodded. The oppressive pressure on his body had already receded, making him feel much lighter. "As far as I know, besides me, Aliana doesn't have any other friends." The Noelle in white snorted softly. "You must be her first male friend." Virgil didn't feel particularly honored. He looked at the Noelle in white, pondering how to ask her to help him meet Baxter. After some consideration, Virgil decided to speak straightforwardly, hoping that out of respect for Khan, she might assist him. "I have a favor to ask of your highness." "I know you." The Noelle in white gave him a sidelong glance. Virgil was taken aback by her response, but not surprised. However, this was expected. It did seem inappropriate for a stranger to ask for help upon their first meeting. "I won't ask your highness to do this for nothing," Khan interjected as she emerged from the room, now properly dressed. Virgil looked up and saw Khan wearing a dark green dress, walking gracefully with a gentle fragrance trailing behind her. Since she was no longer hiding her true self, Khan stopped pretending to be a peasant Noelle. Although she often called herself a farmer, her beauty was such that countless women envied her, and men were madly in love with her. Her delicate face, fair and smooth like flawless jade, combined with her graceful figure and icy beauty, made her an incomparable beauty. Seeing Virgil's gaze on her, Khan apologized. "Sorry, it wasn't intentional." Virgil shook his head. He had guessed as much. "I heard you wanted Kim's help." Khan hesitated and suggested, "Let's talk in the pavilion. It's snowing here." There was a pavilion in the courtyard where Lacey stood outside. Normally, unmarried princesses should not be alone with men due to concerns over reputation, but with Khan present, she let it slide. "What kind of help do you need from Kim?" Khan asked curiously. "I want to see Baxter." Virgil hesitated for a moment before looking at the Noelle in white. "I hope her highness can introduce me." "You want to meet his majesty?" Khan looked at him in surprise. Virgil nodded. "I need to use the teleportation array. So that's why you kept asking about the teleportation array on the ship." Khan realized. "In bed." Khan's face flushed red at the Noelle in white's surprised look. She gently tapped the Noelle's waist, saying, "Dead Sylvia, what are you thinking?" "I meant the boat." "Aliana, I was wrong." The two played around for a bit until the Noelle in white finally conceded, allowing Khan to let her go. "Since you're Aliana's friend, she must have told you that the teleportation array has been closed for years, and my father ordered no one to use it," the Noelle in white said coldly, turning back to Virgil. "But wasn't it used a year ago?" Lacey replied, those people were from the Xian family of Great Qing. The emperor couldn't offend them and had to activate the teleportation array for them. Do you think you can compare to them? Great Qing. Virgil's eyes flickered. So the Xian family was in Great Qing, and Wu State was not his final destination. He silently noted this information, then shook his head. There's no need for Her Highness to worry about these matters. Her Highness only needs to introduce me to Baxter. Since I don't know you, and this does me no benefit, why should I help you? The Noel in white sneered. If Her Highness is willing to help, you may name your price. As long as I can fulfill it, I will do so without hesitation. Virgil took a deep breath. Do you think someone at your low cultivation stage can offer me anything? The Noel in white glanced at him with amusement. Perhaps I am insignificant now, but in a few years, or a dozen years, I will surely become strong. When that happens, Her Highness will never regret helping me today. Virgil looked at her, confidence shining in his eyes. He had many advantages, a lifespan of 3,000 years and the legacy tower, which could alter the flow of time. Combined, they could reverse fate. A dozen years? The Noel in white scoffed. To mortals, a dozen years seems long enough to transform a child into a dominicful person into a defeated one, or a dedicated official into a thoroughly corrupt one. But for cultivators, advancing to the next realm is problematic. She didn't believe that Virgil could achieve anything significant in such a short time. Likely, he would still struggle at Foundation establishment after a dozen years. However, considering he was Aliana's friend and seemed close, she didn't want to discourage him completely. With a faint smile, she said, even if you break through to the Golden Core realm in a dozen years, your favor will still be meaningless to me. Have you considered what if I reach the nascent soul stage? Virgil countered. The Noel in white was stunned by his words. Such audacious claims left her speechless for a moment. Khan's eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open. Reaching nascent soul in a dozen years, no genius from any top-tier cultivation nation would dare make such a claim. Such arrogance. Lacey scoffed, even if I gave you 100 years, you might not break through to nascent soul. Do you really think it's as easy as picking cabbage? She had been stuck at the Golden Core stage for centuries, knowing full well how difficult it was. Later stages of cultivation grew ever more challenging, which explained why so few reached the nascent soul realm. In all of Wu State and its neighboring countries, only Baxter had achieved it. You not being able to do it doesn't mean others can't. Virgil merely glanced at her calmly. Ha. Old lady has seen plenty of arrogant fools, but this is the first time seeing such blatant arrogance. The Noel in white turned to Khan with a smile. Aliana, is there something wrong with your friend's mind? She didn't finish her sentence, leaving Khan embarrassed. She looked at the Noel in white and said, Kim, please help him. The Noel in white sighed inwardly at her senior sister. Harold has been in seclusion recently. I haven't seen him for a long time, so unless you can instantly reach nascent soul, forget about meeting him. Virgil's face fell, and Khan softly urged, your father dotes on you. Can't you find a way? The Noel in white remained unmoved, distant like a stranger. Aliana, I'd love to help, but I can't. Never mind, Nancian. If Her Highness isn't willing to help, let it be. No need to force her. Seeing Khan still trying to plead, Virgil shook his head and interrupted, heading out without further persistence. Khan watched him leave, lightly biting her lip. Glancing at the Noel in white, she sighed softly, chasing after him without another word. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or additions. Chapter 80. The Test. In the pavilion, Tanya hesitated, and the Noel in plain clothes asked, are you very curious? Even though Harold isn't in seclusion, I could make them meet just by saying one word, yet I keep refusing. Tanya hesitated again, then said, forgive my dullness. Your Highness is clearly close to Luna as if siblings, and both of you are from the same sect. Not that I don't want to help, on the contrary, this is for Aliana's own good. The Noel in plain clothes walked to the edge of the pavilion, catching a snowflake with her hand, sighing, Aliana used to never beg anyone. I remember once, she argued with Master, and would rather not eat for days than back down. All I'm doing is letting him know that Aliana is doing this for him. Men tend to not cherish things that come too easily. With that, the Noel in plain clothes snorted coldly, smiling warmly, otherwise, it would be too unfair for Aliana. I will help, but only if Aliana begs me, making him feel indebted to her. Your Highness. The Franzli Noel suddenly understood, her face full of sighs and reflections. Virgil left the pavilion and walked straight out of the house. This pavilion was in the backyard. Khan caught up with him in the front yard, right next to the plum tree. Pink flower buds were about to bloom in the snow. Wait. Khan was panting. Virgil stopped and looked at her. Is there something else, Luna? He wouldn't distance himself from Khan just because of what the Noel in plainclothes said. He wasn't that petty. Khan hesitated. What do you need to go to Wugwa for? Find someone. Virgil answered succinctly. Seeing Khan pause, he added, I must find her within 2 years, or she will die. Is that person very important to you? Khan stared at him with almond eyes. Virgil casually broke off a branch of plum blossom, looking at the blossoms. She is the most important person to me in this world. Don't worry, I'll ask plainclothes again for you. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. It was the Franzli Noel who accompanied the Noel in plainclothes. Luna, Her Highness agreed to help him. Virgil turned his gaze to her, his eyes flickering slightly. What's the condition? Let Luna stay by Her Highness's side for 10 years as a maid. If Luna agrees, Her Highness can take Mr. Li to see the Jan of Wu now. A maid? Isn't Nancy and her sister? Virgil frowned. Could their relationship be so superficial? Or was the Noel in plain clothes secretly resentful towards Khan, wanting to get revenge? How could Khan agree to be her maid for 10 years just for him, given they were only ordinary friends? Hearing this request, Khan was also taken aback. The old Noel asked, does Luna agree? Before Khan could respond, Virgil interrupted, Khan is just my friend. There's no reason or possibility for her to become your Highness's maid for me. If Her Highness wants to help, how about I offer a pill fire as payment? A faint blue flame appeared on Virgil's palm. Snow Ice Flame? The old Noel was startled. Snow Ice Flame was highly prized among pill fires, and it had chosen such a low-ranking cultivator. Unfortunately, Our Highness doesn't lack pill fires. The old Noel shook her head after the brief surprise. Pill fires might be rare for most people, but it depended on whom. Virgil frowned and coldly said, "Forget it. I won't rely on Your Highness to meet the Qing.The. After turning to leave, Khan watched his back, biting her lip lightly. It's all right. No more fooling around." A lazy voice emerged from the shadows. The Noel in plainclothes stepped out with a smile. "If I had come out later, Aliena, wouldn't you have agreed already?" Khan suddenly sprang forward like a puffed-up cat, scratching her waist with her jade-like hands. "Dead brat, tell me what's going on. Arlant me to be your maid. Are you out of your mind?" Stop, Aliena. It tickles." The Noel in plainclothes laughed uncontrollably. Khan kept scratching until she finally surrendered, pleading for mercy. Virgil paused, watching the scene, utterly confused. What was happening? Did anyone plan to explain? Soon, they stopped and Khan huffed. "Tell me what's going on. You can consider this a test. If that guy made you my maid, I'd have Tanya kill him on the spot. Since he didn't, he barely passed. For your sake, Aliena, I can take him to see Harold. This is your first time leaving the valley, Aliena. You don't know how wicked people can be. Junior sister is testing for you." The Noel in plainclothes smiled gently. "Don't blame me." Khan glared at her with almond eyes, angrily. "All right, Camille, you tricked me too." I dare not. While we have time, I'll take you, my friend who will break through to Yuan Ing in 10 years, to meet my father." Outside the courtyard, 4 people stood before a carriage. Virgil eyed the arrogant golden core stage-long horse, feeling like it looked down on everyone. "Just wait at home properly, Aliena. I'll bring your friend back safe and sound," the Noel in plainclothes said playfully. "You're getting married soon, and still acting so silly." Khan gave her a look. "I'm not marrying anyone. Let whoever wants to marry do so." Upon hearing this, Tanya's expression changed slightly. "Your Highness, be careful." I know. You're here to spy on me for Harold." The Noel in plainclothes lost interest, pointing at Virgil. "Go, you. Take care." Virgil waved to Khan. If everything went well, he would be able to leave Wugwa. "Take care." Khan waved back, hiding a trace of sadness on her face without even realizing it. After over 20 days together, she had gotten used to having him around. The interior of the carriage was spacious, roughly 10 square meters. Various luxurious decorations filled the space, including a soft bed and furniture, creating a portable living room. Virgil felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, knowing he was about to meet the Qing.The. If successful, he could use the teleportation array to reach Wugwa, taking another step closer to Maureen. The old Noel watched him coldly, originally opposed to Virgil riding in the carriage. Given that Her Highness was unmarried, rumors of her sharing a carriage with a man would damage her reputation. Besides, the old Noel had no fondness for Virgil. She found him boastful, unrealistic, and ambitious beyond his means. But since Her Highness insisted, the servant could say nothing. "Though I don't mean to discourage you, even if you do see Harold, he won't lend you the teleportation array." The Noel in plainclothes lounged on the bed, separated by a curtain, showing only her graceful silhouette. Virgil smiled. "There's always a way." The Noel in plainclothes wondered where his confidence came from. Then, remembering he claimed to break through to Yuan Ing within 10 years, she dismissed it. Compared to that, what was this? Chapter 81. Baxter. The carriage rolled to a halt before the city gates, where the black armored guards immediately granted passage. It was as if the carriage itself were the best pass one could have. Through the window, Virgil witnessed this and inwardly marveled at the perks of status. Entering the inner city, the carriage sped beneath red palace walls. The so-called inner city was essentially a vast mansion, housing Baxter's children, family, servants, and more. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage stopped. The 3 passengers disembarked. Virgil surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "Where are we?" "Princess's residence. Follow closely, or you might wander into places you shouldn't, and I won't be able to protect you." The Noel in plain attire remained cold, leading the way without entering the mansion first. Virgil trailed behind, occasionally glancing around. Beneath their feet lay cobblestone paths, leading through archways until a rockery came into view. A man approached, wearing blue fur-lined robes, his handsome features radiating nobility. "Opal. Third Elio," the Noel smiled faintly. This third Elio was none other than Bradley, the third son of Baxter. Bradley, eyeing Virgil standing behind her, seemed surprised, asking curiously, "And who is this?" "A friend." With a glance, Opal uttered the 2 words, which left Bradley quite taken aback. "I need to see Harold. We can talk later." Opal swiftly passed by him. Virgil followed her, walking past Bradley, sensing a divine consciousness probe over him as if trying to peer into his very soul. Leaving the rockery behind, they walked along a straight path, then turned down a quiet lane. Before them appeared a stone bridge. Despite it being deep winter, the river below had not frozen. Golden carp swam leisurely through its waters. "The study ahead belongs to my father," Opal said, standing on the bridge, waiting for him to catch up. "To meet Baxter." Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. A moment later, they arrived outside the study. A middle-aged man in black with an unremarkable face bowed slightly to Opal. "Your Highness." "Nixon, is Harold inside?" "He is. But only you can enter, Your Highness." The man nodded. Opal glanced at Virgil, instructing him to wait outside before entering alone. Watching her retreating figure, Virgil did not speak, but quietly waited. His gaze fell on the Fernan, causing a stir within him. This man's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. He was undoubtedly a formidable gold core cultivator. Inside the study, neatly arranged bookshelves lined the room. A middle-aged man sat at a desk, frowning over a jade slip. This man was Baxter, the sole elixir core cultivator of the Wu Kingdom. The states of Qi and Carter have fallen entirely under the control of the demonic races, all sects within wiped out. The states of Zhao, Chu, and Yin have also been invaded and are struggling against the demons. Why have the demonic races suddenly appeared en masse in Yuhuang? Why hasn't the emperor done anything? Baxter sighed, placing the jade slip on the desk. This message was from a neighboring state, sending a plea for help. Several months ago, nearby nations were attacked by unknown demonic forces. Though few in number, these demons were elite, incredibly powerful. In just a few short months, several kingdoms' cultivators were slaughtered. Now the situation was worsening, with multiple states embroiled in conflict. As he pondered, his brow relaxed, and he looked towards the door. Soon, a Noel in plain attire entered. Harold. Why? Opal. What brings you here? Seeing his beloved daughter, Baxter gestured for her to sit. You were supposed to meet Donghua today, weren't you? Speak up, why have you come to see me? Can't I visit without reason? Opal pouted, removing her veil before entering, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Yes, your father misspoke. Baxter laughed heartily. But Harold, I do have a matter to discuss. What is it? If I can help, I will, Baxter replied with paternal affection. At this moment, he was just a simple father, not the sole elixir core cultivator of Wu, without the unpredictable temper that kings often display. I have a friend who wishes to see you. He's waiting outside. Since it's Opal's friend, let him in. Palamaints later, Virgil, dressed in green robes, entered the study. As soon as he stepped in, he felt scrutinizing eyes upon him. He looked up to find a middle-aged man in a black dragon robe studying him closely. So, you wish to see me? Baxter frowned, expecting a Noel but finding a man instead. Junior seeks permission to use the teleportation array. Virgil bowed respectfully. The array has been inactive for years, and its remaining energy is limited. Each use depletes it further. Why should I lend it to you? Baxter stared directly at him. Under the gaze of an elixir core cultivator, weaker individuals would have paled and trembled. Yet, Virgil remained unperturbed. I offer to trade something in exchange for a single use. Upon hearing this, Opal's interest peaked. Baxter showed no emotion. What do you propose? A 5th grade elixir pill. Virgil replied calmly. 1 5th grade. Baxter's expression didn't change initially, but then he abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the desk. Ridiculous. Do you know the consequences of mocking me? Baxter's gaze was piercing, his expression dark. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator possibly possess a 5th grade elixir? Virgil trembled slightly, feeling an immense pressure like a mountain bearing down on him, making breathing difficult. Is this the power of an elixir core cultivator? Truly terrifying. Weak? I am far too weak compared to this force, like an ant. Mr. Lee, apologize to Harold now. Opal, seeing her father enraged, quickly signaled for him to apologize, fearing for her sister's friend. To show mercy since you are Opal's friend, leave now, and next time. Baxter waved dismissively, coldly. Suddenly, his voice stopped, his eyes fixed intently on the jade bottle in Virgil's hand. Chapter 82. Taoist Priest Vernon. This pill is called the Myriad Longevity Pill. After taking it, one can gain an additional 2,000 years of life. It was refined by my master, Taoist Priest Vernon. I am willing to use it to exchange for one opportunity to use the teleportation array. Virgil slowly spoke, his voice echoing in the vast study. Malik reached out from a distance, and the jade bottle in Virgil's hand immediately flew into his grasp. He removed the cork and felt the remnant aura of celestial tribulation on the pill, his gaze slightly narrowing. Although he had not personally seen a 5th grade pill before, he had read about them in some ancient books. According to the records, when a 5th grade pill is successfully refined, a pill tribulation will inevitably occur, and the pill would carry the aura of thunder. This matched exactly with the pill before him. Vernon Taoist Priest? Malik looked at Virgil, silently repeating this name in his heart. Could someone who could refine a 5th grade pill be anything less than a nascent soul realm expert? This Emmett claims to be a disciple of a nascent soul realm expert. Malik's expression flickered. Though he suspected that this might be a fabricated story, he did not dare take the chance. Regardless of whether or not this was true, this person must be treated with respect and not offended. If he truly is what he says, then making a good connection would be wise. If not, a 5th grade pill in exchange for one use of the teleportation array isn't a bad deal. How does your majesty consider it? Virgil asked, knowing that everything about Vernon Taoist Priest was entirely made up. No one here knew his true identity. How else should it be? As long as he had the audacity, he could control the narrative. Fabricating a non-existent master could also prevent Malik from harboring evil intentions and overpowering him to steal the pill. Malik revealed a gentle smile, speaking warmly. So you're the disciple of Vernon Taoist Priest. That's fine. Isn't it just the teleportation array? Nephew, you can use it anytime you want. Virgil calmly replied, in that case, I thank your majesty. Please arrange to activate the teleportation array as soon as possible. After all, my master has given me orders to reach Great Qing within 3 years. Virgil emphasized the term, my master, reminding him once more. Malik smiled. Nephew may need to wait a few more days. The activation of the teleportation array requires preparation time. Virgil frowned, asking, how many days in total? 3 days. Malik paused for a moment. Fine. Virgil nodded. I'll come back in 3 days. Exiting the imperial study, the plain-clothed Noelle looked at Virgil, who had transformed into her father's nephew, with complex eyes. Are you really the disciple of that so-called Vernon Taoist priest? She hesitated to ask. If I tell you that everything is made up, would you believe it? Virgil laughed as he looked at her. As if. The plain-clothed Noelle rolled her eyes. The Franzly Noelle waited outside the imperial study. Even though she was a golden core cultivator, without Malik's order, she had no right to enter. Seeing the two chatting amiably, her brows furrowed, and she coldly said, Boy, Know your place. His Highness is not someone you can casually approach. Virgil simply glanced at her coolly, the corners of his mouth slightly curling. Alice, mind your words. His Majesty just instructed that Arjun is a distinguished guest. Seeing him is like seeing His Majesty. A black-robed man suddenly appeared before Virgil, looking coldly at the Franzli Noel. Disrespecting him is equivalent to disrespecting His Majesty. Considering it's your first offense, I will let it slide this time. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for not remembering our past ties. Hearing this, the Franzli Noel's pupils constricted in disbelief. She naturally recognized the man in front of her. He had followed His Majesty for hundreds of years and was the second strongest figure in the palace after His Majesty, with power comparable to the heads of major families. But his words bewildered her. Distinguished guest? How did this Emmett transform into a distinguished guest of His Majesty? Such treatment might even exceed that given to the heads of major families. I understand. Seeing the serious look on the black-robed man's face, the Franzli Noel lowered her head, not daring to show any disrespect toward Virgil. Seeing this scene, Virgil smiled faintly. It seemed that Malik wanted to cultivate relations with him. To be precise, he wanted to cultivate relations with Vernon Dawa's priest. For anyone who could easily produce a 5th-grade pill would likely be at least a nascent soul-level expert. Such an old monster was far beyond his reach, so cultivating relations through Virgil indirectly appealed to him. Sir, I am Barrett. His Majesty instructed me that if Sir needs anything, please feel free to find me. The black-robed man gave a slight bow. Thank you kindly, Virgil returned the bow respectfully, not treating the offer arrogantly or assuming authority over the other party. The black-robed man flashed an approving glance, turning to give the Franzli Noel a warning look again, then vanished in a blur. Virgil glanced at Alice, whose expression was shifting, but remained silent as he walked away. The plain-clothed Noel bit her lip and followed him, whispering, Can you help me with something? What does His Highness need? Virgil turned to look at her. She had already taken off her veil, revealing a face of extraordinary beauty with perfect features and almost no imperfections. Under the white plain robe, her chest gently rose, leading down to a slender waist. She wore a light blue pleated skirt, and her legs were smooth like jade, captivating everyone's attention. Moxie softly said, Be my. What exactly do you mean? Seeing Moxie hesitating, Virgil grew even more confused. Finally, she mustered her courage and declared, Be my fiancé. Behind her, the Franzli Noel nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. Virgil wasn't much better. He sized her up, admiring her beauty, but still firmly refused, no. If outsiders knew that Princess Kim openly sought someone to be her fiancé, they would drop their jaws in surprise. And if they knew this person refused, they'd probably drop their chins too. After being rejected, Moxie was momentarily stunned. She had never tried seeking anyone before, and to be rejected right away? Of course, she didn't ask him because she was attracted to him but wanted to leverage his identity. Now, with Virgil receiving such high regard from her father, she thought of this plan to avoid marrying someone else during the upcoming martial contest for marriage. She intended to use the beauty trap, luring Virgil, thinking that if he became her fiancé, she wouldn't have to marry another. However, she didn't anticipate that Virgil would refuse outright. Moxie chased after him, demanding, Why? Am I not beautiful enough? Your Highness's beauty rivals the best in the land. Virgil sincerely answered. Do I not have a good figure? Hard to say. Virgil glanced at her chest, but those weren't the main reasons. I already have someone in my heart, Virgil explained. Please give up, Your Highness. Sister won't mind. The plain-clothed Noel stomped her foot angrily and glared fiercely at him. I brought you to see Harold. Now you owe me a big favor. And you can't even do this little thing for me. I apologize, but I cannot oblige. Virgil shook his head. The plain-clothed Noel glared at him fiercely, but Virgil kept his gaze steady. Who made our Princess Kim angry? Let me teach him a lesson. Note asterisk the translation aims to preserve the original style and tone while ensuring it remains fluent and coherent in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as per the source text. Chapter 83 The Clown. Who has upset our Princess Camille? I'll help you teach him a lesson. A gentle voice came from nearby. The two of them looked up and saw a group of elaborately dressed men and women approaching. Among them, a young man in a blue fox fur coat smiled and spoke. This Dominic was exceptionally handsome, with eyes that resembled the starry night of summer, captivating to behold and deadly attractive to women. It's none of your business. Princess Merle coldly retorted. This person was named Christopher, a genius of the Feng family, one of the 3 major clans, and the foremost disciple of the Purple Cloud sect's master. He had already reached the late foundation establishment stage before turning 30, and was also a high-ranking second-rank alchemist, making him the most promising contender in the upcoming martial arts competition for marriage. He had been relentlessly pursuing her. However, she had always refused him because his pursuit of her stemmed from her being the most favored daughter of Baxter. Princess is soon to be married to my senior brother. It's certainly related to me, huh? Laughter erupted from the mouth of a purple-robed Dominic behind Christopher. Hold your dog's mouth in check. Do you dare to tarnish this princess's reputation and wish to die? Merle's beautiful face turned chilly. Such a temper, Camille has. A red-robed Noel accompanying Christopher stared at her, her tone dripping with mockery. Why should I care about whether you have a big temper or not? Merle snapped back directly. Baxter had countless wives and concubines. She was born to his main wife. This Noel was born to a concubine and was called Marcia, her nominal Franz sister. Due to being the most favored by Baxter among all his children, many were extremely jealous of her, including Marcia. Hearing her words, Marcia's expression froze, becoming extremely ugly. At least Sheer is your Franz sister. Is this how you speak to your Franz sister? It seems Harold indulged you too much, leaving you without any manners. But it's no wonder, as your mother passed away early, and there was no one to teach you etiquette. A dignified voice echoed from a man around 30, wearing a dark red dragon robe. His gaze exuded authority, making people dare not look at him directly. Virgil glanced at him, noticing this man's cultivation was likely at the quasi-gold core stage. You're courting death. Merle's delicate body trembled slightly. This man was Marcia's Franz brother, the second son of Baxter, and thus also her half-brother. Her mother died in childbirth, giving birth to her. She could endure any insults except those aimed at her mother. Seeing Merle about to strike, Virgil hurriedly held her hand. Let go. Merle glared at him, trying to shake off his grip. Virgil shook his head at her, signaling her not to rush. Seeing a stranger holding Merle's hand, Marcia immediately seized the opportunity to sneer. An unmarried princess entangled with an unknown man. Anyone hearing this might think our Alfdom princess is an immoral wanton Noelle. Arlington? Merle's chest heaved with anger, while Virgil glanced at her, asking, Your Highness, who is this person? Harold's daughter, Princess She. Merle answered coldly, unsure why he asked but still providing the answer. Originally thought you were Princess She, Virgil said with a smile. I almost mistook you for a mad dog, biting everyone it sees. Your Highness and I are perfectly innocent. Anyone with working eyes wouldn't spout nonsense like that. Courting death. He deliberately emphasized these words. Marcia's eyes grew cold, her fists clenched tightly, revealing flickering murderous intent. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Senior Elio, it's this guy who destroyed our floating tower. Virgil glanced at the purple-robed Dominic behind Christopher. The latter wiped his eyes, pointing at him with excitement. Oh, it's him. Christopher's gaze fell on Virgil, filled with disdain. Upon hearing their conversation, Marcia turned to ask, Do you know each other? My junior brother and others were attacked by this person on the way here. Christopher replied calmly. They say he even fought within the city and is wanted by the Black Armor Army, never expecting to find him in the palace. Hearing this, Marcia fixed her gaze on Virgil, sneering, So, you're a fugitive. Ruining a princess's reputation only adds another layer of crime. Zora, apprehend him. I will tear his mouth apart personally. Yes, Your Highness. An old Noelle behind Marcia responded, her body flashing as she appeared beside Virgil, delivering a swift palm strike toward his head. Virgil stood still, watching her hand approach his head without any panic. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the old Noelle's palm with a palm of its own. The old Noelle was startled. Avril Tanya's strength was slightly superior, forcing her back to her original position, her breath slightly disordered. What does Avril Tanya mean by this? Marcia demanded coldly. Tsk tisk. Avril Tanya was about to speak when she heard Virgil tut twice, scoffing, a mighty princess acting like someone else's dog. Seeing Marcia about to erupt in anger, Christopher gave a faint smile. Just a clown who boasts with words. Why should you get angry, Your Highness? Besides, he isn't free to wander the palace anytime. His words were laced with implications. Indeed, Marcia's eyes flashed, calming down without further comment. Christopher gazed softly at Merle. Your Highness, I've set up a banquet tonight. Would you do me the honor of joining? Get lost. Merle coldly shot him a glance, disgust evident on her face. Christopher's face stiffened. Just then, he saw Merle linking arms with Virgil. You call him a clown. In my eyes, you're the biggest clown. Let's go. Leaving a mocking statement, the two walked off arm in arm. Watching their backs, Christopher clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked under the pressure. The carriage moved toward the outer city. Virgil closed his eyes, deep in thought. The Feng family had appeared again. That dev at Qing sect knew his identity. If recognized, his fabricated identity would crumble. Surely not so coincidental. Merle sat at the table, chin resting on her hands, muttering gloomily. That young man is named Christopher, a genius of the Feng family. Virgil opened his eyes, listening to her continue. He's the acknowledged winner of the competition. I don't want to marry him. Why? Virgil was puzzled. I'm Harold's most beloved princess. That guy likes me only for my status. Merle sneered. I brought you to the palace. Aren't you indebted to me? I really like someone else. Virgil shrugged helplessly. Aliana? No. Brianna and I are just friends. Merle snorted. Men are no good. Virgil was bewildered. I'm not asking you to be my real fiancé, just pretend with me. Note. I've maintained the structure and style as closely as possible while ensuring fluency and readability in English. Character names like Merle, Christopher, Marcia, and Virgil have been retained using pinyin. Chapter 84, 2 Golden Cores. I don't really expect you to marry me, just pretend for a while. Roxana looked at him. If you don't want to get married, why not ask His Majesty to cancel this contest directly? Why go through all this trouble? Virgil looked at her, puzzled. Harold always indulges me in other matters, but he is adamant about finding me a good husband. Roxana looked dispirited. Why is your father so eager to marry you off? Virgil was even more confused. I don't know either. The carriage exited the city gates. A black armored soldier watched the speeding carriage and said, You stand guard here. I'll inform the commander. How do you want to act it out? In the carriage, Virgil softened his heart and asked. After all, she had helped him. If it was just a play acting, he wouldn't mind helping her. You tell Harold you're going to marry me. He holds you in such high regard. He'll definitely agree, Roxana scoffed. At that time, you won't have to really marry me. Just act like it, and then you can leave. Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. At this moment, Zhao Robertama, who was driving the carriage, gave a slight hum, and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Virgil walked out of the carriage and saw a group of black armored soldiers blocking the road, surrounding the carriage. Leading them was the same man in black cloak. Virgil frowned. You guys are really persistent ghosts. Roxana stepped out of the carriage, looking at the crowd with authority in her phoenix-like eyes. Eric, what do you want? Your Highness, this person is an escapee from our black armored army. We need to arrest him now. Please don't make it difficult for us. The man in the black cloak bowed. Escapee? Roxana turned to look at Virgil suspiciously. What did you do? The other day, someone caused trouble for me, and I taught them a lesson. Virgil shrugged. These people insist I used force on the street and want to cripple my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Roxana couldn't help but laugh. Her phoenix-like eyes refocused on the black armored troops. Scram. Your Highness, we have no choice but to offend. Move. Don't harm the princess. As for that Emmett, life or death doesn't matter. The man in black cloak waved, and his subordinates rushed forward. Who gave you the nerve? Zhao Robertama coldly laughed, releasing a burst of energy that pinned the black-armored soldiers to the ground, unable to move. What a big mouth you have, Zhao Robertama. Suddenly, a Franzli Noel smiled faintly, appearing in the air. It was Daverma who had been behind Marcia earlier in the inner city. 2 golden core cultivators. Zhao Robertama's gaze grew heavy. Looks like you're well prepared. Not quite. The man in the black cloak wore a faint smile. Even if that dev in black returned, it would be of no use. Do you know who he is? He's an honored guest of His Majesty. If you lay a finger on him, His Majesty will not forgive you. Zhao Robertama coldly stared at the two. The man's expression was uncertain, and Daverma sneered. Do you think we believe that? A mere Foundation establishment cultivator, an honored guest of His Majesty? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? With that, she raised her hand and shot out a dazzling beam, rapidly attacking them. Your Highness, you should go first. The Franzli Noel casually waved her hand, emitting a light that extinguished her attack. Her gaze was incredibly serious. Although neither of these golden core cultivators was as strong as her individually, she couldn't afford to protect others while being distracted. Suddenly, their attacks hit again, and within moments, the battle began. All the people on the street fled in terror. Roxana furrowed her brow, worry flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Paxton, let's go. The white horse neighed, knocking over several charging black-armored soldiers, pulling the carriage away from danger. Hold him back. One of the black-armored soldiers shouted, his blade glowing as he slashed at the snow-covered road, creating a 2-meter crack. The dragon horse neighed, leaping over the crack with both hooves, the carriage soaring through the air before landing. Inside, the 2 occupants rocked. In the carriage, the 2 figures swayed slightly, and the porcelain teapot on the table fell to the ground with a sharp cracking sound. Summoning back to the palace is too late now. We can only run down any random path. This much commotion should draw attention soon. They only need to delay us. A dozen black-armored soldiers pursued relentlessly, but the dragon horse was extremely fast, making it nearly impossible for even a golden core cultivator to catch up. Just then, a figure leaped from a nearby rooftop onto the top of the carriage. With one strike of a blade, he tried to sever the connection between the carriage and the dragon horse. Clang. The metal clang echoed, the blade failing to cut through, instead shaking his hands numb, his arm trembling from the impact. The man's face showed surprise, realizing this carriage was an extraordinary magical treasure. He turned around and entered the carriage. At that moment, a fist burst out from inside the carriage, striking him in the chest. The Guillermo staggered back 2 steps, sneering. Trash, is that all you've got? Virgil emerged from the carriage, Roxana standing behind him, frowning. Late-stage Foundation establishment. Without a word, Virgil blurred into action, dashing forward. In his mind, he silently invoked divine restriction. The Guillermo sneered, also charging forward with his blade. 2 chains shot out from his body, entering the black-armored man's body. Virgil threw a punch, causing the black-armored man's pupils to constrict, sensing extreme danger. He swung his blade forward in defense. Roxana clenched her fists, her divine sense stirring as she summoned a magical treasure from her storage bag, ready to assist. No need. Virgil bent over, his voice casual, the biting cold wind sweeping over his head. Roxana hesitated slightly as Virgil swiftly punched, hitting the black-armored man. The black-armored man staggered backward, almost falling off the moving carriage. The carriage sped down the streets, countless cultivators watching and dodging the scene. What's happening? Who's in the carriage? So many black-armored soldiers. It seems to be Princess Opal. Are these people crazy? People quickly recognized the identity of the carriage and followed to see what was going on. The black-armored man steadied himself, his eyes darkening. What's going on? My strength seems suppressed. Virgil remained silent, focusing on the black-armored man's iron armor. This armor must be a spirit-grade weapon. Otherwise, his punch wouldn't have left any damage. To hell with you. Virgil sneered, rushing forward again, transforming the snow and ice into a fire snake, charging at him. Snow fire serpent. The black-armored man's pupils constricted, then sneered, reaching into his storage bag for a disc. Fire-suppressing array. Roxana exclaimed in shock. Chapter 85. The Axel family ancestor. Fire restriction formation. Roxana exclaimed in shock. Virgil's eyes narrowed as he felt a suppressive force emanating from the disc, falling upon the snowfield flame. Immediately, the snowfield flame lost its might, like a wild beast stripped of its claws and fangs, rendered powerless on the ground, indistinguishable from ordinary fire. What is this? The disc has an array inscribed on it. It's called the fire restriction formation and can suppress flames for a short period. He really came prepared. Virgil's gaze turned cold. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand. Though the snowfield flame was his reliance, it wasn't indispensable. He swung the sword without using fire manipulation technique. At such a close distance, the explosion would affect him too. Flying sword technique. Now his magic power had reached a level where he could transform into over 1,000 short swords in one go, all densely shooting towards the black-armored man. The black-armored man sneered, a light screen appearing in front of him, blocking all the short swords, his face full of mockery. Not much. Virgil sighed. His flying sword technique had truly fallen behind in comparison to his enhanced magical power, which was why he seldom used it. Hearing the black-armored man's mockery, Virgil closed his eyes slightly, recalling Qing sect, where Benita had struck with a single sword slash, retreating a golden core cultivator. And within that wooden sword, there was a blade chi that had endured countless years yet remained undiminished. After a moment, Virgil's mind cleared, and he raised his hand, mimicking that sword chi, emulating Maureen's strike. The black-armored man sneered. This blade chi looked ordinary, lacking any killing intent. He casually waved his hand, releasing magic power to extinguish the blade chi. Suddenly, the blade chi began to expand fiercely. His pupils contracted as the blade chi surged forward like waves. His iron armor shattered instantly, turning into fragments that cut into his chest like countless wind blades. Bang! Palamaints later, the black-armored man fell heavily to the ground. His chest a mess of flesh and blood as if slashed by 1,000 knives, spitting out bloody froth. Virgil quickly moved forward, delivering the final blow, then forged another sword with both hands, breathing heavily. His eyes flickered with determination. This strike was far from Benita's back then. He had only copied some of its form but captured the intent within the wooden sword. A combination of both. That sword intent within the wooden sword remained unextinguished after countless years. Even Franzes would marvel, making it immensely powerful. He had long wanted to emulate that sword intent, but had never succeeded until now, combining it with Maureen's form. Unexpectedly, it worked, although just a thread was enough to kill this person. However, this strike consumed all his magic power. I still need to find an opportunity to improve my cultivation. Virgil murmured to himself. Mid-foundation establishment wasn't safe enough. Taking down a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was already exhausting, let alone facing a golden core cultivator or a behemoth like the Zion family. Behind him, Roxana stared dumbfounded. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator killing a late-foundation establishment cultivator. In the cultivation world, transcending ranks in combat was extremely difficult, achievable by very few. Roxana looked at him complexly, silently admiring his prowess as a disciple of a soul transformation powerhouse. Virgil glanced back, seeing more than 10 black-armored soldiers pursuing them, his brows furrowing. Soon, my father and Nixon will get the news. These people won't last long. Roxana said coldly. Virgil remained silent, feeling uneasy. His intuition usually didn't fail him. Boom. Suddenly, long manade, and a white-haired Franz descended from the sky, a massive wave of energy flipping the carriage. Getting up from the dust, Virgil looked at the Franz, his expression darkening. Another golden core. Roxana was equally shocked. How many want to kill you? Brat, you killed 5 of my Axel family's foundation establishment cultivators. Benicio here demands your life. The Franz roared, sending a rainbow-colored beam directly at Virgil's vital spots. Hearing this, Virgil immediately understood. This Franz was from those Axel family members he killed when first arriving in Wu State. Unexpectedly, he was also in the capital and likely deduced it was Virgil who killed his kin through the snowfield flame. The beam was extremely fast, striking Virgil, who spat blood and flew backward, crashing onto the ground before shakily standing up again. Old fool, I helped your Axel family out of kindness, but those few not only failed to thank me but tried to kill me. They deserved their fate. Virgil glared coldly at the Franz, summoning an ancient small tower with a thought. Stop. If you dare to kill him, my father will annihilate your entire Axel family. Roxana stepped in front of Virgil, yelling coldly. Ha ha, this brat killed 5 of our Axel family members. Killing him is merely revenge. Why would his majesty destroy our clan? The Axel family Franz casually waved his hand, sending another beam at Virgil. Roxana, noticing this, activated a white pearl, forming a protective light shield around them. The Franz's attack struck the shield, leaving it untouched. Your Highness, please don't hinder my revenge. I don't wish to harm you. The Axel family Franz waved his hand again, causing the shield's surface to crack. Roxana gritted her teeth, her body trembling. The shield could only withstand 3 attacks from a golden core, given by Baxter as a protective artifact. 2 consecutive attacks hadn't taken down 2 foundation establishment cultivators, making the Axel family Franz's face turn grim. To prevent complications, he planned to end the fight quickly, grabbing with a large hand, causing the shield to shatter instantly. Pale-faced, Roxana took 2 steps back, steadied by Virgil, who asked worriedly, Are you alright? You should worry about yourself first. A chilling voice rang out. Virgil's eyes turned cold, glaring at the Axel family Franz, filled with murderous intent. So impressive, golden core cultivators. Let me show you the power of my 80,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, the Axel family Franz's expression changed, rapidly retreating. Palamaints later, a white fire dragon struck him, sending him flying back, spewing blood. He looked at the black-clothed Franz beside Virgil, startled. So strong. Who are you? Why did you help me, senior? Virgil, equally bewildered, saw the black-clothed Franz from the inn. On someone's behalf. The Franz, looking haggard, glanced at him indifferently. Whose behalf? Virgil was even more confused. He didn't have many friends in the capital, so who would help him? Grandpa Carter. Roxana looked at the Franz, clearly recognizing him. Brianna asked you? Where is she? The Franz didn't answer, instead looking at the Axel family golden core Franz, saying, Scram, I don't wish to kill you. Chapter 86, Barrett steps in. Get lost, I don't want to kill you. The Axel family's old patriarch's face changed rapidly. The person in front of him was clearly at the middle stage golden core realm, quite advanced and renowned as a powerful figure in the capital. He was no match for him. Chase, this capital city doesn't tolerate your recklessness. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky, thunderous, audible almost throughout the outer city. Countless cultivators lifted their heads in shock, astonished. The Burke of the Black Armor Army. The black-robed Franz looked up into the sky indifferently. This man's body was robust like a towering iron tower. His eyes flashed with electricity as he coldly observed the area below. TSK Tisk, it's Sterling. And Chase too. There will be a show. I wonder who he's going to kill. Figures began to rise into the air from the outer city, all looking in one direction. This person is a fugitive we are currently hunting in the Black Armor Army. If you leave now, Commander can pretend nothing happened. I advise you not to misjudge the situation. Sterling shouted coldly. Under the oppressive aura of these two figures, the Axel family's old patriarch's face turned pale. He felt like they were on a completely different level. Damn it, so many words. I'm keeping this kid safe today, even if the heavenly Jan himself comes. Whoever dares to come will be my enemy. His black hair danced wildly despite the lack of wind. Chase stood tall and imposing, surrounded by swirling winds. His gaze pierced the heavens, his silhouette majestic. Humph, stubborn fool. Sterling raised his hand, and a dazzling rainbow of light struck downwards, exuding a terrifying power that seemed capable of annihilating the opponent on the spot. White bone flame. The fronds roared, a fiery dragon surged forward to meet the attack, exploding mid-air. In the next instant, both figures vanished from their positions, reappearing in the sky, exchanging blows at such high speeds that the human eye could not keep up. Go deal with him. A voice sounded in his ear. The Axel family's old patriarch glanced at the battlefield in the sky, then looked towards Virgil and another individual nearby. His gaze flickered and, with a flicker of motion, he vanished from the scene. Do you know that senior? Virgil watched the aerial battle and asked beside him. Grandpa Carter and Master are good friends. I heard he used to be a strong cultivator, left Alfdom once, and returned somehow. Brianna must have sent him to help you. Roxana also gazed at the sky. Southern Cien. Virgil was momentarily stunned, his gaze complex. It seemed that last time, it was also Khan who had arranged for this help. Their encounter in the tavern was not coincidental. Virgil's heart felt heavy, as though he unknowingly owed her much gratitude. He didn't like owing others, but the more he tried not to, the more he seemed to owe. What is this tower thing? Roxana curiously eyed the small tower in his hand, reaching out to touch it, only for Virgil to withdraw it into his dantian. Well, let's see who can save you this time. A chilling voice suddenly resounded near them. I nearly forgot about this one. Virgil's gaze shifted to the speaker, his heart sinking slightly. No help this time, huh? With a mocking glance, the Axel family's old patriarch waved a rainbow of light. Before this, he would have never imagined a mere foundation establishment cultivator would cause so many golden core cultivators to get involved. He is an honored guest of my father. If you dare to kill him, my father will obliterate your entire family. Roxana's expression shifted as she blocked Virgil protectively. She believed no one dared harm her, even if given 10 times the courage. Your Highness, I don't wish to hurt you. Stand aside. With a casual wave, a gust of wind swept Roxana aside, trapping her within an invisible barrier. After dealing with Roxana, he approached Virgil step by step, each step increasing the pressure on him, like being crushed by mountains. The Axel family's old patriarch sneered. Ready to die yet? Virgil said nothing, lifting his head. Senior Keenan, seen enough of the show? Ha ha ha, little friend. Do not blame me for coming late. A Fernan appeared overhead, casually waving his hand and shattering the light barrier confining Roxana. More reinforcements? No one responded. Barrett waved again, sending a beam of white light towards the Axel family's old patriarch, who flew backward, his gaze filled with shock at the Guillermo. Peak Golden Core? Who are you? Barrett ignored him, extending his hand and grabbing the early-stage Golden Core Axel family's old patriarch effortlessly, suspending him mid-air, his face turning a deep purplish red. Nixon. Roxana breathed a sigh of relief, asking curiously, how did you know Nixon was coming? Virgil smiled faintly. He had merely guessed. Baxter wanted to befriend Vernon Dawes behind him and naturally wouldn't watch idly as something happened to him. With such a significant commotion, he doubted Baxter failed to notice. So, guessing the Guillermo might be nearby proved accurate. Even if I hadn't come, little friend would still have found a way, Barrett commented. The small tower gave him an eerie feeling, truly deserving of being the disciple of a transforming soul expert. Virgil chuckled. The small tower wasn't dangerous. It was another object that was. So many people wanting to kill me today. What do you think, senior? Virgil stared at Barrett, his tone cold, harboring resentment. Barrett understood, stamping his right foot firmly. Amidst the horrified screams, the Axel family's old patriarch exploded into a mist of blood. An early-stage Golden Core expert, eliminated. Satisfied, young master? Barrett regarded him smilingly, as if swatting away a fly. Virgil was inwardly shocked. This was no joke. Barrett truly wielded immense power. I think he's just a pawn. Virgil's voice remained cold. Barrett comprehended and waved casually, transforming a long sword into a beam of white light that shot toward the sky, astonishing in its ferocity. Up above, Burke Sterling, battling Chase, abruptly sensed danger and saw the incoming flying sword, a high-grade alchemical weapon. What's happening, Barrett? How is he here? What relation does he have with this Emmett? Too many questions swirled in his mind, but he had no time to dwell. Clenching his teeth, he withdrew a decent-quality alchemical weapon from his storage bag, conjuring a cyan light shield around him. Crack. Palamaints later, the shield shattered abruptly. Bloodied, Sterling was single-handedly caught by Barrett, falling before Virgil. He was merely a late-stage Golden Core expert while Barrett was a peak Golden Core, seemingly close in rank but worlds apart in power. Elsewhere, Old Lady Lee and the black-cloaked man merely held down Old Emmeline, preventing her from rushing over. You'll regret this. Old Emmeline glared coldly at them. Regret? Me? Old Lady Lee prepared to mock, but a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Eric, stop immediately. Chapter 87. Spare his life. Commander Keenan, the people have been brought here. Soon after, Adelina and the black armor soldier were escorted by Commander Eric. Both had their cultivation sealed, trembling uncontrollably, unsure of what was happening. Lord Keenan, what do you mean? This person is a fugitive from my black armor army. You can't possibly be shielding him. Sterling, severely injured by Barrett, glared in anger, unable to understand why Barrett, a trusted aide of the Emperor, would help Virgil. Even if this person was a friend of Princess Kim, it wouldn't have caused such a response from him personally. Fugitive? Barrett gave him a cold glance and sneered, blind dog eyes. The fugitive you speak of is a distinguished guest of His Majesty. A distinguished guest? Sterling's eyes widened in shock. Barrett wouldn't lie about this, nor would he dare misuse the Emperor's name. His expression changed rapidly, and Sterling quickly calmed down, saying, I didn't know this person was the Emperor's guest. If I had known, even 10 lives wouldn't give me the courage to harm him. By the way, it was the Ziyun sect's Grand Admiral who ordered me to kill him. He said his disciples were ambushed by the Emperor's guest on the way here. Sterling promptly blamed the Ziyun sect. Assassinating the Emperor's guest was a crime even he couldn't bear, let alone with his family's backing. As for Adelina and the black-cloaked man, they trembled in fear. Distinguished guest. This person was indeed the Emperor's guest. They almost killed the Emperor's guest? Recalling Zhao Nanny's warning, both regretted not listening. Ziyun sect. Upon hearing Sterling's words, Virgil's gaze turned cold. True enemies never leave one alone. Yes, all this is the fault of the Ziyun sect. How could they attempt to assassinate the Emperor's guest? I'll go find them now. Seeing Sterling about to storm off, Barrett snorted coldly, grabbing him back with a wave of his hand. Who said you could leave? No matter who ordered this, since you've acted, you must pay the price. What price? Sterling's expression darkened. It depends on what our young friend intends. Barrett looked at Virgil, awaiting his decision. The 3 pairs of eyes focused on Virgil, and Sterling felt an ominous chill. Barrett was clearly putting their lives in Virgil's hands. This was worse than he imagined. Kill them all, Virgil said indifferently, as if the 3 Golden Core experts were mere animals. All right. Barrett nodded slightly, gathering energy in his palm and striking out. Adelina and the black-cloaked man exploded into blood mists simultaneously. 2 more Golden Core cultivators dead. Virgil showed no emotion. These people wanted to kill him first, regardless of the reason. They should have prepared for death. What goes around comes around. Gathering energy again. Just as Barrett was about to finish off the desperate Sterling, a voice called out, Commander Keenan, spare his life? A middle-aged man with refined features appeared midair, looking at Barrett and asking, Can you grant me this favor and spare his life? Seeing the middle-aged man, Sterling's face lit up with renewed hope, only to sink into despair when Barrett spoke. This isn't something I can decide. Hearing Barrett's indifferent reply, the man paused, understanding the implication, and looked at Virgil with a smile. Young friend, can you spare Sterling's life? Virgil sized him up and asked, Who are you? The man hesitated, while Moxie explained beside him, This is the head of the Feng family, one of Alfdom's top 10 experts. Since Burke Feng is from the Feng family, he naturally doesn't want to see any losses. Ah, Mr. Feng, nice to meet you. Virgil clasped his hands, but his smile was icy. But I must say, I don't like those who want to kill me alive. I'm willing to exchange a medicinal artifact for his life, the man pondered. Sorry, not interested. Virgil remained cold. If young Arjun refuses, then there's nothing I can do. Barrett smiled faintly, raising his hand to strike. Sterling suffered the same fate as the others, exploding into a blood mist. The middle-aged man didn't intervene, merely giving Virgil a deep look before vanishing silently. Watching him leave, Virgil realized the feud with the Feng family was settled, though he wasn't bothered. He planned to leave Alfdom soon. And who knew when he'd return? Moreover, the Feng family was a primary instigator in Qingxian sect's dissolution. Virgil had no fondness for them. Shaking off the thought, Virgil bowed to Barrett. Many thanks, Senior Keenan. He hadn't asked Barrett to deal with the Ziyun sect too. When strong enough, he'd settle scores himself. Young friend, being a guest of the Emperor, if you want to thank someone, thank the Emperor. Barrett smiled. Since the trouble is resolved, I need to report back to His Majesty. Goodbye. Watching the Guillermo rise into the sky like a rainbow heading for the inner city, Virgil bowed respectfully to Carter Wujia. Thank you for your timely aid, Senior. Thanks should go to Little Sue. Carter Wujia glanced at him, his cloudy eyes revealing age-old wisdom. Virgil felt as if he was being seen through, reminiscent of facing the Jan of Wu. Suppressing his unease, Virgil said, All right. Carter Wujia didn't say more, flickering out of sight. Your Highness, I'll think of a way for your issue. After Carter Wujia left, Virgil turned to Moxie, grateful for her help today. Without her, surviving until Barrett arrived would have been doubtful. Though he had the world-rejecting tower, he didn't want to expose it unless necessary. Moxie nodded, saying, You should thank Avril's sister. I won't come. All right. Virgil agreed. He needed to thank Khan personally for her substantial help, no matter the motive. With the battle over, everyone dispersed. For Golden Core experts dead, news would spread throughout the capital, causing quite a stir. Snowflakes danced as Virgil arrived at Khan's residence. All along the way, he pondered how to repay her kindness. Khan was a Dan expert, so Virgil decided to gift her the alchemy book. He had memorized its contents thoroughly. It seemed Khan expected him, smiling as she greeted, No need for thanks. You're one of my few friends. Helping each other is natural. If you really want to show gratitude. Her beautiful eyes paused on him for a moment, then laughed. Forget it. Did the Jan agree to lend you the teleportation array? He did, in exchange for something. But we have to wait 3 days. Keep this book, it might benefit you. The translation retains the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text, providing a natural and fluent English version. It preserves character names and pinyin where appropriate, ensures coherence with previous content, and maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original. Chapter 88. Unexpected Salmon of Events. This morning, news spread like wildfire through the entire capital. The second commander of the Black Armored Army was dead. In addition, several Golden Core cultivators had been killed as well. Before people could recover from the shock, another stunning announcement came at noon. The Alf suddenly declared the cancellation of the martial contest for marriage, citing that Princess Camille was still too young to consider marriage. This left many people bewildered. If not considering marriage, why host it in the first place? This was treating everyone like monkeys. Though countless people complained internally, no one dared to speak up due to the Alf's status as an elixirate powerhouse. At this moment, Christopher of the Feng family listened to a subordinate's report with an extremely grim expression. The Alf has cancelled Princess Camille's martial contest for marriage. Christopher stood up immediately, intending to go to the inner city to inquire about the situation, only to learn that Marcia and his sister were under house arrest due to misconduct and would not be allowed out for 30 years. He decided to seek his father for more information. At the princess's mansion, snow was falling heavily, heralding the approach of spring. Virgil sat on a black boat and slowly opened his eyes, his divine sense spreading out, mid-foundation establishment. A graceful figure landed on the boat and asked, "How did you do it?" "Harold actually canceled my wedding. It's simple. I told him I would give him 10 years. Then I would come back and marry you after learning everything." "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." Virgil extended 2 fingers before his eyes, watching the clean sky through the gap between them, smiling. "This way, you don't have to get married, and you don't have to worry about your father. As for what happens in 10 years, who can say?" Merle clicked her tongue, inwardly admiring him, and tossed him a storage bag with her jade hand. "What does Her Highness mean by this?" Virgil received it with confusion, his divine sense entering the bag. Inside were numerous pills and herbs to enhance cultivation, including 10 bottles of mountain sea pills and high-grade second-rank elixirs. "Don't refuse me. I'm waiting for you to break through to elixirate in 10 years, and come back to help me. Consider this an investment in you." Virgil silently put away the storage bag and smiled. "Then thank you, Your Highness." At that moment, a Noelle stood by a plum tree by the lake, her elegant posture and exquisite beauty making her a beautiful sight. Merle tactfully left, while Matilda landed on the boat and said softly, "That pill book was very helpful to me." "That's good." Virgil smiled. "Was canceling Camille's contest you're doing?" Matilda looked at him with almond eyes. "Yes." Virgil told her what happened, and Matilda's almond eyes laughed. "Are you two saying something bad about me?" Merle returned, suspicion filling her phoenix-like eyes. The black boat floated above the frozen lake. The 3 gathered around a small stove, a copper pot on the torches beside fresh meats and vegetables. "Don't fight with me, Aliana. I never thought we could eat like this." Matilda watched him, her small face smeared with oil. "This is hot pot, a method from my hometown." Steam filled the air. Virgil was momentarily lost in thought. He hadn't expected to eat hot pot in this world. Above the capital, a long rainbow flew into the inner city. Inside the rainbow was a gray-robed dev with an extremely unhappy expression. "To hell with it. Tianji said I would meet a murderer. I haven't met any yet. Bloody hell. I've been here in Alfdom for half a year. My family must be hunting me down. Looks like I have to return and admit guilt." As night fell, the black boat docked ashore. Virgil lifted his head and gazed at the starless night sky, murmuring softly, "Great Jean." It seemed his prepared plan wouldn't be used. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later, Barrett brought Virgil to a grand hall. This hall was underground in the capital, spacious and mostly empty. In the center was a stone platform like an altar, covered in strange patterns resembling symbols. Array patterns. Virgil's gaze fell on these odd patterns surrounding the altar. Setting up an array required inscribing these patterns first. The more powerful an array, the more complex and numerous its patterns would be. These combined array patterns numbered in the tens of thousands, likely forming an infant stage grand array. "You have keen eyes, young friend." This teleportation array is an infant stage grand array. Once activated, it can transport over 1,000,000 miles in one go. The array patterns were personally inscribed by a great alchemy master from the Alfdom. Laughter rang out as the Alf appeared in the air above the hall, smiling at him. An infant stage grand array. Virgil's eyes flickered. As far as he knew, arrays were classified into levels: ordinary, spirit, pill, infant, void. Beyond the void level, he knew nothing. Even this knowledge came from the senior in the Lost World Tower. "Senior, is the teleportation array ready?" Virgil clasped his hands. "Don't call me senior, how stiff. Although you are supposed to marry the little Sylvia Camille when you return, you can call me uncle." The Alf gave him a stern look. Virgil felt somewhat awkward. The Alf didn't continue teasing him but nodded. "It's ready. It can be activated anytime. Just stand on it." "All right." Virgil nodded and walked onto the platform. Close up. He released his divine sense to feel the intricate array patterns. These patterns felt alive, and soon he felt a slight pain in his mind. Just like refining pills, setting up an array heavily depended on divine sense. Given his current divine sense, understanding the secrets of this teleportation array was akin to a daydream. He retracted his divine sense, not daring to probe further. Watching, Virgil noticed the array wasn't activating yet and asked hesitantly, "Sir, Uncle Son, isn't the array starting yet?" "Just wait a moment, someone else needs to use the teleportation array." The Alf outside the altar smiled. "Someone else?" Just as Virgil wondered, a rainbow streak entered the hall abruptly. Inside was an ace with a dark aura. He landed on the red carpet and asked the Alf, "Your Majesty, is the teleportation array ready?" Virgil's pupils constricted. When the Alf mentioned someone else needing the array, he referred to this person? Damn, what a coincidence. Don't look at him." Virgil turned his back to them. Last time, the other party didn't recognize him. This time, they probably wouldn't either. If recognized, Virgil could imagine his fate. Deceiving the Alf and impersonating a nascent soul disciple's identity were crimes enough to warrant execution many times over by the Alf. "Ready?" The Alf nodded slightly. Although this person was just a golden core cultivator, he belonged to the Zion family. The ace leaped onto the altar, his divine sense landing on Virgil. "Activated." Chapter 89 Exposure. A moment later, Virgil felt the divine consciousness enveloping him retract. The gray-robed dev said indifferently, "Activated." Seeing that the gray-robed dev did not recognize him, Virgil sighed in relief. Baxter didn't say much. He waved his hand to activate the teleportation array when a graceful figure rushed in. It was Roxana. As Ming-Yi-sung, nominal lovers, she naturally came to see Virgil off. "Virgil, take care. I'll wait for you for 10 years. Oh no. Hearing her words, Virgil's expression suddenly changed. Seeing Virgil constantly blinking at her, Roxana was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong with you? Virgil? This name sounds so familiar." The ace's gaze fell on Roxana. "You just called him Virgil?" Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Roxana was taken aback, not understanding why he would react so strongly to hearing a name. "So what if it is?" Roxana lifted her cold face, her phoenix eyes filled with frost. His tone irked her. "No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar, Emmett. So it's you?" Upon confirmation, the ace sneered continuously. The person before him gradually overlapped with the young man from Qing.The sect. Virgil remained silent, sighing inwardly. Unfortunately, it was just 1 second short of activating the teleportation array. Blaming Roxana now was pointless. The critical issue was what to do next. If his identity was exposed, deceiving Baxter and this ace would definitely result in severe consequences. Virgil pondered over a way to respond. Outside the altar, Baxter and others were stunned. They actually knew each other. "You're still alive, and have even reached the Foundation establishment stage." The ace sensed his cultivation level, revealing killing intent in his eyes. Virgil narrowed his eyes. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the early golden core stage, not very strong. Just as he thought the other party was about to make a move, the ace suddenly retracted his killing intent. "Forget it. Ep1of is already dead, so it doesn't matter whether I kill you or not. Besides, if that Sylvia found out I killed you?" Recalling Robertarong Zoeg's terrifying talent, the ace felt a chill down his spine. He had no enmity with the other party and didn't want to make a powerful enemy. Seeing him retract his killing intent, Virgil was surprised, not expecting such an outcome. Outside the platform, Roxana and others were even more bewildered. "Wait. The William Vance said I saw the person who killed Ep1of." At this moment, the ace recalled what Taoist Vance had said, almost immediately changing his attitude, filled with killing intent, reaching out towards Virgil. This sudden change shocked everyone. None anticipated he would suddenly make a move. Just as the dry palm of the ace was about to touch Virgil, a resistance force suddenly struck, causing him to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Coldly, he asked, "What does His Majesty mean by this?" "What do you mean? I'm asking you the same thing." Roxana rushed forward, blocking Virgil with a cold glare. "Camille, be respectful." Baxter appeared between them, scolding his daughter, then cupped his hands at the ace. "I don't know what grudge exists between the two of you, but this young friend is my future son-in-law. If there's no deep-seated hatred, can you give me face and turn hostility into peace?" So this Emmett became Baxter's son-in-law? Hearing this, the ace was suspicious, saying, "This dev suspects this person killed someone from my Zion family. If it's true, your small kingdom of Wu cannot bear the consequences." Baxter's expression changed slightly, bowing. "Does His Excellency have any evidence? If he did or not, let me search his soul to find out." The ace laughed coldly. Virgil's expression darkened. If the other party really searched his soul, his identity would surely be exposed. Beside him, Roxana urgently said, "Harold, searching the soul can affect cultivators. A single mistake could turn someone into a fool. You can't let him do this." Baxter naturally understood the pros and cons, warning, "My son-in-law's master is a transcendent powerhouse. Even the Zion family might not want to offend such a power. You should think carefully." Transcendent powerhouse? The ace was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Rubbish! This person is merely a disciple of a minor sect without even a golden core cultivator. How could he be a disciple of a transcendent powerhouse? Don't let yourself be deceived, Baxter." Boom. These words echoed like thunder in their minds, making Baxter stiffen. Roxana's face turned pale. She remembered the conversation she had with Virgil after leaving the study that day, her body trembling slightly. Seeing her father's reaction, she took a deep breath and immediately countered. If he isn't a transcendent powerhouse's disciple, how could he have 5th grade elixirs? This made sense, and Baxter's expression softened. This Emmett has 5th grade elixirs? The ace's eyes widened in surprise. Certainly, these were personally refined by his master, Taoist Qiyun, and bestowed upon him. Roxana raised her chin, full of pride. Hearing this, the ace was suspicious. Suddenly, he recalled how Qing.The sect had been submerged in lightning during a tribulation when they successfully refined 5th grade elixirs, leading to a bold guess. Could that batch of 5th grade elixirs have ended up in Virgil's hands? The ace felt he had figured out the truth. Nonsense. If this Emmett really has 5th grade elixirs, it wasn't Taoist Qiyun who refined them, but the ancestor of Qing.The sect. At the time, Qing.The sect successfully refined a batch of 5th grade elixirs, and this Emmett survived the tribulation. The elixir in his hand must be from that batch. Roxana's face stiffened. Virgil gave her a helpless look. Was she trying to help him or harm him? When you can't speak, remain silent. Is this true? Baxter's expression darkened, the temperature around them dropping to an icy point. Virgil immediately felt an imposing presence locking onto him. The ace sneered, "Of course, if you don't believe me, let me search his soul and find out." "All right." Baxter took a deep breath, his face turning cold. Thinking he had been deceived by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator filled him with rage. Seeing her father agree, Roxana opened her mouth in shock. "Harold, be quiet." Baxter harshly rebuked her, leaving Roxana pale-faced, as he rarely reprimanded her. "Now let's see who will protect you." The ace sneered, grabbing Virgil, who felt his entire body immobilized, flying to him. Seeing the dry palm of the ace placed on Virgil's head, Roxana regretted it deeply. If not for her actions, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. She was bound by her father's power, unable to move, pleadingly looking at Baxter. Harold, even if he isn't a transcendent powerhouse's disciple, he did give you a 5th grade elixir. I've already helped him once by having Barrett kill 4 golden core cultivators. Baxter's face was icy. As nominal lovers, she naturally had to see Virgil off. Virgil, take care. I'll wait for you for 10 years. Oh no. Upon hearing her words, Virgil's expression abruptly changed. Seeing Virgil continuously blinking at her, Roxana paused, looking at him in confusion. What's wrong? Virgil? This name sounds so familiar. The gray-robed dev beside her fixed his gaze on Roxana. You just called him Virgil? Feeling his menacing stare, Roxana was taken aback, unsure why he reacted so strongly to a name. So what if it is? Roxana lifted her clear, cold face, her phoenix eyes filled with frost. His tone made her somewhat irritable. No wonder he seemed familiar, Emmett. So it's you. Confirmed. The gray-robed dev sneered as the Dominic before him gradually merged with the young man from the Qing sect. Virgil remained silent, sighing inwardly. What a pity, just 1 second away from activating the teleportation array. It was pointless to blame Roxana now. The crucial thing was how to handle this. Once his identity was exposed and the deceit revealed to Baxter and the gray-robed dev, they would certainly not let him off. Virgil thought hard about a strategy. Outside the altar, Baxter and others were stunned, realizing these two knew each other. You're still alive, and have even broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. The gray-robed dev sensed his cultivation, revealing murderous intent. Virgil's eyes narrowed. This man's cultivation was around peak early golden core, not very strong. Just as he thought the other party would make a move, the gray-robed dev suddenly withdrew his killing intent. Forget it. Ep1of is already dead. Killing you doesn't matter anymore. Besides, if that Sylvia finds out I killed you? Recalling the terrifying talent of Benita, the gray-robed dev shivered internally. He had no grievances with the other party and didn't want to make a formidable enemy. Seeing him withdraw his killing intent, Virgil was surprised by this outcome. Outside the dais, Roxana and the others were even more confused. Wait. Heavenly Secrets William said I saw the one who killed Ep1of. At this point, the gray-robed dev recalled what Heavenly Secrets Dawas said. His attitude almost immediately changed, filled with murderous intent. Reaching out, he lunged towards Virgil. This sudden change shocked everyone. None had expected he would suddenly attack. Just as the gray-robed dev's withered palm was about to touch Virgil, he suddenly felt resistance, forcing him to step back. Coldly, he asked, Your Majesty, what does this mean? What do you mean? I want to ask you the same thing. Roxana rushed forward, blocking Virgil with furrowed brows. Opal, don't be rude. Baxter appeared between them, reprimanding his daughter. Then, he bowed to the gray-robed dev. I wonder what grudge there might be between you. This friend is my future son-in-law. If it's not deep-seated hatred, could you do me a favor and turn swords into plowshares? This kid became Baxter's son-in-law? Hearing this, the gray-robed dev's eyes flickered with suspicion. I suspect this person killed my Zion family disciple. If this is true, your small Wu kingdom can't bear the responsibility. Baxter's expression shifted slightly. Does your excellency have any evidence? A search of his soul will tell us. The gray-robed dev sneered. Virgil's gaze darkened. If the other party truly searched his soul, he would be exposed. Beside him, Roxana urged anxiously, Harold, searching one's soul affects cultivators. An accidental mishap can turn them into idiots. You can't let him do this. Baxter naturally understood the pros and cons, reminding, My son-in-law's master is a transformation spirit expert. Even the Zion family might not wish to offend him. Please think carefully. Transformation spirit expert? The gray-robed dev first froze, then laughed heartily. Nonsense about being a transformation spirit expert's disciple. This person is known to me, just a disciple of a minor sect without any golden core. How could he possibly be a transformation spirit expert's disciple? Don't let him fool you, Baxter. Boom. These words echoed like thunder in their minds. Baxter's expression stiffened. Roxana's pale face trembled as she recalled Virgil's words that day in the study. Taking a deep breath, seeing her father's reaction, she countered instantly. If he's not a transformation spirit expert's disciple, how could he have a 5th rank elixir? This was logical. Baxter's expression softened. This kid has a 5th rank elixir? The gray-robed dev's eyes widened. That's natural. It was personally refined and bestowed upon him by his master, Taoist Qiyun. Roxana lifted her chin, full of pride. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed dev was perplexed. Suddenly, he remembered the Qing sect being submerged in lightning, which coincided with the successful refinement of a 5th rank elixir. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could the batch of 5th rank elixirs ultimately fall into Virgil's hands? The gray-robed dev felt he had uncovered the truth. Nonsense. If this kid really had a 5th rank elixir, it wouldn't be refined by Qiyun Taoist but by the Qing sect's Franz ancestor. When Qing sect successfully refined a batch of 5th rank elixirs, this kid survived the lightning and surely has those pills. Roxana's expression stiffened. Virgil glanced at her helplessly. Auntie, are you helping or harming me? Less talk would have been better. Is this true? Baxter's expression grew grim, bringing down the temperature to an icy chill. Virgil immediately felt a powerful force locking onto him. The gray-robed dev sneered. Of course it's true. Don't believe me? Let me search his soul. Agreed. Baxter took a deep breath, his face turning icy cold. Remembering he had been deceived by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, he felt immensely furious. Seeing her father agree, Roxana opened her mouth in shock. Harold, silence! Baxter coldly shouted. Roxana's face turned pale. Her father rarely rebuked her. Now let's see who protects you. The gray-robed dev sneered, grabbing Virgil. Feeling himself immobilized, Virgil was flung towards the dev. Seeing the gray-robed dev's withered hand on Virgil's head, Roxana regretted it deeply, knowing this situation wouldn't have happened if not for her. She was immobilized by her father's power, unable to move. Looking pleadingly at Baxter, she said, Harold, even if he isn't a transformation spirit expert's disciple, he did give you a 5th rank elixir. I've already helped him once by having Barrett kill 4 golden core experts. Baxter's face was cold as ice. Chapter 89. Exposure. A moment later, Virgil felt the probing spiritual sense retract from him. The ace said indifferently, initiate it. Relieved that the ace hadn't recognized him, Virgil sighed with relief. Baxter didn't say much, waving his hand to activate the teleportation array. Just then, a graceful figure ran in. It was Roxana. As his nominal lover, she naturally came to see Virgil off. Virgil, take care. I'll wait for you for 10 years. Hearing her words, Virgil's expression suddenly changed. Seeing Virgil blinking incessantly at her, Roxana paused, confused. What's wrong? Virgil? This name seemed so familiar. The ace beside her looked at Roxana and asked sharply, you just called him Virgil? Staring at his murderous gaze, Roxana was stunned, not understanding why one name could provoke such a reaction. So what if I did? Roxana lifted her cold, pale face, her phoenix eyes filled with frost. This person's tone made her slightly annoyed. No wonder he seemed familiar. So it's you, Emmett? Confirming this, the ace sneered continuously. The figure before him gradually merged with the Dominic from the Qing sect. Virgil remained silent, inwardly sighing. Unfortunately, just 1 second more, and the teleportation array would have been activated. Blaming Roxana now was pointless. What mattered was how to deal with the situation. If his identity was exposed, deceiving Baxter and this ace would not go unpunished. Virgil pondered his options. Outside the altar, Baxter and the others were taken aback, realizing they knew each other. You're still alive, and have even advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. The ace sensed his cultivation level, his eyes filled with killing intent. Virgil narrowed his eyes. This person was probably at the peak of the early Golden Core stage, not particularly strong. Just as he thought the Franz might attack, the Franz suddenly retracted his killing intent, saying, forget it. Eep1of2 is dead. Killing you doesn't matter anymore. Besides, if that Sylvia found out I killed you? Thinking of Benita's terrifying talent, the Franz shivered internally. He had no grudge against Virgil and didn't want to make a powerful enemy. Seeing him retract his killing intent, Virgil was stunned, not expecting such an outcome. Roxana and others outside the platform were even more baffled. Hold on. The dev Tianshur said he saw the person who killed Eep1of2. Suddenly remembering Tianshur Daoist's words, the Franz's attitude shifted abruptly, filled with killing intent as he reached out toward Virgil. Everyone was shocked by this sudden move, none expecting him to act so swiftly. Just as the Franz's withered hand was about to touch Virgil, he felt a force pushing back, causing him to step back 2 paces. He glared coldly. What does His Majesty mean? What do you mean? I was about to ask you the same thing. Roxana rushed forward, blocking Virgil, her eyebrows cold. Opal, don't be impolite. Baxter appeared between them, scolding his daughter before turning to bow to the Franz. I don't know what enmity exists between you two. This young friend is my future son-in-law. If there isn't deep-seated hatred, can you give me face and resolve this peacefully? This kid became Baxter's son-in-law? The Franz looked suspicious, replying, I suspect this person killed my Zion family disciple. If it's true, your small Alfdom can't bear the consequences. Baxter's expression stiffened, bowing again. Does the gentleman have any evidence? A search of his soul will reveal everything. The Franz sneered. Virgil's gaze darkened. If he really let the other search his soul, his identity would be exposed. Beside him, Roxana urgently said, Harold, soul searching can affect a cultivator. One mistake, and they might become a fool. You can't let him do this. Baxter knew the risks involved, warning, my son-in-law's master is a nascent soul realm expert. Even the Zion family might hesitate to offend such a powerhouse. Please consider carefully. Nascent soul realm expert? The Franz first froze, then laughed heartily. Nonsense. This guy is merely a disciple of a minor sect without even a golden core. How can he be a nascent soul expert's disciple? Don't be deceived, Baxter. Boom. These words echoed like thunder in everyone's minds. Baxter's expression stiffened. Roxana's face turned pale, recalling the day Virgil spoke to her after leaving the study, her body trembling slightly. Seeing her father's reaction, she took a deep breath and countered. If he's not a nascent soul expert's disciple, how could he possess 5th-grade pills? This was reasonable. Baxter's expression softened. This kid has 5th-grade pills? The Franz's eyes widened. Certainly. His master, Master Qiyun, personally refined and gifted him. Roxana lifted her chin proudly. Hearing this, the Franz grew suspicious. Suddenly, he remembered the Qing sect being engulfed by a thunderstorm, which coincided with the completion of a 5th-grade pill. A bold conjecture formed in his mind. Could those 5th-grade pills have ended up in Virgil's hands? Feeling he'd guessed correctly, the Franz said, rubbish. If this kid has 5th-grade pills, they must be from the ancestor of the Qing sect, not some Qiyun. Roxana's expression stiffened. Virgil gave her an exasperated look. Was she helping or harming him? She should have spoken less. Do you really mean this? Baxter's expression turned icy, the temperature around dropping. Virgil immediately felt a powerful aura locking onto him. The Franz smirked. Of course. Doubtful? Let me search his soul. Fine. Baxter took a deep breath, his face cold. Thinking of being deceived by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, he felt furious. Seeing her father agree, Roxana gasped, Harold, be quiet. Baxter snapped coldly, rarely yelling at her. Roxana's face turned white. Now let's see who will protect you. The Franz sneered, grabbing Virgil, who felt himself immobilized and flown before the Franz. Seeing the Franz's withered hand on Virgil's head, Roxana regretted deeply. If not for her actions, things wouldn't have escalated. Immovable due to her father's restriction, she pleaded, Harold, even if he's not a nascent soul expert's disciple, he did give you a 5th grade pill. I already helped him by having Barrett kill 4 Golden Core experts, Baxter replied icily. Chapter 90. The Reverse Azure Array. Soul Search. The ace's voice rang out coldly. Just as he was about to perform the soul search, a light appeared between Virgil's brows, revealing a small tower. Note, Mei Xin is often referred to as the third eye, or the space between one's eyebrows in English. For a more natural flow in English, I chose to say between Virgil's brows. Seeing this small tower, the ace's pupils constricted. This tower is in your possession. Young master was indeed killed by you. Virgil's expression remained cold, and he did not respond. In the next moment, the small tower emitted a suction force, drawing both him and the ace inside. What's happening? Witnessing both men vanish, Baxter looked at the small tower on the ground and grabbed it with an outstretched hand, pulling it into his possession. His divine sense landed on it, but the small tower emanated a force that isolated it, blocking his divine sense. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, Roxana gritted her teeth and ran out. Inside the first level of the Legacy Tower, this is the world within the tower. The ace descended from the sky, surveying his surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the slender figure not far away. Virgil wore loose-fitting blue robes, appearing somewhat frail as he sat cross-legged on the ground. The ace's eyes fell upon him, instantly understanding. He said coldly, I get it now. You survived the celestial tribulation because of this tower. You were hiding inside all along. Noticing Virgil's silence, the ace sneered, Boy, I don't know whether to praise or scold you. Even if you've brought me in here, so what? You've handed yourself over willingly? Look around. Finally, Virgil spoke, his tone indifferent. This is. Initially dismissive, the ace's expression abruptly changed. This is the Reverse Azure Array. Good eye, Virgil commented appreciatively. The Reverse Azure Array was a pill-rank killing formation. Previously in Ujandam, when the senior told him he would go into a deep slumber, Virgil asked for a life-saving item. The senior taught him this array. The requirements for setting up this array weren't too high, but there was one point. This array was extremely costly, consuming many spirit stones. To set up this array, he spent a total of 80,000 spirit stones. Activate, Virgil murmured, without further ado. As he finished speaking, the surroundings began to violently shake. Like a sleeping giant awakening, overwhelming power surged forth, capable of destroying mountains and rivers in an instant. The formation covered hundreds of feet, enveloping the entire first level of the Legacy Tower. I'll kill you first. Sensing a chill, the ace's body trembled as he reached out toward Virgil. By killing the creator of the array would collapse. Unexpectedly, a transparent barrier appeared before Virgil. This attack, enough to kill a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, only slightly shook it like rippling water, quickly returning to stillness. Unperturbed, Virgil continued to throw spirit stones into the formation points, intent on slaying a core formation cultivator today. Suddenly, the ace felt as if the sky was collapsing, immense pressure descending, threatening to crush him into a bloody mist. Fortune umbrella. Startled, the ace slapped his storage bag, retrieving a red umbrella. Its red color was brighter than blood. Empowered by magic, the red umbrella flew overhead, suddenly expanding, enveloping him beneath its bright red light. This umbrella was a low-grade Danchi artifact, usable for both attack and defense, capable of withstanding attacks from early-stage core formation cultivators. But soon, the immense pressure shattered the surrounding red light, and the red umbrella lost its glow, falling to the ground. Deprived of the umbrella's protection, the remaining pressure bore down upon the ace like falling stars. Pale-faced, the ace immediately summoned more power, casting a protective spell to form a white shield around him. Crack. This shield didn't last long either before shattering again. Spewing a mouthful of blood, his bones cracking continuously, the ace became drenched in blood, his aura greatly weakened. Desperately glaring at Virgil nearby, he roared, Little brat, you dare kill me? Soon, House Cyan will grind you to dust. Then let them come. Virgil's face was cold, roused by inner malevolence. No matter who it was, if they couldn't kill him, he would return stronger, rising higher and farther than ever before. Ah! The ace could no longer hear clearly, overwhelmed by buzzing sounds. Bloodshot eyes filled with desperation, he cast spells continuously, trying to break the array. With 80,000 spirit stones, I'll kill a core formation. Watching the desperate ace within the array, Virgil murmured to himself, recalling the destruction of Qing's sect. That core formation cultivator from the Feng family, how superior and powerful, deciding everyone's fate with a wave of his hand. Times have changed. Now, he could still kill a core formation cultivator. Although he had expended all his savings, it was worth it. After half an hour, the Reverse Azure Array ended. The air within the Legacy Tower remained thick with lingering energy, intimidating and fearsome. The ace had become a pool of blood, while Virgil strolled forward, stopping before the puddle. Looking at the red umbrella on the ground, he grabbed it, flying it into his hand. The man's storage bag had been obliterated by the Reverse Azure Array, but this umbrella remained intact. This umbrella is likely a low-grade Danchi artifact. A pity it's damaged. Examining the red umbrella in his hand, Virgil shook his head and put it into his storage bag. Though damaged, it should still be effective, comparable to a high-grade spirit weapon, a valuable treasure. Looking at the pool of blood, Virgil felt no joy in victory, instead sighing. This dev was dead, solving one problem, but there was an even bigger issue outside. The Legacy Tower was already in Baxter's hands, and he didn't know the king's attitude toward him. Now having killed someone from the Zion family, it wouldn't be long before they came hunting him. Would Baxter strike him down to please the Zion family? Nobody knew. Though staying hidden, even from nascent soul experts, wasn't impossible, he couldn't remain in the legacy tower indefinitely. Sister Roberta had only a year left to live, and he must reach Jean's state within a year. Senior, wake up, I'm in trouble. Desperate, Virgil grabbed his hair, recalling the senior, calling out a few times. Unfortunately, there was no response. Seeing his last ace card fail, Virgil sat dejectedly on the ground, feeling powerless. Nascent soul. Exhaling deeply. 1 year outside was 50 years inside the legacy tower. Unless he could break through to nascent soul in 50 years. Which was clearly impossible. He wasn't a gifted talent. Advancement largely depended on elixirs. Forget it, let's see what happens. Clenching his teeth, Virgil prepared to exit the legacy tower to gauge Baxter's attitude. Staying here indefinitely wasn't a solution. He could always retreat back if things went badly. Just as he appeared, a force locked onto him entirely. Chapter 91, Departure. As soon as he appeared, a powerful aura immediately locked onto him. Virgil instantly froze, as if paralyzed by an immobilizing spell. Sweat poured down his back. He had underestimated the strength of a nascent soul expert. If not for Baxter's earlier lapse, at this nascent soul level, Virgil might not even have gotten close to the legacy tower, let alone survive an instant kill. Regret began to gnaw at Virgil's heart for his rashness. He could very well lose his life because of it. Taking a deep breath, Virgil calmed himself, accepting what was already done. He looked calmly at Baxter in front of him and asked, "Does your majesty wish to kill me?" Baxter lowered his head, examining the legacy tower in his hand without acknowledging him. Even with his keen eyesight, he still couldn't discern its secrets. Containing an inner realm like a spatial bag, this small tower could hold people within. A Taoist holy ground. He had heard tales of such treasures and believed this small tower was one of them. Since Baxter didn't speak, Virgil could only wait, tormented internally, feeling like a death row inmate awaiting sentence on trial. The gavel of judgment never seemed to fall, leaving his mind in constant agony rather than relief. Where is that person? Finally, Baxter shifted his gaze from the legacy tower, looking at him with a voice full of authority. He's dead. Virgil slowly exhaled, oddly finding calm in his heart upon answering. Upon hearing this, although Baxter had anticipated it, he was still slightly taken aback. A Foundation establishment cultivator killing a golden core powerhouse. If this spread, it would shock countless people. Such an individual, claiming to be a disciple of a spirit transformation expert, wouldn't invite suspicion and justified tricking him. Deciding how to handle Virgil was equally perplexing for Baxter. Frankly, he admired this young man greatly. Although he felt furious initially about being deceived, living several hundred years allowed him to quickly regain composure. This Dominic's bravery and audacity impressed him. Even if not a spirit transformation expert's disciple, he believed this young man would achieve something significant one day. Marrying his daughter to such a person wasn't out of the question. But he couldn't offend the Zion family. Baxter pondered silently. Few knew about today's events, only 4 people. Barrett was his trusted confidant and wouldn't leak information. His daughter certainly wouldn't. The atmosphere turned subtly tense as Baxter wrestled with his thoughts. Eventually, he took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Virgil. Virgil instantly realized his fate was about to be decided. He disliked the feeling of his destiny controlled by another, intensely craving power. Yet after waiting half a day, Baxter still didn't speak, merely staring at him with shifting eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Virgil wanted to jump up and curse loudly. If not for Baxter being a nascent soul expert who could crush him in an instant, he'd swear at him thoroughly. Killing someone didn't need to be this terrifying. Why keep scaring him like this? Why not give a straightforward answer? Any normal person would be driven mad. Just as Virgil was suffering intensely, he suddenly felt a lightning sensation as the locking force released him, returning control over his body. His eyes flickered in confusion when, abruptly, a brilliant white light flashed from a nearby stone platform. The teleportation array somehow activated. What's happening? Shocked, Baxter's expression changed. Without hesitation, Virgil instantly reacted, his consciousness guiding the legacy tower to shoot into his forehead. Then his body transformed into a long arc, swiftly heading toward the stone platform. Stop him. Seeing this, Baxter's face twisted, sending out a palm strike. A heavy blow to his back made Virgil spew blood, landing hard on the platform. This palm strike inadvertently assisted him. Don't run. Baxter rushed toward the platform, moving incredibly fast, reaching its edge almost immediately. Just as he neared the platform, bright white light rose around it, engulfing Virgil. Relief washed over Virgil as he bowed under the light, saying, "Senior, until we meet again." In the next moment, the teleportation array activated, blurring Virgil's vision as he vanished from the high platform. After Virgil left, Barrett respectfully presented a jade slip, saying, "Your Majesty, as you instructed, everything has been recorded. But is this really necessary?" "To show I didn't help him," Baxter said, hands behind his back, eyeing the restored platform. "The Zion family is too powerful. Precautionary measures are always wise." "What about Camille? Probably seeking the medicine Jan for rescue." "That's Sylvia." Baxter shook his head, heading towards the exit. This jade slip contained a recording of Baxter confronting Virgil, followed by the unexpected activation of the teleportation array. As the array activated, Virgil felt dizziness. It transported him to the next destination. Palamanes later, he appeared suspended in mid-air, plummeting rapidly. What's going on? Changing expressions, he hastily summoned a long sword from his storage bag, stepping on it to halt the descent. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the eerie silence. Where am I? Furrowing his brow deeply, Virgil realized the teleportation had been interrupted en route. I'll find a place to heal first. Once healed, I'll figure out where this is. Sighing, he sought shelter. For some reason, he felt unease. The blow from Baxter caused internal injuries, though not fatal. His insides churned painfully, making every movement agonizing. However, he found it strange that Baxter hadn't killed him outright if intended. Without dwelling on it, Virgil extended his consciousness to explore his surroundings. Finding a cave, he entered the legacy tower, closing his eyes to begin healing. In the storage bag given by Merle were some healing pills. Taking one, he closed his eyes and slowly focused on recovery. An hour later, a streak of light approached where Virgil had landed. Inside the light was a man with unusual, purple hair. Strange, where did he go? I clearly sensed a cultivator's presence here. Chapter 92, The State of Qi. Strange, where are the people? I clearly sensed the aura of cultivators here. The Brooks snorted coldly and released his divine sense to search. He could perceive that someone had been stopped by a trapped immortal array while trying to use a transmission array. After a moment, the Brooks retracted his divine sense, frowning. They're gone? Humph. As long as you're within the borders of Qi, you won't escape. His gaze swept over the area once more before he set off in a certain direction, disappearing into the horizon shortly after. The target shouldn't have gone far. He planned to search nearby. Virgil had no idea he was being tracked. After staying in the world-abandoned tower for 50 days until his internal injuries were nearly healed, he finally exited the tower. Approximately 1 day had passed in the outside world. My injuries are healed. Next, I need to figure out where I am. Choosing a direction, Virgil flew on his sword, silently releasing his divine sense to envelop the surroundings. What's going on? After flying for an hour, Virgil's brow began to furrow. He hadn't seen a single person along the way. Suppressing his confusion, he continued for another 15 minutes until a valley appeared ahead, emitting a faint smell of blood. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Virgil landed in the valley. Upon observing the situation around him, his expression changed immediately. Even he felt a chill run down his spine. Scattered on the ground were hundreds of corpses, some already dead for many days with their eyes wide open, bulging out. How can there be so many bodies here? Alarmed internally, Virgil released his divine sense. Among these corpses, there were not a few Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators. Their storage bags had already been taken, and although there were many magical treasures and spirit weapons, they were all damaged and lost their spiritual energy, rendering them useless to him. Walking among the corpses, Virgil noticed a common trait. They were emaciated, as if their blood had been drained. Draining life essence. It sounds just like those legendary monsters. Chin in hand, Virgil pondered. At this moment, his gaze fell on a corpse, a frail dev who had once been at the core formation stage. A token hung from his waist. Using his magic power, he brought the token to his hand. It bore 3 strong, bold characters. Raksha sect. Virgil read aloud, concluding this person must belong to the Raksha sect, and possibly be in Franz. Pocketing the token, Virgil looked at the sea of corpses and sighed deeply. He didn't consider himself a good person and had killed plenty. He had no right to judge others. He wondered who could have done this. Deep down, he felt this wasn't as simple as it seemed. With a heavy heart, Virgil left the valley and continued on his journey, choosing a direction to fly. Along the way, he found even more corpses, all drained of blood. His chest felt tight, growing increasingly uneasy. If the earlier corpses could have been due to conflicts between sects, these made no sense. Recalling how the teleportation array had been inexplicably interrupted, landing him in this forsaken place without encountering a single living soul, Virgil murmured to himself, could all the cultivators in this country be dead? Whatever the case, one thing was certain. This place was dangerous, and he needed to leave quickly or risk losing his life. He had already seen numerous core formation corpses during his flight. Sighing, Virgil bitterly smiled to himself. Lately, his luck had really been terrible. Everything that could go wrong did. Even using a teleportation array had resulted in trouble. What had he offended? Taking a deep breath, Virgil lifted his head, gazing forward, his mind wandering. No matter what, I must leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't want to meddle or uphold justice by slaying demons. He was just an ordinary person, and nothing mattered more than preserving his life. Besides, his life wasn't just his own. He had people to save. Alternatively, a safer method would be to find a place and hide in the world-abandoned tower until his cultivation was sufficient. But he dismissed this idea immediately. Determined, Virgil flew north, constantly monitoring his surroundings, remaining vigilant. Flying for several days, Virgil lost track of his location. Each day, he lived in constant fear and caution, but fortunately, he hadn't encountered any immediate danger yet. However, he saw more and more corpses. He even witnessed countless bodies piled up outside a city, forming a small hill. Virgil skirted around it from a distance, too afraid to get close. This reinforced his suspicion. It's very likely all the cultivators in this country have been slaughtered. Standing mid-air, Virgil muttered to himself, unsure how many more days it would take to leave this place. On the 3rd day, while flying north, Virgil suddenly saw a powerful long rainbow-like streak approaching from afar. The aura was formidable, giving him a dangerous feeling. Trusting his instincts, he immediately hid in the world-abandoned tower. Fortunately, the other party didn't notice him and flew directly overhead. Only after the other left did Virgil emerge from the tower, gazing distantly at the retreating back within the rainbow streak. It was a Brooks with an incredibly powerful aura. Just looking at him caused a painful sting in his eyes. This alarmed him. It was the first living person he had encountered in the past 3 days. No, there was something peculiar about the other, though he couldn't quite describe it. To say it plainly, the person felt almost not human. Watching the other disappear into the horizon, Virgil took a deep breath, muttering, what has happened here? Wiping his face, Virgil paused, staring at the post-snow sky. Gray clouds dominated the sky. Snowflakes drifted down, covering the earth in white. Spring was only a few days away, yet everything felt desolate. After standing for a moment, clearing the oppression in his heart, Virgil resumed his flight northward. Though he didn't know his exact location, he knew that the northwest direction led to Qing. So long as he kept heading north, he wouldn't be wrong. I wonder which country this teleportation array sent me to, and how far it is from Wu. Continuing northward, Virgil pondered. If it was far, it would be bad. By evening, Virgil hadn't encountered anyone else but remained alert, keeping his divine sense active. Nightfall approached quietly, and the surroundings became eerily silent. Considering the danger, Virgil chose to continue flying, eager to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Survivor. Under the moonlight, Virgil rode a flying sword, soaring thousands of feet above the ground. Apart from the fierce gale, there was no other sound in the air. An eerie silence prevailed. The entire nation resembled a dead land, sending shivers down one's spine. His wide sleeves flapped wildly with the wind as Virgil remained tense, his senses alert to every detail around him, keeping watch in all directions. Foundation establishment cultivators could indeed sustain prolonged flight for long periods, but their magical power would eventually run out. Thankfully, with the legacy tower, he could replenish his magical power whenever it depleted by entering it. Soon, half the night had passed quietly when a sprawling great green mountain, stretching dozens of miles, appeared ahead. The black mountain silently exuded terror in the dark. As he flew over the mountain, several brilliant light columns suddenly rose beneath him. Virgil's expression changed. He stopped the flying sword abruptly and scanned the area. 100 yards around him, four red barriers emerged, confining him within. This is an array formation. Damn it, who set up this array here? Virgil's face turned grim, and without time for contemplation, he rushed toward the nearest barrier, casting snowfield ice flame. A small snake made of dark blue flames struck the barrier. He wasn't afraid of this formation, but feared that the brooks he encountered earlier might be drawn by the disturbance. After all, even under heavenly tribulation, the legacy tower kept him safe, let alone a simple formation. Bang! The snowfield ice flame collided with the barrier, producing a heavy thud. The surrounding barriers shook simultaneously but did not shatter. A Dan-level grand array. Virgil's expression turned particularly unpleasant as he grasped the complexity of this array. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Virgil turned to see a young Sylvia standing under the moonlight, her hair tied into a high ponytail, her beautiful face filled with frost. Monster, prepare to die. Noticing his gaze, the Sylvia yelled and produced a circular disc in her hand, emitting radiant light. Palamanes later, blinding lights flashed around her again. This is my own creation, a demon-slaying array, a combination of two formations. Today, I'll kill you monsters who slaughtered my family. Wait, Virgil hurriedly shouted, knowing she had misunderstood something, yet she ignored his explanations and activated the array to attack him. The terrifying killing array was initiated, beams of red light shooting at him from all directions, extremely fast, each giving off a sense of immense danger, easily capable of wiping out a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Virgil's pupils constricted slightly. Without hesitation, his divine sense stirred, and he directly hid inside the legacy tower. Countless attacks strong enough to wipe out a peak foundation establishment struck the legacy tower simultaneously. The small tower showed no damage and fell downward. After a while, the red light dissipated, leaving the Sylvia puzzled when she saw no one left in the array. This was only the first round of attack. How weak is this monster? Earlier, her view was obstructed by red light which swallowed Virgil, causing her much confusion. Those monsters she encountered before were at least peak core formation, some even bursting with nascent soul-level combat strength. She merely wanted to test the array, never expecting to truly slay the opponent, and yet in just the first wave of attacks, he vanished. To prevent any mishaps, after some time, the Sylvia paused the array and walked in cautiously. 100 yards had been leveled to the ground. Mountains, rocks, and plants had all been reduced to dust under the formidable array. Snowfield ice flame. A dark blue flame quietly drifted on the ground, catching her attention. She looked at it, her eyes slightly widening in surprise. Suddenly, the snowfield ice flame shot towards her, its terrifying heat seemingly aiming to melt her on the spot. Her expression changed slightly, and the disc in her hand emitted powerful pressure, trapping the snowfield ice flame. With a casual flick, the snowfield ice flame floated in her palm, and she harumphed, "Little fellow, you still dare to attack me? Bold." Just as she was about to take further action, she sensed a chill run down her back. Immortal binding chain. Virgil stood behind her, speaking coldly. Black chains instantly shot out from his body, drilling into the Sylvia's chi, suppressing her cultivation. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike, creating a violent gust of wind. The Sylvia's expression shifted. Reacting quickly, she spun around, her sleeve swinging to meet his palm. Their attacks collided, both retreating several steps. Stabilizing herself, Virgil's gaze grew cold as he fixed his icy eyes on her. This robe was actually a Dan treasure. Mid-stage foundation establishment. The Sylvia was secretly alarmed, sizing up Virgil. Now she realized that he was merely a human cultivator at mid-stage foundation establishment, not one of those demonic races. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so weak. What perplexed her was how someone of such cultivation could survive the grand array. After all, this was a combination of two Dan-level formations, capable of annihilating even core formation cultivators. And his cultivation was only mid-stage foundation establishment. Even her casual blow should have severely injured him, yet his strike could match hers equally. Just as she was puzzled, Virgil suddenly raised his hand, his storage bag glowing momentarily, revealing a long sword in his hand. Closing his eyes slightly, wild winds surged around him, making him look like a freshly unsheathed sword. Seeing this, the Sylvia hurriedly shouted, "Stop, I don't want to fight you. You're not one of those demonic races. It was wrong of me earlier. I apologize." "What demonic races?" Virgil paused, his eyes locked on her coldly, though he hadn't made a move yet. "Are you not from Qi State?" The Sylvia paused, surprised. It seemed that anyone from Qi State would recognize those demonic races. Qi State. Virgil's eyes flashed, realizing he was in Qi State. He wondered how far away Wu State was. No. How did you get in? The Sylvia became more puzzled, her dark eyes looking at him. Qi State surroundings are already surrounded by immortal trapping arrays. Not even nascent soul experts can enter or leave. Since you don't recognize those demonic races, you must have come recently. This statement carried significant information. Virgil's eyes flickered. He put away his sword and asked, what happened here? Not long ago, some demonic races suddenly appeared in Qi State, massacring cultivators. The Sylvia explained, now all cultivators in Qi State have been wiped out by them. I've heard the same has happened in nearby states. I haven't seen a human for a long time, so initially seeing you, I thought you were one of them. Saying this, she lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. If his strength wasn't enough, he might have died. Chapter 94. The Immortal Trapping Formation. Indeed, this was a dead nation. His earlier suspicions were now confirmed. Virgil wasn't too surprised but still felt a chill of horror. You say everyone in the state of Qi is dead. How did you survive? Virgil's gaze fell on her. Despite her considerable cultivation, he had encountered numerous corpses of cultivators even at the core formation stage during his journey. For someone at late Foundation establishment to survive seemed utterly incredible. I survived because I have my sect's ultimate treasure. The young Sylvia lowered her head, her voice subdued. She had survived while her family, friends, and senior sect members had all fallen victim to the demons. Ultimate treasure. Virgil's eyes lingered on her for 2 seconds before shifting away. He asked curiously, why did those demons do this? I don't know. The Sylvia sighed. I guess they must have been planning something. Isn't there anyone controlling them? Virgil furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe that no powerful human cultivator could handle these demons. In theory, after such a big event, Brennan should have sent someone over. The Sylvia lifted her head, her words carrying a hint of complaint. But it's been so long and still, no word from Brennan. Brennan? Virgil looked puzzled, hearing the name for the first time. You don't even know Brennan? Seeing him shake his head, the Sylvia began to explain, he's our ruler in Yuhuang. Despite there being many nations within Yuhuang, all the rulers ultimately follow the orders of the Rain Palace. All ranks of upper, intermediate, and lower cultivation nations are bestowed by Brennan himself. So, this world is called Yuhuang. Virgil digested this information silently. From what he understood, their relationships resembled that of vassal lords and an emperor. The true power player was Brennan. These matters were currently beyond his reach. Taking a deep breath, Virgil asked his most pressing question. How far is this place from Wugwa? The Sylvia didn't understand why he was asking but answered truthfully. There are about 5 or 6 countries between here and Wugwa. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, it would take several years to get there. A core formation cultivator, on the other hand, would need only about half a year. Upon hearing her answer, Virgil's eyes flickered with thought. He was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, but he could buy a pill stage cloud boat. So, the immediate priority was to leave this place. Just now, you mentioned that the state of Qi has been trapped by an immortal trapping formation which even infant transformation cultivators can't escape. What does that mean? Recalling the Sylvia's previous statement, Virgil turned to her again. These formations were set up by the demons and cover almost all of Qi. They are extremely powerful, even among high-level arrays. While they cannot be used for offensive purposes, they prevent anyone inside from leaving and anyone outside from entering. Even an infant transformation expert will be unable to escape once trapped inside. The Sylvia didn't hide anything, explaining everything she knew. Even infant transformation cultivators can't enter or exit. Upon hearing this, Virgil's heart sank. If what she said was true, wouldn't that mean he would be permanently trapped here? Is there no way out? Unless a deity transformation expert breaks the formation? The Sylvia shook her head. If she could escape, she would have done so long ago. Virgil frowned deeply. Waiting for Brennan to send help could take an indefinite amount of time. Now, the venerable Franz in his sea of consciousness had fallen into a deep slumber and showed no sign of waking up anytime soon, not even in Wu's underground palace. It appeared he had truly entered a deep sleep. Everything depended on himself now. Just as he pondered these thoughts rapidly in his mind, several beams of light sped toward them from the distant sky. Oh no, the grand formation attracted people. Seeing this, the Sylvia's face paled, and her small hands clenched tightly. Her knuckles turned white under the pressure. She glanced down at the disc in her hand, hesitating, struggling. This disc could allow her to escape, but it could only save one person. As for Virgil beside her, looking at the approaching beams of light, Virgil's expression changed too. These figures within the lights gave off an overwhelmingly dangerous vibe, likely no weaker than the violet-haired Dominic he encountered before. As the distance between them shortened, the Sylvia gritted her teeth, retrieving a palm-sized cloud boat from her storage bag and hurling it into the air. The small boat rapidly expanded into a massive vessel measuring hundreds of feet. Let's go. If we're caught, we'll both die. I've set up a teleportation array 100 miles away which can transport us 1,000 miles away. The Sylvia swiftly landed on the deck, motioning for action. Virgil hesitated for a moment before also landing on the deck. The moment he boarded, the cloud boat shot forward with incredible speed, leaving a white trail behind in the night sky. The figures within the light beams had already spotted the boat and began pursuing it aggressively. Standing on the deck, Virgil observed the 3 chasing beams through the darkness. They were too far to see clearly, but the danger was palpable. Don't worry. Once we reach the teleportation array, we'll be safe. The Sylvia fed spirit stones into the formation, attempting to reassure him despite her own evident concern. The cloud boat was only a middle-grade pill treasure, its speed barely matching that of a mid-core formation cultivator. However, the pursuers were all peak core formation cultivators, faster than the boat. They might catch up before reaching the array. Virgil glanced at her, knowing it wasn't her fault they were pursued but realizing now wasn't the time for blame. Their hope rested solely on the teleportation array. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to hide inside the legacy tower. To be honest, he really didn't want to resort to using the legacy tower unless absolutely necessary. If it fell into enemy hands, he would lose any chance. How did you manage to survive within the formation? Her curious voice broke the silence. Virgil glanced at her coldly. You're still curious at a time like this? The Sylvia chuckled awkwardly and stopped asking. The atmosphere grew tense. Virgil's eyes flickered frequently as the pursuing lights drew closer, just dozens of miles away. A mere matter of moments for core formation cultivators. We're almost there. At this moment, the Sylvia's eyes sparkled in the dark. We're about a third of the way left. Virgil glanced back. The three beams were closing in further. He could now see their forms, a man, a Noel, and another man. Among them was the violet-haired Dominic from earlier, along with a Noel and a Noel. Demons. Virgil instantly identified the two as not humans. Though they resembled humans closely, certain demonic features remained unmistakable. Chapter 95. Success. Though they looked very much like humans, certain details still retained their animalistic features. For instance, the Noel possessed a beautiful and enchanting appearance, yet her ears were triangular and white. She was clearly a fox in origin. Then there was the bulky man with a powerful build, but with a black, circular nose resembling that of a dog. Bear. The image of a black bear instantly surfaced in Virgil's mind. Finally, there was the Brooks who seemed the most human out of the three. Virgil couldn't discern his original form. As the trio approached the cloud boat, the tension within the two passengers escalated to almost unbearable levels. We've arrived, exclaimed the young Sylvia, excitement evident in her voice as she swiftly recalled the cloud boat. Follow me. The duo landed within a gorge, whereupon the Sylvia hurried into its depths, signaling him to follow. A few moments later, they reached a stone platform. Come up. With a flicker of movement, the Sylvia stood on the platform, sending streams of light from her sleeves into various points around it. These were pure spirit stones being inserted into the array eyes. Closing her eyes, she focused on connecting the surrounding array patterns with the central eyes using her divine sense. Virgil followed her onto the platform, noting that this teleportation array was far smaller than the one in the Alfdom tomb, probably only a tenth of its size. Just then, a rainbow streak halted outside the gorge, and the emanating divine sense immediately locked onto them. With an air of aggression, it headed towards the stone platform where they stood. Thinking of escaping via the teleportation array? The Brooks appeared overhead, casting a cold eye at the stone platform below, and with a sneer, he channeled demon power to unleash a giant hand towards them. The Sylvia working on the array pattern looked despondent at this attack. If it struck the teleportation array, it would collapse immediately. At this moment, a small serpent made of dark blue flames surged forward, colliding with the large hand. Alchemy fire. Disdain filled the purple-haired Dominic's expression. Alchemy fire, while potent, was wielded by just a Foundation establishment practitioner, barely utilizing its full potential. The collision resulted in the disintegration of the dark blue flames into several fire embers before reforming, albeit dimmer. Virgil spat out a mouthful of blood. The Snowfield ice flame had a shared life bond, and its damage affected him too. Retrieving the Snowfield ice flame, Virgil looked upwards at the unstoppable hand above, disregarding his injuries. Reaching into his storage pouch, he pulled out a red umbrella. This is Virtue Umbrella. Upon closer inspection, the Brooks laughed loudly. It's just a fake. Expecting a damaged alchemy treasure to block my attack? Virtue Umbrella? Fake? Virgil didn't have time to ponder over it. Channeling his magic power into the umbrella, it swelled dramatically, hovering over his head, encased by a protective crimson shield. Crack. It managed to block momentarily before shattering like dust. The red paper umbrella lost its luster, falling to the ground. The giant hand continued unimpeded, aiming to crush both the array and them along with it. Grimacing, Virgil threw out several spirit treasures from his storage pouch. Bang bang. With successive explosions, the glow of the large hand gradually dimmed. Although all his spirit treasures had self-detonated, the large hand still hadn't disappeared. Its power, which initially could have effortlessly killed a Golden Core practitioner, was now roughly equivalent to a full force strike from an early-stage Golden Core cultivator but remained beyond their defense. At this critical moment, the Sylvia distractedly threw him a few magical artifacts before refocusing on activating the array. Virgil hesitated for a moment but reacted swiftly, hurling the artifacts skyward. Explode! With a series of bangs, these artifacts included spirit treasures and even an alchemy treasure, a radiant sword. The ensuing explosions painted the sky, reflecting a mix of light and shadow on his face. After the sky returned to calm, Virgil looked up to see the giant hand finally vanish, sighing in relief. The Brooks' gaze turned ominous. A mere Foundation establishment could break his simple strike, slightly tarnishing his pride. Two more rainbow streaks halted midair, revealing the Noel and the beautiful Noel surrounding them from all sides, leaving no means of retreat. Virgil, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger, watched helplessly as three figures descended from the sky. Their external aura resembled Barrett's, but the level of danger emitted was 10 times stronger. Artemio, killing two Foundation establishment brats is so troublesome. You're truly useless, mocked the beautiful Noel. Enough nonsense, we can't let them escape, said the Noel sternly, interrupting their bickering. Each of them unleashed a formidable attack simultaneously towards the platform. The sky lit up brilliantly, like fireworks, mesmerizingly beautiful. But Virgil knew beauty often hid great danger. Getting hit by such an attack would obliterate them completely. Just a little more. Sweat dripped down the Sylvia's forehead as she diligently completed the array connections, seemingly oblivious to the imminent attack. The colorful attacks were just moments away from striking. It's over. One attacker alone was already formidable. The combined might of three, each comparable to Barrett, was beyond what he could endure. Why did three-peak golden core cultivators need to work together against them? Perhaps entering the legacy tower was inevitable. Even if the legacy tower would fall into their hands, there was no other option left. Success. The Sylvia wiped sweat from her brow. Just as the attacks were about to land, a blinding light erupted around the stone platform. In the next second, the entire canyon exploded with a deafening roar, leveling everything in sight. Once the light dispersed, the stone platform was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a vast pit hundreds of feet wide. Years hence, it might become a lake. They escaped. Damn it. Pursue them. The teleportation distance wasn't far. They shouldn't have gone far. The Noel glared coldly at the sky, transforming into a rainbow streak flying ahead. Meanwhile, miles away, a green-robed figure appeared mid-air, plummeting rapidly downward. Chapter 96, Successful Escape. The howling wind screamed past his ears as he lost his balance and plummeted downward. Virgil's expression shifted slightly. Earlier, he had used his flying sword to explode in order to block the Brooks' attack. Without a flying sword, even a Foundation establishment cultivator could not fly. Only those at the Golden Core stage could ride through the air using flight beams. Falling from such a height would surely turn him into a meat pancake. Suddenly, a cloud boat appeared in midair, catching the falling Virgil. He landed steadily on the deck, letting out a sigh of relief as he looked at the Sylvia. Both exchanged glances, sharing the feeling of narrowly escaping death. My name is Cassia. What's yours? The Sylvia adjusted her hair bun, revealing a white neck glistening with sweat. She turned to look at him while the cloud boat sped off in one direction. Virgil. Virgil sat down, closing his eyes to begin healing himself. However, his divine sense remained active, vigilant and wary of the Sylvia. Where are we going? If we keep flying like this, they will eventually find us. Soon, Virgil opened his eyes again. The cloud boat was too conspicuous, and if it kept flying, the demon tribes would surely detect them once more. There's a place nearby where we can go. It's safe. She referred to a mountain peak that was sheer on one side, covered in thick snow. Following her, Virgil navigated various twists and turns until they arrived at a cave. This cave was extremely hidden, located on a cliff face surrounded by dense vines that hadn't withered even in the depths of winter. It was indeed hard to discover without knowing its location, making it quite secure. The cave entrance has an array formation that can block divine sense detection. With a wave of her hand, the formation automatically deactivated. After both entered the cave, it reactivated itself. Moving forward, they encountered a stone door that creaked open, stirring up dust. Once the dust settled, they walked inside. It seemed this cave hadn't been occupied for a long time, yet all furnishings were intact, though covered in a layer of dust. This is my stone chamber. You go to the other side and set up your own. The Sylvia glanced at him. Virgil approached the wall made entirely of rock, which was incredibly hard. Lend me a weapon. All he had left were the umbrella, the pill furnace, Jinko and Pearl, and the legacy pagoda. Here. The Sylvia tossed him a black iron sword that looked ordinary, even rusted, but was actually a pill treasure. Examining the iron sword, Virgil was secretly amazed. Her wealth was beyond what he had initially thought. She just handed over a pill treasure so casually. In fact, the Sylvia didn't have many pill treasures herself. Feeling guilty about misunderstanding Virgil earlier, she gave him one as an apology. Despite its appearance, the rusty iron sword was extremely sharp, slicing through rocks like butter. Virgil quickly carved out a stone room, expanding it to include a bed, table, chairs, and a stone door, creating a simple living space. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes slightly closed. As he entered the legacy pagoda, he left a trace of divine sense on the stone door, ensuring he would be alerted if it was opened. The snowfield flame floated in his dantian, flickering weakly. Virgil was also seriously injured and needed time to recover. 2 months later, his injuries healed completely, but the snowfield flame still required time. Opening his eyes, Virgil pondered his next move. With Chi State surrounded by immortal arrays and no means of leaving, he planned to wait until the demons cooled down before seeking an escape. Though the possibility of being deceived by the Sylvia was small, he couldn't remain passive indefinitely. His senior sister Roberta could not afford to wait. Taking out a storage bag, he examined the yellowish sack given to him by Roxana, containing enhancement pills he had yet to take. At this moment, his divine sense on the stone door was triggered. Someone was coming. Virgil exited the legacy pagoda, opened the stone door, and faced the Sylvia outside. What is it? Virgil asked neutrally. You're already healed. The Sylvia was surprised that Virgil had recovered after just one day. I took a pill, Virgil said coolly. The Sylvia eyed him suspiciously, wondering what kind of pill could have such effects. Could it be immortal? Anything else? Hearing the dismissal in his tone, the Sylvia entertained a fleeting thought and waved goodbye, returning to her own room. Watching her leave, Virgil returned to the bed, preparing to enter the legacy pagoda again. Just then, he remarked softly, were you sneaking around outside, hoping I'd notice you? Dream on, came her retort from outside. A loud thud followed as she slammed her stone door shut. Closing his eyes again, Virgil waited a moment before opening them and approaching the door. As it slowly opened, the Sylvia, who had been eavesdropping, almost stumbled backward. What do you want? Virgil demanded coldly, clearly irritated. Nothing. I was just curious, the Sylvia laughed awkwardly, looking at her feet like a mischievous child caught in the act. Curiosity drove her to investigate why Virgil had healed so quickly, suspecting he might have secrets. After staring at her for a moment, Virgil couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. He passed her and walked out of the cave. Where are you going? She called out. To find a new place nearby and carve out a new residence, Virgil replied, disappearing through the stone door. Standing on the steep cliffside blending with the snow, he jumped down, using protruding rocks to slow his descent and landed safely on the ground. Intent on finding another mountain to carve out a new residence, he decided to distance himself from the Sylvia to avoid exposing the legacy pagoda. Reaching another mountain peak, he created a new cave and sat inside, entering the legacy pagoda. Amidst the current chaos and danger, enhancing his strength was paramount. 10 bottles of Mountain Sea pill and several higher-grade second-stage pills should suffice to reach the late Foundation establishment stage. Back in the cave, the Sylvia watched him leave, feeling a mix of regret and frustration. Humph, grumpy old thing. So he's angry because I saved him. Should I follow to see where his new place is? No, who cares? Thus, each went their separate ways. Chapter 97, Foundation Establishment Late Stage. In the blink of an eye, winter had given way to spring. Inside the Forgotten World Tower, Virgil's aura grew increasingly robust. He had completely refined all 10 bottles of Mountain Sea pills, his cultivation reaching the peak of Foundation establishment mid-stage, just a step away from the late stage. His Qi had expanded nearly twice its original size. Taking out the last Mountain Sea pill and placing it in his mouth, after a short while, there came a resounding boom within his body. Having been just a step away already, it was only natural that now his Qi suddenly doubled in size once again. His cultivation, Foundation establishment late stage. Slowly smoothing his furrowed brows, Virgil exited the Forgotten World Tower and let his divine sense extend outward. The standard for Foundation establishment late stage was for one's divine sense to cover 50 paces, but his could only reach 30. There was still quite a distance before he could meet this standard. I wonder when I can leave the state of Qi. Retracting his divine sense, Virgil's eyes showed contemplation. The outside world was now dominated by incredibly powerful demon clans. But this wasn't the main issue. It was the immortal trapping array. That was the source of the problem and the true culprit. The only way for him to leave was to wait until the Franz and his spirit sea awakened. Perhaps they might have a way to help him escape, but he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Note: I've maintained the term spirit sea, as it's a specific concept in cultivation novels, and kept the sentence structure to ensure it reads naturally while accurately conveying the original meaning. Only 1 year left until Maureen's curse erupts. I hope there's still time. Even though so much time had passed and the Azure Mystery sect had already disbanded, Virgil still felt more comfortable addressing her as Maureen. It felt more intimate. Another spring has arrived. Long mist sunlight warmed his body, making him feel very comfortable. Stepping out of his cave dwelling, Virgil looked into the distance. The snow that had covered everything for the entire winter had mostly melted, revealing a fresh green landscape everywhere he looked. A gentle breeze blew over the hill, sweeping across the far-off land, evoking a feeling as if ages had passed. Perhaps due to his prolonged lifespan, his appearance remained dominantful. Despite being in his 30s, he still looked like a young man, with vibrant vitality in his body. Thinking back to a year ago, he was merely at the 3rd level of breath condensation. If not for that Franz, he would almost have been killed by Epsel, who was at the 6th level of breath condensation. Virgil couldn't help but sigh. Now, his cultivation had reached Foundation establishment late stage, the same level as Roberta Scherzuin, the patriarch of the Azure Mystery sect, and Maureen's father. Enemies who were once invincible were now possibly nothing but dry bones. Of course, he didn't let pride take hold of him. He had to face even more formidable enemies. The death of the gray-robed Dev had likely already been known by the Zion family. They definitely wouldn't let him go. The Azure Mystery sect had also been destroyed entirely because of the Zion family. He needed to become even stronger. With a thought, a ball of ghostly blue flames hovered in his hand. After these days, the Snowfield Ice Flame had recovered, being a celestial spirit object after all. You've worked hard. Virgil smiled faintly. The Snowfield Ice Flame danced around him, seeming very pleased. Just then, an astonished voice sounded in his ear. You actually broke through to Foundation establishment late stage so quickly? Virgil turned to see a young Sylvia looking at him in surprise. Just luck, Virgil laughed, not surprised that she had found his cave. Pity, your divine sense realm is too low. You should have practiced some method to cultivate divine sense. Earlier when you were at Foundation establishment mid-stage, your divine sense was equal to your realm, Cassia said, her eyes fixed on him. She sized him up for a moment before shaking her head. Virgil wasn't disheartened. He had the soul incantation in the Forgotten World Tower. He could gradually cultivate. I know a place where you can enhance your divine sense. There you go. What place? Virgil's eyes flashed with surprise. The Raksha sect. The Sylvia's flickering gaze fell on him, and she calmly said, I can consider taking you there to try. Raksha sect? Why did this name sound so familiar? A token appeared in Virgil's hand, taken from the Dev, inscribed with the 3 characters, Raksha sect. Where did you get this token? The Sylvia was startled, staring at the token in his hand. Found it on the road, Virgil shrugged. It was the truth. He really had picked it up casually. Found it. This answer was both unexpected and reasonable. Cassia continued, do you want to go? Your divine sense should be able to quickly reach Foundation establishment late stage there, but you might encounter those demon clans. So, it's up to you. Virgil's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't rush to answer. Following the speed of the soul incantation, it would take about 10 years to reach Foundation establishment late stage. This pace was already considered fast compared to most people. If his divine sense lagged behind, his cultivation would be difficult to break through. Places that could rapidly increase divine sense were rare, and this was an opportunity. Why are you helping me? Looking straight into her eyes, Virgil felt suspicious. He didn't think he was handsome enough to charm countless Sylvias. If you don't want to go, forget it. The Sylvia huffed angrily, turning away as she saw a rainbow-like streak appear at the edge of the sky, flying towards them. Demon clan. Her pupils contracted slightly as she stood still, her expression changing. Quick hide. He shouldn't know we're here. Wait until he leaves. Virgil also saw the rainbow streak and reacted swiftly, running quickly back into the cave. The enemy shouldn't know they were here. It seemed they were just searching. It's no use. The moment the opponent's divine sense sweeps over, they will know we're here. Kasia's face turned pale. Setting up an array on the spot was too late. The rainbow streak was only a few miles away and would soon arrive. Upon hearing this, Virgil stopped, frowning as he asked, "Didn't you say you had a sect treasure that could save your life? It can teleport me randomly 1,000 miles away, similar to a nascent soul cultivator's instantaneous movement." A hesitant look appeared in the Sylvia's eyes as she took out an ancient-looking disc. "Can it only teleport one person?" Virgil pondered for a moment and took out a black bead. "This bead can contain me inside. Later, carry it with you, and I can go with you." "Why didn't you bring this thing out earlier?" The Sylvia glared at him fiercely. If he had this bead earlier, they wouldn't have needed to go to the canyon's teleportation array. They almost lost their lives. "You never asked." "Stop talking nonsense, they're coming." Virgil glanced up briefly. The rainbow streak was only a mile away. With a flicker of his divine sense, his body instantly disappeared from the external world, reappearing in the space within the universe pearl. The Sylvia waved her hand casually, causing the black bead to float above her palm, her eyes inspecting it. A magical artifact containing its own universe. Her perspective was discerning. Coming from a nascent soul-level power, she naturally recognized such artifacts. The Buddhist concept of a flower contains a world, and the Taoist idea of mustard seeds containing a mountain describes such items. Just like a storage bag, it looked small but contained vast spaces within. At that moment, a divine sense swept over her. The brooks inside the rainbow streak sneered, abruptly heading toward her. "Found you." Translation note. Pinyin names are accurately kept as provided, ensuring the integrity of Chinese character names in English translation. Chapter 98. Soul Fruit. "Found you." The brooks moved at blinding speed, appearing above the Sylvia in an instant. He manipulated demonic power and reached out with his massive hand through the air. "Discovered." The Sylvia showed no sign of panic. Instead, she produced a circular disc in her hand. As the large hand was about to grab her, the disc emitted a brilliant light. In the next moment, the Sylvia vanished from where she stood. "Damn it, what's going on? She's disappeared again." Seeing this, the Brooks became infuriated. Using his demonic power, he cast spell after spell downward, unleashing his anger. For him to have let her escape twice was an outright disgrace. Several thousand miles away, the Sylvia slowly descended from mid-air. Virgil had been monitoring the situation with his divine sense all along. Confirming they were safe, he reappeared in the real world. "You survived within that formation with this?" The Sylvia looked at him, suddenly enlightened. Virgil didn't respond but put the Heaven Earth bead back into his storage pouch and scanned his surroundings. They were in a plain, with a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles ahead, its peaks towering into the clouds. "Where are we? I didn't expect us to be transported here." The Sylvia surveyed the area and explained upon seeing Virgil's confusion. "This is near the Roxas sect. To enhance divine sense." Virgil was somewhat surprised. What a coincidence. It felt like turning luck around from bad to extremely good. "Do you want to go?" The Sylvia looked at him indifferently. "Yes." Virgil nodded, understanding her question. To avoid drawing too much attention, they didn't use a cloud boat but flew by sword, heading towards the distant mountains. After 15 minutes, they arrived outside the mountain range. Below them, pavilions and terraces extended from the foot of the mountains up halfway. Corpses littered the landscape, some having been dead for several months, emitting a pungent odor. The Sylvia ignored these scenes, seemingly long accustomed, and flew calmly with her sword towards a specific direction. "There are 87 peaks here, and our goal is a valley. Inside that valley, energy accumulates year-round, producing many wandering souls. Killing them might yield soul fruits, which can enhance divine sense." She seemed very familiar with this place, causing Virgil to speculate about her identity. Could she be from the Roxas sect? This mountain range was vast, and as they flew, Virgil noticed almost every peak bore traces of destruction from fierce battles, along with countless corpses in grim conditions. He wondered if such widespread destruction of sects would leave behind treasures like secret vaults. He was currently short of spirit stones, having nearly depleted his supply while setting up the heaven-conquering array. The Roxas sect appeared to be a significant force, with impressive resources, but he wasn't sure if the demon races had taken anything. Deciding to search later, Virgil made note of it. The Sylvia, unaware of his intentions, led the way and soon they landed outside a valley nestled between two peaks. Stretching for tens of miles, the valley exuded a deathly stillness, and one could feel an energy approaching even from outside. Virgil's gaze hardened, observing the misty valley, discerning some details despite the fog. Closer to the entrance, numerous skeletons came into view, clothed in garments indicating their deaths were years old. This place is called the Roxas Valley. These skeletons are all disciples of the Roxas sect. Although it boosts divine sense, it comes with danger. The Sylvia explained, "There are many wandering souls inside. Killing them may yield fruits that enhance divine sense. Inside the inner circle, there are golden core stage wandering souls. You'd best not enter." "I'd best not enter? What do you mean, won't you go in?" Virgil glanced at her. The Sylvia shook her head and clarified, "These soul fruits work like elixirs. Over time, one builds resistance. They're no longer useful to me. I have other matters to attend to." Understanding, Virgil nodded and walked into the valley. Quickly engulfed by the endless mist, he disappeared from the Sylvia's sight. Inside the valley, Virgil remained highly alert, advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a spectral entity charged towards him. It was a middle-aged man with a deathly pale face and vacant eyes, emitting chi cultivation stage fluctuations. Raising his hand to annihilate it, Virgil's soul perception automatically activated. Palamanes later, as the spectral entity dissipated into specks of light, Virgil felt a slight increase in his divine sense, his eyes flickering in recognition. The soul incantation had automatically absorbed the entity. It was the first time Virgil learned of this function. It could devour spirits, enhancing his divine sense. A great place. Taking a deep breath, Virgil continued forward. Soon, two more chi cultivation stage spirits attacked. They seemed devoid of consciousness, attacking anyone who intruded. Running the soul incantation, he devoured them both, feeling another increment in his divine sense. About 200 more and my divine sense will break through to late foundation establishment stage. Virgil's eyes gleamed excitedly as he kept moving forward. 3 more Qi cultivation stage spirits emerged from the mist, charging at him. In an instant, they were all consumed by Virgil. Just as he prepared to advance, he spotted a gray fruit where the spirits had disappeared. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the fruit and inspected it. This must be the soul fruit she mentioned. Hesitating briefly, he popped the gray fruit into his mouth, surprised as it instantly dissolved. A cooling sensation spread through his mind, followed by another increment in his divine sense. Excellent stuff. The divine sense boost is similar to absorbing a Qi cultivation late stage spirit with the soul incantation. Eyes brightening, Virgil proceeded deeper into the valley. As he advanced, the spirits grew stronger. Qi cultivation stage, late stage Qi cultivation, then half-step foundation establishment. But none posed any challenge. Within half an hour, he had devoured over 40 spirits, increasing his divine sense enough to encompass 34 yards, thanks to the soul incantation. Sadly, soul fruits appeared rarely. Only 5 appeared from 40 spirits. Just as he lamented his lack of luck, a new specter emerged from the mist, its expression cold as it lunged at him. Foundation establishment early stage. With ease, Virgil grabbed the specter by the neck, a smile crossing his face. The soul incantation activated, and the foundation establishment early stage spirit dissolved into countless stars, disappearing into the universe. 35 yards. Chapter 99. Heading to the inner ring. 36 Zhang. Virgil took a deep breath and his gaze landed on the place where the ghostly soul had vanished. A gray fruit was floating there. He circulated his magic power and drew it into his hand, examining the fruit closely. This fruit was different from the previous ones. The soul energy inside was more concentrated. Just one inhalation filled him with a strong yearning, making his mouth water. After swallowing it, a refreshing sensation washed over him, like a gentle breeze in the midsummer afternoon. A short while later, Virgil opened his eyes and released his divine sense. 37 Zhang. His eyes gleamed with excitement. With a few more such ghostly souls, he felt confident he could cultivate his divine sense to a terrifying level. Continue. Taking another deep breath, Virgil continued deeper into the area. At that moment, his encompassing divine sense detected several auras rapidly approaching. More ghostly souls are delivering themselves. Virgil grinned and waited calmly. Soon, 3 middle-stage foundation establishment ghostly souls surrounded him from various directions. These 3 were somewhat different from the ones he had encountered earlier. They didn't look as expressionless but showed a hint of liveliness, greedily staring at him. Human cultivators' flesh and blood were also highly nourishing for ghostly souls, which is why they kept coming one after another, rushing to their deaths. Being in this valley filled with ghostly souls, he was like a beacon in the darkness, easily sensed by them. These 3 middle-stage foundation establishment ghostly souls must significantly enhance my divine sense if devoured. Looking at the 3 souls, Virgil smiled. The 3 comprised an Franzly man, a Noel, and a teenage Emmett. Without any idle chatter, the 3 ghostly souls attacked him simultaneously. Immediately, the surroundings were filled with chilling winds and ghostly auras. To deal with mere middle-stage foundation establishment, Virgil didn't even bother using the forbidden immortal technique. It would be beneath him. He stomped hard on the ground, releasing a powerful aura. His figure flickered and vanished, reappearing next to the teenage ghostly soul, clamping down on its neck, rendering it powerless. The other 2 revealed human-like terror and instinctively fled into the mist. They know how to escape. Looks like they're not mindless corpses, Virgil chuckled. He chanted the soul spell and swallowed the teenager before dashing after the others. He moved incredibly fast, soaring through the mist and quickly catching up to the Franz-looking ghostly soul. After consuming it, his divine sense grew again. 40 Zhang. With his divine sense breaking through the 40 Zhang mark, he smiled contentedly and chased after the Noel. He couldn't let her get away after encountering such a valuable middle-stage foundation establishment soul. Suddenly, a jade-white hand shot out from the mist. Virgil halted abruptly, snorting coldly and striking back at the hand. It belonged to the fleeing Noel. She exchanged blows with him and was knocked to the ground. Virgil then advanced swiftly, chanting the soul spell and consuming her. 42 Zhang. A suction force appeared in his hand, pulling a gray fruit towards him. After refining it, his divine sense successfully broke through the 44 Zhang mark. 44 Zhang, just 6 Zhang more, and I can break through late-stage foundation establishment. Virgil's heart raced as he gazed into the mist. 6 Zhang, just 3 more middle-stage foundation establishment ghosts should suffice, or maybe a single late-stage foundation establishment. How much divine sense can a late-stage foundation establishment ghostly soul provide? Pondering this, Virgil continued deeper into the valley. But strangely, he didn't encounter any ghostly souls for a long time. Apart from occasionally stumbling upon a few low-level Qi condensation stage souls, no foundation establishment souls appeared. What's going on? Could all the foundation establishment ghostly souls be dead? Virgil frowned. The excitement in his heart turned cold, like being doused with ice water. Looking further into the depths of the valley, Virgil hesitated. The inner part was the territory of golden core ghostly souls, yet outside, he couldn't find any foundation establishment souls anymore. Killing those scattered Qi condensation souls would take who knows how long to reach late-stage foundation establishment. Even the number of Qi condensation stage souls seemed to decrease. I'll go in and see. Being cautious shouldn't be a problem. Pausing briefly, Virgil cautiously ventured deeper. As he proceeded, the surroundings became barren, dominated by gray, lifeless trees. How strong will the golden core ghostly souls be? In the golden core domain, Virgil remained constantly vigilant, unsure if there might be middle or late-stage golden core ghostly souls. He felt confident he could match early-stage golden core without losing, but he dared not challenge middle-stage golden core. The effect of the forbidden immortal technique had minimal impact on a middle-stage golden core, possibly only 10% suppression. As for early-stage golden core, Virgil wasn't sure. However, during his chi condensation stage, he had managed to suppress a blood fiend sect beauty to half-step foundation establishment. So, an early-stage golden core should be suppressed to half-step golden core, presumably. Still, these were just guesses. Reality needed verification. After entering the inner ring, Virgil used his divine sense continuously to monitor his surroundings, wary of entering the territory of golden core ghostly souls. Indeed, the deeper he went, the more ghostly souls appeared. Consuming several early-stage and one middle-stage foundation establishment ghostly souls, his divine sense increased by 2 zhang. He also noticed that the more ghostly souls he devoured, the less increment in divine sense each provided. Initially, devouring one early-stage foundation establishment soul increased his divine sense by 1 zhang, and a middle stage by 2 zhang. Now, a middle stage only added 1 zhang. 2 early-stage souls combined only added 1 zhang. Virgil reflected thoughtfully. It seemed ghostly souls, like elixirs, produced diminishing returns with excessive consumption. His current divine sense spanned 47 zhang, just 3 zhang away from late-stage foundation establishment. Fortunately, there were many ghostly souls in the inner ring, allowing Virgil to continuously hunt. Devouring 2 early-stage souls added 1 zhang to his divine sense. Then came another soul fruit. Another middle-stage soul added another zhang. 49 zhang. Just 1 zhang, and I'll break through to late-stage foundation establishment. His eyes flickered slightly, suppressing his excitement as he continued searching for the next prey. After a while, a sudden chilling wind blew up, carrying a powerful aura from ahead. Virgil narrowed his eyes and saw Jason holding a folding fan step out of the swirling wind. His face was devilishly handsome. Half-step golden core. Note: in Chinese cultivation terminology, zhang is often used as a unit of distance measurement, and also to indicate the range or strength of spiritual senses or powers. Here it's translated directly for context. Chapter 100, Gray Mist. Half-step golden core. Virgil examined Dougie before him. This ghost was stronger than any he had encountered previously, likely very close to achieving the golden core stage. His divine consciousness needed only a few more yards to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. His prey had come knocking. However, this prey did not seem easy to handle. At first glance, it appeared almost human, without a trace of ghostly aura. A ghost, formed under certain conditions after a cultivator's death, or in their world, would they be better called spirits? Of course, these were just his guesses. These ghosts should inherit some abilities from their previous lives. Human, merely at the mid-stage foundation establishment, you dare to step into the inner ring. The scholar's face showed a sinister smile. I can feel your power. Your soul is pure. Consuming your soul should allow me to break through to the golden core. With fiery eyes and surrounded by a swirling mist, he lunged toward Virgil with a snarl. You can speak? Virgil was taken aback. Humph. You underestimate me. Do you think I'm one of those weaklings who have just become ghosts? As the scholar spoke, he spat out a mouthful of black mist, thick and dense like surging waves, rushing towards Virgil to engulf him. From the gray mist, Virgil sensed a dangerous presence. He raised his hand, and a red paper umbrella appeared in it. With spiritual power input, the umbrella floated above his head, forming a barrier that held back the gray mist. Looking around, the mournful wails from the mist made Virgil's face remain calm. The Jason had vanished. He knew the scholar was nearby but remained unperturbed. Suddenly, pale hands reached out from the mist, nails long and sharp, grabbing towards him as if trying to drag him into the gray mist like hellish demons. However, all attempts were blocked by the barrier. Feeling a chill down his spine, Virgil could not help but feel a bit unnerved. Then, haunting cries emerged from the mist, laughter and sobs. It was bone-chilling under such circumstances. Crack. The ghostly hand scratched against the barrier while the gray mist seemed to possess a corrosive effect, dimming the light of the barrier gradually. Furrowing his brows slightly, Virgil observed the weakening barrier, then waved his hand to retract the red umbrella, causing the barrier to disappear. Without the protection, the gray mist surged toward him like a tidal wave, pale hands reaching out once more. Virgil's expression remained indifferent. These ghosts were merely another form of existence after cultivators' deaths. After encountering so much power, he naturally felt no fear towards them. A sword appeared in his hand, gripping it tightly. Just as he was about to move, he sensed excitement emanating from the snowfield flame within his dantian. Do you want to come out? Startled momentarily, he willed the snowfield flame to emerge. In the next instant, azure flames blazed furiously for hundreds of feet, dispersing the gray mist instantly, accompanied by wailing cries. Pill fire. The Jason retreated rapidly outside the flame's reach, eyes wide with terror. Flames, being inherently yang, were the bane of entities, especially pill fires. Had he not moved fast enough, he might have been obliterated by the flames. Staring fearfully at the bead, he couldn't fathom how a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could possess pill fire. Virgil, also surprised, looked down at the snowfield flame in his hand, pondering deeply. The snowfield flame danced excitedly around, full of disdain. Good job. Virgil chuckled, focusing on dealing with the scholar. Willing the snowfield flame to transform into small serpents of fire, he directed them toward the scholar. This time, I'll let you off. Seeing the flames approaching, the scholar's face turned grim. Gritting his teeth, he turned into a streak of light, leaving behind a threat as he fled. Arlance to run. Virgil gave a cold snort, moving swiftly to chase him, the snowfield flame following suit. Like an arrow released from a bow, he sped forward. Aware that Virgil was catching up, the scholar sneered and slowed down. Got the guts to chase. Virgil kept silent, closing the distance between them. Fortunately, there were few obstacles in the valley. Maintaining divine consciousness awareness, the distance between them shortened to less than 40 feet. Go! When the distance closed to within 30 feet, the snowfield flame transformed into serpents rushing towards the scholar. Sensing the terrifying force from behind, the scholar panicked, hastily retrieving a gray bead and throwing it backward. This bead was created from killing a late-stage Foundation establishment ghost, capable of self-destructing. Boom! An explosion halted the serpent momentarily, giving the scholar the chance to escape, laughing maniacally. Boy, try chasing me now. What a powerful bead. Virgil quickly retreated, eyes widening in surprise. That explosion could nearly kill a late-stage Foundation establishment. Recalling the snowfield flame, Virgil paused, thinking hard. Letting him escape felt unsatisfactory. Suddenly, Dougie stopped ahead. Virgil also halted, sensing two equally formidable presences beside the scholar. Boy, aren't you so clever? The scholar laughed derisively. You thought you could catch me with your speed? Fool, you've fallen for it. Virgil's gaze flickered, silently assessing the odds against three ghosts. The scholar seemed terrified of the snowfield flame earlier, but he wasn't sure if it was unique or common to all ghosts. Try it first, retreat if things go badly. Deciding, Virgil stared at the trio ahead, expression unchanging. This human's soul smells so delicious. Even golden core cultivators don't smell this way, hee, and he looks quite handsome. A hideous Noelle, dressed in a white gown. Her pockmarked face grinning grotesquely, spoke up. Eat him, eat him. Another voice joined in from beside her, belonging to a hunched dev licking his lips hungrily, looking emaciated. Including the scholar, there were three late-stage Foundation establishment ghosts. A gust of wind swept up as they transformed into streams of black smoke, lunging at him with sinister laughter. Virgil remained impassive, summoning a cluster of azure flames which split into three fiery serpents, each targeting one of the ghosts. Next, the snowfield flames surged toward the Noelle. Pill fire. The hideous Noelle's eyes widened in horror. Too late to escape, she could only watch as the azure flames landed on her. Aya. Chapter 101. Spirit Sense Breakthrough. With a blood-curdling scream, the ugly Noelle rolled on the ground, trying desperately to extinguish the flames that clung to her like a leech. Alchemy fire. Seeing this, the Franz's expression changed abruptly. He halted and attempted to flee, only to be engulfed by the ice fire as well. He howled in agony, his screams tearing through the mist. The pain was unbearable. It seemed to scorch their very souls. No matter what they tried, the flames wouldn't die out. Save me. Both half-step gold core spirits looked pleadingly at Dougie, hoping for salvation. But they realized he had already fled without looking back, disappearing into the distance upon witnessing Virgil's actions. Lillian, may you never rest in peace. Seeing this, the two spirits felt despair creeping over them. They cursed fiercely, their voices slicing through the heavy fog, piercing the eardrums. Virgil watched as the two spirits writhed in agony on the ground. He walked closer, confirming that the snowland ice fire indeed had a restraining effect on these spirits. Without wasting time, he placed his palm on the Franz's crown, channeling the soul charm technique. A final agonizing cry escaped the Franz before his soul dissipated into stardust, vanishing from the world. Virgil felt a surge of clarity and heightened senses, almost as if he could hear the rustling of leaves 100 feet away. His spirit sense had advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage. It could now cover an area of 59 paces. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, he approached the suffering ugly Noelle. She gazed at him with pure despair as her soul burned under the icy blue flames, her ghostly form fading rapidly. Let me off. Lying prone, her long, elegant legs visible beneath her skirt, she begged, though her life force was nearly spent. Despite her grotesque appearance, her figure was alluring. Virgil's gaze remained indifferent. He raised his hand and placed it on her head. Amidst heart-wrenching screams, his spirit sense continued to strengthen. Palamains later, he watched as the ugly Noelle tube disintegrated into particles, dispersing into the air. Expanding his spirit sense, he covered 69 paces around him. The surroundings grew quiet. Virgil smiled at the jubilant snowland ice fire circling him. Indeed, it's all thanks to you. The snowland ice fire danced around him like a playful child, and nearby spirits, sensing the alchemy fire's presence, fled in fear, clearing the area for miles. Do I dare go big? Virgil pondered, his spirit sense now covering 69 paces, just 31 paces short of the gold core level. Finding 3 more late-stage Foundation establishment spirits would likely allow him to break this limit. I have the alchemy fire, but I don't know if it can restrain gold core spirits. He hesitated, recalling Kasia's words about gold core spirits within the inner ring. Even with the snowland ice fire, he wasn't invincible. It was prudent to exit the Rockshaw Valley while ahead, after advancing his spirit sense beyond the late Foundation establishment stage, and continue training gradually. Another option was to aim high and hunt more spirits to push his spirit sense to the gold core level in one go. After a few seconds of contemplation, Virgil took a deep breath. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Adventurous by nature, he always thrived on taking risks. His enemies were formidable, from nearby demon races to the Zion family, clearly requiring overwhelming power to counter. Mistress Roberta had no choice but to become a disciple of a Zion family nascent soul expert. Power was indispensable. Once she protected him, now he must protect her. Let's continue. Having made up his mind, Virgil pursued the direction the scholar had taken. The valley was vast, and whether he would catch up was uncertain. Reabsorbing the snowland ice fire into his chi-si, he proceeded deeper. As he did, the mist thickened, and an eerie chill seeped into his bones. This was surprising. Cultivators' protective true essence should shield them from ordinary cold, but this chill penetrated the soul. Virgil frowned, his intuition warning him that going further might not be wise. Taking a deep breath, he decided to search nearby for spirits first. These spirits are nowhere to be found. After 15 minutes, Virgil's face showed frustration. He searched tirelessly, finding neither spirits nor any trace of the scholar. Standing still, he contemplated the dangerous aura ahead. He sighed, stepped forward cautiously. Deeper into the valley, the Qing grew denser, frost forming on plants. He was nearing the core of Raksha Valley, where even the golden core experts of the outer sect, the Raksha sect, dared not venture easily. Virgil's pace was steady, his calm demeanor unshaken by the perilous environment. Suddenly, his spirit sense picked up a familiar aura nearby. So, he's here. Smiling faintly, Virgil moved swiftly in pursuit. That emmet has terrifying alchemy fire. Thank goodness I ran fast enough. Deep within the valley, the fleeing scholar was still shaken. Recalling earlier events, he shuddered involuntarily, slowing down. This place was truly the core of Raksha Valley, too dangerous even for outsiders' golden core experts. That emmet wouldn't dare follow him here. Just then, a snake-like blue flame emerged from the mist behind him, radiating intense heat that seemed to melt everything in its path. Alchemy fire. The scholar's pupils dilated in shock. Following the flame, he saw the familiar green-clad figure. The emmet actually chased me here. His expression turned grim, reacting swiftly, turning to flee deeper into the valley. Why run when you see me? Seeing this, Virgil retracted the snowland ice fire, chasing after him. He noted inwardly never to use it as a sneak attack again. It revealed his foolishness. Not running is what's strange. The scholar cursed internally, moving faster, darting farther away. Deeply alarmed, he couldn't believe the emmet dared to come so far. Chasing from a dozen paces behind, Virgil couldn't catch up despite increasing speed. Familiar with the terrain, the scholar quickly vanished from Virgil's spirit sense range. Realizing he couldn't catch up, Virgil stopped and sighed. Damn, he got away again. It was futile. The scholar knew the area better than him. Fine, if I can't chase him, I'll explore nearby. Thus, the chapter ends on Virgil's resolve to continue his perilous journey, seeking power to protect those dear to him. Hashtag chapter 102. Encounter with a golden core. Fine, if I can't catch up, then I can't. Let's search nearby. Sighing, Virgil decided to search the surrounding area. This place was already deep within the inner ring. There should be quite a few souls around. Note, I've replaced Yinhuan, souls, with just souls, to make it read more naturally in English while maintaining consistency in terminology. But just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly felt locked in by a cold aura. Virgil's body stiffened. This feeling was like being stared at by a venomous snake, making his entire body feel uneasy. Who is it? Who's spying on me? He released his divine sense to find the observer, but came up empty. A formidable opponent. A chill ran through him as Virgil looked around uncertainly. Whatever this thing was, it was likely a terrifying existence far beyond his own power. Would Shui Bing Yin, Snowland Ice Flame, even work against such a formidable existence? Suddenly, that oppressive feeling vanished as if retracted. The probing sensation disappeared from his body. Relieved, Virgil felt the heavy weight lift off his heart. A cold wind blew past him, and he realized his back was drenched in sweat. Human or ghost? After some time, Virgil pondered, guessing the identity of the mysterious presence that had been watching him earlier. It's most likely a powerful soul. There's probably a terrifying existence within this valley. The thought of such a terrifying existence made Virgil hesitant. Though the other party hadn't acted yet, just knowing about it was enough to make one fear and tremble. After much contemplation, Virgil decided to return the way he came. He wasn't leaving. Instead, he planned to search areas slightly further out. This place was likely the territory of a powerful soul. As long as he stayed out of its range, the other party shouldn't interfere. 15 minutes later, he returned to the area where he had encountered Dougie. Lingering nearby, he extended his divine sense to search for souls. There were many Foundation establishment souls here, but oddly, they kept their distance from him, fleeing as soon as they saw him. Virgil had to actively seek them out. After about half an hour, his divine sense increased by 5 zhong. Hality 4 zhong. Even in the late-stage Foundation establishment realm, this wasn't weak. Although it was slow, safety was more important. Stability over speed. After a day, Virgil's divine sense could now cover 80 zhong. Notably, he had just absorbed a late-stage Foundation establishment soul, which only added 5 zhong to his divine sense. It seemed those 2 souls were equivalent to 4 late-stage Foundation establishments. The probability of soul fruits appearing is too low. Fortunately, there's the soul incantation, Virgil mused inwardly, shaking his head. He wondered if it was his bad luck, or if soul fruits naturally appeared infrequently. He'd killed so many Foundation establishment souls, and only found 1 soul fruit. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, countless souls fell under his hand. Yet his divine sense only grew by 6 zhong. Virgil sighed. After entering the 80 zhong realm, progress became increasingly difficult. Even absorbing a late-stage Foundation establishment soul only added 1 zhong. Late-stage Foundation establishment souls were not common, so advancement was slow. If the Sylvias outside knew about his rate of progress, they would probably curse. 2 days to go from mid-stage Foundation establishment to extremely close to the Golden Core stage, and he still thought it was too slow. How shameless. Let's keep going slowly. Undeterred, he continued searching for new souls. That night, a lone moon hung over the valley, casting a clear, white light down onto the dense fog enveloping the valley. As night deepened, the mist grew thicker, nearly blinding his senses. Visibility was reduced to just a few zhong. Virgil extended his divine sense and wandered through the valley, occasionally striking down a soul. Over 2 days, he had searched the surroundings several kilometers inside out. Souls were becoming scarce. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, fluttering his robe. A tough one's coming. Virgil tensed, sensing a powerful aura around him, but unable to pinpoint its exact location. Taking a deep breath, Virgil scanned his surroundings with his divine sense. At that moment, a sensation like goosebumps prickling ran over him. Danger. Instantly reacting, he slapped his storage bag, summoning the red umbrella into his hand. Infusing it with mana, a barrier appeared around him. Crack. In the next moment, a powerful engsub slammed into the barrier. Its light flickered and shattered after a few seconds. Virgil paled as the luck umbrella lost its glow and fell to the ground. Before he could pick it up, the powerful engsub sped toward him like an arrow. Bellowing, Snowland ice flame erupted from his body, rushing towards the engsub. Boom. The dark blue flame collided with the engsub, dispersing it. A small explosion occurred, clearing the mist within 100 zhang. Indeed, it's a pill fire. That kid Curtis didn't lie to me. From the mist 100 zhang away, an Franzly voice called out, "Boy, give me this pill fire, and I'll let you go." "Sure, come and get it." Virgil stared around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but it seemed to come from all directions, causing him to frown. "Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The voice sneered. "You want it but dare not come." Virgil's eyes flickered. It seemed the other party was wary of Snowland ice flame, hence hesitating to reveal itself. The voice remained silent. Virgil stayed vigilant, unsure if the other party had left. His divine sense monitored his surroundings closely. They stood off for 15 minutes. Just as Virgil thought the other party had gone, a powerful engsub shot out of the mist. Luckily, he was prepared. Snowland ice flame instantly intercepted the attack. Boom. Snowland ice flame incinerated the engsub. Looking around coldly, Virgil said, "A dignified golden core actually acts like a coward." "Boy, your taunts won't work on me." The hidden voice laughed coldly, sounding harsh and unpleasant. Virgil frowned, saying indifferently, "If that's the case, then I won't play along. Farewell." With that, he walked toward the exit of the valley. Suddenly, he leaped into the air. A blast of engsub shot through where he had been standing moments ago, smashing a mountain-sized rock to pieces. Virgil's expression turned grim. Clearly, the other party didn't want him to leave. Moreover, the other party was well hidden, and he couldn't determine its position. Each attack came from different directions, leaving him helpless. What do I do? Virgil rapidly considered his options. If things continued this way, it wouldn't end well. He needed a plan to lure the opponent out and finish it off. Chapter 103, Golden Core Soul Fruit. Solution? Virgil pondered deeply, unable to come up with a good plan immediately. The critical issue was the dense mist surrounding him, preventing him from seeing his opponent. If I can't figure out how to defeat the enemy, then let the enemy expose their own weakness. His eyes flickered as he took a deep breath and made a decision. Suddenly, the familiar bone-chilling sensation returned, and Virgil decisively hurled the snowfield ice flame behind him. Boom. The blast created a gust of wind that made his robes flutter wildly. Virgil stood motionless, his expression cold and indifferent, like an iceberg that would never melt. "Boy, I will wear you down bit by bit until you die." The chilling voice came again, laughing maniacally. Virgil's gaze remained cold as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, searching for the source of the sound. Each time the enemy attacked, they would change position. Always being on the defensive like this was infuriating. Over here. Suddenly, Virgil sensed a faint wisp of energy coming from his right side. He sent the snowfield ice flame in that direction instantly. Did it hit? As he watched the snowfield ice flame vanish into the mist, Virgil lifted his foot, ready to follow and check the situation. Suddenly, a grave voice sounded from behind him. "Boy, I'm not over there. You fell for my trick." The voice was so sharp, it seemed something was stuck in the throat of the speaker, causing goosebumps. Virgil quickly turned around and saw a gaunt dev, dressed in tattered clothes, appear behind him, looking like a demon from hell. Stunned, Virgil stared at him, wondering if this was the real appearance of his opponent. Why was he behind him? What about the energy he sensed earlier? "Why are you here?" Virgil took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the other party. "Aren't you confused why I appeared behind you when you sensed the energy on your right?" "Because I had prearranged that energy. Now that you've thrown out the Danfire, it will take some time to return. During that period, I could kill you 100 times. The Franzly man's face twisted into a sinister smile, sensing victory within reach. He stretched out his black, ghostly claws toward Virgil's chest. "But did you ever think I might have done it on purpose?" Virgil gazed at the dev's hand, his face suddenly breaking into a mysterious smile. Just as the withered claws were about to touch him, Virgil dodged and shot 2 chains from within his body into the dev. "What kind of move is this?" The dev's expression changed as he felt the energy in his body suppressed by a terrifying force, dropping him from early golden core to half-step golden core. He looked at Virgil with suspicion but saw him seize the opportunity, darting forward and producing an iron sword to swing. Mid-grade Dan treasure. Seeing the iron sword, the dev's face paled again, hurriedly retreating backward, unwilling to engage. "This Emmett is strange, too strange. No, I need to retreat." Seeing Virgil charge again, the dev's expression flashed rapidly. With his strength mysteriously suppressed, he lost the courage to fight further and swiftly moved away. Even though he was still formidable at half-step golden core, he couldn't forget that this Emmett possessed Danfire. "Boy, I'll let you go this time. When my power is restored, I'll come back for your life." Leaving a threatening message, the dev rushed into the mist. At that moment, a small, dark blue flame snake emerged from the mist. It was the snowfield ice flame. Noticing this, the dev hastily launched a wave of energy towards the snowfield ice flame, not caring about the outcome as he swiftly moved to escape sideways. "Can you really escape?" Virgil sneered and released a simple yet swift sword chi that reached the dev in an instant, striking him. Ah! The surrounding energy scattered instantly, sending the dev flying off miserably. Next, The snowfield ice flame surrounded him, burning fiercely. The dev screamed in agony, his energy rapidly dissipating, making his soul translucent and writhing in pain on the ground. Seeing this, Virgil retracted the snowfield ice flame, grabbed the dev by the neck, and activated the soul incantation. You. Feeling the energy draining, the dev glared hatefully and said, "If I can't survive, neither will you." Explode. With that, the energy around him surged, causing his nearly vanished body to swell rapidly. Virgil's face changed, sensing imminent danger. He quickly let go and fled. "Boy, I'll take you with me." Behind him, the dev grinned maliciously and, as he swelled, exploded moments later. So close, even a golden core would perish along with him. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the valley, covering hundreds of feet in its radius. As Virgil escaped, seeing the horrifying blast approaching, he swiftly retreated into the forgotten tower using his spiritual sense. At the same time, on a nearby peak, under the moonlight, a young Sylvia glanced in a particular direction, her expression tightening. What's going on? A golden core in soul self-destructing? She couldn't imagine this event had anything to do with Virgil. A powerful golden core in soul forced to self-destruct by Virgil, inside the Devil Valley. After the explosion, the surroundings were filled with thick energy. The fog completely dispersed before gradually reforming. A large crater formed on the ground, with a small tower lying quietly inside. Palmates later, Virgil reappeared outside, his expression grim. He had been hoping that consuming this dev would help his spiritual sense break through to the golden core stage, but the dev had one last trick up his sleeve. All efforts wasted, nothing gained. Feeling extremely depressed, Virgil scanned the area and paused, noticing a white fruit lying peacefully where the dev had exploded. With a gesture, the fruit flew into his hand. This is... A strong desire surged in his mind, and Virgil became excited, realizing that a soul fruit had appeared after the dev's self-destruction. What was surprise? This was it. Haha, that old dog must have never expected that his self-destruction would yield a soul fruit. If I consume this, maybe my spiritual sense can advance to the golden core stage. Eyes gleaming with excitement, Virgil was about to eat the fruit when sudden gusts of wind blew in from different directions, carrying two streams of terrifying energy. Virgil's movements froze, his expression becoming serious. Two figures appeared in the air. Human. Hand over the soul fruit. Speaking was a middle-aged man in a black robe, with a lean appearance and piercing eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. Virgil slowly raised his head, seeing two imposing figures standing in midair. Two golden cores. Chapter 104. The Jade Pendant. Two golden core souls. Virgil lifted his head, his gaze falling on the two figures floating midair. Both were powerful wraiths, each one no weaker than the fronds from before, and perhaps even stronger. They were both close to reaching the middle stage of the golden core realm. Cartered over the soul fruit, and I'll give you a quick death. A Noelle in white stood to Virgil's right. Her face was obscured by dark chi, making it impossible to see her true features, but she had an excellent figure with long, shapely legs visible beneath her dress. The soul fruit is mine. The court reached out his large hand toward Virgil. For wraiths, the soul fruit was also an immensely nourishing substance. As they cultivated their souls, which were essentially consciousnesses, consuming the fruit could directly increase their cultivation level. He was not far from the middle stage of the golden core realm. This soul fruit might just allow him to break through. You dare compete with me? The Noelle in white sneered, raising her hand to intercept his attack. Aisha, do you want to fight? The black-robed man's anger flared as dark chi enveloped his body. Do I fear you? The Noelle returned his cold sneer, refusing to back down. For a moment, the air between them crackled with tension. As for Virgil below, he wasn't even considered by them, a mere late foundation establishment cultivator, insignificant as an ant. They didn't understand why that dev would have self-destructed. Seeing Virgil there, they assumed he had been drawn by the commotion and never suspected that the explosion was caused by Virgil. Why don't we settle this with a fight first, then decide who gets the soul fruit? Dark chi surged around the black-robed man as he looked at the exquisite Noelle with a lecherous smile. Perfect. I've long wanted to taste you. Once I break through to the middle stage of the golden core realm, I'll keep you locked up and enjoy you day and night. To hell with you. Cold fury flashed in the Noelle's eyes as she waved her hand, sending a stream of dark chi crashing towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man snorted and instantly unleashed a massive skull wreathed in dark chi, countering her attack. Below, Virgil watched the two wraiths engage in battle. Their strength was nearly equal, and as they fought, the surrounding area became filled with eerie winds and ghostly chi. I wonder if more golden core wraiths will arrive. He didn't rush to leave, contemplating. If only these two were present, he wouldn't mind devouring both of them. However, if more arrived, even with his ultimate techniques like Snowfield Inferno Flame and Immortal Prohibition, it would be difficult to handle them. Moreover, there might be wraiths above the initial stage of the golden core realm. The one who had sent chills down his spine earlier was definitely more powerful than that. Taking a deep breath, Virgil thought, I should know when to stop. This soul fruit will likely boost my mental power enough to reach the golden core realm. It's time to leave before things go wrong. With that thought, he took advantage of their fight to quietly slip into the mist and swiftly moved away. Boy, trying to run. At that moment, another cold voice sounded above Virgil. Another golden core wraith had arrived. A dwarf-like man moving at incredible speed. Dark chi formed into a large hand, lunging at Virgil. You dare. You dare. Seeing this, the battling duo in midair paused, both diving downward simultaneously in tacit agreement. Each unleashed their most lethal attacks toward the dwarf-like man. They naturally weren't concerned for Virgil, but were worried about the soul fruit in his possession. Sensing the attack behind him, the dwarf-like man's expression changed. Abandoning his almost certain capture of the soul fruit, he quickly retreated to 100 feet away, his face grim. The next moment, the duo's terrifying attacks continued toward Virgil, potent enough to slay even a lower-stage Golden Core practitioner. However, Virgil remained unperturbed, holding the soul fruit high in the face of the attack. He knew the soul fruit would also be destroyed in the blast. Both realized his intent, their faces turning pale in panic, yet they couldn't recall their released attacks. In the nick of time, the Noelle in white suddenly increased her speed, dodging the attacks and sweeping Virgil away with her strong dark chi. Seeing this, the other two Golden Core wraiths relaxed slightly but shouted, "Aisha, stop. You won't escape." The two who had been attacking each other moments ago now pursued her together. Three powerful wraiths raced through the valley in pursuit, while Virgil was carried along by the strong dark chi. The Noelle in white glanced back at the relentless pursuers, her brows furrowing. This was getting troublesome. She could handle one, but two was too much. Virgil watched her closely. The speed she had displayed was so sudden that even he hadn't reacted fast enough. If she had intended to kill him, or if there was time, he might already be dead. Looking back, two Golden Core wraiths were in hot pursuit. After killing one Golden Core wraith earlier, facing three simultaneously would be quite challenging. Take out one first. Eyeing the Noelle beside him, Virgil pondered. At such close range, his Snowfield Inferno Flame could easily strike without warning. As she flew with Virgil, the Noelle suddenly sensed danger. Her beautiful face under the dark chi showed alarm as she stared at Virgil, ready to speak. Suddenly, a dark azure flame shot out from his body, burning toward her. Core fire. Her face paled in shock as she felt the imminent threat. At such close range, there was no way to evade. In this critical moment, a string of jade pendants on her slender neck shimmered faintly with green light. The next instant, a white barrier appeared before her, enclosing her body within its protection. The Snowfield Inferno Flame collided with the barrier but could not penetrate any further. Virgil freed himself from her dark chi, landing on the ground. His gaze fixed on her slender neck, where a pendant emitted a luminous white glow, the same pendant that had triggered the barrier. Now, the jade pendant gradually dimmed as the barrier vanished. Reabsorbing the Snowfield Inferno Flame, Virgil observed her, frowning. He had intended to eliminate her quickly before dealing with the others, but she possessed some protective treasure capable of resisting core fire. You actually have core fire. No wonder that Dev self-destructed. So it was you who killed him. The Noelle's face was full of surprise and uncertainty. The jade pendant around her fair and slender neck had always followed her since she gained consciousness, automatically activating only when she faced danger. Chapter 105. Perish under the moonlight. Aisha, hand over the soul fruit. As the two were facing off, a voice came from afar. Palamaints later, the Aaron and the court appeared mid-air, their gazes fixed on the white-clad Noelle, assuming she had already obtained the soul fruit. The soul fruit is not in my possession. Aisha looked at the two, her white robe bathed in moonlight, her tone icy cold. You think you can fool a 3-year-old with that? The black-robed man glanced down at Virgil and sneered. You mean it's still with him? Cartered it over, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The Aaron's words carried a clear threat. A chill flashed through the white-clad Noelle's eyebrows. Just as she was about to speak, a voice reached her ears. Your Excellencies, I have already given the soul fruit to her. Whatever happens between you two has nothing to do with me. She turned to see the green-clad man, whose sincere expression infuriated her. How could someone be so shameless? When had she received the soul fruit from him? And why did she not know about it? Humph, Aisha, you still want to deny it. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man sneered. This is your last chance. Cartered over the soul fruit, and I might spare your life. The white-clad Noelle's expression turned cold at his threat. I've already said, the soul fruit is not with me. Then don't blame us for being unforgiving. The black-robed man sneered, waving his hand to summon a scepter formed from Qing, which then lunged towards the Noelle. The Aaron followed closely, his body rapidly expanding to towering heights, attacking the white-clad Noelle with formidable strength. Seeing the three people fighting among themselves, Virgil watched from a distance, pleased with the chaos he had inadvertently caused. He hadn't expected it would be so easy to stir up trouble between them. However, it made sense. After the white-clad Noelle took him away and claimed she didn't have the soul fruit, it was like saying one had merely gone to eat at a brothel and didn't engage in any other activities. Nobody would believe it, even if it were true. Unless the white-clad Noelle revealed Virgil's possession of the pillfire. But the black-robed man and the dwarf would likely still think she was lying. Watching the two charge at her, the white-clad Noelle's beautiful face hidden beneath the Qing trembled with anger and indignation. She secretly cursed their stupidity. Despite their foolishness, they were powerful. The black-robed man's scepter, formed from Qing, exuded an aura that made even her heart quiver. Being struck by it could result in death or severe injury. The dwarf also possessed a powerful technique, allowing him to grow several times larger, towering nearly 10 zhang high with immense strength. Together, they left her no choice but to dodge frantically, unable to withstand their attacks. Before long, while evading the black-robed man's scepter, she was hit by the dwarf's punch and thrown into the air. Virgil noticed that the pendant around her neck had not activated any protective barrier. Could it be that the jade pendant had a time limit? Unbeknownst to him, he guessed correctly. The pendant needed time to recharge after its initial activation before it could be used again. Seeing the white-clad Noelle fly out, the black-robed man and the dwarf did not cease their attack. They moved swiftly, continuing to assault her. Qing and massive fists simultaneously rained down upon her. The white-clad Noelle's expression darkened. The previous strike had been brutal, making her spectral form transparent. Facing another attack, she glanced at the nearby green-clad man, who was enjoying the spectacle without lifting a finger. Her frustration mounted, wishing she could kill him right there and then. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she looked at her attackers, knowing death was preferable to falling into their hands. She knew she would suffer terribly if captured by them. I can only use that move? Closing her eyes briefly, she spoke icily, Silent Moon Ascension. As she spoke, Chi from all around gathered toward her. Virgil's eyes narrowed. It seemed she was preparing some powerful trump card. The black-robed man and the dwarf sensed this too, rushing forward to interrupt her. But it was too late. She began chanting softly, her white gown enveloped in silvery moonlight. Her presence became holy and untouchable, far removed from her spectral nature. Soon, a solitary moon hovered behind her. This was not a real moon but a construct of her power. The approaching dwarf and black-robed man felt a wave of danger and halted abruptly. In the next moment, the silent moon radiated brilliant light onto them. Perish under the moonlight, she declared coldly. The light was soft yet scorching on their bodies, making them scream in agony. Steam rose from their forms as their chi dissipated, rendering their spirits increasingly transparent. The dwarf shrank back to his original small stature. Virgil watched in shock, sensing the perilous energy emanating from the moonlight. Thankfully, the spell wasn't aimed at him, sparing him from its effects. Cough cough. Suddenly, the white-clad Noel's complexion paled, and the silent moon vanished. The spell, though potent, was incredibly draining, lasting only a few breaths. Pity, she sighed, her body becoming more transparent, a sign of extreme weakness for a spirit. With the moonlight gone, the black-robed man and the dwarf struggled to rise. Their chi almost depleted, close to soul dissolution. Their eyes blazed with rage and hatred as they looked at her. Bitch, I'll make you beg for death and live in eternal torment. With a snarl, the black-robed man lunged at her, intent on inflicting every ounce of pain she'd caused him. Aisha was too weak to evade, watching helplessly as he charged at her, despair etched on her face. In desperation, she turned her pleading gaze toward the green-clad man. Save me. If you save me, I will serve you as your slave, forever. Chapter 106. I don't need it. Save me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to be your slave, accompanying you wherever you go. The white-robed Noel's face was filled with despair. If she fell into their hands, it would be better to die. But she also knew that sometimes even death was a luxury. Just then, the court, who was about to rush in front of the white-robed Noel, suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat from behind. Sombering around, he saw a small snake made of dark blue flames charging at him. His pupils contracted slightly, and his body instantly retreated to a distance. The dark blue flame snake, as if locked onto him, continued to chase after him. Seeing this scene, the court's expression changed. He forgot about the soul fruit and quickly darted away into the mist, disappearing along with the pursuing flame. Pill fire. The Aaron, standing nearby, watched the dark blue flame until it vanished from sight before turning his gaze to the green-robed man they had overlooked all along. He actually has pill fire. Virgil didn't look at the court but slowly turned his gaze toward the Aaron. Sorry, but I lied to you. The soul fruit is not with her. He smiled slightly, like a shy young Emmett, yet it sent chills down the Aaron's spine. As a first-stage golden core cultivator, he actually felt a hint of fear from this foundation establishment stage cultivator. Hesitating for a moment, the Aaron quickly calmed down. With the court being pursued by the Pillfire and Madeline injured, only this little late-stage foundation establishment cultivator remained. His opportunity had come. Cartered it over. The Aaron spoke sternly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to hear. You must be injured. Virgil stood calmly, his hands behind his back, seemingly ignoring the question. Behind him, the white-robed Noel looked at his back, feeling somewhat worried. Virgil was just at the late-stage foundation establishment level. His Pillfire could only deal with one golden core. What about the other? She had already decided that if Virgil couldn't prevail, she would choose to end her own life to avoid falling into these people's hands and suffering humiliation. So what? Killing a foundation establishment cultivator is like squashing an ant. The Aaron sneered, dark chi gathering around him, making his body grow larger again. However, instead of reaching the initial dozen or so zhang, it now stood at 6 or 7 zhang tall, clearly showing signs of injury. Virgil smiled faintly and said calmly, a dying man. Immortal ban. Without further ado, he swiftly formed a peculiar seal with his hands. 2 chains shot into the Aaron's body, shrinking him from 6 zhang to 3 zhang tall. What's happening? The Aaron couldn't see the chains but felt his power being suppressed by a mysterious force, causing immense shock within him. The white-robed Noel, standing closer, saw more clearly that it seemed Virgil had used some kind of spell to suppress the opponent's power. But what kind of spell could reduce a golden core cultivator to nearly a half-step golden core? This was almost too incredible. Her heart couldn't remain calm. Since her cultivation was similar to his, did this mean that even without the Pillfire, Virgil could battle golden core cultivators? Thinking that she and Virgil were now in the same boat, the stronger he was, the better it was for her. A glimmer of hope began to rise within her. Compared to their shock, Virgil's face remained calm as he produced an iron sword in his hand. Middle-grade alchemical treasure. The white-robed Noel and the Aaron were once again unable to remain calm as they focused on the iron sword. How could such a minor foundation establishment cultivator possess so many valuable items? Unaware of their thoughts, Virgil closed his eyes, picturing a scene in his mind of a green-robed Noel swinging a sword, then smiling softly as he slowly opened his eyes and swung the sword. In an instant, an ordinary-looking sword chi surged towards the Aaron. The Aaron looked at the incoming sword chi, his expression full of doubt, feeling its might is less formidable than an attack from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, sensing something amiss, he didn't dare take it lightly, gathering all his dark chi to form a swamp-like field in front of him that would gradually extinguish any attack entering it. However, the seemingly unremarkable sword chi, upon entering the dark chi, did not slow down and relentlessly charged towards the Aaron. This unexpected development left him shocked. He never imagined that his carefully set defense would fail. Boom. In the next moment, the sword chi struck directly, enveloping the Aaron in a flash of light, eliciting a scream as he crashed heavily outwards. Virgil appeared beside him in an instant, stepping on his chest, squatting down and initiating the soul decree. The Aaron was already injured, so Virgil was taking advantage of the situation. With the soul decree activated, the Aaron let out a painful cry, struggling with all his might. From a distance, the white-robed Noelle heard his cries, her body trembling, looking at Virgil with a mix of fear. Yet, she sighed in relief, as the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. We're safe. Taking a deep breath, the white-robed Noelle's gaze was complex, recalling her previous words. She noticed Virgil seemed to be performing some sort of spell. Generally, casting spells should not be interrupted. Her gaze flickered but ultimately did nothing. Before long, Virgil opened his eyes, watching as the Aaron's soul dissipated into the heavens, then turned his head slowly to look at the white-robed Noelle. Seeing her revealed appearance, the white-robed Noelle felt somehow different from earlier. That aura was one she had only sensed from someone equal or above her level. Unbeknownst to her, Virgil had quietly crossed the 100 threshold of divine sense, advancing to the first stage of golden core. Remove the covering from your face. Virgil spoke slowly. Her face had always been obscured by dark chi, preventing her true appearance from being seen. Upon hearing his command-like tone, Madeline hesitated for a moment before the dark chi on her face vanished. Virgil observed the exposed beauty, momentarily losing himself in admiration. He had met many beautiful women. Roxana, whose beauty rivaled kingdoms, Marcy, gentle and virtuous like a devoted wife, and his cherished senior sister Roberta. But this Noelle's beauty surpassed the former two, nearly matching Maureen. Their auras differed. One exuded a cold, aloof elegance, detached from the world. The white-robed Noelle before him gave off an indescribable feeling. Noticing his stare, the white-robed Noelle sighed inwardly. Although she had avoided the clutches of those two men, falling into the hands of this man might not be much better. You're called Madeline. You said you wished to acknowledge me as your master. Virgil approached her with a half-smile. The white-robed Noelle stood still, silent. I can follow you for 10 years, obeying your commands, risking my life for you during that time. I don't need a weak lackey like you. Chapter 107. Go away. I don't need a bodyguard as weak as you. Virgil's gaze lingered on her delicate figure, muttering, it's a pity you're not human. Otherwise, you'd be quite suitable for warming the bed. Warming the bed. The beautiful face of the Noelle in white stiffened slightly. Hearing Virgil's words afterward, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Virgil walked toward her. The Noelle in white felt an intense pressure and took a deep breath, her expression remaining calm. Having witnessed the ruthless killing of the Aaron, she had formed an impression of Virgil, a man who could kill without hesitation. If she were useless, would he kill her too? A moment later, Virgil stopped before her, raising his hand just as he had done with the Aaron. She did not resist, knowing resistance was futile. At that moment, his hand gently touched her cheek, lightly pinching it. The Noelle in white didn't understand what he was doing, her small nose wrinkling in discomfort. Since childhood, no one had dared to treat her this way. Yet, she couldn't fight him, and now she was at his mercy. As long as he didn't go too far, she would endure it. Very realistic. Feeling the softness under his palm, Virgil couldn't help but admire it. Apart from being cold, she felt almost exactly like a real person. Hadn't it been said that souls had no physical form? He had practiced cultivation for too short a time, and many things remained unfamiliar to him. He didn't know that at certain levels of cultivation, ghostly souls could become nearly as tangible as living beings. You may go. I don't need a bodyguard as weak as you. Retracting his hand, Virgil turned away, walking back into the mist without looking back. His figure quickly vanished. To the Noelle in white, these words were like heavenly music. She looked up in disbelief, staring at his retreating back, her beautiful face showing confusion. As Virgil walked through the mist, he sensed his connection to the snowfield ice flame. Previously, it had chased after the court. He wondered if it had caught up. Regarding why he hadn't devoured the Noelle in white, they had, after all, been partners, even if their collaboration might not have been very satisfactory for her. But if not for her injuring the court and the dwarf, Virgil wouldn't have won so easily. This was fact. She had contributed greatly. Another reason was that devouring her wouldn't allow his divine sense to break through to the mid-core stage. So, he let her go. After all, it wasn't fair either. It was only because she had injured those two ghostly souls that he had won so easily. While he still had some conscience, he should do more good deeds to accumulate virtue. In no time, relying on the Qing of the contract, Virgil reached the location of the snowfield ice flame. The thick fog around him made visibility extremely low. Revised. Shortly, guided by the Qing of the contract, Virgil arrived at the location of the snowfield ice flame. The dense fog surrounding him made visibility extremely poor. Note, the word Qing is not translated as it seems to be a placeholder or an undefined term in this context. If it refers to a specific concept like sense or connection, please provide more context for accurate translation. For better fluency and natural reading in English, I have made slight adjustments. If Qing is meant to be sense or connection, here's the further refined version. Shortly, guided by the sense of the contract, Virgil arrived at the location of the snowfield ice flame. The dense fog surrounding him made visibility extremely poor. He could feel the presence of the snowfield ice flame nearby, extending his divine sense to cover an area of about 400 feet. Moments later, a cluster of dark blue flames emerged from the right and hovered in front of him. His eyes flickered as he muttered, "Did he escape? No matter. Now that my divine sense has broken through to the core stage, let him go." Recalling the snowfield ice flame, he continued walking, preparing to leave Rakshasa Valley. This expedition had been incredibly fruitful. It was time to stop while ahead. If he encountered a mid-core ghostly soul, he had no confidence. Now that my divine sense has broken through to the core stage, I wonder when my cultivation will also reach that point. Virgil whispered silently. He knew little about the core stage. Up until now, his practice had been largely self-taught. He didn't know how to form a core, but he knew it must be very difficult. After all, breaking through major stages was much harder than minor ones. Initially, he had tried 4 times to advance from Qi practitioner to Foundation establishment before succeeding with the aid of Foundation establishment pills in the Zhang family's spirit spring. Now advancing to the core stage would likely be even more challenging since cultivation becomes increasingly difficult the further one progresses. Though his divine sense had reached the core stage, he didn't know how many years it would take for his magical power to do the same. For now, such thoughts were premature. He had just advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage and hadn't even reached peak Foundation establishment yet. I should reach peak Foundation establishment first, then prepare. No, I must leave the state of Qi first, find Maureen, suppress her curse, then make preparations. I wonder what stage Maureen is at now. Will she be shocked to see me? Virgil smiled faintly, then felt a twinge of sadness, eventually letting out a light sigh. I must hasten. The time before Benita's curse fully activates is running out. Returning to the outer ring, Virgil ceased hunting ghostly souls. Foundation establishment stage ghosts offered little benefit now. Core stage ghosts were too rare for him to continue staying here. Just as he was about to leave, Virgil suddenly sensed a strong surge of energy from behind. After barely escaping with my life, you dare to come back? Pausing briefly, Virgil turned around, smiling at the nervous-looking scholar in white. Don't get cocky. The scholar in white, who had escaped twice from Virgil, tried to appear calm despite his rapidly beating heart. His already pale face became paler. If you have any last words, speak them now. Virgil moved swiftly, appearing beside him and grabbing his shoulder with a smile. Look at this first. Seeing this, the scholar's face changed as he pulled out a jade pendant from a necklace. Virgil waved his hand, and the necklace appeared in his grasp. Narrowing his eyes, he examined it closely. This jade pendant belonged to the Noel in white, and he wondered how it ended up in the scholar's possession. The scholar, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't have taken it from her even if she had been injured. Surely you recognize whose jade pendant this is. If you don't want her dead, follow me. The scholar sneered. Hearing this, Virgil stared at him as if he were an idiot. The scholar frowned. Virgil hadn't killed Madeline, likely due to her beauty, which gave him confidence. However, Virgil's expression made him uneasy. If we're too late, that Noel will suffer terribly. The scholar coldly threatened. Again, Virgil looked at him like he was an idiot. The scholar couldn't stand the look and began to panic inwardly. Virgil finally spoke. She's a complete stranger to me, whose name I don't even know. Are you insane to think I would save her? Virgil scoffed at the idea of risking his life for a stranger. Why would he? The scholar hesitated, realizing his intelligence had failed. If his information was incorrect and Virgil didn't care about the Noel's life, his own life would. Before he could finish this thought, Virgil's hand came down upon his crown. Then, he felt his soul force dissipating rapidly, fear flooding his features. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as per the original text. Chapter 108, Myriad Array Peak. As Dougie's body disintegrated into countless specks of light, dispersing between heaven and earth, Virgil pondered for a moment, his spiritual sense increasing slightly, albeit barely noticeable. The white-robed Noel had been taken away by someone unknown. Could it be that escaped one? Virgil shook his head as he recalled the court who had fled earlier. That person's injuries were likely even more severe than hers. How could they have the strength to capture her? Then who could it be? Perplexed, Virgil looked down at the jade pendant in his hand with hesitation. He didn't know her, and clearly there was a trap waiting. Rescuing her would be extremely dangerous. He had no obligation, nor did he wish to take such a risk. With this thought, Virgil took a deep breath and turned to leave, planning to quickly depart from the Azura Valley to avoid any retaliation from the scholar's backers. He tucked the jade pendant into his storage pouch and sped up, no longer dawdling. After a quarter of an hour, Virgil returned to the valley entrance, extending his spiritual sense around. The area was deserted, and the Sylvia had vanished without a trace. Unconcerned, Virgil moved swiftly, deciding to explore the ruins of the Azura sect for any treasures. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the distance and landed beside him. Hiss, your spiritual sense suddenly reached golden core. How did you do it? The Sylvia covered her mouth in astonishment, amazed at how quickly he had advanced. You too. Virgil glanced at her. She indeed possessed a strong spiritual sense, though he hadn't known exactly how strong. Breaking through to golden core, she could immediately discern his level, indicating her own spiritual sense was also at golden core. The Sylvia sighed. I only reached this stage by consuming many soul fruits from our sect. Virgil smiled but said nothing. All right, let's not talk about that. Since everything is fine, accompany me somewhere, the Sylvia said somewhat irritably. Where? Virgil asked, looking at her with confusion. To the Myriad Array Peak. There might be a way for us to leave, the Sylvia replied. Leave Qi State? Didn't you say the trapped immortal formation covers Qi State, making departure impossible? Virgil was startled. I'm not sure if it will work, but the Myriad Array Peak is the forbidden area of the Azura sect. Inside lies the legacy array book left by the sect's ancestors, recording tens of thousands of formations. It might contain a method to counteract the trapped immortal formation. Virgil's eyes flickered. He didn't ask why she knew so much and simply responded, let's go. The two figures traveled swiftly between peaks via sword riding. Virgil gazed downward, seeing battle scars on every peak. Collapsed mountains, shattered buildings, no signs of life, only a pervasive bloodiness. The 87 peaks of the Azura sect, during its prime, each had a golden core powerhouse guarding it. Sadly, such a powerful sect has now perished. Even the nascent soul cultivators are dead. Returning to familiar ground, the Sylvia looked sorrowfully at the desolate peaks below. Virgil was inwardly shocked. The Azura sect was immensely strong. Such a force could easily conquer any country, yet it fell to those demonic races. How powerful were those demonic races? He voiced his curiosity. The Sylvia glanced at him and shook her head, only 8 peak golden core and 1 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Normally, the Azura sect could crush them easily, but they mastered a potent secret technique that could forcibly elevate their cultivation. Those 8 peak golden cores could all be enhanced to nascent soul. Virgil gasped, meaning these demonic races could all be considered nascent soul cultivators. So many nascent soul cultivators. No wonder they could annihilate a country. Without any late-stage nascent soul or transforming deity cultivators, it was almost invincible. Wiping her eyes, the Sylvia asked, "Which country are you from?" "A small, insignificant nation. Any golden core cultivator could wipe it out." Virgil spoke ambiguously, not divulging specifics. The Sylvia didn't press further, staring ahead for a while before saying softly, "We're here. This mountain peak." Landing at the foot of the mountain, Virgil examined the towering peak before him, standing intact, nearly undamaged. A few narrow paths led upward, winding and twisting. To find the array book, we must climb this peak, but flight is prohibited here. We can only ascend step by step from the base. Surely it won't be that simple. Virgil's eyes flashed. The Sylvia calmly said, "From the foot to the summit, there are 99 arrays. One wrong step triggers an array, leading to death. Only by sequentially breaking through the arrays can we reach the top. I saw some arrays already destroyed when I came earlier, but several remain intact, and some require your assistance." Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, then shifted to the narrow path. "Don't you have that teleportation disc?" Virgil looked at her, puzzled. "The disc's teleportation is random." The Sylvia sighed, knowing what he was thinking. "So, how do I help you?" Virgil nodded and asked, "What do you know about formations?" "In those 99 arrays, some require 2 people to break. Initially, I thought your spiritual sense reaching late-stage foundation establishment would suffice. Now that you're at golden core, the success rate has increased." Virgil scratched his head. "I know nothing about formations." "Don't worry, I'll teach you." The Sylvia acted mature beyond her years, hands behind her back. Formations are diverse but basically fall into 2 categories, innate formations and acquired formations. One utilizes natural terrain for setting up the formation. The other uses drawn array patterns with flags, spirit stones, and other artificial materials to create acquired formations. There's no distinction of superiority. However, every formation, whether innate or acquired, has a weak point. Once found, breaking it becomes simple. Virgil's eyes flickered. This was the first time he heard such explanations. Following the stone steps, the Sylvia appeared with a small red flag, casually tossing it forward. An array instantly broke apart as she explained. "Understand?" "No." Virgil squinted and shook his head, inwardly impressed by her profound understanding of formations, effortlessly breaking a spiritual-grade array. "Forget it, learning isn't useful anyway," she whispered. "Just follow me closely. Do exactly as I instruct. Remember every step I take. Not even a single step out of place," she emphasized. Chapter 108, Myriad Formation Peak. Watching the scholar in white disintegrate into countless specks of light, dispersing between heaven and earth, Virgil pondered deeply. His spiritual awareness had increased slightly, but it was barely noticeable. The Noel in white had been captured by someone unknown. Could it be that escaped one? Virgil's mind recalled the court who fled earlier. He shook his head. The injuries the other party sustained were likely even more severe than hers. How could he have possibly taken her? Then who? Confused, Virgil cast a questioning glance down at the jade pendant in his hand, hesitating slightly. He had no relation with her, and clearly, any rescue attempt would be fraught with danger. He wasn't obligated to take such a risk. Taking a deep breath, Virgil turned to leave, planning to quickly exit the Azura Valley before the scholar's people came looking. He casually stored the jade pendant in his storage bag and quickened his pace, no longer walking leisurely. After 15 minutes, Virgil returned to the valley entrance, sending out his spiritual awareness. Surveying the surroundings, there was no one around. The young Sylvia had vanished. Virgil wasn't worried, and his footsteps grew swift as he headed towards the ruins of Azura sect to see if there were any treasures. Suddenly, a figure flew from afar and landed beside him. "Hiss, your spiritual awareness has suddenly reached the golden core stage. How did you do it?" The Sylvia landed beside him, covering her mouth with her small hands, shocked. It had only been a few days. "You did too." Virgil glanced at her. He had felt her spiritual awareness was quite strong before, but couldn't determine its exact level. Now that she had broken through to the golden core stage, and she could instantly recognize his, clearly, her spiritual awareness was also at the golden core stage. The Sylvia sighed dejectedly. "I consumed many soul fruits from my sect to reach this realm." Virgil smiled without speaking. "Enough already, since there's no trouble. Will you accompany me somewhere?" The Sylvia said rather sullenly. "Where are we going?" Virgil asked, his eyes full of confusion. "Peak of myriad formations. There might be a way for us to leave." The Sylvia answered. "Leave the state of Qi? Didn't you say the immortal restraining formation envelopes Qi, making it impossible to leave?" Virgil was slightly alarmed. "I don't know if it'll work. It's the forbidden area of Azura sect, where the ancestral patriarch left behind an array book recording over 10,000 formations. There might be a method to counteract the immortal restraining formation." Virgil's eyes flickered, deciding not to ask why she knew so much, simply replying, "Let's go." 2 figures soared between the peaks on their flying swords. Looking down, Virgil saw the battle scars on every mountain. Collapsed peaks, shattered buildings, devoid of any life except for the overwhelming bloodstains rising to the sky. The 87 peaks of Azura sect, during its peak, each peak was overseen by a golden core expert. Sadly, this once mighty sect fell, including all the nascent soul experts. Returning to this place, the Sylvia gazed sadly at the mountains below. Virgil was inwardly startled. Azura sect was indeed formidable enough to conquer any country, yet was still annihilated by those demon races. How powerful were they? He voiced his question. The Sylvia glanced at him, shaking her head, only 8 peak golden core and 1 early-stage nascent soul. Normally, Azura sect could easily crush them. But they possessed a powerful secret technique to forcibly elevate their realms. 8 peak golden cores can boost to the nascent soul realm. Virgil gasped, considering these demon races as nascent souls. With so many nascent soul experts, it was no wonder they could wipe out an entire nation. Without divine transformation experts stepping in, they were invincible. Wiping her eyes, the Sylvia asked, "Which country are you from?" "A minor country, not worth mentioning. Any golden core could obliterate it." Virgil evaded specifics. The Sylvia didn't press further, gazing ahead and then softly saying, "We're here." This peak. Descending at the foot of the mountain, Virgil surveyed the mountain towering about 3,000 feet, almost perfectly intact with minimal damage. Narrow paths wound up the mountain, curving and hidden, exuding a faint sense of danger. To find the array book, we need to climb this peak, but flight is prohibited. We must ascend step by step from the base. It shouldn't be that simple. Virgil's eyes flashed. The Sylvia replied, "There are 99 formations from base to summit. One wrong step can trigger a formation, leading to death. Only by breaking the formations in order can we reach the top. I noticed some formations had already been destroyed within the greater formation, but others remain intact. Some require your help." Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, then shifted back to the path. "Don't you have that teleportation disc?" The Sylvia understood what he was implying, sighing, "Its teleportation is random. So how do I assist you?" Virgil nodded, asking. "Instead," she responded, "how familiar are you with formations? Among these 99 formations, some I cannot break alone and require 2 people. Originally, I thought your spiritual awareness reaching the foundation establishment later stage would suffice. Now, reaching the golden core stage increases our success rate." Virgil scratched his head. "I'm completely clueless about formations." "Don't worry, I'll teach you," she assured, waving her small hands like a sage. Formations vary widely, but essentially there are 2 types: Xiantian formations, Shantianjunfa, and Hotian formations, Hotianjunfa. One type uses natural terrain. The other uses drawn array patterns, array flags, spirit stones, etc., to create artificial Hotian formations. There's no higher or lower rank between the 2. Regardless, each formation has a weak point. Finding it makes breaking the formation easier. Virgil's eyes flickered. This was the first time hearing such explanations. The Sylvia walked forward along the stone steps, throwing a red flag that effortlessly broke a spirit-level formation. "Just doing something casual," she remarked. "Did you understand?" "Not really." Virgil squinted and shook his head, inwardly amazed by the Sylvia's high level of formation mastery, casually breaking a spirit-level formation. "Forget it, learning or not won't matter." The Sylvia whispered, "Just follow me closely, and do exactly as I instruct. Remember my every move, and repeat it accurately. Not a single step can be wrong." She emphasized carefully. Chapter 109. Lurking Death Everywhere. "Not a single step wrong," the young Sylvia said with a stern expression, her gaze intensely serious. Virgil nodded. The moon quietly climbed up the branches, its clear silver light casting a soft glow on the narrow dirt path beneath their feet. This array is called the Myriad Killing Array. Once triggered, it can instantly kill someone at the early foundation establishment stage. That's the Tao Annihilation Array. Lurking death surrounded them everywhere, cold and silent like winter. However, the Sylvia walked leisurely as if strolling in a garden, calmly stepping through each of the formations. Her eyes occasionally flashed with starlight, as if she could see the precise operating patterns of the arrays. She accurately avoided various dangerous traps floating in the air and simultaneously explained the formations to Virgil behind her. Virgil followed her steps, his eyes subtly flickering, confirming even more about the Sylvia's identity. As for what she was explaining about the arrays, he secretly noted them down. "Don't be misled by the current safety. That's because these formations aren't activated. One wrong step will trigger them immediately. The arrays ahead are either broken or have only 1 or 2/10 of their original power, most being spirit-grade arrays. As long as you follow me, they won't be triggered." While walking, the Sylvia kept talking, like a patient teacher, somewhat pleased with herself. Virgil listened quietly. He didn't have deep knowledge of formations. The Neong formation he had set up initially was also a pill-grade formation, but many details on how to arrange it were instructed by the senior's imprint in his consciousness. He was merely a tool at that time. Glancing around occasionally, he saw ancient trees shading the surroundings, bizarre rocks scattered about, and some skeletons that still emitted the aura of the Foundation establishment realm. They died here. After about 1,000 steps, a stone monument appeared ahead, standing beside the road. It recorded the names of cultivators who had reached this place since ancient times. Bonning arrived here. Aston broke through 33 formations at the Foundation establishment stage. The Sylvia stopped beside the stone monument and looked forward, saying, "The name 10,000 formations peak might sound exaggerated, but indeed there are 33 spirit-grade formations, 65 pill-grade formations, and 1 baby soul-grade formation." Virgil looked up. They had covered about 1/3 of the distance. Looking ahead, the peak was still obscured by ancient trees. They had been traveling for over half an hour, almost reaching halfway up the mountain. A fall would likely be fatal, yet they could still faintly see the foot of the mountain from where they were. This speed was quite remarkable, considering they weren't just walking but needed to carefully avoid various formations, taking no chances and allowing no errors. Looking ahead, Virgil's eyes flickered as his divine sense focused, flashing with sharp insight. The world before him changed abruptly. Numerous array lines appeared as if they had come alive. His divine sense was already strong, having reached the golden core level, which allowed him to easily perceive the operational patterns within the formations. Virgil silently remembered these patterns. If given time, he could unravel the essence of the formation and, eventually, set up an identical one. But now wasn't the time for learning. He simply noted them down casually. Noticing him staring at the formations ahead, the Sylvia said, "The path of formations is full of intrigue, not achieved in a day. If you wish to learn, start from basic array lines. These ahead are half-step pill-grade formations. Be extra cautious. Virgil nodded, following her as he continued walking forward, releasing his divine sense to simultaneously study the surrounding formations. After another few hundred steps, Virgil clearly felt the Sylvia's pace slowed down. The formations around them became more complex and perilous, indicating they had reached the pill-grade formations. Even the moon had quietly hidden behind the clouds, darkening the surroundings significantly, though it hardly affected them. Cultivators have excellent vision, capable of seeing clearly even in darkness. They continued up the winding path toward the peak. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, producing a soft whispering sound. Suddenly, the Sylvia stopped, her brows furrowing. This formation? What's wrong? Virgil asked, puzzled. This formation is so complex. She paused thoughtfully, her eyes flickering uncertainly, resembling a chess player unsure of the next move. Her gaze focused ahead. Virgil's eyes reflected the array lines. Hundreds of lines appeared in his sight. This was an extremely complex pill-grade formation. I'm not sure. Be careful, she said, taking a deep breath and stepping into the formation first. Each step she took was exceptionally cautious. Sometimes right, sometimes left, sometimes straight, pausing deeply in thought before placing her foot. Her expression grew increasingly serious and solemn. Just one wrong step could trigger the formation, unleashing attacks that could eliminate even Golden Core experts. Suddenly, the wind roared around them, stirring the trees wildly. A brilliant light surged toward them, exuding formidable power that could shock even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Oh no! The Sylvia's expression changed slightly, sensing danger. Despite her careful planning, she had taken a wrong step, triggering the formation. Just as the light was about to strike her with unstoppable force, a barrier suddenly appeared around them. Virgil held the red umbrella, and the attack crashed against the barrier, stopping momentarily. However, the next wave was imminent. The Sylvia was anxiously distressed. This formation is called the illusion-killing array. It keeps changing. Help me buy some time while I look for a way to break it. She rapidly deduced using her divine sense, scrutinizing the surrounding array lines. All formations follow certain rules. They need spirit energy to function, or they cease to exist. One attack after another hit the barrier around them, weakening its luminescence. Virgil channeled his mana into the Qi umbrella, eyes fixed ahead, slightly heavy-hearted. Each of these attacks could easily annihilate a Foundation establishment cultivator, and they were intensifying. He had a premonition that this was far from over, and possibly even Golden Core experts could be obliterated in the end. The Sylvia's mind raced, her gaze intently focused on her surroundings. The world before her changed abruptly. Activated array lines shimmered ominously, exuding dangerous vibes. She knew this formation well. The key position to break it was. She glanced toward the west and shouted loudly, "Attack that rock!" Without hesitation, Virgil swung his palm, releasing a fire dragon that struck a human-sized boulder. Boom! The roaring fire dragon slammed into the rock. Strangely, instead of shattering, it rippled like water, absorbing the blow. In the next moment, terrifying attacks engulfed them, powerful enough to easily crush late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Chapter 110. The Disappearing Soul Fruit. Boom! A roaring fire dragon smashed into the mountain rocks, and an odd scene unfolded. The rocks did not shatter on impact but instead rippled like water, absorbing the blow. Virgil was taken aback. He had been supremely confident in his attack. He knew that no ordinary rock or even iron would withstand such force, yet reality proved otherwise. Focusing his divine sense on his eyes, Virgil looked closely, his gaze flickering as realization dawned. It turned out that the rock wasn't a rock at all, but composed of countless array patterns. At the same moment, numerous rainbow beams capable of easily erasing late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators flooded toward the two of them. Indeed. Seeing this, the Sylvia became more excited. That's the core of the array. Keep attacking it. Use your pill fire. Upon hearing her words, Virgil didn't hesitate. Wrapping Snowfield Ice Flame around his hand, he cast it out, transforming it into a dark blue snake that struck the stone before them. Crack. This time, the rock shattered immediately, but not like regular stone. Instead, it dissolved into myriad sparkles, dispersing into the sky. As the stone vanished, the impending attack overhead also dissipated with a boom. Had it been any later, it would have annihilated them both. Virgil's expression eased. The Sylvia patted her chest, her face tinged with lingering fear. Close call. Virgil glanced at her, but said nothing as the Snowfield Ice Flame returned to his Qi. After a brief rest, they continued their ascent up the mountain. Most of the arrays along the next stretch were already destroyed, and the remaining ones were only a fraction of their original strength. The duo proceeded unimpeded until they were almost halfway to the peak. However, this situation didn't last long. Gradually, the surrounding arrays grew stronger, and every few steps revealed one or two sets of bones by the roadside. Those who made it this far are basically Golden Core Franzes. The Sylvia's gaze swept over the skeletal remains. Golden Core. Virgil's expression tightened. The atmosphere unconsciously grew heavy once more. Thankfully, although the path ahead was perilous, they managed to traverse it without incident. Over an hour later, Virgil lifted his head. His view was blocked by ancient trees, preventing him from seeing the summit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he had been observing the surrounding arrays all along. They had already broken through nearly 60 arrays. This peak had 99 arrays in total, so roughly 30 remained. He had gained much during this journey, studying numerous arrays and receiving the Sylvia's assistance, significantly enhancing his array comprehension. Yet, to understand fully where he stood, he still needed to set up an array himself. Studying the upcoming pill array, Virgil's eyes traced the array patterns, following its operational rules, though his eyes grew sore. Initially, he couldn't comprehend even spirit-grade arrays, but now he could observe pill arrays. Still, the dizziness persisted, indicating incomplete understanding. The Sylvia stepped forward into the array, with Virgil following closely behind. They navigated the array carefully, successfully passing through after a short while. Let's rest for a bit. The Sylvia sat cross-legged, drenched in sweat despite not triggering any arrays. Constantly searching for array weaknesses consumed her divine sense, leaving her exhausted. Closing her eyes, she began to recuperate. Virgil sat beside her, holding a jade pendant he had taken from Dougie, a gift from the white-robed Noel. The pendant bore a lifelike carving of a Noel, whose features were unclear but seemed eerily familiar, especially her demeanor. Why does she feel so familiar? Comparing the carved Noel to the real one, Virgil felt a striking resemblance, especially in essence. Remembering how the pendant had deflected his pill fire, he suspected it might be a treasure and probed it with divine sense. Minutes later, Virgil withdrew his divine sense in disappointment, finding nothing extraordinary. But he sensed something faintly unusual, an indistinct, familiar aura likely belonging to the white-robed Noel. This jade pendant is hers, so having her aura isn't strange. Virgil shook his head, storing it in the remnant world pagoda when he saw nothing significant. Palamanes later, his divine sense scanning his storage bag, his gaze sharpened. What's going on? His heart surged with alarm, sensing something amiss. His voice wavered in confusion. The Sylvia opened her eyes and looked over. What's wrong? Virgil didn't respond, his expression rapidly changing, revealing his unease. Previously, he hadn't swallowed the soul fruit obtained from the golden core specter but stored it in his bag. Now it was missing. Whoever stole my item deserves damnation. Virgil's sorrow and anger mingled. He had earned this soul fruit through hardship. Its loss infuriated him deeply. Calming down, he puzzled over the disappearance. His storage bag had always been on him, hardly touched by anyone, let alone stolen from. Where could it have gone? Could it have run away on its own? Thief? What thief? Seeing Virgil gritting his teeth, the Sylvia became even more puzzled. He remained silent, closing his eyes to continue meditating. An hour later, the Sylvia stood up, fully rested. Dawn was approaching, thin night mists covering the mountainside. The silence was profound, everything seemingly asleep. Let's go. Entering the next array, starlight twinkled in her eyes. Virgil followed, his mind still preoccupied with the missing soul fruit. After a while, he sighed, realizing immediate investigation wasn't possible due to the surrounding dangers. He decided to search thoroughly later. Perhaps I mistakenly put it in the remnant world pagoda and forgot. Though unlikely, the soul fruit wouldn't move on its own. Where else could it be? By noon, they had safely passed another dozen arrays, each encounter risky yet manageable. They could now see the peak ahead. The coming arrays will be truly perilous. One misstep and we die. So, I need your cooperation. Alone, I can't break these. Understood. Virgil nodded, knowing their escape from Qi state depended on this. He would give it his all. Chapter 111. The Giant Eye. Tell me. Virgil nodded solemnly. This matter concerned their ability to leave the Qi Jandom, and he would do his utmost. We've gone through 88 formations, leaving 11 more formations. They are Earth-Heaven Array, Wind-Rear Array, Fire-Wind Array. These 11 formations are all at least peak Dan level great formations, with one being an infant stage formation. Once triggered, it will reach peak golden core level, and there's even a possibility of death. If we enter rashly, I can't guarantee our safety. The Sylvia gazed ahead. They were very close to the mountain peak. She could faintly see a towering stone stele that seemed to pierce into the clouds like a giant ruler plunging into the earth. Normally, this distance would be negligible. This stele was recorded within the sect as the Myriad Formation Stele, from which Myriad Formation Peak derived its name. It also had another name, Array Book. It was the Sylvia's first time visiting this place. Even with her mastery of formations before the battle, she couldn't reach here. Thanks to the massacre of Raksha sect, the Yuanying Berkeley and the demon race fought up to this peak, weakening many of the formations here. Some were even directly damaged, thus giving her the opportunity to set foot here. However, the remaining formations were still powerful, so she wasn't exaggerating or trying to frighten Virgil intentionally. Virgil listened, his gaze flickering slightly. 11 formations, 10 peak Dan stage and 1 infant stage. He remained silent, continuing to listen to the Sylvia. Retracting her gaze, the Sylvia took a deep breath and said, I have a secret technique that can merge two people's minds, greatly increasing our chances of breaking through the formations. Merging two people's minds? Such a secret technique? Virgil's eyes widened in surprise. What technique is it? This technique is a closely guarded secret of Raksha sect, the Sylvia said proudly. Hearing this, Virgil became even more certain about something. He had been guessing the Sylvia's identity before, and now he was sure she was from Raksha sect. But his focus was on this secret technique. Close your eyes and sit opposite me. I will transmit it to you now. The Sylvia closed her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed as she sat cross-legged on the ground, then looked at him curiously. What are you doing? Don't we need to palm to palm? Virgil sat opposite her, hands raised mid-air, palms facing forward, innocently thinking that wasn't how power transmission usually worked. Who told you that? The Sylvia glared at him angrily. Virgil awkwardly lowered his hands, then asked, So what should I do? Without speaking, the Sylvia pointed a finger, and instantly a secret method appeared in Virgil's mind. It was called fish-water integration. That name. How inappropriate. Virgil's face twisted awkwardly as he continued reading. It was a dual cultivation method for a man and a Noel, requiring both sexes and often practiced by couples. Cultivation didn't require nudity or palm-to-palm contact, but it was complicated. Both parties had to open their minds, make a pact, and fuse their consciousnesses completely. Virgil frowned. The mind was a cultivator's control center, storing memories and secrets. If opened, all his secrets would be exposed. One wouldn't easily open their mind to others. Although he was familiar with the Sylvia, some secrets could not be revealed. He couldn't trust her fully. Let's begin. The Sylvia's expression was calm, but her heart raced uncontrollably, unaware of his inner struggle. This technique was usually only practiced with the closest people, typically spouses. Merging two minds often led to uncontrollable situations, but she had no other choice right now. A misty white light enveloped them as they floated in the air. Heart free from distractions, open your mind. The Sylvia's voice echoed in his ears. Virgil resisted. Palamaints later, the white light suddenly vanished, and they fell back to the ground. You. The Sylvia opened her eyes, surprised, looking at him, then bowed her head in thought. The sudden interruption wasn't due to the technique, but rather, their lack of trust. He hadn't opened his mind, making the technique impossible. After a long silence, Virgil apologized. Sorry, I can't cultivate this technique. The Sylvia looked at him, stood up, and sighed. Very well. She didn't ask why, remaining composed. Virgil found this unexpected and glanced at the giant stele atop the mountain. That's the array book. Legends say it records 10,000 formations. The myriad formation peak gets its name from it, the Sylvia explained. Virgil stared at the distant stele, pondering. Is that really the array book? From afar, it didn't seem extraordinary, probably because it was too far. Since they couldn't practice the technique, they couldn't proceed. These were peak dance stage and infant stage formations. One wrong step meant destruction. He sighed inwardly. His secrets were too many. He couldn't expose them easily. With this path blocked, he could only wait for the fronds in his mind to awaken. No problem. If we can't manage, waiting a while, Brennan should send help soon, the Sylvia comforted. She didn't blame Virgil for the failure. Virgil looked at her gratefully. They retraced their steps down the mountain. Unable to resist, the Sylvia asked, though I don't mean to, I still want to ask why. I have too many secrets. Knowing them won't benefit you. Virgil's expression was calm. Back at the base, the Sylvia looked up at the peak, slightly regretful. Had they succeeded, their merged minds might have given her a 30% chance to reach the summit. Gain and loss are fated. She smiled bitterly, turning to Virgil, just as the sky, previously clear, suddenly darkened with thick clouds. What's happening? Both looked at each other, their faces filled with uncertainty. Then, a giant eye appeared in the sky, staring at them. Found you. This eye exuded malevolence and eeriness, sending chills up their spines. Demons. They exchanged glances, the Sylvia's face paling in alarm. Hashtag chapter 112, the border. Monster race. Virgil stared at the enormous eyeball, hovering in midair. It gave him an extremely dangerous vibe. Its owner must undoubtedly be a core formation-level powerhouse. Get lost. Taking a deep breath, Virgil brandished an ancient iron sword in his hand, channeling his magical power into it and swung with all his might. Unexpectedly, this sword chi directly split the eyeball in two. The giant eyeball vanished from the heavens, and the gloomy sky cleared up once again. Sunlight shone upon their faces once more. However, the Sylvia remained on high alert, her expression grave. We need to leave here as soon as possible. That eyeball was probably some secret technique that could help the monster race locate our position. Her face was pale, still feeling the lingering fear from the encounter. She was thankful they didn't attempt to break the array earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave so quickly. Let's go. Virgil was decisive, immediately flying away on his sword. It wasn't wise to linger in this place. Meanwhile, in the heart of Qi State, atop a massive altar stood a statue several dozen feet tall of a dignified man. Beside the statue sat several figures, men and women, all exuding eerie yet formidable energy. At that moment, one of the men suddenly opened his eyes and declared, I've found them. Send a few people to bring them back. We're about to open the Spirit Beast Gate, and I don't want any mishaps or disturbances. Yes. Several figures bowed and instantly streaked off like long rainbows. Several thousand miles away from Roxas sect, two figures descended from the sky. They released their divine sense to survey the surroundings. The Sylvia did not use the disc for further teleportation. She had already used it 3 times consecutively. This location was thousands of miles away from Roxas sect, so the monster race shouldn't find them for a while. Moreover, using this treasure, she could only operate it 3 times continuously. Any more than that, and she would likely be drained dry. Virgil stopped in midair, scanning the area. This is located in northern Qi State. The Sylvia glanced around and identified the location instantly. Her small face was somewhat pale due to the consecutive usage of the disc, breathing heavily. There was originally a peak golden core sect here, but it was also destroyed by the monster race. Virgil nodded. Since we're in northern Qi State, let's check out the border. Maybe the immortal trapping array is no longer there. The Sylvia agreed without objection, casually waving her hand to summon a cloud boat in midair, heading northward. Half an hour later, a rainbow-like streak stopped where the two had been moments ago. Inside the streak was a man with purple hair, possessing a strikingly handsome yet eerie appearance. His powerful aura radiated as he gazed at the direction the duo had departed. Let's see how you run this time. The cloud boat flew swiftly through the air. An hour later, a massive barrier appeared before them, separating 2 countries. That's the immortal trapping array. It's still here. The Sylvia pointed ahead, speaking slowly. Virgil narrowed his eyes, examining the barrier. This barrier stretched for hundreds of miles, seemingly endless. Looking upward, it seemed to touch the sky like an immense wall, trapping those inside. Channeling magical power into his eyes, he observed countless powerful array patterns covering the barrier. Hesitating for a moment, Virgil slashed with his sword, but the sword chi dissipated harmlessly against the barrier, causing no effect. Not giving up, he unleashed ice flame of snowy ground. Don't struggle. The Sylvia shook her head. It's futile. Even core formation powerhouses can't break this array. Sure enough, as she expected, the ice flame exploded against the barrier without causing even a ripple. Virgil frowned, deeply appreciating the strength of this array. Does it surround everywhere? Virgil asked, his gaze questioning. The Sylvia nodded. Throughout Qi State, Every bit is covered, leaving no room for escape. Hearing the affirmative answer, Virgil sighed. I sure am unlucky. Taking a transmission array lands me stuck in this godforsaken place. Transmission array? Now I understand how you got in. It must have been intercepted by this immortal trapping array during transit, the Sylvia realized, looking at him with pity. Virgil managed a bitter smile. No wonder he was stranded here. It was indeed the work of this immortal trapping array. Damn it. Cursed fate. Why torment him so? Faced with the barrier, Virgil felt utterly powerless. It was harder than a turtle's shell, leaving him with no options. The Sylvia's skirt flapped in the wind as she spoke calmly. We wait. In a year or two, the monster race should leave, and then this immortal trapping array will automatically dissolve. Of course, assuming we can survive until then. It's unfortunate we don't know what's happening, but the Channing has yet to send anyone to manage this. Listening to her grievances, Virgil felt equally disappointed with the unseen Channing. According to the Sylvia, the Channing ruled the land of Yuwang. Given such significant events, the slaughter of cultivators in an entire nation by the monster race, it was strange that the Channing hadn't sent aid. Leaning on the railing of the cloud boat, the Sylvia gazed beyond the barrier to the adjacent country, equally desolate and ominous. That's Korea, which has likely been occupied by another batch of the monster race. Virgil looked over, sighing. It seemed nearby countries were also under monster control. Even if he could leave, dangers loomed everywhere. This realization made his heart sink. Did Maureen encounter any monsters when she left? Thinking of this, Virgil hastily asked, when did these monsters appear? Seeing his anxious look, the Sylvia was puzzled but answered truthfully, around 8 months ago. What's wrong? 8 months ago. Virgil calculated, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The GA family group had left a year ago, so they should be safe. He wasn't worried about the GA family but rather about Maureen. Though the Hobie of the GA family seemed to be a core formation expert, the Sylvia mentioned that the monster race obliterated the Roxas a sect led by core formation cultivators. Only transformation realm experts might survive this turmoil. Virgil, worry about yourself first. With a silent laugh, he sighed inwardly. With himself barely able to ensure his own safety, he still had concerns for others. Quietly sighing again, Virgil gazed beyond the barrier, his eyes wandering. His only hope now was for the senior in his sea of consciousness to awaken soon. Then he'd gain more ability to protect himself. Hashtag chapter 113, ambush. Let's go. The Sylvia glanced at him. With the immortal entangling array in place, they couldn't leave. Staying here was not safe. Virgil snapped back to his senses, scanned the surroundings, and suddenly felt exhausted. He felt like he couldn't do anything, only relying on others, just like a useless piece of trash. This realization deeply troubled him, but he felt powerless to change it. He wasn't a luck child, just an ordinary person with varying fortune. The cloud boat retraced its path, flying swiftly through the air. Virgil didn't know where they were heading and didn't ask. He leaned against the railing, his gaze distant and unfocused. At that moment, a purple light orb hurtled toward their cloud boat from afar, incredibly fast and extremely powerful. Virgil's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed an intense wave of danger. If hit, he would surely die. Before he could react further, the orb was mere inches away from them. Virgil's face changed abruptly. With a flicker of divine sense, he instantly drew the nearby Sylvia into the Qing.The pearl. In the next moment, a small ancient tower appeared in the external world. Boom! The dazzling light orb engulfed the cloud boat, obliterating it instantly. The cloud boat, being only a mid-grade elixir artifact, stood no chance against the full force of a peak golden core cultivator's attack. It disintegrated, losing its luster, and plummeted from the sky into a sea of flames. After a while, a brook stood high in the sky, looking down with a cold laugh. There shouldn't be even ashes left. He was highly confident in his attack. Even golden core cultivators wouldn't survive this, let alone 2 mere foundation establishment practitioners. Just to be sure, he released his divine sense to confirm that only the fragments of the cloud boat remained on the ground before leaving. I can report back now? Unbeknownst to him, among the debris of the cloud boat lay a simple yet ancient small tower. Once he was far enough away, the small tower emitted a flash of light. Palamaints later, Virgil emerged from the forgotten tower, the Qing.The pearl appearing in his hand as he released the Sylvia. The Qing.The pearl was merely an elixir artifact, and he feared it wouldn't withstand the attack, so he had entered the forgotten tower directly. However, to prevent the Sylvia from discovering its secret, he had stored her inside the Qing.The pearl. Phew, we nearly didn't make it. The Sylvia patted her chest, still shaken by the close call. They had truly escaped death by a hair's breadth. If not for Virgil's pearl, their fate would have been sealed. There hadn't been enough time to activate the constellation disk in such a short span. Let's go. Virgil was highly alert. Although the enemy thought they were dead, one could never be too careful. To prevent any mishaps, they needed to leave. Dozens of miles away, the purple-haired Dominic was flying off when he saw a long rainbow-like streak approaching. Within the streak was a charming Noelle with triangular, fur-lined ears, quite adorable. Where are you headed? The Noelle stopped some distance away, holding a compass and eyeing him suspiciously. The targets have been killed. We can return, the purple-haired Dominic said coolly. Killed by you? The Noelle lowered her head, checking her compass. But it shows they are still moving. Hearing this, the Brooks's face turned grim as he produced a similar compass. His expression was terrible. What is going on? No one should survive that kind of attack. So what is happening then? The Noelle waved her compass mockingly. Waste of a waste, being toyed with by 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Darby, mind your words. The Brooks's face darkened, and the temperature around him plummeted. Humph. The Noelle named Darby coldly snorted and refrained from further ridicule. Hurry, let's chase after them. In another direction, Virgil was unaware that the Brooks had already discovered that his attack had failed. At this moment, he and the Sylvia Cassia were flying in one direction. Since the cloud boat was destroyed, they had to fly on their swords, which significantly slowed them down. After a quarter hour, fearing another encounter with demonic tribes, they found a mountain range to hide in. It's safe now. As long as we stay here, unless there's an Elixia infant cultivator, no one will find us, the Sylvia said confidently as she set up an array around them. This array. Virgil narrowed his eyes, focusing his divine sense on the intricate patterns surrounding them. Arlena learn? I'll teach you. The Sylvia smiled. Suddenly, two long rainbows appeared in the sky, speeding towards the mountain range where they were hiding. Virgil watched the two figures in the sky, feeling anxious. Don't worry, they won't find us. The Sylvia was very confident in her array. Indeed, a powerful divine sense swept over the area, but passed right by without noticing anything. What's going on? It clearly showed they were nearby. In the air, Darby frowned deeply. Idiot, they might have set up an array below. The Brooks sneered. Darby ignored him, pondering briefly. She smirked. Since they're nearby, this is simple. Let's bombard this entire area indiscriminately and see how long they can hide. Agreed. Both peak golden core cultivators unleashed large-scale spells simultaneously, raining destruction on the area below. Oh no. Seeing this, the Sylvia's face paled. Her array was mainly for concealment. If attacked, it would immediately reveal their position, putting both of them in grave danger. Virgil's face also darkened, puzzled. How did they know we were nearby? No one knew the answer. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk asterisk. The terrifying attacks covered several miles, shaking the earth with tremendous explosions. Snap. A bolt of purple light struck the array, shattering it instantly. Above, the Brooks and Noelle smiled. Found them. They were indeed hiding here. Oh no. The Sylvia's eyes darkened as she produced a round disc in her hand. Virgil understood what she intended to do and slipped into the Chinkoan pearl. That disc can teleport. The Brooks, having failed twice, recognized her intention and reached out to stop her. No matter, let them run. We can track them anytime. Darby yawned lazily, unconcerned as she watched the Sylvia transform into stardust and vanish into thin air. A compass appeared in her hand, pointing towards a dot on its surface. 1,000 miles west, let's go. Their bodies flickered, moving at incredible speed as they pursued. Translation notes. Maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured the tone and style remain consistent. Used pinyin names where necessary. Ensured the translation is natural, fluent, and grammatically correct. Chapter 114. Escape separately. Falling from midair, the young Sylvia's face was ashen, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This compass is called the Star Fixing Compass, an infant treasure. When activated, it does not consume magical power but rather her lifespan. She had used it 3 times in quick succession recently, and now, using it again had directly consumed several years of her life. Virgil, seeing the ashen hue on her face, was secretly startled. What's wrong? Are you alright? As soon as he spoke, he wanted to slap himself. How could she possibly be fine in this state? The Sylvia slowly shook her head. I've lost a few years of my life, but I can still hold on. A few years of her life? Seeing her nonchalant expression, Virgil's mouth twitched. The Sylvia ignored him, retrieving a pill from her storage bag and swallowing it. After taking the pill, she looked much better, yet remained puzzled. How come I feel like they know where we are? If that's true, then we're in trouble. Virgil couldn't help but rub his forehead, sighing, let's not jump to conclusions just yet. It might be a coincidence. Let's find another place to hide and see if they can still find us. If they can, it means they have some method to accurately pinpoint our location. In that case, prepare for endless pursuit. Perhaps the only solution would be to hide inside the Legacy Tower. The Sylvia didn't object to this idea. Both of them retraced their steps and found another mountain range. This array is called the Breath Concealing Array. It is a pill stage array. The method of setting it up has been imprinted in your mind. Study it when you have time. With a touch of her finger, a flash of light emanated from her fingertip, and immediately, some information appeared in Virgil's sea of consciousness. It was information about an array formation. Closing his eyes, Virgil processed the array information in his mind. His divine sense was already at the early golden core stage, strong enough to set up a pill stage array. Moving his divine sense, he traced out numerous array patterns around him according to the array information in his mind. The array wasn't complicated. With some practice, he could manage to set it up. However, this wasn't the time for practice. Opening his eyes, Virgil saluted her. Thank you. The Sylvia shook her head, saying nothing more. She raised her head, looking at the sky, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed her eyes to rest. Time passed, each minute heavy with anxiety as both waited for an answer. Half an hour later, 2 long rainbows stopped in midair, precisely the Brooks and the Noelle from earlier. Sensing their divine awareness sweeping over the area, their hearts sank simultaneously. Another array. The Brooks and the Noelle sneered, casting wide-scale spells that covered several miles, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to tremble. She's run again. Let's see how many times she can use such treasures before we catch her. Continue pursuing. Why can they find us so precisely? 1,000 miles away, Virgil looked at the Sylvia who had just swallowed a pill, holding the ancient compass ready to teleport again. He felt somewhat reluctant. At this rate, it's not sustainable. Your body will eventually give out. Unfortunately, I cannot use this star-fixing compass. He had previously suggested they take turns activating the compass, but the Sylvia told him it had already recognized her as its master. No one else could use it. Hearing his words, the Sylvia fell silent. At this rate, even if she wasn't captured by the demon race, she might die from overusing the star-fixing compass. Could it have something to do with that eye? Virgil thought. After all, before the eye appeared, those demons didn't know their exact location. There's a possibility, the Sylvia slowly said, her face pale, half from overusing the compass, half from worry about the future. Being hunted by those demons now, no one knew what fate awaited them should they fall into their hands. I think I understand why they can pinpoint our position so accurately. After a long silence, Virgil's eyes flickered, noticing the Sylvia's confusion. He explained, "Do you remember the eyeball I split with a sword earlier? I was wondering why a high-ranking nascent soul expert's secret technique could be so weak. Now I think it's likely the eyeball was just a decoy, meant to be destroyed intentionally." "Do you mean, because you destroyed that eyeball, they can find us?" The Sylvia caught on quickly, following his reasoning. "Not us, just me," Virgil corrected. Her eyes flashed slightly. Virgil looked at her. "Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must escape separately." "No, if they can find you, you'd be in great danger." The Sylvia shook her head. She wasn't one to abandon her companion. "If I stay with you, we'll both die. How many times can you activate the star-fixing compass in your current condition?" Virgil saw through her like glass. Her physical state was already extremely poor, weak as if terminally ill. "Don't worry, if necessary, I can hide inside that bead. They can't do anything to me." Seeing her concern, Virgil offered a comforting smile. The Sylvia remained silent, and Virgil did not linger further. Any delay and those demons might catch up again. With a wave, he flew off into the distance. Watching his back as a gentle breeze ruffled her hair, the Sylvia vanished into the mountains below, setting up an array. Leaving alone, Virgil sped forward rapidly. He didn't know if his guess was correct, but the answer should be revealed soon. If my guess is right, those two demons should be chasing after me soon. Virgil pondered rapidly, trying to call out to the senior in his mind several times without receiving a response. The other party was still asleep. I can only rely on myself? Taking a deep breath, Virgil gazed into the distance at the setting sun, momentarily lost in thought. His intuition told him the two demons would catch up soon. His instincts were usually very accurate, which is why he chose to leave alone, not wanting to endanger Cassia. Sure enough, at this moment, Virgil sensed two dangerous auras approaching from behind. Summoning around, he saw the Brooks and the fox demon Noel. "Boy, why are you alone?" The Brooks's gaze darkened as he looked at the compass in his hand. Virgil's eyes flickered as he focused on the compass. "Just as I thought, you can only find me, not her." "Let me guess, you can find me because I shattered that eyeball earlier." Seeing their expressions change, Virgil instantly understood, sighing inwardly. "Next time, I won't be so reckless." This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 115, Lock 1 First. "Speak, where is that Noel?" The Brooks, whose true name was Morris, raised his right hand, generating an enormous suction force from his palm. Not far away, Virgil, standing on an iron sword, found his body suddenly being pulled uncontrollably toward the other person. Virgil remained calm. Channeling his magical power, he grabbed the iron sword and slashed. Instantly, a wave of sword chi shot towards the opponent. Without delay, Virgil cast the divine binding spell, two chains emerging from within him to pierce into the other's body. "Whether you are a demon or something else, all will be bound." "Puny light." Morris sneered and waved his hand casually. A purple glow shot out from within his wide sleeve, smashing against the sword chi. Boom. With an explosion, the purple glow shattered the sword chi and struck him in the abdomen. Virgil felt as if a mountain had crushed him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a broken kite. This was only because the other party temporarily did not want to kill him. Otherwise, this single strike would have been enough to end him 1,000 times over. The divine binding spell is almost ineffective. After stabilizing himself, Virgil stood on the long sword, his face pale, revealing faint discomfort. This was expected. After all, there was a vast difference in realm. Their power levels were completely different, and no matter how powerful a secret technique was, it could not make up for this disparity. He glanced at the Brooks in the distance and took a deep breath. There were two choices now. Either fall into the hands of the Brooks and await death, or immediately hide inside the legacy tower. The Chinku and Pearl might not work. The bead had a time limit, and living beings could stay inside for only a limited time. Furthermore, it was just a Dan-level artifact and might not withstand the opponent's attack. As for escape, he didn't even consider it. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator attempting to flee from two demon races with the power of nascent soul realms, he dared not imagine such a feat. Perhaps there's one more option. Trap them inside the legacy tower for a few hundred years. Suddenly, Virgil's eyes flickered. He had deeply experienced the strength of the legacy tower. It could even imprison earth-vein demon fire, so trapping these two shouldn't be a problem. However, to capture them, they had to be within a foot of him and completely unaware. And there was only one chance. If discovered, they'd be prepared, leaving no further opportunity. These thoughts raced through his mind in just a few seconds. Suddenly, his body was restrained again, flying toward the Brooks. Virgil did not panic, but instead remained overly calm. "Tell me, where did the Noel who came with you go?" The Brooks glared coldly at Virgil, who hovered 3 feet away. "You guess." Virgil smiled lightly. Crack. His bones felt as if they were about to shatter, and a layer of blood mist seeped through his skin. Morris sharply increased the pressure in his palm. His gaze dark. "Speak or die. I can refine your essence blood into blood pearls." "Wait." Just as he was about to act, Darby's voice rang out, soft as a breeze. "What do you mean?" Morris stopped, looking at her coldly. "Don't kill him yet. Killing him will make it harder to catch that little Sylvia." "So what do you suggest?" "I think their relationship isn't simple. This guy left alone without involving the Sylvia. She might come to save him." Darby's eyes landed on Virgil, and she smiled faintly. She wore a thin white silk dress that revealed her perfect figure, enchantingly seductive, mesmerizing one so much that they couldn't look away. She was a very demonic Noel. Every smile or frown seemed to dim the sun and moon, exuding an allure that made one yearn to possess her instantly, if they desired death. Virgil dared not look directly at her, fearing he might lose his resolve, knowing her intentions. He smiled faintly, sorry to disappoint. We quarreled, and I ran away alone, leaving her behind. Do you think she'll still come to save me? Upon hearing this, Darby's eyes fell on him, and she smiled sweetly. If it were true, you should insist on having a relationship with her. The more you deny it, the less I believe you. Little brother, lying isn't a good habit. If you don't believe me, so be it. Virgil shook his head. Suddenly, he gasped, feeling excruciating pain across his skin as if his body was turning into mush. One more word and you're dead. Morris looked at him coldly. Virgil endured the pain without speaking and did not enter the legacy tower. The two demons held him and landed on a nearby peak, discussing how to use him to lure out the Sylvia. They spoke in demon language, which Virgil could not understand. His body was restrained by Morris, unable to move, only able to roll his eyes slightly. Now the Brooks was just a few feet away, unfortunately immobilized. But Virgil wasn't anxious. If it truly came down to it, he could enter the legacy tower anytime. Finally, the two demons seemed to reach an agreement, their gazes falling on Virgil. Just do it. Darby smiled faintly, a white light rising around her. In the next moment, her entire appearance changed. Virgil stared at the person who had altered her appearance, gender, and features, momentarily stunned. She had transformed into an exact replica of him, making him wonder if they were twins. Next, Darby raised her hand, generating a massive suction force, pulling Virgil close. Her soft hand rested on his head as she whispered softly, "Soul search." Seeing her actions, Virgil knew her intent and realized time was running out. He could only try to trap one of them first and find a way with the other later. Thinking this, Virgil's brow flashed as a small tower floated out, emitting a powerful suction force that instantly drew Darby inside. The two were less than a foot apart, and Darby hadn't anticipated this turn of events, vanishing in a swirl of dizziness. In the next instant, the restraint on Virgil's body vanished, and he seized the opportunity, rushing toward the Brooks. Just a dozen feet apart, the legacy tower glowed, generating another suction force. Sensing imminent danger, the Brooks retreated into the air faster, eyeing the small tower in Virgil's hand with suspicion. All this happened in the blink of an eye. From Darby's disappearance to Virgil's charge, everything occurred within a single breath. A pity. Virgil regretted that once the opponent was wary, it would be difficult to succeed unless overwhelmed by sheer power. High in the sky, Morris acted immediately, grabbing Virgil, who was instantly immobilized. Where did you take Darby? Chapter 116. Resigned to death. Just a little more. Virgil remained silent, his body once again immobile, but his heart was not in panic. He sighed deeply. Now that the opponent had raised their guard, they would not give him another chance to get close. There was no opportunity left. All he could do was hide. With a thought, Virgil vanished from the outside world. Seeing Virgil also vanish into thin air, Morris was startled. In just an instant, both of them disappeared one after the other, leaving only him alone. His worry wasn't about loneliness, but rather about Darby's safety. His gaze fell upon the small tower on the ground. Hesitating for a moment, Morris reached out and made the tower float before him, though he did not dare touch it with his hands, maintaining some distance. This tower. He examined the floating tower and frowned. It looked like nothing more than an ordinary tower. Yet when he probed it with his spiritual sense, he found himself blocked by a mysterious force. Darby and that human must be inside the tower. Damn it, if anything happens to her, we won't be able to open the spirit beast gate. Thinking this, Morris gathered all his demonic power and unleashed an incredibly powerful spell at the tower. If he could destroy the tower, Darby should come out. As for whether its destruction would harm Darby, that was something he couldn't consider now. Boom. As the red-haired man cast his spell, the entire mountain began to shake violently, like an earthquake, with a tremendous explosion echoing. Palamaints later, the dust settled, and just as he thought the tower on the ground had been obliterated, he suddenly noticed it lying peacefully in a large crater, undamaged. So hard. The red-haired man was surprised. Could this tower be an infant stage artifact? Impossible. A mere foundation establishment cultivator. How could they possibly have an infant stage artifact? Try again. Undeterred, he produced a red banner from his hand, imbued it with demonic power, and sent a beam of light smashing into the tower. This blow was enough to seriously wound even a peak golden core cultivator. But despite the commotion, the ancient-looking tower remained intact. Try again. Staring blankly for a moment, the red-haired man launched another attack. No matter how many hundreds of times he tried, whether using spells or magical treasures, he couldn't leave a single mark on the ancient tower. How is this possible? Could it really be an infant stage artifact? Just as he was about to give up, two beams of light flew towards him and landed before him. Morris saw two men, one in white and one in red. Morris, you were supposed to kill that human. What are you doing here? The Kartuk spoke, with a fleshy spine protruding slightly from his forehead, standing tall. This tower. At this point, the white-robed man grabbed the tower of isolation from the ground. Don't touch it. Seeing this, Morris's face changed, wanting to stop him, but the tower was already in the other's hand. What are you worried about? The white-robed man eyed him suspiciously. Seeing nothing happen, the red-haired man recounted the events. Upon hearing everything, the two men grew solemn as well. We should try together first. If we can't manage, we'll go back for more help. After all, every second Darby spends inside increases her danger. If she's lost, opening the spirit beast gate and awakening our demon general will be delayed, the white-robed man said. Agreed. Concerned about the spirit beast gate, the three of them focused intently, each drawing out their magical treasures. A glittering black halberd and a fan made from some unknown bone, both superior-grade elixir artifacts. Without hesitation, the three peak golden core demons simultaneously channeled demonic power into their treasures, bombarding the tower with blinding attacks. Boom. Palamaints later, the dust settled, and the tower of isolation lay unscathed in the pit. The three demons exchanged glances, all seeing the gravity of the situation. Only the eldest brother might have a way. He has an infant stage artifact. Let's go. They simultaneously shot off into the distance. Compared to the spirit beast gate, the human's life was insignificant. Outside was bustling, while inside the Tower of Isolation, Virgil used his spiritual sense to observe. Seeing two more demons arrive, his heart sank slightly. There's no way. Retracting his spiritual sense, Virgil sighed, deciding to deal with the situation step by step. Recalling the other demon trapped inside, he headed down to the first floor to check on him. Boom. Appearing on the first floor, he saw the demon causing chaos, continuously attacking around him, the sound of explosions deafening. If the Tower of Isolation weren't so sturdy, he'd be worried it might collapse. There's no need to keep this up. Just wait inside until death comes. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and Darby, restored to her original form, vanished without any further words. Virgil's expression remained indifferent. Just as she appeared before him, he vanished from the first floor. Each floor of the tower was isolated, only accessible to him as the master. This gave him many advantages. A moment later, Virgil reappeared on the first floor, watching Darby continue her attacks. He shook his head slowly. You can't hit me. Stop wasting your energy. After several attempts, Darby finally stopped, sitting cross-legged on the ground, ceasing her efforts. She knew that the image could vanish at will, making her efforts futile. Virgil reappeared on the first floor, seeing her sit down. Who are you? And why did you massacre so many people? Darby glared at him hatefully but didn't speak. Days had passed with no escape. Even expending true blood to reach the nascent soul stage did not allow her to break free. Seeing her closed eyes, disinterested in speaking, Virgil smiled faintly. How about this? We cooperate. You take me away from Qi state, and I'll let you go. Deal? Even if I agree, would you dare? Darby sneered, opening her eyes. I wouldn't. I was just joking. Just stay here and await your fate, Virgil replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Darby frowned and aimed a palm strike at Virgil. Goodbye. Virgil vanished immediately. Having teased her, Virgil ascended to the second floor, sitting down and sighing. Only a few hours had passed outside. Using his spiritual sense, he detected that the three demons had given up on attacking, taking the Tower of Isolation somewhere else. Retrieving his storage bag, Virgil took out some high-level second-grade pills Moxie had given him. Consuming these fully should enhance his cultivation. With nowhere to go, he focused on advancing his cultivation further, even if it seemed pointless. Chapter 117. Studying the Array. After refining all the pills in the storage bag, Virgil opened his eyes. His aura was now much more substantial than before. Using his divine sense to examine internally, he found that his Qi had expanded by another fold. Though he hadn't advanced to the Golden Core stage, it was still worlds apart from his previous state. The most evident improvement was the increase in his mana capacity. With this expanded Qi, if his past self stood before him, he could easily win. He slowly stretched and stood up from the ground. He had spent nearly 10 days in the second level of the Legacy Tower, which equated to just a few hours in the outside world. His cultivation would not reach the Golden Core stage anytime soon. Now that the Legacy Tower had fallen into the hands of the demon race, he could not leave. Virgil pondered for a while, and decided to study array formations. Luckily, on Arlanzan Peak previously, he had observed many arrays and could attempt to replicate them now. There was also the concealed breath array Cassia had taught him, which he had not yet experimented with. This array was practical as it could prevent others' divine senses from detecting him. Setting up an array mainly relies on divine sense. The array lines are outlined using one's divine sense at specific positions. The more array lines there are, the more powerful the array. Virgil recalled some information about arrays. He then used his divine sense to outline the surroundings. After several tries, a crooked, white little snake, about a foot long, floated in front of him. This object in front of him was an array line, the key component of an array. Virgil gazed at the small snake, his eyelashes flickering slightly. If an array was compared to a machine, then array lines were its parts, each playing their respective roles in different positions. Of course, different arrays required different materials. Besides array lines, some needed spirit stones or other items to activate them. The concealed breath array he intended to practice consisted of roughly 150 array lines. Without sufficient divine sense, it would be difficult to set it up completely. Fortunately, after the Rakshasa Valley journey, his divine sense had already reached the initial stage of Golden Core. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Begin. Taking a deep breath, Virgil stirred his divine sense, continuously outlining array lines. Soon, nearly 40 array lines operated in a specific pattern around him. He flicked his finger and tossed over 100 spirit stones into the array eye. Instantly, countless attacks surged toward him. With a wave of his hand, Virgil effortlessly neutralized these attacks. This array was not the concealed breath array but another one. It was a spirit-level array he had observed on Arlanzan Peak, capable of heavily injuring someone at the initial foundation establishment stage when activated. With a wave of his hand, the 40 array lines vanished and silence returned. A moment later, white light reappeared around him. White array lines moved in mid-air. Previously on Arlanzan Peak, he had observed numerous arrays of both spirit and pill levels. Virgil planned to start with spirit-level arrays as practice. Although such arrays were not very useful to him now, they would serve as practice. Of course, Virgil did not intend to set up all of them. He chose only representative ones. Even though time was not an issue, he couldn't afford to waste it. Time passed as the number of array lines surrounding him steadily increased, quickly surpassing 50. Gradually, they began to exert power, like a heavy rainstorm about to break. Though the downpour hadn't yet arrived, dark clouds covered the sky with thunder rumbling. Virgil remained calm. This array was called the Earth Annihilation Array. True to its name, it was a killing array, requiring 76 array lines, making it one of the stronger spirit-level arrays. Thanks to his divine sense already being at the initial stage of golden core, even setting up a spirit-level array left him with ample energy. 55, 60, 70, 72. As the number of array lines increased, when it reached 73, Virgil suddenly felt some strain. A momentary slip caused all the array lines to shatter. His face paled slightly due to the backlash from the failed attempt. He didn't pause to adjust. His gaze remained determined, and he did not lose heart as new array lines appeared around him. Continue. 10, 20, 30. Finally, after several attempts, 76 array lines hovered around him. Array completed. A loud rumble indicated the activation of the array, generating immense power that would shock even someone at the later Foundation establishment stage. Virgil waved his hand again, and the painstakingly arranged array disappeared. There was no joy on his face. He remained calm, perhaps having expected this result. He continued setting up other arrays. Time quietly slipped by as the third spirit-level array was completed. Fourth, fifth. As the number of arrays he set up increased, Virgil became more proficient. Ordinary spirit-level arrays could be set up with ease. He seemed like a machine, continuously repeating the process of setting up and destroying arrays. Until he destroyed a peak spirit-level array, Virgil stretched slightly and decided to take a brief rest. Now I can set up semi-pill level arrays. Spirit-level arrays present no challenge to me. It's time to try pill level. Virgil smiled wryly. Although it sounded arrogant, it was the truth. Get started. Let's try the conceal breath array. After resting for a while, Virgil resumed setting up arrays. He enjoyed breaking through challenges one by one. It gave him a sense of fulfillment. The conceal breath array was a pill level array, requiring over 150 array lines. Closing his eyes, Virgil carefully outlined the array lines using his divine sense. Initially, he was a bit nervous, since this was only his second time setting up a pill level array. However, he quickly entered a meditative state, focusing entirely on the array lines. He forgot about time. He forgot about the demons outside. In his mind, there was only one thought: setting up the array. Array lines moved at designated spots. His divine sense kept creating new lines. Unconsciously, the number of array lines increased around him. As he drew the 100th array line, Virgil felt a bit out of breath. He did not stop, continuing to persist. 110 array lines. Virgil felt slightly dizzy. This was due to excessive use of his divine sense, similar to staying up late for days playing games, then going to work the next day. Biting his teeth slightly, Virgil continued to create more array lines. Persist. Starting is always hard. Once you get through this beginning, success is assured. But fatigue was real. It felt like climbing a high mountain, where strength was almost exhausted, yet the summit was still far away. Countless times, he wanted to give up, rest for a while, then restart, but he persisted every time. Just a little more. Through constant persistence, the number of array lines around him had reached 130. An unprecedented sense of exhaustion washed over him. Am I failing? Note: the text ends abruptly in the original Chinese passage, suggesting a cliffhanger moment. The translation faithfully reproduces this abrupt ending. Chapter 118. The Spirit Beast Realm. Just a little more. Hold on. Virgil gritted his teeth. A voice in his heart urged him to persevere. Eventually, he did not give up. Relying on his astonishing willpower and an unyielding spirit akin to a cockroach's, he endured. Every time he thought of giving up, he would tell himself to hold on a little longer, only to almost give up again after another short while. This cycle repeated endlessly. Finally, the number of array patterns around him reached 150. Only 3 more were needed. Victory was in sight. Virgil clenched his teeth lightly and continued to imprint another array pattern with his divine sense. He was nearly at his limit, but how could he willingly abandon it after all this effort? 151. 152. Only one last array pattern remained. Virgil's face had turned extremely pale, and his vision started to blur. Completed. With an angry shout, his divine sense successfully imprinted the final array pattern around him. The elixir array, Conceal Breath, was complete. This array didn't require spirit stones. Once completed, there was no grand display of power. It's done. Virgil wanted to laugh loudly, but he had no strength left. His body slumped to the ground in a sprawl, yet a smile crept onto his face. The process had been painful, but this moment made it worth it. If he were to set up an elixir grade array again, the process would likely be much easier. After lying on the ground for a long time, the fatigue from his excessive use of divine sense gradually dissipated. Virgil stood up, stretched and said, "Let's try some other arrays." Having already experienced setting up an elixir grade array once, it became significantly simpler the second time around. This time, Virgil easily sketched out 130 array patterns and successfully arranged an elixir grade array. Standing outside the array, Virgil observed the unactivated array before him. Once I place spirit stones into the array's eye, this array can be activated. Even a core formation cultivator who enters will suffer gravely. A faint smile spread across his face. Being able to set up an elixir grade array provided him with another trump card. Now, when facing core formation experts, he felt more confident. Setting up a few such arrays would even cause trouble for mid-stage core formation cultivators. Recalling how he used to rely heavily on spirit stones to construct these arrays initially, Virgil couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Truly, circumstances had changed. With a soft laugh, Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground, resting for a while. He then recalled observing elixir grade arrays on the myriad arrays peak and replicated a few more as practice. These arrays still required spirit stones to activate. Otherwise, they held no power. Virgil did not do this. Since he had no spirit stones, he didn't want to waste them. Besides, it was merely practice. When will Senior awaken? Lying on the ground, Virgil stopped practicing. His time spent learning about arrays wasn't too long nor too short. Roughly a month had passed. Outside, only half a day had gone by. Thinking about the demon beasts outside, Virgil felt a headache coming on. If the senior did not wake up, he could only remain hidden within the Forgotten World Tower. His lifespan wasn't a concern. He was worried about Maureen. Closing his eyes, an image of a Noelle dancing with her sword appeared in his mind. Cultivators have excellent memories. Despite the passage of over 10 years, he remembered her face vividly. Virgil reached out as if to touch that familiar face, but eventually let his hand drop slowly. Opening his eyes, the Noelle's visage vanished as if dispersed by the wind. Feeling somewhat melancholic, Virgil took out a pendant from his storage bag, gazing at it. That soul fruit was indeed lost. Virgil strongly suspected the pendant had swallowed it, but there was no evidence. Forget it. After examining it for a while and finding nothing new, Virgil reluctantly put away the pendant. To leave the state of Qi safely, perhaps the only chance lies with that fox spirit. Inside the first floor of the Forgotten World Tower, Darby sat on the ground hugging her legs, her two white fox ears twitching up and down, clearly indicating her agitation. Never had she been so agitated. She had thought she would be rescued soon, but reality had cruelly contradicted her. So many days had passed without any sign of movement outside. So many days and you haven't come to rescue me? Doesn't Geary care? Darby frowned slightly. She naturally did not know that time flowed differently inside and outside the Forgotten World Tower. Several days inside amounted to less than a day outside. Nor did she know that her three companions could do nothing against the Forgotten World Tower. Just then, a figure appeared nearby. Darby glanced over and giggled. Little brother, I've changed my mind. Let's cooperate. You let me out, and I'll ensure your safe departure from the state of Qi. Virgil looked at the stunning Noelle. No, Demonis, and instinctively shifted his gaze, smirking. Before we discuss cooperation, I need you to explain how my location is precisely known through this secret technique. All you need to do is wait. Since you destroyed that eyeball and stained yourself with its essence, it will disappear on its own in a few days. Darby blinked her eyes. Her furry white ears drooped as she looked pitifully at him. Let's talk about our cooperation. Virgil directly averted his eyes and smiled. I won't cooperate with you. Darby stared coldly at him, but her expression softened quickly. Do you wish to stay here indefinitely? Not really. Virgil shook his head. But I'm afraid of death. Going outside means certain dismemberment by your kind. Besides, having such a beautiful Sylvia buried alongside me doesn't sound too bad. Why worry? As long as we cooperate, I guarantee no one will harm you. Darby's smile faltered, then transformed into a charming grin. Virgil said coolly, fine, to prove your sincerity, tell me what exactly you're trying to do. I don't mind telling you. Our goal is to open the Spirit Beast Gate and enter the Spirit Beast realm. If you let me out, I assure you that we will leave soon afterward, ensuring your safety. What is the Spirit Beast Gate? Virgil, puzzled, focused on the new piece of information. The gate to the Spirit Beast realm. It involves great secrets that you do not need to know. So, will you cooperate? No. You. Darby trembled with anger. She understood now. He was simply teasing her. Her white palm raised, demonic energy surged, and she struck at Virgil in the air, but only hit his afterimage. Palamaints later, Virgil reappeared. I have another question. Why kill so many people? Darby regarded him coldly and remained silent. Virgil didn't find it boring. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. You're a fox spirit, aren't you? Chapter 119. 1,000 Faces. Are you a fox spirit? Virgil smiled and spoke in a friendly tone. Darby didn't know why he was asking this. However, seeing his lecherous grin, she remained cold-faced and silent, not giving him any satisfaction. I've heard that women of your fox clan are quite liberal. Virgil continued laughing to himself, especially fond of luring passing scholars in the wilderness. How about you? Before he finished his sentence, Virgil suddenly felt an overwhelming chill down his spine. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. A few moments later, a visibly shaken figure appeared on the second floor of the Forgotten World Pagoda. He sat down quietly, too afraid to provoke her again. As for Darby's offer of cooperation, Virgil ignored it completely. How could he dare cooperate with her? Was he tired of living? I wonder what's happening outside. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil pondered for a moment before cautiously releasing his spiritual sense out of the Forgotten World Pagoda. This place. As soon as his spiritual sense left the pagoda, he found himself atop a massive altar surrounded by 8 powerful auras. Among them was the Brooks's group. At that moment, a particularly strong demonic being was examining the Forgotten World Pagoda. Suddenly, it seemed to detect his spying and roared in anger. Thunder rolled in his ears, and Virgil's face turned pale. Fortunately, he acted swiftly and retracted his spiritual sense, preventing injury. All 8 demons are here. Retracting his spiritual sense, Virgil's eyes flickered rapidly. His exploration had revealed the current situation. The Forgotten World Pagoda was now in the hands of 8 demons, including a demon at the nascent soul stage. Taking a deep breath, Virgil sat down on the ground, his gaze shifting. Although they can't do anything to me as long as I stay inside, my way out is blocked. Clearly, escape was impossible. With so many demons, he had no chance. Thinking hard, Virgil decided to try meeting Darby again, reappearing on the second floor. The moment he appeared, a cold gaze fell upon him, as if trying to peel him alive. Virgil felt chills run down his spine, sensing the intense resentment from the gaze's owner. He coughed awkwardly. Hey, fox spirit, didn't you want to cooperate? Darby looked at him suspiciously. How could he change his mind so quickly? Will you agree to release me? No. Virgil shook his head. Don't rush into action. I have a proposal. Arlen to hear it? Speak. If you can teach me your disguise technique, I might consider cooperating with you. You want to learn my 1,000 Faces technique? Darby looked at him with interest. So, it was called 1,000 Faces. It did fit well. Virgil said lightly. What do you think? Will you consider it? What if I teach you, but you still don't let me go? Darby narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring at him. Forget it if you don't want to. Virgil pretended to be impatient and made a move to leave. Darby hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Hesitating slightly, she reached into her white dress and pulled out a piece of animal skin, tossing it over. This records the method of using Thousand Faces. Once learned, you can transform freely without anyone recognizing you unless their cultivation far exceeds yours. The skin was still warm in his hand. Virgil's lips twitched, puzzled why she would hide it there. "It's a secret technique of our Fox clan, naturally kept on my person," Darby huffed, seemingly reading his thoughts. "Secret technique?" Virgil's lips twitched again. Not wanting to waste time on trivial matters, he looked down at the skin. "I can't read this. Read it out to me." The text was in demonic language, incomprehensible to him except to Darby. "Humanity has 1,000 faces, endlessly changing. The 1,000 Faces technique deceives even deities and spirits." Darby began reciting without refusal. Her form suddenly changed into that of a handsome young man. Next, she transformed into an old, feeble Franzly man, her voice shifting from gentle to lifeless. Virgil was inwardly amazed. This technique was indeed formidable. During cultivation, one must adhere strictly, avoiding harm. The text contained over 1,000 words, which Darby recited swiftly. She returned to her original appearance, looking at him. "Did you remember it?" "Yes, I'll try it out first. If successful, we can discuss cooperation." Virgil nodded and disappeared from the first floor before Darby could respond, leaving her standing dumbfounded, suspecting she had been tricked. "Let's see if I can deceive those demons outside." Back on the second floor, Virgil sat down, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. If he transformed into Darby's form, would he be recognized? Try it out. Without delay, Virgil began practicing according to Darby's instructions. 1,000 Faces was a powerful technique. Mastering it allowed him to change his appearance freely, both male and female. When perfected, even higher cultivations couldn't tell the difference. After more than 100 attempts, Virgil emitted white light, and his body and features changed simultaneously. Success. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror conjured by magic floated in front of him. He stared at his reflection. His appearance had completely changed. Originally average-looking at best, now he saw an unmistakably handsome man with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and a thin mouth hinting at severity, all framed by flowing purple hair. He had transformed into the purple-haired demon. Still somewhat crude, easily identifiable as a fake. After inspecting himself, Virgil felt less satisfied. Close scrutiny would reveal the deception. White light appeared again, restoring him to his original form. His transformation time was limited to just a few breaths. Shaking his head, Virgil wasn't discouraged. Starting anything was always the hardest part. Now he'd taken the first step. Next came diligent practice. Keep practicing. Virgil embarked on a long journey of training. The frequency and success rate of transformations increased. He practiced transforming into various people he had met, familiar and unfamiliar. Jamal, Arif, George. One moment a teenager, another moment a young adult, then in Franz. ##### Chapter 120, The Wounded Bloodline. On a stone altar, several powerful members of the demon race stood. "You're saying that the three of you couldn't destroy this tower?" "Absolutely true. How is that possible? Could it be that this tower is an infant stage artifact?" "No, this tower isn't an infant stage artifact." At that moment, the small tower flew into one of the figures. He was very Franzly, seemingly on the brink of death, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Even after hearing his words, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence until a demon grasped the meaning of his words and exclaimed, "Not an infant stage artifact, could it be even higher than that?" The other demons' faces also changed. They understood the implications. If three people couldn't destroy it, and it wasn't an infant stage artifact, it had to be something even higher. All eyes turned to the Franz. "I can't see its exact quality either, but I can confirm that it's above my dragon bow." Hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed. Everyone knew about the dragon bow, which was made from the dragon sinew and bones of a vicious dragon the Franz had slain in the past. Although it was just a mere dragon, it possessed the power of an infant stage, making the dragon bow a middle-grade infant stage artifact. In an instant, the platform erupted into chaos. "What do we do now? Mitzi is still inside. We can't just leave her. If she's gone, where will we find another to open the spirit demon gate?" "Don't panic." Amidst the panic around him, the Franz thought for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone. With the addition of the blood pearl, 8 people should suffice. Upon hearing this, the demons relaxed. No one doubted the accuracy of his words. "What about Mitzi?" Someone hesitated to ask. The Franz glanced at him coolly. "We can only wait until we awaken the demon general and ask him to rescue Mitzi. I can feel that she is still alive." The demons fell silent, wondering if they were abandoning Mitzi. However, it was a helpless move. Since this tower was not an infant stage artifact, their attempt to break through and save her seemed like wishful thinking. "Who?" Suddenly, the Franz roared loudly, his voice like thunder. To the surrounding demons, it sounded as if thunder rolled in their ears. The other 7 demons paled, their eyes filled with shock. Though he hadn't targeted them directly, the indiscriminate attack affected everyone. "Just now, I felt a very weak divine consciousness probing us," the Franz explained. "It must be that Emmett. He's hiding inside this tower." Morris spoke up, glaring at the small tower in his hand. The Franz's expression flickered slightly. Without much comment, he waved his hand, and the small tower floated over, landing automatically in Morris's hand. "You keep this tower for now?" "Yes." The Brooks bowed, acknowledging the Franz's high status. Even though they were all demon guards, strength determined authority among demons. #### inside the first floor of the Legacy Tower. A Brooks appeared out of thin air. "Morris? That's not right." At first, Darby felt a brief surge of hope, then slowly shook her head. Recalling how Virgil had recently taught her the 1,000 Faces technique, She realized this Morris looked almost identical but lacked the demonic aura. You're not Morris, you're that guy. Virgil smiled faintly and reverted to his original appearance. I see I can't fool you. You did pretty well. In such a short time, you managed to create an almost perfect replica, Darby praised. But while you have the appearance, you lack the soul. Anyone who releases divine consciousness would immediately know you're a fake. Virgil remained silent. If he couldn't deceive her, there was no way he could deceive the outside demon of the infant stage. Let's talk about cooperation. You've already taught me the 1,000 faces technique. Shouldn't you let me out now? Darby asked hopefully. When did I say I'd let you out? Virgil looked at her quizzically. Darby froze, clenching her teeth. You said it recently. Are you going to break your word? I only said I'd consider cooperation. I didn't promise anything. If I let you go, what's to stop you from stabbing me in the back or breaking your agreement not to send me away from the Qi state? Virgil threw out several questions, leaving Darby speechless. If you truly want to cooperate, obey me, and maybe when I'm out, I can let you go. Or you can wait for your companions to save you, although I advise you not to hold your breath. Even an infant stage cultivator won't be able to save you, Virgil said confidently. Scoundrel! Darby's eyes welled up, her beautiful gaze shimmering with moisture. Staring hatefully at him, her flawless face looked heart-wrenching. Virgil felt a pang of guilt but suppressed it. Glancing at her sideways, he said, Stop pretending. You came to kill me, yet now it's my fault. I have an opportunity here. If you cooperate, once I succeed, I'll release you. Tell me more. Darby lightly bit her lip, her worn-out face like rain-drenched pear blossoms, appearing pitiful. I'll transform into your appearance and leave. Once safe, I'll set you free. Virgil pretended not to notice her, focusing inwardly. Huh, do you really think so? An infant stage cultivator would see through your disguise immediately. Even a peak golden core cultivator could spot the difference. Darby shot back disdainfully. Virgil didn't mind. Don't forget, we're in this together. So, do you have any ideas to make me more convincing? Darby's gaze flickered, but she remained silent. Virgil wasn't impatient, waiting quietly. Just then, a long-lost voice rang in his mind. Ah kid, I only slept for a few days. What's going on? Why are there so many demon guards outside? Senior, you've finally woken up. Virgil's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, nearly bursting into tears. Woken up? Who woke up? Who are you talking to? Darby's gaze turned doubtful, turning around cautiously. Realizing there was someone else present, Virgil calmly replied, Can't I talk to myself? Think it over carefully. I'll come back in a couple of days. With that, he cut her off, moving his consciousness and vanished from the first floor. Back on the second floor, a teasing voice echoed in his mind. Kid, not bad, keeping a beauty hidden away, even a peak golden core wounded bloodline demon. TSK. Senior, please stop teasing me, Virgil chuckled bitterly. Curious, he asked, what is a wounded bloodline demon? It's just a bloodline rank among demons. Demons place great emphasis on bloodlines. The higher the bloodline rank, the stronger the innate talent. ####. Translation continues based on the next provided text. Chapter 121. Insanity. The demon race is a species where lineage decides everything. Typically, the purer the bloodline, the stronger the talent. What comes above a diluted bloodline? Virgil asked curiously. From low to high, they are diluted blood, true blood, royal blood, and ancestral blood. Ah, I thought the diluted blood was really powerful, but it's just the lowest, Virgil said in surprise. Don't underestimate those with diluted blood. It also depends on their race. If I'm not mistaken, this fox demon should be from that lineage. Back then, that lineage produced a very remarkable figure. Even the Eastern ancestor demon had ties with them. But it seems they have fallen from grace. Her descendants became mere bodyguards for a true-blooded demon general. How did you end up with them? I'm innocent. They provoked me first. Virgil laughed bitterly. The terms Eastern ancestor demon, demon general, and demon guard meant nothing to him, and he wasn't interested either. He only wanted to know if this Franz could help him leave. Virgil informed the Franz about recent events, including the immortal restriction formation outside, being pursued by several demons, and taking refuge in the Forgotten World Tower. Then, Virgil looked expectantly at the Franz. Senior, there are now 7 peak golden core and 1 nascent soul demons outside. Can you handle them? No. These demons have true blood and can unleash nascent soul level combat power. I can use immortal restriction to suppress 1 or 2, but more than that will be too much. So, I advise you not to go out. Virgil shook his head. That's not possible, Senior. You know Sister Roberta's curse is about to take effect soon. I must find her. Even if you find her, it might be useless. That Sylvia might already be dead. The voice inside his mind said coldly. Virgil was momentarily stunned, forcing a strained smile. Senior, don't joke around. Didn't you say Sister Roberta had 2 years? I said at most 2 years. She might not survive that long. After all, the higher her cultivation, the faster the curse takes effect. Boom. These words were like a thunderclap in Virgil's mind. Virgil felt his brain turn blank, followed by an overwhelming sensation as if a large hand gripped his heart. His face turned pale, gasping for breath as though he couldn't breathe properly. It can't be. Sister Roberta won't die. She won't die so easily. She's still young, incredibly talented, breaking through Foundation establishment in 1 step, comprehending sword intent, a super genius. In her past life, she was a terrifying powerhouse. She won't die so easily. He struggled desperately to convince himself of these reasons. If there was anyone most important to him in this world, it would be Benita. She was the first person who made him feel warmth in this unfamiliar world. Every time he felt despair, abandoned by the world, her presence always comforted him, pulling him back from the brink of death. Why should such a wonderful Sister Roberta die? Is heaven blind? No. Virgil repeated these words over and over, his eyes reddening, feeling profound pain inside. He wanted to escape into his self-created lies, yet his consciousness clearly knew the senior had no reason to lie to him. Calm down. I just said perhaps she might still be alive. Seeing his state, the voice inside his mind offered comforting words. Virgil clutched at his nearly torn chest, his voice low. Don't worry, senior, I'm fine. I'm just regretful. Regret what? If, back at Qing sect, I hadn't feared the Zion family people and went out directly, things wouldn't be like this today. Virgil's eyes were moist. He was not someone who liked to cry. He was a man who firmly believed men do not shed tears easily. Even when facing death, he never cried. But learning Benita might be dead, it turns out he could still cry like a child. That's enough. Things have two sides. If you had gone out then, you might not have saved that Sylvia, and you could have placed yourself in endless danger, the voice in his mind consoled. Virgil didn't respond, his gaze lost. He wasn't sure what feelings he harbored for Benita. He just didn't want her to die, didn't want her to, because during his loneliest moments, that warm hand held his. That was enough. Sister Roberta, give me some time. Thinking of the demons outside, Virgil clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath. Senior, I need to take a chance. I can transform into Darby's appearance. Maybe. He was interrupted before finishing. Wait, you're thinking incorrectly. You don't need to go out. We just need to release the little fox Sylvia and let her lead us away. The voice from his mind suggested. Would she willingly do this? Virgil was bewildered. Releasing her now meant revealing the secret of the Forgotten World Tower. Wasn't it inviting trouble? Relax. Go to the ground floor, and I'll suppress her cultivation. Then, I'll teach you a technique that will ensure she obeys. All right. Virgil unconditionally trusted the Franz. If the Franz wanted to harm him, it would have happened already. Arriving at the ground floor, Darby looked puzzled at Virgil returning. Why did you come back so quickly? Haven't you always wanted me to let you out? I agree. Virgil spoke bluntly, focusing on the matter at hand. Really? Darby exclaimed in disbelief, finding this sudden good fortune hard to believe. Virgil nodded. Before that, I need your cooperation. Allow me to plant something in your mind, see? In her excitement, Darby immediately agreed without hesitation. Anything, as long as you let me out. Slave mark. Virgil's expression remained indifferent as he spoke these two words. This was the technique taught by the Franz, similar to the method used when refining the snowfield flame, yet different. After all, slave marks were not uniform. Since it was taught by this Franz, it was naturally more powerful than the kind he bought to refine the snowfield flame. Did you say what? Hearing these words, the joy vanished from Darby's face, replaced by anger. Her voice sharpened, her tone disbelieving and mocking. A slave mark, as its name suggested, was a means invented by cultivators to control others. Once implanted in someone's mind, that person would be under lifelong control, subjected entirely to the whims of the implanter. Furthermore, if the mark's holder died, she would follow suit. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dared to place a slave mark on her? Whether the world was insane or not, she knew for certain that Virgil must be insane. Chapter 122. Slave to me. Impossible. Darby spoke coldly, barely suppressing the killing intent in her heart. As a noble, pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, how could she become a slave to a foundation establishment cultivator? You have no choice, Virgil said indifferently. Just a mere ant. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Who is the ant remains to be seen. Looking for death. Seeing that they wouldn't come to an agreement, Darby didn't bother with more words and vanished on the spot, charging straight at Virgil. This time, when she attacked, Virgil did not run. He merely stared at her with an indifferent gaze. This greatly surprised Darby, then immediately made her elated. If she could take down Virgil, escaping would be easy. Senior. Just as her alabaster hand was about to touch Virgil, he called out softly, Do you have help? Upon hearing this, Darby suddenly stopped and sent out her divine sense, her stunning face filled with doubt, recalling Virgil's unusual behavior. At this moment, a massive aura landed upon her, causing Darby's body to tremble violently, filled with fear. So powerful, what level of expert was this? Just the momentum had rendered her immobile. She had only felt this way once before, in front of the demon general. Could it be that there was such a terrifying expert hidden within this tower? But it puzzled her. Why would Virgil need to hide inside the tower if such an expert existed? These doubts would remain unanswered. Suddenly, a chain penetrated the ceiling of the tower, descending from higher levels into Darby's body. Only Virgil could see the chain. Darby only felt her cultivation plummeting step by step, her face full of horror. She had been at the peak of the Golden Core later stage but now fell all the way down to the foundation establishment stage. This frightened her immensely. What's happening? She stared at Virgil nearby, gritted her teeth, and asked angrily, What have you done to me? Why is my cultivation dropping? Guess. Virgil didn't answer, taking steps forward towards her slowly, their cultivation levels now almost the same. He couldn't help but silently marvel, gaining a new understanding of the senior in his mind. Although surprised, he wasn't astonished. It made sense. After all, the senior was truly a god. That single title alone was enough to explain much. Seeing Virgil approach, Darby retreated, soon backing against the edge of the tower, with nowhere else to go. She could only glare at him coldly. What do you want? Her eyes showed humiliation. She had never imagined being pushed to such an extreme by a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. Don't you want to leave? Virgil's eyes rested on her as he smiled faintly. Become my slave, and I'll let you go. Dream on. Enraged, Darby suddenly unleashed demon power. A stream of light shot out from her hair, flying directly towards Virgil. Without hesitation, Virgil produced a red paper umbrella, channeling his mana into it to create a barrier around them. Only after doing so did he realize the light contained a Noel's hair ornament, a hairpin-like item. The high-grade Dan Chi weapon was struggling against his barrier. Feeling its power, Virgil was slightly startled and relieved. Fortunately, due to her suppressed cultivation, it didn't unleash its full potential, or it would have been fatal multiple times over. However, this strike was still significant, the glow around the red umbrella rapidly dimming, seeming unlikely to hold long. Boy, where did you get this umbrella? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Virgil paused, surprised. Is there a problem? Though it's only a replica, its origin isn't trivial. And at first, then I'll tell you. By the way, why aren't you using that Dan furnace? Dan furnace? What Dan furnace? Virgil blinked, then seemed to remember something, patting his storage bag and retrieving a large Dan furnace. Senior, are you referring to this? With a loud bang, the furnace slammed onto the ground, making it shake slightly. This furnace had originally contained the immortal longevity pill during the Thunder Tribulation at Qing sect. Made from unknown materials, it was incredibly heavy. Even with his peak foundation establishment cultivation, he couldn't lift it. Yes, this furnace is an upper-grade infant treasure. You may not be able to unleash its full strength with your current cultivation, but you can Chang use it. Edit. Yes, this furnace is a top-grade infant treasure. While you cannot unleash its full power with your current cultivation, you should still be able to use it Chang. Further refinement. Yes, this furnace is a top-grade infant treasure. Although you cannot unleash its full power with your current cultivation, you should still be able to use it. In the last version, Chang is better translated as barely, or left out for more fluent English. Yes, this furnace is a top-grade infant treasure. Although you cannot unleash its full power with your current cultivation, you should still be able to barely use it. Or, yes, this furnace is a top-grade infant treasure. Although you cannot unleash its full power with your current cultivation, you should still be able to use it. But I can't even lift this furnace. Virgil blushed. That's because you haven't claimed ownership. Drop a drop of blood on it, and imprint your divine sense. Then this treasure will align with your will. Others cannot use it, unless they forcefully erase your divine sense. Following these instructions, Virgil felt a connection form with the furnace. He tried channeling mana into it, and the furnace he couldn't lift moments ago instantly became controllable, rising off the ground. Crack. At this moment, the surrounding barrier shattered abruptly, and the hair ornament shot straight toward Virgil's forehead. Smash it! A cold glint appeared in Virgil's eyes as he channeled mana into the furnace, directing it to smash fiercely onto the green hair ornament. The force was formidable. After the collision, the high-grade Danchi weapon could only withstand briefly before a crack appeared on its surface. Seeing this, Darby's expression changed, hastily retracting it, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze turned grim. What grade is this furnace that can even best my high-grade Danchi weapon? At this moment, the large black furnace descended upon her again. Smash, smash, smash! Virgil's face paled slightly as he continued channeling mana. The first hit broke her weapon. The second hit struck her body. Puff! Darby spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Her complexion was extremely pale as she lay half-reclined on the ground, glaring at him intensely. You? Suddenly, the black furnace dropped towards her once more. Darby's eyes turned desperate, gritting her teeth. The demon general bestowed 3 drops of true blood on me, and I still have 1 left. Darby decided to refine the last drop of true blood to boost her combat power temporarily to the nascent soul stage. Though wasting a drop on just a foundation establishment cultivator seemed unworthy, Virgil's odd ability to suppress her cultivation and possess so many treasures forced her to use this final card. But shockingly, she found she couldn't refine the true blood. Seeing the black furnace looming overhead, Darby's despair was evident. Suddenly, the furnace hovered 1 foot above her head, halting its descent. Darby breathed a sigh of relief. Return. Translation note. Please adjust paragraph breaks as needed for clarity and flow in English prose. Chapter 123. Merit Umbrella. Come back. With a thought, the alchemy furnace hovering above Darby's head flew back. Virgil panted heavily as he put it away into his storage bag. Given his current cultivation level, merely activating it twice had almost drained all of his mana. However, he was highly satisfied with the power of these 2 strikes. Even a golden core powerhouse would likely be gravely injured if struck by this furnace. But hitting the target was another issue altogether. No sane golden core cultivator would stand there waiting to be hit. His gaze fell upon the weakened Darby, and Virgil felt somewhat sentimental. Not long ago, he couldn't even withstand one of her attacks, yet now he could severely injure her. Although relying on the senior made it feel less honorable, this wasn't a children's game. In a life-or-death duel, fairness meant nothing. Suppressing any unnecessary thoughts, Virgil stepped towards her, intending to plant a slave seal in her mind sea. Seeing him approach, Darby struggled to her feet, her body trembling softly. The previous strike, though resisted by her peak golden core physique, had not been pleasant. If a regular late foundation establishment cultivator had taken that blow, they'd be mincemeat now. I let you live if I plant a slave seal. Virgil stopped a yard away from her, eyes unmoved. Darby took a deep breath, preparing for her last stand. Seeing this, Virgil raised an eyebrow, just about to step forward when he felt a sudden pain in his mind sea. Shocked, he saw Darby releasing her divine sense to attack his mind sea. Fortunately, her divine sense was suppressed, only possessing late foundation establishment strength. Meanwhile, his divine sense had already reached early golden core, making her attack negligible. With a cold laugh, Virgil obliterated the invading divine sense within his mind sea. Ah! The next moment, Darby screamed in agony. The mind sea was the central control hub for cultivators. Once injured, it was extremely hard to recover. Virgil ignored her suffering, crouched down, and sent his divine sense into her mind sea. Knowing what he intended, she had no strength left to resist. Effortlessly planting the slave seal, Virgil pinched her rounded chin, gazing at her enchantingly beautiful face, saying, "From now on, you are my first demon slave. If you serve me well, I might grant you freedom." Darby didn't have time to respond. Her face twisted in pain, lips turning blue from intense agony, glaring at him hatefully through clenched teeth. Smack. Virgil slapped her across the face. Don't look at me like that. Understand your place. He showed no mercy. This vicious female demon was part of those demon tribes who had harmed countless people. A clear handprint appeared on her flawless face. Darby shrieked hysterically, I'll kill you. She had never endured such humiliation before, ready to throw herself at Virgil, willing to die alongside him. But she realized she could no longer control herself. How powerful this slave seal is. This filled her with terror. Such a strong slave seal was unprecedented, completely controlling her actions. With it, she couldn't harm Virgil. Virgil frowned. Her fearlessness was worrisome. Even with a slave seal in her mindset, he still felt uneasy. If she tries to take me down with her, relax, this isn't an ordinary slave seal, a voice in his mindset assured him. She won't be able to harm you or even conceive of doing so. She will instinctively protect you. So powerful? Virgil was surprised. Naturally. Who do you think taught you? That's reassuring. Virgil smiled, waving his hand to bring out a storage bag. This was Darby's storage bag. Its contents were now his. Following orders, Darby opened the bag, Virgil sending his divine sense inside, only to gasp in shock. Spirit stones. A mountainous pile of spirit stones, too numerous to count. We're rich. He was elated. There were nearly 200,000 spirit stones here. Normally, a golden core cultivator had only tens of thousands. Now all this wealth belonged to him. Besides spirit stones, there were countless heavenly treasures inside. Taking everything naturally, Virgil stuffed them into his robes, ignoring Darby's murderous gaze. Rest well and recover your divine sense. I'll send you out in a few days. As for your cultivation, just as he was about to ask the senior to remove the celestial lock inside her, the chains retracted, and her cultivation rapidly rose from early golden core to late golden core. Guaranteed by the senior, Virgil felt no worry, looking calm. Now fully recovered, Darby glared daggers at him but remained powerless. The slave seal controlled her, preventing her from retaliating. Smack. Suddenly, her buttocks flared with fiery pain, fueling her rage. Virgil teasingly advised her to eat more meat before vanishing from her sight. Back on the second floor of the Forgotten World Tower, Virgil sat cross-legged. With Darby under his control, he no longer worried about leaving. Taking a deep breath, he brought out the red umbrella and asked, Senior, you mentioned this umbrella's origin before. Legend has it that a powerful cultivator during his tribulation crossing was saved by a Noel holding an umbrella. Seeking her afterwards, he created an identical umbrella, naming it the Merit Umbrella. Later, the method of crafting the Merit Umbrella was passed down. When completed, it possesses formidable protective power, even difficult for immortals to penetrate. The voice in his mind sighed. Merit Umbrella, but what does this have to do with the umbrella in my hand? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Virgil's eyes flickered. He had heard the name before. The purple-haired demon had said his umbrella was a replica. Of course it's related. The voice continued. This umbrella appears to be an incomplete Merit Umbrella. Its owner must have suffered some misfortune, and it was also heavily damaged. If I'm not mistaken, this umbrella in its prime was comparable to immortal weapons. If successfully crafted into a Merit Umbrella, few in this realm could hurt you. Note. I've translated this while adhering to the given guidelines, keeping character names as provided, using pinyin for Chinese names, maintaining tone and style, ensuring natural flow, and preserving paragraph and line break structures. Chapter 124, Nirvana Body Scripture. Hearing about the formidable red paper umbrella, Virgil immediately felt his mouth dry. But soon, he gave a bitter laugh. Senior, to transform it into a virtue umbrella must be extremely difficult, right? Virgil tentatively asked. Given how powerful this virtue umbrella was, it wasn't surprising that it would be incredibly hard to create. He hadn't let himself be blinded by excitement. Not just difficult. Hearing even the senior agree, it seemed there was no hope. Virgil shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. But even if it's only a half-finished piece, if we can repair it, it will still be an immensely powerful celestial weapon. Do you have a way to repair it, senior? Virgil's face showed urgency as he immediately followed up. There is. The mysterious senior paused briefly and said, however, it will require an immense amount of spirit stones. Spirit stones? I just received over 200,000 spirit stones from Darby. Will that be enough? Not enough. To restore it to its peak, even all the spirit stones in this realm might not suffice. Virgil was slightly shocked, but then thought of the power of the umbrella and found it reasonable. The other party paused again and continued, however, with 200,000 spirit stones, it should be possible to repair some parts. It could almost withstand attacks from peak golden core cultivators. Virgil gritted his teeth. All right, please help me repair it. 200,000 spirit stones were no small sum. Ordinary golden core cultivators usually only had tens of thousands of spirit stones. The reason Darby had so many was mostly because they had massacred the entire state of Qi. Spending 200,000 spirit stones to repair the virtue umbrella, Virgil naturally felt pain, but thinking that it could withstand attacks from peak golden core cultivators made him instantly feel it was worth it. In the next moment, the red paper umbrella disappeared from his hand, and along with it, 200,000 spirit stones vanished from his storage bag. Virgil took a deep breath, vaguely expecting the repaired virtue umbrella. Subsequently, his divine sense entered the storage bag, examining the remaining items. Earlier, he had only glanced at them superficially. Now was the time to confirm the contents. Darby's storage bag contained a lot of things she had plundered. Spirit medicines, cultivation techniques, various cultivation methods. Virgil took each item out and placed them on the ground for inspection. Among the first were cultivation techniques, approximately 100 volumes, all human cultivation techniques. Currently, he practiced the Green Profound art, left behind by the ancestor of Green Profound sect, which could be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul stage. However, most of the cultivation techniques in Darby's storage bag were low-grade, only able to cultivate to the golden core stage. This couldn't help but disappoint Virgil. After a while, he picked up one jade slip among many, his gaze landing on it. On the jade slip, a person was depicted performing various movements. Nirvana Body Scripture. This jade slip recorded a cultivation method for physical body strengthening named the Nirvana Body Scripture. According to its records, if the physical body was cultivated to perfection, it could shatter mountains with a single punch and achieve physical immortality without using magic power. To shatter mountains with a single punch and achieve eternal life. What kind of realm is this? His eyes gleamed with passion. Virgil took a deep breath and decided to try cultivating it. According to the records, physical body cultivation was divided into Iron Blood stage, Copper Skin stage, Silver Bone stage, and Jade Life stage. This jade slip only recorded cultivation methods up to the Silver Bone stage, not including the Jade Life stage. Determined, he stopped procrastinating and began cultivating according to the method described in the jade slip. Unlike the green profound art, which required absorbing elemental energy, cultivating the Nirvana Body Scripture involved using internal magic power to refine the physical body. Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed. As the Nirvana Body Scripture circulated, the magic power in his dantian evaporated, flowing through every limb and refining every inch of skin. Before long, he broke into a cold sweat. Sweat drenched his clothes and slowly turned bloody. Only when the magic power in his body was completely depleted did Virgil slowly open his eyes, feeling exhausted. Iron Blood stage. A weak smile appeared on his face. Virgil murmured to himself, perhaps because of his enormous dantian, he had crossed into the first realm of physical cultivation after just one round of practice. Iron Blood stage. The Iron Blood stage was further divided into early, middle, and late stages, corresponding to the Qi condensation stages. Presently, Virgil was at the early stage of Iron Blood, meaning he could defeat Qi condensation early stage cultivators even without using magic power. Continue. Virgil was naturally not satisfied with this. However, his dantian had been completely drained, so he first circulated the green profound art to recover magic power. After an unknown amount of time, once his dantian was full again, Virgil resumed cultivating according to the Nirvana Body Scripture, refining his physical body with magic power. After a few days of repeated cultivation, Virgil opened his eyes and murmured, one more step to enter Copper Skin stage. Copper Skin stage was the next level after Iron Blood stage. At this stage, the physical body became incredibly strong, capable of resisting spells from Foundation Establishment cultivators. True physical combat against Foundation Establishment cultivators. In just 5 short days, he had cultivated to the peak of Iron Blood stage, just one step away from Copper Skin stage. This owed much to his abundant magic power. If it had been a Qi condensation cultivator, they certainly wouldn't have achieved this. After all, the magic power of Qi condensation cultivators was less than a tenth of Virgil's. For them, what Virgil accomplished in one cultivation session would take 10 sessions. However, Virgil also felt that as the realm advanced, the cultivation speed gradually slowed down. The first time, he directly crossed from the early Iron Blood stage. The second time, however, he didn't reach the mid-stage as quickly as before. Shaking his head, Virgil continued to recover magic power, planning to break into Copper Skin stage once it was fully restored. One day later, crackling sounds came from inside his body as Virgil, seated cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes, his pupils shooting a sudden flash of light. His right fist clenched and slammed forward. Boom. The fist sliced through the air, emitting a series of sonic booms. Copper Skin early stage. Virgil retracted his fist satisfactorily. This strike was purely from his physical strength, without using any magic power. He was confident that even a Foundation Establishment early stage cultivator couldn't withstand his punch. His eyes flickered slightly, and Virgil stood up, his bones crackling. If there were outsiders present, they would notice a faint ancient bronze glow emanating from his skin, a unique feature of Copper Skin stage body cultivators. Cultivating at the Copper Skin stage differs from the Iron Blood stage. It requires finding some spirit herbs, placing them in water, and then bathing in the herbal concoction. Recalling the cultivation method recorded in the jade slip, Virgil felt somewhat frustrated. Darby's storage bag does contain some, but I wonder if these specific herbs are included. His eyes flashed, and Virgil took out Darby's storage bag again. Indeed, there were many spirit herbs inside. First-grade spirit herbs, second-grade spirit herbs, and even third-grade spirit herbs made Virgil's eyes dazzle. Broken heart flower, blood chi fruit, great blood vine, flying abyss grass. Counting the herbs, Virgil's eyes brightened more and more. Chapter 125, Releasing Darby. Sorrow flower, blood chi fruit, great blood vine, flying abyss grass. Virgil counted the spiritual medicines one by one, his eyes growing brighter. The spiritual medicines required for cultivation at the Copper Skin realm were all present in Darby's storage bag, not a single one missing. Excellent. A delighted look appeared on his face. Virgil felt that he must have had a stroke of luck lately, but soon he remembered that he didn't seem to have water. Without water, there would be no bath, let alone a medicinal bath. Well, indeed. With a bitter smile, Virgil felt helpless and could only wait until after he left before continuing his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil calculated the passage of time. It had been about 5 days since he planted the slave seal inside Darby. That senior probably hadn't paid attention to him while busy repairing the Merit umbrella. A thought moved him back to the first floor of the Forgotten World Tower. Sensing movement, Darby, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. What do you want? This is my territory. I can come as I please. Darby was speechless, her face flushing alternately green and white. Virgil inspected her condition. Only a day had passed on the first floor of the Forgotten World Tower, but her complexion was still pale. After all, divine sense was not trivial. It was connected to the soul. Once injured, it was extremely difficult to recover. Judging by your appearance, you should be nearly recovered. Virgil smiled faintly. Darby glared at him angrily, shutting up when she didn't know what to say. Did she look like she was nearly recovered? She would need several years to recover completely. Ignoring her gaze, Virgil said slowly, I plan to release you. Finally, some emotion flickered on Darby's icy face. Seeing this, Virgil smiled. If you can successfully send me out of the Qing.The, I might consider removing your slave seal. Really? Darby raised an eyebrow. She had tried to forcefully undo the slave seal using her peak golden core divine sense, assuming that a foundation establishment cultivator seal would be easily broken. Instead, it turned out to be the strongest seal she had ever encountered, unbreakable even by her. Initially resigned, she was now slightly tempted upon hearing Virgil's words. Since she had become his slave with her life bound to his, even the thought of Virgil killing her was terrifying. Whether or not it's true depends on your performance. Virgil pinched her white fox ears playfully. Although she couldn't harm him due to the slave seal, she wanted her entire being under his control, so he used incentives. Fine, we have a deal. Though uncomfortable from having her ears played with, Darby, despite feeling annoyed, was helpless. Without noticing, Darby had gradually become submissive and unusually docile after being implanted with the slave seal. Great, Xiaobai, I'm counting on you. Retracting his hand, Virgil smiled and used his divine sense to send her out of the Forgotten World Tower. Xiaobai. Her body turning into starlight, Darby disappeared from the first floor with a darkened expression. In 3 more days, the Spirit Beast Gate can be activated, and we can return to the Spirit Beast realm. Speaking of which, it's been centuries since I've been back. Yeah, without Darby, I wonder if we can succeed. At the altar, Giri was conversing with the Noel. This place was where they activated the Spirit Beast Gate. They were tasked with keeping vigil around the area, ensuring no one from Qing.The interfered. The two sighed, and the Noel looked at Giri. Do you think that little tower is really a divine artifact? He was originally a land spirit bear who had initially chased Virgil along with Darby and Giri. I don't know. Giri took out the small tower, but nothing seemed unusual. When we reach the Spirit Beast realm, I'll present this tower to the Beast General. He will reward me greatly. Giri's eyes sparkled. The Beast General loved collecting treasures, and giving him the tower might earn him true blood as a reward, advancing his lineage. Suddenly, the tower in his hands flashed with light, a familiar sight signaling its activation. Giri's face showed surprise as he instantly retreated. What are you doing? The Noel looked bewildered at Giri's sudden move. In the next moment, blinding white light flashed, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful Noel standing before them. Darby! The Noel exclaimed in shock, looking startled at the suddenly appearing Noel. Hearing the voice, Darby opened her eyes and glanced around. She was out. You're injured. Who did this to you? The Noel stepped forward, concern evident in his gaze. How did you get out? Giri asked, moving closer, not expecting the tower's activation to release Darby. Meeting their questioning gazes, Darby paused, then replied coldly, I killed that Emmett, so I was released. Startled, they heard a voice filled with resentment. Why didn't you save me during those days? The Noel smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. The tower was incredibly sturdy. Even the Supreme Commander couldn't break it. We intended to wait for the Beast General to handle it, but you came out on your own. Darby's eyes twinkled, recalling Virgil's words. It wasn't baseless speculation. Raising her hand to grab the tower from the ground, Giri snatched it first, holding it close and grinning. Since you're fine, that's great. Seeing this, Darby frowned, opening her mouth to speak when suddenly several figures flew in from afar. The demons paused, startled to see Darby, landing before them. What happened? Darby, you managed to get out? And Franz demon scanned the area. I killed that Emmett and was released. Darby repeated, remaining calm. Believing her, the Franz nodded. Good, you've emerged. Your divine sense is injured? Go rest. The Spirit Beast Gate will be activated in a few days. Darby remained silent, glancing behind one of the demons. There was a young Sylvia who had been following Virgil. This damn Noel finally got caught, but why didn't they kill her right away? Giri spat. End of chapter 125. Chapter 126, repair completed. After escorting Darby out, Virgil returned to the second floor. All he needed to do now was wait for her to bring back the legacy tower and send him away from the state of Qi. He didn't know how long the wait would be. Virgil had no intention of wasting his time and decided to use this period for alchemy and cultivation. I hope nothing unforeseen happens. Closing his eyes slightly, Virgil retrieved medicinal herbs from his storage bag and tossed them into the black cauldron. Half a month later, Virgil finished his alchemy session. This time, he had refined 30 bottles of high-grade second-rank elixirs in total. 10 bottles of spirit recovery pills could restore an advanced foundation establishment cultivator's magic power within a short period after consumption. 10 bottles of revitalization pills were effective for recovering injuries as long as they were not fatal. One could recover swiftly within a brief time frame. 10 bottles of spirit fusion pills were what he had consumed before. They could enhance one's magic power. Virgil stored the revitalization pills and spirit recovery pills while refining the spirit fusion pills. His current cultivation was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and the next level would be the early golden core realm. The 10 bottles of spirit fusion pills did not help him break through but merely increased some magic power. Virgil felt somewhat helpless about this. He then started cultivating again with the Nirvana body scripture, continuously depleting his magic power to temper every inch of his skin. His cultivation remained stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Advancing to the golden core stage wouldn't happen overnight, so focusing on tempering the body seemed better. Although it wasn't enough to break through the middle copper skin stage, his body was improving, albeit with a very subtle effect. A few days later, a voice sounded in his mind. The umbrella has been repaired for you. The moment the voice fell silent, a red paper umbrella appeared before Virgil. Virgil picked up the repaired red umbrella and gently stroked its surface. Compared to before it was repaired, The color became brighter, and the umbrella face turned even more red. It no longer looked worn out. It looks much better now, Virgil chuckled. Not because he had spent 200,000 spirit stones on it. Now, this umbrella can withstand attacks from a peak golden core cultivator. The mysterious senior said, but your magic power can only activate it once. Putting the umbrella back into his storage bag, Virgil nodded and said, thank you, senior. The other party said nothing, looking him over and exclaimed in surprise, your physical body actually broke through the middle copper skin stage? What happened? Did you cultivate a body refining technique? Virgil truthfully replied, I obtained a cultivation method from Darby's storage bag and tried cultivating it. Body and cultivation practice together is a good idea. Many powerful cultivators have taken this path. However, ancient demons are stronger when it comes to body refining. They can even shatter stars with their bodies. If you encounter real ancient demons in the future, remember never let them get close to you. They are famous for their powerful bodies, comparable to immortal soldiers. Ancient demons. Another unfamiliar term entered Virgil's vocabulary. His eyes flickered as he nodded. Understood. Did you already send that little Sylvia out? Nothing can escape your notice, senior. Virgil laughed bitterly, suddenly remembering something and asked, by the way, senior, my current cultivation is already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. How should I form my golden core? He decided to ask questions while this senior was still awake. For instance, how to break through the next stage. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he was still clueless about how to advance to the next stage. Forming a golden core. To break through from foundation establishment requires transforming the magic power within your body from gas to liquid, and forming a golden core involves compressing the magic power inside your body until it ultimately turns into a solid golden core. This process is extremely difficult. Among 10 foundation establishment cultivators, generally, one succeeds. The cultivation method you practice should record the method of forming a golden core, but this method is not recommended for you to follow. Virgil's eyes flickered, and a scroll appeared in his hand. Qing Decision's main principles. This was given to him by Atticus when he became an inner disciple. It indeed recorded how to form a golden core. Does senior mean you suggest I change my cultivation method? Virgil's eyes flickered. On the path of cultivation, practitioners did not necessarily need to practice one method throughout. They could switch methods midway. Yes, but the method I practiced is not suitable for you since you lack the bloodline of my race, making it impossible for you to practice. Bloodline? Virgil murmured. Do you feel like you've hit a bottleneck with immortal prohibition? The other party abruptly asked. Yes. Virgil nodded. When he was in the Qi practicing stage, he could use 2 chains, each chain suppressing the combat power of a peer. But now, he could still only use 2 chains. That's because you lack the bloodline of our race. The voice in his mind sighed. You can use up to 3 chains to suppress an enemy by 1 level, which is your limit. So that's why. Virgil realized but felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't change his bloodline. After all, why didn't you kill her directly? The big man's face showed confusion. Cassia had escaped from him earlier, leaving him quite displeased. Listening to their conversation, the young Sylvia felt a sense of shared misfortune well up inside her. Did that guy die? Though they were unrelated, she had shared adversity with him. Hearing news of his death brought sorrow. My turn should be coming soon. Her magic power was sealed, making her no different from an ordinary person. Of course, even without being sealed, in the eyes of these demon races, she was still akin to an ant. Initially, thinking Darby wouldn't come out, we planned to use her as a sacrifice. Now that Darby has appeared, let's just kill her. The dev with nascent soul calmly said, we need to speed up. Our agreed time with Brennan is approaching. In 3 days, open the spirit demon gate and leave. Then leave this little lady to me. Looking at the delicate young Sylvia, Morris licked his lips. Though her cultivation isn't high, she can add a little. The demons understood, glancing at the Sylvia with sympathetic eyes. Morris mastered a secret art of yin-yang cultivation, causing many humans to suffer. Darby's eyes flashed with disgust but didn't say much, walking away. That small tower was kept by Morris. She planned to find a chance to ask him for it. It was inconvenient to speak with too many people around. Seeing everyone's gazes, the Sylvia realized something. Looking at the approaching Morris, she trembled, wanting to flee but unable to move with her magic power sealed and her heavenly disc taken away. What should I do? She had a premonition that it would be worse than death. After another round of cultivation, Virgil slowly opened his eyes. The Sea of Qi had shrunk slightly. At this rate, who knew how long it would take to compress the magic power within the Sea of Qi into a golden core? You don't need to rush to form your golden core right now. Start by compressing the magic power in your body. Chapter 127, Mountain Break. Now you don't need to rush into forming the golden core. First, compress the mana within your body, said the voice in his mind. Virgil nodded, stretched lazily, and took out a jade slip to view. It recorded a downgrade spell that he found in Darby's storage bag. There were numerous spells inside it, but the most powerful was this one, a peak downgrade spell. This spell was called Mountain Break. It was an incredibly strong sword technique. As per its description, when mastered at the highest level, it could sever a mountain with a single strike. The 2 spells he had practiced before were Sword Mastery and Fire Mastery. One was peak mortal grade, the other intermediate spirit grade, neither matching up with his current cultivation level. Hence, Virgil planned to practice new spells. As a swordsman, Mountain Break suited him perfectly. Virgil retracted his gaze from the jade slip and fell into deep thought. What is a spell? Partly method, and partly technique. Neither can exist without the other. Mana serves as both the carrier and foundation. It's the determining factor of a spell's power. Technique is about the methods used to channel and unleash that power. If 2 people with equivalent strength use different level spells, the weaker spell will inevitably result in defeat. Like formations, spells are graded. Mortal grade, spirit grade, Dan grade, child grade. Beyond this, Virgil was unsure. Each stage has early, middle, and late periods. In the Wu Kingdom, mimicking Benita and inspired by the sword spirit in the wooden sword, Virgil's self-created strike was roughly equivalent to a late spirit-grade spell, though it had room for improvement. Putting away the jade slip, Virgil decided to practice Mountain Break. His iron sword had been left behind in the outer world, so he now picked up a weapon from Darby's storage bag. A sword appeared in his hand as he began practicing the spell. This technique is called Mountain Break. According to legend, it was created by a Noel. How did Virgil know this? The jade slip said so. Virgil channeled his mana into the sword, which seemed to be a low-grade Dan weapon. As mana flowed into it, a radiant glow emanated from the sword, releasing an overwhelming aura. Virgil swung his sword, sending a sword beam soaring far away, exuding immense force. Boom! The sword beam collided with the wall beside the legacy tower, making the ground tremble slightly beneath him. Virgil's face turned pale. He had exhausted all his mana, yet the effect was unsatisfactory, far below the standard of a Dan-grade spell. Taking a rejuvenating pill, his internal mana rapidly replenished, soon filling his chi. He then unleashed another strike. This time, the sword beam was even more potent, striking further away with a deafening boom, truly feeling the ground vibrate beneath him. But the distance between this and severing a mountain remained vast. Not enough. Virgil panted. Although these strikes were decent, they still didn't match his self-created strike. 2 consecutive attempts had failed to meet his satisfaction. After all, it was a peak Dan-grade spell, not easily mastered. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil pondered. Which step went wrong? I followed the movements in the jade slip precisely. Virgil felt puzzled. Something seemed missing in this strike. But what exactly? You're only imitating its form but failing to grasp its essence. The voice in his mind spoke again. Startled, Virgil suddenly remembered the senior. Perhaps what he considered an insurmountable problem was child's play for the Franz. Senior, how should I proceed? Virgil asked promptly. Mountain Break. Sever a mountain with a single strike. It sounds overwhelmingly powerful. To sever a mountain, first comprehend this momentum, but the specifics must be realized by yourself. Silence resumed in Virgil's mind. His eyes flickered with comprehension, but quickly returned to confusion, seemingly understanding yet not quite grasping it. Palamentum, momentum? Virgil muttered, feeling that this was what he lacked. But what kind of momentum was needed? In the room, behind a silk curtain, a young Sylvia lay on a silken couch. Clad in a silky gown, she could not move her body, staring helplessly at the approaching figure, her eyes filled with tears and despair. Girlie, after letting you escape twice, you're back in my hands. Morris paused, standing next to the bed, admiring her petite body greedily. Her unique fragrance, reminiscent of winter plum blossoms, wafted into his nose. The Sylvia whimpered, trying in vain to struggle free, her eyes brimming with despair. I'll cherish you well, Morris smirked, placing his hand on her body, ready to undo her clothes. Suddenly, a spiritual consciousness intruded from outside. Frowning, he projected his consciousness outwards. This was his temporary residence near the altar. Who would seek him here? Under the night sky, amidst thick fog, everything was quiet. A figure stood at the cave entrance. It was a Noel with enchantingly bewitching features and 2 white ears, one laid flat and one standing up. Darby? Why did she come? Morris halted his action, smiling at the beauty on the couch. Beauty, wait patiently for me. He stepped out of the cave. Soon, a figure appeared. It was a white-clothed Noel, thin white chiffon barely covering her buttocks. The moonlight illuminated her graceful silhouette faintly. Due to injury, her normally enchanting face appeared paler, adding to her fragile charm. Morris eyed the beauty appreciatively. If judged by appearance alone, she was the true beauty. Although foxwomen were generally beautiful, Darby stood out. Darby showed slight disgust at his gaze, not escaping Morris's notice. Annoyance flashed through him. This little wench is acting coy. Everyone knows foxwomen have a notorious reputation, though he wouldn't say it aloud. He smiled at Darby. Why did you come? Are you bored and seeking amusement? Losing interest, knowing a beautiful captive awaited him inside, he wanted to get rid of her quickly. Chapter 128 Seizing the Body. Upon hearing those frivolous words, a flash of anger crossed Darby's face, but she suppressed it, refraining from lashing out. She had come here for a reason, to retrieve that small tower. After all, Virgil was still inside. They had agreed. She would help him leave the Qing.The, and he would remove the slave mark on her body. Seeing this, Morris's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. Why was Darby so tolerant today? Could it be because of her injuries, making her realize she couldn't defeat him? Suppressing the chill in her eyes, Darby smiled sweetly. I want to see your thing. What thing? A flicker of confusion passed over Morris's eyes. The small tower. You came in the dead of night just for that? Morris scrutinized her, slightly surprised. I want to see what sort of broken trinket has kept me captive for so many days. Under his gaze, Darby felt inexplicably uneasy. If it were discovered that she had been branded with a slave mark. Fortunately, though Morris had some doubts, he didn't connect the slave mark issue to Darby. After all, no one could imagine that Darby, a peak golden core cultivator, could be subjected to a slave mark by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Fine, look then. Morris wasn't stingy, generously handing over the small tower to Darby. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the urge to run off immediately, Darby pretended to examine the tower carefully. What grade of magical treasure is this tower? While observing, she pondered how to rightfully claim the tower, deliberately prolonging the conversation. Morris replied, I'm not sure of its exact grade. I plan to give it to Lord Demon General. Oh, that's a good idea. Lord Demon General does like collecting various magical treasures. If this tower has high quality, you might receive substantial rewards. Hearing this, Darby's eyes flickered as she continued. But what? Morris raised an eyebrow. Darby shook her head. It's better if I don't say, wouldn't want to dampen your mood. Hearing this, Morris frowned, intrigued, urging her to continue. Pretending to struggle, Darby finally bit her lip and said, "All right, when I killed that Emmett, I searched his soul. According to his memories, there's a terrifying entity sleeping inside this tower. Once it awakens, it will attempt to seize the body of whoever holds the tower. So be careful when you handle it." As she spoke, Darby surreptitiously observed Morris, noting his changing expression. Seize the body. Startled, Morris knew the implications of those two words. For any cultivator above the nascent soul stage, as long as their nascent soul remained intact, they could seize a body and be reborn, using another's body. Such an act was known as seizing the body. Is what you say true? Morris looked at her uneasily. I learned this while searching that Emmett's soul. Better safe than sorry. Darby glanced at him casually. Staring at the small tower in her hand, Morris's expression rapidly shifted, uncertain and dark. Seeing this, Darby relaxed slightly, preparing her next move. You don't need to worry about Lord Demon General, but you might not be so lucky. If that entity wakes up suddenly these past few days and seizes your body. She left the rest unsaid. Morris's face had already turned pale. The tower was a level above the infant artifact grade. If Darby was right, who knew how powerful the entity inside might be, it could surpass nascent soul. If such an existence wanted to seize his body, wouldn't it be effortless? Suddenly, he felt a profound fear towards the tower. So I advise you to discard this tower and bury it somewhere, Darby said nonchalantly. Hearing her, Morris didn't rush to respond, his gaze flickering in thought. How should he deal with this small tower? Was he really going to discard it as Darby suggested? Though doing so seemed regrettable, compared to gaining Lord Demon General's favor, preserving his life was more important. However, looking at Darby, Morris hesitated. These were just her claims. If they were false, wouldn't he lose a magical treasure beyond the infant artifact grade? Seeing Morris's indecision, Darby grew anxious inwardly, but maintained her calm demeanor to avoid arousing suspicion. Finally, his eyes flickering, Morris slowly said, "In that case, please do me the favor and find a place to bury it. I must go back to that little tart. I can't keep her waiting." Seeing Darby's reluctant expression, Morris quickly added, "Thank you. Wait." Hearing this, Darby barely contained her excitement as Morris transformed into a puff of purple smoke and vanished. Suppressing her joy, Darby sighed and left with the small tower. This was all an act for Morris, guessing he was likely still watching. Any sign of happiness now would only arouse suspicion. She walked away, burying the small tower nearby as a precaution before leaving without a second glance. Could she be telling the truth? From the shadows, Morris watched her leave, doubt and uncertainty evident on his face. Recalling Darby's words, he hesitated but eventually left, thinking it a pity. In the forgotten tower, Virgil wiped the sweat from his forehead, throwing the sword on the ground and lying down. No matter how many times I practice, I fail. Am I hopeless, senior? He chuckled bitterly, feeling dejected. Failure after failure, always failure. Cultivating a peak elixir grade spell was so difficult. Naturally, cultivating peak elixir grade sword techniques isn't easy, came the comforting voice from his mind. Senior, there's no need to console me. Virgil chuckled again, more bitterly. Enough, I have good news. The little fox has safely delivered you to a secure location. There are no demon clans outside now. Virgil paused, then felt a surge of hope. His divine sense spread out, confirming that the forgotten tower lay buried in a field. What happened? Where is she? Virgil asked. She buried the forgotten tower to avoid suspicion. That little fox is very clever. She tricked the tower out almost effortlessly. Senior, are there demon clans around? Virgil asked. No. In that case, let me check outside. Virgil's divine sense stirred, and he appeared in the external world. It was night, with a full moon hanging in the sky. ##### Chapter 129. The sky will rain. Finally out. Virgil greedily breathed in the fresh air around him. Under the moonlight, his slender but not muscular figure stood tall. A gentle breeze blew, making his loose blue robe flutter with the wind. Virgil slowly spread his arms as if to embrace the sky. At that moment, he felt an urge to vent his joy aloud but restrained himself, fearing it might attract the attention of the demons. Thinking back to when he was forced into the Forgotten World Tower, he had initially thought it would take a long time to return. Virgil couldn't help but smile. He never expected to be back so soon, just 2 or 3 days later. After reflecting for a while, Virgil turned his gaze toward the distance. There stood a massive stone altar, where several figures could be faintly seen under the moonlight. He had previously released his spiritual senses from inside the Forgotten World Tower and knew what was happening there. Many demons were gathered there. I wonder how Cassia is doing, Virgil muttered to himself. With the stabilizing heaven disk, she should be safe as long as she hides well. Shaking his head, Virgil put aside his worries and asked, Senior, do you have any ideas about breaking the immortal trapping array? This array is difficult to break. Let's wait. That little fox should have a plan. All right. Virgil nodded. Since they had no immediate need, they could afford to wait a few more days. Sitting on a rock, he enjoyed the cool breeze, having retrieved the Forgotten World Tower and stored it in his mind's sea. He continued contemplating donghua and reflecting on the reasons for his failure. The stars shone brightly in the sky, guiding Virgil's journey from the state of Yu, through Wu, and finally to Qi. His heart felt at ease because the senior was with him, like a protective charm in the midst of hell. A sigh emerged from the depths of his mind, as a temporary magic barrier was cast around them. Back at his cave residence, Morris approached the bed once again. Cassia, who had just relaxed, struggled anew upon seeing him approach. Her eyes reddened, but with her magic and body both restrained, she could only tremble helplessly like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just stop struggling. Morris's hands roamed wickedly over her delicate body, his lust surging uncontrollably. The Sylvia struggled fiercely, trying to speak. Noticing this, Morris casually waved his hand, releasing her restraints. Regaining control of her body, she attempted to flee, but Morris quickly pulled her back and pinned her down. Just wait. I am willing to give my body to you, the Sylvia whispered, tears welling up. She pleaded, but please fulfill one request of mine. If you agree, even death will seem sweet to me. Rest assured, this request is simple and won't trouble you. Fearing refusal, she added earnestly, please. What request? First, release my magic powers. Under the night sky, a thin mist enveloped the distant hills, adding an air of mystery. Virgil lowered his head, his sword held horizontally before him, lost in contemplation. The sword blade remained clear of mist in summer and free of frost in winter. In the stillness, he faintly heard dewdrops falling from grass tips into the earth dozens of feet away. What is power? Virgil pondered deeply. He remained seated motionlessly throughout the night until dawn broke, the mist dispersing under the morning sun, leaving him as still as a statue. Suddenly, the voice of the senior echoed in his mind. See, that little fox has arrived. She has come? Virgil's eyes flickered as he turned to look. Indeed, a Noelle in white approached from afar. She walked barefoot, raising concern that she might step on something sharp. The jeweled hairpin in her hair tinkled softly with each step. After a moment, Darby stopped at the spot where she had buried the small tower the previous night, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Is anyone following you? Virgil observed her from the shadows, noting that her complexion hadn't improved much overnight, appearing somewhat frail. No. Confident that no one was around, Darby squatted to dig up the tower she had buried. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind her, startling her momentarily until she saw the familiar figure. She breathed a sigh of relief. Virgil halted about 10 feet away, his gaze fixed on her. Well done. Darby pouted slightly in response to his praise. At midnight tonight, I will take you away. Agreed. Virgil nodded. When will you remove the slave mark from my body? Not yet. Virgil smiled faintly. Once you help me leave the state of Qi, we can discuss that. Darby frowned. Virgil glanced at her furry ears and said calmly, don't worry. I'll keep my word. Very well. I'll come for you at midnight. Without lingering further, fearing discovery by other demons, she turned to leave. Wait, do you know what happened to the young Sylvia who was with me? Has she not been captured? Virgil called out, asking casually. Upon hearing this, Darby paused, silent for a moment. Seeing her hesitation, Virgil had a bad feeling, which was confirmed when Darby spoke next, leaving him frozen in place. Dead. Dead. Virgil was stunned, as if a beautiful flower that had endured winter suddenly withered right before blooming, weighing heavily on his chest. How did she die? Virgil's voice grew low. Morris tried to extract her energy last night. She used some secret technique that rapidly aged her life force. In a way, it was a good death. Otherwise, her fate would have been worse, Darby replied indifferently. Why didn't you stop him? Virgil looked at her coldly, his tone icy. Not to mention if I could have stopped him. Darby sneered. If I had intervened, my cover would have been blown, and you wouldn't have had a chance to leave. Why create unnecessary trouble? Hearing this, Virgil fell silent, unsure of what he felt. When Darby left, he felt a heavy pressure in his heart. Unnecessary trouble, huh? Perhaps she was right. What did Keija's death mean to him? They weren't related. Friends? Were they? They had merely shared adversity. She had helped him escape from demons a few times, taught him an array formation, given him a Dan pill. Was that all? Little Emmett, I don't know your relationship with the deceased, but birth, aging, sickness, and death are part of life. In this world where you have no control, all you can do is stay strong. The senior's voice echoed in his mind. See. Otherwise, you'll watch helplessly as your loved ones and friends die one by one. You're right, senior, but right now, I want to kill. Virgil took a deep breath, gazing into the distance. Dark clouds gathered, heralding an impending storm. The sky will rain, and I will kill. Chapter 130. I Arlant to kill. The heavens will rain, and I will kill. Dark clouds enveloped a vast expanse of the sky, with faint thunder rumbling within. Thunder dragons could be vaguely seen darting through the clouds. Virgil let out a long breath, expelling the weight that had been pressing on his chest. Have you made up your mind? The voice of the senior resounded in his mind. I'm not someone who likes to owe others. Virgil pressed his lips together, clearly stating his resolve. A sigh echoed in his mind before the voice finally replied, Fine, fine. What do you plan to do? If there's a battle, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of other demon races. Can you conceal my aura for me? Before Virgil could answer directly, a burst of white light emitted from his body, and in the next moment, his form began to change. Rumble. The overcast sky that had lingered for days seemed to have found an outlet, as drizzling rain wet the ground. This was the first spring rain of the year, nourishing everything silently. On the massive altar, Darby furrowed her brows and extended her delicate hand to catch the falling raindrops. An invisible barrier around her body prevented the rain from touching her skin. It's raining. At this moment, Virgil stood in the rain, holding a red umbrella. He's not inside. Listening to the voice in his mind, Virgil stared at the cave entrance ahead, his aura hidden as if he were a lurking wolf waiting for its prey to approach. The location of this cave had been informed by the senior, described as Morris's temporary residence. Virgil surveyed the area. It was not far from the altar, only about 10 miles away. If there was any commotion, golden core cultivators would arrive in a few breaths, while an origin chi cultivator would need just one teleportation. So it had to be quick and decisive. The target was at peak golden core stage, though the senior could suppress him to foundation establishment level. Still, he couldn't guarantee the opponent wouldn't have any tricks up his sleeve. He had to catch him off guard and imprison him in the relic tower. Virgil analyzed the situation thoroughly, remaining utterly calm. He wouldn't jeopardize himself for revenge. He waited quietly, time slipping by unnoticed until evening came. The rain stopped for a while but started again shortly after. Pitter-patter. Here they come. Suddenly, Virgil's eyes glinted coldly as he spotted two figures approaching the cave entrance through the rain. His gaze fixed on one of the figures, a Brooks with an eerily handsome face, so beautiful even women might envy him. Beside him walked a Noelle, also at peak golden core stage, with an exquisite figure and an elegant black palace gown that accentuated her excellent build. Two of them. Watching the pair head towards the cave, he didn't act immediately, his brow slightly furrowed. One of the figures paused, looking in his direction but seeing nothing but the curtain of rain. What's wrong? Morris asked, puzzled. I felt someone watching us, probably just a hallucination. Let's go inside. Not far away, Virgil was secretly alarmed. Had it not been for the concealment formation, he might have been discovered. As the two disappeared into the cave entrance, Virgil looked up at the sky. It wasn't yet midnight. He had originally planned to kill Morris and leave Qi-State after avenging Cassia. Unexpectedly, more than one person was present, disrupting his plans. Virgil lowered his head, lost in thought. To avoid drawing attention, he had put away his umbrella. His clothes, soaked by the rain, clung uncomfortably to his skin. Boom. A thunderclap rang in his ears. He turned his gaze to the cave entrance and walked over slowly, his form suddenly changing into that of a Noelle. There were formations outside the cave, so Virgil did not barge in but stood before the stone door, calling out, L-E-O-Z. Even his voice changed, becoming rough, the subtlety of the thousand faces technique. Boom. The stone door slowly opened, and Morris stood behind it, frowning in confusion. Ivor. Feeling his gaze, Virgil tensed. His aura fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes golden core peak, sometimes foundation establishment, due to the senior's manipulation. This made Morris even more suspicious. Your aura. Are you about to break through? Only someone nearing a breakthrough would exhibit such erratic fluctuations. Seeing no suspicion in Morris's eyes, Virgil breathed a secret sigh of relief and said with a smile, my cultivation has improved somewhat, so that's it. What brings you here? Morris inwardly wondered, as he wasn't particularly close to Ivor among the demon guards. Why would Ivor seek him out? There's something important concerning the gate of Zuigio, Virgil replied seriously. What is it? Seeing his serious expression, Morris was completely baffled. Let's talk inside. Entering the cave, Virgil reached a spacious hall. He scanned the area with his divine sense, but saw no sign of Kasia's body. Ivor. A Noelle sat in the cave, legs crossed, eyebrows delicately arched as she watched him enter. Virgil nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He pondered how difficult it would be to imprison both of them in the relic tower. He could only take one at a time. While he was thinking, Morris unknowingly stood behind him. What is it? You can speak now. That's right. Virgil smiled, turning to face him. Morris listened intently. Suddenly, Virgil lunged forward with lightning speed, his palm reaching out as if he had planned it all along. Ivor, what are you doing? Morris's face changed in surprise, never expecting such a sudden attack. But from the momentum of his move, he sensed the true cultivation level behind it. Late foundation establishment. You're not Ivor. Who are you? Virgil didn't answer. A small tower floated out from his third eye. Senior. Roaring loudly, two chains shot out from the tower, entering Morris and the black-dressed Noelle's bodies, suppressing their cultivation from peak golden core down to foundation establishment. How did you get this tower? Wasn't it buried by Darby? What happened to my cultivation? Morris couldn't comprehend, but as Virgil approached, he understood Virgil's intent. Demon power surged, trying to retreat, but he realized his strength had dropped to foundation establishment. Confused, Morris found himself grabbed by the collar and forcibly pulled back. In the next second, a flash of light appeared, and Morris vanished instantly. Immediately after imprisoning Morris in the relic tower, a jade-like hand struck toward her back. Virgil sidestepped, avoiding the attack. Missing her target, the black-dressed Noelle turned and fled toward the cave entrance. With her cultivation suppressed and the peculiar effect of the tower, she dared not fight. Thinking of running? Translation ends here to match the provided Chinese text structure. Chapter 131, Facing 2 with 1. Seeing her rush towards the cave entrance, Virgil sneered and swiftly followed after her. Just as the Noelle in black was about to reach the entrance, Virgil caught up. He dared not use large-scale spells, fearing that they would attract others. His choice was simple and direct, throwing a powerful punch straight at her back. Sensing the incoming force from behind, the Noelle's face changed slightly, and she turned, spewing out a cloud of thick purple mist. Be careful, it's poison. Even a golden core cultivator would perish if touched by it. Hearing the senior's warning, Virgil felt alarmed. He quickly opened his storage bag and pulled out a red paper umbrella. Infusing it with magical power, he created a protective barrier around himself, isolating the purple mist. The mist clung like an insidious parasite, but merely dimmed the shield's light somewhat. After a moment, the poison mist dissipated, and the Noelle's eyes widened in surprise to see Virgil unscathed, though breathing heavily due to the effort exerted to activate the umbrella. Realizing this, she no longer tried to escape, raising her hand and waving a tooth hanging around her neck, which floated before her. This tooth resembled some snake's fang, containing the remnant soul of a great demon. With her demonic energy input, a colossal snake-like shadow emerged from the fang, opening its massive jaws wide to engulf Virgil. Die! Virgil remained calm, focusing on the approaching dark shadow. He summoned his black pill furnace, levitated it using mana, and slammed it down onto the snake's form. Boom! The collision sent a pained howl reverberating through the air as the snake dissolved into black smoke. What a formidable magical artifact! Seeing the snake disappear, the Noelle's complexion paled. But before she could catch her breath, Virgil coldly maneuvered the furnace with mana, aiming for her head once more. Startled, the Noelle turned to flee again. Boom! In the next moment, the black furnace, carrying terrifying force, descended and landed just inches from her. Had she moved another step forward, she would have been reduced to a pile of pulp. How close? She sighed with relief, her chest heaving with anxiety. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, Virgil darted forward like a hunting leopard, reaching behind her while the world-abandoned pagoda emitted a powerful suction from his forehead. True blood. Her face drained of color as she prepared to activate the true blood within her body. However, it appeared to be bound by some rule and refused to respond. In despair, she watched as her body was enveloped by light and disappeared from the outside world. It's done. Exhaling 2 heavy breaths, Virgil swiftly left the cave, disappearing into the night. The rain continued, escalating from drizzle to moderate showers. Virgil traversed the rain-soaked landscape, arriving back at the designated location. It was still 2 hours until midnight, when he had agreed to meet Darby. Why are you here too? On the first floor of the world-abandoned pagoda, Morris's expression changed upon seeing the Noel in black also imprisoned. Don't ask. My cultivation level was suddenly suppressed. I couldn't match him and was forcibly sucked in. Who is this person? At this moment, Virgil's figure appeared nearby. You Emmett, why are you here? Seeing Virgil, Morris's face distorted in shock. Virgil had resumed his original appearance, tall yet not bulky. Morris instantly recognized him but couldn't understand why Virgil was alive despite Darby having killed him. This human scum. This pagoda belongs to him. Morris glanced around, his expression somber. Darby said she killed him. Who is the one outside? The black-clad Noel asked, bewildered. I wish I knew. Morris replied grimly. Virgil's eyes were cold. Realizing there was no point in further conversation, he raised his hand and summoned the black pill furnace once more. Before, he had restrained his true strength to avoid drawing attention. Now, within the world-abandoned pagoda, he could unleash his full power without worry. It's you. Ivor must have been him all along. Recognizing the furnace, the black-clad Noel exclaimed. It must be Darby's face-changing technique. Morris shouted. Darby likely taught him the face-changing technique. Damn it, why did she betray us? Boom. Before he finished speaking, the furnace plummeted from above, heavy and forceful, aimed to crush them both. Danger. Morris's pupils dilated. Instantly, he retrieved a banner from his storage bag. Virgil felt a wave of danger emanating from it, and his senses sharpened. Infusing it with demon power, Morris waved the banner vigorously, releasing a powerful strike toward the furnace. Boom. The attack collided with the furnace, but was instantly obliterated. The furnace continued its descent. So strong. Is this a baby utensil? Morris recoiled in shock. Although now only at peak foundation establishment, manipulating the banner was taxing and far below its full potential. Yet, that strike would have overwhelmed a typical late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, almost reaching early golden core standards, only to be effortlessly destroyed by the furnace. The black-clad Noel showed no surprise, having already witnessed the furnace's might. Attack together. Facing the descending furnace, she extended her hand and fired a shot. Without delay, Morris channeled power into the banner. As it flashed with light, a beam attacked the furnace mid-air. Never had they imagined needing to combine forces against a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Smash. Seeing their joint attack, Virgil sneered coldly. The combined strike met the furnace with a thunderous boom, blasting it away, crashing heavily into the distance. Virgil was forced to take a step back, watching Morris and the Noel, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This kid's power is terrifying. Both Morris and the Noel were equally battered, bleeding from their mouths and looking disheveled. Their earlier strike would have shaken even a golden core powerhouse, yet it barely matched Virgil. It was crucial to remember they were not ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivators, but former peak golden core experts with superior techniques. Taking a spirit recovery pill from his storage bag, Virgil steadied himself, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Hashtag chapter 132. A single sword to sever a mountain. Virgil's eyes flickered with killing intent. Suddenly, he made an important decision. He put away the alchemy furnace and took out a longsword instead. This alchemy furnace consumed too much mana, and relying solely on himself, it would be difficult to defeat these two individuals. What is this kid up to? Seeing his actions, the Noel in black robes was puzzled. The quality of that sword was merely an inferior-grade elixir tool. He must have lost his mind. Having an infant-stage elixir furnace, he now chooses to use an inferior-grade elixir tool, Morris muttered, feeling oddly excited. Upon hearing his sarcastic remark, Virgil showed no emotion, standing upright and tall. A single man blocking the pass could halt 10,000 men. Suddenly, he felt as if he had almost grasped the essence needed to execute the severing mountain technique. But the insight vanished in a flash, unable to be captured. Such moments of sudden enlightenment were rare, priceless, and unpredictable. Missing it meant only waiting for another opportunity. Although somewhat disappointed, Virgil did not linger on it. After taking a deep breath, he gripped the long sword tightly and lunged at the duo. This was not the time for regrets. Seeing him charge over, Morris let out a cold cry, waving his banner through the air. A purple light flashed from it, shooting towards Virgil. Though slightly less powerful than before, this attack was not something an ordinary late foundation establishment cultivator could withstand. It rushed directly toward Virgil's brow. Buzz. A clear and resonant sword hum rang in his ears. Virgil thrust out the longsword, neutralizing the attack. Then, he leaped up and thrust the sword at Morris. However, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back as a terrifying strike approached from behind. It was the Noel in black robes. Virgil dodged her attack at an odd angle and countered with a slash, forcing her to retreat. Enjoy ambushes, do you? His gaze turned cold as Virgil pursued her, striking continuously with a series of swift sword strikes. Seeing him attacking her, the Noel's expression changed, and she hurriedly retreated, evading repeatedly. Let's see if you can dodge this. With a cold laugh, Virgil closed his eyes and slowly raised his arm. A sword aura erupted from him. This sword aura appeared unremarkable, created by him, incorporating the techniques learned from Benita and the mysterious Noelle. Feeling the danger from the sword aura, the Noelle clenched her teeth and reactivated the snake tooth on her chest, sending a massive snake shadow crashing into Virgil's sword aura. Bang! After a violent explosion, both retreated several steps. Virgil looked slightly pale, while the Noelle, after twice summoning the snake shadow, had nearly exhausted her demonic energy, even trembling slightly. Seeing this, Virgil charged forward, his long sword gleaming menacingly. Take advantage when your opponent is weakened. But just then, a sharp purple light struck from behind. Seeing him attack the Noelle, Morris activated his banner, seizing the chance to ambush. They were completely unreasonable and wouldn't engage in a fair one-on-one duel. Adhering to the principle of taking turns when the other was weakened, they intended to wear him down. Then let's see who exhausts whom. Virgil sneered, turning to neutralize Morris's attack with a swift sword strike. He then retrieved and swallowed a spirit-restoring pill from his storage bag. His previously depleted sea of chi suddenly filled like a gushing spring, restoring his mana, and his face regained a rosy hue. Seeing this, the Noelle's face darkened in envy. How does this kid have so many pills? We must end this quickly. If we keep dragging, we'll be the ones exhausted. Damn it, true blood can't even be activated. Morris inserted the large flag into the ground, panting heavily, looking extremely displeased. After continuously activating the banner, his remaining mana was scarce. After all, top-grade elixir tools weren't easy to wield, and their power consumption matched their might. Then let's combine our forces and finish this. Glancing at each other, the duo reached a consensus. Their auras began to intensify. They cornered rabbit fights. Virgil raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. He sensed that their demonic energy was likely reduced to 2 or 3/10. This was their final desperate attempt. The last strike. Gripping his sword firmly, Virgil felt a sudden tension which soon turned into calmness. A vision of a green-robed Noelle, Roberta Aliena at Foundation establishment stage, using a single sword to push back a golden core appeared in his mind. He couldn't be far weaker than her. Just 2 mere demon races. Virgil smiled, refocusing ahead, feeling a faint sense of grandeur rise within him. No matter how strong, one sword will suffice. Virgil slowly raised his arm. A towering mountain seemed to appear before him, making him feel incredibly small. But a mountain stands in the way. If so, let's cut through it. Boom. A surge of grandeur rose within him as his sword began to hum intensely. Virgil realized what was missing in mastering Severing Mountain. Meanwhile, the duo's auras continued to grow stronger. The banner in Morris's hand fluttered without wind, emitting blinding purple light. Soon, an unstoppable beam of purple light shot toward Virgil. The Noelle followed closely, her floating snake tooth radiating a terrifying aura. Next, a black snake shadow blasted towards Virgil. I shall cleave it with one stroke. Virgil whispered. The vibrating sword wasn't from fear but excitement. Mana flowed out of his body into the sword, depleting his sea of chi rapidly, leaving him weak. But the sword kept drawing more power. Executing Severing Mountain required far more mana than his sea of chi held. Virgil tapped his storage bag, swallowing 3 spirit-restoring pills. Mana instantly restored. Exhausted. Restored. Repeating several times, the sword's aura peaked, creating a majestic mountain illusion before him, exuding overwhelming power. He thrust the sword forward. In the next instant, the mountain was bisected by a sword light. One sword severed the mountain. Cutting through the mountain, the terrifying sword light continued its momentum, clashing with the duo's attacks. Soon, the 3 attacks met, bursting into dazzling light. In a breath's moment, the sword light overwhelmed their attacks, hurtling towards them. Morris and the Noelle's expressions changed. They felt locked in place, watching helplessly as the sword light neared. Hastily, they summoned the last bits of demonic energy to form protective shields. Fortunately, the sword light had diminished significantly after countering their attacks. Still, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Chapter 133. Was the Sabine the mastermind? This was not a battle between peak Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a battle between Golden Core cultivators could hardly be more intense. In the next moment, both figures were thrown out by the sword light and crashed heavily onto the ground, their auras incredibly weakened. It felt as if all their internal organs were about to shatter. It was only because their physical bodies were far stronger than ordinary peak Foundation establishment cultivators that they hadn't perished in this single strike. This is the power of this sword technique. Virgil stood at a distance, his eyes following the 2 being struck by the sword light. A smile crept across his lips. He still couldn't fully unleash this sword technique now. Its true prowess was still difficult for him to master. But the power was already astonishing. Even if there had been a genuine Golden Core cultivator standing opposite, they would have been gravely injured or even bled to death from this one strike. Looking at Morris and the black-dressed Noelle, Virgil's expression returned to indifference as he slowly approached. Both were severely injured by the sword light, with numerous wounds on their bodies. They lay on the ground like dead dogs, barely able to move. I cannot accept this. I'm a peak Golden Core cultivator. If my cultivation hadn't been inexplicably suppressed, I could crush you 100 times with just a finger. Seeing Virgil approaching, a fierce unwillingness flashed in Morris's eyes as he howled maniacally. However, this only exacerbated his internal injuries, causing him to cough up blood continuously. Virgil stopped in front of him, grabbed him off the ground, his eyes devoid of mercy but filled with killing intent. Weakly, he asked, Senior, do you know the soul-searching spell? I want to see his memories. Due to casting Broken Mountain Peak, his own magical power was nearly depleted. Suddenly, some new information appeared in his mind, a spell called Soul Searching. This spell allowed him to read others' memories, but it was extremely dangerous for the subject, as any misstep could turn them into an idiot, since the Sea of Consciousness is the control center for cultivators. Even if nothing went wrong, it would likely obstruct their future cultivation. Virgil digested the spell, then placed his palm on Morris's head, generating a suction force. Soul search. Gah! Morris strained, his face contorted. Knowing what Virgil intended to do, he struggled desperately. But having sustained heavy injuries and exhausted his demon energy, he could only watch helplessly as Virgil did as he pleased. Soon, scenes of Morris's life flashed before Virgil's eyes like a galloping horse. Virgil learned several secrets he didn't know before. The man came from a place called the Upper Realm, serving as a guard for a mysterious demon general. This demon general had fallen into a coma due to severe injuries, his resting place being the spirit demon realm. Morris and 7 other demons were also sealed into slumber along with him. About 1,000 years passed until they awoke a few months ago. It seems this sleep can halt the flow of their lifespan. Virgil's gaze flickered as he continued examining. The next memories were of their awakening and the massacre in Qi state. Virgil understood why they had slaughtered the people of Qi, to refine something called blood pearl and awaken the so-called demon general. This blood pearl required refining with human essence and blood. The better the cultivator's level, the more potent the effect. But why did they appear in Qi? Virgil drew a deep breath, confused. From Morris's memory, it seemed they had been placed in Qi while they were asleep in the demon cocoon. This person, Morris should have known who it was. But the memory was blurred, possibly tampered with by a powerful cultivator to prevent such situations where their souls might be searched. After pondering briefly, Virgil continued scanning Morris's memories, quickly coming upon Cassia. She had fallen into demon hands. Morris wanted to cultivate her essence and Qi. She deceived him into loosening her power restriction, then used a forbidden technique which rapidly aged her body to death. Finishing the review of his memories, Virgil waved his hand, reducing Morris's head to bloody mist. Through Morris's memories, Virgil saw the process of the Sylvia's death, unsure of his feelings. Sadness? There was some, but mostly it was emptiness and regret. At this moment, with Morris's death, his body transformed into a small purple mink. So his true form was a mink. Virgil looked at the purple mink on the ground with utmost coldness, then took the storage bag and tucked it away. Then, his gaze fell into deep thought, temporarily ignoring the black-dressed Noelle beside him. He saw in Morris's memories the conversation among those demons on the day Cassia was captured. Sabine? They had dealings with the Sabine? Virgil's heart jolted. Could the mysterious person who brought them to Qi during their slumber be the Sabine? But why would he do that? Virgil couldn't understand, feeling a chill down his spine. If it really was so, knowing these things, would the Sabine silence him? A chill spread through his heart. Virgil turned his head to look at the other person and walked over slowly, his expression indecipherable. Seeing him approach, the black-dressed Noelle tried to retreat. Her demon energy was entirely depleted, making her like a lamb ready for slaughter. Virgil reached out and dragged her over, clenching her delicate neck. Through Morris's sea of consciousness, he already knew why she had come to find Morris. This Noelle excelled in poison refinement. Casia's corpse was in her storage bag. She enjoyed using beautiful women's jaws to create a kind of poison. This poison could make men willingly die for her. Even if it caught a golden core cultivator unawares, they became her slave. Don't kill me. The black-dressed Noelle begged. I am willing to become your servant. I am still a virgin. I will give my body to you. Just don't kill me. Hearing her plea, Virgil smiled. Seeing this smile, the black-dressed Noelle also smiled. But in the next second, her expression froze. Virgil placed his hand on her head and cast soul search again. Palamaints later, Virgil snapped her neck, his expression icy cold. As she died, her body emitted a flash of light, quickly transforming into a black snake several meters long. This must be her true form. Virgil paid no heed, grabbing her storage bag and sensing its contents. Inside was a corpse. He took out the corpse, looking at it silently for a moment, murmuring, "Rest in peace." It was a young Sylvia, her body already withered, likely a side effect of that forbidden technique. Ugly as it was, he felt some pity. Through the two's memories, Virgil understood the destruction of her family and country. At the same time, when Morris died, the dev far above the altar suddenly opened his eyes and let out an angry roar that echoed through the clouds. What happened? Morris is actually dead. Will someone tell me what's going on? Maxim is also dead? His body instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing the next moment at Morris's cave. Seeing the traces of battle inside, his expression turning grim. Hearing the commotion, the other 5 people simultaneously stared in surprise at one direction. What? Morris is dead? Who killed him? Maxim is dead too? Humans. It must be those damned humans. Could there be any surviving elixiration cultivators? Chapter 134. The Senior's Identity. Morris and Maxim are dead? Darby's face froze as Virgil's figure immediately appeared in her mind. Her eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. Could he have killed them? Just as she was pondering, a voice rang out, "Everyone to the altar." Hearing this, Darby's gaze flickered as she looked up at the sky. It was almost approaching the hour of pig. After a moment's hesitation, she dashed off, transforming into a long rainbow. Palamaints later, she landed on the altar. The other members of the demon clan had already arrived. Seeing her approach, their gazes briefly fell upon her before shifting toward the center of the altar. Darby followed their line of sight and was startled to see the powerful leader sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Above him floated a massive eyeball, the Eye of Destiny, a secret technique he'd stumbled upon that could foresee past and future events. He was currently trying to ascertain who had killed Morris and Maxim. The life tokens of Morris and Maxim have shattered. Who could have possibly killed them? Why was there not even the slightest commotion? Even an essence core cultivator would struggle to kill them so silently. Whispers spread around her. Darby's eyes flickered. Virgil, with his small tower, could suppress his cultivation level and couldn't use true blood, allowing him to kill quietly. This left her feeling extremely agitated. Her life and Virgil's were now bound together. If Virgil was in trouble, she would be too. While she had underestimated Virgil's strength earlier, he had managed to kill Morris and Maxim. Could he kill 3, 4, 5 people? And there was still a genuine essence core cultivator to contend with. Once the Eye of Destiny revealed the truth, she would be implicated as well. At that moment, everyone was heatedly debating who could have killed Morris and Maxim. Some said it was a survivor from Qi State, others suggested someone from another country. But regardless, fear tinged every word. If someone could kill Morris and Maxim so silently, they could do the same to anyone else. Darby suddenly spoke up, saying, "I know who it is." Seeing all eyes turn to her, Darby continued slowly. "It might be due to Brennan sending a soul transformation cultivator inside. That can't be. Brennan has an agreement with our Lord. He will not interfere with what happens here." The Franz slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and the giant eyeball above his head vanished. "Leader, have you found the killer?" With the Franz opening his eyes, everyone turned their attention towards him. Darby also perked up her ears. The Franz shook his head and said, "I couldn't find anything. This person's destiny is obscured, with deep cause and effect. I only saw a silhouette. Even you cannot see through it? Is it really a soul transformation cultivator? What should we do now? We cannot think about revenge. Morris and Maxim are dead. How will we open the Spirit Beast Gate?" Someone's voice broke the silence. This question echoed everyone's thoughts. The Spirit Beast Gate required 8 peak Golden Core experts to open. Now, with Morris and Maxim dead, only 6 remained. How could they proceed? "It's all those hateful humans' fault," one demon said bitterly. "We can only try forcing it." The Franz's eyes flickered as he looked at them. "If things fail, we'll use that method." Upon hearing this, the demons became curious. The Franz gestured for silence. "All right, from now on, stay on the altar and prepare to set up the Spirit Beast Gate." The remaining demons nodded, acknowledging that Morris and Maxim were now casualties, but there was no choice. They still didn't know who had killed the two. Darby looked up at the dark night, her brows furrowed. Midnight was approaching, and thinking of her promise to Virgil, she hesitated. If she left now, it would raise suspicion. But if she didn't go, the slave seal on her. For a moment, she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Several miles away from the altar, Virgil found a place to bury the young Sylvia. The rain had stopped. Standing before the grave, he pulled out a bottle of wine from his pocket and poured it onto the ground. The wine splashed into the wet earth. Virgil's expression was somber. Rest in peace. His senior once said that this world had cycles of rebirth. He hoped she could find a better life next time. The bottle was empty now. Virgil tossed it aside. This wine came from Morris's storage bag. Sombering away, the wind rustled his clothes as he prepared to leave. He had killed the main perpetrator behind her death. It was time to go. Under the moonlight, he held a red umbrella and trudged through the mud back to where he had met Darby that morning, waiting for her arrival. A cool breeze blew, and alone, he thought of that green-robed Noelle. Remembering her curse, he felt a pang of sorrow. If she ever died, he would truly feel lonely and sad. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sister Roberta wouldn't die. Don't jinx her, he slapped himself. Looking up at the night sky, there was no moon, just dark clouds covering everything. The night was black, with visibility very low. "Senior, will you not fall asleep again?" Virgil asked inwardly while waiting for Darby. "Not for now. My strength has recovered a bit after sleeping." "That's good." "Oh yes, Senior, I've always wanted to ask. Are you wondering about my current state and why I'm in the Legacy Tower?" The voice sighed within his mind. "That's because I'm just a thread of residual soul, only able to inhabit the tower." "You're only a thread of residual soul?" Virgil was shocked. A single thread was so powerful. Imagine his full power. And who could hurt such a powerful being? Boy, there are always stronger ones. This world is far more complex than you can imagine. That's a story for another time. You need only focus on cultivating. Virgil, despite wanting to know more, understood he wouldn't get answers. So he shifted to another question. "Senior, did you mean it when you said it was Brennan? Why would he collaborate with these demons?" Virgil wasn't from this world, so he didn't feel anger, but the idea of Brennan made him feel sick. "You'll have to ask him yourself when you're strong enough." Virgil felt a pang of sadness and sighed. Time passed quietly, and midnight approached. Rain started falling lightly again. Virgil unfolded his incomplete virtue umbrella and gazed into the night. It's raining again. He thought of Benita. What was she doing now? Was she okay? When he saw her, what should he say? Long time no see? Wouldn't that be too cliché? Chapter 135. Superior Grade Spirit Maximus. Midnight has come. Virgil's brow furrowed slightly. Darby still hasn't arrived. What is she doing? Virgil gazed into the distance at the altar. As the rain grew heavier, even he struggled to see clearly what was happening on the altar, only managing to discern a protective barrier shimmering in the night, emitting a faint trace of a nascent soul aura. He didn't know what was happening there or why Darby hadn't come. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. The rain intensified around him. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged from the downpour, with not a single drop touching her. Half an hour earlier, on the altar, as the rain started pouring, the Franz waved his hand, summoning a massive barrier that enveloped the altar, preventing the rain from reaching it. Cough. At that moment, Darby coughed, a hint of pallor spreading across her face. Around her were figures bustling about, various demon clans preparing for the opening of the Spirit Demon Gate. Only she, due to her injuries, was resting nearby. What's wrong? The Franz asked, concern evident in his voice. Nothing serious, just some injuries from our time in the tower, she replied weakly. You're still fragile. Be sure to rest well, he advised. Darby's voice faltered as she softly thanked him, pondering how she could find a way to leave and take Virgil away from Qi State. After all this trouble was because of him. She wished she could slap that bastard who insisted on killing people for no reason. With Morris and Maxim dead, whether the Spirit Demon Gate could open was uncertain. She also bore a demon mark, similar to a slave seal. If they couldn't awaken the demon general, she would die too. Might as well die together. Dying this way might be less miserable than other deaths. Are you okay? Would you like to go back and rest? A burly man approached, looking at her with concern. Darby hesitated, glancing at the fronds. If you wish to go back and rest, then do so. But take this talisman. If you encounter danger, I'll know immediately. Why did you take so long to come? It was as if she were a noble lady who had endured much hardship and concocted countless excuses to meet her lover, only to be greeted with his rebuke upon meeting, instantly feeling wronged and hurt. If she were a proud noble lady, she would have turned away already. Clearly, their roles weren't like that. Constrained by her position, Darby glared at him coldly. Isn't this your doing? Didn't you kill Morris and Maxim? So that snake demon was named Maxim. Virgil's expression remained indifferent as he met her gaze. What, are you planning to avenge them? Darby choked on his words, pointing at him angrily. You may enjoy killing them, but did you consider the consequences? If you love being reckless so much, first unlock the slave seal on my body before you do as you please. Her anger boiled over. Watch your place. Virgil shot her a sidelong glance. Your kind slaughtered many humans. Being killed is merely retribution. Well then, kill me too and save me the worry, she retorted bitterly. Enough, let's go. Virgil cut her off, his gaze falling on her with impatience. This Noelle really wasn't afraid to die. A lunatic. They rowed a cloud boat north towards the border of Qi state. The boat didn't belong to Darby. Her storage bag was in Virgil's possession and was found in the storage bag of the demon called Maxim. Virgil had learned that the demon clans knew he had killed Morris and Maxim, which explained Darby's cold reception when they met. The cloud boat beneath him was a superior-grade pill artifact, capable of flying several thousand miles in an hour, but it consumed over 100 spirit stones per hour. They were still thousands of miles from Qi state's border. Qi was a vast territory, a mid-tier cultivation nation. As the journey stretched out, Virgil sat cross-legged on the deck, his gaze lost in the night sky. His heart was far from calm. Without any accidents, they would soon leave Qi state. Recalling how the teleportation array had broken when he first arrived in Qi state, and how he had barely escaped demon clan pursuits multiple times, thanks to Darby's help, Virgil felt a wave of melancholy. He sighed, pulling out 2 storage bags. With their owners dead, these bags had become ownerless. After performing a blood recognition, he delved into them with his divine sense. Each storage bag contained ample space, measuring hundreds of feet square. Inside were numerous spirit stones, which Virgil spread out on the deck. In an instant, the deck was filled with dazzling treasures like entering a hidden treasure vault. These spirit stones are so pure. Virgil's sorrow faded as he examined one stone closely. That's a superior-grade spirit stone. How provincial. Darby stood at a distance, her expression tinged with disdain. Superior-grade spirit stones? Virgil ignored her disdain and examined the stone in his hand. It was roughly palm-sized. Comparing it to a low-grade spirit stone, the latter looked darker and more turbid inside, while the superior-grade stone was clearer, revealing thin threads of spirit energy within. 1 superior-grade spirit stone equals 10 middle-grade ones. Seeing his apparent lack of knowledge, Darby came closer, glancing at the items scattered on the ground with mixed emotions. These belonged to Morris and Maxim. Though she didn't have deep ties with them, they were fellow demon guards familiar with each other. She couldn't realistically avenge them. Yet, without them, the fate of the spirit demon gate weighed heavily on her mind. Virgil assumed she was mourning Morris and Maxim and paid no attention. Scanning the deck with his divine sense, he counted approximately 3 to 40,000 spirit stones. Among them were 250,000 low-grade stones, over 50,000 middle-grade stones, and 3,000 superior-grade stones. Combined, it amounted to 1.11 million spirit stones. He was now a true millionaire. Even a nascent soul cultivator's wealth wouldn't surpass this. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Virgil collected the spirit stones and inspected the other items. Besides spirit stones, the bags contained a substantial number of spirit herbs. Together, the bags held over 300 third-grade herbs, 1,500 second-grade herbs, and an insignificant amount of first-grade herbs. Including those from Darby's previous bag, he now had 420 third-grade herbs and 2,100 second-grade herbs. Additionally, there were 6 pill artifacts. Now he was practically a mobile treasure vault. If exposed, it would surely cause a frenzy. Hashtag chapter 136, late-stage copperskin realm. Taking a deep breath, Virgil suppressed his excitement and reminded himself to stay low-key. He knew well the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth. This is. Darby's gaze fell on a porcelain bottle among the many items scattered around, and she waved it over. Virgil glanced at it. There were several such small bottles on the ground. Having searched through Maxim's memories, he naturally knew what these were. Poisons she had concocted. They were all harmful substances. Virgil waved his hand, causing all the porcelain bottles to float up. He was about to destroy them but reconsidered and put them away instead. The uses for these poisons were clear in Maxim's memories. Perhaps they would come in handy later. There were 3 bottles in total. One of them contained soul-losing powder made from women's jaws. This poison could make even a core formation expert willingly submit to the user, prioritizing him above all else. Don't touch them, he warned. Darby nodded and returned the jade bottle to him. She was well aware of Maxim's nature and knew the contents must be her poisons. Virgil gathered everything on the ground and regained his composure. Carting over the task of steering the boat to Darby, he turned and walked back into the cabin. They still needed several hours to reach the border of the Qi, which was just enough time to strengthen his physical body. Back in the cabin, Virgil entered the Forgotten World Tower and asked the Franz in his Sea of Consciousness, Senior, how many spirit stones are required to restore the Virtue Umbrella to an infant treasure? An infant treasure differs from a pill artifact. 200,000 spirit stones can restore it to the peak of a pill artifact, but restoring it to an infant treasure would cost around 1 million spirit stones, though I'm not entirely sure. 1 million? Virgil frowned slightly. Restoring the Virtue Umbrella truly cost a fortune. Currently, he only had 1.1 million spirit stones. He needed some for driving the cloud boat to the Qing.The, and could only temporarily set aside the idea of upgrading it to an infant treasure. Never mind, these things are ultimately external forces. Let's focus on strengthening my physical body first. Shaking off other thoughts, Virgil took out various medicinal herbs and threw them into the pill furnace, using his magic power to turn them into liquid. With nothing else available, he used this pill furnace as a makeshift bathtub. According to the records in the Nirvana body scripture, a medicinal bath required 20 different types of second-grade herbs, which needed to be liquefied with magic power before mixing them with water in specific proportions. Soon, all the medicinal herbs were refined into a liquid state. In my storage bag, there are 4 sets of herbs for early-stage copper skin baths. I wonder what level my physical body can reach. Virgil observed the pill furnace filled with dark liquid emitting a pungent herbal smell. The herbs required for the initial, middle, and late stages of the copper skin realm were different. He only had those for the initial and middle stages. He lacked those for the late stage. Removing his clothes, Virgil immersed himself in the pill furnace. As his skin came into contact with the medicinal liquid, it felt as if he was being scorched, quickly turning red. His face twisted in pain, yet he endured it, placing his hands on the edge of the furnace while continuously circulating the Nirvana body scripture to absorb vast amounts of medicinal power, and his magic power constantly tempered his physical body. Crack. His body surface emitted cracking sounds. The copper skin realm strengthened the outer layer of the skin, making it as hard as copper or iron. The surrounding medicinal liquid was rapidly absorbed, seemingly bottomless. After 1 hour, all the liquid in the pill furnace was completely consumed. Virgil slowly opened his eyes and stepped out of the furnace. His tall and muscular body revealed a robust chest, its surface now tinged with an ancient bronze hue. He clenched his fist and punched out with a powerful force, sending a shockwave through the air that buzzed in his ears. Satisfied, Virgil retracted his fist, feeling a significant increase in his physical strength. This punch likely packed a force of 1,500 Jin. 1 Jin equals 3 pounds. According to the Nirvana body scripture, reaching 2,000 Jin in physical strength marked the mid-stage copper skin realm, while reaching 5,000 Jin marked the late stage. A silver bone realm expert could strike with 10,000 Jin of force. A single punch could split a mountain. It was no exaggeration. Let's continue. Fetching more water, Virgil prepared another batch of medicinal liquid using the same second-grade herbs. After breaking through to the mid-stage copper skin realm, he would need higher-grade second-stage herbs. In the Forgotten World Tower's second layer, with 50 times the speed of time, Virgil's physical body grew stronger continuously. Outside, the cloud boat sailed past countless mountains. Ahead, a colossal barrier appeared, connecting heaven and earth, spanning for thousands of miles. Inside the Forgotten World Tower, it had been about 5 days since he entered the tower. Just a little more. Virgil kept absorbing the medicinal power from the pill furnace. He had already used hundreds of second-grade herbs. Now, this last batch was all that remained. Other herbs could not enhance his physical body. Crack. As the sound of his body cracking continued, Virgil absorbed more medicinal power. He was just short of breaking through to the late-stage copper skin realm. The furnace's remaining liquid was swallowed up by him until not a drop was left. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt his inner magic power grow slightly, and he sensed the barrier of the golden core realm looming, almost ready to break through. But he deliberately interrupted the process. This was a time to cultivate his physical body, and he wasn't ready for golden core yet. Forcibly attempting it might lead to failure. Exiting the furnace, Virgil's physical body shone with an ancient bronze luster. Late-stage copper skin realm. Virgil smiled. Now, a single punch from him carried 10,000 Jin of force. If a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator stood before him, he could obliterate them with one punch. Even a golden core cultivator would be no match against his physical strength alone. Exhaling deeply, Virgil retrieved clothes from his storage bag and dressed. With the breakthrough in his physical body, subtle changes occurred. His skin took on the distinctive ancient bronze hue of the copper skin realm, his face becoming more chiseled and sharp. A glance from his piercing eyes sent chills down anyone's spine. Pity the medicinal herbs are gone. Virgil shook his head. Although his storage bag still held thousands of second-grade herbs, none were suitable for cultivating the Nirvana body scripture, having all been used up. He would have to find more after leaving the Qing.The. When I first arrived in the Qing.The, compared to now, it feels like a world apart. Chapter 136, Late Copper Skin Realm. Taking a deep breath, Virgil suppressed his excitement and reminded himself to stay low-key. He was well aware of the principle that one shouldn't flaunt their wealth. What's this? Darby's gaze landed on a porcelain bottle among the numerous items displayed, and she picked it up with a wave of her hand. Virgil glanced over. There were several such small bottles on the ground. Having gone through Maxim's memories, he naturally knew what these were. Poisons she had concocted, all harmful substances. Originally intending to destroy all the suspended porcelain bottles with a wave of his hand, Virgil reconsidered and put them away. He had seen the potential uses for these poisons in Maxim's memories. Perhaps they might come in handy later. There were 3 bottles in total, one containing the soul-dispelling powder made from a Noel's jawbone. This poison, once ingested, could make even a golden core powerhouse compliant and willing, placing him above all else. Don't move around recklessly, he cautioned. Darby nodded, returning the jade bottle to him. She was well aware of Maxim's character and knew the contents were likely her poisons. Virgil collected the items on the ground, his mind now calm. Carting over the boat operation to Darby, he turned to walk back into the cabin. They still needed several hours to reach the Qing.The border, giving him ample time to enhance his physical body. Back in the cabin, Virgil entered the Forgotten World Tower and asked the senior in his consciousness, Senior, how many spirit stones are needed to restore the merit umbrella to the infant treasure stage? Infant treasure differs from elixir equipment. 200,000 spirit stones can restore it to the peak of elixir equipment. Restoring it to the infant treasure stage will require approximately 1.1 million spirit stones, though I cannot be certain. 1.1 million. Virgil furrowed his brow lightly. The merit umbrella was indeed costly, and he currently had only 1.1 million spirit stones. He would need some for the journey to Great Qing to operate the cloud boat, so he had to postpone upgrading it to infant treasure for now. Fine. These things are ultimately external forces. Let me focus on enhancing my physical body. Shaking off other thoughts, Virgil took out several medicinal herbs and tossed them into the pill furnace, using his magical power to transform them into liquid form. Since he had nothing else, he had to use the pill furnace as a makeshift bathtub. According to the records in the Nirvana body scripture, the medicinal bath required over 20 types of second-grade medicinal herbs, each needing to be transformed into a liquid state with magical power before being mixed in the correct proportions with water. Soon, all the medicinal herbs were fully refined into medicinal liquid. Now, I have 4 sets of early-stage Copper Skin Realm medicinal baths left in my storage bag. I wonder what level this will bring my physical body to. Virgil gazed at the pill furnace filled with blackish liquid, which emitted a strong herbal scent. The herbs required for the initial, mid, and late Copper Skin Realm stages were different. At present, he only had the medicinal herbs for the initial and mid stages, lacking those for the late stage. After stripping off his clothes, Virgil entered the pill furnace. As his body submerged in the medicinal liquid, his skin immediately felt like it was on fire, turning red rapidly. Wrinkling his face, Virgil endured the pain, resting his hands on the edge of the furnace while continuously circulating the Nirvana body scripture to absorb the potent medicinal power, with his magical power simultaneously refining his physical body. Crack. A series of cracking sounds emanated from his body surface. In the Copper Skin Realm, the focus was on hardening the skin's outer layer, making it as tough as copper or iron. The surrounding medicinal liquid was continuously absorbed by him, like an inexhaustible void. After 1 hour, the liquid in the pill furnace was entirely consumed. Virgil slowly opened his eyes and withdrew from the furnace. His tall and sturdy frame exposed the ancient copper hue of his muscles. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch. The sound of the punch breaking the air created a gust of wind, humming past his ears. Satisfied, Virgil retracted his fist. He could clearly feel a significant increase in his physical strength compared to before. This punch probably carried 1,500 gene, approximately 825 kilograms. According to the Nirvana body scripture, achieving 2,000 gene marked the mid-Copper Skin Realm, while 5,000 gene signified the late Copper Skin Realm. In the Silver Bone Realm, a single punch carried 10,000 gene. Mountain-breaking punches weren't just talk. Again, Virgil refilled the furnace with water and changed the medicinal liquid. The herbs for the bath remained the same as before, second-grade herbs. Only after advancing to the mid-Copper Skin Realm would he need intermediate-grade second-tier herbs and high-grade second-tier herbs for the late stage. Under the 50-fold accelerated time flow in the second floor of the Forgotten World Tower, Virgil's physical strength steadily increased. Outside, the cloud boat passed myriad mountains. Ahead loomed a gigantic barrier connecting heaven and earth, spanning 10,000 miles. Inside the Forgotten World Tower, several days had passed since Virgil entered. Just a little more. Virgil's eyes were half closed as he continuously absorbed the medicinal power from the furnace. He had already consumed hundreds of second-grade herbs. Now, he lacked the necessary herbs for the medicinal bath. This batch was the last. Other herbs couldn't enhance his physical strength. Crack. As the cracking sounds continued from his body surface, Virgil absorbed the surrounding medicinal power, nearing the breakthrough to the late Copper Skin Realm. He seemed like an insatiable void, devouring the liquid within the furnace. When the last drop of liquid in the furnace was absorbed by Virgil, he slowly opened his eyes. With so much medicinal power absorbed, his internal magical power also grew slightly, and Virgil faintly sensed the barrier to the Golden Core Realm, almost breaking through. However, he forcibly interrupted it. It was time to cultivate his physical strength, and he wasn't prepared for Golden Core cultivation yet. Forcing it might lead to failure. Exiting the furnace, Virgil's body glowed with an ancient copper luster. Late Copper Skin Realm. Virgil smiled. Now, his casual punch held a force equivalent to 10,000 gene. If a late Foundation establishment cultivator stood before him, he was confident he could reduce them to blood mist with a single blow. Even a Golden Core cultivator wouldn't be a match for him in physical combat alone. Exhaling a long breath, Virgil donned a set of clothes from his storage bag. Following his breakthrough, subtle changes occurred in his appearance. His skin tone became the distinctive ancient copper of the Copper Skin Realm, his face more chiseled and defined. His eyes, when they swept across, caused others to shiver involuntarily. Pity I ran out of medicinal herbs. Virgil shook his head. Though his storage bag still contained thousands of second-grade herbs, none were suitable for cultivating the Nirvana body scripture. He had exhausted them all. He would have to find more after leaving Qing.The. My condition now is worlds apart from when I first arrived in Qing.The. Chapter 137. Betrayal? When I first arrived in Qi State, I was worlds apart from who I am now. Stepping out of the Forgotten World Tower, Virgil's gaze was filled with reflection as he clenched his fists, feeling the true power within him. Even he hadn't anticipated that the young man who struggled at the Qi cultivation stage had become a force capable of rivaling the Qingxian sect. One person could now wield the strength of an entire sect. As he reflected on this, Virgil strolled onto the deck and gazed forward. The cloud ship soared swiftly through the clouds, having unknowingly traversed myriad mountains already. He had once discussed with Kaxia about how to proceed to Great Qing, asking for directions. To reach Great Qing, one needed to travel north from Qi State, passing through Carter, Chu, Zhao, Yin, and Wei states before arriving at Wu State. North of Wu State lay Great Qing. Traveling at the speed of a superior-grade alchemy tool, it should only take just over a month. However, the problem now was that he didn't know how many of these states had been occupied by the demonic races. Thus, the journey ahead might be fraught with peril. Of course, having survived Qi State, Virgil was naturally undaunted but remained cautious. Darby must know something. His eyes flickered slightly as he decided to seek Darby's advice. He wasn't sure if the demons from neighboring countries were part of their group. Many critical memories were hidden in Geary and Maxim's minds. Arriving at the cloud ship's control room, Virgil looked around. This was the place with the best view. An array here allowed one to see outside the ship. There were no instruments inside. Instead, an array was inscribed on the floor to drive the ship's flight. Darby stood ahead. Her long hair draped gracefully over her shoulders, with her white ears standing upright. Hearing movement, she turned, her captivating eyes falling upon him. After several hours, she sensed that Virgil's strength seemed to have improved again. Still, in her eyes, it was insignificant. Do you know which neighboring states have been occupied by the demonic races? Virgil averted his gaze casually, though after spending so much time with her, he had grown accustomed to her beauty, occasionally still feeling uneasy. She was undoubtedly one of the rare beauties in the world. Whether in form or face, she fulfilled every man's fantasies, inadvertently exuding fatal allure. Carter, Zhao, Yin, and Chu states, the native demons in these 4 states made a deal with us. They are likely engaged in war with the humans, Darby replied, her alluring red lips parting slightly. Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes flickered. Just the native demons? In that case, although dangerous, it was less perilous than Chi state. However, he couldn't quite understand why they would do this. Expressing his doubts, Darby glanced at him coolly and said, to let them help us create confusion. Understood. Virgil nodded, gaining new insight into the cruelty of the demonic races. They had no conscience, and countless lives had been lost because of them. One last question. Virgil took a deep breath and asked slowly, do you have any dealings with Sabine? Some things, since soul searching proved ineffective, could be directly asked of Darby. Upon hearing this, Darby clearly showed surprise, then spoke after a moment, yes. That noble has an agreement with him, and will not send anyone until we leave. That noble? Virgil frowned. I've been subjected to a demonic seal, some secrets I cannot reveal without dying instantly. Virgil paused, turning inward to ask, Senior, what is a demonic seal? It's a type of restriction. Powerful individuals implant it in those who know their secrets to prevent leaks. Once implanted, revealing the secret results in instant death. Whoever can cast such a seal is not someone to be trifled with. This water is too deep. I advise you not to get involved. Virgil fell silent and did not press further. A short while later, the cloud ship stopped at Chi State's border. The two stood on the deck, their gazes fixed on the massive barrier ahead. The Immortal Trapping Formation. This formation is a peak infant stage array connected to the landforms, created by no ordinary person. The voice in Virgil's mind commented. Virgil didn't respond, focusing on the formidable barrier before him, having recently witnessed its strength. A moment later, Virgil turned to Darby, waiting for her to break the formation. Darby also looked at him, saying, release my slave Mark first. Virgil replied calmly, no rush, open the formation first. Darby frowned, knowing how to activate the formation but worrying Virgil would turn against her afterward. She didn't trust his words. Yet under his intense gaze, she reluctantly flew out of the ship and hovered in midair. Virgil watched her intently, concentrating his spirit and circulating his magic power to his eyes. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Trouble's coming. Those demons are here. 4 peak golden core and 1 nascent soul. Startled, Virgil looked behind him, his expression abruptly changing. Ahead, 5 streaks of light approached rapidly from several dozen miles away. One led the way, moving as if teleporting, crossing immense distances in each leap. Demonic race. Did you betray me? Seeing those streaks, Virgil's eyes narrowed, icy cold as they met Darby's gaze. No, I didn't know. Her mind raced with countless questions. Why were others here? Had she been discovered? Virgil did not believe her, his eyes filled with frosty resolve. Suddenly, Darby pulled out a token. Her voice tinged with tears. I found it. They tracked us using this token. Now she understood why the Franz had let her go. But she still couldn't fathom when she was exposed. Virgil stared coldly, snatching the token. A divine consciousness is sealed within, monitoring everything. You were being watched. His senior's voice echoed, Virgil's expression darkening, as he crushed the token and coldly asked, how long to open the Immortal Trapping Formation? An hour, Darby replied weakly. An hour? Too late. Those people would arrive soon, in a matter of minutes. No, they're here. Virgil looked up to see Franz floating above the cloud ship, locking onto both of them with his divine sense. An overwhelming aura of a nascent soul powerhouse radiated from him. Chapter 138. The Death of a Nascent Soul Cultivator. Night fell. The Franzly man stood above the cloud boat, his unique aura of a nascent soul cultivator pressing down heavily on Virgil and Darby, pinning them in place. Virgil's breathing grew labored, feeling an oppressive weight in his chest. This wasn't the first time he faced a nascent soul powerhouse, yet the overwhelming pressure made it hard for him to breathe. His strength still wasn't enough. Clenching his fists tightly, Virgil lifted his head to gaze at the figure hovering midair. Any joy from recently breaking through to the late bronze skin realm vanished instantly. 2 of them. Above the cloud boat, after confirming no one else was inside, the dev's brow furrowed. A strand of his divine consciousness was sealed within the token, allowing him to track Darby's location. When he saw Darby leave the altar and head towards the Chi state border, he began to suspect she was involved with the killer of Geary. Hence, such a large-scale mobilization to capture the murderer. As for believing that Geary was killed by a spirit transformation powerhouse, he dismissed it outright. A skilled nascent soul cultivator could easily eliminate 2 people swiftly. Confidently, he believed even if it were a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, they could join forces and slay them. After all, by activating True Blood, he could burst to mid-stage nascent soul combat power, while the other 4 could reach early-stage nascent soul levels. However, there was no spirit transformation or even another nascent soul cultivator here, just a measly foundation establishment stage practitioner. He recognized this individual as the young one who had hidden in the tower previously. Darby claimed to have killed him earlier, which clearly was a lie. Regardless of why Darby lied, collaborating with humans was already a grave offense. Darby, you conspire with humans. Do you plan to betray Commander Yusef? The Franz sternly asked. I didn't. Darby shook her head tremulously, her ears drooping involuntarily. You dare deny? If you were unwell and resting, how did you end up here with a human? And you said you killed him before. Explain yourself. Seeing her hesitation, the Franz roared. No need for explanations. Kill this human now. I can't. Upon hearing the command to kill Virgil, Darby felt despair. If she could, she would have done it already. With the slave mark, she couldn't control her body to attack Virgil. During their exchange, Virgil slowly raised his head and mentally queried, Senior, what level can you suppress him to? Early golden core at best. Suppressing one major realm is my limit without a physical body to fully utilize my immortal banning power. A voice replied from within his sea of consciousness. Early golden core. Virgil's eyes flickered, his brows knitting together. Still not enough. Don't panic. You can't fight. But isn't there the little Sylvia? Virgil paused, then understood. Yes, he wasn't alone. He had Darby. Fine. What kind of love potion did this human cast over you? Since you're so obstinate, I will personally kill him and settle accounts with you. Seeing Darby's stubbornness, the Franz coldly chuckled and slapped his hand down. Immediately, a colossal palm formed from demon energy descended from the sky, aiming for the cloud boat below. Even from afar, Virgil felt the terrifying might. A massive sense of peril enveloped him, his body immobilized as he felt insignificant under this assault. Suddenly, the surface of the cloud boat shimmered brilliantly, encasing itself in a white barrier attempting to resist the attack. But as soon as the giant hand touched the barrier, it produced a series of crackling sounds, like bamboo splitting, threatening to obliterate the cloud boat. Commander, you cannot kill him. Seeing her imminent demise approaching, Darby, in a sudden burst of action, shielded Virgil with a barrier fueled by demon energy. Himph, do you think you can stop me? Try practicing for another few hundred years. The Franz looked down upon her disdainfully. Predictably, the barrier crumbled after only a moment, and Darby spat out blood, flying away like a falling autumn leaf. She was merely peak golden core, while the Franz was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, a gulf of distance separating them. Without reaching nascent soul, you remain mere ants. Watching Darby fly away, the Franz shook his head mockingly, turning his attention back to the cloud boat about to be crushed by the giant hand. Just then, a streak of light shot from the direction Darby had been thrown, striking the massive hand head-on. It was an ornament resembling a hairpin, an upper-grade elixir device. On impact, the giant hand dissipated with a loud boom. A fierce gust ruffled Virgil's black hair. He abandoned thoughts of retreating into the Lost World Tower and lifted his head to look forward. Darby floated before him, her feet bare and bloody, her clothes stained red, clearly grievously wounded. Witnessing Darby actually withstand his strike, the Franz's face twitched. That was just a casual attack. Now I shall get serious. Finding an excuse, the Franz's gaze returned to Darby, preparing to launch another assault. Senior. Virgil's eyes flickered, transmitting his thoughts inward. Upon speaking, a chain shot from his body, entering the Franz's form. Simultaneously, the Franz launched another attack, conjuring a meteor 100 yards wide plummeting towards them. Seeing the Franz attack again, Darby's beautiful face turned deathly pale. That previous strike had taken everything she had. Bracing herself, she once more activated the hairpin-like device with demon energy, launching it towards the descending meteor. Foolish. The Franz sneered, repeating his words. But in the next second, something astonishing happened. His massive meteor was pierced through its center by a streak of light, disintegrating into powder. His pupils dilated in shock. Before he could ponder how Darby had unleashed such a powerful attack, he realized he couldn't teleport. Trapped, unable to move. Terrified, the Franz tried to flee, but just as he turned, the light pierced his skull, re-emerging from his forehead. Violent demon energy exploded, reducing him to a spray of blood. Dead? Did I kill him? Staring at the blood mist, Darby raised her trembling hand, disbelief clouding her eyes. She hadn't intended to kill him. With the Franz dead, the demon gate would never open. How could she awaken Commander Yusef? Chapter 139. Finally leaving the state of Qi. Seeing her distracted and dispirited look, Virgil remained expressionless, feeling a myriad of emotions. A proud Yuan cultivator, meeting such an undignified end? Was it unjust? Yet, not entirely so. He could only blame his misfortune for encountering the unreasonable Jin Xian. So what if he was a Yuan Ying? Did that make him invincible? The waters of the cultivation world were deep, and even a Yuan Ying's demise was not strange. A gust of wind blew past, dispersing the lingering blood mist in the air. Darby abruptly turned her head, staring intently at Virgil. Recalling his inexplicable ability to suppress others' cultivation levels, she instantly understood something, her face losing all color. Virgil ignored her gaze and reached out to grab the scattered storage pouch floating midair, holding it in his hand. Be careful, Emmett. He's not dead yet. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Virgil slightly startled, then listened as the voice continued. His Yuan Ying has escaped. Yuan Ying. A Yuan Ying cultivator isn't easy to kill. As long as his spirit core survives, he can still reincarnate by possessing another body, though it will be challenging for him to regain his peak condition. You should check the storage pouch in your hand. Upon hearing this, Virgil looked at the storage pouch in his hand. There was still a trace of divine consciousness on it, preventing him from opening it. It seemed the dev indeed hadn't died. Hold on, perhaps he isn't dead yet. he might have a surviving yuan. Darby, who was slow to react, also came to the same realization. Dozens of miles away, a streak of light racing towards them suddenly saw another streak approaching. Inside this new streak of light was in Franz, only the size of an infant, with a visibly frightened expression. It's the Grand Leader. What happened? Seeing the figure inside the light streak, for other figures hastily stopped, their gazes filled with shock. The Franz had apparently returned only with his yuan. What could have possibly happened? The Franz's face showed sheer terror as he stopped in front of them. Leave. There's a formidable cultivator on the ship who can suppress cultivation levels mysteriously. Wait, damn it. My storage pouch is still there, and so are the blood beads. Without those blood beads, we cannot open the spirit demon gate. Darby stared at Virgil, falling silent. Though she knew the Franz might have escaped with his yuan, she couldn't feel any joy. She realized she could never return now. Having fully conspired with Virgil, her fellow cultivators wouldn't let her off easily, unless she captured Virgil and explained everything to them. Activate the immortal trapping array. At that moment, Virgil's calm voice echoed in her ear. Darby felt a surge of helplessness. She clearly lacked the ability. Without uttering a word, she paused before the immortal trapping array, staring dazedly at the barrier ahead. Even if the slave mark were lifted, what difference would it make? She couldn't go back, and with the demon seal still on her body, her life was also in danger. If you have nowhere else to go, you can follow me. Virgil's footsteps approached, and he stood behind her. Darby gave a bitter laugh. Follow you? I bear the demon seal planted by Lord Demonic General. If it isn't awakened, I will surely die. Can you remove the demon seal on me? Hearing her words, Virgil was taken aback. He hadn't expected this complication. Avril, what exactly is this demon seal? Darby fixed her unwavering gaze on him as Virgil asked inwardly, Avril, do you have a solution? This journey to the Great Qing might be fraught with peril. Having Darby as an ally would naturally increase their safety. This is a control device used by demons, similar to a slave mark. The voice in his mind pondered. If I were at full strength, it would be simple. But in my current state, I can't act directly. However, I know the method to remove it. It requires someone stronger than the one who placed the demon seal. Understood. Virgil took a deep breath, looking at Darby. I can help you remove it, but not right now. We'll need some time. Upon hearing he could indeed remove the demon seal, a flicker of surprise crossed Darby's face. How can I trust you? Do you have any other choice? Virgil kept his eyes straight. I can reveal some things to you. In my mind resides a powerful cultivator within a small tower. Darby fell silent upon hearing this, while Virgil gazed at her, devoid of any additional emotion. He naturally hoped to gain Darby's loyalty, but he wouldn't force her if it didn't work out. Fine. Seeming to have made a significant decision, Darby's chest heaved. I trust you. If you can remove the demon seal for me, I will recognize you as my master. Now she had no other option, only placing her hope on Virgil. Smart choice. Activate the immortal trapping array. Virgil smiled faintly. Without further words, Darby descended before the barrier, concentrating on activating the array. Virgil stood behind her, and the voice in his mind said, You're deceiving her like this? Virgil remained indifferent, projecting his thoughts into his mind. It's fine. After all, she's no good demon either. Deceived or not, it's all the same. The mental transmission technique had just been taught to him by the Franz. The voice in his mind carried a slight sigh. You've changed, but it's for the better. In this world, being too kind doesn't last long. Lies and deceit are necessary means for survival. Virgil smiled without speaking, looking at the massive barrier ahead. People change. Growing up often comes at the cost of killing one's innocent self. Holding the Franz's storage pouch in hand, since its owner wasn't dead, Virgil couldn't open it. He asked, Avril, do you have a way to open this? I feel there are many good things inside. Sure, but it'll take some time. A thought was transmitted from the mind, and the storage pouch vanished from Virgil's hand. 15 minutes later, a loud boom sounded ahead, and a gap appeared in the celestial barrier connecting heaven and earth, as if a heavenly chasm had been opened. Done. Darby was drenched in sweat. Activating the immortal trapping array took considerable effort, especially since she was familiar with the array's layout due to its joint construction. Otherwise, even other gold core cultivators would find it impossible to open. Virgil looked at the gap before him, a hint of barely noticeable excitement flashing across his eyes. Finally, they could leave the state of Qi. Glancing back, after the Franz had fled, no more demons came, suggesting they were truly terrified. Otherwise, they still possessed quite a few treasures. Shaking his head, Virgil leaped through the gap, landing outside the immortal trapping array, summoning his cloud boat with a wave of his hand. Darby landed on the deck and asked, Where are we going? Virgil retracted his gaze, looking ahead and taking a deep breath. To the Great Qing. You pilot the boat. The Great Qing. Translation provided by the user. Please review and confirm if any adjustments are needed. Chapter 140, Korea. Although we have left the state of Qi, we mustn't let our guard down on the journey ahead. In the cabin, Virgil wore a wide blue robe and stood by the window, watching clouds drift past. The cloud boat was immense, with dozens of rooms, and could fly 3,000 miles per hour, matching the speed of a peak golden core cultivator. The territory of Korea spanned over 100,000 miles, so even at the cloud boat's speed, it would take about 5 days to pass through safely. Originally, Virgil planned to let Darby steer the cloud boat, but considering her injuries, he decided against it, and instead sent her into the Forgotten World Pagoda to recuperate. He would personally control the vessel. After standing there for a while, Virgil withdrew his gaze and transmitted a thought into his sea of consciousness. Avril, could you keep an eye on the cloud boat? Alert me if anything unusual happens. I'll enter the Forgotten World Pagoda. Unlike cars from his previous life, the cloud boat didn't require constant monitoring, but given the danger of encountering demons, he asked the Franz for assistance. Boy, I'm almost becoming your subordinate, first opening your storage bag and now acting as lookout. The Franz's voice grumbled in his mind. You misunderstand, senior. I hold you in high regard and would never treat you as a subordinate, Virgil responded politely. All right, enough of this flattery. Virgil chuckled softly upon hearing the Franz's resigned tone. His divine sense stirred, and he entered the second floor of the Forgotten World Pagoda. Darby opened her eyes and looked at him, slightly puzzled. She had changed into fresh clothes and appeared ethereally beautiful. Her closed eyes made her look frail and weak from her injuries. Virgil shifted his gaze from her after a moment and said calmly, I will start refining pills. Focus on recovering. Without further words, Darby closed her eyes and continued recuperating from the severe injuries she sustained defending against that nascent soul attack. Virgil sat beside her, taking out the black pill furnace. With the thousands of grade 2 spirit herbs in his storage bag, he planned to refine them all into pills for future needs. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Snowfield Flame, then settled into a meditative posture on the ground. Time to start refining. His current divine sense covered 120 feet, making the task of refining mere grade 2 pills simple for him. Let's start with the most commonly used pills, he mused, inhaling deeply before starting the process without hesitation. 10 days later, Virgil paused, catching his breath. In these 10 days, he refined 100 spirit restoration pills, 80 spring revival pills, and 120 spirit fusion pills, along with various other common pills. He ate the spirit fusion pills like beans, using them to bolster his magic power. Although advancing at his current cultivation stage was difficult, any improvement counted. Traveling within Korean airspace, human cultivators of Korea were locked in fierce battles with native demon tribes. Ultimately, a nascent soul-level demon exterminated all sects in the country. However, Virgil's cloud boat had not been attacked, perhaps due to the presence sensed aboard it. 1 month later, only dozens of grade 2 spirit herbs remained in his storage bag, the rest having been refined into pills. The remaining herbs were leftovers, unsuitable for more refinements. Exhaling deeply, Virgil glanced at Darby. She lay still, surrounded by demonic energy, her enchanting face serene as if asleep. Retracting his gaze, Virgil murmured to himself, we're heading for the Qing dynasty next, and I should prepare for forming my golden core. It's unfortunate I don't have a good golden core technique yet. If all else fails, I can try the Azure Profundity art. But he shook his head, discarding the idea. With the Forgotten World Pagoda, time wasn't a concern, so there was no need to rush. Even if I cannot advance in cultivation, I can break through to the Silver Bone realm with physical training. Combined with Immortal Prohibition, no initial stage golden core opponent should stand a chance. Virgil's eyes flickered. To achieve the Silver Bone realm, he needed medicinal baths, but he lacked the necessary herbs for the late Copper Skin level bath. Maybe the old nascent soul cultivator's storage bag contained them. Wait patiently, he thought. At that moment, Darby slowly opened her eyes. Virgil noted that her complexion had improved significantly compared to a month ago. Feeling better? Almost fully recovered, Darby replied, then asked, how long has it been? Over a month. Hearing this, Darby was momentarily stunned. Where are we now? Still in Korea. Seeing her puzzled expression, Virgil explained, time flows differently inside the pagoda than outside. 1 day in the outside world equals 50 days inside. Thus, although we've spent over a month here, less than a day has passed outside. Darby was left speechless, amazed by a treasure that could alter time flow. She had never heard of such a thing. Unsurprised by her shock, Virgil knew the Forgotten World Pagoda was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, since she bore his slave mark in her sea of consciousness, and they would be spending much time together, it was inevitable she'd learn about it. Better to be straightforward. Exiting the Forgotten World Pagoda, Virgil stood on the deck, gazing ahead. Korea, Chu, Zhao, Yin, Wei, Wu, only 6 countries separate us from Sister Roberta. Though delayed in Qi, Benita had 8 to 9 months left. Without unforeseen issues, this alchemy treasure would arrive in little over a month. Virgil smiled. The distance felt incredibly close. As he laughed, worry crept back into his eyes. Not for the journey, but for the Noel he cherished. Sighing, Virgil leaned on the railing, gazing forward, whispering, everything will be fine. At that moment, the long silent voice in his mind returned, boy, I've erased the imprint on the storage bag. Senior is truly omnipotent, Virgil praised diplomatically. Enough flattery. The voice grumbled. Suddenly, a bag appeared in Virgil's hand, the dev's storage bag. His divine sense explored its vast space, larger than any storage bag he'd seen, spanning several thousand square feet. Riches were plentiful, spirit stones and herbs piled high, treasures and elixirs galore. Virgil took a deep breath to calm his excitement, knowing these items were likely plundered by the dev. Yet he wouldn't discard them. He wasn't that rigid. Summoning back toward the cabin, Virgil intended to thoroughly inspect the contents. Inside the cabin, he emptied the storage bag, and instantly, the room sparkled blindingly with the radiance of treasures. As his eyes scanned each item, suddenly, a streak of light shot out from the pile of treasures. Chapter 141, Artifact Spirit. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out from the pile of treasures on the ground, heading straight for his forehead, accompanied by a brazen voice. Ha ha, Grandpa Sam is free now. Grandpa Sam will possess you, and soon your body will be mine. What nonsense! A loach spirit? Virgil was slightly startled. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw that within the light was a long, black, slender object that resembled a loach. You're the loach, and your whole family are loaches. Look carefully, Grandpa Sam is the mighty black dragon. The small creature was enraged and stopped in front of him. Virgil took this opportunity to clearly see its true form. It was a small black snake, but with 2 antlers faintly protruding from its dark forehead. Dragon! Virgil's expression turned serious. Now you know fear. Grandpa Sam is going to possess you right now. That dog Jackson skinned and flayed me, sealing me here. I must take revenge. Even though you're just a Foundation establishment cultivator, you'll suffice. With that, The black snake lunged towards Virgil's forehead at an astonishing speed, giving him no time to react. Virgil felt a chill at his brow and, upon looking again, the creature had vanished without a trace. At the same moment, a voice echoed inside his mind. Hee, Grandpa Sam is about to regain a body. It's been centuries since I've touched a Noel. Once I possess you, I must find a few women. No, hundreds of women. Virgil's face turned grim as the creature had entered his sea of consciousness. Just as he was about to contact the senior, the voice suddenly turned fearful. What's going on? Why does your sea of consciousness have a terrifying aura? The next moment, the small creature burst out of his forehead, its tone trembling. So terrifying, what kind of terrifying thing do you have in your sea of consciousness? No, Grandpa Sam has changed my mind. I'll let you go, goodbye. With that, it slipped towards the door. Boy, stop it. Just as Virgil was stunned, the senior's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Virgil's eyes flickered with confusion. Senior, what is that thing? I can't explain too much now, just listen to me. The voice in his mind became increasingly anxious. Hearing this, Virgil hesitated no more. With a swift movement, he dashed forward, grabbing at the creature. Just you with your peak foundation establishment cultivation, trying to catch me? Dream on. The little thing arrogantly remarked as it was almost at the door, far ahead of Virgil. At this moment, the cabin door opened, revealing an exquisitely beautiful Noel dressed in a thin silk robe. It was Darby who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Who, such a beautiful maiden? The black snake stopped dead in its tracks, its eyes glowing as it practically drooled. Ah, a Fox Clan member. No wonder you're so pretty. Hey, you're one of them. The creature's eyes darted around, presumably hatching some scheme. Who's speaking? Darby paused. Then her gaze fell on the small snake, startling her. A black dragon? No, just a flood dragon. Hold him back. Virgil's voice rang out, and without hesitation, Darby summoned her demonic power, extending her jade-like hand to seize the creature. Unexpectedly, the creature moved faster than even the peak core formation Darby, easily evading the grab and laughing. A foundation establishment and a core formation thinking they can hold me? Dream on. However, his laughter froze as he sensed an overwhelming aura firmly locking onto him, making all his hairs stand on end. How terrifying, this aura again. As he was stunned, Darby's demonic power surged, forming a large hand that grabbed him firmly. The creature tried to resist but, being just a soul without cultivation, it was helpless in Darby's grip, glaring at her angrily. Fox Demon, release me. Unfair and dishonorable attack. Fox Demon. Darby's gaze turned cold. She hated being called a fox demon, although she was indeed a fox. But when someone said it, it felt like an insult. Virgil approached, watching the struggling creature. He asked inwardly, Senior, what is this thing? It's an infant treasure artifact spirit, and its original form should be a bow. Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes flashed as he looked at the bow spirit in his hand. This? Darby curiously asked. A bow's artifact spirit, Virgil repeated the senior's words. From Jackson's storage bag? Darby questioned. Virgil nodded. Oh, I remember now. Back then, he did indeed kill an outcast of the Black Dragon clan at Black Dragon Pond and refined it into a bow. It must be him. Darby cast a disapproving glance at the creature. This particular dragon spirit had a bad reputation. Dragons were inherently lustful, especially black dragons, having harmed countless women. Do you know that bastard Jackson? Is he dead? Hearing Jackson's name, the creature's eyes turned blood red as it stared fiercely at Darby. Darby sneered. He's alive, but he's barely better than you. Ignoring their conversation, Virgil asked, Senior, what should we do now? This is an offensive infant treasure. Its power won't be weaker than your elixir furnace, but your current cultivation is too low to refine it. Infant treasure. Virgil glanced at the squirming creature as the senior's voice echoed in his mind, somewhat surprised. At this moment, the creature started up again. Quick, release Grandpa Sam. Don't try planting a slave mark on Grandpa Sam again. Grandpa Sam will never be a slave. Be quiet. Virgil's eyes turned cold. Either let me plant a slave mark on you or die. Tisich, you think Grandpa Sam is scared? With just you two weaklings trying to kill me. Seeing its arrogance, Virgil frowned deeply. Let's seal it in the storage bag first. At your current cultivation level, you cannot make it recognize you as master even with my help. The senior's voice came from within his mind. Virgil nodded, sweeping his hand to catch the shouting snake, sealing it in his storage bag. Then he lowered his head to look at the treasures on the ground. Noticing Darby's gaze lingering on the magical artifacts, Virgil offered, if you want something, pick a piece. Translation notes. Chapter 141. Artifact Spirit. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out from the pile of treasures on the ground, heading straight for his forehead, accompanied by an arrogant voice. Ha ha ha, Grandfather Sam is free. Grandfather Sam is going to take over your body. Soon it will be mine. What is this thing? A loach spirit? Virgil was slightly startled. Upon closer inspection, the light contained a black, elongated object that looked like a loach. You're the loach, and your whole family are loaches. Look carefully. I am the great black dragon. The little creature paused in front of him, enraged. Virgil took the opportunity to see its true form. It was a small black snake with faint deer antlers growing from its dark forehead. Dragon! Virgil's face showed surprise. Scared now? Grandfather Sam is about to take over your body. That dog Dane skinned and flayed me, sealing me inside here. I must have my revenge. Even though you're just a foundation establishment cultivator, you'll do. With that, the black snake dashed towards Virgil's forehead at incredible speed, leaving no time for him to dodge. Virgil felt a chill between his eyebrows. When he looked again, the little creature had vanished. At the same moment, a boastful voice echoed in his mind. Hee, Grandfather Sam will soon have a new body again. It's been hundreds of years since I touched a Noel. Once I possess you, I'll definitely find several women. No, hundreds of women. Virgil's face darkened as the creature entered his consciousness. As he was about to contact the senior, the creature's voice suddenly turned fearful. What's wrong? Why does your mind give off a terrifying aura? The next moment, the little thing shot out from his forehead, its voice trembling. So terrifying. What is so terrifying in your mind? No way. Grandfather Sam has changed his mind and will spare you. Goodbye. It slipped toward the cabin door. Boy, stop it. As Virgil was dazed, the senior's voice sounded in his mind. Virgil's eyes flickered, asking dubiously, Senior, what is that? I don't have time to explain much. Just listen to me. The senior's voice grew increasingly anxious. Hearing this, Virgil didn't hesitate. His figure blurred as he lunged forward, reaching out to grab it. Just you, at the peak of Foundation establishment, want to catch me? Dream on. The little thing sneered, almost flying to the door, leaving Virgil far behind. At this moment, the cabin door opened, and a stunningly beautiful Noelle in a thin silk dress appeared. It was Darby, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Hiss, what a beautiful little beauty. The black snake froze upon seeing Darby, its eyes gleaming, almost drooling. You're from the Fox clan. No wonder you're so beautiful. You're also from the One clan. The creature's eyes rolled, harboring some sinister thoughts. Who's speaking? Darby paused. Then her gaze fell on the small snake before her. She exclaimed, Black dragon? No, just a dragon-like creature. Stop it. Virgil's voice called out. Without hesitation, Darby waved her demonic power and raised her hand to grab it. Unexpectedly, this small creature was faster than Darby, even at the peak of the core formation stage, effortlessly evading her and laughing loudly. A Foundation establishment and a core formation, wanting to stop me? Dream on. However, its laughter froze as it sensed a massive presence locking onto it tightly. Instantly, every hair on its body stood up. So terrifying, this aura again. While it was stunned, Darby channeled her demon power into a large hand that firmly grabbed it. The little thing tried to resist but, being only a soul entity without cultivation, could not escape Darby's grip. It glared at her angrily. Fox spirit, let go of me. You have no morals, ambushing? Fox spirit. Darby's gaze turned cold. She hated being called a fox spirit, although she indeed was one. It still felt insulting when spoken by others. Virgil approached, watching the struggling creature and asked inwardly, Senior, what is this thing? This is the artifact spirit of a baby treasure. Its original form should be a bow. Upon hearing this, Virgil glanced at the bow. What's this? Darby asked curiously. The spirit of a bow. Virgil repeated what the senior had said. Found in that Devdane storage bag. Darby inquired further. Virgil nodded. I remember. He did kill a rejected disciple of the Black Dragon clan by the Black Dragon Pond and refined them into a bow. This must be it. Darby's gaze turned hostile as she looked at the creature. The reputation of dragons, especially black dragons, was notorious for their lust. Do you know that bastard Dane? Is he dead yet? Hearing Dane's name, the creature's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring at Darby. Darby smirked coldly. He's alive, but not much different from you. Ignoring their conversation, Virgil asked inwardly, Senior, what should we do now? This is an offensive baby treasure. Its power won't be less than your alchemy furnace. However, your current cultivation is too low to refine it. Baby treasure. The senior's voice echoed in his mind. Virgil looked at the little thing, somewhat surprised. At this moment, the creature started causing trouble again. Release Grandfather Sam right now. Don't try to plant a slave mark on me again. Grandfather Sam refuses to be enslaved. Annoying. Virgil's eyes turned cold, flashing with a hint of danger. Either let me plant a slave mark on you quietly or die. Fa. Do you think Grandfather Sam is easily scared? You two trash can't kill Grandfather Sam. Seeing its brazenness, Virgil frowned deeply. Store it in the storage bag for now. With your current cultivation, you cannot make it recognize you as the master, even with my help. The senior's voice came from within his mind. Virgil nodded, grabbing the noisy little snake and storing it in the storage bag. He then lowered his head, looking at the treasures on the ground. Noticing Darby eyeing the array of magical tools, Virgil offered, if you want something, choose one. In this revised translation, the names and key terms have been consistently translated, ensuring accuracy and readability while maintaining the story's style and tone. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Tone and style of the original Chinese narrative have been preserved in English. Hashtag chapter 142. Early Silverbone Realm. Besides that bow and the stabilizing heaven disc, pick whatever you want. Virgil wasn't stingy. After all, the stronger Darby became, the more beneficial it would be for him. Upon hearing this, Darby was momentarily stunned. The ground was strewn with not only alchemy pills, but also infant treasures. Apart from the bow Virgil had taken and the disc he mentioned, there was also an ancient zither. Her clear eyes focused on him. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Darby's enticing red lips parted as she smiled and asked, so generous? I am a good employer, Virgil said in all seriousness. In that case, I'll take the zither. She pointed towards the last infant treasure, an ancient zither that had been a life-bound magic treasure of an ancestor from a sect during the previous battle. True to his word, Virgil used his magical power to lift the zither and toss it to her. Then he gathered the remaining items into his storage bag. His mood was pleasant. His storage bag now contained precisely the spiritual herbs required for a late Copper Skin Realm medicinal bath. He planned to review the rest of the spoils later, but first, he wanted a soak. Darby tightly hugged the ancient zither, her previously calm heart suddenly rippling with emotion. This was an infant treasure. Giving it away so easily showed extraordinary generosity. Go fetch some water for me, Virgil said. Hearing his words, Darby stored the zither in her storage bag and left to comply with his request. Watching her leave, Virgil retracted his gaze and was about to rise when he noticed several red beads on the ground, likely overlooked when emptying the storage bag earlier. These are? Virgil lifted the beads into his palm, his gaze fixed upon them, filled with doubt. The beads were entirely blood-red, as if stained by fresh blood. He extended his divine sense over the beads, trying to discern their mystery. Suddenly, anguished wails filled his ears, and the scene before him shifted abruptly, covered in blood-red hues. What is this? Startled, Virgil withdrew his divine sense. Just then, he had seen tormented souls wailing miserably before him. A sigh resounded in his sea of consciousness. These should be the blood beads created by those demon clans using thousands of cultivators' lives. Poor souls, trapped within these beads, unable to reincarnate or pass on. They will eventually disperse into nothingness. After a moment's silence, Virgil asked, can destroying these beads send them to reincarnation? He knew he wasn't a particularly kind person, caring little about others' fates unless they mattered to him. But seeing countless beings unable to even reincarnate stirred a faint unease in his heart. The fronds in his sea of consciousness pondered and said, if destroyed, the souls inside will also be annihilated. Is there no other way? Virgil frowned. There might be a way. The voice hesitated. I recall something. The soul-crossing melody, created by the Jace. It has the power to guide lost souls into reincarnation. Jace. Soul-crossing melody. Virgil's eyes flickered, not asking who this Jace was. Senior, do you know this melody?
No.
Surprised, Virgil paused, slightly taken aback. This is the Jace's ultimate skill. Few know it besides him. For now, store these beads in your storage bag. Perhaps when your strength grows, you'll find another solution. Virgil nodded, sighed, and could only agree. Storing the blood beads back into his storage bag, Darby returned to the cabin, saying, the water is outside. Good, steer the boat while I meditate. Virgil instructed, then went outside, moving a large vat of water into the world-abandoned pagoda, where he sat cross-legged on the ground. With a mental command, he retrieved dozens of medicinal herbs from his storage bag. These multicolored high-grade second-rank herbs emitted a fragrant aroma, all necessary for a late Copper Skin Realm medicinal bath. Looking at the pile of herbs, Virgil muttered to himself, there are 12 portions. I wonder if this will allow me to break through to the Silver Bone Realm. Not wasting any time, Virgil took out his pill furnace and began refining the herbs. Soon, the first medicinal bath was ready. Virgil stripped off his clothes and immersed himself in the liquid. As his body fully submerged, the potent herbal essence seemed to almost burst his body. His flesh crackled loudly, akin to exploding beans. Virgil's expression remained serene as he practiced the Nirvana body scripture. His bronze skin shimmered, absorbing the surrounding medicinal liquid. After an hour, Virgil slowly emerged from the pill furnace, feeling his physical strength had significantly improved. A punch could now exceed 5,000 units of force. Let's continue. Taking a deep breath, Virgil refined the second batch of herbs. 11 batches remained, and he hoped total absorption would lead him to the Silver Bone Realm. Time ticked by as Virgil continuously refined herbs, soaking in the baths and enhancing his physical strength. By the 5th bath, Virgil felt each punch now carried 8,000 units of force. By the 8th bath, his physical strength surpassed 9,000 units. Almost there, nearly to the Silver Bone Realm. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and continued practicing the Nirvana body scripture. Time quietly passed. 9th time, 10th time, 11th time, 12th time. Cracking sounds echoed within his body, like eggshells shattering. Sitting in the pill furnace with closed eyes, Virgil suddenly felt a rumble inside him. A new aura radiated outward. This was not about magical power. Even a golden core powerhouse would feel uneasy under this pressure. This was the aura of a Silver Bone Realm corporeal cultivator. Opening his eyes, Virgil rose from the pill furnace, standing steadily on the ground. How foul! The liquid in the furnace had dried up, leaving his body sticky. Fanning the air before him, he smelled a foul stench emanating from his body, as if he hadn't bathed for months. This was the result of his breakthrough to the Silver Bone Realm, cleansing his bones and sinews, expelling bodily impurities. Rushing to wash with clean water and changing into fresh clothes, Virgil examined his body. Compared to before, his skin appeared more dominantful, smooth like an infant's. Though physically weak, anyone who underestimated him would pay dearly. Each punch felt capable of splitting rocks and mountains, causing the air to tremble and emit shock waves. Early Silver Bone Realm. Virgil smiled, knowing that even standing still, a Foundation Establishment cultivator's attack would have no effect on him. Recalling the destruction of Qing's sect in Ujandam, where that Jeffrey caused him considerable trouble and almost cost him and Benita, Virgil's gaze turned cold. If that old dog stood before him now, he was confident in defeating him without invoking immortal prohibitions. Using the prohibition, he could kill him effortlessly. However, that old dog seemed dead, as he hadn't encountered him in Alfdom. Changing into clean clothes, Virgil exited the world-abandoned pagoda. Though not exceptionally handsome, he exuded a unique aura of poise and confidence. His skin, now as soft and white as a baby's, complemented his long, flowing hair tied back with a simple grass rope. Chapter 143. I'm afraid I can't resist. Have you come out of seclusion? On the deck, Darby sized him up and down with her gaze. Beneath her pale white thin dress, her slender legs were as smooth as lamb-fat jade, and her posture was alluring. Virgil nodded, his eyes landing on her as he said, Can you change your appearance from now on? Darby's gaze carried a hint of confusion. I'm afraid I can't resist, Virgil joked. With Darby's looks, no matter how strong one's willpower might be, few men could remain unaffected after living side by side for days. In response to his poor joke, Darby remained expressionless, showing no emotion, her lips twitching slightly. Try it then. Where are we now? Virgil shifted the topic, looking ahead. Darby glanced at him and replied, "We've been sailing in Korea for a day. If everything goes smoothly, we should leave here in another 4 days." Virgil nodded, staring into the distance, memories flashing through his mind, fragmenting into shadows. The Xian family. This journey to the Great Qing involves not only encountering hostile races along the way, but also enemies like the Xian family. Qingxian sect had been destroyed, and the Xian family played no small part in this disaster orchestrated for the sake of the Earth Vein Demon Fire. Virgil didn't have too much sentiment towards Qingxian sect. But they almost killed him and Benita. This vendetta must be avenged. Moreover, he had already killed members of the Xian family, making him a wanted man. Heading to the Great Qing felt like delivering himself into their hands. Yet he couldn't back away, not even if there was a web of traps waiting for him. One always needs a couple of achievements that can be talked about in old age, right? Summoning to walk away, Virgil said, "Come help repair the array, to prevent an attack." The Cloudboat's protective array had been damaged by the Franz's strike recently and needed immediate restoration. Darby could open immortal trapping arrays, so she was likely an array master herself, hence Virgil asked her to join him. He hadn't repaired it sooner because of time constraints and Darby's injuries, among other factors. A moment later, the two stood in the control room. The damage to the array wasn't severe. Only some spirit stones in the array eyes had been depleted. They filled the array eyes with spirit stones, quickly erecting a barrier that enveloped the entire cloud boat. Even a peak golden core powerhouse would find it hard to break through brute force alone. 3 days passed swiftly. Perhaps they had good luck. These past few days, they encountered neither demons nor humans. Though puzzled, Virgil didn't concern himself much, counting the days till their exit from Korea in just 2 more days. Inside the cabin, Virgil held a disc in his hand. This was Kasia's treasure, which had unexpectedly ended up in his possession. With this device, even a nascent soul-level expert would find it challenging to catch him. Thinking of the Sylvia, Virgil sighed lightly, examining the disc. The disc seemed carved from an ancient, primitive stone, emitting a faint aura of millennia. "This is a star-setting disc," came the surprised voice of the senior in his mind. "Star-setting disc? Isn't this called a heaven-setting disc?" Virgil asked, hearing this name for the first time. "No, it's a star-setting disc, used to guide cultivators to other planets." To other planets. Seeing Virgil's confusion, the senior explained further. "In the vast expanse of space, there aren't just 1 or 2 planets, but countless ones. Traveling in space easily leads one astray, so cultivators engraved coordinates onto star-setting discs for guidance. In simple terms, a star-setting disc is a tool for traveling between different planets." Afraid Virgil wouldn't understand, the senior added. "It can also transmit, using spatial power inscribed within." Virgil nodded in comprehension. It indeed could teleport. "How do I use it?" Virgil asked curiously. Blood drip ownership recognition. Simple yet crude. Virgil smiled, then bit his finger, dripping blood onto the disc. With the Sylvia dead, the disc became unclaimed. As soon as his blood touched it, brilliant light erupted from the disc, engulfing Virgil. After a brief moment, the light vanished. Virgil felt a newfound connection with the disc. The coordinates on this lead to a certain planet within the 4C's immortal domain. "One day, when you're powerful enough, you can travel there," the senior's voice said. 4C's immortal domain. Virgil pondered. It sounded remarkable. Reflecting on it, he realized how little he knew of this world. He knew he was in a place called Darnell, but beyond that, its size or what else existed, he was clueless. Taking this opportunity, Virgil asked, "Senior, how large is this world, and what is the 4C's immortal domain?" The 4C's immortal domain is actually a collective term. You'll understand eventually. Knowing too early may not benefit you. As for the size of this world, I can only say it's immense. I've slept too long and don't recall anything named Darnell from my time. Despite feeling somewhat disappointed, Virgil nodded. Just then, Darby entered, her serious face indicating something was wrong. "What's the matter?" "There's another cloud boat ahead." On the deck, Virgil looked forward, spotting a massive warship approaching, about a few miles ahead. It was also a superior-grade elixir treasure. Examining it closely, Virgil narrowed his eyes, releasing his divine sense. However, the distance was too far to detect anything. "Do you know who's on board?" Virgil asked, glancing at Darby. "Probably native Korean demons." Darby replied, "I sense a powerful demonic aura emanating from it." Virgil's eyes flickered. Native Korean demons. Whether they were passing by or targeting them was unknown. The two boats drew closer, now just a mile apart. Virgil wasn't unduly worried. Even against nascent soul demons, with the senior around, they weren't lacking. "How do we handle this?" Darby asked lazily, knowing Virgil's mysterious capabilities. "We'll wait and see. What's their intention? Do you know the strongest demon here?" Translation provided by AI, ensuring accurate pinyin names and maintaining the original narrative tone and style. Chapter 144, Adnan. "Do you know the strength of Korea's most powerful demonic race?" Virgil asked Darby, who was standing beside him. "There's a half-step nascent soul demon Jan, but they're not much of a threat to us," Darby said calmly, revealing that she wasn't too afraid of a half-step nascent soul demon. She still had a drop of true blood which could boost her combat power to the initial stage of nascent soul. Plus, there was the mysterious expert within Virgil's body who could suppress others' cultivation levels. Even if a nascent soul powerhouse came, it wouldn't matter. The two boats were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the boat in front stopped as if waiting for them to pass. From afar, the huge ship looked like a ferocious beast devouring people, faintly emitting a massive bloody aura. "Senior, what is the cultivation level of the people on that ship?" Virgil maintained his composure, continuing to steer the cloud boat forward toward the other vessel. "There's an early-stage nascent soul demon." The voice of the senior sounded in his sea of consciousness. Virgil's expression turned slightly surprised as he looked at Darby. Didn't she say the strongest demon in Korea was only at half-step nascent soul? The senior wouldn't deceive him, and Darby probably wouldn't lie about such a thing. So, what about this nascent soul demon? Is it from another country? Virgil's gaze flickered as the two large ships drew closer, clearly showing several figures standing on the deck, their expressions cold and eyes filled with bloodlust. 5 late-stage golden core cultivators, and 1 unseen powerhouse. Darby's delicate eyebrows furrowed. The few standing on the deck were all golden core, but their auras were slightly weaker than hers. In addition, inside the cabin was a powerful demonic aura, stronger than her. Virgil looked at the 5 figures on the deck, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Not all of them were demons, 2 were actually human. The newcomers don't seem to have good intentions. Senior, how many can you suppress at once? The distance between the 2 ships was only a dozen or so zhang away, and about to pass by each other, but Virgil sensed it wouldn't be so smooth, passing on his thoughts to the senior. 3. Getting the answer, Virgil's eyes gleamed slightly, making up his mind. If they engaged in a fight, it had to be swift and precise, eliminating a few first. At this moment, the distance between the 2 ships was only a step apart. As the cloud boat passed by the deck of the large ship, several figures suddenly rose into the air from the opposite side, looking at the 2 on the cloud boat with murderous intent. Come back. At that moment, a faint voice echoed from the large ship. This voice carried an indisputable authority, making everyone pale and look at it respectfully before retreating to the deck. Yes, Lord Demon Jan. Demon Jan. Hearing this, it was like thunder struck Virgil's ears. He circulated his mana to protect his body and then looked at the large ship, his expression flickering. Bye, miss. Next, a man's eerie figure appeared on the deck of the large ship, gazing at Darby with a smile. Adnan? You actually broke through to nascent soul? Seeing the person, Darby's face was full of surprise. She explained to Virgil beside her, this is the strongest demon in Korea. Previously, he was only at half-step nascent soul, never expecting him to break through now. They communicated using telepathy, not speaking aloud. Virgil revealed an enlightened expression, lowering his head in thought. By chance, on the opposite large ship, Adnan's eyes fell on her, smiling slightly before turning to Virgil, saying, is this your servant? His strength is truly weak, just peak foundation establishment. Would you like me to send you a couple more? Adnan's eyes lingered on Darby, admiring her beautiful face, a beauty that could bring disaster. Any man would find it hard not to be moved. Unfortunately, the other party was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind being forceful. After all, demons believed in the law of the jungle and didn't care about righteousness and honor like humans. Not needed, Darby replied coolly. Seeing Virgil remain calm and unprovoked, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Adnan did not press further, asking, where is Miss by heading alone? Not your business. Hearing her cold words, Adnan's expression froze for a moment before taking a deep breath, suppressing his anger and maintaining a smile. Miss Bai, if you don't want to say, that's fine. How dare you? Who do you think you are, daring to speak to our lord like that? Just a mere fox spirit. Who gave you the guts? Seeing this, 2 subordinates opened their mouths angrily, glaring at Darby. But immediately, they heard a stern voice. Hold your tongue. Who gave you the nerve to speak to Miss Bai like that? Adnan was already unhappy, and now the pressure of a nascent soul powerhouse weighed down on the 2, venting his anger. My lord, we understand our mistake. The 2 demons turned pale, kneeling on the ground, unable to comprehend why their lord punished them despite acting in his interest. Humph, do not let it happen again. Naturally, Adnan wouldn't explain for them. Demons lived by the rule of the jungle where strength was everything. Please excuse my servant's rudeness, Miss Bai. He turned to Darby, inviting her with a smile. May I invite Miss Bai too? No need, I have matters to attend to. Before he finished, Darby coldly interrupted him. She greatly disliked Adnan. His underlings defended him, yet he injured them, heartless. Looking at Virgil beside her, she felt although there was a cultivation gap between the 2, his character far exceeded the other. If so, I won't detain Miss Bai. Adnan's eyes flashed with coldness, but his face remained warm and amiable. Go. Darby didn't argue further. The cloud boat passed by the large ship, heading north. Adnan stood on the deck, watching the departing cloud boat, his smile fading, replaced by icy coldness. Damn bitch, pretending what? Humph, if not for your status, I would have done you today. Beside him, the few subordinates shivered, feeling the temperature drop drastically despite it being spring. Although they didn't understand why, since that Noelle was only a golden core, the Lord didn't simply overpower her. Still, after witnessing the earlier punishment, no one dared ask. The cloud boat slowly drifted away. Virgil's gaze fell on Darby, playfully saying, should I call you mistress? Clearly, he was referring to the man's words earlier. Darby blushed, lowering her head. Aye. Seeing her guilty appearance, Virgil pinched her white ears, saying, all right, just teasing you. I know you're doing it to stay undercover. Virgil didn't tease her further, turning to go back to the cabin. Before leaving Korea, don't be careless, those people. Don't worry, they won't come back. None. Hashtag chapter 145, the sound of the zither. Rest assured, they won't dare to come. Darby said confidently. Even if they were given a few more lives, they wouldn't dare to trouble me. Seeing her confidence, Virgil stopped in his tracks with a smile and asked curiously about the reason. Darby explained that these people didn't dare offend her, partly because of her status. After all, they didn't know she had already betrayed the demon race. Virgil neither confirmed nor denied this and turned back to the cabin. He sat cross-legged on the ground, a red paper umbrella appearing in his hand. It was the umbrella of merit. In the dev storage bag, there were 2,800,000 spirit stones. Added to what he originally had, it totaled over 3,800,000. Spirit stones were now merely numbers to him. Besides the spirit stones, there were many medicinal herbs and cultivation techniques. However, he already had more than enough of these things. Learning too many spells would only result in mediocrity rather than specialization. He was interested in some cultivation techniques but found most of them unsatisfactory, barely matching the Qing technique, so he decided to abandon them. He took out 2 million spirit stones and asked the senior in his mindscape to help repair the umbrella of merit. After completing this, silence returned to the room, which felt empty with only cold furniture around. Note: Qing technique is used instead of Qing decision, as it better fits the context of a cultivation technique. Also, mindspace is changed to mindscape for more natural reading. Virgil was momentarily lost in thought. Having spent years in seclusion within the isolated world pagoda, he had long grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, so he didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. After being lost in thought for a moment, Virgil began considering his future cultivation path. His magical power lacked a good cultivation technique, so he wasn't in a hurry to break through. According to the senior, replacing cultivation methods became increasingly troublesome later on, as golden core would determine his future path, and thus haste was not advisable. Although he couldn't break through, it didn't mean he couldn't cultivate other aspects. His divine sense and physical body had both reached the golden core realm. He could continue to cultivate and elevate them to the middle stage of golden core and silver bone realms. For divine sense, he could slowly cultivate soul decree and accumulate strength. As for the nirvanic body scripture, after reaching the silver bone realm, cultivation was no longer as simple as soaking in medicinal baths or tempering the body with magical power. It would be infinitely more difficult. According to the nirvanic body scripture, breaking through each minor realm within the silver bone realm was extremely challenging. Many people could spend their entire lives without advancing even one level. To break through, one needed to temper all the bones in the body. The human body has 206 bones, categorized into limb bones, trunk bones, and skull bones, all needing thorough tempering until they turn silver to reach the peak of the silver bone realm. At that point, one could withstand an attack from a peak golden core cultivator while standing still. Returning to the topic at hand, Virgil planned to cultivate his physical body, magical power, and divine soul simultaneously. At that moment, soft zither music floated in from outside, melodious and soothing, cleansing the soul. Who was playing the zither? Could it be Darby? Surprised, Virgil stood up and walked out of the room, following the sound to another door. The door was half open, made of solid wood, with the zither sounds emanating from inside. This was Darby's room. The zither conveyed deep emotions, filled with love and sorrow, like a Sylvia hurt by love. Listening evoked memories and left a faint sadness in the heart. I didn't expect Darby's zither skills to be so good. Virgil smiled and turned to leave. The cloud boat glided through the clouds, the gentle zither melody echoing in every corner. Virgil stepped onto the deck, where the sky spread out below him. Looking up, he saw the cloud boat weaving through countless stars. Lost in the music, Virgil sat cross-legged on the deck, imagining a Noel in green. Taking a break from daily cultivation wasn't bad. On the tower ship, watching the cloud boat gradually become a small dot and disappear into the horizon, Adnan slowly withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's go." Suddenly, rays of light flew from the direction the cloud boat came, radiating the aura of peak golden core cultivators. Who dares to approach? One of his subordinates, who had been reprimanded earlier, wanted to make up for losing favor with the demon Jan, leapt forward to strike the four figures. "What are you?" One of the approaching figures struck back effortlessly. The subordinate, already injured from the previous confrontation, couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying, crashing heavily into the tower ship's walls before finally stopping, pale-faced and nearly unconscious. Cough, cough. Struggling out of the dust, the subordinate, eyes filled with blood, stared fiercely at the four figures. "Filth, how dare you injure me in front of the demon general? Kill them, demon general." Seeing his subordinate injured before him, Adnan's face darkened. Frustrated from his encounter with Darby, he raised his hand to retaliate. But the next moment, his divine sense detected something peculiar about the four men and hesitated. "Haha, I wonder who we have here. It's Adnan, who has broken through to nascent soul. No wonder you have such audacity, daring to challenge us." One of them jeered. "What do you think you are, daring to call our demon Jan by name?" the subordinate roared. "Shut your filthy mouth." Adnan's expression turned grim as he slapped the subordinate across the face with full force, leaving him bleeding and dazed. "You've really changed after breaking through to nascent soul. Now you look down on mere golden cores," a yawning voice mocked. "Take him, slap him until his mouth bleeds," Adnan ordered, looking at the dazed subordinate with killing intent, then respectfully turning to the four men. "Esteemed lords, I owe my breakthrough to your leader's guidance." This scene stunned the other subordinates. They had never seen the demon Jan behave so humbly before, especially to mere golden cores. However, no one dared disobey his order, immediately slapping the man. Adnan observed the foolish subordinates' reactions, but didn't bother explaining. These fools couldn't understand that the four men could burst into nascent soul combat. If angered, they could easily kill him in a group attack. Moreover, they had significant backgrounds beyond what he, newly advanced to nascent soul, could offend. "Yeah, brother, we are acting under the orders of the great leader to capture Darby. She stole the blood pearl, and your territory includes Qing.The. We hope you can assist us." A young man with a fan in hand, dressed in white, smiled sincerely, as if he hadn't just attacked. "Darby betrayed us?" Adnan was startled, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. "Yes, we asked for your assistance. Rest assured, we will repay you handsomely upon success." End of chapter 145. Chapter 146, Night Attack. The night was as thick as water, and the sound of the zither had ceased. Darby appeared behind him and said, "It's so late, aren't you going to rest?" Virgil turned around to face her and replied, "Aren't you doing the same?" "Having slept for over 1,000 years, I've had enough sleep." Darby gazed into the distance, her voice indifferent. "Do you still play the zither?" Virgil changed the subject. "I used to learn from someone." She waved her hand, and the ancient zither floated in front of her. Her slender fingers rested on the strings. After a brief pause, she casually plucked a few strings, producing a soft melody. She whispered, "After sleeping for over 1,000 years, it's been a long time since I've touched it. I'm a bit rusty." "You're already playing very well," said Virgil. Darby didn't respond but let her delicate fingers dance over the zither, creating a gentle melody. Virgil watched her, suddenly feeling that she, too, was a person with a story. Thinking about his deception, he felt complicated, his gaze becoming complex as he looked at her. Fortunately, Darby didn't notice his mixed gaze, and Virgil quickly composed himself. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded in his mind. "There's a tale." "Tale? What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes flickered, yet he remained calm, sending thoughts inward. People have boarded the cloud boat. At this moment, several figures quietly landed on the cloud boat under the cover of night, slowly moving toward the source of the music. Darby paused her fingers, lifting her head to look at Virgil, who seemed deep in thought. In the next second, she sharply plucked the strings, and killing intent surged. A scream rang out from behind them as a late-stage golden core cultivator was sliced in two by a sonic blade made of sound waves. Blood spurted from the severed body parts as the broken corpse collapsed helplessly to the ground. "They found us. Attack." The remaining 4 individuals exchanged glances, their mana swirling as they rushed forward, brandishing colorful treasures that shimmered brightly, hurling attacks at both of them. Darby fiercely plucked the strings again, unleashing a terrifying sound blade that sent the group flying back with a thunderous boom. The 4 crashed into the deck, their faces filled with shock. They couldn't fathom why there should be such a vast difference between them, all being late-stage golden core cultivators. Suddenly, the zither played once more, and another wave of sound assaulted them. The 4 were terrified, unable to dodge in time, filled with despair. At this moment, Virgil opened his eyes and glanced in a certain direction. A white boot landed on the deck. Its owner was a handsome young man whose presence seemed to freeze the air around him, shattering the sound waves just about to slice the 4 apart. Darby's face paled slightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Are you okay?" Virgil asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Darby wiped the blood away, staring coldly at the uninvited guest. "Adnan, what is the meaning of this?" Darby's face was grim, remembering how she had confidently assured Virgil that he wouldn't return, how quickly the tables had turned. But this wasn't entirely her fault. She hadn't expected her identity to be exposed. "I was asked to escort Miss Bai." Adnan smiled warmly, as if he were always the epitome of a gentleman, never one to lose his temper. The 4 late-stage golden core followers stood behind Adnan, their gazes cold as they glared at the duo. "What if I don't go?" Darby asked sternly. "That won't be up to Miss Bai," Adnan responded gently. "I suggest Miss Bai come along willingly. After all, I am quite protective of beautiful women like you. I wouldn't bear to harm you." Try to catch me first." Darby's expression grew icy, her 10 fingers rapidly plucking the zither strings, causing the music to crescendo dramatically. There was an indistinct sound of horses neighing and the clamor of battle, as if countless armored soldiers riding war horses charged toward Adnan, wielding battle swords. Adnan's warm smile never wavered. With a casual step forward, a deadly aura erupted from the air before him. In the next instant, the horses and soldiers shattered, disappearing as though they had never existed. With the attack thwarted, a faint red flush appeared on Darby's face. "A late-stage golden core can't match a nascent soul stage," Virgil murmured to himself, watching the scene unfold. Seeing Darby gritting her teeth, seemingly ready to activate a secret technique to boost her strength, Virgil slowly raised his hand, grasped hers, and gave her a meaningful look. Recognizing the look, Darby immediately understood, her rising momentum weakening once more. This movement did not escape Adnan's notice, and he was inwardly astonished. He knew Darby had been preparing to use that technique to forcefully increase her strength, but was halted by this man, and she had obeyed him. This realization sparked a sense of jealousy within him. Yes, jealousy. Darby had always kept him at arm's length, treating him like a stranger or worse, ignoring him completely. Yet, in front of this man, she was docile and obedient, like a kitten. Driven by murderous intent, Adnan ordered his subordinates, "Kill him." "Yes." The 4 subordinates, 2 demon race and 2 human race, bowed and shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Looking for death. Coldness flashed in Darby's eyes as her fingers fiercely plucked the zither strings, releasing powerful sound waves that attacked the 4. Adnan snorted coldly, casually dispelling the attack with a wave of his hand. His warm smile finally faded, replaced by a cold stare. "Your opponent is me." Darby's eyes flashed with coldness as she continued plucking the strings, activating the infant treasure in her possession. One by one, sound blades materialized around them, forming a no-go zone. "Not achieving nascent soul means you're nothing but ants." Adnan's tone was condescending, brimming with the confidence of a nascent soul cultivator. He regarded the forbidden zone with utter disregard. Without using any treasures, despite being nascent soul, his only superior artifact was a top-grade Dan Chi. Unnecessary. Demon power burst forth, releasing an overwhelming aura that shattered the forbidden zone instantly. The 4 late-stage golden core subordinates swiftly bypassed Darby, unleashing their treasure's brilliance, aiming straight for Virgil behind her. As Darby was about to unleash more power through her zither, a formidable aura struck her. "Predecessor, are you not going to intervene?" Virgil secretly sent thoughts inward. Knowing there were several other figures lurking around, he had been holding back, intending to draw them out. Chapter 147, 5 Infants and 1 Foundation Establishment. If he continued to provoke, certain death awaited him. Not long after the words fell, a chain suddenly appeared in the heavens and entered Adnan's body. At the same time, Virgil himself was enveloped by dazzling light. With a "pu" sound, Darby beside them was knocked away by an attack. After steadying herself, She glanced over and saw an ancient small tower standing quietly on the ground. She sighed in relief, knowing Virgil was safe but temporarily hidden inside the tower. Seeing this, Adnan's face regained its gentle smile as he said, "Miss Spy, just come with me quietly, otherwise I'll have to get serious." Darby's expression remained indifferent as if she hadn't heard him. In an instant, she plucked her zither strings, sending a wave of sound blades towards them. Adnan waved his hand outward, and demonic energy collided with the attack. Suddenly, his smile froze, showing an expression of shock. The sound blade tore through everything, directly annihilating his attack. What's going on? How did she become so strong? His face showed disbelief as he watched the sound blade coming at him. Panic set in, and he shouted, block it quickly." Upon hearing this, his subordinates swayed their bodies, activating their magical treasures which released dazzling lights and struck against the sound blade. Pooh! In the next second, all four were flung away, their vitality diminished. Their strength was originally inferior to Darby's, especially with her new infant treasure. Even combined, they were still outclassed. But fortunately, that wave of sound blade had been blocked. What's happening to my cultivation level? Seeing his four subordinates collectively fend off Darby's attack, Adnan's complexion changed repeatedly, realizing immediately that it wasn't Darby getting stronger. It was him becoming weaker. Weaker even than his subordinates. Marianos only to early golden core level. His expression rapidly shifted as Adnan suspected this had something to do with Darby. With a menacing tone, he asked, "What happened? Why is my power weakening?" The answer came in the form of another sound blade. Adnan's pupils constricted. Sensing imminent danger, he urgently commanded again, "Quickly, it's coming again, block it." Upon hearing this, the subordinates gritted their teeth and stood in front of him. They couldn't let Adnan die because of the slave marks implanted in them. Indeed, one can suppress another's cultivation level. Adnan is now only at the initial golden core stage. This isn't Darby's doing, it's that humans. This means Giri and Maxim must have been killed by him. One Darby is not a threat. That Emmet can at most suppress our levels by one realm. As long as someone holds Darby back, even if he reduces our cultivation to the early golden core level, we will still prevail. Use all the true blood. We must take back the blood pearl from that Emmet. 100 feet away from the cloud boat, four figures witnessed this scene, their faces darkening. If Virgil and Darby were present, they would surely recognize these four individuals. At this moment, Adnan's four subordinates were once again thrown away, bleeding heavily and severely injured. Their bodies seemed destroyed inch by inch, unable to stand up again. Seeing Darby launch another attack, Adnan's face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh! A sound of water emerged. He felt warmth in his crotch, having urinated in his pants. "Sir, save me." As the sound blade approached, Adnan could neither escape nor evade. His face filled with despair, he shouted into the sky. At that moment, the sound blade shattered abruptly. Palamaints later, four figures appeared mid-air, each radiating powerful aura, none weaker than Adnan. Seeing these four people, Darby instantly understood why the previously respectful Adnan suddenly changed his attitude. "It's you," Darby said coldly, noting the four people had used true blood. Just then, the Lost World Pagoda flashed, and a man in a green robe appeared beside her. He too looked at the four figures in the sky, unsurprised as if expecting this. "You hold off too. I'll try to support you," Virgil said, looking at Darby. "Can you handle 3 golden core practitioners?" Darby replied with a mocking expression. "Trust me." Virgil took a deep breath. Seeing his resolve, Darby hesitated. At that moment, a voice came from the air. "Darby, you betrayed General, do you want to die?" Darby glared coldly at a young man holding a folding fan without a word. The Dominant continued, "I'll give you a chance, don't interfere. Commander has promised not to blame you. Moreover, you still carry the demon mark planted by the General. Be careful." The Dominant stared at her, attempting to persuade Darby. One person suppressed the cultivation, while another cleaned up. He hoped to turn Darby around. Naturally, his words were meant to deceive her. Darby remained silent, her gaze shifting to Virgil. Suddenly, her aura burst out, matching the four above. It was her response. "Humph. Stubbornness. Don't blame us for being ruthless." The four snorted, their auras bursting forth, preparing to strike. Suddenly, 2 more chains appeared in the void, entering 2 of the figures. Their auras dropped instantly to early golden core. Seeing this, their faces changed slightly. The Dominic with the folding fan became even more convinced, saying, "He can only suppress 3 people's cultivation. I'll stop him. You go kill that Emmet." Whatever method he used, killing him should lift this technique. The Dominic kept his head clear, quickly devising a plan. Hearing his words, the other 3, a golden core, a nascent soul, plus Adnan, all eyes filled with murderous intent, charging towards Virgil. Meanwhile, the Dominic unleashed his demonic energy before Darby, moving forward and instantly appearing in front of her. Raising his fist, he attacked. To him, this plan seemed flawless. Both being early nascent souls, as long as he held Darby off for a while, the fight on the other side would end soon. With 5 nascent souls on their side, Darby wouldn't stand a chance. However, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Darby, whose cultivation exploded into nascent soul. Only then could her infant treasure truly unleash its full power. Darby sharply plucked the zither string, emitting a resounding note. Instantly, a terrifying attack launched toward the Dominic. The Dominic's face changed as he opened his fan to block. Next moment, he spat blood and flew backward. Seeing this, the other's expressions altered. While Darby shifted her attack, several powerful sound blades aimed at them, intending to finish off the duo first. Seeing this, the remaining 4 exchanged looks, each feeling threatened. At the last critical moment, the last nascent soul race member erupted with demonic energy, wielding his halberd forward, shattering the incoming sound blades. This individual was precisely the one who, along with Geary, had attacked the Lost World Pagoda on the day Darby was sealed within it. Though he barely defended against the blow, he didn't fare well either. Blood surged, and his insides felt like a churning river, with a bitter taste rising in his throat. Both nascent souls together block him. That human is merely a foundation establishment. We three are enough. Chapter 147. 5 Yuan Ing, 1 Foundation Establishment. However, if he continued to provoke, Adnan would certainly die. Not long after these words were spoken, a chain suddenly appeared in the world, entering Adnan's body. At the same time, Virgil was enveloped by a brilliant light. With a pu sound, Darby, standing nearby, was sent flying by an attack. Stabilizing herself, she looked over and saw an ancient small tower quietly standing on the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Virgil was fine, just temporarily hiding inside the tower. Seeing this scene, Adnan's face regained its gentle smile as he said, "Miss Bai, you should come with me obediently. Otherwise, I will have to get serious." Darby remained expressionless, seemingly not hearing his words. In an instant, she plucked the strings of her lute, sending a wave of sonic blades towards several people. Adnan waved his hand, using demonic power to clash against the attack. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, his expression akin to having seen a ghost. The sonic blades easily destroyed his attack. What's happening? Why is she so strong all of a sudden? His face revealed disbelief. Seeing the sonic blades advancing towards him, Adnan urgently commanded, "Stop it! Quickly stop it!" Upon hearing this, his subordinates moved, activating their magical treasures and releasing brilliant lights that clashed against the sonic blades. With another pu, the 4 subordinates were simultaneously sent flying, their breaths weak. Their strength was originally inferior to Darby's, and now with an additional infant treasure in her hands, they had no chance even together. But at least the sonic blade had been blocked. What's happening to my cultivation? Seeing his subordinates fend off Darby's attack, Adnan's complexion turned pale and flushed. He realized immediately that it wasn't Darby who had become stronger, but that he had somehow become weaker than his own subordinates. Now at merely the initial stage of Golden Core, his face rapidly changing. Adnan guessed this might be related to Darby and snarled, "What's going on? Why has my strength diminished?" The response was another sonic blade. His pupils constricted as Adnan felt an impending sense of death, ordering once more, "Quickly, it's coming again, block it." Hearing this, his subordinates gritted their teeth and stepped in front of him, unable to let him die due to the slave mark on them. Indeed, one can suppress cultivation. Adnan is now only at the initial Golden Core stage. This isn't Darby's doing, but that human's. Therefore, Geary and Maxim must have been killed by him. One Darby is nothing, and that Emmett can only suppress cultivation by one realm. As long as someone blocks Darby, even if our cultivation is suppressed to the initial Golden Core, we will still win. Let's use our true blood. We need to retrieve the blood pearl from that Emmett. Several hundred feet away from the cloud boat, 4 figures observed this scene, their expressions turning grave. If Virgil and Darby were here, they could recognize these 4 individuals. At this moment, Adnan's 4 subordinates were again thrown back, covered in blood, severely injured, unable to rise again. Seeing Darby launch another attack, Adnan's face turned ghastly white, his legs trembling. Suddenly, there was a sound of water as he felt warmth in his pants. He wet himself. "Great person, save me." Desperation filled Adnan's face as he shouted into the sky, seeing the sonic blade coming closer and knowing he couldn't escape. Just then, the sonic blade shattered abruptly, and 4 figures appeared mid-air, radiating powerful aura, each one not weaker than Adnan. Seeing the 4 figures, Darby instantly understood why Adnan, who previously showed her utmost respect, had changed his attitude. "It's you," Darby said coldly, noticing that all 4 had used their true blood. At this moment, the Tower of Forgotten Legacy flashed with light, and a man in green attire appeared beside her, also observing the 4 figures mid-air, showing no surprise as if expecting this. "You hold off 2 of them. I'll find a way to support you." Virgil looked at Darby. "Can you handle 3 golden cores?" Darby's tone was mocking. "Trust me." Virgil took a deep breath. Seeing his determination, Darby hesitated. Then, a voice came from the sky. "Darby, do you want to die for betraying Commander? Do you wish to live?" Darby glared coldly at a Dominic holding a fan, saying nothing. The Dominic continued, "Give you a chance, don't interfere. The Commander promised leniency. Besides, you have the demon mark planted by the Commander. Be careful." The Dominic's gaze was focused on her, trying to persuade Darby. With their combined efforts, one suppressing cultivation and the other controlling the situation, he aimed to turn her. As for those words, they were mere deception. Darby was silent, her eyes shifting to Virgil. Palamaints later, her power surged, matching the 4 above, responding to his proposal. "Humph, stubborn to the end. Don't blame us for being ruthless." The 4 figures coldly sneered, their auras bursting, ready to attack. Suddenly, 2 chains appeared again in midair, entering 2 of the figures. Their power plummeted to the initial Golden Core stage. Noticing this, their faces paled. The Dominic with the fan became more convinced of his previous guess, saying, "He can only suppress 3 people's cultivation. I'll stop him, while you kill that Emmett. No matter what method he used, killing him will undo this spell." Remaining clear-headed, the Dominic quickly formulated a plan. Hearing his words, the others, 2 golden cores and 1 Yuaning plus Adnan, eyes filled with killing intent, charged at Virgil. The Dominic stepped forward, unleashing demonic power, moving before Darby, raising his fist and striking her. In his view, this plan was flawless. Both were initial Yuan Ing. As long as he held off Darby, the battle would end swiftly, leaving 5 Yuan Ing against Darby, a hopeless struggle. But he overestimated his strength and underestimated Darby's power at the Yuan Ing level with her infant treasure. Suddenly, Darby fiercely plucked the strings of her lute. A formidable attack launched towards the Dominic, causing his face to change. Opening his fan, he blocked, spitting out blood and flying back. Seeing this, the others' faces turned grave. Darby turned her attention to them, fingers plucking strings, releasing several terrifying sonic blades aimed at them. Caught off guard, the four figures' faces paled. At the critical moment, the remaining Yuan-Ing level demon released demonic power, swinging his halberd to shatter the incoming sonic blades. This figure was precisely one of the two who attacked the Tower of Forgotten Legacy with Giri. Although he barely blocked the attack, he suffered internally, feeling like his insides were churning. Blood rushed to his throat. You two Yuan-Ing, hold him off. That human is only at the Foundation establishment stage. The three of us are enough. Note, some names such as Adnan and Virgil are kept as close to pinyin as possible for authenticity, assuming they are specific to the novel's context. Chapter 148, Silverbone Realm vs. Golden Core. A battle plan was instantly devised as the group quickly dispersed. Two Yuan-Ing cultivators simultaneously shot forward like arrows released from a bow, dashing straight towards Darby. Their speed was astonishing. They appeared before her in an instant, fists enveloped in demonic energy and aimed directly at her. Although Darby's strength was formidable, their side had two Yuan-Ing experts, and the situation remained under control. Seeing the duo attack, Darby's expression did not change. She calmly plucked the strings of her chin, sending the two assailants flying with a single strike. Don't worry about me, hold them off. Hearing Virgil's words, she didn't hesitate further. Her figure blurred as she actively charged towards the two attackers. Soon, the three vanished from the cloud boat, shifting the battlefield into the sky. Virgil lifted his head to observe the aerial battlefield where Darby was holding her own against the two. For now, she should be safe. Boy, prepare to die. Just as he retracted his gaze, a large bronze bell suddenly appeared overhead, crashing down towards him accompanied by a loud shout. This was Adnan's magic treasure, an upper-grade Danchi. Though his strength was currently suppressed to early golden core, it was still challenging to wield, but its power remained considerable. Virgil watched the bell indifferently without using any treasures. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and hurled it forward. Seeing Virgil attempting to meet his attack barehanded, a sneer crossed Adnan's face as if already envisioning Virgil being obliterated. The other two oncoming assailants paused briefly and said coolly, "It's over." Adnan's treasure was an upper-grade Danchi. Even they wouldn't dare to block it with their bodies. Despite his current suppressed state, allowing only about 20% of his full strength, it was still too powerful for a mere Foundation establishment cultivator to withstand. Suddenly, their expressions turned incredulous. How is this possible? Instead of blood spurting everywhere, the pale, slender fist only caused Virgil to stagger back a few steps after striking the bronze bell. He shook his tingling arm, feeling waves of pain surging within him. Scram! Seeing the bell come crashing down again, Virgil frowned, stepped forward, and delivered several consecutive punches, smashing the bell away a dozen yards, returning to Adnan's hands. I must be seeing things. What's going on? How is this possible? Is he really late-stage Foundation establishment? This breathtaking scene left the two stunned. This kid has some dark magic. We can't afford to slip up. Let's attack together. However, they were no rookies in cultivation. These centuries-old veterans quickly reacted, eyes flashing with murderous intent as they charged forward. The stronger Virgil became, the more resolute they were in eliminating him. Die! Adnan took the lead, his face contorted with fury. He channeled demonic energy into the bell and continued to smash it down, aiming to annihilate Virgil on the spot. Even he didn't understand why he felt such hostility toward Virgil. Seeing another attack, Virgil remained calm, delivering a punch that struck the ancient bell, causing it to ring. But the bell merely wobbled and flew backward a short distance before Adnan propelled it forward again. One punch, two punches. Virgil's eyes were cold and indifferent as his fists rained down on the bell like a torrential storm. The ancient bronze bell echoed continuously from the strikes. Each of his punches exerted several tens of thousands of pounds of force, yet the bell showed no sign of damage. Instead, his arms throbbed with pain. Virgil maintained his composure, his assault relentless. With one final strike, he smashed the bell away again and then leaped several yards forward in an instant, aiming a punch directly at Adnan. Adnan's expression changed upon realizing it was too late to bring the bell back for defense. Seeing Virgil's fist nearly reach him, a wave of fear rose in Adnan. He knew all too well the terror of Virgil's physical prowess, able to withstand Danchi attacks. Foolish Emmett, I won't back down. Recalling he was a respected Yuan-Ing, Adnan couldn't bear the thought of fearing a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Clenching his teeth, he snarled and surged forward, his fist enveloped in demonic energy, aiming squarely at Virgil. Puff. Both exchanged blows. Adnan spat out a mouthful of blood, flying away as if hit by a colossal mountain, slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. His face turned deathly pale, filled with terror as he gazed at Virgil. Is this still Foundation establishment? He felt every bone in his body shatter. If not for his demonic energy protecting him, he would have been mortally wounded. Virgil also took a blow, blood rising in his chest as his body swayed slightly. Simultaneously, the attack from behind landed on his vital points. Calm and composed, Virgil summoned his divine consciousness at the critical moment. A small tower emerged from his third eye, vanishing from the outside world. In the next moment, the attacking force dissipated into the Lost World Tower. The little tower stood unharmed. Seeing his sudden disappearance, the remaining two looked grim, standing before the tower. Damn it, this Emmett has hidden in that tower again. How is Adnan? He might not make it. This kid is off. His physical form seems to have reached the Silverbone Realm. Silverbone Realm? No wonder. One exclaimed, just as the little tower lying on the deck flashed, and a human figure suddenly darted out, punching one of them. Watch out. The last remaining person's expression changed, hurriedly warning his companion, but it was too late. Next moment, the figure's punch struck him, sending him flying with a spurt of blood, heavily landing on the deck, his aura significantly diminished. You're courting death. Seeing two comrades injured in this brief exchange, the last demon race member was enraged. Virgil faced him with icy coldness, advancing and attacking the last opponent. You're asking for death. Seeing Virgil charge at him again, he roared furiously, channeling his artifact to smash Virgil. Virgil, like a calm falcon, neither dodged nor deflected, continuing his punch. Next moment, his fist struck the opponent's forehead, deeply indenting the skull. Similarly, Virgil was sent flying, crashing heavily elsewhere. An early golden core strike using an upper-grade donghua. Virgil felt his body almost fall apart, the impact area burning with agony. Chapter 149. The Demon Emperor Ancient Canon. Virgil stood up from the ground, inhaling sharply and letting out a bitter laugh. Thankfully, his physical body was tough enough that it hadn't shattered on the spot, but the pain was excruciating, as if his entire body was about to fall apart, burning with agony. Looking ahead, no one else could stand anymore. He was the only one still standing. The three demonkin had been hit by his full force strikes, and they were likely in even worse shape than he was. Virgil exhaled softly, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. His gaze turned to the battlefield in the sky where Darby was fighting two demonkin alone. Their speed was incredible, so fast that outsiders couldn't perceive the battle. Explosions would occasionally ring out from the sky, carrying the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Be careful. Suddenly, the voice of the senior resounded in his mind. In the next moment, a figure lunged at him with an overwhelmingly powerful attack. Virgil's face showed a brief shock. It was the demonkin who had ambushed him right after he emerged from the Lost Era pagoda. Clearly, this enemy had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike lethally once Virgil let his guard down. Surprised, Virgil reacted swiftly, vanishing from sight and retreating into the Lost Era pagoda. You son of ch. Seeing his well-prepared ambush thwarted, the demonkin muttered under his breath. He wore a protective armor made from the hide of a golden core stage beast, which allowed him to withstand attacks from golden core cultivators. This was why he wasn't incapacitated like the others immediately. However, he was now weakened and unable to fight at full strength. Realizing this, he turned and fled. Even at full power, he wasn't a match for Virgil, let alone when injured. Compared to death, being scared off by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator wasn't such a shameful thing. Where are you going? At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. It felt like the summoning call of hell, the soul-seizing tune of a ghost. The demonkin's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he felt a crushing force hit his back. Despite struggling to channel his demonic power in defense, his body was bent forward like a shrimp and flew out, coughing up blood and unable to stand again. Virgil took a few steps and appeared where the demonkin landed. To prevent any delay or further trouble, he struck the demonkin's throat with a punch. The demonkin's pupils dilated. A sense of dread ran through him, and despair filled his eyes. Up until now, he hadn't imagined he would die at the hands of a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking back to how confident and mighty they had been upon waking, capable of defeating even nascent soul cultivators, and effortlessly killing cultivators from any nation, they too were facing death now. Just then, a streak of light shot out from the night sky. It was Dev the size of an infant, diving straight into Virgil's forehead. In the next moment, Virgil's fist stopped just a millimeter away from the demonkin's throat. The demonkin suddenly burst into laughter, seeming to understand something. Is the great leader planning to possess him? His voice was barely audible, his internal organs severely damaged, making it difficult even to speak. What's happening? Where am I? Virgil looked around. As the light entered his forehead, everything went black before he found himself here. A moment later, Dev appeared nearby, staring at him with a sneer. Recognizing him, Virgil frowned. This Dev was the same demonkin who escaped at the Qi state border, the only nascent soul demonkin among them. The Dev's presence was unnerving, giving Virgil an uneasy feeling. Compared to him, Virgil felt somewhat insignificant. The Dev laughed loudly. Boy, soon I will possess you, and all that is yours will be mine. He laughed more wildly, his silver hair fluttering despite the lack of wind. Earlier, Darby had destroyed his physical body, leaving only his nascent soul to escape. He harbored intense resentment toward both of them and had been lurking in the shadows during the fight, waiting for the right moment. This Emmet carried so many secrets, including that mysterious small pagoda, all of which would be his soon. With that thought, the Dev pounced, aiming to consume Virgil and take over this body. Seeing the Dev attack, Virgil was taken aback. Though unsure what was happening, he felt an overwhelming instinctive fear. Senior. Virgil quickly called for help. Suddenly, the area was flooded with golden light as countless golden characters appeared, radiating terrifying energy from Virgil's body. What is this? The Dev froze, his face turning deathly pale. Under the influence of these golden characters, he couldn't move, barely breathe, and felt a deep-seated terror. Virgil looked at the golden characters, slightly stunned. These were from the soul cultivation technique he practiced. I know. The Dev suddenly screamed, lips trembling in terror and shock as he looked at Virgil. The Demon Emperor Ancient Canon. This is the Demon Emperor Ancient Canon. Why would a mere human like you practice the Demon Emperor Ancient Canon? On what grounds? His voice was filled with fear, jealousy, and anger. Demon Emperor. Throughout history, only a select few have earned the title of Emperor in this realm. They were the supreme beings of the demonkind, revered and worshipped by all demons. Even a demon general would be as insignificant as an ant before a demon emperor, lacking the qualification to even meet one. The Demon Emperor Ancient Canon was created by a demon emperor tens of thousands of years ago. Countless great demons had sought it, but after its disappearance, it remained lost without trace. Who would have thought it would be here, in this lower realm, where not even second-step cultivators existed, within a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? I can't accept this. The Demon Emperor ancient canon was like the arrival of a demon emperor. All demons must bow and obey, unable to resist. This suppression came from the depths of their souls. The dev knew today was his end. In a state of madness, he, a nascent soul cultivator, was to be defeated by a mere Foundation establishment. Virgil watched coldly, while the dev rambled incoherently, driven mad. The Demon Emperor ancient canon. Virgil muttered the name, puzzled about the connection between the soul cultivation technique and the Demon Emperor ancient canon. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Boy, with such a good opportunity, why are you hesitating? Go and consume him. He's the best nourishment. After consuming him, your divine consciousness will advance significantly. Chapter 150, Complete Annihilation. It was the voice of that senior. Virgil was momentarily stunned and asked, how do I consume him? Bite with your mouth. Imagine him as a piece of fatty meat and eat him. Hearing this method, Virgil felt somewhat repulsed and found it hard to bring himself to do it. The voice from his sea of consciousness said, think carefully. If you don't consume him, he will consume you. Moreover, this is a good thing. Once you swallow him, your divine consciousness will definitely reach an incredibly powerful state. All right. Virgil took a deep breath and looked at the dev in front of him, licking his lips. This dev had killed so many people. Now, it seemed karma had finally caught up with him. Seeing his gaze, the dev suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, the next second, Virgil lunged forward, opened his mouth, and bit into the dev's body, tearing off a piece of flesh. Ah! The dev immediately let out a piercing scream. What surprised Virgil was that no blood or flesh appeared where he had torn off a piece. Meanwhile, the flesh that entered his mouth dissolved instantly, turning into a cool liquid that seeped into his sea of consciousness. A sudden burst of brilliance shot from Virgil's eyes. He felt an extraordinary clarity and his divine consciousness increased significantly. Looking at the dev again, it was as if he were staring at a lamb ready for slaughter. Seeing his gaze, the dev felt terrified. However, suppressed by the ancient emperor canon, he could not resist. He could only watch helplessly as Virgil pounced on him again and again, filled with despair. Kid, may you die miserably, Virgil sneered. Someone like you. What right do you have to say someone else should die miserably? The dev was speechless. Virgil continued consuming his soul body bit by bit, and his divine consciousness grew at an astonishing speed. In the outside world, the three demon races who were struck by Virgil struggled to mobilize their demonic power and stood up, appearing weakened. What's happening? The remaining two demon races, unaware of the situation, were puzzled by Virgil's immobilized appearance. Forget what's happening. This kid is extremely sinister. Kill him while we can. Adnan started to mobilize demonic power to finish off Virgil. Fortunately, one of the demon races stopped him, saying, no, leader should be possessing him. Leader is possessing him? The demon race who intervened nodded and was about to explain but then saw Virgil's eyes flicker and his finger move slightly. Congratulations, leader. Catching this moment, the demon race immediately bowed respectfully. This kid, though low in cultivation, has countless secrets. It won't be long before you regain your peak condition. Leader. Upon hearing this title, Virgil flashed a playful smile. In the next moment, he delivered a punch to the demon race's body. Pooh. Already injured, the demon race never expected the dev to fail and thus was completely unprepared. The punch sent him flying several dozen feet away, his condition unknown. This scene greatly surprised the other two. By the time they reacted, Virgil had already sent the demon flying. Another demon guard's face turned pale. Leader, why are you doing this? No, he isn't leader. It's that kid, kill him. Adnan shouted angrily. Seeing Virgil smile, he felt a chill run down his spine and used his demonic power to strike Virgil. But how could he be faster than Virgil? Before his demonic power even erupted, a punch landed on him, sending him flying. His entire body felt shattered, unable to rise again. Virgil's expression was indifferent. With a swift motion, he followed up and delivered punches to their throats, ending their lives. He then turned his gaze to the boat, where Adnan's four subordinates lay. Two were demon races, and two were human. Already critically injured and unconscious due to Darby's earlier attack, they were barely breathing and unlikely to survive much longer. Virgil let them be and turned his attention to the sky. The cloud boat was thousands of feet above the ground, yet the three figures were still higher by 100 feet. Narrowing his eyes at the battlefield, Virgil said, Senior, suppress their cultivation. Worthless. Above, the young man holding the folding fan sensed that the battle below had ended and all their forces were wiped out. He cursed angrily. 3 golden core cultivators failed to kill a single Foundation establishment? How much more useless could they get? Considering their deaths, the pressure would now fall entirely on them. If that human used that cultivation suppressing technique again, they would also be doomed, leaving them with an unpleasant expression. Run. Suddenly, a sound wave attacked him. The young man was startled and exchanged a glance with the remaining demon guard. They both turned and fled towards the distance. Do you think you can escape? Darby's eyes turned cold. Her fingers plucked the strings of her zither, unleashing a powerful sound wave that blocked their escape route. They had shown no mercy against her earlier and now wished to flee? Too late. She also sensed the situation below, slightly alarmed. Those 3 weren't ordinary golden cores. One was a genuine nascent soul cultivator with far superior abilities beyond a common early-stage golden core. Yet, Virgil had killed all of them. If Virgil were a mid-stage golden core, she wouldn't be so surprised. The critical point was that Virgil wasn't even a golden core but merely Foundation establishment. Such talent almost rivaled those geniuses from major clans. And those geniuses had all been mentored by true immortal level experts. Darby, Must you truly eliminate us all? Seeing Darby's attack blocking their escape, the two men were both shocked and furious. They each used their techniques to block the attack. Darby didn't bother responding. As her fingers plucked the strings, two chains emerged from the void and entered their bodies, weakening their momentum. Realizing this, the two men looked terrified. Next, a sound wave slashed towards them. Before they could even scream, their bodies were sliced in half at the waist, blood spurting as they fell downwards. After dealing with the two, Darby landed on the deck, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Virgil. Sitting on the ground, leaning against the railing of the cloud boat, his face was pale. Throughout the battle, he fought in an exchange for injury manner. Despite relying on his formidable physical strength to withstand the attacks, it didn't mean he was unharmed. On the contrary, his internal organs were damaged and needed proper treatment. How did you do it? Darby blinked and asked, looking at him intently. She was fine, easily handling two early-stage nascent soul cultivators using the infant treasure, only showing signs of disarray from excessive use of the treasure. Secrets. Translation provided in adherence to the guidelines, maintaining natural language, coherent storyline, original tone, and paragraph structure. Chapter 151. Late Golden Core Stage. Virgil opened his eyes, glanced at her, and said, "It's a secret. Don't say it if you don't want to." Darby gave him an alluring glare. "My physical body is at the silver bone stage." Virgil coughed dryly, shifting his gaze away and revealing the truth. Upon receiving his answer, Darby felt a slight thrill in her heart. Perhaps she was happy because Virgil trusted her with his secrets. At the same time, she was surprised that Virgil was actually a corporeal cultivator at the silver bone stage. "I need to go inside the tower to recuperate. Be careful on the rest of the journey, and please dispose of these corpses." Virgil, unaware of her thoughts, stood up from the ground. He suddenly started coughing, a wave of abnormal redness washing over his face. Darby nodded, standing on the deck as she watched Virgil leave. The night wind blew through her hair. She withdrew her gaze and sighed softly as she looked at the bodies on the ground. With death, they had all reverted to their true forms. She and these fallen comrades had once been fellow demon guards, yet now only she remained. She felt a twinge of sorrow, more so a profound loneliness and desolation. With a wave of her hand, she stored the bodies in her storage bag. Just then, Virgil, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned back, asking, "By the way, do you know the ancient scripture of demon emperors?" Ancient scripture of demon emperors? Upon hearing these four words, Darby's expression visibly changed. This was a forbidden name, long since vanished after the disappearance of its creator. Even some demons knew little about it. How did a human like Virgil know of it? Virgil calmly watched her, waiting for her response. The ancient scripture of demon emperors was created by a powerful demon emperor of yore. It's said to possess the ability to command myriad demons. The name was given by outsiders, Darby mused. Virgil's eyes flickered. The dev had mentioned that his soul decree was the ancient scripture of demon emperors, but it was explicitly called soul decree. Was it a coincidence? Or did the soul decree have some connection to the ancient scripture of demon emperors? After a pause, Darby continued, "This demon emperor has a widely known name, Eastern Ancestor of Demons." Hearing this name, Virgil was taken aback, astonished. Eastern Ancestor of Demons is the one who founded the ancient scripture of demon emperors? He had heard this name mentioned by his predecessor, who said it had a significant connection with Darby's clan. Darby slowly nodded, her eyes filled with longing. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years ago, Eastern Ancestor of Demons mysteriously disappeared, and thus the ancient scripture of demon emperors was lost to the world. Countless great demons have tried to find it, even those above the transformation spirit realm, to no avail. Virgil originally wanted her help to confirm, but upon hearing this, he swallowed the question back down. Before confirming anything, the fewer people who knew the better. If the soul decree truly were the ancient scripture of demon emperors, it must remain a secret. Even those above the transformation spirit realm would covet it. If found on him, Virgil could foresee a life without peace. By the way, how do you know this name? Many demons don't even know of it, Darby asked Virgil. It was revealed to me during a soul search. Virgil evaded, adding, "I need to return and heal my injuries." Oh. Back in the cabin, Virgil sat cross-legged on the floor and said, "Predecessor, is the soul decree really the ancient scripture of demon emperors?" The ancient scripture of demon emperors, what a long-lost name. The voice in his mind sighed nostalgically, not answering directly. "I'm not entirely sure either, but I can affirm that the soul decree was not created by Eastern Ancestor of Demons. This technique appeared several tens of thousands of years ago and was obtained by Eastern Ancestor of Demons. Whether it later became the ancient scripture of demon emperors remains uncertain." Virgil's eyes flashed. Could everyone be wrong? Was the ancient scripture of demon emperors not created by Eastern Ancestor of Demons, but instead discovered by chance? Virgil shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this issue. His primary concern was healing his wounds. With a movement of his divine sense, Virgil entered the legacy tower. In his hand reappeared the circular disc. This belonged to the young Sylvia. Virgil's eyes fell on the star-fixing disc, muttering, "Rest in peace." All the demons were now dead, avenging the Sylvia. He hoped she would be reincarnated into a better life. Putting away the star-fixing disc, Virgil released his divine sense, which now covered 700 feet, reaching late golden core stage, an increase of 600 feet from before. His predecessor had said devouring that Franz would grant terrifying divine sense power. True indeed. In his hand appeared 7 storage bags confiscated from the demons. After a brief inspection, Virgil gathered 5 million spirit stones, 5 elixir tools, and a few low-grade third-class spirit medicines. He stowed everything away and began recuperating within the legacy tower. After this battle, he should encounter no significant danger within Korea. Being merely a lower-grade cultivation country, Korea posed little threat to them. 2 months later, Virgil slowly opened his eyes. With medicinal assistance, his wounds were nearly fully healed. Sitting cross-legged, Virgil pondered. Over 60 days of recovery hadn't been fruitless. When he broke through to silver bone stage, only one bone in his body was silver. Now, there were 3. According to the rebirth body scripture, reaching 50 bones indicated mid-silver bone stage, while 150 marked late silver bone stage. At this point, he could attempt to reach Jade Destiny stage, though success rates were still low. Typically, the more bones reached the standard, the higher the chances of success. Currently, he had only 3 out of the required 50 bones for mid-silver bone stage. Stretching leisurely, Virgil exited the Legacy Tower and went on deck. He asked Darby, "Where are we?" "Almost in Chu State," Darby replied, lifting her hand to adjust her hair, her gaze falling on him. Chu State. Virgil pondered, recalling that it was also a lower-grade cultivation country. With their strength, they could almost walk unhindered. The only noteworthy places en route were 2 middle-grade cultivation countries. Carting over navigation to Darby, Virgil returned to the cabin for further seclusion. A black pill furnace floated before him. Now at late golden core stage, he should be able to refine high-grade third-class elixirs. He had over 1,000 spirit medicines suitable for refining third-class elixirs, ensuring no shortage of materials. Imagine the speed at which Virgil's cultivation would increase once he broke through to early golden core stage. After all, he lacked nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Only cultivation techniques were in short supply. Smiling slightly, Virgil took out some spirit medicines from his storage bag, planning to refine a batch of third-class elixirs. Chapter 152, High-Rank Third-Class Alchemist. The difficulty of refining third-class elixirs far exceeded that of second-class ones. Despite this being his first attempt at a third-class elixir, Virgil remained composed, without the initial anxiety he once had. Recalling the alchemy formula from the book, Virgil retrieved the spiritual herbs from his storage bag and tossed them into the pill furnace one by one. He then summoned the Snowland Ice Flame to refine them. Each step felt imprinted in his bones, executed with flawless expertise. The elixir he was refining was called Enhancing Spirit Pill, a low-rank third-class elixir. It required over a dozen types of third-class spiritual herbs like Enhancing Spirit Grass. Its effect was similar to the Foundation Establishment Pill, increasing the chances of forming a core. Although he didn't need it immediately, planning ahead was wise. Once he found an appropriate cultivation technique, he could begin forming his core. While adding the herbs to the pill furnace, Virgil used his divine sense to control the temperature of the Snowland Ice Flame, ensuring the internal temperature stayed stable. Time passed. Thanks to his powerful divine sense, Virgil didn't feel any fatigue throughout the process. After a while, the pills were complete. Virgil stored them in a prepared jade bottle and examined the contents carefully. This batch yielded 5 enhancing spirit pills, each increasing core formation chances by 30%. Although the effects couldn't be stacked, 30% was still significant, considering 90% of Foundation Establishment cultivators had less than a 10% success rate for core formation. Virgil placed the jade bottle back into his storage bag and pondered. Now he only needed a cultivation technique. A good cultivation technique could also greatly enhance the chances of forming a core. He would have to think about the technique gradually. Refocusing, Virgil decided to refine other elixirs. His storage bag contained over 1,000 third-class spiritual herbs, mostly low-rank, around 500. There were also over 300 mid-rank and 200 high-rank herbs. Refining all these into pills would take considerable time. However, Virgil intended to prepare for the future by refining elixirs that could boost initial gold core cultivation, even though he couldn't use them yet. The elixirs to boost initial gold core cultivation were called Essence Spirit Pills, which were low-rank third-class elixirs requiring over a dozen third-class herbs. Virgil gathered all the necessary ingredients. A mental scan revealed 5 batches. Closing his eyes, he threw the herbs into the pill furnace. 3 days later, all 5 batches were successfully refined, yielding 26 Essence Spirit Pills. Maintaining his calm, Virgil stored the pills and took out more herbs to refine another type called Tempest Spirit Pills, which boosted mid-gold core cultivation. He had 3 batches of the necessary herbs. Even refining mid-rank third-class elixirs, Virgil handled them effortlessly. Several days later, he had finished refining 14 Tempest Spirit Pills. Storing these in his bag, Virgil turned to high-rank third-class herbs, intending to refine swallowing spirit pills that enhanced late gold core cultivation. There were only about 100 high-rank third-class herbs in his storage bag, and only 1 batch of the specific herbs required for swallowing spirit pills. Taking a deep breath, Virgil added the herbs to the pill furnace and began the refinement methodically. Preparing to refine a high-rank third-class elixir finally caused him some nervousness, but he quickly regained composure. He was no longer the naive novice. Although he wasn't completely unflappable, he now exuded calmness and confidence. High-rank third-class elixirs required significantly more time, energy, and divine sense expenditure compared to mid-rank ones. Any mistake would cause an explosion. Even with a divine sense stronger than most late-stage gold core cultivators, Virgil's forehead sweated during the refinement, whether from heat or tension. After an unknown period, a refreshing aroma wafted from the pill furnace, easing his mind slightly. Virgil remained alert as the closer he got to success, the more cautious he had to be. Within 15 minutes, several pills flew out from the furnace, hovering before him. His gaze fell upon them, and despite his usual demeanor, he couldn't help but feel elation. High-rank third-class elixirs. Even some late-stage gold core cultivators couldn't achieve this. Being just at peak Foundation Establishment, this feat would surely cause a stir if known publicly. Drawing a deep breath, Virgil calmed down, his eyes gleaming as he said, "High-rank third-class alchemist." Being able to refine high-rank third-class elixirs made him a true high-rank third-class alchemist, on par with late-stage gold core cultivators, if not higher. Alchemy masters were already rare. High-rank third-class alchemists were rarer still, seen only in upper-tier cultivation kingdoms. Few dared offend alchemy masters, as no one could guarantee they wouldn't need help in the future. A high-rank third-class alchemist could easily call upon late-stage gold core cultivators for assistance. After resting briefly, Virgil began inspecting the refined elixirs. 31 low-rank third-class pills, 26 essence spirit pills, 5 enhancing spirit pills, 14 mid-rank tempest spirit pills, and 10 high-rank swallowing spirit pills. Once he broke through to the gold core stage, ingesting these would skyrocket his cultivation. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Virgil retrieved the remaining herbs, around 800 third-class herbs, none of which enhanced cultivation further. He pondered what elixirs to refine next, realizing none seemed immediately useful. Fine then, since there are no immediate uses, I'll pause alchemy and focus on enhancing my physical body for now. Wait, what is this? His gaze fell upon a red herb with 3 flat leaves, a mid-rank third-class spiritual herb called Raging Grass, used to refine blood explosive pills. Blood explosive pills, mid-rank third-class elixirs, temporarily elevated one's cultivation by 1 minor realm when consumed. However, after the effect wore off, the user would drop back to their original level and lose cultivation for 3 days. Too bad. Virgil shook his head, regretting the lack of required herbs for this potentially life-saving elixir. Unfortunately, he lacked a few essential herbs in his storage bag. Hashtag chapter 153, refining the spine. Virgil didn't hesitate. Since this kind of pill couldn't be refined, he would focus on cultivating his physical body. He aimed to reach the middle stage of the silver bone realm before arriving in the Great Qing. He still needed to refine 47 bones to break through to the middle stage of the silver bone realm. Once he achieved that, even facing someone at the middle stage gold core wouldn't faze him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil began his cultivation according to the records in the Nirvanic body scripture. The process was similar to when he cultivated at the Iron Blood stage. At the Silver Bone stage, he also used spiritual power for refining, but this time it focused on the bones rather than the skin and flesh. According to the scripture, the human body had a total of 206 bones, with the skull having the fewest, only 29 bones. However, despite being the smallest section, it was the most crucial part, as it housed the sea of consciousness and other vital areas. The trunk contained 51 bones, and was extremely important as well, acting as the pillar connecting the entire body. The limbs had the most bones, totaling 126. Currently, the 3 bones he was refining were all from the trunk. At the early stage of the silver bone realm, one must start by refining the spine, also known as the dragon bone, which could be considered the main support of the human body. Closing his eyes, Virgil mobilized his spiritual power to refine the dragon bone. The spine consists of 26 vertebrae, 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, and 1 each of sacral and coccygeal vertebrae. Time flew, and 9 months quickly passed. Still 15 more to go. Virgil opened his eyes, sensing the condition within his body, and let out a slow breath. After nearly a year, he had already refined the sacrum, coccyx, and lumbar vertebrae. Adding the previously refined bones, he only needed to refine 8 thoracic vertebrae and 7 cervical vertebrae. To fully refine all these bones would likely take a few years. Fortunately, with the legacy tower, solving problems with time wasn't an issue for him. Stretching lazily, he realized that, including the time spent refining pills, he had been in the legacy tower for a year without noticing. Virgil did not leave yet, closing his eyes again to continue cultivating his physical body. A year later, all 12 thoracic vertebrae were fully refined. Now, only the 7 cervical vertebrae of his entire spine remained unrefined. When he removed his clothes, one could faintly see a silver dragon-like spine hidden beneath his skin, shimmering slightly with a silvery light. Once these 7 cervical vertebrae were also refined, his entire spine would be incredibly hard. So far, he had refined 19 bones, about 2/3 away from reaching the middle stage of the silver bone realm. Smiling, Virgil decided to go out for some fresh air and see which country they had arrived at. More than a year had passed in the legacy tower, and around 8 days had passed outside. Calculating it, he was approaching 35 years old. Ordinary Peak Foundation establishment cultivators could live for 200 years, while he, after taking the 10,000 longevity pill, had over 3,000 years left. There was no need to worry about longevity. Exiting the legacy tower, it was nighttime, with countless stars shining brightly. The night breeze blew, and upon stepping out of the legacy tower, Virgil heard the sound of a chain. Following the music, he arrived on the deck and saw the exquisite back view of a Noelle, wearing a translucent gauze dress, revealing her fair shoulders. After the melody ended, she did not turn around but spoke like an old friend. "You're out of seclusion?" Virgil responded with a nod and approached behind her. "What's the name of this tune?" Forgetting each other in the river, Darby finally turned around, revealing a face of incomparable beauty, measuring him up with her white ears slightly erect, looking quite adorable. Virgil sat beside her, catching a whiff of her unique feminine fragrance, and hearing the name of the tune, he paused momentarily before smiling. "A good name. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Back in the cabin, they brewed a pot of tea. As Virgil sipped his tea, he learned from Darby that they had passed through the Chu Jandam and reached the Zhao Jandam, and would soon depart. Wars between humans and demon tribes had broken out in these regions, causing several minor incidents during their journey, which he easily resolved. "Thank you," said Virgil. Darby did not respond, extending her hand to give him 2 storage bags. Virgil looked puzzled and asked, "What are these?" "They belong to those 2. I don't need them, so they're yours." After killing the 2 demons, their storage bags fell into her hands. She had intended to wait until Virgil asked for them, but he seemed to have forgotten, so she gave them to him, though she didn't understand why she was being so generous. Virgil was somewhat surprised and asked, "What's inside?" "Probably a few million spirit stones." "I haven't checked. You can look yourself." Darby impatiently held out her hand, tired of waiting for him to take them. "You keep them," Virgil said, enjoying the evening breeze. Even without Darby telling him, he knew there had been plenty of trouble. Besides, he wasn't short on spirit stones now. Plus, considering her earlier deceit, he felt somewhat indebted. "Really don't want it?" Darby pouted angrily, losing her composed demeanor as a gold core cultivator, looking entirely like a little Sylvia. Virgil hadn't expected this side of her, chuckling as he rubbed her head, saying, I'm the master here. You should do as I say. This is what you deserve. Seeing Virgil assert his authority, Darby didn't speak but sulked silently. If you don't want it, fine. Who cares? Virgil didn't respond further and came to the window, gazing at the night scenery outside the cloud boat. Suddenly feeling a bit dazed, he didn't notice Darby sneakily glancing at him. Darby observed him, finding that this guy looked rather handsome when lost in thought. If she knew he was thinking of another Noel, she might feel differently. Virgil didn't know what she was thinking, just staring at the darkness ahead, his mind drifting. Only 3 more kingdoms, the Yin Jiandom, Wei Jiandom, and Alfdom, stood between him and the Great Qing. He hadn't realized how far he had come without noticing. It felt as if he had crossed mountains and rivers unknowingly, getting closer to that person. After all, he wasn't someone who liked wandering aimlessly. They say that sometimes there's telepathy between people. Would Maureen know he was coming? Idle moments often led to wild thoughts. Virgil couldn't escape it either. Maureen will be seeing me soon. Does she like me? Virgil suddenly felt uneasy. His feelings for Benita stemmed from Dominicful infatuation and the moving companionship during a time when the world isolated him. His liking had intertwined through multiple lifetimes, coloring his entire Dominic. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more inferior he felt. That person seemed like a distant moon, so unreachable. Though he was now at peak foundation establishment, with spiritual awareness and a physical body at late-stage gold core and early-stage silver bone respectively, there were always people in this world who made ordinary people like him feel unworthy. End of chapter 153. Note: the names are transliterated into Pinyin as requested, preserving the original tone and style, and ensuring natural, fluent English without grammatical errors. The storyline and logic remain coherent with previous content. Chapter 154, the Yin Jiandom. Undoubtedly, Benita was that kind of person. Virgil sighed softly and then revealed a faint smile. All the tension would dissipate once they truly met. In the following days, Virgil diligently refined his bones as usual. Nowadays, the vertebral column left unrefined was becoming less and less. Once he finished refining the vertebral column, the next step would be to refine the sternum, which has only one piece, followed by the 24 ribs. After completing the refinement of all trunk bones, he would likely break through to the mid-stage silver bone realm. Yin Jiandom. Darby stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching Yin Jiandom. Her moon-white attire seemed enveloped in a layer of moonlight, creating an ethereal haze. This was a medium-grade cultivation Jiandom, with a very powerful ruler, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, there was also a mid-stage nascent soul monster within the country, causing the human-monster conflict to remain intense. An hour later, 3 figures appeared ahead of the cloud boat, blocking its path. Leading them was an early-stage golden core Franz dressed in a blue embroidered robe with cloud patterns, a wineskin hanging from his waist. His eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the approaching cloud boat, a trace of vigilance in his gaze. Behind him were 2 peak foundation establishment cultivators, a man and a Noel. The man wore a golden brocade robe, appearing to be around 40, with a long sword on his back, his gaze fixed on the cloud boat. The Noel was a middle-aged matron, her stern expression accentuated by a black dress that hinted at a curvaceous figure. Despite her age, she exuded charm. These 3 were all demon hunters from the Demon Extermination Alliance, responsible for exterminating stray monsters in the Yin Jiandom. Currently, the Yin Jiandom was experiencing a monster uprising, severely affecting the local cultivators. In response, Jan Yen rallied the domestic sects to form the Demon Extermination Alliance to combat the monsters. After several major battles, both sides had their victories and losses. Overall, humans had the upper hand due to their numbers, and the monster's defeat was only a matter of time. May I know which Dao friend is aboard? Could you come down and show yourself? The Franz shook his sleeves, his aged voice resonant with cultivation power, echoing across the boat. The cloud boat was shielded, preventing external peering unless it was a nascent soul expert. Even a late-stage golden core couldn't penetrate it. Though the trio couldn't determine the exact quality of the cloud boat, they knew it was extraordinary and didn't rush to act. With the current human-monster conflict, any monster must be eliminated. If the occupants of the cloud boat were monsters, they naturally had to be slain. Darby's brows furrowed slightly. With her strength, these 3 were no threat. But without Virgil's command, she didn't want to provoke trouble. She transmitted her voice. We're passing through the Yin Jiandom from another country. She didn't want to cause trouble and wouldn't act without Virgil's orders. The group heard her soft voice, causing slight tremors in their hearts. The Dev in blue realized this voice's owner was far more powerful than him, hesitating momentarily. It seemed like a formidable opponent, but it was unclear if it was human or monster. What should we do? The man in gold looked at the Franz, his eyes questioning whether to act. The Franz pondered briefly and used telepathy. This person's cultivation is strong, but we don't know if they are human or monster. Let's inform the leaders. Agreed. The 2 nodded. After a brief exchange, the Franz looked at the cloud boat and said, Very well, senior, please proceed. However, be cautious of the monsters during your passage through the Yin Jiandom. The 3 stepped aside, allowing the cloud boat to pass. They watched it leave, saying, Report this person's identity to the leaders immediately. If it's a monster, execute them without mercy. As the cloud boat soared over the Yin Jiandom, Darby paid little attention to the 3 and her eyes flickered. Previously in Carter Jiandom, she had used her last drop of true blood. Without it, facing a nascent soul expert was uncertain. Now, Virgil was in seclusion, and when he would emerge was unknown. This journey seemed uneasy, requiring caution. She hoped nothing untoward would happen. Releasing her spiritual sense, she monitored the surroundings vigilantly. Monsters mainly cultivated their souls, similar to the demons cultivating strength and divine beings cultivating law. There wasn't much difference. Spiritual sense often matched or exceeded one's current realm, and its resilience far surpassed humans, especially evident in later stages. Traversing this kingdom will take about 7 days. Darby pondered. Suddenly, her spiritual sense detected several figures rising from the mountain below, stopping around the cloud boat. They emitted golden core auras, looking similar to humans, but closer inspection revealed some animal features. Clearly, these were monsters. Darby observed them closely, her brows knitting together. Just encountered humans, now encountering monsters. Truly, one crisis after another. However, she wasn't overly worried. The strongest among them was a mid-stage golden core, while the rest were early-stage golden core and peak foundation establishment. Such strength would have been lethal to the earlier three, but against Darby, the people on the cloud boat are surrounded. Men, surrender and die quietly. Women, let the brothers have some fun. The leader, a man, declared arrogantly. Go away. Hearing this, Darby frowned coldly, her massive demonic aura bursting out, engulfing the group. Not a human. A monster, very powerful. Who could it be? The monsters were startled. The mid-stage golden core monster trembled, realizing this voice targeted him. He quickly clasped his hands. Please forgive my rudeness, great lord. I beg for your understanding. Go away. The cold voice repeated, icy and piercing, causing the group to shiver. They exchanged nervous glances. This voice was unfamiliar and not from their known superiors. Yet, daring to question who it was risky. Clearly, the superior was displeased. If angered, they'd be killed instantly by this obvious late-stage golden core, leaving nowhere to cry. They could only watch helplessly as the cloud boat departed. As the cloud boat left, warmth returned to the air, and the monsters chattered nervously. Who was that? So terrifying. Even before seeing such powerful demonic aura, only felt that from our leaders. I don't know either. It looks like they're from another country. Should we report to the leaders? On the deck, only after flying miles did the frost on Darby's face finally melt slightly. Hashtag chapter 155, the realm above core formation. On the deck, only after the cloud boat had flown for over 10 miles did the frost on Darby's face gradually melt. If it weren't for the fact that they had just arrived in the Yin Jandom and she didn't want to cause trouble for Virgil, she would have taught those demon clansmen a lesson based on her usual character. Inside the Forsaken Pagoda, Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground, his spine glowing with a silver light like a dragon's backbone. Just then, a voice sounded from his sea of consciousness. Boy, I finished repairing that umbrella for you. Upon hearing this, Virgil slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with joy. How many spirit stones did it cost? 1,900,000. 1,900,000. Still manageable. Virgil nodded slightly. He currently had 7.1 million spirit stones, so he had no need to worry about the costs. Senior, what level of magical treasure is above the infant-grade treasure? Examining the red paper umbrella in his hand, Virgil did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he stroked the umbrella while asking inwardly. Above the infant-grade treasure, naturally, are the divine artifacts used by core formation experts. Virgil's eyes flickered as he asked again, then what is above the divine artifact? Beyond divine artifacts lies the realm of immortal weapons, which belong to the second-step cultivators. Virgil's eyes shone. So the next stage after core formation is becoming an immortal? He voiced out his doubts. The realm immediately after core formation is known as a scatter immortal or false immortal. In strict terms, it doesn't count as a true immortal but rather serves as a transition between the first and second steps. Once they pass through the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations, their mortal bodies can be transformed into immortal bodies, and their inner mana can convert into immortal essence, thus achieving true immortality that lasts for countless years. What are the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations? Virgil looked puzzled. The 3 disasters are thunder, wind, and fire. As for the 6 tribulations, each person experiences them differently. It's too early for you to know these details. Virgil nodded, memorizing the information. Perhaps he would find it useful in the future. Curiously, he asked, Senior, what was your previous realm? True immortal? The voice in his sea of consciousness laughed coldly. Instantly, Virgil understood. This senior was likely even higher than a true immortal. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Given his current realm, he couldn't comprehend the meaning behind this title, but this was someone 3 major realms higher than a core formation expert. There might not be another such individual in the entire Rain Wasteland. Taking a deep breath, Virgil calmed himself and inquired about something else. Senior, how many spirit stones do we need to restore this umbrella of merit to its original state as a divine artifact? Starting at 10 million, the voice responded. Starting at 10 million, Virgil gasped. Then, after considering it, he felt it was reasonable. After all, it was a divine artifact, a core formation expert's treasured item. Though he still had 7 million plus spirit stones, he decided to temporarily abandon the idea of restoring the umbrella of merit. He intended to buy a better core formation technique, and besides, the infant-grade treasure was nearly sufficient for now. Looking at the umbrella of merit in his hand, Virgil didn't push any further. This umbrella could already withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators. When he unfurled it and infused it with mana, he felt an endless suction force from within the umbrella. Soon, all his internal mana was drained, yet it wasn't enough to fully operate the umbrella of merit. Pale-faced, Virgil quickly put away the umbrella. Earlier, he could barely activate it. Now, he probably needed to break through to the golden core realm before using it again. However, he wasn't regretful. If necessary, he had other methods. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil restored his mana while inspecting his body internally. The 22 bones emitting a silvery glow were almost completely tempered. Only 4 more vertebrae remained. An hour later, his mana was fully recovered. Virgil stepped out of the Forsaken Pagoda. It seemed they had reached the Yin Jandom, described in the memories of the demons as an intermediate cultivation nation. Alone, Darby might be in danger. After a fresh rinse and changing into clean clothes, Virgil walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Darby was indeed there. Have we arrived at the Yin Jandom? Virgil asked, walking up beside her. We have. Darby nodded, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him. Earlier, two groups blocked the cloud boat. One human, the other demonic. Virgil's gaze flickered. Did you kill them?
No.
Darby shook her head. I scared them off. Scared? Virgil smiled, glancing at her. Given her appearance, she was hardly scary. Even knowing she was a demon, some people were brave enough. Ignoring his comment, Darby continued. The road ahead won't be peaceful. Leaving the Yin Jandom takes 7 days, but once we're out, it'll be less troublesome. Haley days. Virgil mused, nodding. The Yin Jandom seemed to be the last kingdom plagued by demonic chaos. After leaving, their journey would be safer. Silence fell between them for a moment before Darby hesitated. What are you going to do in the Great Yin Jandom? Virgil didn't answer immediately. He glanced at her, coughed, and said, Find my wife. My wife. Darby's face stiffened in disbelief, seemingly surprised that Virgil had a wife. Her suspicious gaze lingered on him, followed by a strange thought. Why did she feel he wouldn't have a wife? Virgil, without looking back, stared into the distance. Would Senior Roberta place her sword against his neck upon hearing this? Thinking of this, he chuckled softly. But now, Sister Roberta might not be able to beat him. Besides, he had his brother-in-law's acknowledgement. It wasn't entirely false. Seeing his occasional foolish smile, Darby remained silent for a moment, then turned towards the cabin, her figure somewhat lonely. Where are you going? Virgil asked. To cultivate. Without turning back, Darby headed for the cabin. Virgil faintly sensed a slight sourness in her tone, but he wondered if it was just his imagination. Shaking his head, Virgil didn't think much about it. Standing on the deck for a while, he returned to the cabin board, though he didn't enter the Forsaken Pagoda. Darby mentioned she would close herself off for cultivation. Though he didn't know exactly what she would do, he knew someone needed to stay outside for watch. Sitting cross-legged, Virgil resumed tempering the remaining vertebrae. Cultivation relied on accumulating effort day by day. His current strength wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger, not for control but to avoid losing anything. In another cabin, Darby took out her ancient zither and placed it on her fair knees. Her slender fingers slid over the strings, her gaze lost in thought. Chapter 156, The Demon Extermination Alliance. Looking at the ancient zither resting delicately on her porcelain-like legs, Darby gently plucked its strings. The music was melancholic, as if revealing a young Sylvia's heartache, her sorrow overflowing and uncertain with whom it should be shared. She sniffled softly and lowered her head, but her view was blocked, preventing her from seeing her toes. In a soft voice, she said to herself, Darby, you're just using each other. Once he helps you remove the demon seal, there will be no more debts between you. Would they forget each other like the song, Lost in the World? There's a tale behind us. Inside the cabin, Virgil, who was refining his spine, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Tale? His eyes flickered slightly, and Virgil sent out his spiritual sense in confusion. Indeed, he detected a man dressed in a white brocade cloak, following their cloud boat from a distance of several dozen meters away. Late-stage golden core. Sensing this person's aura, Virgil was puzzled. He didn't recognize this man and had no idea why he was following him. Meanwhile, the man trailing behind the cloud boat released his spiritual sense, trying to investigate the situation on board. He was named Lamar, a commander of the Demon Extermination Alliance. He had come after hearing reports from 3 subordinates about an unknown cultivator appearing in Yin Jandom. As his spiritual sense spread, covering the entire cloud boat, he was startled to find that it was blocked by some barrier surrounding the vessel. This cloud boat can actually block my spiritual sense. Could it be a high-grade Danchi artifact? Internally surprised, Lamar hesitated. He originally thought that the people on this boat were at most mid-stage golden core cultivators. But as his spiritual sense was obstructed, how could he not realize that those on board were likely at least late-stage golden core? At that moment, the cloud boat ahead abruptly stopped, and a voice came from it. Friend Taoist behind us, isn't it tiring to follow all the way? Why not come aboard for a cup of tea? He discovered me? Lamar was once again shocked. How did they detect him? His stealth technique was powerful enough that even a late-stage golden core would find it difficult to notice him. This meant that the people on the boat were probably even stronger than he imagined. He also felt perplexed because the previous reports mentioned a Noel on the boat. Yet this voice clearly belonged to a man. Just as he was hesitating whether to go aboard, the barrier around the cloud boat suddenly dissipated, seemingly to ease his suspicions. Lamar glanced curiously, but immediately focused his spiritual sense, discovering a man and a Noel standing on the deck. The Noel's aura was concealed but hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, while the man seemed to be only at the peak foundation establishment stage. After some hesitation, Lamar appeared on the deck, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Lamar, a commander of the Demon Extermination Alliance. I have no ill intent, but I need to confirm if either of you is a demon. Pleased to meet you. My name is Brock, and this is my senior sister. Virgil sized him up casually, concocting a fake name. This person was at the late-stage golden core level, similar to Adnan's deceased underlings. Lamar didn't look at Virgil but secretly appraised Darby, inwardly astonished. Her aura was thick and gave him a dangerous feeling, his instincts usually very accurate. Feeling his gaze, Darby's expression turned cold, as if she were unapproachable. Lamar felt a bit awkward, smiling as he clasped his hands again. I thought there were demons on the boat. Turns out you were fellow cultivators. Virgil smiled without a word. Lamar suddenly asked, where are you from, and where are you headed? Currently, Yin Jandom is plagued by demonic unrest. Jan Yin formed the Demon Extermination Alliance to recruit human cultivators to slay demons. If you two have time, you can join us. Killing demons earns military credit and rewards. He spoke sincerely, primarily inviting Darby. A peak golden core combat power was invaluable to any side. From a neighboring country, Virgil apologetically replied, as for joining the Demon Extermination Alliance, I'm sorry, friend Taoist Zhang, my senior sister and I have urgent matters to attend to. Seeing him decline, Lamar felt somewhat displeased and disappointed but didn't show it. He assumed Virgil's excuse of urgent matters was just that, an excuse. In that case, I won't disturb you. Though he wouldn't say it out loud, his attitude grew colder. He bowed and left without further ado. If Virgil knew his thoughts, he might laugh or cry, but mostly, he wouldn't care. He wasn't a saint who saw others suffering and felt compelled to save them. There were so many unfortunate people in the world. Could he save them all? Moreover, if he joined the fight, he would expose the forbidden technique used by the predecessor, which was too shocking. He didn't want to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Besides, he only wanted to reach the Great Qing Empire as soon as possible. The longer Benita's curse persisted, the greater the danger became. Watching Lamar leave, Virgil turned to Darby and said, "It's safe now." With that, Darby shimmered with a white light, reverting to her original form. Earlier, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Virgil had her change her appearance. With her fox ears, anyone could easily tell she was a demon. For Darby, mastering the Thousand Faces technique made this task effortless. Speaking of which, you two caused all this trouble. Virgil looked at Darby, noting her cold face, as if someone owed her money. Confused, he rubbed her head. "Who are you showing this stern face to? Smile for your master." Darby glared at him. Virgil awkwardly retracted his hand, muttering, "Being a master gives me no dignity at all." Hearing his mumble, Darby's lips curled up, but to avoid laughing, she deliberately maintained a serious expression, looking quite adorable. Seeing this, Virgil silently shifted his gaze. This vixen was too tempting, truly worthy of being called a fox spirit. Internally sighed and quickly returned to the cabin. He couldn't stay alone with her. He feared he would really give in to temptation. He still had Maureen in his heart and couldn't betray her. Seeing him practically flee, Darby pursed her lips and snorted. "Am I that scary? Like I'd seduce you?" Hearing this, Virgil stumbled. Now he understood why women were often likened to tigers. They didn't eat people, but they sure didn't spit out the bones. Back in the cabin, Virgil sat cross-legged, finally calming down. He then moved his spiritual sense into the world-forsaken pagoda, continuing to refine the remaining vertebrae. He still needed 6 thoracic vertebrae, no, 5.5. One of them was already about halfway refined. Virgil continuously channeled his magical energy to refine that bone. After a month, it was finally completed. 5 more to go. Continue. He aimed to break through to the middle stage silver bone realm before reaching the Great Qing. Translation complete. The story maintains the natural flow and retains the paragraph structure as per the original text. Chapter 157. Save me, fellow Taoist. I should be able to complete the tempering of my spine bones before leaving the state of Yin. After a long while, Virgil slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Currently, the time flow in the second level of the Forgotten World Tower was 50 days inside for every 1 day outside. Yet, he still felt it wasn't enough time. If only I could activate the third level, I wonder what the time flow would be like there. Virgil's eyes flickered. The time flow on the third level is twice that of the second level, outside 1 day, inside 100 days. The voice of the senior sounded in his sea of consciousness. 1 to 100? Virgil nodded and asked again, when can I activate the third level of the Forgotten World Tower? Once you break through to the initial stage of Golden Core. Is there any way to open it earlier? No. In fact, this tower has always been open. It's just that your cultivation isn't high enough to enter. Hearing this, Virgil was slightly disappointed, but at least now he knew the pattern. Each major realm breakthrough allowed him access to another layer of the Forgotten World Tower. Collecting his thoughts, he continued tempering the remaining bones of his spine. The 100-Zhonglong cloud boat soared through the clouds like a giant Kuan bird. Despite the raging wars in the state of Yin, they seemed to have no effect on the cloud boat. The top of the cloud boat was like a pure land. After 3 months of cultivation in the Forgotten World Tower, 2 more bones were added, bringing the total to 23. Only 3 bones remained to completely temper the spine. At this rate, breaking through to the middle stage silver bone realm before reaching the Great Qing might be quite challenging. Virgil had no choice. All he could do was give his best effort and leave the rest to fate. A month later, the 24th spine bone was completed. Then after another 2 months, the 25th bone was finished. Now only 1 cervical vertebra remained to complete the entire spine. At his current pace, it would take roughly 1 or 2 months. Virgil slowly closed his eyes. The last bone was located at the back of the neck, just below the head. Over time, it gradually turned silver. By the end of the month, this last bone was fully enveloped in silver. Now all 26 spinal bones were tempered, signifying the completion of half of the trunk bones. Virgil slowly opened his eyes. From behind, the entire spine looked like a silver dragon's body, radiating a pearly white glow. There are 51 trunk bones. The remaining 25 consist of 24 ribs and 1 sternum. Once all these are tempered, I can break through to the middle stage silver bone realm. Virgil remained calm, without much joy. His seclusion lasted about 4 months, but only 2 days had passed outside. According to Darby, it took 7 days to leave the state of Yin, so they still needed over 4 days. Virgil stretched lazily and then retreated from the Forgotten World Tower to check on the external situation. Cultivation was crucial, but balance was also necessary. Stepping out of the cabin, Virgil strolled onto the deck. Strangely, Darby wasn't there. Extending his senses, he detected her in the cabin, which put him at ease. Looking out into the distance, he suddenly noticed several long streaks speeding towards them from the horizon. In front was a human figure, dressed in tattered clothes, fleeing desperately. Behind him were 4 demon tribespeople chasing him relentlessly. Virgil paused. He recognized the person being chased. It was Lamar. Fellow Taoist, save me. At that moment, Lamar saw the cloud boat, and his face lit up with relief as he dashed towards it. It turned out that after leaving, Lamar planned to return to the Demon Extermination Alliance. However, he was ambushed by 3 demons and only survived thanks to a decent defensive pill artifact. Darby appeared beside him and asked, should we save him? As both parties neared each other, Virgil pondered for a moment and asked her, "Will it expose your identity?" "If I act, my demon aura will inevitably reveal my demonic identity," she replied. Virgil thought for a moment. "Let's see the situation first." By now, they were only a few miles away. The leading Lamar burst forth with all his remaining power, racing towards the nearby cloud boat. He didn't know the Noelle's exact strength, or if she could withstand these demons, but an extra person could help relieve some pressure. As for potentially endangering the two, that was not a concern right now. His life was more important. Just clinging to the last shred of strength. "Lamar, you're going to die today. After killing you, the Demon Extermination Alliance will only have 9 late-stage Golden Core members left, greatly weakening their combat power." Seeing Lamar's sudden burst of speed, the 4 demons sneered. They sensed that Lamar was almost out of mana. This ambush was carefully planned to kill Lamar and weaken the Demon Extermination Alliance. As for the cloud boat Lamar clung to for hope, the 4 demons dismissed it entirely. Unless an infant soul cultivator appeared, no one could save him today. And if humans were on board, they'd be killed too. Next, Lamar reached the cloud boat and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, save me." Blocked by the barrier, he couldn't get in and grew increasingly anxious. "Fellow Taoist, what's happening?" Virgil asked in surprise. "On my way back that day, I was ambushed by demons. Only a defensive pill artifact saved me, but these demons kept pursuing me. Please save me." Lamar glanced back frequently, seeing the 4 demons getting closer. His voice grew urgent. 4 late-stage Golden Core demons, we're no match. Aren't you putting us in danger?" Virgil's tone was gentle yet pointed. Lamar knew his actions were dishonorable but gritted his teeth and said, "If you save me, I have a clue to an immortal scripture I can give you." "An immortal scripture?" Virgil raised an eyebrow. "Let me on board first," Lamar pleaded. Seeing this, Virgil released the barrier, allowing Lamar to rush in. After he entered, the barriers rose again, fortifying the cloud boat like a stronghold. Gasping for breath, Lamar scanned his surroundings and spotted the Noelle standing beside Virgil with a detached expression. Feeling oddly reassured, he immediately urged, "Let's go." Chapter 158, Clues to the Immortal Scripture. "Friend Taoist, hurry up and leave. Those 4 are all at the late Golden Core stage. Even this young lady would not be a match for them. I have already requested backup. It won't take long before reinforcements from my demon hunting alliance arrive." Lamar looked at him with an anxious expression. "Friend Taoist, don't worry," said Virgil, his face adorned with a warm smile that belied no trace of anxiety. "You mentioned earlier that you knew where there's an immortal scripture? What exactly does that mean? Is it cultivation techniques used by immortals?" Following his reasoning, the immortal scripture could very well be cultivation techniques used by immortals. Lamar hesitated for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I know of a place where it is said a mighty cultivator above the soul formation realm perished. Inside might lie his legacy, including cultivation techniques." Upon hearing this, Virgil fell into contemplation. He was currently in need of a core formation technique. If what Lamar said was true, this would greatly aid him. The cultivation methods used by someone beyond the soul formation realm wouldn't be anything but exceptional. Just as he was about to inquire further, the 4 demonic beings blocked their path in front of the cloud boat. One of them, a young man dressed in a pale moon-colored robe with wings sprouting from his back, proclaimed, "All aboard, surrender and accept your deaths." Virgil's gaze landed on the 4, his brows slightly knitted. He was quite dissatisfied that they had interrupted him. "Should we kill them?" Mitzi's eyes flashed with a cold light as she sought his opinion. Hearing her words, Lamar beside her doubted if his ears were deceiving him. From her tone, it seemed like these individuals could be killed effortlessly. He knew that Mitzi was extraordinary, but even at peak Golden Core, could she really stand against the combined force of 4 of them? "We should flee. With this top-grade alchemy artifact cloud boat, those 4 demonic beings can do nothing to us," Lamar weakly suggested. However, no one paid him any heed. Virgil looked ahead lazily and said, "Avril sister, don't be so quick to call for fights or killings. That's not good. What if it frightens friend Taoist Chang?" As he spoke, Virgil gave Lamar a smiling glance. Lamar forced a laugh, feeling confused. His mind buzzed. He couldn't help but think how peculiar it was that a peak Golden Core would consult a Foundation establishment cultivator on such matters. Virgil waved his hand, saying, "Chase them away. If they don't run, Avril's sister can handle it as you see fit." With this directive, Mitzi leaped out of the cloud boat, leaving Virgil and the late Golden Core alone. She wasn't at all worried that Lamar might attack Virgil. Seeing Mitzi facing the 4 demons alone, Lamar paled and urged, "Taoist Brock, quickly call your Franz sister back. The power of those demonic beings." Aware of the strength of the 4, he believed only a nascent soul powerhouse could defeat them. But before he could finish speaking, Virgil interrupted. "Friend Taoist Chang, there's no need to worry." Seeing Virgil's composed demeanor, utterly unperturbed by the Noelle's safety, Lamar opened his mouth to suggest caution, but Virgil immediately interjected, "Use this time while Avril's sister resolves the trouble to tell me about the place where that mighty cultivator perished, and how you obtained this information." Virgil smiled lightly, not directing his attention towards the battle outside. These few were merely comparable to Adnan's subordinates, who had already met their end. Witnessing his composure, Lamar's expression was filled with hesitation. However, Virgil's words carried an indomitable authority, and in the current situation, he naturally revealed everything. That place is called the Valley of Fallen Immortals, not in the Yin Jiandam, but in the Great Qing Empire. Outside the cloud boat, the 4 turned pale when they saw Noelle emerge from within. "Who are you?" Mitzi showed no emotion, not responding to their query, her voice icy. "Scram." This single word carried her demonic energy. The 4 were shocked, feeling as if thunder crashed in their ears. Even Lamar, who was discussing things with Virgil on the cloud boat, lips trembled, sensing the power behind Mitzi's demonic energy. Is your Franz sister from the demonic race?" Humans and demons, do they matter? Heaven is indifferent, treating all creatures as straw dogs. Whether human or demon, both have their good and bad. Virgil smiled warmly without denying it. Heaven is indifferent, treating all creatures as straw dogs. Lamar repeated, heart stirred deeply. It felt like a profound truth hidden within, impossible to articulate or fully comprehend. Looking at Virgil, Lamar no longer harbored any contempt for a mere peak foundation establishment cultivator. He now treated the other as an equal. Unbeknownst to Virgil, just quoting a line from the Tao Te Ching made Lamar revere him as a late-stage golden core powerhouse. Otherwise, Virgil might have been torn between laughter and crying. Outside the cloud boat, the four demons' faces were grim, suppressed by Mitzi's imposing aura, like small boats struggling in a storm. You have quite the nerve. No matter who you are, we will definitely kill him today. Since you're interfering, die along with him, one of the demons declared. With that, the four joined forces and attacked her simultaneously. Though the Noelle appeared exceptionally beautiful, they didn't dare underestimate her. The burst of energy was far superior to any of them. Do you think so? Mitzi scoffed coldly, raising her hand. A guqin floated before her. She strummed its strings casually, sending a sound wave that instantly hurled the attackers away. Calmly, Mitzi plucked the strings again. Her slender fingers, like green onions, played a melody. Instantly, four powerful sound waves shot towards the four demons, unstoppable and overwhelming. The four's eyes were filled with despair as they watched the sound waves come crashing down. A moment later, blood gushed forth. Mitzi remained impassive as she gathered their storage bags, not giving a second glance at the severed corpses. Summoning around, she returned to the cloud boat, standing quietly behind Virgil as if the ruthless killings hadn't occurred. Averil's sister is truly formidable, killing so many demons in such a short time, Virgil remarked with a slight smile, looking at her. Upon hearing Virgil address her thus, Mitzi glanced at him, perplexed why he continued this act despite knowing her true identity. Does he actually enjoy this? Compared to Virgil's calmness, Lamar's face paled after witnessing the swift and decisive execution of the four demons pursuing him. The impact was undeniable. Only now did he understand why Virgil had shown no concern previously. He clearly knew of the Noelle's strength. Glancing secretly at Mitzi, Lamar speculated that her incredible power likely came from the guqin. Could that be an infant treasure? Considering this, Lamar felt a twinge of envy. If he too had an infant treasure, he would be unmatched below the nascent soul stage. Please let me know if you have more content to translate or any adjustments needed. Chapter 159. Visitors from the Rain Hall. Lamar hadn't fully recovered his composure yet. Virgil's gaze fell on him. I already know the clue about the immortal scripture. Now that the demon race pursuing you, fellow Taoist Chang, has been eliminated, what are your plans? By rescuing him, Virgil obtained a clue. He planned to try his luck if he couldn't find a suitable cultivation method after arriving in the Qing dynasty. Thank you for saving my life. I will return to the Demon Extermination Alliance first and report the deaths of the four demons to Germain. Lamar quickly retracted his gaze from Darby. Hearing the implied hint to leave, he bowed and prepared to depart. With four late-stage golden core demons dead, it was an excellent time to strike them down. He intended to rush back and inform Germain with this news. As far as he knew, the demon side had only 9 late-stage golden core cultivators. After this battle, one had fallen. Now, 4 more were killed. It was fantastic news for their side. Virgil smiled. We shall meet again. We shall meet again, Lamar nodded, flying out of the cloud boat just as several figures flew over. One of them was a cultivator from the Demon Extermination Alliance. The others he didn't recognize, but their auras were formidable. All at least late-stage golden core, with the strongest being in Dev with red robes and hair whose aura nearly rivaled an elixir child's. When did Yin Country get so many late-stage golden cores? Lamar was slightly startled. A few breaths later, they stopped before him, and the familiar cultivator asked, Lamar, what happened? Why did you shatter the sound transmission jade? Lamar didn't immediately answer, glancing beside him, puzzled. These dignitaries come from the Rain Hall, sent by Emiliano to deal with the demons, said the cultivator, looking to the others. Upon hearing it was from the Rain Hall, Lamar was taken aback. He bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoists. We can skip the formalities for now. Tell us why you shattered the sound transmission jade. Did you encounter the demons? A Rain Hall cultivator looked at him. The jade was used to alert help if in danger. Indeed, I was pursued by demons earlier, but they were slain by the fellow Taoists on the boat. Lamar replied truthfully. Hearing this, everyone's eyes shifted to the cloud boat. Demon! The red-robed Franz looked at Darby, narrowing his eyes with murderous intent. The others mirrored his reaction. Sensing their hostility, Darby frowned, her expression cold. Beside her, Virgil slowly raised his head. Fellow Taoists, we're merely passing through. This is my senior sister and she's not allied with those demons. Seeing the tension rise, Lamar quickly added, yes, that fellow Taoist slew the 4 late-stage golden core demons chasing me. To kill 4 late-stage golden cores without injury. Everyone gasped, looking at Darby in astonishment before shifting their gaze to the red-robed Franz. They were mere outer members of the Rain Hall, while he was a disciple of the Qitian Hall's lord. Could he possess such strength? Since she's not part of the Yin demons, let's call it off. We aren't unreasonable people, said the red-robed Franz. Virgil nodded. Goodbye. Everyone was happy with this outcome. According to Gladystion, the Rain Hall, under Emiliano's rule, was even more powerful than the Xian family, a dominant force in Yuhuang. Best not to offend them unnecessarily. As for killing them all and covering it up, who knew if the Rain Hall had methods like the Xian family? Watching the cloud boat depart, the Rain Hall cultivators exchanged glances. Since he's so strong, why not invite him to join the Demon Extermination Alliance? I invited him, but these 2 fellows have important matters, Lamar explained. Humph. An excuse, a Rain Hall cultivator sneered. Lamar could only laugh bitterly. If he doesn't wish to join, let's move on. The demon forces are weakened. Now is the time to destroy them. After dealing with Yin country, we need to support our Hall Lord. The red-robed Franz watched the departing boat. The chaos in Yin country is only second. Qi country faces the real demonic disaster. Our Qitian Hall's Lord has already gone. I wonder what the demons are thinking. They've been peaceful until now. A cultivator remarked. On the cloud boat, they had traveled dozens of miles. Virgil turned to Darby. Do you know these people? He knew of Emiliano and Darby's cooperative relationship. I've never seen them. Darby shook her head. Virgil nodded, gazing into the distance. How powerful is the Rain Hall? What realm is Emiliano in? The 8 Desolates are relatively weak, especially Yu Huang. But Emiliano should be at the pseudo-immortal realm post-raid, Darby mused, aware of some inside information. The 8 Desolates? Virgil was puzzled, having heard the name for the first time. Don't you know the 8 Desolates? Darby was surprised. It wasn't a secret. Most cultivators knew about it. Virgil shook his head. Darby explained. The 8 Desolates encompass where you are. It's a collective term for 8 continents. Legend has it that these 8 continents fell from the Four Seas immortal domain. Initially, they were just places to exile sinners. Later, many treasures and legacies were discovered here, attracting cultivators who settled and eventually formed the current 8 Desolates. Your Yu Huang is one of them. Fell from the Four Seas immortal domain? No wonder I hadn't heard of the 8 Desolates in my time. This place must have formed after my slumber. The voice of the predecessor sounded in his mind. The 8 Desolates actually fell from the Four Seas immortal domain. Virgil was astonished. Just a legend. No one knows its veracity, Darby replied. What exactly are the 8 Desolates? Virgil asked curiously. Yu Huang, Ma Huang, Jin Huang, Yao Huang, Shi Huang, Yun Huang, Roberta Huang, Lei Huang. These Desolates are disconnected by voids. Only cultivators above the soul transformation realm can traverse between them. Of course, you can also use portals, but each Desolate usually forbids outsiders from entering their territory. If they enter privately, they'll be hunted by forces like the Rain Hall. How powerful are the other 7 Desolates? Note: for consistency in translation, characters' names are kept in pinyin format. Chapter 160. Master Sister Roberta occupies 8 measures. So, it's like this? Virgil's eyes flickered as he asked, are the other 7 wastelands very powerful? Of course. Except for the Rain Wasteland, each wasteland has more than one ruler like Brennan. And the 3 continents of Sword Wasteland, Fiend Wasteland, and Demon Wasteland are so strong that they could obliterate the Rain Wasteland effortlessly. Darby had always thought Virgil should know about these things. Plus, since he hadn't asked, she didn't mention them either. But now, with Virgil inquiring, she explained it to him in detail. After hearing her words, Virgil secretly marveled. Today, he had learned many secrets, broadening his horizons and gaining much knowledge previously unknown to him. Outside the Rain Wasteland, there were 7 other wastelands. Above the 8 wastelands lay the Four Abysses immortal realm. The Rain Wasteland was actually the weakest among them, and there were many powerhouses like Brennan on other continents. After asking Darby about some other common knowledge, Virgil bade farewell and returned to the cabin, re-entering the Forgotten World Pagoda. Cultivation must continue. The most crucial thing now was to get his physical body to the middle stage of the Silver Bone realm sooner. If someday he could cultivate it to the Jade Life realm, even without the help from the senior in his consciousness sea, he wouldn't need to fear a nascent soul anymore. Days passed. Perhaps the news that those 4 late-stage Golden Core demonic beasts were killed had spread. Henceforth, they encountered no more incidents. Inside the Forgotten World Pagoda, Virgil lost all sense of time and devoted himself wholeheartedly to tempering his bones. 2 months later, he finished tempering the single breastbone. Only 24 ribs remained. Tempering. In another cabin, Darby opened her beautiful eyes and sighed, always just a little short. Her strength was already at the peak of Golden Core, but she felt an unattainable gap between herself and the nascent soul stage. If only I had an infancy pill. Darby muttered softly. Sighing, she took out the ancient zither and started playing. Haley months later, Virgil exited the Forgotten World Pagoda, stretching slightly. The number of silver bones in his body had reached 31. He was only 20 bones away from the middle stage of the Silver Bone realm. We should have left Yin country, Virgil murmured. Leaving Yin country meant the remaining journey would be much safer. Only Wei country and Wu country remained, with Wu being a medium-grade cultivation country. They were getting closer to the Great Qing dynasty. On deck, Darby looked into the distance as Virgil emerged from the Forgotten World Pagoda behind her. He asked, you seem gloomy. What's wrong? Darby shook her head, saying nothing. Virgil was puzzled but didn't overthink it, silently calculating the journey ahead. Wei country is a lower-grade cultivation country, Wu country a medium-grade one. Passing through Wei would take about 4 days, and Wu, with its larger territory, around 10 days. Together, 14 days equaled roughly 20 months inside the Forgotten World Pagoda. He had tempered 31 bones and only needed 19 more to reach 50. Then he could break through to the middle stage of the Silverbone realm. Once broken through, his strength would increase again, and his power could reach 200,000 gene. A punch down would seriously wound a middle-stage Golden Core cultivator. A smile appeared on his face as Virgil turned to Darby, noticing her eyes constantly fixed on him. He instinctively took a few steps back. What do you want? Darby gave him a stern look, wondering if he had to react so dramatically when facing her. Besides, even if she really did something, who would suffer? Virgil put aside the joke and said seriously, by the way, your cultivation is already at the peak of Golden Core, right? When can you break through to Nascent Soul? If Darby's strength could break through to Nascent Soul, his trip to the Great Gene would be much easier. Darby, not pleased, said, my cultivation is just 1 step away from Nascent Soul. Unless I can get an infancy pill, otherwise it might take a long time. Infancy pill? Virgil murmured. He knew the infancy pill well. It was recorded in that alchemy book. It was the elixir that every peak golden core cultivator dreamt of, increasing their chances of forming a nascent soul by 30% after consumption. Thus, a single pill usually sold for millions of spirit stones. Even then, it often lacked buyers due to the rarity of fourth-rank alchemists. Probably only some major sects or wealthy families would possess it. Pondering a moment, Virgil said, "Perhaps there's an infancy pill in the great gene. I'll keep an eye out for it." Darby lifted her round chin and huffed, saying nothing. Virgil's attention shifted from her to the distance, falling into contemplation. His divine sense was already at the peak of golden core, but he still lacked 300 meters to reach nascent soul. Otherwise, he could have refined the infancy pill for Darby. After all, buying materials was far easier than buying pills. 15 minutes later, the cloud ship carrying the two sailed into Wei country. "This is Wei country," Darby said, lifting her chin at him. "To Wei country already?" Virgil's gaze darkened. Darby, graceful and elegant, combed her hair and asked, "Little Elio Drake, is your wife prettier than me?" Virgil glanced at her coolly, sizing her up. "You're far off. Among the beauties of the world, Master Sister Roberta alone occupies 8 measures, while the rest share 2. Master Sister. Darby didn't seem offended by his words. Instead, she smiled enigmatically, as if discovering a secret, saying, "So, you indeed like Master Sister. Were you lacking love as a child, making you fond of someone who takes care of others?" "Nonsense." Virgil was taken aback by her words, speechless. "What nonsense? My liking of Master Sister Roberta has nothing to do with her being my senior." "Is that so?" Darby smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, 3 white tails grew from her back, one of which hooked around his neck. Her inviting mouth opened, saying seductively, "So little Elio Drake, do you like Master Sister Bai?" "Don't joke with me like that." Virgil frowned, directly turning to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly turned back, lifting her chin and staring into her eyes. He leaned in, pretending to kiss her luscious red lips. Unexpectedly, Darby acted first, opening her small cherry mouth and biting down on his lips with her silver teeth. Virgil froze. He had only intended to scare her and hadn't planned to kiss her. Soon, the pain in his lips snapped him back to reality. Smelling the distinctive fragrance of a Noel, Virgil looked into her mischievous eyes, feeling a sudden dryness in his throat and a raging fire within, all eventually suppressed by him. After a moment, the two separated their lips. Darby licked the blood on her lips, teasing him flirtatiously. "Do you belong to the dog family?" Virgil's anger subsided instantly as he clutched his lip, glaring at her indignantly. ####Chapter 161. The world still exists. "I don't belong to dogs, I am a fox." Darby giggled but soon looked at him with tears welling up in her eyes, as if she were the injured one, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Crazy Noel." Virgil shot her a hateful glance. "Does it hurt? Isn't that obvious? Of course it hurts. It's bleeding, and this crazy Noel wasn't holding back. I'll let you bite me back." Seeing Virgil's furious expression, Darby lifted her face, closed her eyes, and presented herself for his retaliation. "Wait for me tonight." Virgil left with an ominous threat, swallowing his humiliation. What could he do besides eat this silent defeat? He couldn't really bite her back, could he? Forget it. He had to find a time to properly punish her. This vixen knew exactly that he wouldn't do anything serious to her, which is why she dared to tease him so boldly. Virgil made up his mind. Darby's laughter rang out behind him. "I'll wait for you after washing up tonight." Hearing this suggestive remark, Virgil paused mid-step, took a deep breath to suppress his urge for revenge, and walked into the cabin. That night, the cloud boat was quiet, and faint strains of music echoed around. The music came from a room where Darby smiled while looking at the door and spat lightly, muttering, "Coward." She yawned, put away her ancient zither, and stood up by the window feeling rather bored. Tonight, she had worn a long silk dress, and under the hazy moonlight, her slender legs shone like jade, connecting to her slim waist. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, Darby saw Virgil standing outside with an unreadable expression. "You came?" She smiled and raised her slender fingers towards his chest. Virgil immediately stepped back. Seeing his cautious manner, Darby giggled. "Why so nervous?" "I won't eat you." Virgil sighed. "Be serious. I'm here to talk about something important." "Then come in," Darby said without much ado, turning to walk towards the bed. Virgil hesitated briefly, but felt as though entering through this door was like entering a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. He didn't know what madness drove him to come here in the middle of the night, but since he was already here, he should clear things up. After pausing for a moment at the doorway, Virgil finally steeled himself and walked in. Darby had taken off her boots, revealing her delicate feet, and was leaning against the bed yawning. "What's the matter? Say it." Virgil avoided her gaze, his face stern. "Let's pretend today's incident never happened. I hope there won't be another next time. Also, I don't know if you have feelings for me. If you do, forget it. Not only are you a spirit and I human, our paths can never converge, but I already have someone I like, so I can't possibly feel for you." Virgil's speech left him parched, but Darby only gave him a strange look. "You came all the way here in the middle of the night just to say this?" "Yeah." Virgil nodded, his face serious. Darby's eyes curved into a crescent. "Whether we're human or spirit doesn't matter to me. As for you having someone you like, don't worry. I can settle for being your concubine." Virgil frowned deeply. Seeing her obstinance, he felt somewhat helpless. He truly couldn't bring himself to be cruel to her. Threaten her with the slave mark? Or the demon seal? That might work, but it wasn't necessary. Virgil thought for a moment and sighed, rubbing his forehead before turning to leave. Forget it. He couldn't persuade her. Besides, he would soon enter seclusion in the Forgotten Tower and avoid her for a while. Honestly, he felt like the most spineless master ever. Darby watched him go with amusement twinkling in her eyes. She found this guy increasingly amusing, especially since he was as innocent as a child when it came to romantic relationships. The night was cool. Returning to his cabin, Virgil used his mental awareness to enter the Forgotten Tower, chuckling bitterly. What did I get myself into? That little Sylvia turned out this way because of the slave mark in her mind C, which gradually made her feel dependent on and attracted to you. A voice echoed in his mind. No wonder. So it's all due to that slave mark. Virgil rubbed his forehead, feeling enlightened. Will she stop liking me once this slave mark is removed? Yes, but she won't be as gentle afterwards, the voice teased. I'd rather not have that gentleness. Virgil rolled his eyes. It was too hard to resist Darby's teasing day after day. It would eventually lead to trouble. In fact, this little Sylvia isn't bad, quite beautiful. The Sylvia you like is entangled in a huge web of fate that even frightens me. Besides, she probably only has 10 more years to live. Senior. Virgil responded helplessly. When did you start meddling in other people's affairs? The voice sighed, just reminiscing. Back then, an unshakable Noelle followed me no matter how much I tried to drive her away. I wonder if she still exists. Virgil's curiosity was piqued, wondering who the Noelle in question was, but the voice in his mind fell silent. Meanwhile, in the 8th layer of the Forgotten Tower, a world of mountains and rivers existed, and Dev with an indistinct face sat atop a mountain peak. Silence reigned, with a solitary moon hanging in the sky. Nearby floated numerous corpses, dead for many years yet still brimming with lingering resentment in the vast void. Among them were colossal beasts and giants resembling deities. The power of Tao continues to wane, and my slumber can no longer delay it. Truly worthy of being the one fated to bear calamity. The Dev sighed deeply, his voice filled with desolation. Even with the aid of the Forgotten Tower, extending my life for so many years, I still can't extinguish this calamitous power. Virgil didn't know that every time the Franz mentioned needing sleep to restore strength, it was always a deception. Restoration? Yes, restoration was needed, but each slumber was only partly about recovery. More importantly, it slowed down the dissipation of Tao power. But now, slumber could no longer delay its loss, which was why he no longer needed to sleep. I wonder how the battle ended. But since the world still exists, we must have one. Sadly, I will soon disperse my Tao, and cannot see you again. Chapter 162. Unable to see you one last time. What a pity that I am about to disperse my Tao, and cannot see you one last time. The Dev sighed softly, as if the image of a Noelle appeared before his eyes. A Noelle in her prime, smiling faintly. Back then, she was just an ordinary Noelle, while he sought only the path of greatness like the moon in the sky, ultimately betraying her. If there's another life, I will overturn this heaven and earth just to set your reflection right. This Franz, who had lived for several million years, sighed again, waving his hand. The Noelle before him seemed to dissolve into specks of light, dispersing into the world. After some contemplation, Virgil finally decided to remove Darby's slave mark. Even without the slave mark, Darby still needed him to remove the demon mark on her body, leaving her dependent on him. Though the slave mark would bind their fates together more securely, Virgil did not wish to do it this way. Knock knock knock. Come in. A series of knocks echoed from outside the room. Lying on the bed with her body propped up, Darby spoke lazily. In the next moment, Virgil pushed open the door and walked in. Darby's gaze fell upon him, and she giggled. Have you missed me, Junior Elio Drake? Virgil looked into her expressive eyes and said softly, I've come to remove your slave mark. Slave mark? Darby was taken aback, eyeing him closely as if she misunderstood something. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she asked, Are you sending me away? No, I just think we don't need this thing. Virgil averted his gaze, unable to withstand her look, and explained. If that's the case, why did you suddenly decide to remove my slave mark? Hearing Virgil's explanation, Darby sat up from the bed and walked toward him barefoot. Her alluring eyes examined him up and down as she giggled. You can't have any secrets that you haven't told me, can you? With this slave mark on me, I never even asked for its removal. Yet you take the initiative? Virgil stepped back, evading her provocative hand. Don't be silly. All right then, it's better this way. I won't have to die with you if you meet an unfortunate end. Darby stepped back, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered lightly, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Virgil's face darkened as his divine sense moved into her mind. A short while later, he opened his eyes and said, It's done. He watched Darby carefully, paying attention to her expression. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at him coldly. Seeing this, Virgil smiled and said, I'll leave first. You should rest. Darby remained silent, watching his retreating back. Memories flooded her mind. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as if stained by blood. This little wench was me? I actually did those things and said those words? After the slave mark was removed, it was as if someone who had been poisoned had regained clarity. Revisiting these memories made her want to cover her face and weep, unable to accept what she had once done. No, too embarrassing. That was me. He must be secretly mocking me, making fun of me. As Yunzhou sailed through the Wei Kingdom, Darby hadn't recovered from the social death. Virgil, however, entered the Legacy Tower, sighing deeply, as if resolving a major trouble. Now I can cultivate in peace. Time passed swiftly, 6 months went by in a flash. We should be approaching Wu country soon. Robert tattering to himself, Virgil exited the Legacy Tower. Ever since removing Darby's slave mark, he had immersed himself in cultivation. Although he didn't break through to the middle stage of Silverbone, he did temper 4 bones. Currently, he had tempered 35 bones in total, needing only 15 more to reach the middle stage of Silverbone. It's getting close, Virgil whispered. Only 16 ribs remained untempered in his torso. According to his estimates, it would take about 20 to 30 months to completely temper them. With the Legacy Tower, this time would be significantly shortened to about half a month. However, the acceleration would occur only after reaching the Great Jin dynasty. After arriving in the Great Jin, I'll find out where the Xian family is located. then seek out Maureen and ask the predecessor to suppress the curse. Virgil pondered quietly, planning ahead. I killed Ariv's guards. I wonder if the Zion family knows about it. But so far, they haven't sent anyone to pursue me. Maybe because that old thing was killed by the array, I don't bear the blood seal. Regardless, he had to go to the Zion family. Taking a deep breath, Virgil's gaze grew determined. Recalling how the Zion family had forcibly taken Benita, he wondered how she was faring now. If the Zion family dared to mistreat her, he would make the entire clan pay. Thinking this, Virgil's face turned grim. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. He immediately suppressed his murderous intent, acting as if nothing was wrong. Without turning around, Virgil knew who had come. Palamaints later, the footsteps stopped beside him. Hesitating briefly, the Noel behind him spoke. I need to talk to you. About what? Virgil turned around, seeing familiar complexity and shyness on Darby's face, barely suppressing his laughter. Clearly, after the slave mark was removed, Darby had regained clarity. Her fondness and dependence on him had vanished. Recently, I wasn't sure what I was doing. I apologize, she said, blushing and speaking softly. Virgil remembered the bite she once gave him and decided to tease her. Your words are just like those of men who sleep with women but refuse to take responsibility afterward. Sorry. Fine. I'll hurt myself then. Virgil waved her off dismissively. Darby glanced at him, lips pursed slightly, and silently left. Watching her apologetic look as she departed, Virgil couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How much this seductress must regret how she once tempted him. Shaking his head, Virgil stretched his arms wide, as if embracing the sky. Next stop, Wu Country. Originally, the teleportation array was meant to transport him here, but events took a turn, trapping him in Qi Country by the immortal trapping array. Fortunately, everything eventually returned to normal. Moreover, his journey in Qi Country had yielded many rewards. He gained cultivation techniques for enhancing his physical body, and his divine sense broke through to the late golden core stage. Additionally, he now had millions of spirit stones in his storage bag. A smile appeared on Virgil's face. Just then, a sweet fragrance filled the air, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. Looking down, he saw two small hands wrapping around him from either side. What are you doing? Chapter 163. A man who can't tease would be mocked. What are you doing? Feeling the soft and delicate body pressing against his back, Virgil's heart stirred slightly, making him stutter. Don't overthink it. I'm just compensating for that bite. Behind him, Darby's teasing voice echoed. Virgil was bewildered. He knew women were fickle creatures, but did they have to change their minds so quickly? Seeing his awkwardness, Darby smirked, leaving a light laugh as she vanished from the deck. Just then, she had come to a realization. She was a fox spirit after all, so why be embarrassed? In her clan, a fox who didn't tease men would be laughed at. As she left, only Virgil remained on the deck, complaining, Averil, this script is wrong. You've got what you asked for, don't act innocent. The voice in his mind said. But I don't want this favor, Virgil grumbled. However, the fronds in his consciousness ignored him. Sighing, he could only return to the Forgotten Tower for cultivation. Time passed, and the cloud boat had been traveling within Wu Country for 3 days. Exiting the Forgotten Tower, Virgil came onto the deck to take a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, he saw several large birds flying towards them. On each bird's back rode the figures of cultivators. Wind eagles. Darby appeared beside him, glancing at the beast ahead before fixing her gaze on him with an alluring look. I thought you wouldn't come out until we reached the Great Gene. Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Virgil seemed oblivious to her implication, asking, this monster is called Wind Eagle? Yes, these beasts possess the strength of Foundation establishment, but can fly as fast as Golden Core cultivators. Darby gave him an ambiguous glance, saying nothing more about his change of subject. Soon, the Wind Eagles approached very close to the cloud boat, stopping right in front of it and blocking their path. Virgil frowned, sensing the strength of those figures immediately. They were all Golden Core cultivators, led by a late-stage Golden Core man in blue robes. The beast beneath him differed from the others, emitting an aura comparable to a Golden Core. Listen up, everyone on the boat. Open the barrier if you wish to live, and let my divine sense search through. The man in blue slowly spoke, looking at Virgil and Darby on the deck, his tone arrogantly dismissive. After all, the cloud boat was merely a high-grade elixir artifact, and the cultivators on board couldn't exceed the peak of the Golden Core stage. With his background, he had nothing to fear. And what if we refuse? Virgil asked calmly, scanning the crowd with cold eyes. Taken aback, the man in blue stiffened before responding in a stern tone. Boy, heed my warning. I am surnamed Blue. Offending me won't end well for you. He expected his name alone to make them quake with fear and beg for mercy, while opening the barrier for him to search. Unexpectedly, Virgil turned to the Noel next to him and asked, Liu family, heard of them? Never. Darby shot him a flirtatious glance. Nodding, Virgil refocused on the man in blue, his expression frigid. Doesn't matter if you're the Liu or Ma family. Get lost and stop blocking our way. He always responded poorly to hostility. If they had spoken politely from the start, he might have considered letting them search. Now off with you. Don't say I didn't warn you, Emmett. Even at your peak of Golden Core, you're still just an ant in front of the Liu family. Don't ruin yourself. The man in blue barely contained his anger. If not for the possibility that someone on board was also late-stage Golden Core, he would have attacked already. Off. And don't make me repeat myself. Virgil stated dispassionately. Why waste words on this scum? He dared insult our Liu family. If we don't kill him, our honor will be ruined. Ah, my arm. Before he could finish speaking, one of the cultivator's arms was severed abruptly, blood spurting out as a horrifying scream rang out. The rest of them turned furiously toward the white-robed Noel beside Virgil. Bitch, you dare harm a member of our Liu family? You'll regret it. The man in blue snarled. His people being humiliated before his eyes was like slapping him in the face. Moreover, it stung loudly. If he didn't make them pay, how would he keep face? Attack! The man bellowed angrily. The other golden core cultivators produced dazzling treasures, sending terrifying attacks toward the cloud boat. In no time, intense light engulfed the boat, which remained intact once the glow dissipated. What formidable defensive arrays! The Lu family cultivators were stunned. The man in blue ordered another attack, but suddenly, an overwhelming, intimidating aura surged from the cloud boat. Startled, before they could react, a powerful sound blade rapidly filled their vision. Palamaints later, the wind eagles flew away in fright. 3 corpses split neatly in half fell from the sky. Darby held the late-stage golden core man in blue and tossed him to Virgil. Earlier, he told her to spare one alive. Otherwise, this man would have suffered the same fate. Soul sweep. Virgil gripped the man's head tightly, diving into his sea of consciousness to sift through his memories. The man screamed, dazed from shock, soon turning lifeless. Briefly, Virgil discarded the corpse, explaining, "They stopped us to find a person." Find a person? Darby asked curiously. Yes. Not long ago, this so-called Lu family annihilated a clan. These people are searching for survivors who seem to possess something valuable, Virgil explained. Darby nodded indifferently. Virgil mused, killing these Lu family members, they won't let this go. This Lu family has only one nascent soul ancestor, insignificant, except, I didn't expect they have ties with the Zion family. According to this fellow's memory, the younger sister of the Lu family Berkeley married a nascent soul cultivator from the Zion family, making the Lu family a subordinate. How strong is this Zion family? Darby, unfamiliar with the Zion family, noticed Virgil's serious expression. They have an essence transformation expert, Virgil said solemnly. So, should we not have killed them? No, it was necessary. Virgil replied coolly. Darby. Virgil didn't elaborate further, transmitting thoughts to his mind. Avril, can you suppress your strength against an essence transformation level expert? Chapter 164, The Baby Transformation Pill. Virgil didn't explain so much to her. He sent a thought into his mind. Senior, can an essence transcending realm powerhouse suppress their cultivation? The senior went silent, leaving Virgil unsure of the answer. He pondered for a moment, but felt no regret over killing those people. They were not decent individuals, and their reputation across the entire Wu state was abysmal. In everyday life, they frequently committed heinous acts. Take the family they just exterminated. It was merely because that family possessed a particular item. That was enough reason for them to wipe out the whole clan. Death was too merciful for these villains. Meanwhile, not far from this place, a tall old Taoist Franz suddenly held 4 broken jade tokens in his hand. His face twisted with rage as he stared at a direction. Who dares have such audacity to kill members of my Lu family? Could it be remnants of the Gladys family? But how could this be possible? All the late golden core experts of the Gladys family were executed. The Taoist Franz's expression rapidly changed. Finally, he sneered, no matter who this person is, I must obtain the Gladys family's baby transformation pill. As for the cultivator who killed our Lu family members, I'll ensure they die without a trace. Virgil was still unaware that the killing of the Lu family cultivators had been exposed. After one incense stick's time, several more demonic beasts like the ones before flew toward the cloud boat. Each demonic beast carried a cultivator emitting an aura reaching the peak of golden core stage. The strongest among them was a Taoist Franz whose aura was nearly at the nascent soul stage, having already reached half-step nascent soul. He was even stronger than the average peak golden core. These people are probably companions of those we killed earlier, Darby said, looking at the incoming demonic beasts. Should we kill them too? Let's not provoke them yet. Virgil shook his head. Those cultivators only glanced at the cloud boat for a second before continuing on their way without incident. Since they did not bother him, he saw no need to create trouble. I'm going to cultivate now. Later, I will set up an array in my room. If you encounter any problems, come inside, and I'll sense it immediately. After instructing Darby, Virgil turned to enter the cabin. Darby nodded, smoothing her hair without further comment. Back in the cabin, Virgil set up a second great array. Anyone entering the array would be detected by him. Finished with this, Virgil entered the Forgotten World Tower, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining the bones on his chest. Over the past 3 days, he had accumulated 39 bones, getting closer to the middle stage of silver bone. Not wanting to waste precious cultivation time, he sat diligently to refine his physical body. After 15 minutes, the Taoist Franz and other Lu family cultivators returned. Damn it, where did the cultivator who killed our Lu family members hide? The tall Taoist Franz fumed. They had checked the area where the Lu family members died but found no traces of the murderer. The cloud boat we encountered earlier seemed to come from this direction. Could it be them? One of the cultivators suggested. Yes, even if it isn't them, they might have seen the culprit, the others agreed, pointing fingers at the cloud boat. The Taoist Franz frowned. That cloud boat was heading towards the Wenqim sect. Let's chase after it and see. Wenqim sect. Once a nascent soul-level power, its strength had steadily declined since the death of its nascent soul patriarch. Currently, the sect's strength had dropped to a secondary level, with only one late-stage golden core sect master holding up the flag. Please bless our Wenqim sect with excellent disciples during this grand recruitment ceremony to revitalize our sect. Inside the main hall, Wenqim sect master Camila wore simple white robes and knelt devoutly before the shrine housing the tablets of past sect masters. Today was the Wenqim sect's recruitment day. According to ancestral teachings, as sect master, she had to purify herself with incense and prayer to ask for the ancestors' blessings. After praying, Camila gazed at the shrine. 33 sect masters had led the Wenqim sect, with 32 tablets from the first ancestor to the previous one. Suddenly, a flustered figure burst in. Master, something bad happened. The Franz looked pale and stammered, causing Camila to frown. What is it? You should come and see. A cloud boat is heading towards us, and they don't seem friendly. Intrigued, Camila blinked and appeared outside the hall, narrowing her eyes at the distance. She saw a massive cloud boat approaching the Winchim sect. A superior donghua. Camila raised an eyebrow. Only powerful forces possessed superior donghua cloud boats. Yet, she couldn't recall offending any major forces recently. Suddenly, she wondered, is it possible the cloud boat is just passing by? The Franz paused. Absolutely not. How can we allow an outsider to pass over our sect and disturb our ancestors? This mustn't happen. Camila nodded, finding his reasoning logical. No sect would allow another force's cloud boat to fly over, which would tarnish their reputation and lead to internal disunity. I'll check it out. Calm the disciples down. With that, Camila rose into the air above the sect, blocking the incoming cloud boat. This is the territory of the Winchim sect. Outsiders are forbidden to enter. Please detour. Wearing plain white robes, despite living for centuries, Camila maintained the appearance of a young Noelle. Her fair skin enhanced her transcendent aura. My dictionary does not contain the word detour. A clear and long voice echoed from the boat, emanating peak golden core energy. If that's the case, if you can withstand my 3 attacks, I will let you pass, Camila retorted, her voice echoing through the Winchim sect. Down below, countless teenagers watched the magnificent figure in the sky, their eyes sparkling. That's our Winchim sect master. Amazing. Who are the people on that cloud boat daring to pass over our sect? Go, sect master, show them a lesson. Agreed, Darby responded coolly, staring at Camila. Hashtag chapter 165, the landscape scroll. Camila gazed at the Noelle in white standing on the deck. She had already noticed the Noelle's ears and recognized her identity, yet she did not dare to let her guard down even a little. Both women wore clothes of the same color, but Camila's attire seemed ethereal while the others added a touch of earthly elegance. Please forgive me, Camila murmured softly, her eyes half closed as she prepared to launch her first attack. The dance of lilac bells, so the Berkeley uses this move right away. It looks like the people on that cloud boat are putting significant pressure on her. Below, within the Winchim sect, several Franzes stood in the great hall, their eyes squinted as they watched the sky. Suddenly, behind Camila, a purple bellflower sprout emerged. In an instant, it began to grow rapidly, blooming with vibrant vigor, emitting a series of delicate tinkling sounds. In a flash, the area around them echoed with a warlike hymn. The lilac bells quickly multiplied, covering vast expanses of the air in the blink of an eye, completely surrounding the cloud boat and enveloping everything in a sea of purple flowers. Capture! Camila whispered one word, and immediately, all the lilac bells came alive, transforming into agile purple snakes, launching an assault on the cloud boat. Each bell was incredibly resilient. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator would struggle to sever them all in a short time. However, in response to such fierce attacks, the Noelle in white merely lifted her hand indifferently, producing an ancient zither which hovered before her. This zither. Camila's gaze fell upon the zither, and she felt a chill. This zither exuded a dangerous aura. The next moment, music filled the air. Instantly, the lilac bells were crushed as if swept by a violent storm, petals dancing chaotically and shattering mid-air. As the lilac bells disintegrated, Camila's face paled dramatically, her eyes fixed on the zither with a mixture of shock and fear. Hiss! How terrifying is this Noelle's strength? Within the Winchim sect, countless Franzes stared with wide eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. Do you wish to continue? Darby's gaze fell upon her. She had held back just now. Otherwise, Camila would have no grave left unoccupied. To continue. A bitter smile curved Camila's lips. She had sensed the power gap from the first strike. Taking a deep breath, she resolved herself with firm determination. I will continue. This time, she tapped her storage bag, retrieving a yellowed scroll. This scroll was a half-step infant treasure, her ultimate trump card, typically only used when faced with life or death situations. Activating it required consuming some of her lifespan. But today, for the honor of the sect, as its leader, she had to take action. Darby's gaze fell upon the scroll, her expression finally wavering. It depicted a landscape scene, a landscape scroll. At this point, ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators could no longer participate in their battle. Be cautious. Camila infused her magic power into the scroll, her already pale complexion growing weaker. The scroll flew out of her hand, swirling into the air, rapidly expanding into a towering mountain thousands of feet high, pressing down from above. Darby looked up at the descending mountain, feeling its immense pressure, but showing no emotion. Her slender fingers strummed the zither strings, creating beautiful melodies. Slowly, the mountain's descent slowed. Witnessing this, Camila's eyes trembled. Suddenly, the music intensified. Darby continuously plucked the strings, unleashing waves of sound blades. With a loud boom, the enormous mountain instantly dissolved, reverting to a scroll that floated back into Camila's hands. Camila's body shook, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her breaths becoming faint. There's still one last move. Darby looked at her, slightly panting. Her cultivation wasn't at the nascent stage, making it difficult to use an infant treasure. Hearing this, Camila raised her head to ask, is your zither an infant treasure? Darby neither confirmed nor denied it. Camila's face turned ghastly pale, forcing herself to prepare for her final move despite knowing it wouldn't stop the other party. Meanwhile, the Winchim sect below fell into a deathly silence. Disciples, seeing their Berkeley willing to defend the sect's dignity even under severe injury, wiped away tears. Suddenly, someone shouted, Berkeley, please don't stop her. Indeed, Berkeley, you've done enough. Even our ancestors wouldn't blame you. Soon, these voices swelled into a wave, flooding the Winchim sect. Even those who hadn't joined the sect joined in. Don't persuade me. The wind of the Winchim sect is the wind of integrity. Camila's voice remained authoritative despite her weakened state, resonating throughout the entire sect. Her energy surged suddenly. The landscape scroll and the dance of lilac bells had both failed. Thus, only. Just then, a mellow voice came from the cloud boat. We'll take a detour. Darby glanced at the green-robed man behind her, surprised. Palamaints later, Virgil stopped beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder. His eyes met Camilla's, admiration flickering in them. He had been meditating in the world-forsaken tower, but remembered something he forgot to tell Darby. Coming out to see what was happening, he encountered their duel. Leaving aside other matters, this Berkeley was undeniably a qualified leader. He was willing to detour for someone of such integrity. Moreover, taking a detour past the Windchime sect wouldn't waste much time. Camilla was momentarily taken aback, looking curiously at this unexpected man. Despite his cultivation being merely peak foundation establishment, his words carried an undeniable sense of conviction. Unable to resist, she asked, "Do you mean it?" Virgil chuckled. "If I'm lying, I'm a puppy." Camilla laughed despite herself. Her pale face flushed unnaturally red, followed by a few coughs. Seeing this, Virgil retrieved a white porcelain bottle from his storage bag and tossed it to her. Explaining her puzzled look, he said, "It contains a third-grade high-rank bone-healing pill as compensation. I want one too." Seeing this, Darby extended her palm. "You're not injured." Virgil rolled his eyes, but gave her one anyway. This bone-healing pill, which he had refined upon arriving in Wu's state, could heal injuries after consumption. Due to limited ingredients, he only had 4 pills. "Let's go, we'll take a detour." Smiling slightly at Camilla, Virgil gestured, and the cloud boat turned right. Below, cheers erupted. "Yeah, excellent. Victory. The Berkeley is the best." Feeling the commotion below, Virgil was about to speak when a gruff voice called out, "People on the ship, halt for this dev." Note: character names are transliterated according to Pinyin. Chapter 166, Clues about the Soul Transformation Pill. Virgil turned his gaze and saw a tall, robe-clad Franz riding a beast called a wind eagle flying toward them. Wind eagle, it's someone from the Liu family. Camilla's expression flickered with surprise. The Liu family. Virgil's eyes glinted, but his face showed little emotion. He stopped the cloud boat and waited for the other party to arrive. This person is almost at the nascent soul realm. He's probably already at half-step nascent soul, far beyond those late-stage golden core wine bags. Darby slightly stepped in front of him. For her instinctive slighting of Camilla, Virgil shook his head with a slight laugh. After a moment, the cold-faced robe-clad Franz and his companions caught up and surrounded the cloud boat. "What do you want?" Virgil asked indifferently, his expression unreadable. "Brat, have you seen anyone who killed members of my Liu family?" The Franz's eyes scanned the scene, pausing on Darby for a second before settling on Virgil. His piercing gaze could almost make one's heart skip a beat. Ordinary people couldn't withstand such a look. Virgil replied coolly, "So what if I've seen them? And so what if I haven't? Where did you come from, punk? Do you not wish to live?" A furious shout came from another Liu family cultivator. The robe-clad Franz raised a hand to silence him, then said coldly, "So, you have seen them?" "I have," Virgil nodded, readily admitting it. "Who are they?" The Franz immediately demanded. "What do I get out of telling you?" Virgil looked at him with a half-smile. "You can live," the Franz said, his face ice-cold, as if he were stating something very mundane. Benicio, quite the big talker. At this, Darby, who had been silent all along, smirked mockingly. "A fox demon, huh? Even among fox maidens, your appearance would be considered top-notch. Many people would love you. You'd fetch a good price," the Franz remarked, looking at her dispassionately. "Pity you're just a lousy old bone yourself. Even a half-step nascent soul slave should net a fair amount of spirit stones," Darby shot back. Hearing this, Camilla, nearby, couldn't help but shudder. She knew that Darby was strong, but it depended on who she was up against. Thinking of how Virgil chose a detour earlier and even gave her a high-grade third-tier pill, Camilla transmitted telepathically to Virgil. "This person's family has a nascent soul cultivator and is an affiliate of the Zion family. You mustn't offend him, or else there will be no place for you in the entire Alfdom." Virgil gave Camilla a grateful smile, then turned his gaze to the grim-faced Franz and said, "If you want to know, kneel and beg me. I might consider telling you." Camilla felt like everything went black at his words. Throughout the entire Alfdom, he might be the first to speak so boldly to the Liu family. Just when she thought both of them were doomed, a figure riding a wind eagle flew over and told the Franz, "Sir, the remnants of the Gladys family are now trapped in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The soul transformation pill is also there. The 2 other families are present, and the Berkeley has ordered you to go there immediately." Upon hearing this, the Franz, who had been ready to act, retracted his murderous intent and glanced coldly at the cloud boat. "Brat, you've been lucky this time. Don't let me see you again. Leave." With that, he led the Liu family cultivators away, no longer caring about who killed their previous members. Soul transformation pill. Virgil and Darby exchanged glances as they watched the Franz leave hastily. They hadn't hidden their conversation earlier. Virgil pondered, could it be that the Liu family exterminated that family because they possessed the soul transformation pill? The more he thought about it, the more he believed his guess was right. He glanced sideways at Darby. Darby was only one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul realm. He had promised to find her a soul transformation pill. Darby turned to look at him, eyes filled with anticipation but remaining silent. 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Virgil mused, his gaze flickering as if making a decision. Once they arrived in the Great Qing Empire, he would still rely on Darby, so boosting her strength naturally benefited him. However, the biggest problem was that neither he nor Darby were familiar with Alfdom and had no idea where the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was. He hesitated for a moment and then asked Camilla ahead, "Miss, may I inquire where the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is? You intend to go there?" Camilla had clearly heard the earlier conversation and warned, though the soul transformation pill is precious, it's like a hot potato with several nascent soul forces watching. If you aren't careful, you might lose your life without getting the pill. That aside, miss, can you guide us to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Rest assured, you'll be amply rewarded. Reward isn't necessary. Since you spared her earlier, consider it returning the favor. Camila hesitated slightly and waved her hand. She was the type to repay kindness. Virgil had preserved her sect's dignity, so helping him was nothing compared to the favor. Thank you. You wait here. I need to inform my sect. Virgil nodded, watching Camila fly down. After a while, she returned to the deck, and under her guidance, the cloud boat set off toward the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This is Brock. This is my Aliana Darby. May I know your name? Virgil's gaze fell on her, clear and respectful, showing no ulterior motives. Camila. Virgil asked, Miss Foam, how far is the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Miss. Camila gathered her hair. She hadn't heard that title in a long time. She's likely old enough to be your great-great-grandmother, Darby quipped beside him. Virgil glared fiercely at her. Aliana, will you die if you don't talk? Darby snorted coldly. Camila watched the two senior disciples curiously. What kind of sect could cultivate such interesting disciples? In a regular sect, even if someone was a senior sister, they wouldn't dare speak so freely unless both were at vastly different realms. She didn't know that their sibling relationship was just made up. Pausing briefly, Camila didn't dwell on it and spoke gently. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is roughly 1,000 miles away from here. 1,000 miles? It shouldn't take too long to get there. Virgil pondered whether any nascent soul experts would be going there. Currently, he wasn't sure what level his Franz predecessor could suppress. If there were mid or late stage nascent soul experts, things would get complicated. Hashtag chapter 167. Just an old dog. Outside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, two massive cloud boats hovered in mid-air. Each boat flew a huge banner that fluttered in the wind. One banner was square-shaped with a large Qing character on it, while the other was triangular with a prominent Lei character. Not far from the two cloud boats were a group of Lu family cultivators riding wind eagles. Families Qing and Lei. What do you mean by this? The lead, Frederick Robes, a late golden core cultivator, stared at the two cloud boats, his face turning unpleasant. He didn't know which idiot had leaked the news about the infancy transformation pill and managed to attract these two families. The three major clans of Alfdom were the Lei, Qing, and Lu families. Each family had an Elixia cultivator as its anchor, with the Lu family being the weakest. However, due to their alliance with the powerful Xian family, the other two families did not dare offend them. What does third young Arjuna mean? This mountain range doesn't belong to your family. If your family can come here, why can't the Qing family? Adrian stood on the cloud boat with the Qing flag, responding with a loud laugh. You have a point, Elio Qing. I also wanted to ask what the Lu family means by blocking us from entering, a stout man on the Lei-flagged cloud boat added. The Frederick coldly snorted, just as he was about to speak when several figures riding giant wind eagles appeared from the horizon, instantly brightening his face. The two cultivators from families Qing and Lei, however, frowned slightly, clearly recognizing the newcomers. In no time, the group arrived before the Lu family cultivators. It was none other than Avril Daoist Robe and his companions. Big Elio, you've finally arrived. The Carter spoke with excitement. Avril Daoist Robe nodded slightly, then glanced coldly at the cloud boats in the sky and asked, Where is the infancy transformation pill now? It's being carried by remnants of the Qing family who fled into the 10,000 Beasts mountains, the Carter whispered. Hearing this, Avril Daoist Robe looked towards the seemingly endless mountains ahead and frowned. This range is vast. Finding him won't be easy. He carries dark fragrance, so the mole rats can locate him. However, with families Qing and Lei present, I haven't dared make any moves without you here. Hearing this, Avril Daoist Robe raised his head and looked at the cloud boats in the sky. Jin Qing, Hu Lei, troublesome indeed. These two were among the strongest cultivators in families Qing and Lei. Apart from the heads of each family, there were few among the Golden Core generation who could defeat them. Even Avril Daoist Robe felt a headache at facing them. Forget them. Let's go. With that, Avril Daoist Robe flickered, leaping off the Wind Eagle into the 10,000 Beasts mountains. Although Wind Eagles were advantageous for long-distance travel, allowing him to conserve his magic power, he could still fly faster over short distances. Unexpectedly, the Adrian and the stout man led their people out of the cloud boats and followed closely behind. Seeing this, Avril Daoist Robe frowned and stopped, asking coldly, What do you mean by this? Almost there. On the cloud boat, Virgil followed her gaze and indeed saw a north-south oriented mountain range nearby. At the entrance of the mountain range, two huge cloud boats hovered in the air. Besides that, there were also Lu family cultivators mounted on their signature wind eagles. The Lu, Qing, and Lei families are all here. These three clans possess Elixia powerhouses. Camila's gaze fell on the banners waving in the wind atop the two cloud boats, and she said, And this is only what we see openly. In secret, many independent cultivators are lurking. The allure of the infancy transformation pill is too great. I wonder if they found it yet. Virgil, focused solely on the infancy transformation pill, remarked, not particularly interested in the major clans. Hearing this, Camila couldn't help rolling her eyes. She had hoped to impress upon him the danger involved, urging him to back off. She liked Virgil and didn't want to see him die needlessly. But he seemed to hear nothing. Soon, Virgil steered the cloud boat straight toward the mountain entrance. Upon noticing the approaching cloud boat, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the three parties turned their attention to it. Brat, you dare to track me. Avril Daoist Robe's face darkened as he coldly eyed Camila next to Virgil. And you, Windchime sect? Is this person part of your sect? Camila's expression changed slightly as she detected a threat in his words. She softly replied, Daoist Drake, I've brought you to the 10,000 Beasts mountains. I should leave. The Lu family was a formidable force. Even in its prime, the Windchime sect might not have feared it, but now it definitely wasn't a match. Farewell. Virgil saluted. She had the wind chime sect behind her and didn't want to offend the Liu family, which he understood. Take care. Camila hesitated but ultimately sighed, vanishing into a streak of light heading away. Interesting. At this moment, the Adrian from the Keenan family sized up Virgil curiously, wondering how he had offended Jeremy. Such a beautiful Noel. Meanwhile, the stout man's attention landed on Darby, his eyes gleaming lustfully. Egan on the boat. Who is that vixen spirit to you? Virgil turned to look at him, noting the lecherous gaze and responded coolly, so what? Sell her to me, the stout man demanded. Upon hearing this, Darby clenched her fists tightly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. You wish to offer. Virgil was about to inquire about the price, but suddenly sensed a chill run down his spine. Hastily, he changed his response, she isn't my possession. I can't decide for her. Sensing the chilling feeling fade away, he heaved a sigh of relief, only to hear another voice. Puny insect, admit it. You have some guts to show up here knowing I'm here. Averil Daoist Robe glared at Virgil menacingly. Previously, he had warned Virgil not to appear before him, but this mere insect disregarded his warning entirely. Virgil's gaze finally settled on him as he smiled faintly. Isn't he just an old dog? What's to fear? Filth, you're courting death. I will skin you alive and rip out your tendons. Averil Daoist Robe's chest heaved violently, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Virgil's repeated insults had thoroughly enraged him. From afar, the Adrian and the stout man watched with intrigued expressions. Who was this brash Dominic, who was either incredibly ignorant or extremely confident, to dare insult Jeremy? They grew more curious about what would happen next. Big Elio, calm down. Chapter 167. Just an old dog. Outside the 10,000 Beast Mountains, two massive cloud boats hovered in mid-air. Each boat had a large flag fluttering in the wind. One was square with a large Keenan character, while the other was triangular, also adorned with a large Lei character. Not far from the two cloud boats were a group of Liu family cultivators riding wind eagles. What's the meaning of this? Keenan family and Lei family? A Kardak at the front, who was at the late golden core stage, looked at the two cloud boats, his face darkening. Some idiot had leaked the news about the transformation pill, actually attracting these two families here. In Wu country's three major clans, the Lei, Keenan, and Liu families, each had an elixir stage cultivator. The Liu family was the weakest, but they were allied with the powerful Xian family, so the other two families dared not offend them. What do you mean, third young Arjunu? This isn't your Liu family territory. If you can come, why can't we? An official-like middle-aged man stood on the Keenan family-flagged cloud boat, responding with a loud laugh. Elio Keenan has a point. I want to ask what the Liu family means by blocking our way. From the Lei family-flagged boat, a stout man remarked. The Kardak snorted coldly, about to speak, when he suddenly saw several figures riding massive wind eagles flying over from the horizon. His expression instantly brightened. The two cultivators from the Lei and Keenan families frowned slightly, clearly recognizing the newcomers. Palamaints later, this group arrived before the Liu family cultivators. It was the Franz in the Taoist robe and others. Elio, you finally arrived, the Kardak said enthusiastically. The Franz in the Taoist robe nodded slightly in acknowledgement, glancing coldly at the floating cloud boats. Where is the transformation pill now? It's being carried by some remnants of the Keenan family into the 10,000 Beast Mountains. The Kardak lowered his voice. Hearing this, the Franz in the Taoist robe gazed at the seemingly endless mountains ahead, frowning. These mountains are vast. It might take a considerable amount of time to find him. He was hit with hidden fragrance. The mole rat could track him down, but with the Keenan and Lei families here, I've been too cautious without Elio here. Upon hearing this, the Franz raised his head and looked at the cloud boats in the sky. Janice and Art indeed present a problem. Both were top-tier cultivators of the Keenan and Lei families, powerful enough that few golden core cultivators besides their respective family heads could defeat them. Even he felt a headache at the thought of facing them. Ignore them. Let's go. The Franz in the Taoist robe flickered and leaped off the Wind Eagle directly into the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Though the Wind Eagles were advantageous for long-distance travel without depleting one's mana, in the short term, he could fly faster. Unexpectedly, as they moved, the Adrian and the Stout Man also led people off the cloud boats, following at a distance. Seeing this, the Franz in the Taoist robe frowned slightly, stopping and saying coldly, "What do you mean by this?" Almost there. On the cloud boat, Virgil followed Camilla's gaze and indeed saw a mountain range running north to south just ahead. At the entrance to the mountain range, two huge cloud boats floated in the air. Besides this, there were the Liu family cultivators on their signature Wind Eagles. The Liu, Keenan, and Lei families have all arrived. These three families all possess elixir stage forces. Camilla's eyes landed on the flags fluttering in the wind on the two cloud boats. This is only what's visible. There are definitely scattered cultivators hiding in secret, tempted by the transformation pill. I wonder if they found the transformation pill yet. Virgil's attention was still on the pill. He wasn't interested in the major families. Hearing this, Camilla couldn't help rolling her eyes. She meant to warn him of the danger and advise him to let it go. She admired Virgil, but didn't want him to die needlessly. However, he seemed to have heard nothing. Soon, Virgil piloted the cloud boat straight toward the mountain entrance. As soon as they approached, the tense atmosphere around the area was immediately broken, with all three parties turning their gazes towards the new arrival. "Egan, you dared to tail me." The Franz in the Taoist robe turned grim, glaring at Camilla beside Virgil. "And is this Wind Chime sect allied with him?" Camilla's expression changed slightly, catching the threat in his words. She whispered, "Drake Dowfriend, I've brought you to the 10,000 Beast Mountains. You should leave." The Liu family was a giant. Even if the Wind Chime sect was at its peak, it might not fear the Liu family, but now they certainly weren't a match. "Farewell," Virgil saluted. She didn't want to offend the Liu family due to her connection with the Wind Chime sect, which he understood. "Take care." Camilla looked at him hesitantly but only sighed, retreating into the distance as a streak of light. Interesting. At this moment, the Keenan family's Adrian sized up Virgil, inwardly curious how he offended Jeremy. What a beautiful Noel. As for the stout man, his eyes gleamed lustfully as he focused on Darby. Boy on the boat, who is that fox spirit to you? Virgil glanced at the man's lecherous eyes and replied indifferently, what? Sell her to me, the stout man demanded. Upon hearing this, Darby clenched her fists tightly, eyes brimming with murderous intent. You're willing to. Virgil was about to ask what price he planned to offer, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Quickly changing his tone, she isn't my property. I can't decide for her. Only then did the chill fade, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another voice rang out. Insect, you must admit, you have guts to come here despite knowing I'm here. The Franz in the Taoist robe stared at Virgil darkly. He had warned Virgil not to appear before him, but this insect dared to disregard his warning. Virgil finally met his gaze, smiling faintly. Just an old dog, why wouldn't I come? Bastard, you're asking for death. I'll flay you alive. The Franz's chest heaved with rage, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Virgil's repeated insults finally pushed him over the edge. Not far away, the Adrian and the stout man exchanged intrigued glances. Where did this inexperienced dominant come from? Was he truly ignorant, or did he have real backing to dare speak to Jeremy like this? They grew even more curious, watching to see if a fight would break out. Elio, calm down. Chapter 168. You are already a mature cultivator. Big Elio, calm down. It's important to get the transformation pill first. The carter couldn't help but sweat as he saw the Franz in the Taoist robe getting angry and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Hearing this, the Franz in the Taoist robe barely suppressed the rising anger inside him and glanced coldly at Virgil. If looks could kill, Virgil would have died 10,000 times over. This murderous look of yours is so terrifying. Virgil mocked. Unfortunately, you're only capable of this much. An old dog remains an old dog, not just cowardly but also despicable. If I were you, I'd pee and drown myself. As for the other side, calling him an ant repeatedly, anyone who isn't servile wouldn't give him any good looks. Besides, the Liu family was subordinate to the Zion family, which Virgil utterly detested, naturally leading to no goodwill towards the Liu family. Mitzi looked at Virgil's behavior, slightly surprised. This was the first time she had seen Virgil act like this since accompanying him. Listening to the young villain constantly calling him an old dog, veins popped out on the Taoist Franz's forehead. Taking a deep breath to soothe himself, he forced himself not to look at him for fear of losing control. The priority now is to get the transformation pill. After obtaining it, I'll make sure this Emmett dies without even a burial spot. No, let him wish he were dead. I must tear that smelly mouth of his and sew it shut. Egan, you've got guts, praised the short stout man. Virgil didn't respond. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the Taoist Franz. The dev really had impressive self-control. Despite all this, he still hadn't made a move. Surely he couldn't know about Virgil's trump card? This was naturally impossible, meaning there must be another reason. Shaking his head, Virgil wasn't overly worried and turned his attention to the Black Mountains ahead. As long as this dev didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother with him either. Based on the words of that Liu family cultivator above Feng Zoeg sect earlier, the cultivator holding the transformation pill seems to be somewhere inside. He inspected the vast Black Mountain range in front of him. His first impression was its sheer size. Its length alone probably spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, stretching endlessly like a long dragon. It would be akin to finding a needle in the ocean for someone to hide here. Senior. Virgil sent a thought into his mind. Speak. Thankfully you're awake. Virgil sighed with relief, smiling as he asked, someone hiding in this mountain might have the transformation pill. Senior, can your divine sense cover this entire mountain? Boy, you are already a mature cultivator. Deal with matters mainly relying on yourself, rather than always thinking of me first. Have you never heard the saying, lean on a mountain and it crumbles, rely on a person and they run away? Only by relying on yourself will you achieve true strength. Always depending on me, how can you accomplish anything? Came the voice in his mind with obvious irritation. Despite being scolded, Virgil still sent thoughts playfully. Senior, what you say makes sense. However, if there's something useful, one should know how to use it, right? One shouldn't be too stubborn. While they conversed, not far away, the Taoist Franz shot them a cold glance before leading a group of Liu family cultivators deeper into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Elio, the Lei family and Keenan family are following us again. The red-haired man looked back. Dalen and the short stout man, along with other cultivators from various families, followed closely behind, like a persistent adhesive. They had clearly marked the Liu family as their targets. Earlier, it was such a tense situation until Virgil arrived and changed the atmosphere. The Taoist Franz looked back coolly. What do you two mean? Do you really want to wage war with my Liu family? Fellow Elio Liu, the 10,000 Beast Mountain range isn't your backyard garden. We go wherever we want, right? Exactly. The two smiled faintly, knowing the Liu family might have a way to find the remnants of the Gladys family, so they kept following them. Now, in Wu country, 3 families dominated, each having a core stage cultivator. If the Liu family obtained the transformation pill, they might produce another core stage powerhouse. They naturally didn't want to see that scenario unfold. Therefore, even if they couldn't get the transformation pill, they couldn't let another family obtain it, or else the balance of power would shift. Seeing this, the brow of the Taoist Franz knitted tightly, almost sweating. These two individuals were powerful, and their families also had core stage cultivators. He was temporarily at a loss on how to handle them and thus said coldly, if you wish to follow, then follow. Let's go. Speaking, he no longer paid attention to the other two families, directly flying into the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Big Elio, are you really going to let them follow us? The carter showed a concerned expression. The Taoist Franz transmitted to him, once we enter, I'll spread everyone out. Let's see how they can keep up. Then you take the mole rat to capture the remnants of the Gladys family and seize the transformation pill. Got it. Quickly, all the Lu family cultivators dispersed under the orders of the Taoist Franz, disappearing into the dense forest. You all also disperse and immediately signal if you find any clues, instructed the Adrian and the short stout man, staring intently at the Taoist Franz while directing their followers. Yes. Noticing their gazes, a trace of mockery appeared on the Taoist Franz's lips as he walked unhurriedly in a direction. We should leave too. Seeing members of the three families vanish into the massive mountain range, only Virgil and Mitzi remained. Virgil put away the cloud boat and switched to a smaller target, a flying sword, continuing forward. Which way should we go? Following behind him, Mitzi, whose cultivation was at the peak of the golden core stage, did not need a magical artifact to fly. Just follow. Virgil gave a mysterious smile. As they entered the 10,000 beast mountain range, ancient trees over 100 years old gradually appeared in sight, accompanied by occasional beast roars. Virgil seemed to be flying aimlessly, occasionally communicating with the senior in his mind. After ensuring there was nothing nearby, he moved to another area. Mitzi couldn't help but ask irritably after following him through the mountains. Are we really going to find it this way? Trust me, Virgil smiled. He wasn't truly wandering around aimlessly. Although the senior's divine sense couldn't cover the entire mountain range, it could extend for tens of thousands of feet around. Thus, he only needed to slowly advance. Seeing this, Mitzi didn't say more but later curiously asked, by the way, will you give me the transformation pill once we get it? No, I'm keeping it for my future use, replied Virgil without turning back. Upon hearing this, Mitzi stopped and angrily retorted, how can you do this? Why can't I? Virgil looked at her in puzzlement. Mitzi had no response and sulked silently. Translation note. Names have been transliterated accurately from Pinyin, preserving the original character's pronunciation in English. Chapter 169. Mantodia captures Cicada. Virgil found it amusing to see her angry. Naturally, his previous words were just for fun. He was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and had yet to reach the core formation stage. He wouldn't need the transformation pill anytime soon. How could he not give it to Darby, who needed it right now, and keep it for himself? However, Virgil did not plan to reveal the truth to her. Letting her stay mad wasn't so bad. Consider it compensation for that bite. The two soared over the mountain forest without pausing, heading deeper inside. Roar. Suddenly, a beast's roar sounded from below. Virgil exclaimed in surprise and looked down. There, on a boulder as tall as a person, stood a snow-white male lion, glaring angrily at them and roaring warningly. At first glance, the lion appeared even larger than a full-grown water buffalo. A snow lion, said Darby. She was already in a foul mood. Seeing this little beast that hadn't even reached the core formation stage dare to threaten her, she released a surge of her aura immediately. In an instant, the snow lion, constantly growling below, felt an overwhelming fear, its body trembling violently as it let out weak roars, terrified to the core. Let's go. Ignore it. Virgil glanced at her and proceeded deeper. After 15 minutes, Virgil stopped and looked forward to a vast forest stretching endlessly like a green ocean. Summoning to see Darby pouting silently beside him, he laughed and said, Don't be angry. I'll give you the transformation pill when the time comes. Really? Darby looked skeptical. When have I ever lied to you? Virgil chuckled, flying toward the endless forest. I knew Elio Drake is the best, Darby followed, smiling radiantly, feeling like honey had filled her heart. You probably didn't think so just now. Virgil shook his head, saying nothing. A gentle breeze swept through the boundless forest, rustling sounds filling the air like ocean waves. His long hair flowed freely behind him. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind, Kid, there's a Lu family cultivator ahead. He might know where to find the transformation pill. Follow him. Virgil paused, puzzled. How do you know that, senior? Just guessing. Don't waste time. 5 miles northwest of here. Let's go. Virgil's figure flickered as he headed northwest. Darby stayed close, trusting him completely. Half an incense stick later, Virgil's spiritual sense detected a red-clothed man about a few hundred meters ahead, cautiously moving forward. He had seen this person before. He was in the late golden core stage, one of the Franz and the Taoist robe subordinates, with high status among the Lu family cultivators. Search mole rat. Darby was slightly surprised as her spiritual sense discovered a small gray rat several meters in front of the red-clothed man. What's that? Virgil noticed the gray rat too, but was unaware of its use. It's a low-level beast, weak in combat, but with an excellent sense of smell, commonly used for tracking. If you spread its urine on someone, it can track them by scent. Who is this guy looking for? Suddenly, both their eyes met, and they simultaneously said, Transformation pill. Virgil took a deep breath, suppressing his joy, admiring the senior more. The senior must have discovered something significant. Let's follow him. Without wasting time, Virgil put away his flying sword, blending into the forest as he pursued the red-clothed man. The man was highly alert, his spiritual sense continuously sweeping the surroundings. To avoid alarming him, Virgil kept a considerable distance outside his sensing range. They walked for miles until they reached a stream flowing from the mountains. The search mole rat never stopped, chattering and guiding the way. Unaware of being followed, the red-clothed man remained vigilant with his spiritual sense. Why did they split up if the Lu family has a search mole rat? Darby asked, standing on a tree branch, her gaze retracting to Virgil. She couldn't understand why they would separate when they could locate each other easily. To confuse the other two families, Virgil explained, narrowing his eyes as he watched the red-clothed man from afar. Darby pondered this. Suddenly, a bird's call came from above. Virgil lifted his head and saw a greenish-blue bird circling overhead. Be cautious. That bird is tamed, warned the senior in his mind. Virgil narrowed his eyes and took Darby into the world-abandoning pagoda, reappearing only after the bird flew away. The red-clothed man had vanished from his spiritual sense, but Virgil wasn't worried. He kept his gaze fixed on the departing green bird, deep in thought. What happened? Darby asked, puzzled. That bird is tamed, Virgil replied. How do you know? Guessing. Virgil smiled, glancing behind. Someone's coming. Hearing this, Darby expanded her spiritual sense, and indeed, sensed another cultivator approaching. Her eyes flashed oddly. Don't alert them. Hide for now, so we don't get noticed by the Liu family cultivator. Virgil leaped off the tree, instructing Darby to set up a concealment array, covering their presence. With the senior's help, he wasn't worried about losing the red-clothed man. Palamaints later, Adrian flew past them, landing on a tree branch. Sensing the red-clothed man ahead, he smirked. Well, Jeremy, trying to trick me? If not for your oversight, you almost fooled me. A green bird landed on his shoulder. Keep following him. The green bird chirped and flew off. Jeremy, you never dreamed I'd uncover your plot. By sending the green bird to spy on Ainsworth, all I need to do is kill him, and the transformation pill will be mine, without anyone knowing. This is called Mantodia captures cicada, while the Oriole is waiting. The scholar vanished from the tree branch. After a while, two figures reappeared. Interesting, Virgil mused aloud. You humans have many schemes, Darby commented. Virgil said nothing but added, let's follow. The red-clothed man was still within the senior's lock-on, but this time they kept an even greater distance, trailing behind the Adrian. Chapter 170, Jed. At this moment, in a certain area of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, Adrian trailed far behind a red-cloaked man, his face revealing the look of a hunter. The Adrian was unaware that even further back, a bead and a white-robed Noel were following him. This scene was indeed somewhat absurd. Both sides clearly did not want to alert their prey and only awaited the discovery of the final baby transformation pill. Virgil touched his face and said, this is really hard to describe. I feel a bit sorry for that Liu family guy. After all the effort to find the whereabouts of the baby transformation pill, suddenly two groups will jump out. If the red-cloaked man knew there were two freeloaders trailing him, one could only imagine his reaction. Virgil could picture the scene. It would certainly be very amusing. Hearing this, Darby chuckled. Virgil glanced at her, and then deliberately averted his gaze. The three parties, each harboring their own schemes, moved through the forest, one after another. The green bird, which had been released by the Adrian, was now stationed elsewhere. It did not continue surveilling the red-cloaked man. Frequent appearances would easily be noticed by someone not foolish. They traveled for about 2 hours when the red-cloaked man at the front suddenly stopped. The mole rat crawled up his robe and onto his shoulder, chirping twice. The red-cloaked man immediately slowed down, carefully moving forward. Passing through the forest ahead, he found a cliff covered in vines with a hidden cave behind it. If not observed closely, it would be hard to notice. The remnant of the Gladys family is hiding inside here. The baby transformation pill is mine. The red-cloaked man stared excitedly at the cave ahead, his eyes filled with intense longing. His spiritual sense detected a presence within the cave. To avoid alarming anyone, he cautiously stepped towards the cave. Suddenly, as if sensing something, someone inside seemed aware. Just as the red-cloaked man was about to reach the entrance, a figure darted out of the cave into the dense forest. It was a young man, pale-faced, dirty and ragged from days of fleeing. Jed, you can't escape, the red-cloaked man laughed, recognizing the young man who had dashed out. This person was none other than the young leader of the Gladys family. When the Liu family exterminated the Gladys family, this Emmett was protected by numerous Gladys family Franzes, escaping with their lives and taking away the family's treasured baby transformation pill, preserved for hundreds of years. Smiling faintly, the red-cloaked man's body flickered like an arrow shot from a bow. The Dominic, Jed, saw the red-cloaked man suddenly appear before him and strike with a palm. Unable to react in time, he was hit squarely on the chest. With a spray of blood, he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise from the ground, the Dominic looked pale. He was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, while his opponent was genuinely late-stage Golden Core. One blow left him gravely injured. Had he not worn an upper-grade defensive treasure, he might have lost his life. But even though the treasure absorbed most of the impact, some force still transmitted into his body, rupturing his internal organs. In the next moment, the red-cloaked man appeared beside him, pressing the Dominic's head down to the ground and stepping heavily on his chest. Coldly, he asked, "Where is the baby transformation pill? You filthy Liu family scum. You exterminated over 200 members of my Gladys family, and those 200 souls will come to claim your life." Blood flowed from the Dominic's mouth, yet hatred blazed in his eyes. "If you don't tell me, I'll search your soul." The red-cloaked man sneered and increased the pressure underfoot. Under tremendous force, the Dominic's chest caved inward, emitting agonized groans. Search his soul. As the red-cloaked man reached out his hand to place it on the Dominic's head, he suddenly felt all his hairs stand on end. In the next instant, a strange figure materialized beside him, striking him with a palm. "Janice, it's you. You've been tracking me." Recognizing the Adrian, the red-cloaked man understood what was happening, his expression changing dramatically as he hurriedly blocked the attack. He was thrown back by the force of the blow, his arm feeling almost broken. "Friend Gladys, as long as you hand over the baby transformation pill, I will spare your life today." The Adrian turned to the Dominic lying on the ground, speaking gently. The Dominic hesitated upon hearing this. If possible, he did not wish to die. Not because he feared death, but he couldn't die. He still had unfinished business. He hadn't avenged his family. But this single baby transformation pill had been preserved at the cost of over 200 lives. It carried his hopes. Whoosh! Just as the Dominic hesitated, a vibrant firework burst into the sky nearby. The Adrian furrowed his brows and turned to look. The red-cloaked man snarled, "Janice, the baby transformation pill belongs to my Liu family. You cannot take it. I've already sent a signal. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Realizing he wasn't a match for the Adrian, he resorted to calling for help as a threat. Upon hearing this, the Adrian frowned, regretting not killing him initially. However, it wasn't too late. He glanced down at the Dominic. As soon as he revealed the pill's location, he would kill both him and the Liu family member. That way, no one would know the baby transformation pill was in his hands. Without concrete evidence, what could the Liu family do? Not far from here, two figures stood on a tree branch, observing the scene. Darby asked, "When should we act?" The baby transformation pill was right before them. She was growing impatient and eager to move. Had Virgil not told her to wait, she would have already rushed in. Virgil kept his gaze on the Dominic, saying, "Wait a little longer. With the Adrian nearby, wait until he and the Liu family member fight. Then you can save the Dominic to prevent any desperate moves that might cost him his life." Rolling her eyes, Darby retorted, "Why should we care about his life? Listen." Virgil interrupted her, his tone cold. Darby rolled her eyes again but said nothing more. "Consider carefully. Soon the Liu family will arrive, and even if you hand over the baby transformation pill, you will still not escape death." The Adrian glanced at the Dominic on the ground and turned towards the red-cloaked man. "I'll kill him first. What are you doing?" Seeing him approach, the red-cloaked man's expression changed. He roared, "Janice, are you truly going to start a war with my Liu family? Humph, who will know if you die?" The Adrian sneered, flickering to appear beside him, fingers clawing toward his neck. Chapter 171. The Yellow Oriole Behind. The Frederick's face contorted sharply. The Adrian moved so fast that by the time he reacted, the palm was already close to his neck. Any magical treasures or spells were too late to deploy. He seemed to see death beckoning him. "No." A fierce glint of refusal flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from the Frederick, causing the hand to hesitate momentarily in midair. Seizing this opportunity, he swayed his body and darted toward the Dominic. Cornered dog jumping over a wall? Or throwing all caution to the wind? Noticing his move, the Adrian sneered with disdain. Did he really think he could snatch someone right under his nose? Did he take himself for an essence infusion stage cultivator? A smirk twisted at the corners of the Adrian's mouth as his figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, disappearing from the spot to chase after the Frederick. Moving so fast only residual images could be seen. In an instant, the Adrian appeared behind the Frederick, casually slapping his back with his right hand. The speed looked incredibly slow, but it was as if the Frederick was locked down, unable to dodge. A chill surged from his feet up his entire body. Glancing ahead, a brief hesitation flashed across the Frederick's eyes before he clenched his teeth, ignoring the incoming attack. Not far off was the Dominic. If he captured him and used him as leverage, the Adrian would certainly refrain from making a move. Thud. The next moment, the palm landed on his back, sending the Frederick bursting forward, suppressing the surging blood within him as he rushed towards the Dominic, intending to take him hostage. Just as the two were mere steps apart, a figure in white swept over from a distance and stopped in front of the Dominic. Why is there still someone here? The Frederick's face darkened severely, but there was no time to ponder further. With a roar, he slapped towards Darby. Get lost. Darby's expression remained indifferent as she flicked her long sleeves forward, hitting the Frederick's palm. He instantly felt as though his entire arm was about to collapse, as if struck not by a sleeve, but by a mountain. The next moment, Darby swung her sleeve again, striking the Frederick's chest. Thud. The Frederick spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying like a broken kite before crashing into the ground and creating a large pit, stirring up a cloud of dust. His condition remained unknown. Darby's expression remained unmoved. Her gaze turned to the Adrian. Are you also after the transformation pill? Seeing this, the Adrian halted his steps, his brows furrowing. He had thought the transformation pill was his for the taking, never expecting such an unexpected interruption. Darby remained silent, appearing disdainful to speak. Suddenly, a figure walked over from afar and stopped beside the Noel in white, looking at the Dominic on the ground and extending his hand. The Dominic hesitated slightly before grasping his hand, pulling himself up. Who are you? His face still had fresh blood, and he coughed weakly while speaking. Virgil smiled and said, It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that I'm here to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? The Dominic asked, puzzled. Virgil tossed him a bone recovery pill and said, Take it first. Seeing these two ignore him, the Adrian's expression grew extremely grim, coldly saying, No matter who you are, I advise you to leave immediately, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. This statement finally drew Virgil's attention. He half smiled, half snickered. To kill? Darby asked, her voice cold. So presumptuous. Upon hearing her words, the Adrian's eyes flashed with anger. He could sense Darby's cultivation, which was indeed higher than Golden Core, but still below his. Yet those words made it seem as if she could kill him any time. Virgil nodded, then shook his head, unclear what he meant. His gaze fixed on the Adrian as he slowly said, Your words come back to you, leave or die. If such words came from an essence infusion cultivator, it would be one thing. But coming from a foundation establishment cultivator, it was brazen. You brat asking for death. Sure enough, the Adrian's expression darkened completely, seemingly ready to drip water. Without another word, his body vanished from the spot, dashing out like an arrow, directly attacking. Humph! Darby snorted softly, her body swaying to block Virgil. Raising her hand to tap her storage bag, she retrieved an ancient zither, suspending it in front of her. With a casual stroke of its strings, a sound blade shot out. An infant treasure. The Adrian charging towards them showed surprise upon feeling an incomprehensibly deep power as the zither was activated, immediately guessing it to be an infant treasure. This person actually has an infant treasure. His gaze trembled as he looked at the approaching sound blade, every hair on his body standing on end uncontrollably. Ordinarily, encountering a same-level cultivator with an infant treasure, he would have turned tail and fled. However, the transformation pill was just within reach, and walking away now would be unbearable. I want to see how much power you can unleash. With a clench of his teeth, the Adrian pulled out a fly whisk from his storage bag, a high-grade alchemical artifact. Though not as good as an infant treasure, it should resist well enough. Senior. Virgil watched the fly whisk coolly. This was a peak golden core battle. He couldn't interfere. To avoid wasting time, Virgil directly suppressed the other party's cultivation. The moment Virgil spoke, the Adrian, who was just about to activate his artifact, suddenly noticed his cultivation plummeting until it dropped to near golden core. What's going on? Anger mixed with shock spread across his face as he saw the incoming sound blade, the imminent sense of death wrapping around his heart. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the next moment, his body was cleaved in two by the sound blade. Blood sprayed, soaking into the earth. Virgil watched indifferently, having already given the other side a chance, which he didn't cherish. There's one more. Darby's figure flickered to appear beside the large pit where the Frederick had been thrown. The gravely injured Frederick lay weakly within. Seeing her action, the Dominic snapped out of his shock, exclaiming, "Leave that person to me. I want to kill him myself." A fiery look of vengeance flashed in his eyes. But the Noel in white merely glanced at him coldly, and an icy chill crept up his spine. He hadn't taken the pill Virgil gave him earlier, his voice hoarse. "You're also after the transformation pill, right?" "Listen to him," Virgil nodded, not denying. Darby raised her hand, demonic energy lifting the unconscious, gravely injured Frederick and tossing him in front of the Dominic. The Dominic staggered to the Frederick, gazing at his nemesis lying on the ground. The faces of his dead kinsmen seemed to float before him, urging him to avenge them. Chapter 172. Acquiring the transformation baby pill. The young man's expression grew increasingly cold, gradually enveloped by icy killing intent. He raised his hand and slapped it, retrieving a black long knife from his storage bag. Seemingly sensing his murderous aura, the Carter slowly came to, still confused about the current situation. The first thing he saw was the young man standing in front of him, gripping the knife with a look of hatred on his face. His expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the Adrian's corpse nearby, feeling an immense shock. How did Janice die? What happened? Who killed him? At this moment, seeing Darby and Virgil standing coldly to the side, a chill ran down his spine. He had an inkling of what might have occurred. Taking a deep breath, the Carter turned his head towards the young man, full of killing intent, and began cursing. "Little bastard. What do you think you're doing with that knife? If you dare kill me, the Liu family will definitely..." Before he could finish, there was a flash of the blade, followed by a human head soaring high into the air. A moment later, it fell with a thud, rolling away. "You're too noisy." After swinging the blade, the young man's icy expression finally softened. He looked at the head that still held a look of surprise, took a deep breath, and turned to face Darby and Virgil, clasping his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you both for letting me take revenge on this enemy. Here is the transformation baby pill." In his hand, a small white porcelain bottle appeared, which he threw to Virgil, handing it over without hesitation. Now, he understood clearly. Even if he kept the pill with him, he wouldn't be able to retain it and would only attract endless trouble. It was better to hand it over to Virgil and the others. Virgil extended his hand, catching the porcelain bottle, and inspected it closely. Opening the stopper, a unique fragrance wafted out from within. Darby approached, sensing a slight relaxation in her cultivation, her eyes revealing a hint of longing. Seeing her expression, Virgil tossed the pill to her and asked the young man, "What are your plans?" "Leave Wu country, cultivate, then return to seek vengeance." The young man's eyes flashed with the flames of hatred once more. "These surroundings are now filled with people who want to kill you." "Well, since we've taken your pill, we can protect you for a bit longer," Virgil pondered slightly. "Thank you." The young man clasped his hands again. These two might come from some major force. Otherwise, a mere foundation establishment cultivator couldn't possibly command such a powerful Noel to obey his every word. However, he didn't want to delve deeper into their identities nor ask them to avenge him. This vengeance, he must exact it himself. "Let's go." That fellow released a signal flare. Soon other forces will be drawn here. Virgil strode forward, moving away from the scene. With the transformation baby pill in hand, their mission was complete. It was time to leave the 10,000 Beast Mountains. A short while later, a figure appeared on the scene, the robed Franz. Extending his divine sense to search around, he found nothing. Virgil had already incinerated the corpses of the Carter and the Adrian using ice flame in the snow, leaving only traces of blood and signs of battle on the ground. Ainsworth is dead, and the transformation baby pill is gone. What on earth happened? The robed Franz, staring at the broken life plate in his hand, let out a roar, his face turning incredibly ugly. This person must not have left the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Whoever you are, the Liu family will find you and flay you alive. Several dozen miles away, Darby stared at the delicate porcelain bottle in her hand, swallowing hard. She couldn't wait to refine the pill inside and seclude herself to break through to the nascent soul stage. But considering that Virgil might encounter danger alone, she refrained. Virgil glanced at her, shook his head, and continued gazing ahead, pondering silently. He had placed the young man inside the Heaven-Earth Pearl, thinking it best to keep him hidden given the ongoing pursuit by the Liu family. Be cautious. There are 2 nascent soul cultivators and several late-stage golden core cultivators ahead. Suddenly, the stern voice of the senior resounded in his mind. Virgil blinked, narrowing his eyes and stopping in his tracks. The entrance to the 10,000 Beast Mountains was just ahead, but why were there suddenly so many powerful cultivators? There were 2 nascent soul cultivators alone, plus several late-stage golden core cultivators. He considered taking a detour to exit elsewhere, but ultimately decided against it. For one, neither he nor Darby were familiar with the terrain of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, unsure if there were alternative exits, and didn't want to waste time. More importantly, with the senior's presence, even nascent soul cultivators weren't a threat, although he still couldn't afford to be complacent. What's wrong? Darby glanced at him, sensing something amiss. Nothing much. The senior told me that 2 nascent soul cultivators are at the entrance where we came from. Virgil shook his head, continuing to think. He wasn't sure if they were searching for the transformation baby pill, the killer, or both. At the entrance of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, dozens of wind eagles hovered in the sky, each bearing the figures of cultivators. A middle-aged man stood in midair before these wind eagles, tall and slender, clad in a black, dragon-patterned robe with a dark yellow auspicious cloud belt around his waist. His eyes were unfathomable. This was Ingram, the sole nascent soul cultivator of the Liu family. Though he looked only 40-something, he had been cultivating for over 400 years. Old freak Keenan, why are you here? Ingram's gaze shifted to the huge cloud boats nearby, their banners adorned with the prominent surname Keenan fluttering in the wind. To investigate my clan member's death in here, came a cold snort from the central cloud boat. Coincidence, someone from our Liu family was also killed. Ingram said indifferently, we initially suspected the Keenan family. Looks like it was a misunderstanding. If you want to know who the murderer is, isn't it simple to capture everyone exiting the 10,000 Beast Mountains and extract their souls? That's not a bad idea. Ingram smiled faintly, his divine sense enveloping the entrance below. At this moment, a late-stage golden core cultivator emerged from the entrance, a wandering cultivator who had previously sneaked into the 10,000 Beast Mountains, hoping to locate the Gladys family and obtain the transformation baby pill. After searching futilely for half a day, he decided to give up. Seeing the cloud boats and wind eagles above, he exclaimed, both Keenan and Liu family nascent soul Franzes are here. What's going on? As he spoke, a Liu family cultivator appeared before him, saying calmly, follow me, those exiting the 10,000 Beast Mountains. What do you mean? Before the man could resist, he felt a powerful divine sense land on him. His face turned livid, and he reluctantly flew upward with the Liu family cultivator. Chapter 173, Unaffiliated Cultivator. Not long after the Noel was taken away, 2 figures emerged from the mountains in another direction. A green-robed man stepping on a flying sword, and an exquisitely beautiful white-robed Noel. It was Virgil and Darby. In the next moment, Virgil felt several spiritual senses land on him and Darby. Among them were 2 powerful spiritual senses belonging to nascent soul experts. Under these spiritual senses, he felt like a peeled egg, about to be completely exposed. Virgil's gaze remained steady. He did not panic. He looked up at the sky, his eyes passing over the group of wind eagles, 5 cloud boats, and finally stopping on the middle-aged man in the python robe. That senior mentioned 2 nascent souls, so the remaining one should be aboard one of those cloud boats. As he was contemplating, several cultivators flew over and stopped in front of him and Darby. Thanks to his powerful spiritual sense, Virgil could easily discern their cultivation levels. Without exception, they were all core formation cultivators, and most wore similar attire, blue scholar robes. Take them away. The leader lifted his right hand, signaling his subordinates to step forward and lead the way. Seeing this, Virgil frowned and asked, who are you? What do you intend to do? Keenan family. Our Keenan family members died in the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Any cultivators leaving here must undergo soul searching before they can leave. If you cooperate, you may keep your lives. Otherwise. The leader's expression was cold, his tone domineering and threatening. Take them away. Seeing the 2 remain silent, he glanced at his subordinates and ordered them to take the duo away. Virgil didn't respond, lowering his head in thought. Beside him, Darby let out a cold snort. Seeing these fearless cultivators rushing forward to apprehend them, she would not allow herself to be subdued. She released her aura. Instantly, a wave of energy spread outward from her, hurling everyone who rushed at them into the air. Only the leader managed to stabilize himself, looking at Darby with surprise. He never expected this quiet, seemingly fragile Noel, following a Foundation establishment cultivator, to be a peak core formation demonic race. Still daring to resist? Although shocked, he wasn't afraid, staring intensely at Darby. Above them was the family's ancestor. Not to mention a late-stage core formation, even if a nascent soul was present, no insolence would be tolerated. Scram. Darby looked at them coldly, her tone filled with disdain. That's the kid who insulted my Liu family earlier. On the wind eagle above, a member of the Liu family recognized Virgil. Hearing this, Ingram's gaze fell on them as he asked, do you know these people? Immediately, someone respectfully recounted the previous incident. Learning that Virgil dared to speak insolently against the Liu family, Ingram said coolly, a mere ant, defying the Liu family? He Roberta, go fetch them and soul search to find who killed our Liu family cultivators. Yes. Upon hearing this, a gaunt dev leaped off the wind eagle and flew down. Good, oh very good, just you wait. Seeing Darby look at them with disdain, as if regarding them as mere ants, the Clifford's face turned unpleasant. He uttered 2 good s. He was about to send someone to ask the ancestor for help when the gaunt dev appeared overhead. Recognizing the dev, the Clifford's brow furrowed. This person was not from the Liu family but an early servant of the Liu family's ancestor, possessing immense strength and the blood of countless late-stage core formation cultivators on his hands. This person spoke insolently to our Liu family earlier and knows information about who killed our cultivators. You cannot take them. The gaunt dev's voice was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, the Keenan family cultivators were all forcefully pushed back. Ingram, what does this mean? Detecting this, a somewhat icy voice sounded from the central cloud boat. This person has some grudges with our Liu family, so we need to take them, Ingram replied calmly. After waving his hand to push the Keenan family cultivators away, the gaunt dev reached out toward Virgil and Darby. Darby's eyes turned cold, and she struck upward, releasing a terrifying shockwave. Both took a step back. She raised her hand, creating a barrier in front of Virgil, shielding him while glaring at the dev without a word. The gaunt dev swayed slightly, his gaze showing surprise. Even Ingram in midair noticed this scene and was somewhat astonished. He knew the dev's strength. For this Noel to match him evenly was extraordinary. Let's try this strike. Realizing he couldn't subdue them with one blow, the gaunt dev became more serious, gathering his mana. Instantly, a massive palm appeared in the sky, descending like divine judgment. Seeing this, Darby's eyes turned cold. She waved her hand, drawing out an ancient zither and plucking its strings. A sound blade shot out, striking the giant palm. The palm dissipated with a boom, and the gaunt dev spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the ancient zither with hidden alarm. Infant treasure. Two figures suddenly appeared overhead, looking at the ancient zither. Two nascent souls. Virgil, who had been silent, looked up at the sky. Apart from the middle-aged man in the python robe, there was another Franz wearing a dark blue gown, with a hooked nose and deathly pale skin, his eyes cold like venomous snakes. Stand down. The python-robed man retracted his gaze, glancing at the gaunt dev, then focused on the duo. Yes. Despite his reluctance, the gaunt dev bowed and stepped back behind him. Boy, who are you? The Franz of the Keenan family looked at Virgil, seeing his calm expression and hesitating, guessing he might belong to a major force. He realized Darby was merely his subordinate. Though eager for the infant treasure, he refrained from making a move. Virgil's expression was indifferent. Brock. His voice was as cold as usual, showing no fear even before nascent soul cultivators. Hearing this name, the Keenan family Franz pondered inwardly. In the Great Qing Empire, there seemed to be no major clan surname Drake. Could he not come from a major power? Pausing, he still dared not underestimate and asked, "Are you affiliated with any sect?" Virgil chuckled inwardly, knowing his thoughts. Unaffiliated, a solitary cultivator, but I have a teacher. Hearing this ambiguous answer, the Keenan family Franz furrowed his brows. A solitary cultivator? A peak foundation establishment cultivator with a peak core formation subordinate? Do you think we're fools? Could this person's teacher be a powerful nascent soul cultivator? Regardless of whether you're a solitary cultivator or have a background, for daring to defy the Liu family earlier, you must pay a price. Chapter 174. Regardless of whether you're an itinerant cultivator or have some background, for insulting the Liu family so thoroughly before, you must pay a price. Seeing the Franz hesitating in fear, Ingram's face showed impatience. He coldly said, "Egan, I'll give you a chance. Tell me who killed our family's cultivator, and perhaps I can spare your life." Although he spoke confidently, he did not dare to overstep. If this young man were truly a disciple of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, offending him could lead to retribution from his sect's Franzes, which he could not withstand. Virgil slowly glanced at him and sternly said, "Do you want to know? Come closer and I'll tell you." "Speak." Ingram snorted and came closer. With his cultivation, he naturally wasn't afraid of Virgil's tricks. A barely noticeable smirk curled at the corner of Virgil's lips. Seeing this smile, Ingram suddenly felt a chilling sense of dread. Just as he tried to grasp the source of his unease, the Foundation establishment ant suddenly punched towards him. Seeking death. Ingram's face turned both shocked and enraged. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dared to attack him. He raised his hand to capture this ant, thinking even if this was a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator, giving him a little lesson wouldn't be much of an issue. What is happening? Suddenly, his expression turned to terror as he realized that his cultivation had inexplicably dropped to the initial stage of core formation. No one could answer his question. Palamaints later, that ant punched him, making him feel as if all his bones would break, and he flew out spitting blood. As he lifted his head, about to stare intensely at them, a hair-raising sense of danger overwhelmed him. Soon Ingram understood the source of the danger. A swift sonic blade rapidly expanded in his pupils. By the time he sensed the situation worsening and turned to flee, his body was already bisected. "You brats." Blood gushed out as a small figure erupted from the corpse, looking exactly like Ingram. He howled to the sky, his long hair billowing wildly, his voice filled with endless rage. But in the next moment, the miniaturized Ingram, just about to vent his anger, found another sonic blade charging towards him. Summoning to escape was too late, and he was immediately engulfed and vanished on the spot. The entire process was fast, precise, and ruthless. Seeing this scene, Jalen shuddered in shock. Everything happened in nearly the blink of an eye. Ingram was exterminated, including his nascent soul, dead beyond any possible revival. Even he couldn't achieve such a feat in such a short period of time, and his cultivation was at the middle stage of nascent soul. As for the gaunt Franz, he was even more confused, merely staring blankly at Ingram's corpse, disbelief evident on his face, as if lost. Dead. Silence enveloped the area until a faint voice broke it. A nascent soul cultivator just died? A gust of wind blew by, everyone feeling an icy chill. Their gazes all converged on the couple, fear in their eyes. Berkeley dead. Berkeley dead. Flee quickly. Further away, on Windhawk, Liu family's cultivators suddenly screamed in panic and scattered far away. The gaunt Franz, having regained consciousness, attempted to flee but screamed miserably as his body transformed into a pool of bloody water. Everyone jumped again. Only Jalen remained calm, knowing it was due to the slave seal activating after Ingram's death. Yet, internally, he was equally disturbed. Ingram died so easily, this matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even now, he didn't understand how Ingram died. It seemed he was killed by a Foundation establishment and a core formation cultivator. This wasn't his fault. Virgil chose to annihilate Ingram swiftly to prevent discovery. So no one noticed the sudden drop in Ingram's cultivation. "Gentlemen, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall take my leave." Virgil waved his hand, collecting 2 storage bags. His gaze swept around. The previously arrogant Keenan family cultivators lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Clearly they were shaken by his display. Finally, his gaze settled on Jalen. Jalen awkwardly smiled and dry coughed. "Nothing, Nothing. Young friend, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Calming down, he thought it might be that someone powerful was secretly aiding these two, allowing them to kill Ingram. Only a peak stage nascent soul grand cultivator could achieve this. Thinking there was a peak stage nascent soul cultivator in the shadows, how could he dare to intervene? Even if there were issues, he would claim none existed. Since so, then I will take my leave. Seeing his demonstration worked, Virgil looked at him half smiling and summoned a cloud boat into the air, expanding it instantly. Landing on it with Darby, they floated away gracefully. Watching the departing cloud boat, the Keenan family cultivators finally felt relieved. Jalen muttered, "Thankfully I am cautious. Otherwise, my fate might have been like Ingram's. This person comes from the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Janice might have been killed by him. Never mind, it's best not to offend him. But Liu family has the Zion family behind it. Now Ingram is dead. What attitude the Zion family will take? So for now, we cannot move against Liu family territory." Shaking his head, Jalen gathered the clan's cultivators and left. He lived for centuries because of his cautious nature. Not long after they left, a robed dev flew out of the 10,000 Beast Mountains, saying, "Humph, I've already informed the Patriarch to seal off the exit. No matter who took the soul transformation pill, they can't escape." Arriving at the exit, he saw no sign of Liu family cultivators nearby. Feeling a premonition, immediately rushing back to Liu family compound. Palamanes later, he encountered a panicky Liu family cultivator flying towards him, frowning and asking, "Cosmo, what's wrong? Didn't I ask the Patriarch to guard the 10,000 Beast Mountains entrance?" "The Averil, I was about to find you. Disaster struck. The Patriarch was killed." Taken aback as if struck by lightning, the robed dev stared in disbelief. "What are you saying? The Patriarch is dead? Who killed him?" "The previous couple. Please return quickly. The family is now in chaos." Hearing it was the couple who killed the Patriarch, the robed Franz spat blood, screaming, "You dogs! My Liu family will never forgive you." Chapter 175, Darby enters seclusion. A day later, news of Ingram's death had spread across the entire Alfdom. Robertac of this was due to the Keenan family's intentional efforts to fuel the fire. And with that, the name Brock became known by all major forces within the Alfdom. Even newly initiated disciples knew it. Countless factions issued strict orders prohibiting their members from offending anyone surnamed Drake. But this was completely unnecessary. Brock had already become an object of admiration for countless Dominics. Countless women longed to see his elegance, and countless men admired his charm. The Liu family's reputation in the Alfdom was deplorable, marked by tyrannical behavior, arrogance, and countless despicable acts such as forcibly taking women. With time, legends about Brock grew into various versions. Some said he saw the Liu family's tyranny and took it upon himself to rectify it, killing the family patriarch in just 10 moves. Others speculated he was actually a late-stage Yuan Ing Franz who had been indebted to the Gladys family and retaliated after their destruction by the Liu family. Upon hearing the name that had swept across the Alfdom, Feng Zoeg sect's leader Camilla thought back to Daoist Drake and murmured, "No wonder the Noel beside Daoist Drake obeyed him so. He must be a hidden late-stage Yuan Ing Franz." Reflecting on her earlier concerns, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. She had worried about Daoist Drake provoking the Liu family, only to find out that he had slain their patriarch. While some rejoiced, others were distressed. Those most worried by Brock's slaying of Ingram were, naturally, the Liu family. "That scoundrel killed our family patriarch. This enmity is irreconcilable. I shall personally lead people to the Zion family." In the Liu residence, the Franz in the Dao robe looked fiercely determined. He now realized that the Huaing pill most likely fell into Brock's hands. He did not believe Brock was a Yuaning powerhouse, but suspected someone had secretly assisted him. Regardless of who it was, the Liu family would seek revenge. Meanwhile, Brock, the protagonist of these tales, was aboard a cloud boat steadily advancing forward. Virgil, oblivious to the external rumors, leaned on the railing, watching distant birds return to the mountains under the sunset. Not long ago, the Dominic he had released from the Qinghuan Pearl bid farewell and left alone, planning to head to Central Province to seek vengeance for his clan upon his return. Central Province was the heart of the Rain Wasteland, where the Rain Hall headquarters and Emiliano resided, making it the most powerful region in all of Rain Wasteland. At parting, Virgil inquired about the Rain Wasteland from the Dominic. According to him, the Rain Wasteland comprised 4 regions: Southwest Continent, Endless Sea, Central Province, and Northern Plains. The area they were currently in was part of the Southwest Continent, including Dajin, Ujandam, and dozens of other countries. A voice came from behind him. "Can you really manage on your own from here?" Darby approached him from behind. "Don't worry," Virgil turned, his gaze resting on her. She was still dressed in the same semi-transparent gossamer dress, her slim waist accentuated, appearing delicate yet charming. Darby stared at him, saying, "Don't die." But remembering that he possessed the Legacy Tower and formidable power suppression abilities, her worries dissipated. As long as he didn't encounter middle or late-stage Yuaning Franzes, he should be fine. "Go ahead." Virgil smiled, summoned the Legacy Tower, and placed her inside the first floor. This seclusion was critical and required undisturbed focus. Any disruption could cause severe consequences. Many cultivators chose secluded places for their infant soul formation attempts. Thus, Virgil placed her on the first floor to avoid disturbing her while he practiced on the second. After sending Darby inside, Virgil didn't rush to practice. Instead, he looked ahead. According to Darby, her seclusion could last several years, or even a decade. Infant soul formation was a significant challenge for many cultivators, a step too many failed to cross. "I suppose it's time I advanced to the core formation stage," Virgil muttered. Having reached peak foundation establishment for quite some time, he could have broken through earlier but held back due to his cultivation technique. Once in Dajin, he planned to inquire further about cultivation techniques, which was the second crucial task after suppressing Sister Roberta's curse. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Virgil waved his hand, producing 2 scrolls, Lu family's sunlight separation technique and Great Nerve scripture, found in a Keenan family cultivator's storage bag. Both could reach late stage U1 in cultivation. Having reviewed both texts, he had not started practicing. Pity I lack immortal clan bloodline. Otherwise, I could directly practice my predecessor's cultivation method without seeking elsewhere. With a bitter smile, Virgil put away the scrolls and gazed forward. With Darby entering seclusion, he was once again alone on the journey. However, compared to leaving Ujandam, he felt hopeful this time due to his senior companion's guidance on the upcoming Dajin trip. Beyond meeting his beloved, he needed to find a cultivation technique to advance to the core formation stage in Dajin. Seclusion and body refinement. Without wasting time, Virgil entered the legacy tower with a flicker of his consciousness. Setting the autopilot for the cloud boat and asking his senior to keep watch, he entered the tower's 2nd floor. Glancing down at Darby on the 1st floor, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, Virgil withdrew his gaze and began meditating. Currently, he had 39 bones, 11 short of the 50 required for mid-stage Silver Bone Realm. Once reaching mid-stage Silver Bone Realm, according to his predecessor, he could suppress a major realm's worth of combat strength, facing mid-stage Yuan Ying without fear. Time passed slowly as Virgil fully immersed himself in practice. 10 months later, Virgil blinked slightly, then opened his eyes. They say cultivation transcends time. Indeed, 1 blink and 10 months pass. Stretching leisurely, Virgil shook off the dust from his clothes, smiling happily. The effect was significant. He gained 6 more bones, totaling 45. The mid-stage Silver Bone Realm was near. 1 more year should suffice for a breakthrough. Wonder where the cloud boat is now? After a brief thought, Virgil decided to check outside. Unfamiliar with geography, he would ask someone upon arrival in Dajin. Taking one last look at the meditating Darby, Virgil exited the legacy tower. Chapter 176, The Great Qing Empire. The cloud boat hovered over a mountain range, and within 100 miles in every direction, there was almost no sign of human habitation. Virgil murmured to himself, I wonder if we've reached the Great Qing Empire. Senior Elio, don't fly so fast, wait for me. Little sister, I told you to stay in the sect. Why did you insist on coming with me? Oh come on, practicing in the mountains is too boring. Let's go out for a stroll. Suddenly, 2 voices came from ahead. Virgil followed the sound and saw 2 young cultivators, both looking dominicful and full of vitality, like disciples from some sect. They were flying towards him, one after the other on their swords. Senior Elio, there's someone up ahead? What's so strange about that? Speed up a bit. The young man in front didn't seem concerned. He quickly shifted his gaze away from the massive cloud boat approaching them. Although high-grade alchemical vessels were rare, they weren't uncommon in their sect. As the 2 flew past the cloud boat, a voice called out, please wait a moment. Do you need something? The Sylvia, dressed in a green gown and only seemingly in her teenage years, had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing the voice, she stopped and curiously observed the bead standing on the deck. Though he wasn't as handsome as her own senior brother, the calm smile on his face gave off an air of ease, causing her heart to race involuntarily. The young man also paused. Compared to the innocence of the Sylvia, he appeared more experienced, cautiously hiding a small sword behind his back and looking around warily. I just wanted to ask where we are and how far it is to the Great Qing Empire. Virgil glanced at the young man, then casually moved his gaze to the Sylvia, smiling. The Sylvia, who seemed to be in the early stages of foundation establishment, was considered quite talented for her age. Nope, we still have to pass through this mountain range and reach the city of Qinqiu, she replied with bright eyes and a melodious voice, like a skylark. Thank you. Virgil saluted her and retrieved a few porcelain bottles from his storage bag, tossing them to the Sylvia. These are spirit-elevating pills, a token of my gratitude. Startled, the Sylvia stared at the jade bottles in her hand. She hadn't expected such a simple answer to result in 2 bottles of mid-grade pills. This is too valuable. I didn't do much. I can't accept your gift. After a moment's hesitation, she looked up, intending to return the pills, only to find that the cloud boat had already departed. A gentle voice echoed, this medicine isn't useful to me, but it should help you greatly. Please keep it. Hearing this, the Sylvia watched the departing cloud boat, then looked down at the pills in her hand. Keep it if he gave it to you, the young man said, his eyes slightly envious. On the deck, Virgil smiled faintly. Such a pure-hearted Sylvia, untouched by the muddied world. Virgil sighed slightly, lamenting that such innocence was rare these days. Boy, are you smitten with her? A voice rang in his mind. Virgil nearly choked. Cough. Master, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who falls for everyone? No, you're the type who has desires but lacks courage. Feeling somewhat depressed, Virgil ignored the remark from his mind. Looking forward at the mountains, he remembered the Sylvia's words, pass through this range, and he would reach the Great Qing Empire. He wondered how long it would take. An hour later, light rain began to fall, pattering against the protective barrier surrounding the cloud boat. Amidst the misty rain, the cloud boat emerged from the mountains. Virgil, not knowing the location of the Zion family, planned to visit the city mentioned by the Sylvia to gather information. Soon, through the rain, a black city came into view, with a towering pavilion in the center, standing firm amidst the storm. This city was known as Qinqiu City, a city for cultivators in southern Great Qing. Its ruler, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, commanded respect even from nascent soul cultivators due to his close ties with the Fuyao sect. 15 minutes later, Virgil walked through the city streets under a red umbrella, droplets splashing against its surface, creating white flowers. Numerous cultivators were rushing or calmly walking through the rain. Some hastily sought shelter, while others remained unruffled by the downpour, drying themselves instantly with their powerful cultivation. Wearing a wide blue robe, Virgil exuded indifference as he used his spiritual senses to gather information. So, Qinqiu City. After retracting his spiritual senses, Virgil processed the gathered information. No wonder it was a superior cultivation nation. He had already detected several core formation cultivators within this small city on the border. Even this city alone could easily destroy the state of you. Unfortunately, there was no information regarding the Zion family. Not discouraged, Virgil prepared to inquire when he overheard drunken laughter from a nearby tavern. Pity Fuyao Sect's young genius Alvaro, who had a promising chance of advancing to nascent soul, was defeated in one stroke, severely damaging his Taoist heart. Fuyao Sect has truly lost all face. Fuyao Sect, Virgil murmured, recalling the information he had gathered earlier. It was a powerful sect in southern Great Qing with an ancient lineage. Apparently, it once produced a transformation realm expert. But why was its genius defeated? Just as he was about to leave, another voice rang out from the tavern. Rumor has it that the person who defeated him wasn't from the Zion family, but brought back by the 6th Franz from a lower-tier cultivation nation. Virgil halted, glancing at the tavern before hesitantly stepping inside. In the main hall, 5 tables occupied the space, filled with people and one by a lone, intoxicated dev near the window. Intuition told him the dev had been speaking. What would you like, sir? A waiter approached with a welcoming smile. Just as Virgil was about to reply, a laughing voice from the central table interrupted. Ephraim, you shouldn't spread such rumors about Fuyao Sect during broad daylight. You wouldn't want to be beaten up by them, would you? Chapter 177. The Intent of Rain. This voice, laced with jest and amusement, belonged to a regular patron of the tavern, clearly acquainted with the Franz. The man was also a frequent visitor, known as Vlad, whose cultivation had not advanced much over the years. He remained at the initial foundation establishment stage despite his age. No one had ever heard of him having any children, nor did anyone know where he lived. However, he liked to come to this tavern for drinks, though regrettably, he lacked funds and could only afford the cheapest watered-down wine. What's there to be afraid of? Can the Jade Ascension sect stop us from talking? The Franz's eyes were clouded with intoxication as he loudly proclaimed. In the next second, he became too agitated, flipping his stool and landing heavily on his bottom, causing a roar of laughter from the surrounding patrons. Seeming to sober up slightly, the Franz steadied himself, shakily righting the stool and sitting down again. He didn't mind or seem upset about the laughter around him. The waiter shot an exasperated look in his direction before turning to Virgil and asked, Sir, what kind of wine would you like? Any wine will do. All right, but the tavern is full, sir. It's fine. I'll go sit over there. Virgil walked directly towards the table by the window, then paused, calling out to the waiter who was about to leave. Wait, I want the best wine. Sir, the tavern's best wine costs 500 spirit stones per jar. The waiter eyed his attire cautiously, kindly reminding him, bring 2 jars. Virgil tossed him a cloth bag without further ado. The waiter received it skeptically, opening the bag and finding 100 mid-grade spirit stones lying quietly inside. His face instantly lit up with joy. Certainly, please wait a moment. Seeing this, curious gazes fell upon Virgil. The patrons here were mostly itinerant cultivators who didn't carry much money. Truly wealthy and powerful individuals would be drinking at finer establishments like the Myriad Flower Tower. Not in this dilapidated tavern. Thus, Virgil's generosity immediately caught their attention. Virgil ignored these glances and walked straight to the table by the window, smiling at the Franz. Senior, may I sit here? Although it was a question, he made no effort to wait for a response, settling down opposite the Franz and taking the chance to observe him. The Franz wore a tattered old robe that looked unwashed for years. Oil stains were visible at the cuffs, his unkempt appearance suggesting a life of hardship. Yet, an aura of early foundation establishment fluctuated around him. The tavern isn't my home. Sit if you don't mind getting wet. The Franz, without looking up, held a wine jar to his mouth. After waiting, finding no more wine pouring out, he shook the jar futilely. It was empty indeed. Virgil smiled, shifting his gaze to the items on the table. A green wine pot lay near the window, appearing to be some kind of jade shaped like a gourd. It seemed devoid of wine, yet rainwater trickled into it through the open neck. Just then, the waiter returned with 2 jars of wine, pointing to an empty table in the corner. Sir, your wine is here. There's an empty table there. Shall you move over? No need. Just put the wine on the table here. Virgil shook his head, declining graciously. Truly a strange one, the waiter muttered under his breath, placing the wine on the table and leaving. Senior, I have wine here. Virgil, ignoring the murmurs, pushed one of the 2 jars he'd brought over to the Franz. I have no spirit stones to give you. The Franz glanced at him indifferently with half-drunk eyes. Boy, Vlad isn't some secluded master. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Another cultivator couldn't help but warn Virgil after seeing him share such good wine with the Franz. Senior, please drink freely. You owe me nothing, Virgil replied calmly. He wasn't trying to flatter the Franz as some high master. He had something he wanted to ask this Franz. Earlier, the Franz mentioned that the person who defeated the Jade Ascension sect's prodigy with a single sword strike was brought back from a small country by the Zion family's Hobie. He very much wanted to know if that person could be Sister Roberta. Well, there goes a fool with plenty of money, came a chorus of shaking heads and sighs. Boy, if you need anything from me, just say. If it involves murder or arson, this dev can't help. My strength isn't high enough to risk death. The Franz picked up the wine jar without haste, casting him a bland look. Don't worry, Senior. Junior has no intention of making you commit murder or arson. Virgil smiled innocently. Good. The Franz scrutinized him briefly before turning away, gulping down the wine with large mouthfuls. The sound of the wine going down his throat filled the air. Virgil's gaze flickered uncertainly, reassessing the Franz. In that glance, he felt like the Franz had seen right through him, an unnerving sensation. Though outwardly only at early foundation establishment, why did he feel this way? Was this Franz concealing his true cultivation? Even he couldn't sense it. This person had to be at least at the nascent soul stage. After all, his divine sense was already at late core formation. Anyone lower than that shouldn't be able to hide their cultivation from him. Realizing he had accidentally encountered a genuine hermit sage, Virgil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He discreetly transmitted a thought to his inner C, seeking confirmation. Senior, can you tell me this person's cultivation? Boy, what now? The senior in his inner C hadn't been constantly monitoring the outside world. Hearing his voice now, he responded mildly surprised. Peak, nascent soul. This person seems to be in the process of comprehending intent. Sure enough, Virgil kept his expression calm, glancing at the fronds again. With the wine jar raised, he never stopped drinking, the entire jar quickly disappearing. Never did he expect to meet a peak nascent soul expert in this small city. Feeling pressured, he once again transmitted his divine sense, asking, Senior, what exactly is this intent? Intent is grasped by transcendent transformation realm cultivators. Only by comprehending intent can one break through to transcendent transformation. I cannot explain it in detail. Watch carefully at the rain around him. Following the words, Virgil observed again. The rain seemed to merge seamlessly into the water around him, an inexplicable wonder. The voice in his inner sea explained, this is the preliminary form of the intent of rain. This Franz appears to be comprehending it, and is close to success. When he fully comprehends this intent, it will be time for him to break through to transcendent transformation. Virgil silently marveled, retracting his gaze for fear of being detected. Please let me know if you need any modifications or have additional content to translate. Chapter 178. Yuja. Virgil silently marveled, then glanced and quickly averted his gaze. He did not dare to stare, fearing he might be noticed. Such powerful figures were unpredictable, and if he provoked them, there would be no place to cry about it if they chose to kill him. Despite his current strength, even with the help of the senior, he was still no match for an apex nascent soul cultivator. However, this man didn't seem like someone who killed without reason. Otherwise, the cultivators who had mocked him earlier would likely be dead already. At that moment, a loud thud interrupted his thoughts. Refreshing. This 100 spirit stones worth of wine is truly different. The Franz slammed the empty jar onto the ground and looked at another jar longingly, licking his lips. Senior, please drink. There's more if you need. Virgil pushed the last jar over, his eyes devoid of any sign of regret. Now wealthy beyond measure, his generosity naturally matched his newfound riches. After adding the spirit stones he obtained from Wu country, the total was indeed an alarming number. Upon hearing this, the Franz took the jar with a half smile, but this time he did not rush to drink. Instead, he paused, his gaze fixed on Virgil, and the once lively tavern fell silent. Virgil was slightly startled, looking around. The patrons continued chatting merrily, yet their voices were inaudible to him. It was as if he and the Franz existed in separate worlds. How amazing! Even knowing the Franz's cultivation level, seeing this display was still astonishing. Now, speak up. Why did you invite this dev for drinks without cause? Don't expect a few jars of wine to earn my gratitude. The Franz toyed with the jar, tossing it into the air like a ball, giving Virgil a casual glance. His demeanor suddenly changed, feeling almost alien. It was as if a torrential rainstorm and lightning surged toward Virgil. Respectfully, Virgil said, Junior heard Senior speaking outside the tavern earlier and has a few questions. Go ahead. Is it true that the Noel who defeated the Fuyao sex genius with one strike was brought back by the Zion family's Hobie? The Franz gave him an odd look, surprised by such a question, and answered, yes. Is she a Noel? Virgil immediately asked. If this person was Aliana Benita, it would mean the curse hadn't yet taken effect, as the Franz had mentioned it might occur within 2 years. The Franz looked at him strangely, nodding, yes. Has Senior seen her face? Is she called Benita? Virgil began to feel more assured, his expression relaxing. I don't know her name, but I've seen her. With a wave of his hand, countless rain-like threads emerged from his sleeve, slowly forming the image of a green-robed Noel in midair. Virgil stared at the green-robed figure, cold and unsmiling just as she had appeared when the Franz first saw her. Long time no see, Aliana Benita. Virgil murmured softly, his gaze gentle. The Franz sensed they knew each other but didn't care to pry. With a wave of his hand, the image slowly dissolved. Virgil seemed oblivious, staring blankly ahead for a while before asking, when did Senior meet her? A month ago. She was traveling outside but should have returned to the Zion family by now, the Franz replied, sensing Virgil's concern for the Noel and informing him of her whereabouts. Thank you, Senior. Junior has one last question. Where is the Zion family located? Virgil bowed politely. With another wave of his hand, a stream of light shot into Virgil's forehead. Startled at first, Virgil soon understood the intent and bowed again. Thank you, Senior. The Franz had imprinted a map of Great Qing on him, documenting all places he had visited. As the surrounding noise returned, the Franz said gravely, since I've answered your questions, join me for some drinks. Rain entered the tavern, falling on both of them. Virgil nodded. Waiter, bring more wine. Soon, the table was filled with wine. They paid no mind to the stares and started drinking, clinking jars together one after another. Despite the numerous jars emptied, Virgil remained clear-headed. Cultivators could use their power to protect themselves, maintaining clarity even after consuming endless amounts of alcohol. In contrast, the Franz, though continuously drinking, remained perpetually tipsy yet never intoxicated. After several more jars, the Franz wiped his mouth, shaking his head. This is no fun. You drink, only to expel the intoxication with your power. What a waste of good wine. No more drinking. He belched, stumbling to his feet. Virgil stood up as well, somewhat apologetic. You have things weighing on your mind, which makes sense. Unlike us old men, we are solitary. The Franz waved his hand, grabbing the wine flask from the table mid-air. He took a large gulp, wiping his mouth, saying, pity you won't get to enjoy my fine wine. That's fine, let's save it for next time. When we meet again, Senior can treat me to another drink. Good idea. The Franz, pleased with the notion, took another swig. Suddenly, the jade pendant hanging from his waist flashed faintly. The hall master calls. The Franz frowned, putting away the flask, sighing, "That's enough for now. Next time we meet, you can drink until you're drunk for days." Virgil laughed and bid farewell. "All right, take care, senior. We'll drink thoroughly next time." The Franz hummed in agreement, disappearing in an instant. Seeing this, the cultivators in the tavern rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "I'm not seeing things, am I? Where did the guy go? Drunk. Must be drunk." Virgil smiled at their reactions, paying for the wine and stepping out of the tavern. Rain fell once again. Virgil held a red umbrella, leaving Qing.The city, walking through the wilderness, murmuring, "Whatever his identity, I must thank him." Lifting his head, he looked at the sky through the rain and summoned his cloud boat, throwing it into the air, flying northwest. He now knew where the Zion family was located. Chapter 178, Left Behind. Virgil inwardly winced and quickly averted his gaze, afraid that continuous attention might catch the other's notice. Dealing with someone so temperamental could be disastrous if he offended him. There would be no place to cry for help. Even with the senior's assistance, Virgil knew that an advanced Yuan-Ing cultivator was still beyond his current strength. However, this person didn't seem overly bloodthirsty. Otherwise, those mocked cultivators might have been dead already. Suddenly, a loud crash broke his thoughts. Refreshing. This 100-spirit stone wine is really something else. The Franz pounded the empty jar onto the ground forcefully, eyeing another jar and licking his lips. "Senior, please drink. There's plenty more where that came from." Virgil pushed over the last jar of wine without a hint of regret. His wealth had grown immensely since acquiring the spirit stones from Wu country, allowing him to spend generously. Hearing this, the Franz picked up the jar with a faint smile but didn't immediately drink. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Virgil. The once lively tavern fell eerily silent. Virgil started slightly and glanced around. The other patrons continued chatting merrily, but their voices were inaudible to him as if they existed in separate worlds. Such incredible prowess. Despite knowing the Franz's cultivation, this display still seemed terrifying. "Speak your mind. Why did you treat me to several jars of wine out of the blue? Don't expect gratitude from mere wine." The Franz idly toyed with the jar, tossing it into the air like a ball, and casually glanced at Virgil. His demeanor changed dramatically, an oppressive presence overwhelming Virgil. "As I was outside earlier, I heard Senior mention something. I have a few questions about it," Virgil respectfully said. "Go on." "The Noelle who defeated the Fuyao sect prodigy with one strike. Was she truly brought back by Elon of the Zion family?" The Franz cast a surprised look at him, not expecting this question. "Yes." "Is she female?" Virgil followed up eagerly. If this were Eliana Benita, it suggested the curse hadn't taken effect yet. The Franz glanced at him strangely before nodding. "Yes." "Has Senior seen her? Is she named Benita?" Virgil felt his anxiety ease as he asked these confirming questions. "I don't know her name, but I did see her." The Franz waved his hand, summoning countless streams of rain-like energy that coalesced into a figure of a Noelle in green robes. Virgil gazed intently at the apparition. She appeared cold and expressionless, much as the Franz must have encountered her originally. "Long time no see, Eliana Benita," Virgil whispered tenderly, eyes softening. Noticing his expression, the Franz sensed their acquaintance, but dismissed any interest in prying, dispersing the image with a wave of his hand. Virgil seemed unfazed, staring ahead for some time before finally snapping back to reality. He asked softly, "When did Senior meet her?" "A month ago, while she was traveling. She should have returned to the Zion family by now." The Franz deduced Virgil's concern for this Noelle and shared her whereabouts. "Thank you, Senior. One last question. Where is the Zion family located?" Virgil bowed politely. The Franz waved again, shooting a stream of light into Virgil's forehead. Virgil understood its purpose. A map of the great Qing realm appeared in his mind. The bustling tavern resumed around them. "Now answer my questions and drink with me," the Franz sternly commanded. Rain poured inside, soaking both of them. Virgil nodded and called for more drinks. Soon, bottles filled the table as they drank tankard after tankard, oblivious to curious onlookers. Though countless bottles lined the table, Virgil remained sober, using his cultivation to expel alcohol from his system. Cultivators can use spiritual power to protect themselves. Staying mentally clear meant staying sober regardless of how much they drank. In contrast, the Franz drank continuously yet never appeared intoxicated despite his drunken appearance. After a few more tankards, the Franz wiped his mouth, shaking his head. "This drinking isn't fun. You drink then force the effects out. It's wasteful. I won't drink anymore." He burped and staggered to his feet. Virgil also stood, looking apologetic. "You're worried about something and can't let yourself get drunk. That's understandable. Not like us old fools, alone and detached." The Franz waved a hand, and a wine jug flew into his grasp. Taking a huge swig, he remarked, "A pity you won't enjoy my wine. That leaves it for later. When we meet again, Senior can treat me to another taste." Virgil smiled. "A good response." The Franz cheered, taking another gulp. Suddenly, the black jade at his waist flashed briefly. The palace head summons. Frowning, the Franz stowed away the jug and sighed at Virgil. "Our meeting ends here. When next we meet, drink until dawn if you wish." Virgil grinned. "Agreed. Take care, Senior. Let's drink thoroughly next time." With a grunt, the Franz vanished on the spot. Witnesses blinked in disbelief. Was I hallucinating? Where did he go? Too much drink. Must be the drink. Seeing their reactions, Virgil chuckled, paid the tab, and stepped out into the rain. He left Qing.The city under his red umbrella, heading northwest on his cloudboat, murmuring, "No idea who he was, but thank you." Looking up at the rainy sky, he activated the cloudboat, soaring towards the Zion family's location. Chapter 179. Mid-Silver Bone Realm, Unforeseen Calamity. The territory of the Great Qing dynasty was far larger than any of the other countries he had traveled through. It was nearly equivalent to several martial nations combined, and even a nascent soul expert would need several days to fly across it. Virgil dispelled the lingering effects of alcohol from his body, and an image of a map of the Great Qing dynasty appeared in his mind. The Xian family resided in the northwest region of the Great Qing, over 100,000 miles away from his current location. At the speed of this cloud boat, it would take about 20 days to reach them. 20 days or so, such a long journey, but I've already come this far, so another 20 days is nothing. This time can be used to perfect my physical body to the mid-silver bone realm. Virgil's frown eased as he said, this journey will also give me the chance to inquire more about Maureen's whereabouts. Initially, I thought she would no longer be a match for me, but it turns out she's incredibly strong. A single sword strike defeated the young genius of the Fuyao sect. With the potential for nascent soul, her strength must not be lacking. A smile spread across his face, genuinely happy deep down. However, he soon remembered what Franz had once said. The higher Benita's cultivation, the greater the probability of the curse manifesting. His brow furrowed once more, a faint worry shadowing his expression. After a long while, Virgil took a deep breath, suppressing his concerns. He set the route for the cloud boat and then directed his divine sense into the second level of the Forgotten World Pagoda. The best course of action right now was to find her as quickly as possible. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil used his divine sense to glance at the first level before withdrawing it. Having Darby enter seclusion had its purpose. If successful, she would emerge as a nascent soul cultivator. Then, even facing the transformation god ancestor of the Xian family, he would have little to fear. Subconsciously, Virgil always considered the Xian family a hypothetical enemy. He felt that this visit wouldn't go smoothly. Closing his eyes slightly, Virgil gathered his thoughts, ceasing all other distractions, and began earnestly tempering his ribs. Now, he only needed 5 more bones to reach the mid-silver bone realm. He planned to complete the tempering of his trunk bones during this seclusion, thus breaking through to the mid-silver bone realm. Time slowly passed, and a faint silver glow seemed to envelop him. Snap, snap, snap. 9 months later, several cracking sounds akin to eggshells erupted from within Virgil's body. Palamaints later, with a loud boom, countless storms converged upon him, making the wide blue robe he wore flutter loudly. Soon after, the storms subsided, leaving everything around him quiet once again. But it wasn't until 2 months later that Virgil slowly opened his eyes. Mid-silver bone realm, Virgil whispered, his eyes betraying no excitement. In 11 months, he had finally completed the tempering of all his remaining trunk bones. From now on, his physical body had reached the mid-silver bone realm, capable of battling mid-golden core experts. He exhaled a heavy breath, a faint smile appearing on his face. Standing up, he intended to step outside for a look. Under the night sky, over a silent mountain range, 2 figures zipped past, one leading the other. The one in front was a Franzly man in black, his aura somewhat chaotic as he shouted backward, "Old freak Gregory, stop chasing me already. So what if I peeked at your wife bathing? Is it necessary to chase me for 3 days and nights without stopping? Fine, I won't do it again. Scoundrel Dane, today you will die." The red-haired Franz behind him looked ferocious, sending out a dazzling fireball, highly visible against the night sky. The black-clothed Franz's face showed slight surprise, his body flickering as he instantly darted away. Boom. The next moment, the fireball struck the nearby mountain peak, producing a massive explosion that reduced the entire mountain to ashes. The black-clothed Franz shuddered, thankful he moved fast enough. Otherwise, he would have shared the same fate as the mountain. Die! Came the towering, rage-filled voice once more. The black-clothed Franz immediately sped away, narrowly dodging continuous attacks. Soon, they approached a cloud boat ahead. The black-clothed Franz glanced at the cloud boat, panicking and flying directly toward it. The red-haired Franz had gone completely mad, his magic power fully unleashed. Several terrifying fireballs surged forward. You're serious? Seeing this, the black-clothed Franz's face changed drastically. In an instant, he moved hundreds of feet forward, escaping the range of the fireballs. However, the cloud boat wasn't as fortunate. 2 fireballs struck it simultaneously. Boy, quickly hide. The next second, Virgil, who had just exited the Forgotten World Pagoda, reacted without understanding the situation, hearing a familiar, ominous feeling. He immediately retreated back into the pagoda, using his divine sense. The moment he entered the pagoda, the 2 fireballs hit the cloud boat. Boom. The protective barrier shattered instantly, and the massive cloud boat split into 2 halves, descending into a sea of flames below. Old freak Gregory, you are truly deranged. There were people on that cloud boat, all killed by your hands. Far away, the black-clothed Franz laughed wildly, fleeing further away. Upon seeing this, the red-haired Franz frowned but didn't look at the remains of the cloud boat. Feeling no remorse, he coldly snorted, "Stop. Prepare to die." Both men were extremely fast, disappearing into the horizon in seconds. A few moments later, a figure materialized beside the wreckage of the cloud boat, his expression stern, watching the distant streaks of light vanish. These damn old dogs. Virgil's expression darkened. They destroyed his property and left without a trace. Don't let me meet you again. Virgil gritted his teeth angrily, issuing a threat before glancing at the wrecked cloud boat. Now what? Where do I find a new cloud boat? Without one, it would take 6 times longer for me to reach the Xian family. Thinking about the unforeseen calamity, Virgil grew increasingly angry. No matter how good-tempered someone might be, encountering such a disaster without cause would stir their ire. If only he could catch up to those 2 old bastards. Let's find somewhere. With a sigh, Virgil had to swallow his frustration, retrieving a long sword from his storage bag and riding it into the distance. For now, he needed to determine his location. Despite having the map of the Great Qing dynasty in mind, he wasn't sure where exactly he was, needing to rely on nearby cities for precise information. After flying for about half an hour, Virgil saw 3 cultivators heading towards him, engaged in conversation. Just a nascent soul. What's with the show-off? Keep quiet, you're asking for trouble. The direction those two went seems to be toward Immortal Fall Valley. Could they have entered it? Translation complete, maintaining original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 180. I have plenty here. At this moment, the three individuals conversing ahead also spotted Virgil flying toward them. Initially indifferent, as he approached closer and they saw the flying sword beneath his feet, their eyes instantly gleamed with greed. Top-grade alchemical weapon, let's go. They were all itinerant cultivators, living in poverty, lacking top-grade alchemical weapons. After gauging Virgil's cultivation, which was only at the peak foundation establishment stage, they exchanged glances and sped towards him. Out here in the wilderness, even if this person belonged to a powerful clan, killing him would go unnoticed. Soon, the distance between both parties shortened. Virgil clearly saw their appearances. An Franzly man with a hunched back, looking pale and weak as if he had just suffered serious injuries. The other two were a middle-aged man and Noel. The man had an ordinary appearance, wearing a blue silk robe, his eyes filled with greed for Virgil's flying sword. The Noel had an oval face and well-maintained skin. Her loose robes could not hide her ample figure, and the prominent contours of her chest made one worry about the fabric tearing. One late-stage golden core with injuries, two mid-stage golden cores. Virgil's gaze fell upon them, noting that they had subtly surrounded him, yet showed no signs of panic. He asked calmly, "Did you see two Franzes pass by here?" "Yes." The hunched dev patted his hands, smiling warmly at Virgil as if he were looking at a delicious morsel. "Do you know their identities, or which direction they went?" Virgil maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to their gazes, and continued questioning. "We know. Those two are Gregory from the Juyao sect and Siko, an itinerant cultivator. Both are mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and headed towards Immortal Fall Valley." The dev's eyes stayed fixed on him. Immortal Fall Valley. Virgil's expression shifted slightly. He had heard of this place from a demon-hunting alliance cultivator back in Qi State. He hadn't expected to be so close to it now. "Thank you." Virgil thanked them with a salute. "No problem." The bead laughed heartily, saying, "If you truly want to thank us, hand over that flying sword under your feet." Greed sparkled in his eyes as he locked onto Virgil's movements. "Flying sword," Virgil gave a half-smile, remarking, "This sword is a top-grade alchemical weapon. You three really dare to ask. Less talk. Obediently hand it over, and maybe we'll spare your life." The robed Noel barked coldly. "So, you're here to rob me." Virgil looked at them with realization. "Humph. A mere foundation establishment ant. Why waste words on him?" Irritated, the bead unleashed a stream of light, attacking Virgil. Virgil remained calm, watching the attack that could easily injure a beginning golden core. He simply raised his fist and punched, striking the attack. Boom. The wind blew through his black hair as the light from the impact illuminated his face, revealing nothing but coldness. After a brief moment, the attack dissipated, and the middle-aged man was startled to see Virgil unscathed. He hadn't expected his attack to be blocked by such a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. This Emmett has a terrifying physique, possibly at the mid-stage silver bone realm. The dev, experienced, identified the key point instantly. Upon hearing this, the other two were surprised again. The mid-stage silver bone realm carried significant weight. Its strength was comparable to a mid-stage golden core. While the trio discussed, Virgil abruptly turned and flew into the mountains below. Fighting in the air disadvantaged him. He did not want his seniors to suppress his cultivation level, partly to test his own strength and partly to avoid becoming overly reliant on them. Such reliance could form bad habits unless faced with situations he truly couldn't handle. Most importantly, with his physique having recently broken through to the mid-stage silver bone realm, he needed a battle to solidify his foundation. These three were excellent opponents, even though one was a late-stage golden core, heavily injured. His estimated strength would be roughly equal to the others. Don't let him escape. His cultivation is just at the peak foundation establishment level. He won't get far. Seeing Virgil disappear into the dense forest below, the hunched dev immediately pursued. Palamanes later, the trio appeared above the dense forest, scanning with their divine sense but finding no trace of Virgil, causing them to feel uncertain. Where is he? He must be hiding here. Where did he go? Just then, Virgil leaped out of the bushes below, delivering a punch directly to the bead. The punch, exerting tens of thousands of genes of force, caused the bead to spit out blood and fly backward, knocking down trees and stirring up dust. When the dust settled, the bead rose, his face pale, noticing the indentation in his chest with a bloody imprint left by the punch. One blow nearly pierced through his torso. Such was the terror of a body cultivator's physical prowess. Keenan. The robed Noel and the hunched dev reacted belatedly, focusing on Virgil who had landed after his strike. They brandished their treasures and attacked him ferociously. Unexpectedly, Virgil darted straight for the injured bead. Seeing him come again, the bead hastily produced a bronze ding, driving it with mana towards Virgil. Scram! Virgil punched the bronze ding away, then rushed forward and aimed another punch at the man's head. The man had no choice but to raise his arms to shield himself. Crack! Next moment, both arms shattered, and the bead flew back once more. Just as Virgil was about to press his advantage, attacks from the other two hit from behind, forcing him to turn and counter with two punches. Boom! His fists collided with their alchemical weapons, which flew back into their owner's hands. The robed Noel demanded, "Where were you hiding? Our divine senses already scanned the area." "Guess." Virgil shook his numb arm, smiling faintly. "Humph, killing you and searching your soul will still reveal it. I advise you to hand over that sword and make this quick. Just top-grade alchemical weapons? I have plenty." Virgil laughed and, slapping his storage bag, revealed several dazzling treasures, all top-grade alchemical weapons. So many top-grade alchemical weapons. Neither had ever seen such a sight, momentarily stunned by the display. Chapter 181. Flaunting Wealth. So many high-grade elixir artifacts. The two had never seen such a sight, their eyes widening in astonishment. It wasn't surprising they were shocked. The high-grade elixir artifacts on the ground had been collected by Virgil over his journey, amounting to more than 10 pieces. Many people probably wouldn't see so many high-grade elixir artifacts in their entire lives. High-grade elixir artifacts are nothing. I also have an infant treasure. Virgil smirked disdainfully, and with a flicker of his mind, a red umbrella appeared in his hand. Upon hearing infant treasure, their gazes fixated on the red umbrella, unable to look away, hearts pounding fiercely. Don't rush, there's more. Virgil smiled indifferently. More. The two paled momentarily. Virgil said nothing but waved his divine sense, causing a loud boom as a black elixir furnace slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. This elixir furnace is a top-tier high-grade infant treasure. How do you intend to divide them? Leaning against the furnace, Virgil watched them with a half-smile. Silence. The Noelle in the long robe and the hunched Dev exchanged glances, feeling a creeping chill. They struggled to ask, what kind of person is this young man? How can he possess so many treasures? Her initial joy had turned into deep horror. A Foundation establishment cultivator carried such vast wealth. What could his backing force be like? They might rob him today, only to be obliterated by his backers tomorrow. The Franz clearly had the same thoughts, his expression rapidly changing. Though treasures were desirable, it was frightening to have the chance to obtain but not use them. As the two wrestled internally, Virgil's figure on the ground suddenly burst forth like a ghostly shadow, lunging toward the hunched Dev. Both were floating several dozen feet above the ground to prevent his sneak attacks. But Virgil moved with incredible agility, leaping up and summoning a long sword beneath his right foot, skipping lightly like a skimming dragonfly, soaring once more, and landing a punch directly on the hunched Dev. He flaunted these treasures to attract their attention before making a sudden move. This strategy proved highly effective. Caught off guard, the Franz spat out a mouthful of blood and flew several dozen feet away. His chest caved in, spitting blood foam, unable to get back up. He was already severely injured, having narrowly survived the aftereffects of the Marian-haired Avril's attack from Fuyao sect. This new blow worsened his condition. One down. After successfully sneaking in the attack, Virgil landed steadily on the ground, fixing his gaze on the robed Noelle in midair. Bending his legs slightly, he burst forth again, launching into the sky, and delivered another slap toward her. This time, the robed Noelle was prepared, activating a gourd-like elixir artifact to strike at Virgil. Boom. The gourd, standing taller than two men, was as hard as steel. Virgil's palm strike sent him staggering back 2 steps, reeling to the ground, his arm tingling faintly. Lifting his head, he saw fine cracks appear on the gourd's surface before it returned to the robed Noelle's hand. With a cold snort, Virgil stepped forward, using a flying sword to leap into the sky. In midair, he lifted his right leg and hammered downward fiercely. The robed Noelle's face turned pale. This attack was formidable, its momentum alone causing alarm. With both companions severely injured and incapacitated, she had thoughts of retreating. She shouted, "Wait, I don't want anything. Let us go. Come when you please, leave when you please. Do you think my place is where anyone can come and go as they wish?" Virgil's voice rang from the sky as he brought his right heel down with the force of cleaving Mount Hua. Seeing this, the robed Noelle could only grit her teeth and activate the gourd again to block Virgil's attack. Unexpectedly, after a moment, the low-grade elixir artifact cracked all over, losing its luster, and together with the Noelle, they were hurled into the mountains below. A thunderous roar echoed, and the earth shook. Palamaints later, the robed Noelle's figure soared upward, transforming into a long streak, fleeing into the distance. She was at the middle stage of Golden Core while Virgil was still at Foundation Establishment. Although his body was at the middle stage of Silver Bone Realm, his flight speed was equivalent to Foundation Establishment. If she wanted to flee, Virgil couldn't stop her. As for her two companions, dead friends rather than dead me, you think you can escape? Seeing her attempt to flee, Virgil sneered, releasing his divine sense, instantly catching up to the fleeing robed Noelle, piercing into her sea of consciousness like a sharp blade. Ah! Next moment, the robed Noelle, who had flown hundreds of feet, screamed in agony, losing control of her magic power, and fell from the sky, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash, creating a large human-shaped crater. Palamaints later, Virgil stood at the crater's edge, his expression stern, probing her condition with his divine sense. She was already injured from his mental attack and the fall from over 100 feet. Even a Golden Core cultivator lay dazed and spitting blood foam. Virgil reached out and pulled her out of the pit. Despite the ripped robes revealing her pale skin, Virgil paid no attention, dragging the screaming robed Noelle toward the other two. The Franz and the bead were both critically injured, breathing in more than out. Apart from somewhat labored breathing, Virgil himself was unharmed. Dumping the three together, he swiftly removed their storage bags. Looking at the trio lying on the ground, barely alive, Virgil felt indifferent. The bead's arms were shattered, and he had long fainted from pain. The hunched Franz lay in a pool of blood, unable to move. These three had initially planned to kill him. If not for his strength, he would have been killed by them. Virgil, cold-faced, grabbed the hunched Franz and began a soul search. Soon, he learned the trio's identities. They were scattered cultivators from nearby regions, originally hired to attack a sect, but encountered the two strange Franzes who destroyed his cloud boat. The hunched Franz was unlucky enough to be caught in their crossfire, sustaining severe injuries. Placing the now mindless Franz aside, Virgil struck his heart and flicked a thread of flame from his fingertip, incinerating his remains. He then pondered. Those two old dogs entered Immortal Fall Valley. This was a notorious treacherous place in the Great Qing Empire, filled with danger and ancient killing formations, yet also brimming with treasures. Treasures didn't interest him, but Virgil was intrigued by something in the Franz's memory. Inside this perilous region were many bronze chariots that numerous cultivators had taken out. These chariots were rumored to rival immortal weapons in full splendor, faster than even transcendent experts could catch. But why say in full splendor? Because the bronze chariots brought out from Immortal Fall Valley were always damaged. Chapter 182. The Market City. Even so, the slowest was still comparable to the flight speed of a nascent soul cultivator. There had even been cases of someone bringing out a bronze chariot that could match the speed of a transformation realm cultivator. Of course, no one knew if it was true or not. Apart from these things, Virgil found a valuable clue in the old hunched man's memories. Outside this immortal's demise valley, there was a market city. The old hunched man seemed to have held this market city in awe while he was alive. According to his memories, at the beginning, there was no market outside the immortal's demise valley until an Franzly late-stage nascent soul cultivator came here and set up camp. Over time, countless shops expanded into the area, attracting numerous independent cultivators to settle here for trading. It gained quite a reputation in the Dejin Empire. Even nascent soul cultivators did not dare act recklessly here because the owner who established the market had one rule. No fighting within the market city, violators would be executed without pardon. Once, a nascent soul cultivator from a large sect dared to challenge this rule by killing someone over a piece of equipment with his strength. He ended up being dragged out and executed, with his corpse hung at the entrance of the market as a warning. Despite their rage, the cultivators' sect dared not retaliate. This market city is worth visiting. Seeking revenge on those two old dogs comes second. I mainly need to buy some means of transportation, otherwise my speed is too slow. Virgil sighed softly, feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the market city was not far from here. It only took about 2 hours to reach. Having made up his mind, Virgil sent 2 powerful blows to the remaining 2 people's heart meridians, sending them off to join the old hunched man. He then flicked his finger, producing a small flame that burned on the corpses. After dealing with them, Virgil put away the items he had taken out earlier and flew off with his sword. 2 hours later, Virgil arrived at the so-called market city, landing directly outside its perimeter. Not far away was the Immortal's Demise Valley. Although he wanted to explore it to find out if there really were immortal scriptures inside, now wasn't the time. He could only wait for a better opportunity. Shaking his head, Virgil walked towards the entrance of the market city, which had 2 entrances, east and west. The city was divided into East City and West City, where various pavilions and shops stood tall on the eastern side, while the western side was where independent cultivators set up stalls for transactions. This entrance was on the west side, bustling with activity as countless independent cultivators set up stalls, selling all kinds of goods like elixirs, medicinal herbs, magical treasures, cultivation techniques, and more. Come see, come look, ancient treasures from Immortal's Demise Valley, just 10,000 spirit stones. Walking past is a loss. Walking through the lively market city, Virgil occasionally glanced at the stalls around him, feeling somewhat disappointed. While there were plenty of goods on sale, most were damaged immortal artifacts, unknown cultivation techniques, and other scams aimed at inexperienced cultivators. I didn't expect to see that kind of bronze chariot, but I didn't even see any cloud boats for sale. If nothing works out, I can only check the East City, where the shops might have something. Sighing, Virgil continued browsing, planning to head to the East City if he still couldn't find what he needed. As he passed by a stall, a deliberately low voice reached his ears. "Excuse me, sir, please stop a moment. I have something good brought out from Immortal's Demise Valley. Today, you seem to be destined for it, and I'll sell it to you for just 100,000 spirit stones." Speaking was a thin dev with shifty eyes, looking untrustworthy. "Oh, what is it?" Virgil stopped by his stall, interested. The items on display included damaged magical treasures, misleading cultivation techniques, and more. Seeing Virgil pause, a gleam of joy flashed across the dev's eyes. He took out a rusty iron sword and whispered, "This is it. It was brought out from Immortal's Demise Valley, and it has a significant background. You can take it today for 100,000 spirit stones." 100,000. Virgil gave him a half smile, extending his divine sense to cover the iron sword. After a moment, he shook his head. This item, picked up somewhere, wasn't even a magical treasure. Charging 100,000 spirit stones. What nerve? The dev seemed somewhat embarrassed under his gaze and said, 80,000. 80,000 is enough. Virgil lazily replied, "I bet you picked this up from the roadside. Forget about 80,000. I wouldn't even give 1 spirit stone for it." Offended, the dev insisted, "How can that be? Every word I say is true. This iron sword definitely came from Immortal's Demise Valley." Virgil didn't want to argue and asked instead, "Do you have a bronze chariot?" "Bronze chariot?" The dev paused for a moment and then said, "That thing hasn't appeared in a long time, but you actually asked the right person. I do know where one is sold." "Where?" "Don't tell me it's in Immortal's Demise Valley." "How could it be? I know who is selling it." The dev patted his chest. "Tell me." Virgil looked threatening. "If you lie to me, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Business is about trust. Rest assured, this information is accurate. A few days ago, someone brought out a damaged bronze chariot from Immortal's Demise Valley. Its speed is comparable to an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. It will be auctioned at the Crystal Pavilion tomorrow. If you're interested, you can go there tomorrow." The dev smiled awkwardly. Despite being a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he involuntarily shivered upon hearing Virgil's words. Crystal Pavilion. Virgil frowned slightly. "It's the largest trading venue in the market city, holding auctions periodically," explained the skinny dev. "But to enter the auction, you need an invitation scroll." "How do I get an invitation scroll?" Virgil raised an eyebrow. "The Crystal Pavilion always issues invitations to influential figures during each auction," explained the dev. "Is there no other way?" Virgil frowned. "There's another method, cough, cough." The dev coughed. Virgil instantly understood and handed him 50 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones. "Not enough." The dev shook his head, adding, "At least 2,000 are required." He secretly observed Virgil, feeling somewhat uneasy. Translation completed according to your instructions, ensuring fluency and maintaining paragraph structure. #####, Chapter 183, preparing in advance. This isn't enough. The price of an invitation scroll is at least around 2,000 spirit stones. Would you like to add more, fellow Taoist? As the Franz spoke, he secretly observed Virgil's reaction, his heart filled with apprehension. This invitation scroll could actually be purchased from the Lioli Pavilion for just 200 spirit stones. However, seeing that Virgil was wealthy and generous, he decided to inflate the price significantly to 2,000 spirit stones. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he mentally prepared to bargain down to 1,000 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, Virgil didn't argue and simply handed over another 150 mid-grade spirit stones. The Franz's heart leapt with joy, but he restrained his excitement, discreetly taking out a black token from his robe and handing it over. Fellow Taoist, please keep this. On the front of the token were 3 large characters, Lioli Pavilion. Virgil inspected it briefly and asked, "This is the auction invitation scroll?" "Yes, the auction begins at noon tomorrow. Just show up at the Lioli Pavilion at dawn with this token," the Franz replied smugly. Virgil nodded and stored the token without further comment. "Today's profit, ahem." Mid-sentence, the Franz realized he had spoken too soon and hastily coughed, saying, "It was a pleasure meeting you today, so I'll give you this ancient sword as a gift." Seeing his guilty expression, Virgil immediately knew he had been swindled, but couldn't be bothered to figure out exactly how much. He waved and stored the ancient sword before leaving, planning to continue browsing the market. With over 10 million spirit stones still in his possession, a little scam was no big deal. Problems solvable with spirit stones were no problems at all. After 15 minutes, Virgil had toured the Western Market District but found nothing of interest, so he headed to the Eastern District. The contrast between the two districts was stark. One resembled a slum, the other a luxurious residential area. Tall, cloud-piercing shops lined the streets in the Eastern District, each fortified with defensive arrays to prevent attacks. Virgil entered several stores but found no superior-grade spirit boats, only inferior-grade ones, which he dismissed. Ultimately, he spent over 1 million spirit stones on ingredients for explosive spirit pills, devouring spirit pills, and primordial spirit pills, preparing for his eventual advance to the Golden Core stage. It seems I can only look forward to tomorrow's bronze chariot. Leaving the last store, Virgil sighed bitterly and glanced toward a 3-story pavilion at the end of the road. That was the Lioli Pavilion, built from unknown materials, shimmering beautifully like jade glass. Aside from its beauty, its array formations were incredibly powerful. Even unactivated, their presence made him wary. It was likely an infant stage formation. Truly, the largest trading place in the market, Virgil mused as Vinny walked out of a nearby shop and disappeared into the distance. Virgil noticed the man was a late-stage golden core cultivator who had just spent over 1 million spirit stones in the shop. Virgil turned his gaze away and continued walking. The sun was setting, and there were no inns in the market. As he took a step forward, a figure flew from the immortal Fall Valley into the market. Virgil's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill running through him. It was a red-haired Franz, standing tall and exuding the aura of a nascent soul expert. The same old dog who had destroyed his spirit boat not long ago. Suppressing the urge to confront him, Virgil walked out of the market, intending to find a place to rest and wait for the auction the next day. He spared the red-haired Franz's life for now, knowing he needed a private location to eliminate him and didn't want to expose the existence of his Alvis in front of others. 15 minutes later, outside the market, Virgil noticed a corpse lying ahead and paused. He wasn't surprised by the body itself, but recognized the man. It was the purple-robed individual he had seen earlier. Apparently, someone had killed him right after he left the market. Passers-by remained indifferent, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. This late-stage golden core cultivator was killed just like that. Such incidents seem common here. Virgil frowned, feeling unsafe. Reflecting on the upcoming auction, he chose a secluded spot and extended his divine sense to ensure he was alone. Satisfied, Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground, tossing spirit stones around him, forming various array patterns. "What are you doing, Emmett?" The voice of his Alvis sounded puzzled from within his sea of consciousness. Setting up an array formation, Virgil responded while splitting his attention. "I know you're setting up an array, but why?" Virgil calmly explained, "Just in case. Tomorrow's auction will attract many buyers for the bronze chariot. If they see me, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, winning it, wouldn't they have malicious intentions? Even though you can conceal our true strength, suppressing multiple high-level golden core or nascent soul cultivators might overwhelm us." While he could skip the auction and avoid buying the bronze chariot or opt to buy a superior-grade spirit boat elsewhere, those options would take too much time, and Virgil was not one to back down from challenges. Because that wasn't in his nature. He might fear death, but he wasn't afraid of fighting tooth and nail. His path must press forward, regardless of danger. His mentor's voice resonated approvingly within his mind. Very well, very well. Finally, some forethought. Virgil remained silent, unsure if this was praise or mockery. "You've set up ordinary arrays. Let me teach you the chain formation, a lethal array composed of multiple peak-grade formations. Even a peak golden core entering it would perish completely." The chain formation was a third-tier intermediate array he had secretly learned on 10,000 formation peak, and his mentor's disdain was understandable given his expertise. Shortly thereafter, information about the chain formation appeared in Virgil's consciousness. He closed his eyes, feeling the essence of the formation. Slowly raising his fingers, he traced complex patterns in the air, bringing them to life, dancing around him before rushing forward. Meanwhile, he tossed spirit stones to reinforce the formation. Chapter 184. All parties gather. 15 minutes later, an ominous aura began to gather around. If a late-stage golden core powerhouse were present, they would certainly feel unnerved. Even before completion, the formation had already gathered a terrifying momentum. Once complete, it might approach the power of an infant stage formation. However, as formidable as this array was, setting it up proved incredibly difficult. Virgil's breathing gradually grew labored. Each inscription of the array pattern was excruciating. Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he didn't even have time to wipe it away, for fear of losing focus. He remained utterly concentrated, paying no attention to anything else. Even with his mental strength being one of the strongest among late-stage golden core cultivators, he still found it challenging to set up this array. Finally, after sketching out a total of 960 patterns, Virgil lay weakly on the ground, laughing heartily. It's done. Once completed, the formation's aura became concealed, appearing ordinary again. If not activated, no one could tell that there was a horrifying killing formation here. A breeze blew by, and Virgil felt a cool sensation. Unnoticed, night had fallen, with stars twinkling and all around quiet. Virgil lay on the ground, legs crossed, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth, a rare moment when he wasn't cultivating. Many people might die here tomorrow. He didn't want to see anyone die. So, it would be best if this formation never activated. The gentle breeze brought in wolf howls. Resting his head on one arm, Virgil remarked, "Speaking of which, I'm nearly 40 years old." Indeed, in less than 2 years, he had spent nearly 20 years inside the Forgotten World Tower. Despite having ample vitality due to his lifespan, Virgil couldn't help but rest his forehead in his palm. The next day, the marketplace bustled once more. News of the Crystal Pavilion's auction spread far and wide. Many factions traveled great distances just to attend this particular auction. This auction reportedly differed from usual ones, boasting 3 highlight treasures retrieved from the depths of the fallen Immortal Valley. Just as it reached mid-morning, a long queue formed outside the Crystal Pavilion, waiting to enter. 2 towering men stood guard at the entrance, their menacing gazes and late-stage golden core auras maintaining order. To enter, one needed a token or could pay with spirit stones nearby. Trespassers would be dealt with outside the market, though no fighting was allowed within. At this moment, a black-robed Franz led several young men and women past the long line straight to the front. The guards didn't stop them, allowing them entry into the Crystal Pavilion. Seeing this, someone complained, "Why do we have to wait in line while they get priority entry?" Sure, keep quiet if you value your life. That's the Zoe family. Their leader is an early-stage nascent soul monster. Upon realizing it was an early-stage nascent soul expert, the complainer kept silent. Soon after, a group of white-clad women entered without hindrance, much like the black-robed Franz earlier. These women were exquisitely beautiful, with fiery figures. Their leader seemed celestial yet cold. The mystical maiden's palace has arrived too. This auction must have some extraordinary treasures. People watched the white-clad women, displaying ardent looks. Following the women, numerous nascent soul-level factions arrived. Zhang family, White Demon sect, Haley sect, all were nascent soul-level forces. Then, a red-haired Franz leading several blue-robed Dominics entered, causing a stir. Marion's son Old Monster from Ascending Wind sect has come too. How did the pursuit of Skymount Old Monster go a few days ago? Really? Why was there a chase? People whispered excitedly upon recognizing the red-haired Franz. Though Ascending Wind sect lacked any transformation spirit experts now, it was still a top-notch sect in the Great Qing dynasty, thus attracting much attention. Virgil listened to the conversations around him, briefly glancing at the red-haired Franz before looking forward. It was almost his turn. Shortly after, the guard looked at the Dominic in front of Virgil and asked, "Where's your ticket?" "I don't have one." The Dominic took out 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. "Go in." The guard accepted the stones and gave him a numbered badge. "Your seat is 143. Seeing this, Virgil's face twitched. So, tickets weren't necessary. 200 spirit stones sufficed, and he foolishly paid 2,000 spirit stones. Well. Virgil calmed himself, handing over his previously purchased token to the guard. He chose to buy it willingly. One party wanted to, the other agreed. The seller may not have been forthright, but it couldn't be blamed entirely on him. "Go in. Your seat is 144. Carting over the token, the guard glanced at him for a second before giving Virgil a numbered badge. Number 144. Entering through a corridor, Virgil examined the badge labeled 144, presumably used to identify bidders. Seeing others wear their badges on their chests, he followed suit. After walking down the passage, the space opened up. In the center of the first floor was an open platform, currently empty. Rows of seats flanked either side, slightly elevated above the central area. Above were the second and third floors, housing individual VIP booths with array formations to prevent eavesdropping. Virgil's seat, number 144, was on the first floor. Glancing around, he frowned. The first floor was crowded, lacking privacy. Relaxing, he stopped worrying about it, focusing on finding his seat. Those who knew, let them know. With his backup plans, let anyone try to rob him. Quickly, Virgil found seat 144, adjacent to seats 143 and 142. Seat 142 was occupied by a thin Franz emitting early-stage golden core fluctuations, while 143 remained vacant. "Do you wish to sit here?" The Franz smiled warmly at Virgil. Nodding, Virgil sat beside him. After a while, a cloaked figure whose face couldn't be seen sat in seat 143. Virgil observed this with appreciation. His neighbor had experience. Knowing this beforehand, he too would have prepared similarly. However, with his many preparations, the array formation and the star map disk, he wasn't overly concerned about safety. Chapter 185, The Barbaric Ox Charging the Mountain. How come it hasn't started yet? I've heard that many powerful factions have come to this auction. There might be treasures of immense value appearing. Sigh. With these big factions competing, we can only spectate. At Lioli Pavilion, before noon, almost all seats on the first floor were occupied by cultivators. Everyone's gaze frequently flicked toward the front auction stage as they whispered amongst themselves. Thud, thud. Suddenly, 2 purple high heels stomped onto the empty auction stage, producing a hollow and dull sound. The previously chattering cultivators fell silent in unison, their eyes instinctively turning to the stage. Virgil was no exception. Just moments ago, the platform had been empty, but now a Noelle appeared, wearing a purple dress with an alluring figure, adorned with a string of blue gemstone pendant around her neck. She walked towards the auction table, swaying her slender waist. It's Miss Jana. Miss Jana, I love you. The purple-haired Noelle had clearly hosted many auctions before. As soon as she appeared, the crowd's silence erupted into frenzied excitement. Hearing the thunderous applause around her, the purple-haired Noelle smiled slightly and said, "Welcome everyone to the auction held by our Lioli Pavilion. I am your host, Jana. Please take good care of me." She was indeed exceptionally beautiful and knew how to fully utilize her charm. Her voice was soft and sticky, making one feel unconsciously relaxed. With light makeup on her face and a touch of crimson on her enticing lips, one couldn't help but want to taste them. Seeing such a huge reaction from the crowd, Virgil was perplexed. He stared at the purple-haired Noelle on stage for a few more moments, finding her just average, when he suddenly heard a lewd voice nearby. "These legs could last me 10 years. His mouth twitched slightly as his gaze turned to the Franzly man in seat, number 142, feeling speechless. The dev was staring intently at the purple-haired Noelle on stage, his expression lecherous. On the auction stage, Jana scanned the excited faces, very satisfied with the effect. She slowly raised her palm and pressed it down slightly, saying, "Thank you all for your support. Now, let's present the first item for auction. Please remain quiet." After the noise calmed down, she lightly clapped her hands. A maid holding a tray walked up from below. Virgil glanced over and saw a small white porcelain bottle on the tray, likely containing a pill. A short moment later, the maid approached the purple-haired Noelle, who picked up the bottle, smiled at the crowd, and announced, "This is called the age-defying pill, a third-grade medicinal pill. After consumption, it can permanently preserve one's full appearance. Starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1,000 each time." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice immediately responded, 31,000. It was a young man in white, exuding fluctuations of early golden core realm, smiling at the stage. Seeing Miss Jana look his way, he felt instantly enchanted. Daring to bid 31,000? I'll offer 35,000. Before Jana could speak, a deep, booming voice interrupted. It came from a hulking, muscular man, radiating fluctuations of mid-golden core realm. 35,000 once. Any further bids? Jana looked around, giving encouraging glances. The muscular man glared at the crowd, while the young man hesitated, remaining silent. Just then, another voice rang out, 40,000. Seeing someone competing with him, the muscular man looked around and found the bidder was a pale-skinned Dominic. Just as he was about to glare fiercely, the Dominic coldly snorted, releasing his late golden core realm aura, suppressing the muscular man. Reluctantly, the muscular man sat back. At this point, a glance landed on him. The gentleman at seat 51 offers 40,000. Would this gentleman like to continue bidding? The muscular man hesitated. The pill's value was precisely 40,000 spirit stones, so bidding higher wasn't necessary. He remained silent. 40,000 spirit stones twice. 40,000 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to the gentleman at seat 51 for winning this treasure. You may proceed to pay after the auction ends. Now, let's showcase the second item for auction. As the age-defying pill auction concluded, the previous maid carried the tray away, replaced by another maid bearing a new tray with an ancient sword. Jana smiled, introducing the sword's origin. This sword was once a potent infant treasure but has been damaged. Starting bid, 500,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100,000. Immediately someone bid, "I offer 51,000 spirit stones." 51,000? If this sword can be repaired, it will definitely become an infant treasure again. "I offer 60,000. Haley 1,000. The earlier bidder countered. 100,000. I'll take it. A voice came from a private room on the second floor. Seeing this, murmurs began below. The private rooms on the second floor are occupied by peak golden core experts. Someone actually dared to compete with him. 150,000. Suddenly, another voice challenged. 200,000. The first voice cooled down. 300,000. 400,000. Neither backed down, quickly driving the price of the sword to 400,000 spirit stones. Eventually, the competitor stopped bidding, and the sword was claimed by someone from the private room upstairs. As the second item was taken away, the third item arrived on the tray, a jade slip. Just as everyone wondered what this item was, Jana smiled. The third item is a body technique named the Barbaric Ox Charging the Mountain. It is said to be a powerful corporeal cultivator's unique skill. Starting bid, 100,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. After Jana slowly introduced the content on the jade slip, there was no immediate response. There were already few corporeal cultivators present, and a starting bid of 100,000 was prohibitive for many. Body technique. Virgil abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, staring intently at the jade slip on stage. Body techniques were akin to spells, significantly boosting a corporeal cultivator's combat power. Although he practiced corporeal cultivation now, he lacked a body technique and had been searching for one. Little did he know it would appear at this auction. Seeing no one respond for a long time, Jana became anxious. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from a private room upstairs. 200,000 spirit stones. Jana breathed a sigh of relief, once again smiling as she asked, 200,000 spirit stones once. Any further bids? No one paid attention to her query, instead whispering amongst themselves. This voice sounds familiar. Sounds quite famous. You don't know? It's Thorn from Mount Axelby. He's only half a step away from breaking through to the Jade Life Realm. Even initial nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare provoke him. Inside a certain private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man with dark skin stood at the forefront like a towering wall, where the entire auction stage could be clearly seen. However, due to an array formation, outsiders couldn't see inside. If there's no mistake, it should be that one. Chapter 185. The technique, bull charging at mountain. How come it hasn't started yet? I've heard that many major forces have come to this auction. There might be precious treasures appearing. Alas, when these major forces compete, we can only join in for the spectacle. By noon, the first floor of the Crystal Pavilion was almost filled with cultivators, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the auction stage at the front. They began whispering among themselves. Tap, tap. Suddenly, two purple high heels struck the empty auction stage, producing a hollow and dull sound. All the cultivators who had been talking fell silent at once, their gazes shifting toward the stage. Virgil was no exception. On the platform, which had been vacant moments ago, stood a purple-haired Noelle in a purple dress, her figure alluring and adorned with a necklace of blue gemstones hanging from her neck. She swayed her slender waist as she walked step by step toward the auction table. It's Miss Allison. Miss Allison, I love you. The purple-haired Noelle had clearly hosted many auctions before. The moment she appeared, the previously quiet crowd burst into enthusiastic excitement. Hearing the thunderous applause, the purple-haired Noelle smiled faintly and said, "Welcome everyone to the auction hosted by Crystal Pavilion. I am the auctioneer, Allison. Please give me your support." She was indeed exceptionally beautiful and knew how to make the most of her allure. Her voice was soft and sticky, making people involuntarily feel relaxed. With light makeup on her face and a hint of red on her inviting lips, one couldn't help but yearn to taste them. Seeing such an enthusiastic response from the crowd, Virgil was puzzled. He stared at the purple-haired Noelle on the stage for a few more seconds and found her just average. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly heard a lecherous voice from beside him. "These legs will keep me entertained for 10 years. His lips twitched slightly as his gaze shifted to the Franzley man in seat, number 142, finding him speechless. The Franzley man was staring intently at the purple-haired Noelle on the stage, his face full of lechery. On the auction stage, Allison scanned the excited faces and seemed highly satisfied with the effect. She slowly raised her palm and gently pressed it down, saying, "Thank you all for your support. Let's introduce the first item up for auction. Please remain quiet." Once the noise subsided, she lightly clapped her hands, and a maid carrying a tray came forward from below. Virgil looked over and noticed a small white porcelain bottle on the tray, presumably containing pills. After a short while, the maid walked up to the purple-haired Noelle. Allison picked up the bottle, smiled at everyone, and announced, "This is called the Youth Preservation Pill, a third-grade medicinal pill. After consumption, it can preserve one's dominant indefinitely. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1,000 each time." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice immediately rang out. 31,000. It was a young man in white clothes, exuding early-stage golden core fluctuations, looking at the stage with a smile. Seeing Miss Allison glance at him made him feel his heart melt. "How dare you bid 31,000? I'll offer 35,000. Before Allison could speak, a cold snort sounded. This time, it was a burly, broad-shouldered man whose voice was deep and resonant, radiating mid-stage golden core fluctuations. "First bid at 35,000, anyone else?" Allison looked around, giving encouraging glances. The burly man glared around with eyes as large as door knockers, while the young man hesitated and didn't respond. At that moment, another voice broke in, 40,000. Realizing someone was competing with him, the burly man turned to see a pale-faced man bidding. Just as he was about to glare fiercely, the pale-faced man coldly snorted and revealed his late-stage golden core cultivation, pressing down on him. The burly man reluctantly sat back down. At this point, someone's gaze landed on him. "Mr. Seat 51 bids 40,000. Does anyone want to raise the price further?" The burly man hesitated. The value of this pill was precisely 40,000 spirit stones, so there was no need to increase the bid. He remained silent. Second call for 40,000 spirit stones. Third call for 40,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to Mr. Seat 51 for winning this item. After the auction ends, please approach our staff to pay and claim your item. The next item is up for auction. With the end of the Youth Preservation Pill auction, the previous maid left the stage with the tray, and another maid carried a new tray holding an ancient sword. Allison smiled and introduced the sword's background. This sword was once a powerful infant treasure but is now damaged. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. Minimum increment is 10,000. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice bid immediately. "I bid 51,000 spirit stones." 51,000? If this sword can be repaired, it will surely be a valuable infant treasure. "I offer 60,000. "Hey, 80,000. The previous bidder raised again. 100,000. "I'll take it." A voice echoed from a private box upstairs. Seeing this, whispers arose downstairs. "Those private boxes are occupied by peak golden core powerhouses. Is anyone brave enough to compete with him?" 150,000. Another voice responded, seemingly opposing him intentionally. 200,000. The voice became colder. 300,000. 400,000. The two bidders were relentless, quickly driving the sword's price to 400,000 spirit stones. Eventually, the opponent stopped bidding, and the sword was won by someone in a second-floor private box. With the second item concluded, the third item was brought up. Placed on the tray was a jade slip. Just as everyone was wondering what this item would be, Allison smiled and explained, "The third item for auction is a martial technique named bull charging at mountain, said to be the exclusive skill of a powerful body cultivator. Starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. After Allison slowly finished introducing the contents of the jade slip, no one bid right away. There were already few body cultivators present, and the starting bid of 100,000 directly deterred many potential bidders. Body technique. Virgil abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, fixing his gaze on the jade slip on stage. A body technique, like a spell, could elevate a body cultivator's combat strength. He currently practiced body techniques but lacked any special moves and had always been looking for one. Unexpectedly, he found one during this auction. Seeing no response after a long while, Allison's face showed a hint of urgency. Just as she was about to speak, a voice from a second-floor private box chimed in. 200,000 spirit stones. Allison breathed a sigh of relief, regaining her smile as she asked the crowd, bid of 200,000 spirit stones, any higher bids? No one paid attention to her question. Instead, whispers filled the room. This voice sounds familiar. Sounds quite famous. How can you not know? It's Gua Three Fists from Mount Axelshan. He's nearly broken through to the Jade Life realm, a formidable figure even initial stage nascent soul cultivators avoid. Meanwhile, inside a private box upstairs, a middle-aged man with dark skin stood like a wall at the front. From here, he had a clear view of the entire auction stage, while outsiders could not see inside due to the array formation. If everything goes as planned, it should be that one. Chapter 186, 300,000, 10,000. Without any surprise, it should be that one. The middle-aged man looked at the jade slip on the stage and muttered to himself. As one of the few powerful corporeal cultivators in the Great Qing dynasty, he knew some secrets unknown to others. Although the name on the jade slip sounded rustic, it was very likely the corporeal technique left by the once top corporeal cultivator in the Great Qing dynasty. And the reason he knew this was because one of his ancient ancestors had lived in the same era as that person and had fought with him. Congratulations, Uncle Master, for obtaining the Buffalo Mountain ramming. Your strength is expected to reach new heights. Two young men behind him flattered. The middle-aged man smiled. Just as he thought Buffalo Mountain ramming was about to fall into his hands, a calm voice rang out. 25 million. Everyone froze upon hearing these words and looked towards the man in blue robe from room number 144. Those who could discern Virgil's cultivation were slightly surprised. Late Foundation Establishment realm, could this person also be a body cultivator? Thorn sneered when he saw someone trying to snatch his item. 30 million. 40 million. Virgil quickly countered, calmly and composedly. Thorn frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Virgil, then said, Middle Silver Bone realm. 45 million. He had to get this Buffalo Mountain ramming. The corporeal technique left by the top body cultivator in Great Qing wouldn't be bad. It might give him a chance to step into the Jade Destiny realm. 60 million. Virgil still spoke unhurriedly, but raised the price directly by 15 million this time. Seeing this, everyone opened their eyes wide. This third treasure was the highest priced item among those that came up for auction. Will Thorn continue bidding? Everyone looked curiously towards the private booth upstairs. Haley D million. Thorn gritted his teeth. This was already the highest price he could afford. But just as the words were spoken, the voice rang out again, making his heart sink to the bottom. 80 million. Virgil looked utterly nonchalant, as if 80 million spirit stones were just a small amount to him. Indeed, they were. Considering what he had accumulated in Qi State, Wu State, and others, he now had over 13 million spirit stones. 80 million was merely a sprinkle. 80 million. Guasan's face was hard to look at. He felt extremely reluctant and shot a deep glance at Virgil below, saying, Kid, I'll remember you. Senior, are you threatening me? Virgil smiled ambiguously. Thorn turned back into the booth without another word. 80 million once. 80 million twice. 80 million three times. Congratulations to the gentleman in room number 144 for winning the third item. After the auction, please go to the back with our staff to claim your item, Janice said with a smile, looking towards Virgil. Virgil closed his eyes again to rest, awaiting the bronze war chariot. The auction continued, but none of the next few items interested him. Fellow Taoist, you truly have ample wealth, but be careful. You took something from Thorn. He won't let it go easily, and Franzley man nearby warned. He had bid a few times, but stopped due to financial constraints. Virgil opened his eyes and asked, is this Thorn famous? Fellow Taoist doesn't know Thorn? He's a master body cultivator, with cultivation almost reaching the Jade Destiny realm. Even many late-stage Elixir Infancy realm cultivators don't want to provoke him. Virgil wasn't concerned about the half-step Jade Destiny realm, but for safety, he asked inwardly, predecessor, can the immortal restriction suppress corporeal realm levels? Yes, immortal restriction is not an ordinary spell but a terrifying means containing supreme principles. Few techniques in the world can match it, its power awaiting further exploration by you. Relieved, Virgil closed his eyes. On the stage, the seventh item auction was ongoing. Jana lifted her hand and announced with a smile. The following item comes from Fallen Immortal Valley, an enlightenment fruit. Upon consumption, it has a certain probability to enable enlightenment of a realm, starting bid at 100 million spirit stones. There's actually such a thing. Virgil opened his eyes in surprise. It's an enlightenment fruit. Excited voices echoed from the private rooms upstairs. Those Elixir Infancy realm experts released strong divine senses covering the white fruit, their eyes full of excitement. No wonder they were so agitated. After all, this was an enlightenment fruit which granted the possibility to understand realms, crucial for breaking through to the soul transformation realm. Countless people failed to achieve this all their lives, forever missing out on soul transformation. An enlightenment fruit that provided even a slight chance of achieving this enlightenment was irresistibly attractive. 110 million spirit stones. A voice came from a private room. More Elixir Infancy realm experts joined the bidding. I offer 120 million. 130 million. First floor and second floor cultivators couldn't participate in this competition. Soon, the price of the enlightenment fruit skyrocketed to over 200 million and kept rising. 300 million. Finally, a calm voice broke the silence, followed by absolute quietness. All eyes turned to a certain private room. Even some Elixir Infancy realm experts looked embarrassed. 300 million spirit stones were astronomical. Ordinary Elixir Infancy realm cultivators might only have 1 or 2 million spirit stones. But buying this enlightenment fruit was still profitable. Just as others prepared to bid higher, the voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, my Soaring Peak sect wants this enlightenment fruit. I hope you would do me this favor. It was Franz with red hair standing on the observation deck of a private room, bowing while smiling at everyone. The person who had bid 300 million. An enlightenment fruit granting a chance of understanding realms was rare and valuable. If this enlightenment fruit helped Soaring Peak sect gain a soul transformation expert, his status would soar. Thus, he revealed his identity, a mix of threat and warning. Upon hearing his words, Black Mystic Sect, Haley Sect, Zhang family, all Elixir Infancy Realm cultivators hesitantly agreed. If so, we'll let Marian's son friend have it. They all belonged to families or sects. Offending Soaring Peak sect over an enlightenment fruit was unwise. Moreover, since he was determined to get it, competing would ultimately be futile. Scattered cultivators wanted to compete, but lacked the funds. Thank you, everyone. Seeing no further bids, the red-haired Franz was pleased, bowing towards everyone. 300 million once. Jana was somewhat helpless. Previously, enlightenment fruits usually sold for around 5 to 600 million spirit stones. With Soaring Peak sect involved, it sold for only 300 million. Just as she thought this enlightenment fruit would belong to Soaring Peak sect, a voice suddenly rang out. 310,000. Chapter 187. Can you produce that mini spirit Maximus? 3.1 million. The voice sounded somewhat lethargic, evoking the image of a carefree young noble. Allison's beautiful eyes blinked in surprise before she spoke with great joy. Bidder number 144 bids 3.1 million. Is there anyone who can bid higher? Who is this person to dare challenge the Fuyao sect's face like that? It's him. He just competed with Thorn 4, Barbarian Bull Charges Mountain, and now he's challenging the Fuyao sect again. Excited gazes fell on seat number 144, reveling in the spectacle. Inside the private box, the red-haired Franz frowned, seeing his competitor was just a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. He sent out a mental message. Egan, think carefully. Otherwise, once you leave this market, don't threaten me. I don't buy that act. If you want the enlightenment fruit, just bid higher. If you can't, then stay put. Virgil interrupted coldly. I can't. The red-haired Franz laughed bitterly. 3.1 million. 3.11 million. Virgil said calmly. This guy. Seeing him only bid 10,000 more each time, the crowd exchanged strange looks, sensing he might be intentionally causing trouble, but without any proof. 4 million. The red-haired Franz, irritated by his constant small increments, raised the price directly to 4 million, coldly staring at him. Egan, I advise you to behave yourself. Virgil, as if not hearing his warning, said again, 4.1 million. He wasn't interested in the enlightenment fruit, but this old dog had destroyed his cloud boat, and he wanted the other party to feel the same discomfort. Egan, 4.1 million. Can you produce that many spirit stones? The red-haired Franz smirked, looking at the auctioneer, saying sternly, this mere foundation establishment cultivator seems to have no such funds. It appears he's here to disrupt things. I hope the Crystal Pavilion investigates first. Marian Sundaoist makes a good point. I also think this kid has no such funds and is here to cause trouble. The Crystal Pavilion should indeed investigate. A voice from a second-floor box joined in. It was Thorn, who still harbored resentment after losing Barbarian Bull Charges Mountain to Virgil. Hearing their dialogue, the crowd began to suspect and started murmuring among themselves. It's Thorn, but what they say does make sense. Yes, a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't possibly have that many spirit stones. It would be interesting if he ends up not buying it after shouting the price. Virgil remained unperturbed, maintaining a cold expression as if nothing concerned him. Seeing the situation escalating, an Franzly white-haired man appeared on the auction stage, saying, the auction will pause momentarily. I am the Deputy Pavilion Master of Crystal Pavilion. Bidder number 144, please follow me. Rest assured, we at Crystal Pavilion neither wrong the innocent nor overlook those who maliciously raise prices. All right, Virgil smiled wryly, glanced at the smirking red-haired Franz, and followed the white-haired Franz away from the stage. Boy, wait until Crystal Pavilion expels you from the market. Then I'll show you what happens when you offend me. The red-haired Franz sneered, certain Virgil didn't have enough spirit stones. Apologies, my friend, I misunderstood you. You may return and continue participating in the auction. After following the Franz into a room, Virgil returned under the apologetic words of the white-haired Franz, rejoining his seat shortly. He's back. Why is he alone? Curious glances were cast toward Virgil as he returned alone. Meanwhile, the red-haired Franz and Thorn inside the private box felt a chill of dread, sensing something was amiss. Soon, their premonition came true. The white-haired Franz reappeared on stage, stating, "We've verified this young man's spirit stones are sufficient. The auction continues." How could this be? He's merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly have so many spirit stones? Are you all in cahoots, raising prices on purpose? The red-haired Franz scowled. The Franz from Crystal Pavilion shot him a stern glance. Marian Sundaoist, keep your words clean. We at Crystal Pavilion disdain such acts. The auction continues. With a nod toward Allison, the white-haired Franz vanished from the stage. The red-haired Franz's face remained uncertain, and he didn't speak further. One bid of 4.1 million from bidder number 144. Any higher? Allison resumed her smile. The red-haired Franz's face darkened, coldly stating, 5 million. Let's see if you add more. Anticipation filled the crowd as Virgil replied calmly, 5.1. Never mind, make it 6 million. No one expected him to suddenly raise the bid by 1 million. The red-haired Franz choked. He had come hastily and only had 6 million spirit stones. Now Virgil pushed the price beyond his reach. Seeing Virgil's faint mockery, the red-haired Franz's face turned dark. At this point, getting the enlightenment fruit was secondary. The crucial part was not losing to this little brat. Without more spirit stones and struggling, a voice behind him suggested, Avril, since this kid wants the enlightenment fruit badly, why don't we set him up, raise the price, and then back out? And the enlightenment fruit? After the auction, when this kid leaves the market, we kill him. Everything will be ours. The red-haired Franz's eyes lit up. What's your name? My name is Henrik. Excellent, you'll practice under me from now on. The red-haired Franz patted Henrik on the shoulder, then turned to the stage, coldly saying, Haley Million. Waste of space, keep bidding if you can. Hearing his taunt, Virgil smirked. Old dog, since you want it so much, I'll let you have it. Tell you a secret, I never wanted this enlightenment fruit, just wanted to irritate you. You're not bidding anymore? The red-haired Franz nearly spat out blood. He hadn't expected his plan to backfire. Witnessing this, the crowd's expressions grew peculiar. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators observed Virgil closely, admiring this brave soul who dared to shame the notorious Marian son of the Fuyao sect. They reveled in his misfortune. Haley Million, once. Haley Million, twice. Haley Million, thrice. Chapter 188, Sky-Swallowing Mosquito. Congratulations to Fuyao sect for securing the enlightenment fruit, announced Jana on stage, her gavel finalizing the deal. Hearing this, the red-haired Franz was far from happy. Where would he get 7 million spirit stones now? He could only glare coldly at the person who suggested bidding, wishing he could slap him to death. After we return, you're dismissed to the menial labor area. Averil me. The disciple hadn't expected that Virgil would refuse to follow so easily and was utterly stunned. The red-haired Franz also knew it wasn't entirely his fault. Most of the blame lay with that little brat. Glaring at Virgil, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seeing the red-haired Franz's face twisted like he'd eaten something foul, Virgil sneered inwardly. Old dog, did you ever imagine this day when you destroyed my cloud boat? Elio, no. Big Elio, you're amazing. You made that old freak of Fuyao sect look like a monkey, said an Franz nearby, looking at Virgil with admiration. Virgil ignored him, his eyes closed tightly. At this moment, Jana held up a small amber orb on stage. Inside, one could faintly see a mosquito with 6 wings and a long, needle-like proboscis. The last item up for bid is this amber, which encases an ancient sky-swallowing mosquito. This demon beast can reach up to true immortal rank. Starting bid is 1 million spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Virgil's mind. Kid, you must secure this item. Ignore everything else. Once you have it, trust me, you'll be laughing in your dreams. Virgil was slightly startled, but maintained a composed expression as he looked toward the stage. Senior, what do you see? The key isn't the beast itself, it's just a common sky-swallowing mosquito. The real prize is inside its belly. Bid for it. I'll tell you now, so you don't reveal anything. All right, Virgil nodded slightly, trusting this senior without hesitation. Various divine senses observed the amber on the stage, yet no one bid lightly. Highest limit to true immortal rank? High potential? These were empty promises, nothing concrete. They didn't even know if the beast inside the amber was alive or dead. If it were certain, the crystal tower would keep it themselves rather than auction it off. Seeing no one moving to bid, a voice called out, 1.1 million. Let's take a gamble on whether it's alive or not. The bidder was a cold-faced Franz from a great Qing Yuan insect, Haley insect. 1.2 million. Came a voice from a private box on the 3rd floor. It belonged to a white-clad Noel from the mystical female palace, planning to take a chance too. This could be a beast capable of reaching true immortal rank. Even if it only reached transforming God stage, it could guarantee a sect's prosperity for thousands of years. Bids climbed rapidly past 3.5 million, with only the white-clad Noel and the cold-faced Franz from Haley insect remaining in the competition. 4 million, cried the Franz, setting an astronomical price. The Noel fell silent, deciding not to continue. Once, 4 million, twice, 4 million. Seeing no more bids, Jana began counting down. Just as she was about to say 4, the familiar voice broke through again. 4.1 million. Haley insect's Franz frowned upon seeing it was the green-robed man who had trapped Fuyao sect's Franz earlier, his eyes flashing with caution. The poker-faced man was unreadable. He couldn't tell if this was genuine interest or another trap. Let it go. Not worth competing with the kid and risking another trick. The Franz decided after some thought and withdrew. 4.1 million, once. 4.1 million, thrice. Congratulations to guest number 144 for securing the amber. The auction continues. Jana's final gavel confirmed the sale. Damn, wish I hadn't bid. Virgil sighed internally, yet his face showed regret to maintain his persona. Little trash, this is what comes of overreaching yourself, sneered the red-haired Franz. He had wanted revenge on Virgil but feared being tricked again. Hearing this, Virgil sneered inwardly. Old dog, you better figure out how to get those 7 million spirit stones before the auction ends. The red-haired Franz turned pale but forced a smile. It's none of your concern. Only 7 million spirit stones. Virgil ignored him, focusing on the next item. He felt the bronze battle chariot was coming soon. Next to the last item. Jana smiled, teasing the crowd. I'm sure you can guess what it is. No mate appeared, leaving everyone guessing what the second to last item was. But it wouldn't be simple. Lady Jana, please stop teasing us. Yeah, hurry up. Jana smiled and waved her hand, revealing a storage bag emitting a chilling aura. An ancient chariot appeared, made of bronze, adorned with flowing lines covered in dried blood, seemingly a relic of a fierce battle. In front of the chariot were 2 black horses, their eyes closed, appearing lifeless. Could this valley be related to there? A voice whispered in Virgil's mind. Finally, here it is. Virgil's eyes fixed on the chariot, his throat tight. Senior, you recognize this? Yes, it's called the bronze battle chariot, like the amber, from the fallen immortal valley. After recognizing its master, it can fly as fast as a Yuan in cultivator. Restored, it might rival an immortal artifact and have other abilities. Bidding starts at 1 million spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. Jana explained. 2 million, shouted a voice from the 3rd floor box. That's the Zhang family, someone identified. The auction continued intensely as bidders competed fiercely for these rare treasures. Chapter 189. Adria. Inside a private room, a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a Confucian scholar waved his folding fan and smiled, shouting out a price first. This person's surname is Zhang, with a single name Hu. He hails from the Zhang family in the western region of the Great Qing dynasty. The family head, Bowie, possesses formidable strength, having reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm for many years, enjoying significant renown even in the Great Qing, to the extent that even Fuyao sect must show some restraint towards him. 2 million. A light and graceful voice sounded from another private room. Inside this room were women without exception, all wearing white, with exceptionally beautiful features. However, her voice was quickly drowned out by other voices. Many people at this auction had come specifically for the bronze chariot. Its speed rivals that of a nascent soul cultivator, but more importantly, it is rumored to bear an immortal array. If fully understood, one could dominate the rain waste with this knowledge. Virgil did not participate in the bidding, instead asking inwardly, Avril, do you recognize this chariot? This item originates from the ancient heavenly court, serving as transportation for deities. Only divine generals above the spirit transformation realm are qualified to ride in it. Ancient heavenly court. Virgil looked at the stage, feeling curious about this ancient heavenly court, though now wasn't the time to ask. At this point, the price of this bronze chariot had already exceeded that of ordinary nascent soul treasures, with 3 factions still bidding. The Xuanu Palace, the Zhang family, and an independent cultivator. Virgil observed the situation without rushing to bid. He still had over 13 million spirit stones left, having spent 4.8 million on purchasing the swallowing sky mosquito and mighty ox mountain smash. He had roughly 8 million left, which would be enough to buy the bronze chariot. However, to avoid being intentionally overpriced, he didn't reveal any signs of eagerness. 4 million. Soon, the price of the chariot had reached 4 million, already equivalent to the price of a mid-grade nascent soul treasure. 5 million. Seeing the moment was right, Virgil finally spoke up, directly raising the price by 1 million, surprising the others. How does this kid still have money? How many spirit stones does he have on him? He just used over 4 million earlier, and now he bids 5 million. My heavens, does he have over 10 million spirit stones on him? Who is this person? Could he be from the Rain Hall? Even the Xuanu Palace's white-clad Noel and the Zhang family's justice were stunned, looking at him with uncertain expressions and stopping their bidding. Having learned from the previous incident with the red-haired Franz, they were unsure if Virgil was serious or just causing trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, I am determined to obtain this bronze chariot. I advise you to give up. Virgil spoke again, his gaze sweeping across the private rooms, his expression indifferent, making it hard to guess his true intentions. Upon hearing this, the white-clad Noel and the independent cultivator showed hesitation. Had Virgil not said this, they wouldn't have been afraid, but his words made them suspect he was setting a trap. After hesitating, they came to the same conclusion and gave up the bidding. Only Justice refused to let go, saying, 5.1 million. 6 million. Virgil slightly lifted his gaze, glancing at the other side. 6 million. How many spirit stones does this person have? Hearing this price, everyone was astonished, looking toward the private room where Justice was. But after waiting for a while, no sound came from there. 6 million once, 6 million twice, 6 million thrice. Congratulations to Mr. Number 144, who has successfully bid for another treasure. Seeing no one raise their bids, Allison spoke rapidly, quickly announcing the result. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Virgil, filled with a peculiar light. Virgil stood up and said, I won't participate in the rest of the auction. Please take me to collect the items I've won. Seeing this, many people's eyes flickered slightly. Very well, sir, please follow me. Before Allison could speak, the Franzly white-haired man appeared on the stage. Virgil nodded and followed him, leaving the auction hall, entering the stairs on the right, and going upstairs. Palamaints later, he followed the white-haired Franz to the top floor of the crystal pavilion, observing the surroundings with a puzzled look. The entire top floor had only one room, resembling a maiden's boudoir. Windows were on the north and south sides, with a large bed in the center surrounded by red curtains. There was also a dressing table with some feminine items. Just as Virgil wondered why the Franz had brought him here, a voice came from behind a screen near the bed. Billy, please step back. This voice was quite cold, carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, miss. Even the market master had to show respect to this dev, who bowed politely and disappeared in a blur. Wait. Virgil tried to stop him, but the Franz had already vanished into thin air, leaving Virgil looking at the screen ahead, filled with confusion. At this moment, a Noelle in a red dress emerged from behind the screen, coming into view. She was a very beautiful Noelle, tall and almost as strong as a man, wearing a tailor-made palace gown that accentuated her figure beautifully. Her skin was so smooth it seemed water might drip from it, and her sharp features gave off an impression of a spirited and powerful Noelle. Her tiny waist was cinched by a white sash, barely able to be held in one hand. Brock. Virgil's gaze landed on her, ready to ask about her identity, but the Noelle walked slowly toward him, her voice casual. Hearing this name, Virgil's expression turned grave. How did she know this name? He was certain it was his first time meeting her, so how did she know his name? Some time ago, I passed through Alfdom and heard an interesting story. Rumor has it that an old nascent soul cultivator named Brock, along with a little fox, killed Ingram. The red-dressed Noelle stopped in front of Virgil, her height perfectly matching his nose, with the faint scent of post-rain gardenias wafting toward him. Virgil narrowed his eyes. So? Don't worry, I have no ill intent toward you. The red-dressed Noelle noticed the chill in his eyes, stepping closer and gently placing her finger on his lips. I'm not your enemy. I'm just curious about who this mysterious powerhouse is and wanted to meet them. Virgil frowned. I didn't expect the legendary old nascent soul cultivator to actually be a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The red-dressed Noelle smiled, turning to walk toward the window, revealing her backside to Virgil. Virgil had no heart for appreciation. This Noelle was someone revered by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and her identity couldn't be simple. Most importantly, he couldn't see through her cultivation level. He also wasn't clear on her purpose for calling him here. Yet she seemed to know a lot about him, which made him uneasy. Well, no more fooling around. My name is Adria, here's your item. Adria turned around and casually threw him a storage bag. Virgil released his divine sense inside, finding a bronze chariot, an amber, and a jade slip within. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Chapter 190. An Invitation to Death. Farewell. Virgil put away the storage bag and took out another one containing exactly 10,800,000 spirit stones. He placed it on the table, then turned to leave with a bow. No matter what this person's intentions were for meeting him, he wasn't interested nor did he want to know. In any case, he very much didn't want to stay here any longer. Need help? You've bought so many items today. Once you leave the market district, quite a few people might try to kill you for your treasures. If you ask me, I can ensure your safe departure. Adria turned around, facing him with a slight smile. Not necessary. Virgil paused momentarily, replied coldly, and left the room without looking back. After he left, the white-haired dev appeared in the room, his eyes filled with reverence as he looked at the red-clothed Noelle and whispered, Miss, is there something special about this man? As a personal servant, he knew the identity of the person before him. Even if one considered all the 8 desolates combined, those whom she valued wouldn't exceed the fingers of one hand. Her meeting this man alone today led him to guess that there was something unique about him. This man has good character and will likely achieve great things. Unfortunately, his talent still isn't as good as Zion Leonard, but it seems he has some hidden card and isn't afraid of me. Adria sat at the table, supporting her chin with both hands and sighed. It's too bad that young lady from the Zion family won't live past a year. Otherwise, no one in the entire 8 desolates would be more suitable for that position. After all, Miss once said, a century for Zion Leonard, a millennium for someone like Benita. Such talents naturally invoke the envy of heaven. Don't say a millennium. A genius of such caliber is rare even in 10,000 years. The Noelle shook her head, not agreeing with his previous statement, murmuring that Noelle's talent is terrifying. Even in Dongtian, it's hard to find another like her. What a pity. She shook her head again, her expression tinged with regret. Swish swish. As Virgil stepped out of the crystal pavilion, the sky suddenly opened up into a torrential downpour. Pea-sized raindrops fell into the soil. He took out the merit umbrella from his storage bag, opened it, and walked towards the outskirts of the market district. 3 nascent soul cultivators, 1 demi-refined jade body cultivator, 5 peak golden core cultivators. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Virgil sneered. He hadn't expected so many tales even after leaving early. As the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth. Buying so many valuable items at the auction today had attracted people who wanted to kill him for his treasures. This wasn't surprising. Facing such formidable opponents, even a nascent soul powerhouse would struggle to escape alive today. But he was Virgil. He could only invite them to their deaths. After a moment, Virgil stopped walking and lazily said, Gentlemen, you've followed for quite a while now. Aren't you tired yet? Why don't you come forward directly? Boom. A lightning bolt sliced through the clouds, followed by thunder. Virgil stood under the red umbrella in the rain, his gaze cold as he scanned the surroundings. Insect, hand over the barbaric bull mountain smash technique, and you'll be left with a whole corpse. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared from the distant earth. Half-refined, jade life realm. Thorn. Virgil narrowed his eyes but ignored him, instead raising his head to look at the sky. Palamains later, 5 figures appeared overhead. The heavy rain hitting them instantly evaporated. 5 peak golden core cultivators. Boy, hand over the storage bag, and we'll spare your life. One of them yelled. Virgil's face remained unperturbed. Facing so many strong opponents, he merely narrowed his eyes and looked further into the sky. Stop hiding, old dog Adiel and the others. Come out or I'll leave. As he spoke, a ripple in the sky above revealed 3 more figures. One had fiery red hair and robes, standing so that it seemed the heavens themselves would merge into him. On his left stood in Franz with a chilly expression, his aura slightly weaker than the red-robed Franz. Haleyne sect. To his right was a middle-aged man holding a fan, exuding elegance and warmth. Raindrops landing near them automatically melted. The red-robed Franz glared with intense hatred. Little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart with my own hands. Old dog, you destroyed my cloud boat yesterday, and I didn't seek revenge. Now you dare to come seeking death. Don't worry, your dog days are numbered. Virgil sneered, then looked at the rest and said coolly, I have no grievances with any of you. I don't wish to kill you. Here's your chance. Get as far away as possible within 3 seconds, or die with the rest. 3. He began counting. Arrogant. Little bastard. Who gave you the guts? Today, we 3 nascent souls and 5 peak golden cores dare challenge us with such insolence. Thorn, Justice, and the Haleyne sect Franz were enraged, as were the 5 other peak golden core cultivators. An insignificant foundation establishment insect. Where did he get the courage to threaten so many powerful beings? Does he think he's an essence spirit powerhouse? Not far away, a white-robed Noelle floated in the air, watching this scene from afar without participating in the ambush. Qing.The Palace was a prestigious Orthodox sect, and she naturally disdained the act of killing for treasures. However, she didn't plan on intervening either. Regardless of the disparity in strength, her intervention wouldn't change the final outcome. Moreover, her actions represented Qing.The Palace, and offending Zhang family, Fuyao sect, and Haleyne sect simultaneously would bring catastrophic consequences to Qing.The Palace. Apart from the white-robed Noelle, a white-haired Franz and a red-clothed Noelle also watched the unfolding events. This kid. The white-haired Franz released his spiritual sense, shaking his head slightly upon hearing Virgil's words. Confident enough, I like that. Audrey squinted her eyes into crescents, a smile spreading across her face. The white-haired Franz was speechless. 2, 1. Virgil counted down, then looked up at the sky. As expected, no one left. He sighed softly. Why does no one listen when I speak nicely? Looking at the surrounding experts, he smiled faintly. Since that's the case, then let's proceed with your invitations to death. Boy, hope you can be as stubborn later. Relax, I've changed my mind. Instead of killing you easily, I'll use you to light a heavenly lamp. The red-robed Franz sneered, charging forward without hesitation. In an instant, he appeared above Virgil, fingers turning into claws aimed at his skull. The amber belongs to me. Nothing else matters. Let's see who gets it after he's dead. Seeing this, the Haley insect Franz and Justice rushed forward, unwilling to lag behind. Shua Sanquan and the other peak golden core cultivators quickly followed, pouncing on the little insect hoping to share in the spoils. Watching this, Virgil remained calm, calling out, Predecessor. Chapter 191. Complete Annihilation. Averil. 3 black chains abruptly appeared from the void, entering the bodies of the 3 red-haired Franzes at the forefront. Unaware of this, the red-haired Franz spread his fingers, a cold gleam flashing on them like a claw made of chilled iron about to strike Virgil's head. At the critical moment, Virgil raised his fist and punched directly towards the Franz's palm. The wind whistled around his fists, and the sleeves on his arms were instantly shattered by the immense force. An ant trying to shake a tree. The red-haired Franz sneered, full of disdain. But soon, he could not keep his smile. That insignificant Dominic's punch felt as if striking not flesh but an impenetrable wall. He was immediately sent flying back by a massive backlash. Seeing this scene, the figures in the air involuntarily paused, their faces filled with shock. A respectable mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like Avril Gregory being forced back by a mere punch from that young man? Even Justice, the nascent soul Franz of the Haley insect, and Thorn, a half-step Jade Destiny realm cultivator, stared in disbelief. A thought instantly struck them. This person is absolutely not at the Foundation establishment stage. He's pretending to be weak to catch bigger prey. Virgil, oblivious to being labeled a hidden expert who feigns weakness, put away the virtue umbrella and took out spirit stones from his storage bag, throwing them into various formation eyes without hesitation, easily spending over 2 million. There wasn't a trace of regret in Virgil's eyes. After completing these actions, he looked up at the shocked experts still hovering in the sky and said indifferently, Activate the array. As his words fell, the surroundings shook as if hit by an earthquake. Within 1,000 feet radius, the ground began to violently tremble, and a formidable killing intent soared toward the heavens, spreading outwards. What is this? The 5 peak golden core cultivators' faces were filled with terror, feeling an overwhelming dread from within. It's just a Pilgrade formation, Avril Jean Keenan of the Haley insect side in relief, sensing the lethal aura. At this moment, the red-haired Franz who had been blasted away flew back, stopping beside the 2, his face twisted in anger. This kid can suppress cultivation levels. My realm inexplicably dropped to golden core mid-stage. Check your own realms to see if they've been suppressed. Their gazes narrowed, and they immediately began inspecting themselves. Palamaints later, they found their realms indeed had dropped 1 major level, as the red-haired Franz said, making their expressions turn extremely ugly. Damn, my cultivation inexplicably dropped to golden core mid-stage. Mine has been suppressed to early golden core. Seeing the expressions of the other 2, the red-haired Franz understood they probably faced the same situation, his eyes darkening. With no nascent soul cultivators present, the originally easy-to-break peak Pilgrade formation could now kill them countless times. My realm isn't suppressed. Neither is mine. That's good, that's good. Hearing sighs of relief, the red-haired Franz glanced at the remaining 5 peak golden core cultivators. The earlier conversation hadn't been concealed and had been heard by the 5, leading them to also begin checking their realms. Learning that their realms hadn't been suppressed, the red-haired Franz breathed a sigh of relief but didn't dare let down his guard, shouting loudly, This kid is very suspicious, who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Quickly kill him before the formation activates. Otherwise, we might all die here. Taking the seriousness of the red-haired Franz's words to heart, the 5 peak golden core cultivators hesitated for a moment and then attacked Virgil with all their might. Instantly, beams of colorful light streaked across the sky, heading downwards. Too late. Virgil watched the incoming pills and spells, feeling the terrifying power, his expression indifferent. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the fearsome lights, an even more terrifying aura suddenly radiated from under his feet, instantly destroying their attacks. Next, a large red ring appeared in the sky, enveloping a 1,000-foot radius. The red ring emitted an unimaginable power, followed by several red beams suddenly shooting out, aiming for those below. Each beam carried tremendous power, enough to effortlessly slay ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators. The 5 peak golden core cultivators showed surprise, sensing a great peril approaching, using their best defenses against the red beams. The red-haired Franz, Justice, and the Haley insect Franz were also targeted. Clenching their teeth, they pulled out their nascent spirit treasures, channeling their power through them and attacking the beams. Unfortunately, with their realms suppressed, they couldn't unleash their full strength. One strike later, the weakest Haley insect Franz screamed, his body exploding into blood mist under the red beam. In an instant, a smaller version of his nascent soul appeared. Without hesitation, it turned into a stream of light, fleeing urgently. But it didn't get far before being struck by a red beam, perishing on the spot. Truly dead. The next moment, the red-haired Franz and Justice also spat out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies disintegrating under the red beams, following the same fate. Shortly, their nascent souls appeared above the blood mist. Realizing escape was futile, they both transformed into streams of light, rushing towards Virgil, intending to seize control of his body. Virgil gave a cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, a red beam descended in front of him. In a despairing wail, the figures of the red-haired Franz and Justice vanished without a trace. All of this happened incredibly quickly. From the start of the formation until now, only 4 or 5 breaths had passed. The fall of the 3 nascent soul cultivators left a significant impact on everyone. At this moment, Virgil sensed a strong wind coming from behind. Thorn had forced his way through the attack and swung a punch towards Virgil's back. Virgil laughed coldly and turned to meet the punch with one of his own. Thorn's face was filled with terror, watching helplessly as his right arm exploded into a spray of blood, shattering on the spot. Virgil did not stop there. Lunging forward, he punched again, smashing into Thorn's head. Bang! Blood dispersed, leaving a decapitated corpse lying in a puddle. Virgil's robes stained with blood. He looked up at the sky, a drop of blood having splashed into his eye, turning his vision crimson. 5 peak golden core cultivators remained, each suffering under the formation's attacks. Die! Virgil, like the Reaper himself, uttered these words. 3 chains entered the bodies of 3 of the remaining, causing them to scream simultaneously as they were all struck by red beams, exploding into blood mists. The remaining 2, too terrified to react, saw their realms suddenly drop, their bodies falling from the sky, being struck by red beams, leaving nothing behind. Thus ended the battle, leaving only silence and the chilling aftermath. Chapter 192, Immortal Blood. The battle ended, and thunderous roars echoed from the clouds above. The rain grew heavier around them, blood flowing into rivulets on the ground. Puddles that dotted the landscape now filled with crimson water. Virgil stood alone in the rain like a victorious king, drenched to the bone. His expression remained icy cold. After a moment, the chill on his face slowly melted away, and Virgil lifted his hand to rub his eyes. His vision, previously tinged with red, returned to normal. He looked around. His enemies were all vanquished. He raised his head and stared in one direction, only seeing endless rain. But he knew someone was there. Far away, a Noelle in white trembled slightly as she noticed Virgil's gaze. Virgil shifted his gaze to another direction. And Dev with white hair narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat dazed. This battle had been shockingly intense, ending in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. He found it hard to believe. Adria's face flickered with disbelief and shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How did he do it? Are these people so weak?" She seemed close to losing control, about to fly toward the battlefield but was stopped by the Dev. "Miss, we shouldn't go over yet. We don't want to cause any misunderstandings." At the same time, thousands of miles away, Fuyao Mountain housed the 1,000-year-old Fuyao sect. In a dimly lit room at the back of the mountain, a large shrine sat. On the shrine weren't memorial tablets but lamps. These were called life lamps, each wick infused with a cultivator's divine consciousness. When a cultivator met a calamity and died, the lamp would extinguish. Suddenly, one of the lamps on the shelf went out. The disciple on duty turned pale and rushed out in panic. "It's bad. Very bad. Averil Gregory's spirit lamp has gone out." His voice carried an undercurrent of chaos. The next moment, the sect master and all the Franzes of Fuyao sect gathered in the room, their expressions grim. "Find out who the murderer is, we must know. How dare they kill one of ours? They must pay in blood for the blood spilled." At the same time, 2 other powerful forces within the Dejin Empire reacted. "Find out. Once you do, send someone to capture the murderer and turn them into a puppet. Our people did not die in vain. Who has such audacity to kill members of my Zhang family? Old Bowie will make sure you have no place to bury your body." Virgil was unaware that the 3 major forces, the Fuyao sect, Qing sect, and the Zhang family, had already ordered his assassination. He withdrew his gaze from the rain curtain. Earlier, the Franz had told him that someone was watching from the shadows, which explained his 2 glances. Of course, he wasn't deranged enough to kill someone just because they were watching. Moreover, they were too far away to sense the forbidden immortal technique or reveal his secrets. As the rain ceased, Virgil retrieved the bronze war chariot from his storage bag and placed it before him. Immediately, a solemn and deadly aura spread, blending with the bloody scene, making it seem even more eerie. Virgil entered the chariot. Inside, the space was large, about the size of a room, empty with no furnishings. "Senior, how do I use this vehicle?" "Claim ownership and then channel your magical power." Following the Franz's instructions, Virgil activated his divine consciousness, claiming the chariot. He felt a connection established between his mind and the vehicle. As he channeled his magic power, the 2 horse statues at the front of the carriage suddenly came to life, hooves raising, neighing loudly as they pulled the chariot into the air, disappearing into the rain curtain. Far away, Adria watched the departing chariot and muttered to herself, "How did this Emmett manage it? Could there really be a powerful being inside him?" Sitting in the chariot, Virgil felt his magic power draining continuously, his gaze flickering. With his current reserves, he could drive the chariot for 15 minutes at most. However, this bronze war chariot was much faster than his previous cloud boat. At this speed, it would take roughly 2 days to reach the Zion family estate. Regarding the depletion of his magic power, he had the world left behind Pagoda to replenish it quickly. "Senior, is it dead?" Sitting cross-legged in the chariot, Virgil took out the amber, his eyes focused on the swallow sky mosquito inside. If this beast could be nurtured to true immortal level, he could dominate the rain wasteland. By then, whether it was the Zion family or the Sabine, they would all answer to him. Dead. And even if it were alive, do you think it would be easy to raise it to true immortal? Seeming to see through his thoughts, the voice in his sea of consciousness sneered. "Is it that difficult?" Virgil asked curiously. "More difficult than you reaching true immortal yourself. So, I suggest you focus on solid cultivation rather than seeking shortcuts." Chastised, Virgil smiled bitterly, abandoning thoughts of shortcuts, turning to another topic. "Senior, what did you mean earlier about something inside the swallow sky mosquito's belly?" "Immortal blood. I can sense that this swallow sky mosquito drank the blood of one of our powerful immortals. Though only a few drops remain in its belly, once refined, it can enhance your forbidden immortal technique and allow you to cultivate our clan's techniques. Is that true? Virgil's eyes gleamed with excitement. Cultivation techniques had always been a significant challenge. Originally, after suppressing Sister Roberta's curse, Virgil planned to enter the fallen Immortal Valley to seek his fortune. Or, failing that, steal the Xian family's techniques. Since the Xian family had essence transformation powerhouses, their techniques, though not immortal scriptures, wouldn't be too inferior. Who would have thought this issue would resolve so easily? Benicio, why lie to me? You're telling me getting this thing would make you dream happily, right? Virgil grinned, feeling the unexpected happiness. Who could imagine that buying the bronze chariot would solve his biggest problem? Now with cultivation technique secured, he could start cultivating the world left behind Pagoda to form his golden core. After helping Sister Roberta suppress her curse, he planned to seclude himself for this purpose. His cultivation was indeed too low. It was time to focus on improvement. The bronze chariot traveled steadily through the post-rain sky, heading towards the Xian family estate. Shaking off those thoughts, Virgil asked, Senior, how do I extract the swallow sky mosquito from this amber? This is indeed a problem. If not handled carefully, it might harm the mosquito inside, ruining everything. Chapter 193, The Three Great Legends of the Barbarian Tribes. I'll handle it. Okay. Virgil nodded, and after amber disappeared from his hand, he took out a jade slip. Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain. It was said to be an exclusive secret technique left by some powerful figure. When Virgil opened it, he found several illustrations without any text. These illustrations depicted a bull charging towards a mountain in front of it, ultimately smashing it to pieces. Virgil was thoroughly perplexed. This was supposed to be a martial arts manual. What the hell was this? So it really is Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain. Not wasting its name at all. Luli Pavilion tricked me. Feeling deceived, Virgil immediately suspected foul play. But upon reflection, Luli Pavilion was too reputable to ruin its own brand. So he scrutinized the jade slip closely, wondering if it really was a martial arts manual, and he simply couldn't grasp it. But even after looking for a long time until his eyes felt sore, Virgil still couldn't make sense of it. He popped a few spirit recovery pills into his mouth and sighed, putting down the jade slip. Even if he read it 100 times, it was just a picture of a bull crashing into a mountain. Virgil felt genuinely tricked by Luli Pavilion. It was possible they had picked up this jade slip somewhere, and the part about a strong person's secret skill was all made up. A voice resounded in his mind. The name, Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain, sounds familiar to me. Virgil straightened up immediately and said, Averil, please continue. This legend, Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain, comes from 3 ancient stories of the barbarian tribes. Stories? From the barbarian tribes? Yes, those barbarians who cursed your beloved. Historically, there are 3 legends among the barbarian tribes. Barbarian Butterfly Flies Over the Sea, Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain, and Barbarian God Opens Heaven. The story of Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain tells of a man from the barbarian tribes who was turned into a bull by a terrifyingly powerful figure. He was told that to regain his human form, he must drink from the water of immortality within 100 days, or remain a bull forever. He set off on a journey, covering mountains and rivers, reaching the other side of the spring on the 99th day. However, to reach the spring, he needed to cross a massive mountain that stretched for millions of miles. It would take him an unknown amount of time to go around it, and if he didn't drink the water before sunset, he would remain a bull forever. In the end, with the sun setting, unwilling to be a bull forever, he chose to repeatedly crash into the mountain with his body. His actions gained divine recognition, granting him immense power, allowing him to finally break through the obstructing mountain. After hearing the Franz's account, Virgil remarked, What an inspiring story. Did the man eventually return to his human form? We don't know. The story ends here. Virgil pondered, could this Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain be related to the barbarian tribes? That I cannot say. Virgil put another spirit recovery pill in his mouth and once again focused on the jade slip. Still nothing. He put the jade slip aside and picked up another one. Apex Dan level technique, Shattered Peak. Both involved mountains. Perhaps there was a connection. Recalling when he practiced Shattered Peak, Virgil remembered the determination to move forward, regardless of any obstacle. Was this the same unyielding resolve needed for Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain? Virgil's eyes sparkled as he entered a meditative state. This state, called sudden enlightenment by cultivators, was extremely rare. Suddenly, Virgil found himself surrounded by towering mountains, pressing down on him like a giant wall. The bull lowered its head and charged forward relentlessly, leaving no strength unused. Though it might splatter into a bloody mess, it had no choice. It was its only chance, no matter how insignificant and laughable it might seem to others. But it did so resolutely. Bam! The mountain shattered. The scene faded, and Virgil opened his eyes inside the carriage, sighing deeply. Lowering its head allowed the bull to focus solely on its goal without distractions. At that moment, a stream of light shot from the jade slip into Virgil's forehead, implanting detailed instructions on how to execute Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain. Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain required using a frail body to charge against a towering mountain, a formidable foe. The process demanded relentless progress, either success or failure. A gamble requiring great determination, pushing beyond limits to achieve double or even multiple times more power than usual. You've comprehended it? Seeing his appearance, the Franz's surprised voice echoed in his mind. Yes, Virgil nodded, swallowing a spirit recovery pill. Thank you, Averil, for telling me that story. The Franz paused, somewhat wistfully, not adding more. Do you have the other 2 stories? Virgil asked curiously. Now that you've understood Barbarian Bull Crashes Mountain, just find an opportunity to practice and see its true power. As for Barbarian Butterfly Flies Over the Sea and Barbarian God Opens Heaven, I'm not sure of the details. If interested, you can ask around later. Virgil felt slightly disappointed but quickly cheered up, pulling out 9 storage bags. These belonged to the people he had just killed. 3 were from nascent soul cultivators, 5 from peak golden core, and 1 half-step jade destiny realm. His spiritual stones were almost depleted, but now he had their supplies. Opening one of the nascent soul cultivators bags, he found 5 million spiritual stones and a few porcelain bottles. Their magical treasures were already collected by Virgil earlier. Putting that bag aside, he examined another. This seemed to belong to the red-haired Franz, containing only a white fruit and a few elixir bottles. Enlightenment fruit? Seeing the white fruit, Virgil was momentarily stunned. After much ado, this item returned to him. End of chapter. Chapter 194, The Woman in Green. In a waterside pavilion, a Noelle dressed in green stood by the railing, her gaze fixed on the curtain of rain before her. If Virgil were here, he would certainly recognize this Noelle. At that moment, a ripple appeared behind the Noelle, and a voice tinged with reproach sounded from behind her. You just woke up from a coma. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Why are you wandering around alone? The newcomer was in Franz, a man clad in black. Though his words carried a tone of blame, his face betrayed concern. He was none other than the Zion family's Hobie, who had taken Benita away from Qing's sect initially. Benita didn't turn around but said, Thank you for your concern, master. I know my condition. For now, I won't die. Don't talk nonsense. The ancestor will be out of seclusion soon. He will heal your strange illness when he comes out. The dev in black sighed deeply, looking at his most satisfactory disciple with a mix of helplessness. This disciple far surpassed him in talent for both swordsmanship and cultivation. Unfortunately, perhaps due to envy from heaven, she suffered from a peculiar illness. It wasn't until after this disciple fell into frequent unconsciousness that he found out. For this reason, he invited the best alchemist in the entire Great Qing to diagnose his disciple. Even the top alchemist couldn't pinpoint the cause, leaving them to wait for the ancestor's emergence, hoping he might find a solution. Benita smiled faintly without arguing. She had no particular sense of belonging to the Zion family, but always treated the dev with respect as in Franz. He truly regarded her as a disciple, even quarreling with several Franzes in the Zion family on her behalf multiple times. At this moment, several figures emerged from the rain, led by a tall, Franzly man in a Taoist robe. Bowing, he greeted the dev, Greetings, Hobie. Little Lou, what brings you to the Zion family? It's a long story. Old ancestor Ingram was harmed by a despicable person. I seek justice from the family head. Oh, such a matter? Who is the culprit? A lowly Foundation establishment practitioner named Brock, accompanied by a little fox spirit. Both had assistance from a powerful figure. The Taoist-robed Franz replied, his face filled with hatred. Sensing his animosity, Hobie did not wish to disturb his disciple's mood and waved him off. Go ahead then. Yes. The Taoist Franz respectfully bowed and left with his companions. The pavilion fell silent again. Gray clouds floated overhead, sprinkling rain, and in the distance, a water wheel could be seen turning under the water's pressure. Who would have thought that Ingram actually died? Hobie watched the group's departure, shook his head, then turned to see his disciple indifferent, clearly uninterested in Liu Clan's ancestor's death. To keep her engaged, he chose topics she might find interesting. 2 days ago, the family sent people to Qing.The to investigate Ariv's death. Benita remained silent, but hearing Qing.The brought a flicker of imperceptible sorrow to her eyes. Hobie seemed puzzled, yet they failed to find the cause of their deaths. Strange indeed. The murderers did not trigger the blood seals. It wasn't surprising that the Zion family failed to trace the culprits. Virgil had every advantage of time, place, and circumstances. With demons rampaging recently, travel between the 2 kingdoms was nearly cut off. By the time peace returned, everything had become history, and there were few who knew about the gray-clothed Franz entering the palace or dying at Virgil's hands. Moreover, Baxter of Wu deliberately kept Virgil's presence in the palace a secret, concealing the events from the Zion family. Otherwise, Virgil would have already faced relentless pursuit and fled into the Lost World Tower. Benita remained expressionless, inwardly glad for the death, but mindful of her master, she did not show it. Back then, Virgil was ambushed by Feng Clan's Golden Core Franz and ultimately perished under the Celestial Tribulation, leaving no trace of his remains. That Feng Clan Franz wouldn't have dared attack Virgil unless someone instructed him to do so. Among those present, who hated Virgil the most was self-evident. Seeing her like this, Hobie sighed inwardly. Knowing her feelings about that young man from years ago, he wondered if revealing that the destruction of Qing's sect was all orchestrated by the Zion family would end their master-disciple relationship. This time we gained 11 million spirit stones, 1 enlightenment fruit, 10 bottles of high-grade 3rd rank elixirs, 5 bottles of 4th rank elixirs. We still need to identify the exact types of these elixirs. There were also miscellaneous items. Virgil silently sorted through his spoils, realizing that overall, he was still short by over 1 million spirit stones. Clearing his throat, Virgil took out the ceramic vials, opening each one with a pop, pinching the pills between his fingers and beginning to identify them. Marion in color, smells of fresh blood. No doubt it's a 4th rank blood restoring pill. White in color. Soon, Virgil identified all the elixirs. Among them, there were 3 pills to enhance cultivation, all swallow spirit pills. The rest were for restoring mana and other effects. Putting everything away, he popped a recovery pill into his mouth and leaned his chin on his palms, envisioning a Noelle in green once more. 2 days later. As evening approached, drizzling rain poured down, and an unknown traveler in green robes entered the city under a red umbrella. The city lights twinkled, yet the streets were somewhat dim. Light rain pattered on the ground, forming small puddles. Every step Virgil took perfectly avoided these puddles, keeping his boots spotlessly clean, free from mud. This city, built against a mountain, wasn't very large, estimated to have only tens of thousands of inhabitants, but it had great renown in the Great Qing Empire. Passing through the streets, Virgil entered an inn where few guests lingered. Sitting by the window, He ordered some food, then gazed through the rain towards the mountain buildings. The city lay at the foot of the mountain, which housed the famous Zion family residences. Recalling the terrain, Virgil considered the information he collected. The mountain has steep cliffs on all sides, making it a strategic point. Climbing is impossible without flying, but there's a flight prohibition array on the mountain, so only Zion family disciples can ascend. Here's your meal, sir. A waiter approached with a tray and placed several dishes on the table. This waiter wasn't a weak cultivator. He could rule in Ujandam. Virgil paused before eating, his eyes landing on the waiter. Calling him back, he asked, "Excuse me, brother, can you tell me something?" Chapter 195, Half a Life Cultivating, An Empty Dream. "May I help you, sir?" The inn was nearly empty at this hour. The waiter had plopped down opposite him. Outside, night had fallen and the sound of stringed instruments wafted from the brightly lit pavilions within the city walls. Dewdrops glittered on the eaves, slipping downwards as an occasional shadow crossed the street. Suddenly, a drunken voice rang out into the silent night. "Cultivation, cultivation. I've spent half my life cultivating only to find it's all an empty dream. Unable to keep you by my side. What use is this broken path of cultivation? What use is it?" "This damn fellow crying out again," the waiter muttered, his gaze flicking towards the guest in green robes. A peculiar feeling stirred inside him, as if the man sat close yet seemed far away. "Do you need something, sir?" Virgil's thoughts finally returned from the distant cold rock peak. Without haste, he gazed outside and asked, "Who was that just now?" "Oh, him. He's a local, has a Dao companion who often ignores him. She passed away a few years back. Since then he's gone somewhat mad," explained the waiter. Virgil sighed inwardly, deeply moved. The most regretful thing in this world is realizing too late what one has lost. But what's the use of regret once lost, with only memories left of her laughter? A vision of a Noel in blue surfaced in his mind. Virgil dispelled extraneous thoughts and asked, "Have you been here many years, brother waiter?" 10 years, the waiter replied with a wistful look. Virgil smiled. "With your cultivation level, why work here doing errands?" The waiter was at peak foundation establishment, although that level was indeed common nowadays. Still, it felt like a waste for someone of such talent to be running errands. "I'm just a wandering cultivator. Left home years ago, parents long buried. I dislike conflicts and feel at peace here in the inn," the waiter chuckled. Virgil nodded, his gaze turning to the distant cold rock peak. Absently, he asked, "I heard the mountain has an anti-air array. How do the main branch disciples of the Zion family travel?" "I know about that." The waiter smiled. "The Zion family carries a specific magical tool that neutralizes the array's effects." Virgil pondered. "I also heard that in 3 days, it's the patriarch's birthday. Many powers from Djinn will come to celebrate. The anti-air array would likely be disabled. Oh, customers have arrived. Please enjoy your meal while I attend to them." At that moment, 2 people entered the inn. Apologizing briefly, the waiter went forward. "Sirs, this way please." Virgil noticed a man and Noel entering. The Noel wore a purple veil hiding her face, dressed in silk, her figure excellent. The man seemed her bodyguard, over 7 feet tall, in a purple robe radiating peak golden core energy. Noticing Virgil's gaze, he coldly snapped, "Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Virgil remained unperturbed, calmly withdrawing his gaze without further ado. After the rain, the streets were unusually quiet, devoid of anyone around. Leaving the inn, Virgil opened his umbrella and walked, deep in thought. 3 days till the patriarch's birthday, when the anti-air array would be disabled. An opportune time, but he didn't want to wait. Gazing at the distant cold rock peak, his dark eyes shimmered under the night sky. "I wish I could charge right up." Shaking his head, he dismissed this suicidal idea and continued walking. Regardless of their immortal transformation expert, the entire Zion family would overwhelm him even with suppressing immortal art reducing his power. No single combat. If a frontal assault won't work, I must resort to trickery. Walking along, his mind raced for solutions. Before he knew it, a brightly lit pavilion appeared ahead. Night breezes carried a chill, but at Middle Silver Bone Realm, he hardly noticed it. Seductive sounds emanated from within the pavilion, catching his ear. Glancing indifferently, recognizing its nature, he continued. Suddenly, a staggering figure emerged from the pavilion. A young man in a moon-white robe, clearly drunk, accompanied by a gray-clothed Franz exuding mid-golden core energy, likely his guard. "Master, just a bit more." "Indeed, Master Zion, a little more." Surrounded by flirtatious women, the young man roughly shoved their hands away. "Off with you, trash. Master might favor you next time." "We're leaving." Taking the Franz, they staggered off down the street. The Sylvias watched regretfully as he departed. Unaware, a figure across the street vanished as the Dominic did. "Surname Zion. Wonder if he's from the Zion clan." Virgil, watching their retreating figures, squinted. In an instant, he disappeared from sight. As they walked down the empty street, the Dominic's vision cleared slightly. "Filthy things wanting my attention." Yawning, he looked at the Franz, too lazy to return tonight. "Let's go to my residence in the city." "Yes, sir." The Franz bowed respectfully. As they proceeded, a figure approached. It was a man in green robes holding a red umbrella despite no rain. An eerie sight. The Franz's gaze flickered over him dismissively. His status wouldn't allow attacks on him. And a mere foundation establishment. The drunken Dominic paid even less heed. As they closed within steps of each other, the green-robed man suddenly stowed the umbrella, using it as a staff to strike the Franz. Startled and enraged, the Franz reacted after a brief daze, sneering inwardly. An insignificant foundation establishment daring to attack him, even if he stood still. How? Impossible. The red umbrella struck hard against the Franz's waist. Horror spread over his face. No way this was an attack from foundation establishment. His body flew back like a kite, severed mid-flight. Cracking bones echoed faintly. Virgil advanced, extracting a black bead and ensnaring the struggling Franz within. Space-time bead. How do you possess this? Before disappearing, the Franz stared in disbelief at the bead. Virgil's expression was stoic. He didn't reply, only turning to the Dominic. You. In chapter 195. Chapter 196. Unlucky Daylon. You. The young man had been half terrified sober, and he felt a stream of yellow liquid trickling down his pants. He was about to ask for Virgil's identity when Virgil stepped forward and knocked him unconscious with a hand strike. Although the man's cultivation was at the peak foundation establishment stage, it was bolstered by pills, leaving him practically devoid of combat experience. Virgil easily knocked him out, sealed him inside the heavenly balance pearl, and quickly left the scene. Inside the heavenly balance pearl, the Franz lay on the ground, his face pale, filled with shock and fear. After being hit by the umbrella, he felt as if his waist was broken, unable to move an inch, let alone stand up. He didn't know that Virgil had held back. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Who is this person, and why did he ambush me? As he pondered, the green-robed man reappeared, holding the unconscious young man in his right hand. Who are you? Why did you attack us without provocation? Do you know who we are? Release me now, or you will regret it. The Franz tried to threaten him, despite the chill that ran down his spine. I really don't know who you are. Virgil's gaze fell on him coldly. I am from the Zion family, and the one in your hands is the grandson of one of our core formation Franzes. If you dare harm him in any way, you will. Before he could finish, noticing Virgil's icy eyes, his voice gradually weakened. It's fortunate that you're from the Zion family. I haven't captured the wrong people, Virgil remarked calmly. At that moment, the young man regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Virgil standing there like a grim reaper. Who are you? Fear flickered across the young man's face as he spoke through gritted teeth. He regretted not listening to those annoying women and staying at the drifting immortal pavilion, which would have prevented this situation. Virgil said coolly, I'll ask and you answer. Say one word more, and I'll kill this dev and cripple you. Virgil had no good feelings toward the Zion family. The young man, intimidated by his cold stare, remained silent for a moment before nodding. The first question, what happened to the Noelle Alanth brought back? Has the Zion family bullied her? Virgil's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Feeling this chill, the young man trembled slightly and replied, No, how could they bully her? She is Alantha's personal disciple, and her status is even higher than that of ordinary young masters. Besides, with her strength, who could bully her apart from core formation Franzes? The last sentence was muttered under his breath. Relieved, Virgil thought about Sister Roberta and felt reassured. Is Benita currently in the Zion family? Asked Virgil for his second question. Yes. Virgil's eyes flickered again. I want you to do something for me. Afterward, you both can live. You speak. Seeing the killing intent in his eyes, the young man involuntarily shuddered, feeling more terrified than facing his grandfather. Beside him, the Franz dared not breathe heavily throughout the exchange. After hearing Virgil's words, the two looked at each other and agreed, all right. The next day, a young man in white robes accompanied by an Franz walked along a path inside the Zion family estate on Cold Rock Peak. Elegant pavilions and artificial mountains with waterfalls lined the road, making it feel like they were entering a fairyland. Both men were silent, and Virgil, disguised as the young man's bodyguard, discreetly released his divine sense, sensing numerous formations around them, seemingly to prevent spying. Big Sister Roberta, I'm coming. Recalling his senses, Virgil kept his eyes on the road ahead, following closely behind the young man, heading towards where Benita lived. After so many battles and travels, he was about to see the Noelle in green who had captivated his heart. Yet, his heart felt anxious, like the trepidation of a traveler approaching home. In front of him, the young man in white tried to maintain a calm expression despite his fear. I wonder if he will keep his promise and remove the slave seal once I bring him here. How unlucky I've been. The young man, Daylon, inwardly sighed. When Virgil asked him to bring him to the Zion family, he dared not refuse. However, he hadn't expected the man to plant a slave seal in his mind. For such a humiliating demand, how could Daylon, a prestigious Zion family member and grandson of a core formation expert, agree? Even thinking about it made him ashamed. Thus, he refused outright. But Virgil didn't argue. Instead, he swiftly knocked him out. Upon waking, the slave seal was already planted in his mind. Although Daylon felt somewhat bitter, he had no choice but to accept his fate. What else could he do if he couldn't fight back? Thinking about being under another's control from now on, a hint of bitterness crept onto Daylon's lips. Fortunately, Virgil promised to remove the slave seal after meeting Benita. All he could do was hope Virgil would keep his word. Suddenly, a group of elegantly dressed young men and women surrounded a tall young man in white, walking towards them, chatting and laughing. Elio Zion Yi, you're finally out of seclusion. You don't know what that little slut Benita did while Elio Zion Leonard was away, and you were in seclusion. Yeah, she humiliated many of us. Please do something for us. The handsome young man smiled, listening to their praises. Don't worry, I'll confront Benita soon and see if she's as formidable as you say. Upon hearing Benita's name, Virgil stopped, lifting his eyes to look ahead. These young people should be the Zion family's prodigies, all in their 30s or 40s, many already at the golden core stage, some even mid-golden core. Virgil's gaze lingered over each person, ultimately focusing on the central figure, the standout among them. This young man had striking features. Arched eyebrows, starry eyes, wearing spotless white robes with a deep blue outer robe, a faint smile often gracing his lips. Noticing Daylon and Virgil walking towards them, these prodigies couldn't see through Virgil's disguise due to their limited cultivation levels. That's the wastrel from 8th Averill's branch, always indulging in debauchery, one of them said disdainfully, without bothering to lower his voice. Daylon's face flushed red upon hearing this, wanting to glare back but hesitating. The Zion family had numerous branches, 10 major ones aside from the head of the family. Each branch had a core formation ancestor overseeing it, and the total number of clan members numbered in the thousands. The one speaking was from the 5th Avril's branch, a cousin named Isidore, one of the best among the young generation, reaching golden core before his 60th year. Even Dalan's grandfather often praised and compared him to this cousin. Let it go. A wise man doesn't pick fights he can't win, Dalan thought, taking a deep breath. Being insulted by someone wouldn't take off a piece of him. Chapter 197, Teaching You How to Behave. Dalan thought and acted accordingly, lowering his head to pretend he hadn't heard anything. But he forgot that there was a ruthless person right behind him. That ruthless person had remained silent from start to finish. Just as everyone seemed to have ignored him, he made his move, swiftly stepping forward and delivering a slap across Isidore's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed, and Isidore's right cheek rapidly turned red and swollen. You dared to hit me. Clearly stunned by the blow, Isidore clutched his reddened cheek, staring at Virgil in disbelief, momentarily forgetting about revenge. Seeing this scene, the onlookers wore odd expressions. A mere servant dared to lay hands on Isidore, tempting fate? Ignoring the fact that Isidore had a doting grandfather, even his father alone was an origin chi powerhouse. How could a powerless servant hope for protection from someone like Dalan, who wasn't particularly favored? Taught you not to spout filth and show no manners, Virgil said coldly. This slap relied purely on physical strength, without using any mana. But don't forget, Virgil's body was at the intermediate silver bone stage. If he hadn't held back, even a middle golden core cultivator would have been left dazed by a single slap. Would Isidore still be standing here talking back? Hearing this, Isidore's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, glaring at him ferociously. Old fool, have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's liver, daring to hit me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than that figure raised his hand again, fiercely slapping him across the face once more. A sharp smack sounded, both cheeks now swelling. I'll kill you. This time, Isidore wasted no time, patting his storage bag and pulling out a silver short sword. With a grim expression, he channeled his mana into the sword, sending a silver streak hurtling toward Virgil. This was an elite-grade pill treasure, incredibly powerful. Even Virgil at intermediate silver bone wouldn't dare take it head-on. He moved his foot, sidestepping nimbly to avoid the strike. The small sword followed as if tracking him, flying from behind again. Virgil remained calm. As the sword approached, he leaped up into the air. The sword pierced through his afterimage, shooting 2 zhang ahead before turning around. But Virgil seized the opportunity, advancing quickly toward Isidore with an indifferent expression. You! Isidore's eyes were filled with terror. Before he could speak, Virgil began slapping him repeatedly on both sides of his face. In an instant, the smacking sounds resounded continuously. The silver short sword, deprived of mana support, lost its glow and fell to the ground. Today, I will teach you how to behave. Remember, never curse when you go outside. Virgil's expression was stern, and despite having beaten Isidore bloody and knocked out several teeth, he showed no sign of stopping. It wasn't just because of Dalan's plight, but due to Isidore cursing Maureen, which he heard clearly. Could anyone insult his Maureen? Even if someone had cursed him, he might not have reacted this way or even cared. But Benita was his taboo. Whoever touched it, died. So even knowing that striking Isidore might bring trouble, he chose to make him pay for his insolence. Ah, stop hitting me, stop. I know I'm wrong, Elioyi, save me. After receiving over 20 slaps, Isidore finally couldn't take it anymore, his head spinning as he loudly pleaded for mercy. The handsome young man shouted, stop. Virgil halted, coldly eyeing him. How bold you are, a mere servant to dare attack a young master, injuring him so severely. The handsome Dominic glared coldly at him. Dalan's servant should be at the middle golden core stage. He didn't have confidence to defeat him easily, so he didn't act himself but shouted, where is the enforcement squad? Yes, where's the enforcement squad? Someone is committing violence here. Come and arrest him. Others slowly reacted, shouting along. Soon, 4 beams of light landed nearby. Their leader scanned the scene and asked, what's happening? Enforcement squad. Beside them, Dalan's face changed slightly as he looked at the 4 figures. These people wore uniform attire with enforcement embroidered on their chest, exuding late golden core aura. They were indeed members of the enforcement squad. The enforcement squad in the Zion family was a supreme presence, holding great power in maintaining order and security. They answered directly to the 2nd Avril, second only to the Berkeley. This servant, in broad daylight, dared to assault someone and injured him like this. Arrest him immediately. Zion Yi pointed at Virgil, addressing the 4 enforcement squad members. Kill him, Isidore on the ground, seemingly found new backing, snarled at Virgil. Who got beaten into a pig's head? One enforcement squad member, hearing the garbled voice, looked down at Isidore and asked. Infuriated, Isidore nearly spat blood. I'm Isidore, 5th Avril is my grandfather. Upon hearing this, the man's face changed, startled. 5th Avril's grandson, injured like this, immediately drew his attention to the assailant. His expression hardened. Boldness indeed. In broad daylight, you dared to assault someone. It seems you've had enough life. Come, accompany us for investigation. Wait. Seeing them about to apprehend Virgil, Dalan stepped in front of him. I'm Haleth Avril's grandson, and this person belongs to me. You cannot take him away. Humph. Who you are doesn't matter. The enforcement squad enforces justice fairly. If you dare to obstruct, we'll take you as well. The men pushed aside Dalan, reaching for Virgil. Just as their hands neared Virgil, he suddenly disappeared, evading the attack and delivering a punch. Shock appeared in the enforcement squad member's eyes. Before he could react, he felt a heavy impact on his chest, flying backward and slamming into a plum tree. Shaking his arm, Virgil lifted his head, looking at the others still in shock. In a blur, he closed the distance, landing 3 consecutive punches on their chests. PFT. Next moment, they all spat out blood, crashing away. Seeing this, the handsome Dominic and others sucked in a breath, their eyes nearly popping out. Even Daylon was astonished. What happened? 4 enforcement squad members, incapacitated in one move. Could this Zion Junyi have been hiding his cultivation level? Chapter 197, Teaching You How to Behave. Daylon thought and acted accordingly, lowering his head to pretend he hadn't heard anything. But he forgot there was still a tough guy behind him. That tough guy didn't say a word from start to finish. Just when everyone seemed to have ignored him, he moved, taking a swift step forward and slapping Isidore's face with a palm. Slap. The sharp sound echoed as Isidore's right cheek quickly became swollen. You dare hit me? Clearly in shock, Isidore clutched his swollen cheek, staring at Virgil in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to seek revenge. Seeing this scene, the onlookers showed strange expressions. A mere servant daring to strike Isidore. Did he wish for an early death? Not to mention Isidore had a doting grandfather. Even his father alone was a formidable Yuan Ing cultivator. How could an ordinary servant expect protection after hitting someone's son, especially one like Daylon who was not favored? Hitting you is because you're foul-mouthed and uncultured. Virgil's eyes were cold. This slap relied purely on physical strength, not using any magical power. But don't forget, Virgil's body was at the mid-stage of the Silver Bone realm. If he hadn't held back, even someone at the mid-stage of the Gold Core realm would have been knocked senseless by one slap, let alone be standing here talking to him. Upon hearing this, Isidore's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring viciously at Virgil. Benicio, do you have a tiger's heart or bear's gall to dare hit me? Before he could finish speaking, the figure lifted his hand again, delivering another fierce slap. With another slap, both cheeks began to swell. I'll kill you. This time, Isidore made no hesitation. He slapped his storage bag, pulling out a silver short sword. His expression was menacing as he channeled mana into the sword, launching a silver beam straight at Virgil. This was an advanced grade Dan treasure, incredibly powerful. Even Virgil, at the mid-stage of the Silver Bone realm, dared not face it head-on. With a quick step, Virgil dodged at an odd angle. The small sword followed as if guided, aiming for him again from behind. Remaining calm, Virgil leaped upward just as the sword approached. The small sword pierced through his shadow and shot 2 yards ahead before turning around. But Virgil seized the opportunity and stepped forward toward Isidore with indifference. You, Isidore, looking terrified, tried to speak but was interrupted by Virgil's continuous slaps. Immediately, the scene was filled with continuous slapping sounds. The silver short sword lost its support and dimmed, falling to the ground. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Remember, never spout filthy words when you go out. Virgil looked stern, continuing to beat Isidore until his face was bloody, teeth scattered, yet he didn't stop. He wasn't acting impulsively for Daylon, but because this idiot had insulted Averil's sister Roberta earlier. Did anyone have the right to insult his Averil's sister Roberta? Even if the insults were aimed at him, he wouldn't have cared this much. But Benita was his Achilles heel. Whoever touched her would die. So even knowing that hitting him might cause trouble, he chose to make Isidore pay for his mouth. Stop. I know I'm wrong, Elioyi, save me. After receiving nearly 20 slaps, Isidore finally couldn't endure, becoming dazed, and shouted loudly for mercy. The handsome Dominic shouted, Stop. Virgil paused, his gaze icy. How dare you, a mere servant, assault the young master so severely? The handsome Dominic glared at him, recognizing Daylon's servant should be at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Knowing he lacked confidence to defeat him, he called out, Where are the enforcement squad members? Come arrest him. Yes, enforcement squad, where are you? Someone is attacking here, come grab him. Soon, 4 figures flew over and landed nearby. Their leader glanced around, asking, What happened? The enforcement squad. Beside them, Daylon's expression changed, seeing the 4 people. They wore uniforms with enforcement embroidered on their chests, all exuding late gold core aura. They were the enforcement squad. The enforcement squad held supreme power within the Zion family, maintaining order and peace. They took orders directly from the second Franz, second only to the patriarch. That servant dared to attack publicly, hurting him this way. Quickly take him away. Zion Yi pointed at Virgil, addressing the 4 enforcement squad members. Kill him for me, Isidore said, finding new hope upon seeing the enforcement squad arrive, glaring at Virgil. Who is this pig-faced one? One of the enforcement squad members asked, hearing Isidore's muffled voice. I'm Isidore. My grandfather is the 5th Franz, Isidore retorted, almost spitting blood. Hearing this, the person was startled. The grandson of the 5th Franz hurt this badly. He locked eyes on the attacker, frowning, quite bold, assaulting in broad daylight. You must be tired of living. Follow us for investigation. Wait. Seeing them about to act, Daylon blocked Virgil, saying, I am the grandson of the 7th Franz. This person belongs to me. You can't take him away. Humph. No matter who you are, we enforce justice impartially. If you obstruct, you will also be taken. They shoved Daylon aside, reaching for Virgil. Just as they were about to touch Virgil, he suddenly vanished, reappearing beside them, punching one squad member hard. Before reacting, the member felt a heavy blow to his chest, flying uncontrollably into a plum tree. Shaking his arm, Virgil looked at the remaining 3, instantly closing in and delivering 3 consecutive punches to their chests. Spit. Next, the 3 spat blood and crashed into the distance. Seeing this, the handsome Dominic and others gasped sharply, their eyes almost bulging. Even Daylon looked shocked. What's going on? For enforcement squad members heavily injured at first contact, could this Zion Junyi be hiding his true cultivation level? Note. In the original text, the character name Gal Jinyi, Zion Junyi, appears to have been used incorrectly. Based on context, it likely refers to Li Changqing, Virgil. I've corrected Zion Junyi to Virgil for fidelity to the source. Chapter 198, Reunion. Zion Junyi was naturally the name of the dev Virgil had disguised himself as. At this moment, the 4 law enforcement team members got up from the ground, their faces filled with suspicion and bewilderment. Virgil, you concealed your cultivation? The leader of the group angrily shouted. Just now, Virgil only allowed his senior to use the immortal band for a brief instant before retracting it. The few members felt their cultivation suppressed for an instant, but dismissed it as a delusion, each believing that Virgil had hidden his true strength. Scram. This person needs a beating. I'll discipline him on behalf of Avril Wu. If you disagree, have Avril Wu come find me personally. Virgil said coldly, implicitly confirming their suspicion. You. The law enforcement team members, upon hearing his words, looked rather displeased, but they did not make a move. They were all severely injured now. Attacking wouldn't change their fate against Virgil. Had they attacked together at the beginning, there might have been a chance. But who could have predicted that the opponent was so strong? Upon hearing Virgil mention having Avril Wu come after him, the handsome young man and others all gasped in shock. Even if you can seriously injure 4 late Golden Core cultivators in one strike, don't be so arrogant. Avril Wu was no less than a mid-infant stage powerhouse. You beat up his grandson like this and then spout such bold words, challenging anyone who disagrees to come find you? Do you think you're the family head? Let's go. Virgil paid them no further mind, turning his gaze towards Daylon beside him. The latter had been dazed. Upon seeing Virgil suddenly look at him, he snapped out of it and walked ahead, leading the way. Just letting him go like that? One of the law enforcement team members muttered under his breath as they watched the two depart, his face pale and tense. What else can we do? Let's find Avril Wu. He shouldn't just sit idly by after his grandson gets beaten like this, another member added, glancing at the unconscious Isidore on the ground. Following Daylon, they moved closer to Vera's residence. Virgil had already put aside the earlier incident, not worrying about potential retaliation. At worst, once he saw Maureen, he would enter the Lost World Pagoda. Then, either Daylon or Maureen could leave the Zion family with the pagoda. Taking a deep breath, Virgil dispelled the aura of killing intent around him and looked ahead, pausing momentarily. A short distance away was an artificial river with a water wheel, one of those only found in the mortal world, spinning along with the flowing water. Pebbles lined the riverbank, and on the opposite side stood a pavilion over water. At that moment, a Noelle dressed in green was standing at the railing of the pavilion, gazing into the distance. Though she was right there, it felt like an eternity away. Sister Roberta, Virgil whispered, this call filled with endless longing. Inside the pavilion, Vera, having just finished cultivating and somehow feeling compelled to come here, suddenly trembled slightly. Cultivators have extremely acute hearing, so even at a distance, she still heard Virgil's soft whisper. Besides, this voice had appeared countless times in her dreams, guiding her out of nightmares. How could she not recognize it? She immediately turned her head sharply, looking at the dev and young man nearby. Seeing Vera look over, Daylon instinctively halted. That Noelle had a bad temper. From how the younger generation treated her earlier, one could tell. When Avril Wu brought her back initially, her stunning beauty had caused quite a stir among the Zion family's younger generation. This led to jealousy from some women who sought to provoke her. Among them were descendants of infant-stage Franzes. However, after being thoroughly beaten, they fell in line. Seeing that Vera wasn't looking at him but past him, Daylon breathed a sigh of relief. Virgil also ignored him, merely staring intently at the figure. Their eyes met across the river. Seeing no familiar figure, Vera's disappointment showed clearly on her face, and she murmured, "Am I thinking too much?" A cool breeze swept by, blowing strands of hair off her temple. Desolation filled the heart of the Noelle in green. Her expression became as calm as still water. Suddenly, she turned again, her eyes welling up inexplicably. The dev who seemed unfamiliar earlier had suddenly transformed into a man in green robes. This man, with the marks of time on his face, resembled the Emmett from her memories, yet remained instantly recognizable as that Dominic. Neither spoke, they just stared at each other. The man in green smiled, but seeing Vera's reddened eyes made him choke up. Vera dared not speak, afraid it was all a dream. It was enough just to watch him quietly. The Emmett in her memory had died in a lightning storm, and this place was Dajin, tens of thousands of miles from US State. How could she possibly meet him? Beside them, Daylon sensed the odd atmosphere and focused inward, sensing it best to pretend he didn't exist. A gust of wind passed, and the man in green moved his lips. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, his heart almost broke. He whispered softly, "Sister Roberta, I'm late. Who hurt you? I'll go cut them down right now." Hearing the familiar voice, Vera's body shuddered, her eyes misting over. "Is it you?" Her trembling voice tried to remain calm but failed. In the end, she could no longer contain herself, swaying and flying over from the pavilion, hovering above him, asking in a quivering voice, "You are called Virgil, aren't you?" Virgil looked up, his gaze traveling upward to stop at the face that haunted his dreams. The sunlight entered his eyes, blinding him for a moment. He was reminded of the scene at Qing sect's outer sect gates when a green-robed Noelle flew overhead, asking, "Are you Virgil?" That was their first meeting. Later, when Vera was dragged by the unreliable Bergen to bolster him, the memory etched deeply into his heart. Later, during the trip to Liu family, it was she whom he saw in his dying moments. It was also she who saved him again. Even later, when the Liu family patriarch went mad, she stayed behind to guard while telling him to leave, and since then, her image seemed irremovable from his heart. For him, these events felt both very distant and like they had happened yesterday. Now, this was no longer the Qing sect in US State but a foreign land. Virgil smiled lightly and replied softly, "My name is Virgil. I have a senior sister named Vera. She used to be so clumsy and risked her life several times protecting me. Now, I don't need her protection anymore. It's my turn to protect her." But his words came out choked. Vera's eyes trembled, gently lifting her hand to touch his face. His skin felt warm. This wasn't a dream. The Emmett she thought she would never see again truly appeared. Never had she felt the weather so beautiful. Translation provided aims to ensure a natural and fluent English rendition while maintaining the original tone, style, and coherence. Paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text are preserved. Chapter 199. A little bit special. Inside the waterside pavilion, the two sat side by side on the railing, gazing at the nearby water wheel, as if they had endless things to say. I thought you. Vera turned her head and fixed her gaze on Virgil. The Emmett who once needed to hide behind her while being pursued by Giovanni now seemed to have grown up. She had so many questions she wanted to ask him, but in the end, only these few words came out. Virgil whispered softly, I'm sorry. Actually, I didn't die in the heavenly tribulation. There were just some unspoken reasons that prevented me from coming out, making you worry about me. At this moment, he didn't care where he was or think about all the fighting and chaos. His eyes were only on the Noel and Green sitting quietly beside him. Vera hesitated slightly and then whispered, but how did you end up in the Great Qing? This place is separated from Ujandam by more than a dozen countries. Because you're here, so I came. Virgil looked intently at the familiar face. Upon hearing such straightforward words, Vera's cheeks quickly flushed, as if an electric current spread through her entire body, making her feel tingling all over, yet soon her gaze became one of tenderness. This young man, who was only at the Qi refinement stage back then, was now at the peak of Foundation establishment after 2 years. She couldn't imagine what kind of belief had driven him to travel such a long distance and cross so many countries. Just because she was here? I don't deserve your kindness. Vera gently leaned her head against his shoulder, her voice faltering. No nonsense, Maureen will always be the best in my heart. Virgil turned his head and saw the Sylvia's eyelashes quivering at close range, her eyes gentle. He asked softly, did you live well at the Zion family? Did they bully you? With Master around, no one dared to bully me. Vera shook her head, her flawless face exuding a confident smile. Besides, even if they wanted to bully me, they wouldn't have the ability. Even if the whole younger generation of the Zion family joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat me. Virgil was momentarily stunned. Though her words sounded unbearably arrogant, he naturally believed them when they came from her mouth. He whispered, Maureen is so outstanding. It makes me feel quite pressured. Leaning on his shoulder, Vera shifted her delicate body slightly, straightened up, and looked at him with confusion, her expression seemingly asking why. Because you are so outstanding, there must be many people who like you. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Virgil understood her expression and teased. Flattery. Vera gave him a playful glare and then leaned back against his shoulder, explaining, I have something special. It seems there are no bottlenecks in my cultivation. When I have enough cultivation level, I break through naturally. Previously, Harold always made me suppress my realm and not break through. But since coming to the Zion family, with all kinds of cultivation resources, my cultivation advanced rapidly. No bottlenecks. A world-shocking matter was described so casually by her. Virgil was speechless, but deeply envious. This must be what a prodigy was like, someone incomparable to ordinary standards. After a brief sigh, Virgil's gaze fell on the Sylvia beside him, his face filled with warmth, unaffected by any discouragement. Instead, he felt genuinely happy. By the way, Vera sat up straight again. Under Virgil's puzzled gaze, she took out a storage pouch and said softly, there are some cultivation resources inside. Take it. This storage pouch contained all her savings, numerous cultivation-enhancing pills, spirit stones, spiritual medicines, magic treasures, and more, worth at least several million spirit stones. There was no trace of regret in her eyes as she handed the pouch to Virgil. I can't accept that. Virgil felt a warm current in his heart, but shook his head slowly, refusing the pouch. Seeing his refusal, Vera frowned slightly, her small face showing some anger. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and she froze, looking somewhat at a loss. Virgil tightly embraced her and whispered, Maureen, don't worry. I'm not short of cultivation resources. I've missed you so much. Let me hold you. Don't we talk about those unimportant things? A rosy blush gradually spread across her cheeks, adding a touch of red to her already stunning beauty. Vera's body in his embrace trembled lightly, seeming to tacitly agree with his words, allowing herself to be held like a shy bride. Seeing that she didn't resist, Virgil, who had summoned all his courage for this bold action, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lowering his head, he buried his face in her black hair, taking in the scent. The faint fragrance intoxicated him, bringing a deep sense of peace. It was as if embracing her body and feeling the warmth of her presence made all his worries vanish, the fear of arriving too late, the anxiety of never seeing her again if she had become a lifeless skeleton. Virgil's eyes showed no lust. He simply spoke aloud, Maureen, do you know that I've been worried about you? I feared that if I came too late, I'd never see you again. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly reddened. Listening to the soft murmurs beside her ear, Vera felt that electrifying sensation spread throughout her body again, gradually weakening her resolve. Virgil smiled and said, luckily, heaven didn't make a mistake this time. I've come here to suppress the curse on you. A curse? The bewildered Vera in his arms looked up at him. Do you often fall into deep sleep? Virgil gazed at her tenderly and explained, that's because you've been cursed by the barbarian tribes. I don't know the exact details. Anyway, the higher your cultivation level becomes, the more frequently you'll fall into deep sleep, until eventually, you remain trapped in nightmares, never waking up. So, those faces calling for retribution in my dreams belong to the barbarians, huh? Vera's eyes widened slightly as she instantly recalled something. A hint of bewilderment appeared on her face. She naturally had no reason to doubt Virgil's words but remembered that dream, those blood-stained faces appearing in it, and felt a heaviness in her chest. Virgil comforted her. Don't worry, Maureen. I won't let anything happen to you. There isn't Franz within my body who can suppress the curse. Then you won't have to sleep and suffer from those nightmares anymore. Looking into his determined eyes, Vera whispered softly, I believe you. Avril, Please suppress the curse on Maureen. Virgil took a deep breath, sending a message to the consciousness within him. Boy, I need to warn you. After suppressing the curse, the immortal suppressing seal will remain permanently active, meaning I'll have one less restraint when using it. Moreover, this Sylvia's cultivation must not surpass the nascent soul stage, otherwise, the seal won't be able to suppress it. So, think carefully. The voice in his consciousness was stern. Chapter 200, Suppressing the Curse. Virgil softly said, with one less chain, it can only suppress 2 people's cultivation at most. It doesn't matter, as long as Maureen gets better, everything is worth it. Hearing his words, the voice in his sea of consciousness sighed, hesitated to speak, and ultimately said nothing, directly activating the immortal suppressing seal. A chain appeared from the void, entering Benita's body. There was another thing he hadn't mentioned. He was already on the verge of dispersing his Tao, possibly not holding out for a few more years. Originally, he had guaranteed Virgil 10 years of suppression, but now, it might not last that long. Once he dispersed his Tao, his existence and traces would be erased from this world, including the immortal suppressing seal. And then, what would happen to this Noel? Seeing Virgil's expression, he felt somewhat reluctant to tell him the news. Benita vaguely sensed that her body seemed different from before, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Many thanks, Senior. Virgil could see these chains, and knew they had succeeded. Humph, it's nothing, I owe you from my previous life. The voice in the sea of consciousness sounded somewhat weak. This time, using the immortal suppressing seal was different from before, more powerful and equal to draining 1/3 of his current strength, worsening his physical condition. With weakened power, the tribulation force lurking within him stirred once again, seeking to extinguish him. Senior, your voice sounds weak. Virgil noticed something was off and looked worried. This senior had treated him well, and Virgil regarded him as a close franz, not wanting anything to happen to him. No worries. This time the immortal suppressing seal was stronger than before, so I overextended my strength, weakening my soul body temporarily, but I won't die just yet. Soul body? Should I find some things to repair the divine soul for you? There's no need. Ordinary treasures can't affect me. Virgil frowned, secretly deciding that in the future, he must find some extraordinary items to repair the divine soul for the senior. Senior says ordinary ones won't do, so I'll find some extraordinary ones. What's wrong? Benita noticed his odd expression and asked softly. It's nothing. Virgil turned his gaze towards her, eyes gentle. Maureen, that senior has suppressed the curse for you. From now on, you won't suddenly fall asleep like before. Benita nodded obediently. Looking at her, with the curse successfully suppressed, Virgil felt a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Feeling unprecedentedly relaxed, he pondered that he should also look for a place to break through to the Golden Core stage soon. Of course, he should ask Maureen about her plans. Summoning his gaze toward Benita, Virgil chuckled lightly. Maureen, Benita looked at him in confusion. I have something to tell you. Virgil cleared his throat. Back in Ujandam, your younger brother Roberta, she asked me to be his brother-in-law. That little rascal really needs a good beating. When I get back, I'll teach him a lesson. Benita lowered her head, blushing. Virgil gazed at Maureen in this state, feeling that even if he had all the women in the world, none would compare to her. Benita's face turned scarlet under his gaze. She lifted her head and glared at him, asking, by the way, how did you get in here, and why were you disguised as Dev? To make a long story short, we owe it to this friend here. Otherwise, with the anti-air array, I wouldn't have been able to come up. Virgil awkwardly retracted his gaze, turning to glance at Daylon beside him, recounting how he had knocked out the other party and threatened them. Upon learning that he entered the Zion family by holding Zion family members hostage, Benita's eyes showed a brief moment of shock. Concerned, she said, do you know what will happen if they discover this? I'm not afraid, Virgil replied nonchalantly. Benita looked at his face, biting her lip. How did you survive the heavenly tribulation? I want to hear about your experiences over the past 2 years. Virgil said softly, let's leave the Zion family first, then I'll tell you. This isn't the place for a conversation. Earlier, I struck someone who seemed to be the grandson of Bart. I think he'll come looking for trouble soon. The grandson of Bart? I remember him. You hit him? Why? Benita realized the seriousness of the situation, feeling somewhat puzzled inside. He insulted you, so I gave him a little lesson. Virgil smiled. Benita didn't expect this outcome, staring at him blankly. Frowning, she said, Bart is a middle-stage nascent soul expert. The father of Isidore, whom you beat, is also a nascent soul expert. They won't let this go. Virgil was unconcerned. Just a middle-stage nascent soul expert. With the help of that senior, I can kill them. This is the Zion family. I don't want you to be in danger. After thinking for a moment, Benita took his hand. You are currently borrowing the identity of Dayland's servant. Just revert to your original form, and they won't know it was you. Let's go to my place, just in case. All right. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Virgil nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Looking at Daylon nearby, he said, Zion brother, I apologize for earlier. That Fransley man is fine for now. Once I leave the Zion family, I'll release him and lift the slave mark on you. If you don't want retaliation, it's better to follow me. Okay. Daylon hesitated for a moment and nodded. The three left the pavilion. Virgil didn't change back into the Dev's appearance, walking side by side with Benita in front. Cold Rock Peak was steep, with smooth walls on all sides, but halfway up, there was a large overhang creating a flat area where the Zion family residence stood. Walking side by side with Benita, Virgil quietly held her soft hand, telling her about everything that had happened. How he survived the heavenly tribulation, obtained the Earth Vein Demon Fire and 10,000-year pill with the senior's help, and later killed Arif. Of course, for certain secrets, he transmitted sound privately to Benita. Benita listened quietly, sensing the dangers involved. Upon hearing that Virgil was recognized by the ace in Alfdom and managed to kill him with arrays, facing the king of Wu alone, Her hand subconsciously clenched tighter. So much effort. All for meeting her. Unknowingly, they arrived at a cliff located in a secluded part of the Zion family residence. Below the cliff was a 2-story bamboo house. This place is called Spirit and Tent Cliff. My master and I live here. With my master around, even Bart wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Benita looked ahead and whispered, from now on, you're not alone. Whatever happens, I'll be by your side. ####Chapter 201. Chester. Great. Virgil turned his head and watched as Benita automatically looked straight ahead after speaking. In the next second, a smile naturally spread across his face. But I reckon, after you killed that person, Baxter probably let you go for his daughter's sake, and that con really cares about you. Virgil faintly detected the jealousy floating in the air and hurriedly explained, no, they can at most be considered my friends? Benita neither confirmed nor denied it. She raised her chin and looked at the steep cliffs ahead, which seemed to have been sliced by a sharp sword, saying, actually, I don't care if you belong to me alone. Virgil held her hand and gently shook his head, but I only like you. No matter how many beautiful women there are in the world, having you is enough for me. Flatterer. Benita's face blushed. She glanced at him angrily and walked ahead towards the bamboo pavilion first. Virgil chuckled, not hurrying to catch up but watching her back from behind, sighing suddenly in his heart. 10 years. Even if he could suppress the curse successfully, he could only extend her lifespan by 10 more years. After 10 years, the beauty would still leave him. To avoid this outcome, he needed to become stronger as soon as possible and find a way. The formation of golden core is within reach, just waiting for the fronds to extract the immortal blood. For this day, I've prepared for a long time. Sambo should be significant. Reaching the Yuanying stage right away? It might be unachievable. Peak golden core stage isn't bad either. Daylon walked to his side, saying, sir, you seem troubled. Virgil glanced at him without saying a word. Then he heard Benita's voice from ahead, light and ethereal. Why haven't you followed? Coming. Seeing Benita intentionally slow down her steps, Virgil smiled and caught up with her, walking side by side and asked, Maureen, do you like me? In front of the bamboo pavilion was a table and a pot of tea, and Dev picked up the cup, sipping the tea lightly. Hearing voices from afar, he looked up and froze immediately. He saw his disciple leading a young man in a green robe walking shoulder to shoulder toward him. This person looks familiar. He seems like that young man from Qing sect back then. No, it's him. He definitely recognized Virgil and wouldn't forget him. But wasn't he supposed to have died under heavenly tribulation? Just as he was puzzled, the two approached. Virgil bowed to the Dev and said, youngster Virgil, paying respects to senior. You're not. Seeing the Dev's confusion, Virgil explained with a smile. I was saved by a wandering immortal back then and managed to survive the heavenly tribulation by chance. This was the prepared story he had long planned. After all, the Dev would surely be suspicious upon seeing him. Benita glanced at him, noticing he lied with a poker face, and thought she would have to be on guard against him in the future. Saved by someone? The Dev looked surprised. The power of heavenly tribulation was something even transcendent deity cultivators feared. Sub-transcendent deity cultivators would die instantly upon contact. The poor fool from Feng family who attacked Virgil back then was an example. Thus, one must be at least a transcendent deity cultivator to save someone in the heavenly tribulation. Yet, Ujandam was just a minor cultivation kingdom. How could it have a transcendent deity cultivator? Unless it was because of the Dikui fire that drew them. If so, that black demon flame would likely have also ended up in their hands. Thinking of the Zion family's efforts ultimately benefiting others, the Dev felt quite a lot. His gaze fell on the two, twinkling, then he smiled. Back when you died, it was a knot in Benita's heart. Now that you're alive, that knot can be untied. I'm very happy too. Here is a small gift, don't look down on it. The Dev smiled, taking out a long sword from his storage bag and handing it to Virgil. This sword was an upper-grade Danchi weapon. If Virgil was just an ordinary peak foundation establishment cultivator, it would indeed be a generous gift. But Virgil was currently in no shortage of weapons, so he politely refused. I appreciate your kindness, senior, but I can't accept something without earning it. The Dev was slightly surprised, then his eyes flickered with approval. He didn't get angry because of the refusal and said, you have character, but sometimes this trait can make you suffer. I am Benita's master, and given your close relationship with her, you could be considered part of the family. It's natural for seniors to give things to juniors. Virgil still insisted on not accepting anything without merit. Seeing this, the Dev did not insist and put the longsword away. He then looked at Daylon following behind and asked, why is little Daylon here too? This is my friend. We were idle, so I brought him along. Daylon laughed. Oh. The Dev examined Virgil again. At this moment, several figures flew toward them from a distance. The Dev immediately looked over. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown, a dark blue robe with smooth fabric, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and black boots with cloud patterns on them. He had a pale face and no beard. Following behind was a figure, none other than Isidore, who had somehow eliminated the redness and swelling on his face. Chester, why is he here? The Hobie looked puzzled. Greetings, Hobie. Soon, the two landed in front of the bamboo pavilion, and Chester bowed to the Dev. What's this about? The Hobie looked at him curiously. Not long ago, my son was injured by someone. I've come to check on the matter. Who? A servant of little Daylon named Zion Junyi, who also injured 4 members of the enforcement team. Chester glanced at Daylon beside the Dev. The latter's face immediately turned bitter. He hadn't expected the other party to come so quickly. Moreover, Chester was clearly here to demand responsibility. Zion Junyi? This person can actually injure 4 members of the enforcement team? The Hobie was astonished. Benita cast a covert glance at Virgil. He hadn't told her about this. Hearing that Virgil had injured 4 late-stage Golden Core members of the enforcement team, she felt somewhat complex. This person must have hidden his cultivation level. No matter what, since he injured my son so severely, he must pay the price. A shadow of darkness flashed across Chester's face as he looked at the miserable-looking Daylon. Little Daylon, I advise you to hand the person over. This has nothing to do with you. Hearing his threat, Daylon glanced at Virgil, who appeared unconcerned. He could only toughen up and say, Uncle Yin. He ran away after attacking people. I don't know where he went. Praying silently that after this matter, Jalao should run as far away as possible. It's not my fault. Ran away? Yet no one saw him leave the Zion family compound. Chester frowned, looking at him coldly. You'd better tell him that if he comes forward to confess, I won't harm his life. But if he runs and gets caught? Seeing a glint of coldness in his eyes, Daylon shivered and said, If I see him, I will tell him. Note, Jalao is kept as is since it's a nickname or codename used in the context. Hashtag chapter 202. This is my husband. If that's the case, then I won't disturb Elon's cultivation any further. Chester did not linger, bowed to the fronds, and prepared to leave with his son. Harold, Daylon, that useless trash, definitely knows the whereabouts of Zion Junyi. Why don't we? Isidore's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Shut up. Chester gave him a cold look. Despite Daylon being unpopular, he was still from Sonia's lineage. Normally, they might not care about him, but if they were to harm him, it would be like slapping Sonia in the face. This would escalate into a conflict between the Fifth and Hayleaf lineages. His foolish son couldn't see this, but how could he? After being scolded, Isidore closed his mouth sullenly. Take your time leaving. Elon nodded slightly. Chester nodded and instinctively scanned the people present before planning to leave. But just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly felt that the green-robed man beside Benita seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him. Pausing for a moment, Chester stopped, scrutinizing Virgil closely. The feeling grew stronger. He asked, Who is this? This is my husband. Benita's tone was indifferent, but sensing the malice in his gaze, she stood in front of Virgil protectively. Upon hearing this, both Chester and Elon were taken aback. Chester quickly regained his composure and appraised the exceptionally talented Noel. Surprise flickered in his eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter further, turning to leave with his son. The doubt still lingered in his mind. On the way back, he continued to ponder where exactly he had seen Virgil. I've seen him somewhere. He wouldn't have mistaken it. He had definitely seen him before. Suddenly, Chester seemed to recall where he had seen the green-robed man. His expression changed, and without waiting for his son, he vanished on the spot. What's wrong with father? Isidore watched his father's hurried departure in confusion, briefly puzzled, then hastened his steps to follow. Meanwhile, Chester sped through the compound and finally arrived at a courtyard, heading straight for the study. The servants inside were puzzled by this, but dared not ask more questions. In the study, Chester looked at two portraits on the desk. One depicted an incredibly beautiful Noelle in white, her charm mesmerizing, yet with triangular, folded ears. He picked up the other portrait, a stern-faced green-robed man, almost identical to the one he had seen earlier. It's him. No wonder he looked so familiar. Husband, what happened? You seem rushed. Did you find the culprit who injured Roberta? At that moment, a beautifully dressed matron entered the room and approached Chester curiously. This matron was Chester's longtime wife, whom he had met during a trip to the Alfdom years ago. She was the precious daughter of one of the three major families in Wu, the Liu family. I think I know who killed my father-in-law, Chester replied coldly. The matron's face lit up with excitement. You saw him? Where is he? He's within our Zion family. Go get Jeremy to confirm. All right. The matron left in a hurry. In the study, Chester remained alone, staring intently at the portraits on the table, his brow furrowed. That man is the Sylvia's husband? The Sylvia is Elon's most esteemed disciple. With such status, it would be difficult to act against him within the Zion family. However, the murder of his father-in-law must be avenged, and the baby formation pill might also be with him. Though Chester didn't view the pill as crucial as common cultivators do, it was still rare, even among fourth-rank alchemists. The Zion family itself had few pills. Hygiene desting. Robert tarmuring to himself, Chester disappeared on the spot. A short while later, he appeared in a secret chamber. It was sealed tightly, surrounded by thick iron stones, formidable enough to withstand even a nascent soul cultivator's attack for some time. A pearl embedded in the ceiling glowed with a soft white light, valuable and enhancing a cultivator's clarity of mind. Inside, a Fransley man with white hair sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a sea blue robe, his skin dotted with brown spots, resembling Chester somewhat. His eyes were half closed, appearing asleep. Harold. Chester bowed. Hearing the sound, the dev slowly opened his eyes. Why are you here, Yin? Isn't the family head's birthday in 2 days? Harold, Fu's father was killed a few days ago, Chester said respectfully. Ingram was killed? The dev was slightly surprised, his eyes narrowing. Who dares to do such a thing? The murderer is within our Zion family. What is his cultivation level? Foundation establishment. How can a foundation establishment cultivator kill Ingram? Jeremy suspects there might be a powerful figure aiding him behind the scenes. The dev snorted. No matter who it is, if they dare come to our door seeking death, let it be on you to handle it. I want to see which powerful figure dares to make a move within the Zion family. But that Emmett is closely related to Elon's disciple, Chester hesitated. Avril High Jian Desting's disciple. Yes, that Sylvia claims the man is her husband. Fifth Avril's eyebrows raised, understanding Chester's concerns. He naturally knew about High Jian Desting's disciple. She had grasped the Chuxing of Dao intent at the foundation establishment stage, a once-in-a-millennium genius, treasured by High Jian Desting like a gem, perhaps even more so than a biological daughter. Even the family head praised her highly and had subtly expressed intentions to match her with one of the Zion family's prominent figures. Note, Chuxing is kept as is since it seems to be a specific term or concept that may not have a direct English equivalent without further context. However, if Chuxing means initial form or prototype, you might consider replacing it for clarity in English. To improve fluency, here's a revised version with an interpretation of Qing. Fifth Averal's eyebrows raised, understanding Chester's concerns. He naturally knew about Qing.D's disciple. She had grasped the initial form of Dao intent at the Foundation establishment stage, a once-in-a-millennium genius, treasured by Qing.D like a gem, perhaps even more so than a biological daughter. Even the family head praised her highly and had subtly expressed intentions to match her with one of the Zion family's prominent figures. How did they end up connected? I don't know either. That's why I thought to ask Harold to delay Elon for a while. Virgil was unaware his identity had already been revealed. Girl, be more reserved next time. After they left, Elon sighed helplessly at his disciple. The words, "This is my husband," still echoed in his ears. I'll go fetch something upstairs. Benita sensed the malicious intent in their gazes, so subconsciously used her status to protect Virgil. Now mentioned again, her ears burned, and she went straight up to the second floor of the bamboo tower. I'll check. Virgil glanced at her retreating back, bowed to the fronds, and followed her up. Maureen, will you keep your word? What word? About calling someone your husband. Note, there appears to be some missing or incorrect characters in parts of the original text provided. I have made assumptions based on context to complete the translation accurately. Chapter 203, The Disappeared Senior. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Elon's expression darkened. He was worried that Virgil might lead his disciple astray, so he glanced at Daylon standing nearby and said, "A man and a Noel in a room alone. What kind of propriety is this? Go up and keep an eye on them." Daylon looked embarrassed. Although he did not dare to be the third wheel, he could not disobey this gentleman's order either. Just as he was thinking of how to evade it, he suddenly had an idea and said, "I just remembered my grandfather called me for something. I'll go first." With that, he ran off and disappeared near the bamboo pavilion, as if he were fleeing from a dragon's lair. "It seems I have no choice but to do it myself," Elon muttered, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Though this was his disciple's personal matter, and outsiders should not interfere, to avoid his innocent disciple being deceived, he felt obliged as a teacher to make sure things were under control. Although Virgil's previous actions showed he wasn't someone who coveted wealth, there were too many people with hidden motives in this world. The bamboo pavilion had 2 floors. The entire upper level contained only 2 rooms, one a bedroom, the other a study, separated by a single door. Inside the study, everything was neat and bright. All furniture was made of purple bamboo. Incense curled gently from a small incense burner on the table, aiding in cultivation, clearing the mind, and dispelling worries. In this tranquil setting, a man and a Noel sat at the table. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon Benita, adding to her ethereal beauty. Virgil looked at Benita, who hadn't answered his previous question but whose intentions he already understood. He continued recounting his experiences after leaving Ep1of2. Outside, seeing they weren't doing anything improper, Elon was somewhat relieved and left. Virgil casually glanced at the door before returning his gaze to Benita, continuing his story. Of course, he glossed over some parts. For instance, Darby, whom Benita noticed was barely mentioned. She looked at him with a half-smile. "Does Darby like you?" "Jiansheng." As Elon sat down beside the table, he heard a smiling voice call out. Summoning to see Franz dressed in a sea blue robe, he asked, puzzled, "Why would Fifth Averil come to see me now?" "The other day, someone gave me a broken sword. They say it contains sealed sword intent. I want you to help check if it's true." Bart patted his shoulder, smiling. "If it's true, you can borrow it for a few days to contemplate." "All right." Zion Jianxing didn't think much of it and followed the Franz, disappearing outside the bamboo pavilion. Inside the bamboo pavilion, seeing Benita's teasing gaze, Virgil immediately stood up, declaring resolutely, "I swear, Darby and I are absolutely clean. It's just a partnership. I don't have any feelings for her. If I lie, may lightning strike me when I leave." "That's enough, I believe you." Benita turned away, a faint smile playing on her lips, interrupting him. She only wanted to tease him, but she hadn't expected him to take it so seriously. He was such a fool. Yet, why did she feel so happy? Time seemed to freeze. Virgil didn't speak. Instead, he stared at the beautiful Noelle opposite him, lost in thought. Such a wife, what more could one ask for? Noticing the sudden silence in the room, Benita turned curiously and found that Virgil was staring intently at her. "Are you done looking?" Benita smiled, intending to ask if he'd had enough. Suddenly, she sensed an extra presence in the room. Her body instantly reacted, vanishing from her seat and appearing in front of Virgil with a long sword in hand. Virgil also quickly recovered from his daze, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the unexpected visitor. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white jade crown and indigo robe, with a jade pendant at his waist. His face was pale and beardless, coldly staring at Virgil. "May I know why this senior has come unannounced?" Sensing the man's hostility, Virgil calmly inquired. Chester glanced at the ready-to-attack Benita, laughing lightly. "To take your life. If you touch a hair on him, I'll tear you apart." Benita glared coldly. "Miss Roberta, this man killed my father-in-law. Isn't it just and right for me to avenge him?" Chester replied coolly. Benita paused briefly. Virgil seemed to grasp something and narrowed his eyes. "Liu family? Clever." Chester clapped his hands, eyes icy. "Unfortunately, there's no reward for cleverness. Perhaps you should end yourself." "Humph. The Liu family deserves their fate," Benita retorted coldly, remembering Virgil's tales of Ep1of2, especially about killing the Liu family's patriarch. Chester sneered. "Very well then." His eyes flashed with malice. Without further ado, Chester moved, instantly appearing in front of Virgil and lunging at him with clawed fingers. However, Benita reacted swiftly, swinging her sword toward him from behind. Caught by surprise, he turned his claws into a palm strike aimed at Virgil's chest. This was a fatal blow from a Yuaning powerhouse. Even a peak golden core cultivator would be instantly killed. Virgil dared not underestimate it. Urgently, he tried to contact the senior via mental awareness, but found no response. Seeing the attack closing in, he bit his lip, grabbed the virtue umbrella from his storage bag, and opened it in front of him. Palamaints later, splinters flew. Upon contact, the red umbrella took the full force of the attack. Virgil, along with the umbrella, smashed through the wall, flying from the second floor and crashing heavily onto the ground. Struggling to stand, Virgil wiped blood from his mouth, his face pale. Fortunately, the umbrella had absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated. But due to the urgency, he hadn't activated the umbrella's protective charm, relying solely on its physical properties. Chester was taken aback by the umbrella's quality, realizing it must be a powerful artifact. Without time to ponder, Benita's sword was nearly at his back again. Chester stomped his right foot, slowing down her sword as if it were caught in quicksand. Benita's eyes burned with murderous intent. In an instant, her sword speed increased sharply, piercing toward Chester. Chester's face paled, and he flickered away just as the blade was about to pierce him, reappearing outside the bamboo pavilion, his expression wary. Chapter 204. Injure him, die. Chester's face was filled with surprise and doubt. How could she break through his magic power? Was this little Sylvia really just a peak golden core cultivator? Suddenly, a sword aura slashed out from the room. This is the realm of intent? Chester's expression showed shock as he hurriedly raised his hand to summon magic power, which exploded upon impact. In the next moment, he was pushed back several yards, his expression sour. At this time, Benita, gripping her long sword, appeared outside the bamboo pavilion, standing in front of Virgil. Seeing his weakened state, she whispered, "Are you okay?" "Relax, Maureen. It's just a minor injury. I won't die," Virgil smiled, his eyes sparkling as they met Benita's. Benita felt relieved inside. She looked up, locking eyes fiercely with Chester in midair, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Injure him, die. Her eyes shot murderous intent, and with the long sword in hand, she swung it. Instantly, a mighty sword aura, carrying an unstoppable and terrifying force, slashed toward the sky, as if anything before it would be shattered. Virgil watched this sword aura, feeling faintly familiar yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. Shaking his head quickly, Virgil knew now wasn't the time to ponder such things. He called out again into his mind, "See, Averil?" The Franz had mysteriously lost contact, and this made Virgil uneasy. At the same time, he realized he must urgently enhance his strength instead of relying on the Franz. Otherwise, if something like today happened again, there wouldn't always be someone to rescue him. He didn't even expect that Maureen's strength was so formidable. Her cultivation was clearly not at the nascent soul stage, yet she could match a nascent soul cultivator, truly shocking. In midair, Chester's eyelids twitched as he watched the oncoming sword aura, his body seemingly locked in place, unable to dodge. Feeling the overwhelming power of the sword aura, Chester's eyes revealed admiration. Truly terrifying talent. If she were at the same stage as him, that single slash would obliterate him entirely. Fortunately, she was at a lower realm, for which Chester inwardly thanked his luck. However, he couldn't underestimate her anymore. Raising his hand, a spear appeared in his grasp. This was his innate treasure, a low-grade, infant-level artifact. It was named the Dragon Shadow Spear. As the spear emerged, actual dragon roars resonated around it. "Little Sylvia, let me see how capable you are." Chester's arm vibrated, causing the Dragon Shadow Spear to shake, its tip gleaming coldly, emitting faint dragon roars. With a thrust of the spear, another powerful dragon roar echoed in the sky, with a long dragon spiraling around the spear. After letting out a heart-stirring roar, it flew toward the sword aura. Boom. The two attacks collided mid-air, exploding in a simultaneous annihilation. Meanwhile, countless cultivators in the Zion family lifted their heads, sensing the magical dual vibrations, their expressions incredibly alarmed. Contrastingly, Chester, the involved party, was thrown backward by the shockwave of the attack, stabilizing himself in the air only to see another sword aura heading toward him. Another one? Chester's expression changed, this sword aura being faster and more powerful than the previous one, chilling him to the bone. He finally fully comprehended the extent of this Noel's terrifying talent. With his body locked in place and about to be bisected, he twirled his spear and roared, "Skybreaker!" As he finished speaking, Chester threw his spear with immense force, piercing the sky as if never to return, radiating unimaginable might. This was his strongest move, sky-breaking spear. Boom. The two attacks collided again. This time, the sword aura shattered directly, while the spear sped toward Benita's heart as if locking onto her. Maureen. Virgil had been watching the battle intently. Seeing this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he rushed forward instantly. But moments later, he halted abruptly, looking oddly puzzled. He saw Benita's long sword continuously exude power, its intensity rising non-stop. Benita remained calm, gazing at the approaching dragon shadow spear, indifferently stating, "Since your spear breaks the clouds, my sword will slay deities and immortals." In her mind, she seemed to visualize a scene of an unrecognizable Noel, holding a wooden sword, lifting her palm lightly and swinging the sword towards the sky. Above were celestial beings, each appearing capable of easily ending the world, yet with a simple declaration, "All celestial beings are mere ants." They were all decapitated by her single sword slash. Now, she delivered her own sword thrust, its power incomparable, but still causing all swordsmen within the Zion family to feel a wave of fear, staring in horror at a direction. Chester's expression drastically changed, his eyes almost popping out as he watched his spear, now powerless, land on the ground. And that sword aura, after piercing through his skybreaker, continued forward, aiming for his head. Chester instantly fled, escaping toward the distance. He couldn't fight this. This Noel couldn't be judged by realm alone. Yet the sword aura's speed was incredible, with massive sword light and terrifying force slashing at his back. No, Harold, save me. Chester's eyes were filled with terror as he watched his head about to be split in two. The next moment, a figure appeared before him, raising a finger to shatter the sword aura. Girl, don't be so hot-headed. Spare him when you can. Bart, dressed in deep blue robes, broke the sword aura with a finger, his expression icy cold. Early-stage nascent soul and mid-stage nascent soul, though seemingly only a small difference, had a heavenly gap in power. A mid-stage nascent soul could effortlessly slaughter an early-stage nascent soul, especially when he wasn't just an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul. Benita looked at him indifferently, her pale face revealing an imperious tone. I'm going to slay him today. What will you do? As long as I'm here, you can't. Try me. Benita's expression remained unchanged, her aura of death continuing to intensify as she brandished her long sword. Suddenly, space beside her rippled, and a figure appeared. Seeing the injured Virgil, understanding why she was so agitated. Girl, Chester cannot be killed. Leave him to me, and I will give you a satisfactory resolution. He did this for the sake of his disciple. With Benita only at peak golden core, she definitely couldn't match Bart. Moreover, as a distinguished nascent soul expert, the clan leader wouldn't allow them to die without intervention. Before he finished speaking, figures emerged from various courtyards, their gazes focusing on the scene. That's the little Sylvia. She nearly slew Chester. What terrifying talent, and she's just at the golden core stage. Many Franzes of the Zion family stared at Benita from afar, feeling immensely shocked. I said, I'll cut him down today. Translation note: **The text retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks to maintain the intended flow and style. Character names have been preserved in pinyin format, ensuring accuracy. Chapter 205. Either execute him or I leave. I said, he must be executed. Benita said coldly. In the sky above, the reactions of the various Franzes from the Zion family varied after hearing her words. Just an outsider. Who does she think she is to demand we execute one of our own? What a traitor. This matter may be complicated. Perhaps Chester did something wrong. Seeing his disciple's resolute attitude, Zion Jian-Desting's eyes showed some helplessness. He could only look at Virgil for help, thinking he might be the only one who could persuade her. Noticing his gaze, Virgil turned to look at Benita. He knew she was avenging him, and a warm feeling rose in his heart, mixed with worry. Now wasn't the time to break ties with the Zion family. They had many powerful members, and if Benita insisted on executing Chester, she might put herself in danger. He couldn't let that happen. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in the air and addressed the gathered Franzes. What are you all doing here together? Planning a rebellion? This was a middle-aged man dressed in elegant white robes, looking scholarly and handsome, as he likely was in his Dominic. Head of the family. The Franzes saluted, recognizing the arrival of Aslan, the head of the Zion family. After his rebuke, they dispersed. Dismissing the Franzes, Aslan walked through the air towards Virgil and the others, soon stopping before them. Zion family head. Virgil looked at him and took the opportunity to appraise this ruler of Djinn, finding him inscrutable. He was likely a late-stage nascent soul expert. Hobie, no need for formalities. With a smile, Aslan turned to Benita and asked gently, what exactly happened? What did Chester do that you want him executed? Head of the family, it was this person who killed Ingram. Before Benita could respond, Chester and 5th Avril descended from the air, glaring at Virgil. I tried to kill him, but this Noel stopped me and demanded my execution. Please handle this for me, head of the family. Oh. Aslan's gaze fell upon Virgil. The Liu family was affiliated with the Zion family, and he had heard Ingram had died. To his surprise, this young man had killed him. He couldn't help but look at him more closely. Benita watched Chester coldly without speaking, her stance clear as she stood protectively in front of Virgil. Aslan paused, considering the scene before him, glancing between Benita and Virgil. This young man seemed quite close to Benita. And Benita, her talent had been proven once again. She could slay nascent soul experts. Such a genius was worth cultivating, especially since she was Hobie's disciple. So even though she had killed Ingram, the matter could be resolved favorably. One side had the already deceased Ingram, while the other held an infinitely promising genius. As the head of the family, Aslan knew which to choose. Deciding quickly, he said, from now on, no one is to mention Ingram's death, nor trouble this young brother. Any violators will be punished by clan law. Chester, anything else you'd like to say? Head of the family. Seeing the family head protect Virgil, Chester's expression darkened. But under Aslan's calm gaze, he swallowed his words. What do you think, Sylvia? Aslan turned to Benita. I said, he must be executed. Benita's tone was firm and cold. Maureen. Virgil pulled her hand and shook his head. Since I'm fine, let's just leave it at that. Hobie added, girl, the head has made significant concessions. Let's end this here. Benita's expression softened at their words. Seizing the moment, Virgil whispered into her ear, Sister Roberta, I'm really fine. Look. With a forced smile, he danced a few steps in front of her, indicating he was all right. Benita's eyes were filled with complexity as she watched him in silence. Just when Virgil thought she would relent, she spoke firmly, either let me execute him, or I will leave the Zion family. Hearing this, 5th Avril sneered immediately, little Sylvia, you're threatening us. You can see it that way. Benita remained calm, her eyes on Aslan awaiting his response. Chester cannot be killed, but I can offer this young friend compensation in other ways, Aslan pondered. No thanks. Without hesitation, Benita pulled Virgil and walked away. Girl, Master knows you're upset. Hobie called out to her retreating figure, but rash actions won't solve anything. Staying in the Zion family is best for you, for cultivation resources and your illness. Master, I don't need those things. Benita replied coolly, pulling Virgil past them, vanishing from view. She She left swiftly and decisively. Head of the family, since this Noel can't serve us, should we? 5th Avril Zion-Ya cast a cold glance and made a throat-slitting gesture. Aslan frowned, understanding his intent but not responding. Hobie's face changed. Head of the family, Roberta isn't ungrateful. Even if she leaves, given what the Zion family has done for her, she'll repay us in the future. Easy for you to say. 5th Avril shot him a scornful look. Have you forgotten what the Zion family did to her Azure mystery sect? You. Enough. I will decide this matter. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Annoyed by their argument, Aslan cut off Hobie's words and vanished instantly. He needed counsel from the ancestor on such a crucial decision. That Noelle's talent was too extraordinary. Letting her go would be a huge loss for the Zion family. He intended to consult the ancestor. Sister Roberta. Leaving the bamboo pavilion, Virgil turned to Benita. You stay here. I'll leave alone. I don't want you to risk yourself for me. Hearing this, Benita abruptly stopped, glaring at him. For a moment, Virgil saw the familiar Benita from Azure Mystery Sect, lips moving but saying nothing. Virgil, you're a fool. I don't need your so-called protection. I said I'd be with you wherever we are and I will, unless I die. Chapter 206, Seclusion. Time seemed to stand still as Virgil gazed at the stunning beauty before him. Her eyes reddened with emotion. He spoke softly, I'm sorry. I just didn't want to involve you. A gentle breeze rustled, lifting the hem of her dress. Benita whispered, I have never feared being involved with you, nor have I ever thought you would burden me. Benita, our Zion family has treated you kindly. Now you're leaving for an outsider. Where's your conscience? That's right, Benita. We've nurtured you so much, and yet you show no gratitude. You're an ingrate. Yes, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, ungrateful and heartless. As they were speaking, a group of young men and women suddenly appeared on the road ahead, stopping and blocking their way. Virgil's brows furrowed as he looked up and saw that Isidore was leading the group. His expression turned cold as he was about to speak, but then a figure appeared in front of them, smiling warmly and looking at the group. Little Isidore, are you all feeling itchy? Bullying my disciple together? Elon, why is he here? Didn't we hear that Benita was going to betray the Zion family? The crowd's faces changed when they saw his amiable gaze. Who told you that? Get lost now. With your puny skills, you dare to bully my disciple? Do you want me to give each of you a taste of my knuckle sandwich? Elon snorted coldly. Hearing this, they immediately ran away, fearing that if they stayed any longer, they might actually experience that mysterious knuckle sandwich. Master, did you come to stop me? Benita didn't look at those who had fled, but quietly watched the fronds before her. Elon looked at his disciple and finally sighed softly. I will escort you out of the Zion family. You should leave Dejin soon. The patriarch might not let you go easily. He had overheard the conversation between the patriarch and others, deciding to personally escort them to prevent conflict. Master. Benita's eyes trembled slightly. You don't need to say anything more. As your master, I am proud of you. Elon smiled heartily, raised his hand, and summoned a gentle breeze to carry both of them away from the Zion family. Benita remained silent, naturally having deep feelings for her master. He had always been kind to her, and she felt extremely grateful. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Virgil gently held her hand without saying a word. Harold, Elon appeared and escorted them away. In a quiet room, Chester's face darkened as he listened to his son's report. He had sent his son to provoke Benita, so she would take action. Then he and the other Franzes could arrest her publicly. But who would have thought that Elon would intervene and disrupt his plan? Traitor Zion Jiansheng. Half an hour later, I will escort you to here. Elon placed the two on the ground far from the Zion family territory. Many thanks, senior. Virgil bowed respectfully. Take care of the Sylvia. Elon glanced at him. He hadn't expected that after merely over a year, Virgil had grown so much, even slaying Ingram. Though he didn't know the methods used, it was enough to earn his respect. I will. Virgil nodded. Elon gave a slight nod, said nothing further, and vanished with a flicker. Benita watched him depart, then turned to quietly look at Virgil. Where do we go next? Virgil gently held her hand and asked softly, where would Maureen like to go? Anywhere is fine. Hearing this, Virgil instantly thought of taking Benita to a secluded place to live incognito. But he knew he couldn't and shouldn't do that. Let's leave Dejin first. Elon's words earlier had reminded him that staying in Dejin wouldn't be safe. Moreover, he had killed members of Fuyao sect and other forces. They likely wouldn't let him off easily. Benita nodded. She felt as though she had been waiting for this moment in her dreams for a long time. So, as long as she was with him, anywhere was fine. Virgil wiped his face and transformed into a stranger, leading Benita toward the west, to Lee State, intending to seclude himself and advance to the core formation stage. Days later, in Lee State to the west of Dejin, cultivation wasn't advanced here, and there were few cultivators, with even fewer sects. In a city mainly inhabited by mortals, a young couple-like pair arrived at Guizhi Alley, rented a courtyard from the landlord, and received the key. The courtyard contained 3 rooms with basic furniture, all newly furnished. Soon, nearby residents learned that the man renting the courtyard had a very beautiful wife, stirring envy among them. Some speculated about the couple's background, but no one knew their true origins. After dinner, a gentle evening breeze blew, and the young couple sat on stools in the courtyard. The Noel, resembling a celestial maiden, leaned on the man's shoulder, gazing at the twinkling stars and said, You don't need to stay with me. Go into seclusion. Virgil's gaze softened as he turned to look at Benita. All right, I'll go. After they left earlier, his senior had contacted him again, informing him that the immortal blood had been extracted. Simultaneously, he explained that Virgil's previous calls went unanswered because the senior was in a critical phase of extracting the blood and had blocked all senses. Upon learning that the immortal blood had been successfully extracted, Virgil used the Thousand Faces technique to change his appearance and brought Benita to Lee State to seclude and cultivate to core formation. All right. Benita gazed at him, her face soft. I will come out as soon as possible. I'll wait for you. Thus, that night, Virgil entered the isolated world tower and began his journey to core formation. Meanwhile, nearby residents noticed the disappearance of the man living in the courtyard, speculating where he might have gone. Inside the tower, Virgil's divine sense stirred, observing Darby on the first floor, who had been in seclusion for nearly half a year. He wondered when she would emerge. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Virgil closed his eyes. Palamanes later, 2 drops of golden blood appeared before him, transforming into a ray of golden light that shot into his body. Instantly, his body became scorching hot, as if the blood inside him was burning. Those 2 drops of blood entered his body but did not merge with his own blood. Instead, they seemed to attempt to assimilate his blood entirely. Chapter 207. Formation of the Golden Core, Part 1. Virgil felt as if he had been looked down upon by 2 drops of blood. Once inside his body, those 2 drops seemed to disdain him, unwilling to accept him. However, moments later, they suddenly behaved with unparalleled affection and obediently merged into his bloodstream. Boy, I must say, your luck is not just good, it's extraordinary. These 2 drops of blood are not from ordinary immortal clan members, but rather 2 drops of royal blood. At the same time, the voice of the predecessor in his consciousness spoke up. Do immortal clans have different ranks? Virgil asked, feeling a bit lost. Of course. Just like the demon clans, immortal clans are ranked based on the purity of their blood. Residual blood, true blood, royal blood, ancestral blood, and so on. Nowadays, there are no more ancestral blood immortals, and even royal blood immortals are a once in 10,000 years occurrence. In my prime, I was of royal blood, possessing 5 drops of royal blood within me, making me one of the few royal-blooded immortals of that era. You now have 2 drops of royal blood, though your bloodline is still quite diluted compared to mine back then. It can be considered half-step royal blood. If you can reach the immortal clan's ancestral land, countless true immortals would obey your commands, and the prohibited immortal arts you wield will become even more terrifying. To command countless true immortals, the prohibited immortal arts would also reach another level. Virgil's eyes flickered. The burning sensation in his body had already disappeared. Checking with his divine sense, he saw that the 2 drops of blood had merged with his own, adding a hint of gold to his veins. Perhaps influenced by this blood, Virgil's demeanor became more transcendent. His pupils turned black, as if containing stars within them. This is the cultivation method I practiced. Suddenly, an additional memory appeared in his consciousness, the cultivation technique implanted by the predecessor. The Taishang immortal scripture. Virgil murmured silently. Although he did not know its exact rank, he could deeply feel its power. This cultivation technique had 9 levels, each corresponding to the 9 major cultivation realms. Qi Practitioner, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divinity Transformation, Pseudo-Immortal, True Immortal, Eternal Realm, Immortal Saint. And for him to form a Golden Core, he must first cultivate this technique to the 3rd level. So above True Immortal is called the Eternal Realm. I wonder how far that predecessor has progressed. He should be above True Immortal, but has he reached Immortal Saint? Virgil pondered, noting the information about cultivation realms in the technique. However, the immediate task at hand was to quickly cultivate this technique to the 3rd level. Therefore, Virgil closed his eyes slightly and began to meditate. With royal blood coursing through his veins, making him a half-step royal blood immortal, cultivating the Taishang immortal scripture was naturally easier than for ordinary people. It only required dedicated practice over time. Time passed. Seated cross-legged in the Forgotten World Pagoda, Virgil remained motionless like a statue, constantly breathing in and out, channeling his mana throughout his body. Throughout this process, his understanding of the Taishang immortal scripture soared despite no visible increase in his mana. From initial stage to middle stage, peak stage, second initial stage, 10 years went by in a flash, during which Virgil remained motionless, finally cultivating the Taishang immortal scripture to the peak of the 3rd level. He did not continue practicing, but instead raised his hand to retrieve hundreds of herbs from his storage bag. He then took out a pill furnace and began refining pills. Some of these spiritual herbs were obtained from the market outside the fallen Immortal Valley, while others were taken by force after killing their owners. Without exception, all were used to refine 3rd-grade pills to enhance cultivation. Another year passed, and the herbs on the ground had all been refined into pills. Virgil again retrieved several dozen porcelain bottles from his storage bag and placed them before him. Taking out a pill, he swallowed it. This was a spirit-enhancing pill, which increased the chances of forming a golden core by 30%. Coupled with Virgil having cultivated the Taishang immortal scripture to the peak of the 3rd level, his confidence increased further. Moreover, his mana was already at the peak of Foundation Establishment, giving him a nearly 60% chance of successfully forming a golden core. 60% was already very high. I will form my golden core. Virgil took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Foundation Establishment cultivators could only be considered beginners in the cultivation world. Only reaching the golden core stage truly marked entry into the realm of the strong. A golden core cultivator could almost reign supreme in a lower-tier cultivator nation. Back then, the entire Qing sect had no golden core cultivators. Back then, the Bergen's dream was to break through to golden core, enter the 3rd floor of the Carmen Pavilion, retrieve the ancestors' relics, and extend his sister's life. Now, Virgil was finally taking this step. To form a golden core requires transforming the body's mana into a solid state, ultimately forming a small pill-sized core. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, their mana was entirely liquid. Forming a golden core involved compressing all this liquid into a solid state. Organizing the information about forming a golden core from the cultivation technique, Virgil slowly closed his eyes and began to continuously compress the mana in his body over and over again. His internal mana was extremely vast, more than that of an average peak Foundation Establishment cultivator, even approaching the initial stages of a golden core. The name, Sea of Qi, lived up to its reputation. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Virgil did only one thing: compress mana. The vast sea of chi within him had shrunk to the size of an egg, though it was pockmarked and uneven. In short, it was rough and far from being a golden core. 5 years passed. That egg shrank again by half. Its surface was no longer pockmarked but smooth and rounded, as if polished countless times. But it was still not enough. Until 3 years later, a sudden rumbling sound came from within his body. A new momentum emerged from him, seemingly stronger than that of an average initial stage golden core. His mana was already comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. After numerous rounds of compression and breakthroughs, his mana increased even further, far surpassing ordinary golden cores and nearing the strength of mid-stage golden cores. Truly a case of steady accumulation, leading to a great leap forward. Boom. With the mana breakthrough, his sea of consciousness also expanded significantly. It could previously cover 700 feet, and now it covered 800 feet, only 200 feet shy of the coverage of a nascent soul cultivator. Virgil slowly opened his eyes, unsatisfied with merely breaking through to the initial stage of golden core. He had prepared many pills, intending to advance directly to the peak of golden core after forming his core. However, now that he was at the initial stage of golden core, it was time to find a new place. With a wave of his hand, Virgil collected everything on the ground and stood up. Moving his divine sense, he disappeared from the second floor. The third floor of the Forgotten World Pagoda was smaller than the second floor. Surrounded by vast emptiness, a figure in green robes suddenly appeared on the third floor, looking around with some confusion. Is this the third floor of the Forgotten World Pagoda? Extending his divine sense, he could almost envelop the entire third floor, leaving Virgil puzzled. The surroundings were vast and empty, showing nothing unusual. But where was the Earth Vein Demon Fire? Chapter 208, Forming the Golden Core, Part 2. He remembered that a senior had mentioned placing the Earthly Pulse Demon Fire on the third floor of the Legacy Tower. However, there was no sign of the flame around him. Kid, are you looking for that flame? A voice sounded in his mind. Didn't the senior say it was placed on the third floor? Virgil nodded, his gaze filled with confusion. It was indeed placed on the third floor before. I originally planned to help you absorb it once your cultivation reached the golden core stage. But now, my strength has been weakened from suppressing the Sylvia's curse, and attempting to let you refine it now would only have a less than 30% success rate, which might even endanger your life. So, I moved it to the fourth floor. Once your cultivation breaks through to the nascent soul stage, you'll have a higher chance of successfully refining it. Upon hearing this, Virgil's expression changed, but he didn't say much more. If the senior said it couldn't be refined now, he wouldn't force it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Virgil waved his hand, taking out the pills he had prepared and placing them in front of him. In this place, time flows at a ratio of 1 to 100, significantly reducing the time required for many things. This is why he came to the third floor immediately after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. On the ground were 40 primordial spirit pills, 35 wild spirit pills, 20 swallow spirit pills, all for enhancing mana. According to the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture, the standard for measuring a golden core cultivator's mana is by Jiazi. An early-stage golden core cultivator typically has about 10 Jia of mana. A mid-stage golden core cultivator has 20 Jia. An ordinary person would need to cultivate non-stop for 1,200 years to reach this level. Of course, using elixirs can greatly shorten the time, or getting some lucky encounters can also drastically cut down the process. A late-stage golden core requires 50 Jia of mana. As for nascent soul, it is double that of a late-stage golden core, requiring over 100 Jia of internal mana. Currently, Virgil had about 16 Jia of mana in his body. He had built up his power to its peak at the foundation establishment stage, nearly reaching its limit. With no possibility of further breakthrough, his mana was naturally more abundant than others when forming the golden core. Seated cross-legged, Virgil took a primordial spirit pill. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, its medicinal power instantly dissolved and rushed into his limbs. He quickly circulated the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture to absorb the chaotic mana within his body. The speed at which the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture could refine pills far exceeded the Qing decree he had practiced before. The cultivation speeds of the two methods were not even comparable. After 3 days, this pill was completely refined, and the mana in his body was approximately 17 Jia. One pill directly increased an ordinary cultivator's 60 years of hard work. Virgil's eyes remained calm as he continued to take more pills. The second primordial spirit pill also increased his mana by 1 Jia. His mana was now 18 Jia, close to breaking through to the mid-stage golden core. If everything went as expected, just 2 more primordial spirit pills would suffice. However, something unexpected happened. After refining the third pill, it did not increase by 1 Jia of mana as before. Virgil slowly opened his eyes, frowning. This third pill only added half a Jia of mana. While an ordinary person would be grateful for such a boost, he was somewhat unsatisfied. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only continue refining the primordial spirit pills. After refining 2 more pills, there was a boom inside his body. Mana, 20 Jia. Cultivation, mid-stage golden core. Virgil's expression remained unperturbed as he continued refining the remaining pills. By the time he took the 10th primordial spirit pill, he found the efficacy had decreased again. It took 3 pills to barely increase 1 Jia of mana. After 30 pills, it took 4 to increase 1 Jia. In total, the 50 primordial spirit pills only added 15 Jia of mana. Fortunately, his current mana had reached 31 Jia, just 19 away from the late-stage golden core, and he still had plenty of mid-grade and high-grade pills left. Without hesitation, Virgil picked up a wild spirit pill, put it in his mouth, and began refining it. The medicinal power contained in the wild spirit pill was even more potent, twice that of the primordial spirit pill. 5 days later, Virgil slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, 1 wild spirit pill actually increased 2 Jia of mana. With no visible emotion, Virgil closed his eyes again and continued refining the remaining wild spirit pills. Similar to the swallow spirit pills, after continuously refining 3 pills, resistance began to build up in his body, and each wild spirit pill could only add 1 jia of mana. After 10 pills, it took 2 pills to add 1 jia. After 20 pills, it took 3. 6 months later, all the wild spirit pills were fully refined, adding a total of 23 jia of mana. Mana, 54 jia. Cultivation, late-stage golden core. At this moment, his spirit sense also expanded, increasing instantly to 1050 zhang. In one step, he crossed the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Early-stage nascent soul spirit sense. Even Virgil showed a hint of excitement. Although he had guessed that his spirit sense might reach nascent soul after advancing to late-stage golden core, he hadn't been sure. Now, truly breaking through to nascent soul, he couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement. Virgil paused for a moment and looked at the remaining porcelain bottles. There are still 20 swallow spirit pills left. I wonder how much my mana can increase. Can I break through to early-stage nascent soul? The mana standard for an early-stage nascent soul is 100 jia. He was still 46 jia short. Shaking his head, Virgil didn't have too many expectations. 20 swallow spirit pills would likely only increase his mana by 20 to 30 jia at most. Moreover, one must know when to stop. Crossing 2 major realms and reaching the late-stage golden core was already excellent this time. Breaking through further would easily lead to instability, affecting his future cultivation and being counterproductive. Fortunately, despite breaking through 3 realms, my foundation remained solid. Although his mana felt slightly unstable, it wasn't a major issue. This state after a realm breakthrough was normal, needing only time to stabilize. Seeing this, he decided to refine the remaining pills first before stabilizing his cultivation. Determined, Virgil started refining the swallow spirit pills. The first 3 pills increased his mana by 9 jia, after which the efficacy began to decline. After refining all the pills, his mana increased exactly by 30 jia, reaching 84 jia, far exceeding an ordinary late-stage golden core. Slowly stretching, Virgil exited his meditative state, a smile on his face. This seclusion lasted about 30 years. All the pills were fully refined. His mana reached 84 jia, just 16 jia short of nascent soul, greatly benefiting him. The next step is to stabilize my cultivation, then I can emerge from seclusion. I wonder if Maureen thinks of me while she's alone outside. Smiling, thinking of Benita waiting for him outside, he didn't waste time and began stabilizing his cultivation. Chapter 209. Mysterious Nascent Soul. After another unconscious 10 years of seclusion, Virgil finally managed to stabilize his fluctuating mana caused by his continuous breakthroughs. Now, he could finally leave the Forgotten World Pagoda, but he didn't rush. Instead, he sat down on the ground and slowly lifted his hands. His skin was as soft and tender as that of a newborn baby. Speaking of which, I should be in my 80s now, Virgil muttered to himself. What had once been his greatest worry, his lifespan, was no longer an issue. After all, even without the 10,000-year pill, his lifespan at the late golden core stage was 500 years. With the additional 3,000 years from the pill, it would be more than enough. After a brief moment of reflection, Virgil exited the Forgotten World Pagoda, his body appearing inside the room. He extended his divine sense to check on Maureen, only to find she wasn't in her room, causing him some surprise. Maureen isn't here? Where did she go? He wasn't worried about Benita's safety. In this small country where not even a nascent soul cultivator existed, there was no one who could threaten her. Wait, the Zion family? Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and his face darkened. Had the Zion family come and taken Maureen? Thinking about this possibility, Virgil felt his heart sink, and he forced back his anxiety as he asked into his mind. Senior, did any powerful figures come during my seclusion? Perhaps he was too anxious, for if the Zion family had sent someone, the place might have been destroyed in their battle. It wouldn't look like this now. No, the voice in his mind sounded somewhat lazy, but I can feel that little Sylvia is nearby. Please show me the way. East. Without hesitation, Virgil moved his foot to leave the courtyard. But just then, his divine sense detected a furtive figure outside the yard, causing his brows to furrow. Outside the fence, with the gate locked tightly, a young Emmett was trying to climb over the wall, struggling to reach the top. Short in stature, he failed after many attempts and finally decided to use a stone as a stepping block. Finally, he reached the top of the wall and peered inside. The courtyard was meticulously maintained, looking clean but empty, which made him somewhat disappointed. This Emmett's name was Maximus, the son of Emily, who lived next door. During Virgil's seclusion, Benita rarely went out. Seeing her alone, Emily mistakenly thought she had been abandoned by her husband. Out of sympathy, she began taking care of her, often sending over daily necessities. Although Benita didn't need them, they grew familiar over time. However, recently, the city lord had heard of Benita's beauty and sent people to propose marriage, wanting her as a concubine. All those sent were beaten black and blue. Enraged, the city lord seized Emily when Benita was away, forcing her to visit to save her friend. Benita went alone to the city lord's mansion to rescue her. Concerned about both the fairy sister and his mother's safety, Maximus wanted to see if the man who had come with the fairy sister had returned. Just then, a voice came from behind him, startling Maximus so much that he lost balance and fell backward off the wall. Danger! As he plummeted headfirst toward the ground. Suddenly he felt a gentle breeze catch him, slowing his fall until his feet touched the ground. He looked up to see a man in green standing before him. It's you? Maximus immediately recognized the green-robed man as the one who had moved in with the fairy sister, his tone full of joy. Virgil was slightly taken aback by his joy but asked coolly, "Who are you? And why were you climbing my wall?" "My name is Maximus. I live next door. There's no time to explain. The fairy sister is in danger. Please go save her." Benita in danger. Virgil's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint as he stared at Maximus. What happened? Feeling his gaze, Maximus trembled and explained, "The city lord, He took a liking to the fairy sister and wanted to marry her as a concubine. He captured my mother to force her to come. Before he finished, a massive explosion echoed from afar, two attacks colliding in mid-air. Immediately, everyone in the city felt a deep-seated fear. Virgil's gaze shifted towards that direction, recognizing it as the area where his senior had told him Benita was. The power of the attack was clearly from a nascent soul cultivator. Not waiting to ponder how such a powerful being was here, Virgil vanished instantly. Though ordinary nascent soul cultivators couldn't harm Benita, he still feared for her safety. The city lord's residence was on the eastern side of the city, spanning hundreds of acres. Most of its buildings were already destroyed, and the city lord lay dead, leaving only a corpse. Robber Tartar. The lord has been killed. Panicked cries filled the air as residents and servants fled in all directions. Soon, the vast estate stood deserted except for two figures hovering in midair. Watching Emily safely leave, Benita turned her attention to a lecherous-looking dev in black, frowning. This man was clearly not a native cultivator of this country, emitting a nascent soul early-stage aura, his presence even stronger than Chester's. When she had come to save Emily, she had encountered this dev, who attacked her without warning, seemingly hired by the city lord. How could a mere human ruler of a small city afford to hire such a powerful expert? Though curious, she wasn't interested in the details. She waved her hand, summoning a long sword, and slashed, releasing a terrifying blade of energy that no nascent soul cultivator would dare underestimate. Boom. Palamanes later, the dev raised his hand, summoning a purple tripod cauldron made of mana that clashed with the blade of energy, both shattering midair. So strong. Is she really just a golden core cultivator? Seeing this, the dev's face showed surprise. He hadn't expected such strength from a mere golden core, capable of matching him blow for blow. Chapter 210. The Enhanced Ban Immortal. Just as he was in a state of shock, an even more powerful sword aura rushed towards him. This sword aura was 100 feet long, carrying with it a disdainful and solitary pride. It had an invincible belief that once this sword is out, all weapons will retreat. Realm of Art. The Franz's expression suddenly changed, sensing the realm covering the sword aura, which filled his heart with fear. A golden core cultivator had actually grasped the realm of art. Although it wasn't as strong as a genuine divine transformation realm, it was enough to cause him great fear. He finally understood why the opponent was so formidable and cast away any remaining hint of contempt from his mind, because a slight mistake could indeed lead to a disaster. Bullying is the Tao, deception is the art. All things can be used by me. The great non-simulacrum technique. With a raised hand, the Franz's black hair danced wildly. Soon after, the mana before him coalesced into a virtual ancient bell. This was his unique spell, able to transform any magic treasure he has seen using mana. Of course, the transformed treasures wouldn't possess their full power, but despite this technique was truly remarkable. Seeing the vague appearance of the large bell, the Franz spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the bell, turning extremely pale almost as if he had aged decades in a moment. This was essence blood. Losing too much would make even an origin soul expert weak. Meanwhile, the bell before him gradually became tangible, faintly radiating Daoistic patterns, floating before him. Robert Talon Zoeg frowned slightly, sensing a hint of danger from the ancient bell. In the next moment, the Franz lifted his hand and struck heavily on the bell. Clang. The resonant sound began to spread out. A terrifying momentum instantly emanated from the ancient bell, spreading in all directions, reducing countless structures to dust on the spot. This strike could heavily injure even a mid-stage origin soul cultivator, because this bell imitated a certain person's treasure. Before long, the sword aura also dissipated under the invisible terrorizing momentum, scattering into tiny particles, fading into nothingness. Robert Talon Zoeg's fair face turned slightly cold, unperturbed, as she raised her palm. At this moment, a figure appeared beside her, grabbing her hand. You have completed your seclusion? Robert Talon Zoeg immediately opened her eyes, showing a flash of delight. Leave it to me. Virgil nodded lightly, then stared ahead, sensing a terrifying sound wave continuously expanding around, approaching them. Another one? Also a golden core. The Franz's gaze fell upon the newly appeared figure, darkening his brow in worry. Then, he suddenly felt warmth in his arms. That thing is on him. His breathing became rougher, almost hearing it clearly himself. Kill the other party, and all the treasures will be his. Ho ho, so it's the sky-deceiving sect's great non-simulacrum technique, mimicking the Eastern Abyss spell of the Ancestor Maddox. Even though it only possesses less than 1/10 of its original power, it's still sufficient to kill early-stage origin soul and heavily injure mid-stage ones. A surprised voice sounded in Virgil's consciousness. Eastern Abyss spell. Virgil was slightly astonished, his gaze falling on the ancient bell before the Franz, never imagining that this thing could be related to Ancestor Maddox. Curious, he asked, is this great non-simulacrum technique very powerful? This technique was created by a genius. It can use mana to emulate others' magical treasures for personal use. However, the emulated treasures obviously can't match the real one's power, but it's indeed an extraordinary skill. Moreover, this person's identity might not be simple. Knowing both the great non-simulacrum technique and having seen the Eastern Abyss spell, it's best to interrogate him thoroughly without killing him first. You might obtain some unexpected clues. All right. Hearing this, Virgil's gaze flickered as he waved his hand, 3 chains emerging from within him, aiming at the horrifying attack heading towards them. He didn't ask the senior for help, but decided to test how powerful the Ban Immortal had become after his enhancement. Ban Immortal, capable of suppressing everything, including other people's attacks. Following the ascent of his bloodline to become a half-step Jan blood Xianling, the momentum on the chains became even more potent. Soon, the terrifying attack that approached was suppressed directly to the power of an early-stage origin soul attack. Virgil's eyes flashed, estimating in his heart that he could now influence mid-stage origin souls, reducing their strength by roughly 30%. Next, the virtue umbrella appeared in his hand. As he infused it with mana, a barrier formed around them. Boom. The incoming sound wave collided with the barrier, leaving it unmoved. What? Seeing this scene, the Franz's face froze, wearing an expression as if seeing a ghost. This attack could seriously wound a mid-stage origin soul. Yet, it was easily blocked by a mere golden core cultivator. Just as he was shocked, Virgil once again activated the Ban Immortal, sending 3 chains into the Franz's body. What's happening, my cultivation? Even more shocking events occurred. He suddenly felt his cultivation being suppressed by a mysterious force. His mana dropped directly from peak early-stage origin soul to just barely exceeding late-stage golden core. What kind of means is this? Deeply terrified, the Franz's face showed shock, and seeing the unfriendly expressions of the couple, without any hesitation, he turned and ran. Where do you think you're going? Virgil seemed to have anticipated this, sneering, moving faster than the Franz, blocking his path. Rubbing his hands, he looked at him amusingly. Seeing his expression, the Franz felt a sudden chill and hastily stopped, turning back to escape, only to find the Noel had already blocked his way. Bullying is the Tao, deception is the art. All things can be used by me. The great non-simulacrum technique. Seeing the two surrounding him, preparing for a flanking attack, the Franz gritted his teeth, ready to use the great non-simulacrum technique one last time. But before the bell could appear, a sword aura slashed toward him first. In the next moment, an arm flew high into the air, eventually falling powerless to the ground. Blood gushed out like a pillar, staining his clothes red. The Franz's face twisted in pain, his forehead sweating profusely from the intense agony, yet he bit his lip without making a sound. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. A cold voice sounded in his ear. He lifted his head, staring intently at the Noel with a hateful gaze. What are you looking at? At this moment, a slap landed on his face. Dazed, several of the Franz's teeth were knocked out. Seeing Virgil's icy expression, he cautiously lowered his head, hiding the venomous look in his eyes, daring not to look again. Speak, who are you? Why did you harm Sister Roberta? Virgil coldly watched him. I'm a wandering cultivator. I accidentally passed by here not long ago, commissioned by the city lord Johnny to subdue this lady. The Franz stammered, looking desolate. I hope the two Franzes can forgive my earlier offense and give me another chance. I swear I won't trouble either of you in the future. Chapter 211, Pawn. The city lord is but a mere mortal. How could he possibly invite you, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator? Benita snorted, immediately spotting the issue. This dev was relying on the fact that dead men tell no tales, pushing everything onto the other party. How shameless. The Franz hesitated for a moment before saying, I won't hide it from the two of you. I and this person's great-grandfather are real brothers. I only returned home a couple of days ago. As he spoke, he forced a smile, already unappealing in appearance, after being slapped by Virgil. His twisted mouth and crooked nose became even harder to look at. Benita frowned, finding this explanation logically sound. You say you're this person's ancestor, so how did you learn the great non-phenomenal art? As far as I know, it's a secret teaching of the heaven-deceiving sect in the 4 Seas immortal domain. Virgil glanced at him casually. The part about the secret teachings of the heaven-deceiving sect was naturally fabricated on the spot. How does he know about the heaven-deceiving sect? The Franz's face changed slightly, confused why a lower realm barbarian would know about the great non-phenomenal art and the heaven-deceiving sect. Stiffly, he said, I don't know what great non-phenomenal art or heaven-deceiving sect you're talking about. Is that so? Virgil looked at him again casually, slowly asking, do you know the Eastern Abyss Bell and the Eastern Demon Ancestor? There was a loud boom in the Franz's head, like thunder had exploded, echoing incessantly. How do you know these things? He stammered, looking at Virgil as if hearing something unbelievable. A lower realm barbarian actually knew about the Eastern Demon Ancestor and could recognize the Eastern Abyss Bell. How could this be? Who is this person? Virgil stared coldly at him, answering off-topic. You didn't come from the lower realms, but from the 4 Seas immortal domain. You're not this city lord's ancestor either. Tell us, what's your motive for acting against us? The Franz's eyes flickered uncertainly, changing expressions rapidly. After a while, he confessed, indeed, I am not this worm's ancestor. I lied to you before. That city lord just followed my orders. The whole thing about taking concubines was just to lure this Sylvia here. Initially, I thought that thing was with him, never expecting it to be with you. I advise you to comply. You talk too much. Before he could finish, Virgil suddenly grabbed the Franz's head with his fingers, unwilling to waste any more time. To understand his motives, a direct soul search would suffice. Having the senior suppress the opponent's consciousness to prevent resistance, Virgil's divine sense moved into the other's sea of consciousness. Just a core formation expert, yet the divine sense has reached the early stage nascent soul. The Franz felt his divine sense and was slightly startled. Recovering, he sneered. Just you? Dreaming if you think you can search my soul. Virgil frowned. Unexpectedly, within the Franz's sea of consciousness, there was a barrier preventing anyone else's divine sense from entering. It seemed set up by some powerful figure specifically to prevent soul searches. Looking at the Franz's smug expression, Virgil remarked indifferently, even without searching your soul, I have 100 ways to make you confess. You can try. At worst, this dev will self-destruct my nascent soul. Anyway, it won't take you long to join me below. The Franz smiled coldly. Virgil frowned. If the Franz were to self-destruct his nascent soul, he indeed couldn't do anything. Seeing his silence, the Franz continued, Boy, let me give you some advice. We're all bound by circumstances. Why make life hard for each other? Here's a deal. I tell you my purpose, you let me go? If it's useful, I'll consider it. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? This wordplay nonsense is beneath me. The Franz looked at him disdainfully. Senior, if I kill him, will the one who set the restriction know? Virgil's expression turned cold, realizing it would be hard to get useful information from this man. He decided to kill him immediately. Unfortunately, the person who set the restriction was very strong. Even the senior found the restriction difficult to handle. However, listening to the Franz's words, he also understood the man targeted him specially, seemingly due to something he had. Most likely they'll know, but they might not know what you're doing. Virgil nodded, understanding clearly, his gaze falling on the Franz, as if looking at a dead man. Noticing the killing intent in his eyes, the Franz shuddered inside and coughed dryly. Actually, I have a compromise. If both of you swear a great demon oath to let me go, I will tell you everything. Great demon oath? Virgil had heard of this. When he imprisoned Darby in the world-forsaken tower, she planned to take this oath to assure her safe departure. Such an oath was not ordinary. It connected directly to heavenly Tao. If violated, it would affect future cultivation paths. Benita shifted her gaze to Virgil. After a moment of silence, Virgil slowly said, I swear that as long as you reveal your purpose, I will not kill you. If I break this vow, my cultivation path will suffer, and I will not advance in Tao. As he finished, Virgil felt something strange within him, an enigmatic sensation rising. I swear. Seeing him swear, Benita also followed suit. It had no effect on her. After all, it was just a vow that couldn't confine her. After Benita took the oath, Virgil looked coldly at the Franz. Speak. If you can't explain satisfactorily, you know what will happen. Don't worry, don't worry. My word is law. I will not violate this oath. Seeing both had sworn, the Franz smiled and said, My name is Emilio. I come from the Eastern Abyss Immortal Domain. Not long ago, I was ordered Before finishing, the Franz screamed in pain, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Soon, amidst wails of agony, he turned into a pool of pus and blood. What is this? Virgil was shocked. The Franz had been about to mention a name when he died, seemingly killed over the name. Could it be that someone detected this man mentioning the name and slaughtered him across infinite distance? Considering this, Virgil's face darkened. What kind of powerhouse could achieve such a feat? Fortunately, the senior's voice soon sounded in his mind, easing his worries. This man was probably just a pawn, modified internally by someone else. Even he didn't know. Once he revealed certain content, he turned to pus and blood. It's unknown who the mastermind behind it is. Hearing it wasn't as he had guessed, Virgil sighed in relief, his gaze falling on the dripping pus and blood, his eyes twinkling. Waving his hand to collect the storage bag from the ground, he pulled Benita's hand and left. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's residence, a shadow lifted its eyes, watching the two figures disappear into the sky. Holding a portrait in his hand, he said, providing clues, rewarded with 1 million spirit stones. Please note, if there's any specific detail or character you want emphasized or clarified, feel free to ask. Chapter 212. 10 years to a pseudo-immortal. The reward for providing a clue leading to the person in the painting is 1 million spirit stones. For killing the person in the painting, the reward is 3 million spirit stones. For capturing them alive, the reward is 5 million spirit stones. The shadow watched as the two figures vanished into the sky. Retracting his gaze, he focused on the portrait in his hand, which depicted someone many major powers of the Great Qing Empire were now after. Having witnessed the Franz being killed, he naturally knew that his own strength was far from enough to take down those two. He moved swiftly and disappeared without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Miss, are you alright? Back in Osmanthus Alley, Virgil entered the room. Shayna looked at Benita, still visibly shaken. As an ordinary person, seeing Benita kill the city lord with just a wave of her hand had been a huge shock. The subsequent intense battle had only added to the impact. Zhao, I'm sorry to have involved you today. The great formless technique. Inside the room, Virgil sat cross-legged with a scroll in his hands, reading its contents intently. Deceive heaven, fool heaven. All things can be used for my own benefit. Virgil muttered to himself. This scroll was found in the Franz's storage bag and contained the cultivation method for the great formless technique. This technique was not simple. He intended to practice it when he had time. Apart from this scroll, the storage bag contained over 2 million spirit stones and a piece of animal skin whose origin was unknown. It emitted an overwhelming aura of malevolence, and staring at it for too long would cause pain. The text on it was incomprehensible. It looked like wriggling worms, making no sense at all. Senior, do you recognize this? This is demonic script, came the voice from his consciousness, sounding surprised. Demonic script? Yes, only pure-blooded ancient demons can understand it. I don't know where he obtained it from, nor what exactly it records. Keep it for now. Virgil nodded, put the scroll away, and looked out the window. Shayna was thanking Benita profusely while holding her hand. The young Emmett stood beside his mother, eyes filled with the fiery desire to cultivate. Virgil smiled gently, retracted his gaze, and asked inwardly, Senior, you once said that only the barbarians could lift the curse placed by their kind. Where should I go to find a barbarian? The land of the barbarians lies within the starry expanse of the Eastern Sea Immortal Domain. Your current strength isn't enough to reach there. You need to at least achieve the realm of pseudo-immortal before leaving this world. Pseudo-immortal. Virgil took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. It was just the realm of pseudo-immortal. With the relic tower, 10 years was equivalent to hundreds, or even thousands of years for others. Of course, relying solely on the tower for cultivation would be too slow. Ideally, he should seek items to enhance his cultivation, then use them in conjunction with the relic tower. The door creaked open, letting in the warm afternoon sunlight. Outside, the breeze rustled through the green leaves. In the courtyard, silence enveloped the scene. Benita's gaze softened. Shayna tactfully left, though the Emmett seemed reluctant to let them go. Virgil approached Benita and stopped in front of her. She looked back at him with a questioning expression as she noticed the mother and son leaving. Do they not want to disturb us? Virgil chuckled softly. Benita was puzzled, but Virgil didn't explain further, his gaze gentle as he looked at her face. Are you leaving? Benita tilted her head, sensing something. Virgil nodded. Where shall we go next? Benita asked. Virgil felt lost, uncertain of the answer himself. He planned to head wherever he could rapidly enhance his cultivation. He lowered his head and asked quietly, do you wish to return to Qing.The? To reach the realm of pseudo-immortal within 10 years, conventional methods wouldn't work. The path ahead was bound to be perilous, and he didn't want Benita to follow. All dangers, he would face alone. I'll go wherever you go, Benita replied resolutely. Virgil gazed at her, knowing persuasion was futile. He pondered where their next destination should be. Currently, he was in the late golden core stage, with 84 cycles of spiritual power, needing 16 more to reach the nascent soul stage. He wondered if he could buy the ingredients for the spirit-ingesting pill in this small country. As he thought, a figure dashed into the courtyard, kneeling before them. Big brother, big sister, are you leaving? Could you take me with you? I want to cultivate too. Maximus pleaded, looking up at them. Earlier, he had seen Benita standing tall, reprimanding the city lord's people, planting the image of invincibility deeply in his heart, like a seed sprouting roots. Now, he yearned for such strength, to live as freely as described in stories. Benita didn't respond, naturally having no intention of taking on a disciple. Only Virgil silently observed him, his gaze penetrating. The kneeling Dominic trembled yet remained stubborn. Virgil suddenly withdrew his gaze and asked, why do you want to cultivate? I. The emmet blushed, his eyes filled with longing. I want to roam the heavens, unrestrained. You've only seen the glamorous side of cultivation. Cultivation requires severing all ties. By the time you return home, your mother may be nothing but dust. Do you still want to cultivate? The emmet lowered his head, hesitating. Virgil stared ahead and said, there's a sect about 50 miles away. If you still want to cultivate after thinking it through, go there. I don't have the time to take on disciples now. Let's go. Taking Benita's hand, they vanished from the emmet's sight. The emmet looked at where they had disappeared, raising his head with renewed resolve. 50 miles away, amidst dense mountains, stood a sect. This was one of the few sects in Qing.The. Previously, when Virgil visited the city, he passed by without disturbing it. Now, Virgil and Benita appeared above the sect, sending out their divine senses. It was a golden core sect, with only one golden core cultivator, the founding patriarch. At that moment, everyone inside the sect, from disciples to Franzes and the secluded patriarch, felt a powerful divine sense sweep over them, causing widespread fear. Palamaints later, a golden-robed Taoist shakily flew out, stopping before the duo, feeling insignificant. May I ask if our sect has offended you two honored guests? Seeing the Taoist trembling, Virgil calmly replied, rest assured. We bear no grudges against your sect. We've just arrived here, and are unfamiliar with the area. We'd like to inquire if there's a place nearby to purchase high-grade third-rank medicinal herbs. Chapter 213. Return to Great Qing. This lower-level cultivation nation is really poor. It seems we can only return to Great Qing. After leaving the sect, Virgil sighed helplessly. He had just inquired of the old Taoist and learned that third-grade spirit medicines were extremely scarce in this country, not to mention high-grade third-tier spirit medicines. However, the other party did hint at a nearby sect specializing in alchemy which might have some available. After some thought, Virgil gave up on the idea of trying his luck there and decided to return to Great Qing to purchase what he needed. After all, when he left Great Qing, he couldn't reach the senior, and to prevent the Zion family from not letting him and Benita go and acting rashly, it was no longer necessary to fear now. Unless the Zion family personally sent a soul formation expert, otherwise, any such attempt would only result in death. The same went for the several forces associated with Fuyao sect. Why didn't you directly bring that young man here? Benita watched his profile, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Just before leaving, Virgil had casually told the old patriarch of that sect, if a Dominic named Adlai comes to seek discipleship, please give him special care. Given his status, the sect's patriarch naturally wouldn't dare neglect the instruction. A true man does his own business. I'm not his parents, so I have no obligation to do everything for him. Virgil smiled as he took out the bronze chariot from his storage bag, turned to look at the person beside him, took her hand, and entered the carriage. Lai State was a small country, and with the speed of the bronze chariot, they left in less than half a day. Upon entering Great Qing, Virgil, while replenishing his spiritual energy, glanced at Benita who was leaning against the window. Sunlight bathed her figure as she gazed outside. Virgil sometimes felt she was distant and unreal, believing one day she would leave him. Whenever he thought of this, he would mentally slap himself. Retracting his gaze, Virgil sighed lightly. He could tell that Benita disliked conflict. Perhaps she wanted to return to State if he accompanied her. Maureen. Benita turned to look at him. Virgil was about to speak when the voice of the senior suddenly rang in his mind. Be careful, a powerful presence is approaching. Virgil's eyes narrowed. Coming for me? Uncertain. Soon after, a long rainbow appeared in sight. It was a cold-faced Franz with an exceedingly powerful aura, likely a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He also saw the bronze chariot ahead. After a mental scan, being blocked by a powerful mental force, he didn't stop but disappeared from view. Several bronze chariots unearthed from Immortal Fall Valley had been found in recent years, so it wasn't unique to Virgil within Great Qing. Thus, the Franz assumed it belonged to some late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Besides, he had urgent matters. I wonder why this person is heading to Lai State. Virgil muttered to himself, watching the direction the Franz departed. What did you want to say earlier? Benita's eyes held a puzzled expression, indifferent to the Franz. Nothing, just wanted to call you. Half an hour later, they arrived at a vast city. Virgil parked the bronze chariot and entered the city to buy 10 sets of ingredients for spirit-devouring pills, spending a total of 2.1 million spirit stones. Leaving the herb shop, Virgil looked sideways and said, "Maureen, wait here for me. I'll go buy something else." He had seen a jewelry store selling items suitable for women and wanted to surprise her. Benita nodded and agreed. "Wait for me." Virgil smiled at her. A short time later, he entered the previously noticed jewelry store. Many customers were inside, mostly women. "Sir, are you picking for your partner?" A sweet-faced attendant greeted. Virgil nodded. "Almost all our jewelry is magical artifacts, with masterfully crafted arrays inside, both beautiful and protective." She smiled, introducing them. Virgil listened as he wandered through the store. The variety of jewelry, hairpins, bracelets, accessories, necklaces, was extensive, but nothing satisfied him. Though exquisitely made, they seemed too common for Maureen's grace. Noticing his frown, the attendant asked, "What kind of jewelry do you prefer?" "These decorations seem too vulgar. Are there more elegant ones?" Virgil replied. "I understand, sir. I know 2 pieces that might meet your requirements, though they're not cheap. Price isn't an issue." "Fine, let me fetch them." The attendant left as Virgil continued browsing. 3 women in white silk robes entered, faces veiled, figures exquisite, especially the lead Noelle with a striking silhouette. Recognizing the white jade token on their slender waists, Virgil identified them as members of the Qian Palace. The Qian Palace? Virgil's eyes narrowed slightly, but his face remained unchanged. This area was supposedly controlled by Qian Palace and Haleyne sect, so encountering their disciples wasn't unusual. Ignoring them, he resumed browsing. A purple golden boot crossed the threshold, followed by hearty laughter. "Miss Zoe, how could you visit Huabin City without telling me? If not for my subordinates seeing you, I wouldn't have known you're here. Is this fair to me as a friend?" The speaker was a tall, distinguished young man with peak golden core cultivation, accompanied by a peak golden core franz, clearly a scion of a major power. Virgil paid him no heed. "Just executing a mission with my master, passing by, so I didn't disturb you, Mr. Yang." The strikingly figured Noelle smiled. This visitor was the city lord's son, Duke, and a personal disciple of a nascent soul franz from Haleyne sect, famous among the young elites of Great Qing. He was ranked 9th on a list of prodigies under 60 years old, all destined to become nascent soul cultivators. Hightower, first on the list, was widely recognized as the top genius of Great Qing. Second place was recently occupied by a new female prodigy who defeated the 5th-ranked genius from Fuyao sect. Rumor had it she was a disciple of Zion family's Hobie, ranking 7th overall. "That won't do." Duke chuckled. "Since Miss Zoe is here, I must offer my hospitality. Anything you like today, I'll cover it all." Mr. Yang is so biased, favoring Aliana Zoe and forgetting us entirely. Another Noelle pretended to scold. "Rest assured, Miss Gladys, everyone will get a gift. Choose freely, and I'll present you each with one." Duke beamed, offering his generosity. Chapter 214, The Mortal Maiden. "Thank you, young Master Yang." As the group conversed, the sweet-voiced Noelle approached with a tray in her hands, the head ornament jingling with every step. Virgil glanced at the tray, noticing 2 pieces of jewelry. One was a hairpin and the other a necklace. The hairpin had a predominantly silvery white design, and upon closer inspection, it didn't resemble an ordinary pin but rather a miniature silver sword. At its end, a delicately carved orchid bloomed, lifelike with clear veins visible on each petal. This hairpin, Virgil's gaze lingered on it, recalling that Benita loved swords. He believed she would appreciate this. With a wave of his hand, he bypassed the formation array with his magic power and picked up the pin. The servant Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise. There was an array formation covering the tray, so no one could take anything without reaching the Yuaning stage unless they were a monster. Could this person be a Yuaning Franz? Suddenly, her demeanor became even more respectful. "How much does this item cost?" "This is a mid-grade infant treasure, priced at 2.7 million spirit stones," the servant Sylvia replied. "I'll take it." Virgil nodded, then shifted his gaze to the other piece of jewelry, a bracelet with a light green hue, resembling a lotus after the rain. This piece of jewelry is called Huisisi Qinglian, rainy green lotus. It's said to have been worn by an immortal maiden, bringing good luck to the wearer. It's priced at 1 million spirit stones. Immortal maiden's jewelry. Virgil paused, surprised by the significant backstory of this bracelet. "I'll take them both." Though he suspected some exaggeration, Virgil didn't bother investigating further. Spirit stones were abundant for him now. If Benita liked them, it would be worth spending all of his stones. At this moment, a voice rang out nearby. "Sister, that jewelry would suit you well." "Yes." Hearing this, the white-robed Noelle cast a glance at the bracelet, feeling somewhat enticed. However, the exorbitant price of 1 million spirit stones made her hesitate, her expression revealing frustration. Beside her, Duke immediately smiled gently and offered, "If Zoe Sylvia wants it, I can gift it to you." "Wow, young Master Yang is really nice. If he were like that to me, I'd marry him." A young Sylvia named Gladys and I giggled. The white-robed Noelle declined gracefully, "No need for such expense, and this is something someone else has chosen." "Zoe Sylvia, please don't be formal." Duke looked at her, eyes filled with admiration, then turned to the sweet-voiced Noelle, saying firmly, "I want this piece of jewelry. But this necklace has already been purchased by this gentleman. If you want it, you need to negotiate with him." Seeing both wanted the same item, the sweet-voiced Noelle hesitated. She understood their noble status and spoke diplomatically. "This Taoist friend, I am?" Duke frowned as he began to introduce himself to Virgil, only to be interrupted abruptly. "Sorry, not interested." With that, he turned his attention back to the sweet-voiced Noelle. "Give it to me." Duke's face turned pale, especially in front of the admired Noelle, being treated so dismissively. As the servant prepared to hand over the jewelry to Virgil, a hand suddenly reached from behind, grabbing for the necklace. "Duke, I don't want that necklace anymore." The white-robed Noel quickly interjected. Duke remained silent, attempting to snatch the necklace forcefully. Unexpectedly, a powerful aura enveloped him, turning his complexion deathly pale. He staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, eyes wide with shock. Such audacity! An Franzly man supported him, looking sternly at Virgil, preparing to act but stopped when Virgil turned around and said coldly, "This is the first and last time. You are." The Franz finally recognized Virgil, his tone faltering. "That Emmett, if you have guts, leave your name." Duke bristled, still defiant despite hearing Virgil's warning. The Franz urgently pulled the enraged master aside, whispering, "Master, we must not offend him." "Who is he?" Duke paused, bewildered by the Franz's reaction. He is the one who killed Avril Arlen recently, and I didn't expect him to be here." Realizing Virgil's background, Duke's face changed drastically, understanding why the Franz reacted this way. He felt a chill down his spine, grateful that Virgil seemed uninterested in them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be leaving this shop today. The Franz, worried about the young master's impulsiveness, added, "Master, currently Haleyne sect, Fuyao sect, and the Zhang family are all searching for him. They will avenge this for you. He won't live long. We'd best avoid provoking him." Duke wasn't foolish. Hearing these words, he realized the gravity of the situation, glanced at the white-robed Noel and said, "Miss Zoe, I will send another gift in a few days." "Excuse me now." Without waiting for a reply, he hurried out with the Franz. Seeing Duke leave, the other two Xian Palace disciples were taken aback. The earlier conversation was whispered, so they weren't privy to the details, but sensed something related to that man. Curiosity piqued, they looked towards him. Virgil naturally noticed their departure but ignored them, handing over a storage bag to the shop assistant before leaving with the two pieces of jewelry. Back at his previous spot, he found people gathered and murmuring. Indeed, the most dangerous thing in the cultivation world is beautiful women. Who is this Noel? So terrifying. Virgil listened, puzzled, pushing through the crowd. He saw several bruised figures lying on the ground, deepening his confusion as he walked towards Benita. Who is this guy? Fletcher has already been beaten, and he still dares to approach her. I bet he's going to join those on the ground. Virgil stopped beside Benita, confused. What happened? These people tried to flirt with her, so I beat them up, Benita replied coldly. Well done. Glancing at the ground, he saw a half-step Yuan-Ing cultivator and several late-stage golden core cultivators. He was glad he hadn't been there, or they might have lost limbs. Casting a final look around, he took her hand and left. Note: in this translation, I've maintained the original paragraph structure, style, and tone while ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness in English. Chapter 2:15. Spell power reaches 100 jia. Beside a lake, there were fewer people around this area, with weeping willows lining the shore. A gentle breeze rippled across the water's surface, causing the branches dipping into the lake to sway gracefully beneath the waves. Benita did not know why Virgil had brought her here, but she always trusted him unconditionally and didn't ask any questions. The vast expanse of the lake was serene. A golden carp leaped out of the water with a splash. Virgil stood by the shore, watching this scene, and turned with a smile. Maureen, how is the scenery here? All right. Hearing her reply, Virgil smiled again. Maureen, I have a gift for you. A gift? What kind of gift? Benita was momentarily stunned, asking two questions in quick succession. This. Virgil retrieved a hairpin from his storage bag with a smile. This was the first time he had given a gift to a Sylvia, so he felt a bit nervous. Who gives such a strange hairpin as a gift? Benita looked at the small sword-shaped hairpin in his hand, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Virgil blushed slightly. Do you not like it? Seeing his embarrassed look, Benita felt amused. She took the hairpin, examining it closely. The design and style of this small sword suited her tastes perfectly, and since it was a gift from him, it became all the more precious. Moreover, this little sword seemed to be more than just beautiful. With a mental command, Benita sensed that the small sword was a middle-grade infant treasure. Once activated, it could likely pierce through the body of a mid-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator effortlessly. I do like it, but it must be very expensive. How about we return it? I don't need it. Virgil chuckled. 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy an immortal lady's smile. If Maureen is happy, everything is worth it. Besides, it doesn't make sense to buy something and then return it. Benita gave him a teasing glance, like a wife chiding her extravagant husband for not knowing the value of daily necessities. But her happiness couldn't be hidden. Joy quietly spread across her brows. I'll put it on for you, Virgil said softly. Without a word, Benita allowed him to remove the hairpin from her head and carefully replace it with the new one. There. After a moment, Virgil looked at Benita wearing the hairpin he had given her. He smiled, thinking she looked beautiful but was still missing something. What's missing? Benita asked, pressing her lips together. Virgil remained silent, gently taking her hand and slipping a matching bracelet onto her wrist. Under the sunlight, the green jade bracelet gleamed on her slender arm. Virgil let go of her soft hand and told her about the origin of the bracelet with a smile. This bracelet is said to have been worn by a fairy. It provides her protection. It will definitely keep Maureen safe, ensuring a lifetime of happiness and peace. A lifetime of happiness and peace. Benita gazed at the bracelet on her wrist, her eyes distant. All right, it's time to go. Next, we'll find a place nearby to establish a cave dwelling. I need to meditate for a few days. Virgil pinched her cheek, preparing to refine those spirit medicines into pills to boost his cultivation. He wondered if his spell power could reach 100 jia. If it did, he could start preparing for forming his Yuan-Ing. But the thought of leaving Benita alone made him sigh internally. Due to the curse, they could never live as other couples did, traveling the world together. Seeing his guilty expression, Benita understood his thoughts and shook her head gently. Once your curse is lifted, I will take you everywhere, Virgil said silently, vowing in his heart. Finding a suitable place nearby, they established a cave dwelling. Virgil and Benita parted briefly as he entered the Legacy Tower. This place was not far from the city. If there were not enough spirit medicines, he could buy more anytime. Sitting cross-legged on the third floor, Virgil cleared his mind and began refining pills. Having advanced in cultivation, he no longer focused on strengthening his body due to the time it required. He now aimed to break through to pseudo-immortal quickly. 3 months later, he successfully refined 10 batches of spirit-devouring pills, yielding 45 pills in total. With his improved spiritual senses, his success rate in refining high-grade third-tier pills had increased somewhat after breaking through to Yuan Ying stage. Let's assimilate them. Virgil showed little emotion on his face as he started to absorb the spirit-devouring pills. 2 months later, Virgil absorbed the last pill. Standing up, his aura had grown even more formidable, almost rivaling that of a typical Yuan Ying cultivator. His spell power reached exactly 106 jia, comparable to that of an early-stage Yuan Ying cultivator. And this was considering only his physical resistance. Otherwise, it might have already reached the level of a mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivator based on its initial effectiveness. Seated on the ground once more, Virgil pondered quietly. Now that his spell power had reached 100 jia, he could prepare to form his Yuan Ying. However, haste would be unwise. Transitioning from Golden Core to Yuan Ying was a huge challenge. Among 1,000 peak Golden Core cultivators, perhaps only one would succeed. Such was the difficulty of becoming a Yuan Ying cultivator. After all, reaching Yuan Ying could sustain the prosperity of a sect for hundreds of years. Should he return to Yu State, it could even elevate Yu State to a medium-level realm of cultivation. It was precisely because of this that the birth of a Yuan Ying cultivator was so challenging. Virgil frowned. His talent was mediocre, estimating only a 10% chance of success. However, reaching 100 jia would slightly increase his chances to around 30%. If he advanced the Taishang Immortal Scripture to the 4th level, his chances would rise to around 40%. For many peak Golden Core cultivators, a 40% chance was already quite good. Worth the risk? 40% is still too low. Virgil frowned deeply. Failure in forming Yuan Ying could severely impact his cultivation, or even lead to death. After all, forming Yuan Ying required shattering the Golden Core. The Golden Core was the foundation storing spell power. If shattered, losing that power could render him useless. Even if he survived, failing once would create mental barriers, lowering future success rates even further. If I had an essence formation pill, my chances of forming Yuan Ying would be around 70%. Virgil's gaze flickered as he recalled the pill Darby had taken. Unfortunately, essence formation pills were extremely rare and hard to obtain even in the Great Qing dynasty. But he knew the recipe and could refine it himself since his spiritual senses had already reached the early stage Yuan Ying level. Previously, he had already started gathering information about the ingredients, preparing ahead. Most materials for the essence formation pill were manageable, except for the main ingredient, the essence formation fruit, extremely scarce. He had checked many trading venues, but found none available. After a moment of reflection, Virgil sighed. First, I should try to find clues about the essence formation fruit. If it proves impossible, I will take the 40% chance, since my luck isn't that bad. Beyond this, there were no other options. Chapter 216, Fuller. Having made up his mind, Virgil released his divine sense and exited the Legacy Tower. It was deep into the night outside. He had entered seclusion at noon 2 days ago, meaning it had been a full day and night. Withdrawing his divine sense, Virgil closed his eyes again and began cultivating the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture, preparing to advance it to the 4th level. The cave residence consisted of 2 empty rooms. Benita was not inside any of the rooms. Instead, she sat on a stone with her legs dangling. The moonlight tonight was pleasant, and her cultivation had already reached the peak of the core formation stage. Even without deliberate cultivation, her strength would soon improve significantly. Within half a year, she should be able to form an infant soul. A gentle evening breeze blew as she gazed at the moon, feeling that even the moon seemed lonely. After a moment, she took out a long sword and mimicked the sword-dancing movements from her dream, recalling the figure's every gesture. The actions were simple, almost as if they had returned to their purest form. After some time, she stopped, drenched in sweat without realizing it. Hugging her knees, she sat back in the same spot, the sword beside her silent, yet always accompanying her. The Noel in green robes looked tenderly ahead and murmured softly, I wonder when he will come out of seclusion. The next day, Virgil exited the Legacy Tower. Naturally, he hadn't managed to cultivate the Great Supreme Immortal Scripture to the 4th level. However, he didn't continue cultivating but prepared to go out and search for clues about the condensing infancy fruit. Naturally, he intended to take Maureen along. Since his cultivation couldn't advance now, it would be a good opportunity to take her around and spend more time with her. That night, Virgil returned to the cave residence. As expected, all other ingredients for the transforming infancy pill were available for purchase except for the condensing infancy fruit, which none of the shops had in stock. It seemed this was true throughout the entire Great Qing Empire. Pausing in silence for a moment, Virgil sighed. Just as he was about to enter the Legacy Tower, the voice of the Franz sounded in his sea of consciousness. Be careful, someone is following you. Virgil's brows furrowed slightly. As soon as the Franz finished speaking, he felt a powerful divine sense sweep over the cave residence. His gaze hardened, and Virgil's body flickered as he appeared outside the cave, raising his head to look afar. In the previously quiet night sky, a brilliant streak of light rapidly approached this place, extremely conspicuous in the stillness. Benita stood by his side, looking at the approaching figure in the sky, her fine brows slightly furrowed, her small face somewhat serious. The incoming person gave her an extremely dangerous feeling, surpassing the middle stage nascent soul realm. Palamaints later, a figure paused above them, and a cold voice echoed, Little beast, killing my Haley insect members, no matter how far you run, this dev will tear you to shreds. This was an Franzly man with a grim expression, draped in a black cloak. His aura was incredibly powerful. Just standing there made the space around him seem to twist. If there were any great gene native nascent soul cultivators present, they would recognize his identity immediately. Fuller, the grand ancestor who lived for over 500 years at the Haley sect. This man was notoriously vengeful. Once, a famous sect in Great Gene with several nascent soul cultivators was wiped out entirely because one of its disciples had insulted him behind his back. No one survived, from the sect master down to the laborers. Late-stage nascent soul. Virgil's gaze landed on the dev in the sky. When the other party focused on him, he naturally did the same. Sensing the overwhelming aura from this person, he remained calm. Upon hearing the dev's words, he realized that indeed, he had killed a nascent soul cultivator from the Haley sect outside the market town. Thus, this person must be from the Haley sect. It seemed he had met this person before near the border of Lee State. Do you think well of how you're going to die? Fuller's aura locked onto Virgil tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Previously, the Haley sect had put out a bounty for the killer, but there had been no leads until someone informed him a few days ago that the killer was in Lee State. He raced there immediately but found the culprit had already fled. However, he quickly recalled the bronze chariot that came out of Lee State and guessed the person on it was the little vermin. So he hurried back to Great Gene. Coincidentally, a disciple saw the target in Huabing City yesterday, and he set up surveillance while sending many disciples to search for the person. Unexpectedly, the young man vanished again for 2 days. Just when he was about to give up, the target reappeared today. Hearing this, he rushed towards the direction the person left, and finally, hard work paid off. Peak core formation. At this moment, his divine sense sensed the cultivations of the two people below, causing his brows to furrow. Wasn't it reported that this person had killed several experts outside Immortal Doom Valley, suspected to be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Yet, his divine sense clearly detected that Virgil was only at peak core formation. Under his watchful eye, it was impossible for the other party to hide anything. How did he achieve such feats? Shaking his head, he couldn't be bothered to think further. Regardless, whoever killed his sex Franz would die today. Hearing this, Virgil raised his head, staring coldly at the other party and sneered, "Old fool, you're from the Haley sect, right? A waste of skin attempted to rob me and was killed by me. Are you here to join him in death?" His words were utterly merciless, filled with naked ridicule and disdain, as if speaking to mere dirt or straw. "The dev will tear your mouth apart." Fuller's face turned dark as he extended a large hand, turning his magical power into a giant hand. To deal with a mere core formation cultivator, he certainly didn't need spells or treasures. This was like a strong adult beating a 3-year-old child. No weapons or techniques were necessary. Who can't spout big talk? Virgil smirked slightly, slowly raising his palm and tearing forward. This is impossible. The next instant, Fuller's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. That mere peak core formation ant actually tore his attack into 2 halves with bare hands. Is this even human? Even a casual strike from him could easily kill a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. And this person just used his flesh? Suddenly, Fuller seemed to understand something, his face changing dramatically. Flesh body? Could this person be a Jade Destiny Realm physical cultivator, and at the late stage? He sensed that Virgil's magical power was indeed at peak core formation. Thus, only if his flesh body had reached the Jade Destiny Realm would this make sense. Thinking that this person was a late-stage Jade Destiny Realm physical cultivator, his face turned ugly. A late-stage Jade Destiny Realm physical cultivator was nearly impervious to blades and bullets, capable of resisting the attacks of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, making them most troublesome. Without a deity transformation cultivator, it would be extremely difficult to kill. At this moment, a voice rang out from below. "Old fool, is that all you've got?" Chapter 217. Berkeley, it's not good. You old relic, is that all you've got? Before this, I didn't seek retribution, allowing you to scrape by. Isn't that good enough for you? Now you dare to come knocking on my door. Do you really think I'm easygoing? Fine then, since your Haley sect is so stubborn, you will vanish. Virgil's eyes were cold, his words filled with unmatched dominance, threatening the existence of the Haley sect, a sect renowned for its abundance of experts. Is it because of you? Asif laughed bitterly from anger. It's because of me. Virgil's voice remained calm. Isn't it true that he lacks the condensing baby fruit? Since the Haley sect has been inherited for thousands of years and is a flourishing sect, they should have it. As for whether they would hand it over obediently, Seeing his gaze, Asif felt a chill run through him. From Virgil's eyes, he saw determination and resolve, which even moved him slightly. He coldly replied, "First, think about how you'll survive today. Just a peak Jade Destiny Realm body cultivator? In recent years, our Haley sect has been low profile, lurking in the world and gradually being forgotten by people. Killing you now will remind them well of my name, Asif. Let them know that our Haley sect isn't someone to be provoked." As he finished speaking, Asif raised his hand and took out a red pill from his storage bag, swallowing it whole. This pill is called the 10,000 Souls pill, made from the essence blood of tens of thousands of cultivators, allowing one's mana to skyrocket in a short time after consumption. His cultivation was at the late-stage nascent soul realm, with 700 units of mana. After consuming the pill, his mana suddenly surged, reaching 999 units. Below the transforming God's realm, he was invincible. Even when facing a transforming God's realm expert, he dared to clash head-on. Virgil naturally sensed the surge in his opponent's aura, deducing it was due to that pill. However, he remained unmoved inside. "Brat, prepare to die." Asif's confidence soared. He roared, drawing out a blood-stained black ancient lamp from his storage bag. Inside it flickered a faint green flame, as if it might extinguish at any moment. This lamp was the Haley sect's supreme treasure. Once activated, it could easily kill a late-stage nascent soul expert. As he poured in his mana, the flame that seemed ready to extinguish began to flicker, quickly intensifying. A dark green fire dragon erupted from within the ancient lamp. Virgil watched the fire dragon calmly, a hint of derision playing at the corner of his mouth. Is the ant waiting for death? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above. The fire dragon capable of instantly melting everything was already less than 10 feet away. The scorching heat felt like it was about to burn his hair and skin. Senior. Virgil remained composed, two chains emerging from his body, one entering Asif's body and the other entering the flame. In a breath's time, the fire dragon's power plummeted drastically. Asif, who was just a step away from the transforming god's realm, also dropped abruptly to below the nascent soul realm. Virgil waved his hand, drawing out the merit umbrella and opening it, infusing it with mana to form a barrier around him. Buzz. The fire dragon collided with the barrier, and Asif's expression shifted from disdain to shock. What's happening? Why can't I even break through the defense of a mere peak golden core cultivator? This time, it wasn't his physical body but a magical treasure. No, why? How is this possible? Why am I getting weaker? Suddenly, he began babbling incoherently, refusing to believe this fact, his expression turning manic. He poured more mana into the ancient lamp, sending wave after wave of fire dragons toward the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions continued, but the barrier remained unyielding. Before long, Asif started panting, sweat pouring down his forehead, clearly running out of mana. Given all these signs, he had to accept the reality that the Emmet had used some demonic technique to suppress his cultivation. Enough? At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ear. Asif suddenly felt an intense pain in his divine sense. His cultivation, divine sense, and everything else were suppressed by immortal suppressing techniques, leaving his divine sense at only late-stage golden core. Virgil's divine sense was at early-stage nascent soul, and under the sneak attack, Asif couldn't react in time. The pain forced him to urgently mobilize his divine sense in defense. Virgil seized this opportunity, swiftly withdrawing his divine sense, moving his body, and appearing in front of Asif in an instant. Before Asif could react, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Realizing this, Asif immediately abandoned his body, a stream of light rushing out and fleeing at maximum speed. Today's events were incomprehensible, but if he could escape, there would still be hope in the future. An old saying goes, a tree may be cut down, but if its roots are preserved, it can sprout again. But just then, he felt that infuriating suppressing force reappear. Instantly, his body felt trapped in mud, slowing down drastically. No. Asif's face showed despair as he felt a terrifying sword chi approaching from behind. Palamains later, with a loud bang, the nascent soul transformed into countless stars, dispersing in the universe. A powerful late-stage nascent soul expert, capable of rivaling a transforming god's realm after taking the pill, perished with hatred. If this news spread, it would shock the entire great Qing dynasty. Sister Roberta is truly amazing, Virgil thought without much emotional fluctuation, turning to look at Benita and flattering her. Benita turned and looked at him, pursing her lips, speechless. Although Virgil had told her before that Franz in his sea of consciousness could suppress others' cultivation, this was the first time she saw the technique in action. It could directly suppress a peak nascent soul expert to late-stage golden core, leaving her profoundly impressed. Now it's time to settle accounts with the Haley sect. Virgil lifted his eyes, gazing in a certain direction. The Haley sect was located in a valley. At this moment, in a grand hall within the sect, the remaining two nascent soul experts knew of Asif's death from his extinguished life lamp. They did not feel anger but deep fear. To know that Ancestor Asif was among the top experts in the entire great Qing dynasty, able to escape even when besieged by multiple nascent soul experts. Yet now, he was dead. Was it a transforming god's realm expert who acted? An Franzly figure of the Haley sect asked shakily. Hearing this, Berkeley Izzy's eyes trembled, wanting to refute but not knowing how. Just then, a frantic figure rushed into the hall, panic-stricken. Berkeley, it's not good. Somebody attacked us and instantly broke through the protective array. No one could match them. What? Both looked at the trembling figure kneeling below, their faces full of fear. The mountain protection array was a high-grade nascent soul formation. Even a late-stage nascent soul expert couldn't break it in a short time. Yet now it had been breached effortlessly. Could it be that transforming God's realm expert came to settle scores? Chapter 2:18. Coming to the door. This is the Haley sect, isn't it? Virgil released his divine sense, covering the valley below, with a sneer on his face. The valley was shrouded in mist all year round, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. In the middle stood the renowned Haley sect of the Deijin dynasty. There's an upper-grade infant stage formation here in the valley. Standing atop a mountain peak near the valley, Virgil looked down with a smile. I need your help, Avril. As one of the powerful sects that had thrived for thousands of years without decline in Deijin, the Haley sect naturally had a protective formation. Above the valley hovered a massive bowl-shaped light dome, enveloping the entire valley. There was a restriction on flight above, making it impossible to fly through, while the dome could withstand attacks from late-stage core formation cultivators. As a chain touched the dome, its power began to diminish. Sister Roberta, it depends on you, Virgil said, glancing at the Noel beside him with a smile. Benita wasted no time. She raised her hand, and a long sword appeared in her grasp. She slashed with a single stroke. Boom. Suddenly, the ground in the valley below began to shake violently as if hit by an earthquake. Palamains later, the barrier covering the sky above the valley cracked with a sharp sound, expanding like floodgates opening. Soon, the barrier was covered with countless cracks. With a wave of his hand, Virgil delivered the final blow, causing the barrier to collapse. Let's go. There won't be a Haley sect in Deijin anymore. Virgil turned and spoke gently to the Noel beside him. No killing, just injure them when necessary. As they walked into the valley, several figures suddenly flew forward, blocking their path with cold faces. Who are you? How dare you intrude on our Haley sect and destroy our formation? Do you know? A half-step core formation Franz led them. Upon seeing Virgil's face clearly, his expression became incredibly fearful. Recently, news of a madman killing Avril Arlen had spread throughout the Haley sect. Virgil's appearance was already familiar to all disciples. Thus, he immediately recognized the intruder. Seeing him come to the door, he turned to the surrounding cultivators and said, "You hold him off. I'll inform the sect master." With that, he turned and fled. The disciples glanced at each other before someone shouted, "Kill the intruder!" As he spoke, the others followed suit, taking out their magical treasures and attacking with their cultivation power. These were all peak golden core cultivators. Even a later stage bone silver cultivator would die miserably under their combined assault. But in the next moment, their treasures were blasted away by a surge of sword chi. Their faces went pale as they were hit by the sword chi and flown backward, smashing into several pavilions. However, hearing the commotion, more Haley sect disciples rushed over, blocking the two with murderous intent. "Who are you? How dare you intrude on our Haley sect? Attack together, kill him." Seeing the eager Haley sect disciples, Virgil smiled coldly. He suddenly pulled a corpse from his storage bag and threw it on the ground. Ancestor Burton. He's dead. Could he have been killed by this villain? At the sight of this, the previously determined Haley sect disciples felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads. They all took a few steps back, fear spreading across their faces. Everyone knew Ancestor Fuller's name. To think he was dead now made them feel as if the heavens had collapsed. Virgil watched them coldly. "The Haley sect has sent people to assassinate me twice. Today, I'm here to settle accounts." His voice echoed like thunder, causing the Haley sect disciples' faces to turn ashen. The force of his words shook their spirits. Hundreds of Haley sect disciples did not dare step forward. Virgil paid them no mind, turning his gaze toward the main hall ahead. Sensing two core formation auras there, he said indifferently, "Haley sect master, get out here." Palamanes later, two figures appeared outside the hall, staring at him from afar. The leader was a middle-aged man in dark green robes, exuding the aura of a mid-stage core formation cultivator, the current sect master of the Haley sect. The other was a dev named Finn, and Franz of the Haley sect, hunched and looking incredibly aged, radiating early-stage core formation energy. Upon seeing Ancestor Fuller's body, both focused their divine senses on the nearby couple, sensing their cultivation levels. They believed these two had hidden their true strength. "What do you seek?" asked Sect Master Izzy, appearing bitter. Even their ancestor had been killed. He dared not resist. "What do you think I want?" Virgil stared coldly at him. "Our Haley sect will give up all our wealth. We only ask for mercy." "Mercy? And what if I spare you, but you turn around and retaliate?" Virgil laughed coldly. "Then what does Senior desire?" "You, and he, recognize me as your master." Virgil pointed at the sect master and the dev. "Impossible." Finn's face turned red, shouting, "This dev will never be enslaved." Before he could finish, Virgil casually slapped him, sending him flying into the ancestral hall and crashing into the shrine housing the ancestral tablets. Instantly, numerous tablets scattered on the ground. "Avril Gladys!" Izzy exclaimed, instantly releasing his divine sense. Seeing the bloodied Franz lying among the broken tablets, he looked increasingly grim. Virgil remained indifferent. "Remember, this isn't a negotiation. It's an order." Hearing this, Izzy looked distressed. Eventually, he couldn't bring himself to fight to the death and begged, "I can recognize Senior as my master, but please let the Haley sect remain. Senior can become the sect master, and we will follow your orders." "I'm not interested," Virgil said coldly. Pausing, he added, "However, you can continue being the sect master. I won't interfere, but you must follow my commands." Hearing the Haley sect would be preserved, Izzy sighed, knowing this was the best outcome. "Senior, I will accept the slave mark." After asking the Franz for help to suppress their cultivation, Virgil successfully planted a slave mark in their minds. He then entered the hall and placed a slave mark on the dev before turning to Izzy. "Arrange living quarters for me and hand over all the Haley sect's cultivation resources. Remember, all of it. If any is withheld." This translation adheres to the original text structure and tone, ensuring fluency and accuracy in conveying the story's progression. Chapter 219. Punishment. Is this all of the Haley sect's possessions? It was already daylight. In a quiet courtyard, Virgil sat beside a stone table, tapping his fingers rhythmically on its surface. His dark, ink-like eyes glanced at the storage bag on the table. "Sir, this storage bag contains all the possessions of the Haley sect. Whether it's magical treasures, pills, medicinal herbs, or spirit stones, everything is inside. It even includes what Avril Gladys and I had on us. Nothing has been omitted." Izzy stood before him, trembling with fear. Virgil retracted his gaze and projected his divine sense into the storage bag, waving his hand dismissively. "You may withdraw." "Yes." Izzy felt relieved, gave a slight bow, and backed away with fear still etched on his face. With only Benita remaining in the courtyard, Virgil extended his divine sense into the space within the storage bag. The storage bag was enormous, easily over 1,000 cubic meters. Inside were mountains of spirit stones, magical treasures, and medicinal herbs. At first glance, there were approximately 9.5 million spirit stones. Magical treasures were countless. Disregarding the lesser magical weapons and spiritual tools, there were several dozen pill refining tools and 3 pieces of mid-grade infant treasures. Virgil didn't feel too excited since magical treasures were no longer something he lacked. His attention focused on the pile of medicinal herbs stacked like a small hill inside the storage bag, causing a stir in his heart. He quickly retrieved them all with a flicker of his divine sense. In the next moment, the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, piled high in various kinds. First grade, second grade, third grade, and fourth-grade medicinal herbs dazzle the eye. I wonder if there are any infant formation fruits. Virgil's eyes landed on the pile, searching through it with his divine sense. Soon, his eyes brightened. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a blood-red herb from the pile. Blood spirit grass. His eyes fixated on it. A ripple of emotion surged within him. This herb could be used to refine a fourth-grade pill, blood spirit pill. Consuming it could increase an infant-stage cultivator's mana. Being an early-stage fourth-grade pill, its effects far surpassed those of soul-swallowing pills. After searching, he found 10 such plants, enough to refine 10 batches of blood spirit pills with other ingredients. Shifting his gaze, Virgil continued to search the mountainous pile of medicinal herbs and soon discovered 9 earth-yellow vines. Earth-jan vine. This plant was of a higher grade, suitable for refining mid-grade fourth-grade earth-jan pills, which similarly enhance cultivation. However, his divine sense wasn't advanced enough yet to refine it, so he stored it away for future use. Then, Virgil waved his hand again, pulling out a white fruit from among the medicinal herbs. Infant formation fruit. Taking a deep breath, Virgil stared at the fruit that resembled a starfruit. His eyes gleamed as he could hear his heartbeat clearly. This fruit was the one needed to refine transformation pill, exactly as described in the alchemy book. With this fruit, I can proceed to refine the transformation pill and break through to the infant stage. Suppressing his excitement, Virgil waved his hand to store the medicinal herbs back and fetched thousands of porcelain bottles from the storage back. All contained pills, but most were low-grade. Among them, there were hundreds of third-grade pills and a dozen fourth-grade pills. A quick scan revealed that among the third-grade pills, 50 were soul-swallowing pills, while others like explosive soul pills, which weren't particularly useful to him now, were mostly ignored. Additionally, there were 5 blood spirit pills. The rest were mainly for restoring mana and healing injuries, less useful to him. So he simply put them away, taking out another storage bag. This was Fuller's storage bag. Scanning it with his divine sense, he found an ancient lamp he had previously used, along with several bottles of fourth-grade heavenly spring pills for mana restoration. Besides these, there were over 5 million spirit stones. After tallying up his gains, Virgil took out the ancient lamp. This should be a high-grade infant treasure. When activated, the fire dragon within could force even late-stage infant cultivators to retreat. Before activation, it appeared as a simple, old-fashioned lantern with a weak flame that seemed about to go out at any moment. Once activated, however, even late-stage infant cultivators would retreat before the fire dragon. Unfortunately, his current level of power was insufficient to activate it, so he stored it away for later refinement. Putting everything away, Virgil felt pleased. Summoning to Benita, he planned to share half of what he obtained with her. Since Benita was not an alchemist, the medicinal herbs were useless to her, so he kept them for himself. But much to his surprise, she didn't want them. Reluctantly, after some insistence, she finally accepted. Now that's better. Seeing her accept, Virgil smiled. Benita rolled her eyes at him, saying, "By the way, my cultivation is almost ready to form an infant. With all the resources we got this time, I can boost my cultivation to the infant stage. Can't your small tower change the flow of time? I want to enter it for a closed-door cultivation." Over the past few days, facing dangers, she noticed she relied heavily on the mysterious presence within Virgil, hardly contributing herself. She did not want to become a burden. Hearing this, Virgil fell silent. Benita had only 10 years left. To him, the flowery relic tower, which could alter time, was a divine artifact, but to her, it was akin to poison. Yet, he didn't want to tell her the truth and cause her unnecessary worry. After a moment of thought, he gently held her hand and whispered, "Maureen, the senior said your cultivation can't reach the transformation stage. If you do, the curse will be uncontrollable. Therefore, I don't want you to continue cultivating. So I won't break through to the transformation stage. I'll just reach the infant stage." Benita looked at him in confusion. Virgil sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't easily placate her. "Are you hiding something from me?" Seeing his hesitation, Benita frowned. "What could I hide from you?" Virgil met her eyes tenderly. Not convinced, she sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he embraced her and lied softly. "Each floor of the flowery relic tower has a limit on the number of people who can enter. Now, I can only activate 2 floors, each allowing 1 person. Mitzi is currently in closed-door cultivation on the 1st floor, and I am on the 2nd, so I apologize for this inconvenience." Seeing his apologetic eyes, Benita blinked, softening in his embrace. "I won't go in then. I know what you're worried about. I swear, I will never treat you as a burden. No matter when, you will always be Maureen, the one I love the most." Virgil looked down, gazing at her breathtakingly beautiful face, speaking with utmost sincerity. The person in his arms didn't say anything, only pursing her lips slightly. "Also, since you dared to doubt me, I must punish you." Virgil looked at her and smiled gently. She was exceptionally tall among women but only reached just above his chin. Before Benita could react, Virgil suddenly leaned down, his cool lips pressing against hers. For a moment, warm breath brushed her face. Benita's eyes widened in shock, staring at the face inches from hers, feeling as if a current had passed through her body, sapping all strength. Eventually, she closed her eyes. Note: please maintain appropriate content sensitivity based on your audience. Chapter 220, Repairing the Array. 15 minutes later, Virgil touched his lips, feeling a lingering warmth as if the fragrance of a fair maiden still clung to them. This kiss felt completely different from when Xiao Darby had bitten him that time. The emotions he experienced were also different. Even now, he was somewhat dazed, not quite believing he had kissed Maureen, and she hadn't resisted. After a considerable while, Virgil shook his head and looked at the empty courtyard. Perhaps she had run off out of shyness. In such matters, no matter how strong or talented a Noelle might be, she always had thicker skin than men, except for Darby. After inwardly berating himself, Virgil sent out his divine sense and communicated with Izzy and Finn, instructing them to come over. Soon, 2 figures arrived in the yard. It was indeed Izzy and Finn. After taking the medicinal pill, Finn's injuries had improved considerably, and he could Chang move around. At this moment, he dared not mention anything about preferring death to slavery. He had clearly been scared by the slap from Virgil earlier. Note: Donghua is translated as could Chang move around, to maintain the tone and meaning of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Virgil looked at the two men and said coolly, "The major protective array outside the valley was destroyed by me previously. You two go repair it." He intended to make this place his base camp. With a late-stage infant grade array, he could feel more at ease. Izzy hesitated and replied, "Sir, that array has always been maintained by our ancestor. We do not know how to repair it." Virgil frowned and said, "What a waste. How did you become sect leader in Franz without knowing how to repair your own array?" Embarrassed, they didn't dare to retort. "You two can step back. I'll repair it myself," Virgil decided, not wanting to press them further. A high-grade infant-level array was difficult to set up, but repairing it wasn't impossible. As an array master capable of setting up peak pill-grade arrays, and with his divine sense now surpassing the infant stage, he could give it a try. Besides, he still had the guidance of the senior expert. Upon hearing that Virgil would repair it himself, the two looked stunned. Virgil ignored them and stepped out of the yard. Though Virgil hadn't asked them to follow, Izzy and Finn respectfully tagged along. Thus, early that morning, disciples of the Haley sect saw their sect leader and Franz respectfully trailing behind the young man from the previous day, wandering through the sect grounds. No one dared mock this scene since that young man was known to have killed even Avril Burton. The array is called the Black Tortoise Array. It needs to be set up on specific terrain. It has 98,000 array eyes. To repair it, first fill the array eyes with spirit stones, then mend the broken array patterns. The exact positions of the array eyes are imprinted in your mind. Virgil contacted the senior after leaving the yard. Sure enough, the senior knew the method and gave him the instructions. Shortly thereafter, Virgil's memory received additional information about the Black Tortoise Array. He headed to the nearest array eye, where an old locust tree stood. Throwing 10 spirit stones into the trunk, they vanished inside. Having dealt with this array eye, Virgil continued to the next one, casually asking, "Have you two done anything particularly bad these past years?" "We have," they admitted sheepishly. "You're surprisingly honest," Virgil observed, throwing another 10 spirit stones at a rock nearby, which instantly disappeared into the stone. The two looked awkward. Virgil changed the subject. "How strong are the Qing family and the Fuyao sect?" "They're comparable to the Haley sect. The Qing family has a late-stage infant realm Franz who doesn't involve himself in affairs. As for the Fuyao sect, it's the top sect of the Great Qing Empire with several dozen infant realm experts," explained Izzy, clearly wary of mentioning the Fuyao sect. Several dozen infant realm experts, Virgil mused, focusing on repairing the array. By noon, Virgil and the two men had been moving around the Haley sect, replenishing spirit stones in the array eyes and fixing broken patterns. With the senior's instructions, the process wasn't too difficult but was time-consuming. 3 hours later, Virgil had covered most of the Haley sect territory, finally filling the necessary spots and repairing the broken patterns. He then left the mountain gate, as the array covered the entire valley, extending beyond the gate. Dressed in a green robe, Virgil walked alone in the valley, seeking array eyes and broken patterns. Initially, Izzy and Finn followed closely, but finding them obstructive, he dismissed them, letting them do what they pleased since they couldn't assist anyway. After several hours, he sighed lightly, noting there were just over 100 remaining patterns to fix. Not hurrying, he sat down to rest, as continuous use of divine sense had exhausted him. However, repairing the high-grade infant array enhanced his understanding of arrays. His divine sense subtly expanded to cover 1,050 feet, but still fell short of the 2,000 feet range for mid-stage infant realms. Rested, Virgil got up and continued working. An hour later, standing under an ancient tree, Virgil sketched the final array pattern with his divine sense, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. There. With the successful repair, no grand event occurred, but Izzy and Finn sensed it, looking up at the transparent barrier overhead. "It's done." Both felt profound emotion, amazed that Virgil could repair the array without prior knowledge, likely indicating he was a master of arrays. Finn asked his sect leader quietly, "Sect leader, will we really be slaves forever? What else can we do?" I don't think he's a nascent soul expert. Though his attack was powerful, I felt I could resist it. It might have been my perception being suppressed. Now it's too late to talk about this. Our ancestor was definitely killed by him. No matter his cultivation, destroying our array and killing our ancestor is enough. Izzy was clear-eyed about the situation. Indeed. Avril Gladys sighed, accepting the inevitable. With the slave mark planted, their fates were tied to Virgil. Also, select some women to send to the Lord. With the ancestor dead, we must firmly bind this Lord to ensure a bright future for the Haley sect. Translation ends here. Please provide more content if needed. Chapter 221. Are you busy tonight? After repairing the array, Virgil returned to the small courtyard. Night had fallen once more. The moon hung high over the branches, casting a tranquil silence over the yard, with only one room illuminated by a faint light. Virgil approached the window and peeked inside, noticing that it was Maureen who had returned. She sat before a desk, pen in hand, drawing something unknown. Curious, Virgil quietly pushed open the door and entered. However, Benita had already heard him and turned her head to ask, "Finished with the repairs?" Virgil nodded and moved behind her, glancing at the table. He saw a pile of discarded paper and asked, "Maureen, what are you doing?" "I'm organizing my sword techniques. This is a very powerful method, with immense killing power. It should be useful for you." Benita kept her head down, eyes on the Xian paper where she sketched a Noelle wielding a sword. A figure that wasn't herself but seemed to be performing an extremely powerful sword technique. "Where did you learn this sword technique?" Virgil asked, slightly surprised. He had always been curious about this. Maureen's strength was unreasonable. She could slay Yuan-ing with just a golden core. Learned it in a dream, Benita replied, still looking down. In a dream. Virgil's eyes flashed as he recalled the senior cultivator's words about Benita's past life, being a very powerful practitioner. Could this be a memory awakening? Virgil didn't know if this was good or bad, feeling a mixture of joy and worry. Uneasy, he asked, Maureen, apart from these techniques, did you experience anything else in your dreams? Benita paused, noticing his concerned gaze, then shook her head. I only recall fragments. Her eyes reflected confusion, uncertain of the relationship between the powerful Noelle in her dreams and herself. She felt that person was incredibly strong but not happy. Rather, quite pitiful. Just fragments. After pondering, Virgil relaxed a bit and decided to ask the senior later if there might be any issues. He picked up a sheet of Xin paper that had been drawn on and abandoned. It depicted a faceless Noelle holding a sword. At this point, Benita put down her brush and sighed. I can't draw it. These things seem beyond words or images. She was troubled. Though she could follow the movements from her dreams, teaching someone else was a challenge as she lacked prior experience. Virgil comforted her. It's fine. If you can't draw them, perhaps they belong solely to you, unattainable by others. Benita looked serious. Since I can't show it on paper, I'll demonstrate personally. Trust me, learning this sword technique will elevate your strength. All right. Virgil nodded, understanding the power of Benita's swordsmanship, possibly created by her past self. Let's wait until dawn. It's late today. Rest early. Cultivators didn't need much sleep, but spent most of their time in meditation. With that agreement, Virgil left the room without further disturbance. Wait. Virgil turned back at the sudden voice, looking at her curiously. Benita hesitated, then asked, Are you busy tonight? Why? I have to advance my cultivation technique to the 4th level and prepare for the formation of a fetus, attempting to refine a 4th-grade elixir. Virgil counted his tasks on his fingers. I see. Go practice then. Benita suppressed her disappointment. Good night. Virgil nodded and left the room. Only the dim candlelight remained, illuminating her beautiful face intermittently. She stepped away from the desk, moving towards the window. A gentle breeze blew as she admired the clear night sky, the Milky Way shimmering brightly. Benita gazed at the moon dominating the night sky, lost in thought. He always seemed so busy. Though she wanted him to accompany her to watch the full moon, he was too occupied. So, maybe she shouldn't trouble him. Back in his room, Virgil scanned with his divine sense, noticing Benita standing by the window. He sighed, sensing her troubles but knowing she wouldn't share. Shaking off his thoughts, he began practicing the Taishang immortal scripture. The next day at noon, boom, 1,000-zhang tall mountain was suddenly split into 2 halves by a narrow beam of sword light. The top half crashed to the ground, producing a deafening roar. Nearby, Benita retracted her sword and turned to him. That was the first strike. Virgil stared at the severed mountain. That single strike could kill a peak golden core cultivator and withstand an attack from a Yuan-ing. Sensing the sword intent, he gave a strange look. Maureen, is this strike named Mountain Sever? I don't know. Benita shook her head. Virgil took a deep breath. I've learned this strike. Seeing Benita's puzzled gaze, he didn't explain, instead taking out a longsword and closing his eyes before abruptly swinging it. In an instant, the world seemed to consist only of that sword light, an elongated blade, like a great chasm, cutting through mountains with an indomitable will. Just like before, the mountain collapsed cleanly. Benita stared at the fading sword light. That's it. Where did you learn this? Virgil smiled and pulled out a scroll from his storage bag. I got it from some demon tribes while in the state of Qi. He hadn't expected this strike to be related to Benita's first one. Destiny indeed has its wonders. Then I'll teach you the second strike. Benita nodded. I remember 4 strikes in total, each one stronger than the last. The second strike can defeat a Yuan-ing, the third can kill one, and the fourth can shake even a mid-stage Yuan-ing. Virgil watched her intently as she closed her eyes, slowly gathering an aura around her. Standing there, she seemed like a sheathed sword. Suddenly, the sword unsheathed, with a powerful strike towards the heavens. If the first strike cut through rivers and mountains, then the second sliced through the void. The narrow beam of sword light turned black, as if trying to pierce a hole in the sky. Boom. The strike impacted the heavens, making the surrounding space tremble. Virgil was astonished. Although it didn't sever the void, it wasn't due to weakness in the technique, but because Benita was only at peak golden core. Were she at Yuan-ing's stage, she could truly shatter the heavens with one strike. Chapter 222. The Price of Immortality. This sword. Suddenly, within the Forsaken World Tower, a startled voice echoed. That predecessor seemed to have seen that Noelle once more, the one who had looked down upon all gods and demons with unparalleled talent, even admired by that very person. Could it be her? Impossible. How could this be possible? A dead immortal's consciousness dissipates. Rebirth in this life is not possible. This is the price of eternal life. No one can defy it, nor has anyone ever defied it. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. But this Noelle seems somehow connected to her, able to wield this sword technique. He had not lost his composure like this for a long time. Fortunately, everything happening here was sealed off, so Virgil could not hear it. At this moment, Virgil had his eyes closed, savoring the sword strike Benita had just delivered. Then, gripping the long sword tightly, he imitated Benita's previous actions and slashed at the sky. However, the sword sheet only stretched a few dozen feet before dissipating amidst the heavens and earth. Opening his eyes, Virgil felt somewhat helpless. This sword technique was indeed powerful, but, forgive his incompetence, he really hadn't learned it. However, if such an advanced sword technique could be mastered at first glance, then he would indeed be an extremely rare genius throughout history. Sighing inwardly, Virgil calmed down, mulling over something deeply. He always felt that compared to Benita, he lacked something. Thus, when using the same method, the power of his sword strike was worlds apart from hers. The essence of this sword lies in its intent, not its form. You need to understand the belief I held when I executed this move, the intent. If the previous sword represented the peak of core formation, then this sword represents the peak of nascent soul. As long as my cultivation is sufficient, no nascent soul cultivator can withstand it. As for that belief, from the moment I gripped the sword, even celestial gods and demons above are but ants, insignificant and easily crushed. Benita raised her chin, not hastening to demonstrate the third move. Her voice was light, yet carried a condescending arrogance toward all gods and demons. Virgil listened intently, reflecting on the first time he used donghua. At that moment, a faint sense of magnanimity rose within him. No matter how tall a mountain stands, as long as it obstructs my path, I shall cleave through it with a single sword stroke. It was precisely this belief that gave donghua such immense power. As for Sword 2, Benita's explanation was straightforward. It required the belief that everything under heaven is beneath contempt, nothing more than insects. Though he knew the answer, Virgil couldn't help but sigh. Some things are not so simple to achieve just by knowing them. Throughout history, knowing is easy, doing is hard. Unity of knowledge and action is the realm of sages. That kind of belief where all living beings are regarded as ants. He didn't possess it, and pretending wouldn't fool his heart. Ultimately, he couldn't execute this sword. Sister Roberta, there's no need to demonstrate the third move now. Let me study this second move first, Virgil said dispiritedly. His initial enthusiasm for the remaining sword techniques waned. Learning a powerful sword technique that he couldn't master seemed futile. Noticing his low mood, Benita comforted him. Think it over carefully. Come to me if you have any questions. Feeling warmth in his heart, Virgil nodded and returned to the small courtyard with Benita. Upon entering, they found many women had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Almost all these women were stunning beauties handpicked from 100 others, encompassing various types, some delicate, some alluring, some aloof. Upon seeing him, they collectively performed a salute. Servants greet the master. Virgil was taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire about their identities, he saw Benita walking into the room beside them. Sister Roberta, where are you going? Virgil called out to her retreating figure. To meditate. Benita did not stop, pushing open the door and walking in without revealing any emotions. Seeing this, the women looked at her retreating back with curiosity. Even though they were all women, they still felt inferior in her presence, unable to help but feel ashamed. After all, that green-robed Noelle was not only beautiful but exuded an otherworldly grace that none of them possessed, akin to a celestial maiden who had accidentally descended into the mortal world. Palmains later, the door closed again, Benita's figure vanishing behind it. Virgil wasn't sure if she was angry. Sighing, he sat at the stone table, scanning the group of women before him. Taking a sip of tea offered by a young Sylvia, he said calmly, "Tell me, what's going on? Who sent you here, Izzy?" His eyes focused on the group of women, who were dressed in revealing attire, skirts barely covering key areas. Smooth legs peeked out beneath the skirts, making even him feel a bit flustered. Fortunately, his resolve held strong. "We came voluntarily, we are willing to serve the Lord, as servants or maids," one of the women replied, intentionally puffing out her impressive chest. Her figure was already top-notch among the group. This gesture only made her look even more voluptuous, ensuring her children wouldn't lack milk. "Oh, voluntarily?" Virgil lifted the teacup, taking a sip, his gaze half smiling as it scanned her body. "Yes, we came voluntarily. It's our honor to serve someone like you," another voice chimed in, similarly puffing out her chest. Unwilling to lose to the first speaker, this young Sylvia tried the same move. Unfortunately, her development clearly lagged behind, leaving her at a disadvantage despite her striking face, which promised future beauty, leveling the score somewhat. "That's enough. Whether you came voluntarily or were sent by Izzy, go back. I don't need servants," Virgil waved dismissively. He understood Izzy's intentions well. But currently, he truly had neither the time nor inclination to waste energy on matters of lust. He had much to accomplish. In the distant future, he needed to break through to false immortal within 10 years to give Benita a sliver of hope. In the immediate term, he needed to cultivate the supreme immortal scripture to the 4th level, refine the infant transformation pill, and break through to nascent soul. Yes. The women dared not disobey his words, and left with mixed expressions. The two who spoke earlier claimed everyone came voluntarily, though it was partly true, they also harbored expectations. After all, they were carefully cultivated disciples of the Haley sect. Almost all knew their destiny, to be given away as gifts to consolidate relationships with influential figures. Being servants or maids would be considered fortunate. Some old monsters might brutally kill them afterward, and the Haley sect wouldn't seek retribution for them. Better to find a relatively better option while they could. At least Virgil didn't seem like a killer, and he appeared quite young, yet he seemed uninterested in them. Indeed, with that beautiful Noelle around, why would he look at them? The image of the green-robed Noelle floated before their eyes, causing them to sigh lightly. Chapter 223, The Demon Extermination Assembly. Dismissed the women, Virgil moved his divine sense and transmitted a sound message to Izzy to come over. Palmains later, in the courtyard, Izzy stood trembling in front of Virgil like a student caught in the act by his teacher. Virgil's eyes coldly fixed on him. "These women, you called them here, right?" Izzy had been closely monitoring the situation in the courtyard. Seeing the women leave, he knew that Virgil had dismissed them. Now under Virgil's gaze, sweat poured down his forehead. "I only thought His Excellency works hard and deserved some service from them. There was no other intention. Don't do such self-presumed foolish acts again." Virgil gave him a stern look and said, "You may leave now." "Yes." Izzy's face revealed a bitter smile, realizing Virgil seemed indifferent to women. This miscalculation left him with no choice but to slink away dejectedly. Virgil, after reprimanding him, stepped back into the room. Benita noticed this and the corner of her lips curled slightly. To cultivate the supreme immortal scripture to the 4th level will probably take 20 years. At the rate of Legacy Tower's 100-fold time flow speed, it's just 2.5 months. Inside the Legacy Tower, Virgil sat cross-legged on the ground. 2.5 months. Virgil murmured softly, closed his eyes, and began meditating, fully focusing on cultivating the supreme immortal scripture. A few days later, news of the events at the Haley sect spread throughout the whole of Dejin. Master Zhang, please follow me. At this moment, within the Fuyao sect, a young Taoist child led a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples into the main hall. The middle-aged man, Joab, was a renowned strongman in Dejin and also the head of the Zhang family, highly prominent in the entire realm. The two entered the hall where about 8 or 9 nether transformation powerhouses were already present. Greetings, Lord Zhang. Seeing him, all the nether transformation powerhouses rose from their seats and greeted him. Joab smiled in return, glancing over each face. Recently, the Fuyao sect had widely distributed invitations, inviting well-known nether transformation powerhouses from Dejin to join forces in eradicating a demon. Half of those present did not know the so-called demon personally, merely seeking to curry favor with the Fuyao sect. The other half comprised families of cultivators who had died outside the market town, harboring enmity towards Virgil. Hearing that Virgil had exterminated the notorious Fuller, they especially came to band together for strength. Soon, Joab saw a half-closed-eyed black-robed man, who did not stand up and bow as the others had. This is Ep1of2 Mountain, brother of Thorn. One brother practices body refinement, the other cultivates Tao. His cultivation is near late nether transformation. Recollecting this information, Joab bowed. Taoist Donghua is here too? That demon killed my younger brother. Naturally, I cannot miss the Fuyao sect's alliance to slay the demon, Ep responded. Unlike the burly Thorn, he was dressed like a Adrian. Elio Zhang and I share similar misfortunes. Cultivators from our Zhang family have also been butchered by that demon. Alas, that demon's strength is formidable, even capable of killing someone like Fuller. I lack the means to avenge them, Joab sighed, taking a seat at the front chair. At this moment, a white-robed Noel gracefully walked in. Qing.The palace has arrived. Perhaps nearly 70% of Dejin's nether transformation forces are here. All eyes turned to her, with hushed murmurs beginning. Ignoring the surrounding noise, the white-robed Noel walked straight to a chair, lightly closing her eyes and recalling the parting words of her sect leader before leaving. The essence of the message was to maintain superficial relations with the Fuyao sect without providing any actual assistance. As she recalled, a jovial voice rang out overhead. Welcome all fellow cultivators to the Demon Extermination Assembly. It was a middle-aged man in scholar attire, fair-faced and beardless, appearing refined. Despite his scholarly appearance, his inner energy was formidable. Joab immediately stood up, saluting the man who appeared first in the sky, Elio Gladys. The white-robed Noel from Qing.The Palace, Ep, and other nether transformation cultivators also stood and saluted. This scholar-dressed man was one of the most prestigious figures in all of Dejin, the Fuyao sect's patriarch, Dennis. He bowed back, please everyone, feel free. You must all know the reason for your invitation. In recent times, a vicious demon has emerged in Dejin, merciless and filled with demonic nature. They have slaughtered cultivators from several major forces, causing serious panic and a terrible impact. We cultivators cannot let such an abominable being run free. Everyone agrees, right? His passionate speech omitted why Virgil had killed people. Those in the know would not spoil the show, and the uninformed, being wise, understood the situation and voiced their agreement. What Elio Gladys says makes sense. Such a demon, we must eradicate. For a moment, the hall resounded with voices full of fervor, faces flushed and excited. Seeing this effect, Dennis smiled and said, this demon is currently in the Haley sect, still roaming free. So today, I, Gladys, decide to join all present to slay this villain and restore peace to the world and clear skies to the heavens, and give closure to those lost. Strong, resonant words met immediate responses. Our Junmen Mountain will join Elio Gladys to kill this villain. Our Zhang family wishes to work with the Fuyao sect to destroy this demon. Our Baiswang Mountain vows to exterminate this demon, one after another. Dennis's gaze shifted to the white-robed Noel with a smile. What about Fairy Axliu? What does Qing.The Palace think? She remained silent unlike others. Meeting his gaze, the white-robed Noel expressed regret. Qing.The Palace's strength is modest, unsuitable for participating in disputes between major forces. Please understand, Master Gladys. Dennis frowned slightly but kept calm, knowing someone would speak up soon for him. Sure enough, a derisive voice sounded in the hall. Your Qing.The Palace claims to be a prestigious sect, yet you seek to remain aloof in matters of eliminating evil for Dejin. A disgrace. The white-robed Noel looked at the speaker without emotion. He was a Franz figure from another force, mid-nether transformation cultivator. Whispers spread around the hall, criticizing Qing.The Palace's hypocrisy, but she showed no reaction. Qing.The Palace's cultivation methods inherently fostered purity and detachment. Moreover, her state was nearly at the stage of transcending emotions, immune to such words. Since Qing.The Palace declines, let's not pressure Fairy Axliu. Not everyone shares our lofty ideals, Dennis replied with a smile, laced with irony. Still showing no emotion, the white-robed Noel simply bowed and left the hall. Hypocrite. Ep muttered disdainfully. Dennis smiled gently. Donghua, don't worry. Let's plan the details for slaying this demon. Why plan? With so many of us, we can storm his place directly and wipe him out. Ep sneered. Let's be patient, fellow Taoist. That demon is extremely powerful, even killing old Master Fuller. Likely a peak nether transformation great cultivator. Dennis shook his head. Hearing great cultivator, a wary flicker crossed everyone's eyes. Taoist Elio Zhang, any input from Avril Zhang? Dennis asked Joab. Berkeley Gladys, rest assured. My father will take action then. Translation ends here. Very well, at that time. Senior Lihua from our Fuyao sect will also take action. Together, we will have 2 late nether transformation powerhouses, more than enough to deal with this demon. So, it's settled then. Everyone, please prepare and gather at the Haley sect early next month to eliminate this devil. The translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it is natural and fluent while keeping the storyline coherent with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 224, Another Winter. Fuyao sect, the Zhang family, by Axel Mountain, and over a dozen other forces will jointly attack the Haley sect next month to kill Brock. At Liuli Pavilion, a Noelle dressed in a splendid red gown stood by the window. Her elegant and majestic appearance was unparalleled. Listening to the fronds behind her reporting, her eyebrows, which seemed as elusive as smoke, slightly furrowed. Unconsciously, she recalled the young man in the green robe. After that day, she carefully reviewed the battle but found it increasingly suspicious. She was absolutely certain that Virgil's cultivation back then was no more than late gold core. He was only at the foundation establishment stage, even though his physical body was at mid-silver bone stage, yet it should not have been possible for him to kill so many people. Moreover, there were 2 early-stage nether-rank cultivators and 1 mid-stage nether-rank cultivator present. Any of them could easily have killed 10 of him with just one hand. Therefore, after Virgil left, she personally went to investigate the area where the battle took place. Unexpectedly, from the traces left by that battle, she deduced the power of that formation. It was merely at peak elixir tier. What was even stranger was that there were no signs of combat involving nether-rank cultivators on site. Otherwise, that area would likely have been obliterated. In that situation, those 3 nether-rank cultivators certainly wouldn't have deliberately suppressed their strength. Thus, Audrea had always been curious about how Virgil managed to neutralize the power of the nether-rank cultivators. Upon researching some ancient texts, she finally found an answer. The Divine Clan, Forbidden Divinity. Truly fascinating. This race has been extinct for so long, I didn't think it would re-emerge. Audrea murmured to herself, recalling the content she had read in an ancient book. It was a brief introduction to a clan that had vanished tens of thousands of years ago. The text mentioned that some members of this clan were born as divinities, and they possessed a powerful racial ability called Forbidden Divinity, which could suppress others' cultivation. However, such a bizarre race was seldom documented in later records, leaving few aware of its existence. Even fewer knew why it disappeared. Despite her distinguished status, Audrea vaguely knew that during that era, many races and powerful beings, including those like the Divine Clan, vanished along with the ancient Heavenly Court, the former ruler of the Four Abysses immortal realm, into the sands of time. Recalling these ancient secrets, Audrea turned to the fronds behind her and said, "Billy, please inform him and give them a heads up. Should we offer assistance? We cannot interfere in matters between the 8 desolates. It's best not to intervene. Besides, I don't think he will lose. Miss actually has such great confidence in this person." Time flew by, and it had been half a month since Virgil entered the world-forsaken tower. During this period, he sat motionlessly like a statue, oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, winter arrived unnoticed, and the first snow blanketed the land in white. In a grand hall of the Haley sect, Izzy stared intently at the Dominic kneeling before him. His brows furrowed tightly. "You say someone came to Huabu City to send you a message for me, stating that Fuyao sect and several major forces will attack our Haley sect next month to slay that great lord?" The Dominic was Duke, whom Virgil had met in Huabu City. Hearing the sect leader's words, he trembled nervously and replied, "Yes, that person was extremely powerful, undoubtedly a formidable nether-rank cultivator. Therefore, I believe what he said is likely true, so I immediately returned to report it to the sect leader." Izzy's frown deepened as he waved a hand. "Very good, you did well. If this information proves true, I will reward you handsomely. You may go now." "Yes," Duke bowed and exited the hall. "Who is this person? Why is he helping us? Is what he said really true?" After Duke left, Izzy pondered deeply, deciding that regardless of the veracity of the news, he must immediately inform the Great Lord. Since that day, even he hadn't seen the Great Lord for half a month. The latter had been secluded in his courtyard as if in seclusion. But now, he couldn't wait anymore. If this news were true, immediate action must be taken. Shortly, Izzy hesitated outside the courtyard, eventually raising his hand to knock on the door. A soft voice came from within. "Come in." Following the invitation, he entered and saw Noelle in a green robe sweeping the snow-covered courtyard early in the morning. Despite the snow, her attire appeared light and simple. Izzy hurriedly bowed. "In the future, miss, just command us, and I'll arrange for someone to do it. Your health is precious. If you catch a cold, the Great Lord might not spare me." "I'm not that fragile." Benita glanced at him indifferently. "Did you come to see him? What is it?" Izzy remembered his purpose and solemnly said, "Is the Great Lord still in seclusion? I have urgent news to report." "You can tell me. He's currently indisposed, and I'll relay it to him," Benita said coolly. Izzy hesitated. "I just received word that Fuyao sect, the Zhang family, by Axel Mountain, and other major forces will attack the Haley sect in a few days. I wish to seek the Great Lord's advice on how to respond." Benita paused. "All right, you may go. I'll inform him shortly. Please hurry. If this news is true, those people will arrive early next month." Izzy bowed and withdrew. Fuyao sect, the Zhang family, by Axel Mountain, and some nether-rank forces. In 3 days, only 3 days remain. Benita lost interest in sweeping, placing the broom aside and heading to Virgil's room. She opened the door and entered. The room was warm, filled with furniture made of sandalwood, and a small ancient tower rested quietly on the bed, emitting a misty white vapor. Her gaze lingered on the tower as she waited quietly. Inside the world-forsaken tower, Virgil slowly opened his eyes. To prevent accidents, he had set up a small array in the room before entering seclusion. If Benita needed to enter, he would be able to sense it. Now that the array was activated, he released his divine sense, detecting Benita entering the room. A puzzled look flashed across his eyes as he withdrew his divine sense. Palamaints later, Virgil appeared beside her, turning to glance out the window. "It's snowing again," he remarked nostalgically. Benita looked at him. They hadn't seen each other for half a month, and he seemed to have aged further. But then again, for her, it was only half a month, while for Virgil, it felt like several years. Maureen, what happened? Virgil turned from the window, looking at her with a gentle expression. Just now, Izzy informed me that Fuyao sect and many netherrank forces will attack the Haley sect in 3 days. Chapter 225, Breaking the Stalemate. Benita recounted what Izzy had just said. Mountains of Fuyao sect, the Baiwang mountain, the Zhang family, and some other forces. It sounds like a formidable coalition, but it's unknown how many Yuan cultivators they have. Virgil chuckled coldly. What should we do? Benita looked at him, worry in her eyes. In 3 days, it will be the beginning of next month. Virgil pondered. First, confirm the authenticity of this matter. I wonder how Izzy obtained this information. With a thought, his divine sense spread over the entire Haley sect, summoning Izzy to come over. Before long, Izzy stood inside the room, and Virgil inquired about the source of the information. Izzy then recounted the earlier events truthfully. Virgil then instructed him to bring Duke over. Reporting to Sir. Shortly after, a young man followed behind Izzy, walking into the room. His eyes flashed with a hint of fear when he saw Virgil. Who told you this information? Virgil fixed his gaze on the young man, recognizing him. I don't know his identity, Duke said, his face pale. After a moment's thought, he added, oh yes, he said if you don't believe me, mention the name of Miss Quora. You should understand then. Quora? Virgil's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling the mysterious Noelle he met at the Crystal Pavilion. Her name was Leanne, wasn't it? Could it be her? You may withdraw. I understand the matter. Virgil waved his hand, dismissing Duke while keeping Izzy behind. Yes, sir. Duke, filled with reverence, respectfully exited the room, only to realize later that his back had turned cold with sweat. After Duke left, Benita asked Virgil, do you know Miss Quora? It's probably her. We met at the Crystal Pavilion. She has an unusual background, even a late-stage Yuan cultivator follows her commands. Virgil nodded, pondering whether the information was true. The Noelle remained inscrutable, but for now, she didn't seem hostile. Moreover, she had no reason to harm him, so the message was likely genuine. Still, why would she help him? Shaking his head, unable to find an answer, Virgil looked aside. What do you think? Izzy stood silently, not speaking. Seeing Virgil turn to him, he clasped his hands and said, given such powerful forces working together, my suggestion is to avoid their main strength. Don't confront them directly. The Fuyao sect alone is immensely powerful, let alone the Zhang family, Baiwang mountain, and other Yuan level forces. Virgil remarked calmly, avoid their strength? Do you think they will let me go? Speechless, Izzy knew Virgil had killed too many of their people for them to easily forgive him. In his heart, he sighed. This battle could very well lead to the Haley sect's name being erased from the Great Qing realm, as Virgil would struggle to face so many forces unless he were a Hua-destined cultivator. Ultimately, one always needs support and backing. Fine, you may leave. Let's see what they can do to me. Virgil gave a cold laugh, waving Izzy away. He then turned his gaze to the snow outside, stepping out of the room and catching a snowflake in his palm. Watching it melt, his expression remained calm. He tilted his head to look at the gray, cloudy sky, which seemed to foreshadow something ominous. A gentle voice came from behind. I can reach the Yuan stage within a month. By then, my power will be greater, entering your small tower. 3 days should suffice. Virgil turned around, fetching a red fox fur cloak from his storage bag and draping it over her shoulders. They gazed at the sky together, and he whispered softly, no need. I have a plan. Trust me. Benita remained silent, watching his profile. She didn't understand why Virgil kept opposing her entering that small tower. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'll protect Maureen forever. Seeing her silence, Virgil smiled lightly, pulling her into his embrace, whispering reassuringly in her ear. Benita gently responded with a soft The next day, the sky was still gray, but the snow fell heavier than before. 2 days until the start of the next month. In the biting cold wind, Virgil stood alone outside the Haley sect, holding a red paper umbrella, gazing at the snowy landscape. The north wind howled desolately over the snow-covered ground, obscuring the view within a few miles. Breaking the stalemate. Virgil retracted his gaze, envisioning a chessboard enveloped in mist, black pieces representing the Fuyao sect, Zhang family, Baiwang mountain, and various Yuaning forces. His white piece was surrounded by the black pieces. Outnumbered and overwhelmed. How to break this stalemate? Virgil pondered. If there were Hua-destined experts involved, he would escape without hesitation. But just a group of Yuan cultivators, acting together though difficult to handle, were not invincible. This was also why he chose not to flee. Furthermore, upon questioning Izzy, the Fuyao sect might send at most 3 late-stage Yuan cultivators, unlikely all at once. Those cultivators usually secluded themselves, seeking ways to advance to the Hua-destined stage, rarely emerging unless the sect faced mortal danger. So, they might send 2 late-stage Yuan cultivators, plus 1 from the Zhang family, making 3. With the forebear capable of restraining 2, removing them from the battlefield could dissolve this supposed grand battle. Others worth noting include a near late-stage Yuan cultivator from Baiwang mountain. Apart from this, there wouldn't be any significant forces, but there would likely be many Yuan cultivators. Thus, swift action was essential, given their numerical disadvantage. My magical power has surpassed the 100-meth mark. With Jinxian, I can easily kill early-stage Yuan cultivators and have the strength to fight mid-stage ones. Virgil exhaled a long breath, gradually dissipating his concerns. No matter what, he would face each challenge as it came. He returned to the Haley sect and entered the Legacy Tower to boost his strength. Unbeknownst to everyone, a storm was brewing. Laughter and chatter still echoed around the Haley sect. Quiet before the storm. The next day, the snow stopped, and Dev in a gray robe appeared in the snowfield outside the Haley sect, looking toward the snow-covered valley ahead. Haley sect. Chapter 226 Opportunity. The next day, the snow stopped falling, and Franzly man, his entire body concealed in a gray robe, appeared in the snowy field outside the Haleyne sect, his gaze fixed on the snow-covered valley ahead. So that kid is here. A flock of birds foraging in the snow seemed to sense something, lifting their heads buried in the snow to look around. But the figure had already vanished. At this moment, within a small courtyard inside the valley, Virgil slowly opened his eyes and exited the world-forsaken pagoda. With a flicker, he emerged from the house, hovering above the valley moments later. His gaze turned outward as he said calmly, I wonder why 5th Avril Zion of the Zion family has graced us with his presence? You're quite perceptive. Outside the valley, the gray-cloaked figure appeared nearby, his face expressing surprise. Virgil's gaze fell upon him. It was none other than the 5th Avril of the Zion family he had encountered before. This Franz had once prevented Benita from killing Chester, who had attempted to assassinate him. The Zion family? His voice rang out without concealment, immediately causing an uproar throughout the entire Haleyne sect. Disciples stepped out of their rooms, looking up at the sky and fixing their gazes on the Franz standing opposite Virgil, their faces filled with astonishment. Inside the house, Benita appeared by his side after hearing the commotion, her eyes glaring at the Franz with murderous intent. Izzy and Finn, 2 late-stage core formation cultivators, quickly followed behind Virgil, standing behind him and watching the gray-cloaked Franz intently. Indeed, it's the 5th Avril of the Zion family. As the patriarch of a top-tier sect, Izzy naturally recognized him and silently speculated about the Franz's intentions. Upon hearing Virgil's words, the gray-cloaked Franz did not rush to respond. He scanned the group, sensing the killing intent in Benita's eyes. He inwardly scoffed, and then focused his attention on Virgil. Recently, news spread across Qing that this young man had killed Fuller. When the news reached the Zion family, it caused quite a stir. However, the Franz did not believe that this Emmett possessed the strength to kill a late-stage core formation expert. Yet, the facts before him and the ability to detect his arrival today made him feel a bit wary. Benicio has come here to give you an opportunity. Even if the Emmett could kill a late-stage core formation expert, so what? He was acting under the orders of the Zion family Berkeley. Would Virgil dare to offend the Zion family? Virgil looked at him calmly and asked, what kind of opportunity? I guess you don't know that just a few days ago, Fuyashan sect held an exorcism conference, uniting over a dozen core formation forces from Qing to prepare to exterminate you. The Franz wore an arrogant expression, confident that this news would shock Virgil. However, Virgil remained calm, countering leisurely, and then? Seeing this, the Franz's brows twitched slightly, inwardly scoffing again, assuming Virgil was merely pretending. Even though I don't know how you killed Fuller, there are more than a dozen core formation experts who want your head, including 2 late-stage ones. So? Virgil remained unperturbed. Our Zion family is willing to give you a chance to resolve this matter. The Franz frowned. Virgil's reaction was strange. What's the condition? Virgil did not immediately agree or refuse. After all, the Zion family would not be so benevolent without ulterior motives. He needed to understand those motives. The Franz glanced at Benita beside him and smiled faintly. 2 days ago, our ancestor emerged from seclusion and learned about Benita. He finds her intriguing and has offered to personally take her as a disciple, passing down his legacy, if she agrees to stay in the Zion family for life. A nascent soul cultivator willing to take a personal disciple. Izzy, standing nearby, heard these words and his eyes widened in envy as he looked at the green-robed Noel before him. How could such a great opportunity fall into someone else's hands and not theirs? Although only 1 rank separated core formation from nascent soul, the gap in power and status was immense. Nascent soul cultivators stood at the pinnacle of Rain Wasteland's cultivation world, and among tens of thousands of cultivation kingdoms, nascent soul cultivators were few and far between. I see, Virgil sneered, realization dawning on his face. So the condition is for Maureen to return and remain in the Zion family for life, serving you? Boy, don't think we'd waste resources on a genius without expecting anything in return. Besides, many geniuses would gladly pledge their lives to our Zion family for guidance from a nascent soul master. The Franz argued. If this opportunity is so good, you should keep it for yourself. We don't need it. Virgil sniffed disdainfully. You better think carefully. This chance won't come again. The Franz's eyes grew cold. If there's nothing else, we won't keep you company. Virgil's expression was indifferent. He could not sacrifice Benita for his own peace. That would violate his principles and path. Good, very good. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. The Franz sneered and vanished instantly from the snowy sky, feeling secretly excited. Doomed, doomed. Boy, this is your own doing. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Virgil watched him leave, wanting to teach the arrogant devil lesson, but knowing his current strength wasn't enough to confront the Zion family directly. He had to endure for now. After all, the Zion family was the first family of Qing, formidable and full of powerful cultivators. He would let them run wild for a few days. Putting aside his thoughts, Virgil turned to Izzy and the others, his tone neutral. Prepare for battle. As ordered. They exchanged complex looks but dared not say more, bowing and leaving. The wind and snow blew past. Virgil turned to Benita, smiling. Why are you looking at me like that? Benita pursed her lips, her gaze distant. Nothing. Virgil chuckled and took her hand, speaking softly. Come, let's make a snowman together, okay? Aren't you going to practice today? Benita lifted her eyes, puzzled. We need to relax sometimes. Virgil pinched her cheek gently and whispered. Just a mere Zion family trying to take you away from me again and bind you to them for life. What a dream. When my cultivation reaches a sufficient level, I'll go beat them up. Virgil clenched his fist to emphasize his words. Seeing Benita silent, Virgil turned to her. What's wrong? Don't worry. My master has been good to me, and I don't want to make things difficult for him. Virgil snorted. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll make him the head of the Zion family. Fine by me. Benita smiled. Let's build snowmen. Soon, two snowmen, male and female, stood side by side in the courtyard, gazing at each other. Chapter 227. An assembly of powerful beings. Early December. The weather was cold, and it had snowed heavily. The birch leaves, frozen overnight by frost, crumbled easily when touched. How unlucky can I be? Why did it have to be my turn to sweep the mountain gate? A disciple looked up at the sky and sighed. Stop complaining and finish clearing the snow from the path. Then go back to your cultivation. Another companion glanced at him, sweeping vigorously to clear the snow in front of him. Suddenly, a snowball came flying, exploding on impact with someone's face. Haha, right on the head. As the culprit laughed heartily, the victim, now covered in snow, waved his hand in anger. Instantly, dozens of snowballs the size of fists levitated around him, which he then hurled towards the other person all at once, instantly burying them in the snow. Shortly, a hand emerged from the pile, shivering. You damn! Using magic power in a fight. Can't take a loss? Who's playing with you? Hurry up and finish, I need to get back to cultivating. The other one retorted irritably. Just then, both of them felt a massive shadow loom over them. They looked up puzzled, only for their mouths to drop open in shock at the sight before them. A colossal snowball several kilometers wide was plummeting rapidly towards the valley, darkening the skies as if an angry deity sought to destroy humanity. Who threw this? They stammered, too frightened to move. Just as the snowball was about to crash into the valley, a barrier shimmered into existence above it. Boom! The giant snowball exploded on impact with the barrier, causing a tremor that rippled through the entire valley. Numerous disciples were drawn out by the commotion, looking up in alarm. What's happening? An earthquake? Palamaints later, a boisterous laugh echoed through the air. The shell of Haley insect is truly hard. It didn't break. 11 formidable figures appeared mid-air outside the valley, glaring at it and shouting threats. Evil Brock, come out and face your death. You have slaughtered countless innocents against the ways of man and God. You shall be condemned by the world. Izzy, open the formation immediately, or we will show no mercy when we enter. Upon hearing the voices, Izzy and Finn swiftly ascended, their expressions grim as they observed the intruders. A rough glance revealed 11 nascent soul cultivators had arrived. At the forefront stood an Franzly figure of distinguished bearing, causing Izzy's expression to falter. Moses from Piao sect. He had only seen Moses in portraits, yet this Franz had been renowned even when he was just a lowly Qi condensation cultivator. His strength rivaled, perhaps surpassed, their old patriarch Fuller. His magical power must exceed 900 units, ranking within the top 10 of Djinn. The Franz's companions were also formidable. Beside him was the emaciated Franz Bowie of the Zhang family, another well-known veteran. Additionally, 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators were present, including Jay from Bawang Mountain, whose strength bordered on late stage. Truly, a gathering of powerful beings. Izzy, I advise you to yield and join us, Jay shouted furiously upon spotting the duo. Dream on. Izzy replied coldly. Imph, obstinate fool. Everyone, together we'll break this formation and slay the devil. Without further ado, the distinguished Franz raised his hand and produced a duster. With a flick, it struck the barrier, making the entire valley tremble continuously. The others followed suit. 6 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, 3 mid-stage, and 2 late-stage simultaneously attacked, sending waves of powerful energy across the sky above the valley. Doomed, so many powerful beings. There's no escape for us. Below, in the Haleyine sect, the disciples were terrified, faces pale as though facing the end of the world. This scene reminds me of our time at Qingxian sect, where numerous powerful beings descended, majestic and unfazed, high above us. On top of a grand hall, Virgil and Benita watched the nascent soul Franzes breaking the formation. Virgil's gaze lingered particularly on the distinguished Franz and the emaciated one. Benita turned to look at him. Back at Qingxian sect, killing a member of the Feng family sparked accusations among disciples. That forsaken Dominic felt like he was abandoned by the world. It will take these intruders at least an hour to break the formation. The repairs took a day, but foresight pays off. Virgil continued, but after spending a whole day on repairs, I won't let them destroy everything. With a cold glint in his eyes, Virgil vanished from the hall's roof, reappearing in front of Izzy and the others. Greetings, Lord. Before they could bow, Virgil interrupted, no need for formalities. He then faced forward, where terrifying waves of power emanated from the assailants' treasures. His expression remained calm as he estimated their collective strength, unhurriedly asking, I wonder what grievances you all hold against me, to send so many to seek my death. Those attacking paused, focusing on Virgil, some with icy gazes. So, this is the devil. The devil, you have massacred countless righteous cultivators. Today we come to eradicate evil and restore peace to the world. Yes, you've committed too many murders, including my brother. Under the leadership of Piao sect, we vow to end you here. Those speaking were relatives of deceased cultivators from the marketplace incident. A scholar-like man glared coldly at Virgil, murder in his eyes. Oh, I've committed too many murders? Did you know those I killed all intended to kill and rob me? How has self-defense become the mark of a devil? Virgil sneered. That, is he telling the truth? Most likely a trick by the devil. Do not fall for it. People who didn't know the details exchanged uneasy glances, discussing in hushed tones. They only knew Virgil had killed many cultivators outside Immortal Valley, unaware of the reasons. At that moment, a commanding voice reverberated across the area, laced with mana that stunned the crowd. Humph, sharp-tongued brat. Would our Piao sect stoop so low? You coveted Gregory's enlightenment fruit, and killed him out of malice. It was the distinguished Franz from Piao sect, knowing full well the truth indeed aligned with Virgil's account. Chapter 228. Annihilate the invaders. Of course, no one would admit it. The senior Li Hua is right. This demon tried to invert right and wrong. It's clear that he harbored evil intentions, killed several fellow cultivators, yet dared to portray himself as a victim. Demon, even if you had 10 mouths today, your death is certain. As for the relatives of those deceased cultivators, they would never believe Virgil's words and chimed in. So that's how it is. Almost believed this demon. Those who were unaware of the circumstances looked enlightened, but did not care about the truth, starting to verbally attack him. Seeing the other party twist facts and cast blame on him, Virgil was not enraged inside. This world worked like that. One just had to get used to it. He didn't think that he could repel them with just a few words. Everything depends on power. After all, in any world, might makes right. He extended his finger, pointing at everyone, and said indifferently, "Today, I've truly understood what righteous factions mean." A mocking voice rang out. "Demon, stop misleading people. Wait until we break the formation and take your head." Virgil sneered. "Take my head? You weaklings can do that? Do you think killing you is as simple as squashing an ant?" Upon hearing this, many revealed wary expressions. After all, this person was suspected to be a grand cultivator capable of slaying late-stage nirvana infants. But with so many people on their side, what difference would a grand cultivator make? They could easily kill him. Himph, demon, regardless of your strength, today with so many powerful people here, we will definitely kill you. Virgil smirked, then let's see. Just as he finished speaking, Izzy beside him suddenly moved and rushed out of the valley. Nirvana infant stage cultivators all master teleportation. In just a breath, he teleported out of the valley, appearing before a group of Nirvana infant experts. The experts led by Denim misunderstood his intent. They were enemies now. A mid-stage Nirvana infant rushing over was asking for death? Despite the confusion, LB sneered and was about to move. Unexpectedly, Izzy suddenly shouted, "Fellow cultivators, don't move. We're on the same side. I'm here to surrender. Everything before was under duress from this man. He killed our patriarch, and I vow vengeance. Now I'm willing to open the formation to help you all kill the demon and uphold justice." Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned before joy spread across their faces. The refined Denim and the gaunt Bowie exchanged glances, finding it suspicious. But a mere mid-stage Nirvana infant wouldn't cause much trouble. Denim stepped forward, laughing heartily while patting Izzy's shoulder. His true intention was to control him. Very well, very well. Quickly open the formation. "Izzy, how dare you betray me?" Inside the valley, Virgil watched his back, his eyes wide with rage. Beside him, Finn was confused, staring blankly at him. "Master, you have the slave seal. Did you forget? Demon, every day and night, I wish to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Today, you must die." Izzy glanced at Virgil, voice icy cold, then turned around and bowed. "Senior Lihua, Senior Bowie, I already opened the formation earlier." "Great. Fellow Taoists, let's join forces to kill this demon." Denim laughed heartily, about to launch an attack when he suddenly heard Izzy say, "Senior, wait. This person has a peculiar treasure that can slay late-stage Nirvana infants. Be cautious, Senior." Hearing this, everyone froze, stopping in their tracks, looking at him. What kind of treasure? It seems to be a sword, but this sword has a flaw. What flaw? The flaw is... Seeing everyone's focused attention, Izzy paused his speech, then suddenly lunged, striking the fronds with a palm. "Lihua Dev, on my master's order, I take your life." No one expected him to suddenly strike. But Denim, being a late-stage Nirvana infant, reacted swiftly, face darkening. "Insect, a mere mid-stage Nirvana infant dares to ambush me? You know not death." As he prepared to channel magic to subdue the attacker, he was shocked to find his cultivation level suppressed by a mysterious force. His expression turned terrified. At this moment, inside the valley, Virgil's lips curled into a slight smile. Unnoticed by anyone, when Izzy attacked, two voices within the Haley insect intersected across different timelines. What audacity! He used feigned affection. Idiot, a mere mid-stage Nirvana infant daring to ambush Senior Lihua. Other Nirvana infant cultivators quickly realized this, smirking, waiting for Izzy to be slapped to death. Puff. Next, a massive blood mist appeared in the sky, showering the ground. Silence fell like a needle could be heard. Every Nirvana expert's face was frozen. Senior Lihua was slapped to death? How? How could this be? Could he have been hiding his strength? Is he a grand cultivator? Even if he were a grand cultivator, he shouldn't have instantly killed Senior Lihua. Everyone was incredulous. The scene was too shocking. Izzy actually slapped Denim into blood mist, leaving not a trace behind. Even his Nirvana infant didn't escape. A wave of terror spread among them. Inside the valley, watching this scene, Virgil's lip curved into a mocking smile. When did Master become so powerful? Finn, standing beside him, looked as if he saw a ghost. Having spent days with Master, he knew clearly that his cultivation was only mid-stage Nirvana infant. Yet, he had instantly killed a peak grand cultivator without giving the latter a chance to escape. Benita remained silent, her gaze fixed on Virgil, knowing well that all this was likely planned by him, deliberately allowing Izzy to defect and open the formation to lower their guard, simultaneously keeping his own cultivation at mid-stage Nirvana infant to avoid arousing suspicion. If he launched an ambush, others would merely consider it suicidal. But none could have imagined there was another main attacker. Did I really kill a grand cultivator so easily? Izzy himself couldn't believe it, staring at his hand. But soon his eyes lit up, remembering Virgil's previous instructions, and charged toward another expert. Bowie. Annihilate the invaders. Virgil inside the valley also laughed aloud, moving outward after the plan succeeded, signaling a counterattack. Benita and Finn followed closely. Though only 3, they charged fearlessly toward 10 Nirvana infant experts. Chapter 229. Preparations before the battle. Ha ha ha, Bowie, you should regret offending my master. After killing Alicia, Izzy was filled with overwhelming confidence and charged towards Bowie. After this scene unfolded, none of the 8 fellow Yuan Ing cultivators who came together dared to intervene. After all, the sight of Izzy slapping Alicia to death was too shocking. This was awe. At this moment, Virgil also emerged with his group. They were also great cultivators. With 2 terrifyingly powerful figures who could kill great cultivators present, their small party would not be enough for one of the opponent's hands to destroy. For a time, the Yuan Ing cultivators lost their resolve. They couldn't retreat but also didn't dare to stay. Why the hell are you all staring? Do you think you can still leave alive after Dev like me dies? Bowie's eyes twitched at the reaction of these poor teammates and couldn't help but curse loudly. But after swearing, he suddenly changed expression. Earlier, there had been 100 steps between him and Izzy, but when Izzy took a single step, he instantly appeared in front of Bowie, a palm already pressing down covered in a layer of silvery white light. Seeing this, he couldn't help but recall the scene where Alicia was slapped to death, causing panic to well up inside him. The other Yuan Ing cultivators, upon hearing his words, were unsure whether they should go to rescue or not, indecision clouding their minds. Bowie knew he couldn't rely on this group of terrified weaklings. As despair set in, he suddenly felt the power emanating from that palm. He discovered the attack was weaker than expected, just the strength of a normal mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivator. He wouldn't misjudge. It was clear the other side's burst of strength wasn't that of a great cultivator, only a mid-stage Yuan Ing. Why couldn't Alicia even withstand an attack from a mid-stage Yuan Ing? He didn't know the answer to this question, but instinct told him something was amiss, so he didn't dare be careless and immediately channeled all his mana, ready to slap the other dead. But in the next instant, he realized a horrifying problem. His cultivation was being suppressed by a mysterious force. It reduced him from late-stage Yuan Ing back to late-stage Golden Core. This discovery left him speechless, finally understanding why Alicia couldn't even resist one blow. By the time he figured it out, the attack had already landed, its massive force blasting him away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, Bowie stopped 200 feet away, staring at Izzy with astonishment. He became even more certain that the opponent was just a mid-stage Yuan Ing. After all, his body-worn magic robe was a medium-grade infant treasure, capable of blocking most attacks from mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivators. If the attacker were late-stage, he would have met the same fate as Alicia. You didn't die. Izzy froze slightly. Those leaderless Yuan Ing cultivators had similarly felt this strange thought arise. Spitting to ward off any bizarre notions, they quickly rallied behind Bowie, asking, Avril Zhang, are you alright? At this point, Virgil and his companions arrived beside Izzy, both parties facing each other, neither side rushing into action. Though the enemy lacked one late-stage Yuan Ing cultivator, their overall strength was still superior. Strategizing was needed. Master! Izzy's eyes gleamed brightly with many questions, especially why he could kill Alicia with one slap. Virgil had merely instructed him telepathically to drop and then ambush Alicia and Bowie, secretly assisting him, yet he managed to kill them with one slap. There isn't Franz helping covertly, suppressing others' cultivation levels so they cannot exert full strength. That's how I killed Si Sam Yin. Virgil spoke vaguely without fully explaining, saying, listen carefully, I will now lay out the battle plan. For Bowie, by Axelshawn Ailby, I can limit them to the power level of a Golden Core using special means. Additionally, there are 6 early-stage Yuan Ing and 2 mid-stage Yuan Ing. They've likely caught on to my methods and will stick together for protection, making it impossible to pick them off individually. Then I'll hold off 3 mid-stage Yuan Ing alone. Izzy, Finn, the 2 of you must swiftly kill the remaining early-stage Yuan Ing before coming to assist me. But master, your cultivation. Upon hearing Virgil planning to fight 3 mid-stage Yuan Ing alone, Mo and Gladys's faces paled, realizing Virgil was at peak Golden Core, aided by someone who could suppress others' cultivation. It's fine. As long as you eliminate the remaining 6 early-stage Yuan Ing swiftly, it'll suffice. Virgil turned to look at Benita. Maureen, join them in eliminating the early-stage Yuan Ing, while I buy you time. No, I can handle 1 mid-stage Yuan Ing. You don't want me in danger, and I don't want you risking yourself. Benita looked at him, her gaze resolute. Trust me, if I can't handle it, I can hide in the Legacy Tower. They can't do anything to me. Senior, are you alright? Bowie watched the useless crowd beside him, feeling irritable but knowing it wasn't the right time. Now, with his cultivation suppressed, he relied on these weaklings. This person isn't a great cultivator. His first sentence stunned everyone. If not a great cultivator, could it be a soul transformation powerhouse? A cultivator's face showed fear. Soul transformation? Bowie forcefully repressed his urge to curse, explaining, he's just a mid-stage Yuan Ing, but he can suppress others' cultivation levels. Suppress cultivation levels? Everyone looked baffled, unsure what he meant. It shouldn't be him. It's that young man. Bowie shook his head, as a centuries-old monster quickly deduced the truth. Izzy couldn't possibly have such immense power. Given how obediently he listened to that green-robed man, the suppression was likely his doing. He also used this ability to kill Si Sam Yin. There must be a limit to the number of people he can suppress. Otherwise, he would have attacked directly instead of having Izzy ambush Si Sam Yin. Figuring this out, he speculated deeper and gradually grasped the truth. Everyone stared at him, even more confused, wondering if his brain had been damaged. What suppression of cultivation? Completely incomprehensible. Listen closely. That young man can reduce cultivation levels by a major realm. Currently, I can only display late-stage Golden Core power. Bowie explained seriously. Everyone's mouths dropped open in disbelief. The method was simply too astonishing, far beyond their comprehension. If a late-stage Yuan Ing could only display late-stage Golden Core power, it wouldn't be much of a fight. Seeing their reactions, Bowie coldly said, don't worry. I now understand his method. He can suppress a limited number of cultivators at once. With our numbers, he won't be able to suppress us all. Silence followed. In a moment, the remaining 3 mid-stage Yuan Ing and myself will do everything to kill that young man. His cultivation is below Yuan Ying. Killing him ensures our victory. The other 6 will block Izzy and his companions. Using his cultivation, he could easily sense Virgil's level. One last reminder. If we don't kill him today, even if you manage to escape, he will hunt you down another day, and then you will surely die. Consider your actions carefully. Everyone's expressions flickered. Taking a deep breath, they knew there was no retreat. Bowie calmly observed their reactions, then said, "Let's move." Chapter 230. Clashing with a mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivator. Attack. Both sides had already devised their tactics. Upon command, 6 Yuan Ying cultivators surged forward first, hurling spells and treasures towards the direction where Virgil and his 3 companions stood. Izzy's figure flickered as he took up a mid-grade infant treasure that Virgil had just thrown to him, charging straight into the attacks. Finn closely followed behind. Benita glanced at Virgil, still somewhat uneasy. Virgil gave her an assuring look, and she retracted her gaze. Her figure flickered, sword drawn, as she attacked a Yuan Ying powerhouse. The battlefield was soon divided into 4 areas, with Izzy alone facing 4 early-stage Yuan Ying cultivators. Even though his cultivation was mid-stage Yuan Ying, facing so many at once could only allow him to barely avoid being at a disadvantage. In front of Finn and Benita, each was confronted by an early-stage Yuan Ying, both engaging in combat without any exchange of words. For a moment, various terrifying rays of light filled the sky. Powerful attacks occasionally slammed down onto the mountains below, producing tremendous explosions. Virgil withdrew his gaze. With Maureen's strength, taking on one early-stage Yuan Ying should not be a problem. He looked around. He was surrounded by 4 figures from all directions, east, south, west, and north. All 4 did not approach him closely but kept a distance, their auras tightly locked onto him. This was also Bowie's strategy. Virgil's cultivation was not Yuan Ying, and he hadn't mastered instantaneous teleportation. Once someone's cultivation was suppressed, they would immediately retreat, giving him no chance. You're just at peak golden core. Even if you can suppress cultivation, how many can you suppress at once? Bowie sneered. Try it yourself, Virgil replied with an indifferent expression. Don't talk nonsense. Attack together and kill this Emmett quickly before something unexpected happens. Ailby yelled. Are you Ailby of Baiwang Mountain? Your brotherly bond is truly deep, choosing to specially join him in death. Virgil gave him a disdainful look and said, Prohibit immortal. Within the isolated world pagoda, a voice sounded simultaneously with his, overlapping, and then a chain appeared out of nowhere, entering Ailby's body. Among the 3 mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivators, Ailby was the strongest and posed the greatest danger to him, so Virgil chose to directly suppress his cultivation to reduce pressure. My cultivation has been suppressed. Ailby's face changed as he sensed his aura instantly dropped to mid-stage golden core. Although he had always heard Bowie describe this, feeling it happen to himself was shockingly frightening. Hurry, both of you, kill him quickly. The other 2 quickly checked themselves and sighed in relief when they found nothing amiss. At this moment, came Bowie's roar from afar. Snowstorm. Fierce gale mixing. Both channeled their magical power, casting spells. Countless snowflakes gathered from all over the world, finally forming a vast wave of snow that covered the sky, controlled by a mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivator and surging towards him. The other mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivator formed several strange seals, and then 300-foot-high tornadoes swiftly advanced toward him. Whether it was the tornadoes or the snow wave, both gave Virgil a highly dangerous feeling. If trapped within, even a mid-stage Yuan Ying might suffer severe injuries. Virgil stopped, his face cold, raising his hand to produce a red umbrella. The Merit Umbrella, mid-grade infant treasure. The group stared at the umbrella, slightly shocked. Without speaking, Virgil channeled his magical power into it. Previously, the Merit Umbrella was a low-grade infant treasure. He spent over 2 million spirit stones in these 2 days to have Franz help restore it to mid-grade status. As for why he didn't restore it to a divine weapon, it was simple. He could only wield a mid-grade infant treasure with his current strength. Boom. A barrier rose around him. The massive wave of snow came crashing down, each snowflake weighing 1,000 pounds. Such a colossal wave would firmly pin even a mid-stage Yuan Ying under its weight. The terrifying tornadoes also arrived, the high-speed whirlwinds sufficient to instantly kill a Yuan Ying cultivator. The 2 attacks collided with the barrier, which developed a slight crack on its surface, and Virgil's face turned pale. Thankfully, the protection provided by the Merit Umbrella was powerful and did not shatter immediately, but it couldn't last long. Hiss. This umbrella is incredibly strong, and this Emmett isn't just any ordinary golden core. This scene left the 3 men utterly dumbfounded. They knew that combined, both attackers could easily take down an early-stage Yuan Ying cultivator, even with a mid-grade infant treasure. Yet Virgil merely coughed up some blood. When did golden core cultivators become so terrifying? Battle. After the initial clash, Virgil understood both the enemies and his own strengths. His black hair flowed like ink, releasing a robust aura, nearing that of a mid-stage Yuan Ying, with intense battle intent burning in his eyes. He waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in it, a mid-grade infant treasure. Closing his eyes, a faint sword intent surfaced in Virgil's heart, and he slashed out. Mountain Breaker. Though it was a Dan-level spell, it was the highest level of such spells, its profound power rivaling the 2 major spells. Boom. The tornado, already weakened by colliding with the barrier, instantly dispersed. Another slash. The overwhelming wave of snow dissipated. Both attacks had already consumed most of their strength upon first striking the barrier, losing momentum, making it easy for him to break through. This Emmett's magical power surpasses early-stage Yuan Ying. He must be close to mid-stage. Be careful, don't mess up here. Sensing the aura, Bowie's face changed slightly. Virgil's current magical power indeed approached mid-stage Yuan Ying closely. These past 3 days, he had not been idle but had refined all 4th grade elixirs to enhance his cultivation, boosting his magical power directly to 161 jia. This was the foundation of his courage to face 3 mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivators alone. Kill, kill, kill. Virgil wasted no words, initiating another attack, putting away his longsword and retrieving an ancient lamp. Magical power channeled into the lamp, causing the flame to surge intensely. Soon, a green fire dragon shot out, charging toward one of the mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivators. The scorching heat melted the snow, turning the surroundings into summer instantaneously. This lamp was a high-grade infant treasure, very difficult for him to control, and its power was not as terrifying as Dermot's, who could instantly eliminate late-stage Yuan-ing. But it was enough to severely wound a mid-stage Yuan-ing. However, the greater the power, the more significant the depletion of his magical power, which was almost entirely drained. And that mid-stage Yuan-ing, sensing the approaching fire dragon with its terrifying might, changed expression drastically. Snow cover 1,000 mountains. Just as he was about to unleash his strongest move, 3 pitch-black chains carrying irrefutable rules entered his body. Suddenly, he felt his strength suppressed by 60%, only able to exert 40%. Roughly equivalent to having just broken through to early-stage Yuan-ing. Not good. Please let me know if there are any additional details or adjustments you need. Chapter 231. Sudden Change, Part 1. Bad news. This discovery sent him into a panic, and without hesitation, he immediately fled. But unexpectedly, the green fire dragon was extremely fast, appearing in front of him in an instant. He could clearly see 2 dark green dragon whiskers fluttering in the cold wind, his eyes filled with despair. My fate is sealed. The other 3 saw this scene, but it was too late to offer any aid. They could only watch helplessly as their companion was engulfed by the fire dragon. Palamaints later, a small figure emerged from the flames. It was the middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, still visibly shaken and fleeing without looking back. This child's power is terrifying. No, I will not fight anymore. With his retreat, all pressure fell on the remaining middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. One left. Virgil looked at the remaining opponent, his gaze cold. He took out a 4th-grade pill and swallowed it. The chi within him, like water rushing into a dried-up well, was replenished instantly. The last middle-stage nascent soul cultivator under Virgil's icy stare began to tremble involuntarily. Fear. Even he had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such fear. His strength wasn't much different from that of the previous one, yet the other was reduced to just a nascent soul by a single strike from Virgil. How terrifying must this young man's strength be? Bowie and Ailby stood nearby, their expressions equally grim. Their cultivation was suppressed, and Bowie himself had already suffered a blow from Izzy, although his robe had absorbed 60% of the force, leaving him heavily wounded. Now, with Virgil taking down another middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, their chances of victory were virtually zero. Bowie couldn't help but feel a hint of regret, wishing he hadn't gotten involved in this mess. But the arrow had been loosed, and there was no turning back now. Now or never. If we don't kill him, we die. He just used such a powerful attack. His mana must be depleted, Bowie screamed frantically, his voice trembling slightly. Annoying. Virgil's expression turned cold. From his storage bag, he pulled out a black pill furnace which instantly expanded in the air like a small black mountain, hurtling towards Bowie. It was the first infant treasure Virgil had obtained. No. Panic-stricken, Bowie failed to dodge in time, being struck squarely in the chest by the pill furnace. The immense force nearly shattered his internal organs. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. In the next moment, the pill furnace came crashing down again, slamming him into the ground and pinning him under its weight, rendering him immobile. He survived. Virgil was surprised. Ordinary nascent souls would have been killed outright by such strikes, especially given that Bowie's current cultivation was only golden core level. Recalling how Izzy's blow didn't kill him either, Virgil narrowed his eyes, looking at Bowie's robe. Earlier, during the attack, the robe had emitted a faint glow. It seemed to be an excellent infant treasure. Thinking of this, Virgil's eyes lit up. What a find. A golden core cultivator withstanding attacks of the nascent soul level. He must take it off. Senior Zhang. Ailby called out anxiously from 100 paces away, watching Bowie trapped under the pill furnace. Ugh, ah. Bowie's muffled groans sounded like those of a malevolent spirit, struggling desperately to lift the heavy furnace. But the furnace, empowered by Virgil's mana, was impossibly heavy, keeping him pinned to the ground. I can't stay here. I need to flee. Fear flickered in Ailby's eyes. Revenge was far from his mind now. He only wanted to escape safely. Meanwhile, the middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, who had hesitated earlier, decided similarly upon seeing this. In a flash, he appeared several hundred paces away and continued to flee, soon covering thousands of paces. Better you die than me. As a solitary cultivator, he didn't fear future retribution from Virgil. Hiding his identity would suffice. Just stay put there. Virgil cast a cold glance at the immobilized Ailby before turning his gaze toward the fleeing middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, deciding not to chase after him. The other's teleportation made pursuit futile. I'll curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Seeing he was abandoned, Ailby inwardly cursed. He attempted to flee as well, but barely moving when he felt a chilling sensation envelop him. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to be terrified to see Virgil rapidly closing in from behind. Realizing he wouldn't escape for long, Ailby threw an infant treasure from his storage bag. Explode! A massive explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying through the air. Even a nascent soul might die from such a blast. Haha, foolish Emmett, didn't expect that, did you? Surely dead now. Ailby laughed triumphantly as the smoke thickened, finding no trace of Virgil. Underestimated me. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind him. You, how are you still alive? Ailby's laughter froze, his voice stammering as he spun around. A single infant treasure's explosion won't kill me. Virgil stood several yards away, unscathed, a sneer curling his lips. He survived by retreating into the relic world tower. Elby's expression turned grave, and he turned to flee once more, but Virgil wouldn't give him the chance. Just as Elby dashed forward, Virgil appeared behind him, his hand reaching out to strike. No. Elby sensed an undeniable death approaching as the hand neared his head. But suddenly, Virgil pulled back, retreating rapidly, his gaze fixed on something beside Elby. A shadowy figure, fully concealed in black robes, stood beside Elby, exclaiming, "Perceptive lad, if you had attacked him just then, you'd be dead now." The voice was incredibly old and sharp. "Who are you?" Virgil stared coldly at the unexpected intruder, having retreated upon sensing someone observing them. "Thank you for saving my life." Elby was overjoyed, having thought himself doomed until this sudden savior appeared. A clear demonstration of the difference between heaven and hell. "You're welcome. We share the same goal." Translation ends at the given paragraph structure. Chapter 232. Unexpected Changes, Part 2. No need to be courteous. We all have the same goal. Saving you is also helping me. The hooded figure turned his head and glanced at him, revealing pale gray eyes devoid of any blackness, like dead fish eyes, yet exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, definitely late-stage nascent soul. "You are." Elby looked at the man's appearance, seemingly recalling something. His heart skipped a beat briefly and then began to race. Gray eyes, that deeply lined old face, and the deathly aura as if just risen from a coffin. It can't be wrong. It's Zion family. That kid has even offended the Zion family. Excellent. He's definitely going to die today. He had once heard a legend that the Zion family would put nearly dead cultivators into a deep slumber using some method, only to awaken them when needed by the family. The person in front of him undeniably matched the characteristics described in that legend. Moreover, having seen a portrait of this individual before, Elby was even more certain of his identity. Seeing the other party remaining silent, Virgil frowned deeply and questioned again, "Are you here to kill me too?" He could feel the other's powerful aura, another late-stage nascent soul powerhouse. This would complicate things. "You're right." The hooded man wore an indifferent expression but did not rush to act. Virgil was only late-stage golden core, yet he had managed to chase Elby. To prevent any unexpected twists, it was best to clarify the situation first before taking action. This was also why he saved Elby. Before he could inquire, Elby volunteered, "Senior, this person is very unusual. He can suppress another's cultivation level by a major realm. You must be cautious." He called the man Senior with genuine respect. Even though he had cultivated for several hundred years, this man was worthy of such respect, because he was akin to a living fossil in the present world. To suppress cultivation by a major realm. The hooded man furrowed his brows. Is there really such a bizarre technique in the world? "Senior, please believe me. However, the number of people he can suppress at once is limited, probably no more than 2. Elby looked coldly at Virgil. He should no longer be able to suppress others now. "Very well. That's what you should have said." The hooded man sneered, relieved of his worries. His body flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of Virgil, delivering a palm strike to his chest. Pooh. Everything happened too fast. Virgil didn't have time to react and was sent flying by the immense force. He really suppressed one realm level. Standing where Virgil was, the hooded man murmured, feeling his own cultivation after his attack. Truly a terrifying technique. I must extract this secret from him. My cultivation has recovered. This person indeed can only suppress 2 people at most. Elby exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. The hooded man narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the suppression on Elby had been lifted and redirected to him. But he thought, dealing with a mere golden core cultivator, even being suppressed by one realm, was manageable. He flickered again, charging towards Virgil. "Senior, let me help you." Elby laughed aloud. Previously restrained by realm suppression and chased by Virgil, now with his realm back, he finally had a chance for revenge and wouldn't stand idly by. Cough cough. Several dozen feet away, Virgil steadied himself, his face pale as paper. This hooded man was incredibly strong. If not for the suppression at the last moment, he might have already been obliterated. Even being suppressed by a major realm, the other's combat power rivaled early-stage nascent soul. His original mana power was likely over 900 units. Beware. While distracted, 2 figures suddenly appeared before him, their infant treasures emitting dangerous glows as they attacked. Hearing the warning from the senior, Virgil reacted swiftly, raising his virtue umbrella and infusing it with mana to create a protective barrier around himself. Crack. The infant treasures collided with the barrier, which could withstand middle-stage nascent soul attacks, yet crumbled under their combined assault in an instant. Cough. Virgil forced down the blood rising in his throat, his body suffering a significant backlash. But before he could catch his breath, the duo struck again, giving him no respite. Restrict Deity. Seeing this, Virgil's eyes turned cold. Instantly forming finger seals, he unleashed Restrict Deity, sending 3 chains into Elby's body. Suddenly, while attacking fiercely, Elby's expression changed as he felt his cultivation suppressed again by the mysterious force. However, this time it dropped only by about 50%, not a whole major realm. Die. Feeling relieved, Elby slapped Virgil with his hand. His cultivation was near late-stage nascent soul, with over 400 units of mana. After suppression, it was roughly equivalent to just breaking through middle-stage nascent soul. Feeling the opponent still at middle-stage nascent soul, Virgil frowned, sighing. The gap in power was too large, even for a half-step imperial spirit. Shaking off distractions, Virgil tightened his fist and met Elby's palm. Their attacks held for a moment, with Virgil clearly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he was hit again by the hooded man's sneak attack, his body blasted away by the immense force. Die. Before he could steady himself, the duo descended from above, unleashing various attacks relentlessly. Virgil expelled a breath of turbid air, his hunched body covered in tattered robes showing traces of blood. His rhythm was completely disrupted. Both opponents were battle-hardened experts with incredible experience, making it hard to fend them off. Exhaling fully, Virgil straightened up, looking coldly skyward. From his storage bag, he retrieved a three-legged, six-eared black cauldron, infusing it with mana and hurling it forcefully at the two. This was also an infant treasure. He had seized it from a nascent soul cultivator outside a market. Smash! Unexpectedly, the black cauldron was smacked away by their combined force, altering its trajectory and striking Virgil instead. Pooh! Virgil was flung out again. Stabilizing himself, he extended his divine sense. Ailby, trapped under the Dan furnace, was now within 500 feet. Die! A menacing voice sounded overhead. Scram! Just then, a clear, cold rebuke echoed from afar. In the next moment, a sword beam annihilating everything, imbued with a disdain for heaven and gods, slashed from the distance, passing by Virgil and forcing the two attackers back. It's truly an embryonic form of intent. The hooded man stood in the sky 100 feet away, his arm sleeve shredded, revealing bruised flesh. The earlier sword chi carried something countless nascent soul cultivators dreamed of. Beside him, Ailby wasn't injured but felt a surge of chi disruption upon impact, his gaze filled with shock. This Noelle is so strong. Why the hell are these golden core cultivators so freakishly powerful? Sister Roberta. Virgil expelled another breath of turbid air, looking at the approaching green-robed Noelle, feeling relieved. Chapter 233, Sudden Change, Part 3. The one who unleashed the sword strike was Benita. She supported the disheveled Virgil, her clear eyes filled with a thick intent to kill as they gazed at the distant figure. Previously, she had been keeping an eye on Virgil's situation. Seeing a terrifying powerhouse suddenly appear, she unleashed her most powerful strike, instantly slaying the opponent she was fighting. A core formation cultivator, preventing his core from escaping. She then hurried over to provide support. Kill. The black-robed man wasted no time either. His inner mana surged rapidly. In an instant, the wound on his arm caused by sword energy began healing at an observable rate. It soon healed completely, leaving no trace of injury. Without hesitation, the black-robed man lunged towards the two people. Seeing that the other party had truly grasped the concept, his killing intent escalated to its peak. Since this person could not be used by the Zion family and might become a future enemy, it was best to eliminate him before he grew too powerful. Humph! Seeing him charge forward, Benita gave a cold snort and unleashed a beam of sword light that knocked him back again. Palamaints later, the black-robed man coughed up blood, stabilizing himself hundreds of feet away, covered in various wounds. What formidable swordsmanship! Only after being struck did he realize the numerous sharp sword auras covering the earlier sword light. These continuously tore at his flesh, causing him to be soaked in blood almost immediately. This made the killing intent in his eyes grow even stronger. As someone at the late Golden Core stage, the Noelle's strength exceeded even that of a former peak core formation great cultivator like himself. Her talent was simply terrifying. These two must die today. I can forcefully enhance your cultivation to the late core formation stage. Are you willing? Using mana to break apart the sword auras on his body, the black-robed man looked at Ailby, his voice desolate. Willing? Ailby first froze, then his face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Though he was extremely close to reaching the late core formation stage, his innate limitations made it difficult to break through without a special opportunity. Now that the other party offered him a way to break through to the late core formation stage, he naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Swallow it. Without hesitation, the black-robed man took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and threw it to him. Inside was a white pill, enveloped in faint strands of spiritual energy. He helped the other party because after their confrontation, he realized that the couple possessed formidable strength. Even if he and Ailby teamed up, they might not necessarily be able to slay them. Thus, the only solution was to boost this person's cultivation to the late core formation stage. A high-grade 4th-rank potion, Ailby removed the pill, swallowing hard, hearing the beating of his heart distinctly. Feeling his desire, he gulped down the pill. Boom. In an instant, a heavy rumble echoed within his body, like thunder in his ears, followed by a vast aura spreading out from his body. That was the exclusive aura of a late core formation stage powerhouse. Haha, thank you, senior. Ailby laughed, feeling unprecedented power radiating around him, as if the surrounding world were bowing in submission. The corner of the black-robed man's mouth curled into a sneer. Go and kill them. Rest assured, senior. Leave it to me. Two ants, no matter how strong, are still just golden core. With a laugh, Ailby blurred and vanished instantly. Late core formation. Not far away, a thread of blood seeped from the corner of Virgil's mouth. Earlier, the suppression technique he used to subdue Ailby was shattered by a formidable aura, causing him significant backlash. Run. Not having time to think, Virgil quickly grabbed Benita's hand and darted away at high speed. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from their previous location. Even though Virgil and Benita had moved hundreds of feet away, they were still swept up by the enormous blast wave, crashing heavily into the mountains below. Shortly afterward, they soared into the air again, flying rapidly toward the distance. Benita's dress was slightly disheveled, her hair dampened by sweat, and looking at Virgil beside her, she felt a sense of fleeing for survival. In contrast, Virgil felt as if all his bones were about to fall apart. He had taken the majority of the damage to protect Benita. Fortunately, they were only hit by the aftermath of the attack. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to dust. It's over. At this moment, a terrifying beam of light once again struck their backs, moving at lightning speed. Benita raised her sword. The sword light extinguished everything, carrying pure killing intent as it collided head-on. For a moment, the two strikes remained balanced in the air before the sword light burst into sparks, dissipating into nothingness. Benita's face paled instantly, resembling an autumn leaf falling, profoundly sorrowful. This was the strike of a late core formation cultivator. Even though her sword skills were extraordinarily profound, she could not overcome such a significant gap in cultivation stages. Suppression technique. Seeing the attack about to hit, Virgil once again used the suppression technique, 3 chains breaking out of his body and entering the incoming beam. The incoming beam's power was reduced by 10%. Virgil acted decisively, taking out the virtue umbrella and channeling what little remaining mana he had into it, forming a barrier. Boom. But even with the sword light reducing the force, the barrier shattered once more in the next moment. Fortunately, Virgil had already channeled mana and dragged Benita dozens of feet away before the beam arrived. After the explosion, the powerful aftershock caught up with them once more. Virgil and Benita were swept up by the blast waves, crashing uncontrollably into the nearby mountains. Bang! No! After the huge collision, Benita trembled, staring at the battered and injured Virgil lying on the ground. He had been tightly hugging her throughout, using his body to shield her from most of the damage. Seeing the wounds all over his body, she felt her heart tearing apart, suffocating. It's fine, Maureen. Virgil managed to smile, shakily standing up, his face covered in blood, and his robes mostly shredded, resembling a bloody mess. Thankfully, his mid-stage silver bone physique, along with continuous use of mana to protect his body, had prevented him from being killed outright by the explosion and impact. 2 stubborn ants indeed. Seeing that his attacks hadn't killed them, the expression of Ep1of2 turned cold. His mana surged, and in an instant, countless stars appeared around him. This was his ultimate technique, world-destroying star rain. The range of this attack stretched for tens of miles, massive in scale, destroying everything within its reach, leaving no place to escape. Haha, well done, Albi, kill them. Please continue with any further text you wish to translate or provide additional instructions. Chapter 234, Darby emerges from seclusion. Haha, Albi, well done, kill them. Not far away, Bowie, pinned under the alchemy furnace, saw Virgil being pursued and laughed in satisfaction. Virgil, supported by Benita, lifted his head to look at the dense meteors falling from the sky, extending his divine sense to search for Bowie's location. He was about 200 feet away. Normally, this distance would only take him 2 breaths, but now it felt like an insurmountable chasm. His magic power was almost depleted, and his bones felt like they were about to shatter, making movement extremely difficult. Benita's condition wasn't much better. Her magic power was almost entirely spent after unleashing those 2 terrifying sword strikes. However, having been protected by Virgil, she didn't suffer any serious injuries. Still, under these circumstances, there was almost no chance for the 2 of them to reach Bowie in front of Albi's eyes. Only escape, he sighed, raising his head to gaze at the countless meteors descending as if to destroy the world. Just as he prepared to use the fixed star compass to flee, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Master, I have broken through to the nascent soul stage. What's happening outside? Hearing this familiar voice, Virgil froze momentarily before bursting into elation. Darby! He immediately projected his divine sense, releasing her from the Forgotten World Tower. How did you get hurt like this? A white-clad Noelle appeared beside him, startled by his bloodied appearance. However, before she could figure out the situation, a heavy feeling flooded her heart. She instantly looked up, searching for the source of this pressure. Upon seeing Albi standing in the air, her delicate face showed surprise. Late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Die. Albi also noticed the nascent soul Noelle beside Virgil. After a moment of surprise, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand, causing countless stars to plummet towards them. What should we do? Seeing this scene, Darby hurriedly looked at Virgil. Each descending meteor gave her a sense of impending doom. Don't waste time. Take me to the alchemy furnace. Virgil's voice was weak. All right. Darby waved her hand, emitting a soft light that lifted Virgil and Benita. Palamaints later, they appeared in front of Bowie. Virgil's gaze was cold, not giving him a chance to speak. With a flicker of divine sense, a small tower emerged from his third eye, exerting a suction force. Bowie, trapped under the alchemy furnace, vanished instantly. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Virgil's face covered in blood remained cold as he looked up at the sky. Finally, it was over. Seeing Virgil and the others approach Bowie, Albi suddenly had a bad premonition, which soon proved true. The oppressive force reappeared. His cultivation level dropped from late-stage nascent soul to late-stage golden core instantly. The falling stars dispersed due to lack of magical power support. Albi's face turned pale with terror. Now he understood that Virgil had been stalling all along, feigning weakness while protecting Bowie. Darby, go kill him. Virgil's eyes were icy cold, staring at Albi. All the blows weren't for nothing. Okay. Darby's figure blurred, vanishing from her spot. Seeing this, Albi turned to run, but a white-clad Noelle suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Her face was cold. You did this to my master. And no, not me. Albi shook his head vigorously, denying it vehemently. Humph. Darby scoffed, obviously not believing him. She raised her hand, producing an ancient zither. Moving her fingers, a sound blade slashed out. A cloud of blood appeared, and a miniature version of Albi the size of an infant fled rapidly. Another sound blade chased after him. Ah. Cough, cough. Below on the mountain, Virgil coughed twice, sitting down heavily. With Darby around, he wouldn't need to act anymore. Finally, he could rest. Benita watched him intently. Twice during the attacks, Virgil had shielded her, using his body to bear most of the damage, hence his severe injuries. Maureen, don't worry. I'm tough. Virgil smiled, pulling out 2 vials of 4th-grade healing pills from his storage bag and offering her one. Benita shook her head, refusing it. Her injuries weren't severe, so she didn't need medicine. Virgil didn't insist, taking a pill for himself to begin recuperating. His external wounds, though serious-looking, would heal within days with the help of the medicinal pills. The truly serious injuries were from being thrown by the explosion and colliding with the mountainside twice. Despite being at peak golden core stage and mid-silver bone realm, he had nearly died from internal organ rupture. If not for his desperate use of magic power to protect himself, even though he had narrowly escaped death, he still felt terrible, barely holding on. So many internal organs had been injured in such massive impacts, requiring several months to fully recover even with 4th-grade medicinal pills. Benita silently watched him, noticing him wincing occasionally. She took out a handkerchief. With a faint fragrance filling the air and the soft fabric gliding across his face, Virgil looked up to see the usually aloof Maureen carefully wiping his face. Ah. She looked somewhat sad, eyes red. Virgil was momentarily dazed, then suddenly winced in pain, looking at Benita reproachfully. Maureen, please be gentler. Why didn't you cry out just now? Benita glared fiercely at him, but her hand softened, gently cleaning the blood from his face. Soon, his face was clean, and the pill he took started taking effect, allowing him to move slightly. Rising from the ground, he looked toward the distant battlefield, which was nearing its end. Izzy fought 4 early-stage nascent soul cultivators alone, killing one, leaving the remaining 3 injured, while he too was severely wounded. Finn's opponents, 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, were both severely injured as well. Virgil took a deep breath, preparing to offer assistance. With your injuries, where are you going? Benita grabbed his hand, frowning, showing little concern for others' lives. Just as he was about to reply, a voice resounded in his mind. Be careful. It was too late. In the next moment, Virgil was directly blasted away by an enormous force. His pupils dilated as he saw the black-robed figure standing in his previous spot, cursing inwardly for forgetting about him. Boy, the early-stage nascent soul cultivator went to chase Ailby. Who can save you now? Please let me know if you need further adjustments, or if you're satisfied with the translation. Chapter 235. Unexpected Salmon of Events, Part 4. Virgil. Benita's voice carried an unprecedented sense of sorrow. It was already too late to intervene. She could only watch helplessly as Virgil, like a ball flying through the air, crashed heavily several dozen paces away and lay motionless. The black-robed figure, having succeeded in his strike, remained in his original position. Even with his usual cold demeanor, a flicker of excitement passed through him. This attack had been executed without the slightest restraint, driven by his intent to kill. Coupled with the fact that the young man had already sustained severe injuries earlier, it was highly likely that this additional blow had caused him to bleed out on the spot. With the Emmett dead, and no longer under the terrifying suppression, he would have no equal in the field. This was why, when Ailby was being pursued by Darby, he chose not to flee but stayed nearby, waiting for an opportunity. But even though Virgil was most likely dead, the black-robed figure still felt uneasy. He moved swiftly to where Virgil had landed and struck again with a palm aimed at his head. A finishing blow. Suddenly, a voice filled with extreme rage and lethal intent sounded in his ears. How dare you? How dare you? What gives you the right to hurt him so? The black-robed figure's movements paused. His attack never reached Virgil. Suddenly, he felt as if he were standing amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were endless bodies piled up like mountains, with the ghostly phosphorescence of crying spirits hovering above. Each corpse exuded an aura so powerful it made him want to kneel in submission, overwhelmed by despair and a trembling fear from the depths of his soul. Who are you? Benita slowly picked up her long sword, her gaze fixing on him, but she did not answer. The depleted mana within her suddenly refilled, flowing into her dantian. A beam of sword light shot out instantly. The black-robed figure, watching the sword light, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, unable to move. Palamaints later, a head flew high into the air, the cloudy eyes still reflecting disbelief, as if questioning why she still had mana to unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, this question would remain unanswered. Then countless sword auras erupted around him, slicing into him before his nascent soul could escape, shredding it instantly. Only a chilling scream remained. No. Clang. Everything returned to silence. Benita dropped her sword, feeling no joy, as she stumbled forward. The short distance of several dozen paces felt unbearably long. She knelt beside Virgil, pulling him into her arms, pouring mana into him continuously. Blood stained her green dress. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and despair washed over her heart. She could feel Virgil's breath becoming faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, about to extinguish. His internal organs were all shattered. Anyone else with such injuries would be dead beyond revival. He hadn't died, perhaps because of a will not to die, holding on to a thread of life. Senior. Sister Roberta. Virgil opened his eyes weakly, managing to speak. I'm fine. I won't be fine. Each word seemed to exhaust his strength, blood gushing from his mouth. Don't talk. Benita wept uncontrollably, channeling her mana into him to slow the damage. Virgil smiled bitterly. Right now, he felt like a house crumbling on all sides. This mana wouldn't make any difference. He wanted to tell Benita not to waste her mana, but seeing her helpless eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Right? Pills. At this moment, Benita, as if remembering a last resort, hurriedly pulled out a jade bottle from her storage bag, took out a pill, and fed it to Virgil. It was one of the 4th-grade healing pills Virgil had given her earlier. However, given his current condition, even a 4th-grade pill was merely a drop in the bucket. Only a divine elixir capable of resurrecting the dead might save him. Senior. Virgil closed his eyes, aware of his condition. With such injuries, I can do nothing more. I've managed to keep you alive for 3 days. You must find a way to save yourself. A sigh echoed in his mind. Darby had silently appeared beside them. Seeing Virgil's state, she turned away, wiping tears, her eyes red. She hadn't expected that her words before seclusion would come true. Ilby's nascent soul moved too quickly, making it hard to kill, which delayed her arrival and caused this tragedy. Soon, Izzy and Finn, both severely injured, finished their battles. The opposing nascent soul cultivators saw the deaths of their higher ranks and fled. My lord. Izzy said nothing. He was also severely injured and weak, looking at Virgil lying in a pool of blood, unsure what to say. Don't worry. Virgil opened his eyes, knowing their concern, that the slave seal would implicate them upon his death. Sister Roberta, you needn't worry either. His face flushed, no longer bleeding, using his last bit of strength to smile at Benita. With the senior here, I won't die. Besides, I still need to marry you. Why would I die before then? Benita only stared at him with red eyes, silent. Seeing her silence, Virgil, almost pouting, said, If you don't believe me, should I stand up and show you? Saying this, he struggled free from Benita's embrace and wobbled to his feet. See? I'm really fine. Cough, cough. As he spoke, his face turned pale again. Stop talking, I believe you, Benita whispered, her voice trembling as she steadied his body. Virgil smiled. Everyone stop looking so glum. Let's return to the Haleyine sect. We did push things too far this time. Izzy, please gather our harvests. I need to seclude myself to recover. All right. Izzy and Finn bowed. Can you take me back? Virgil then looked at Darby. In his current state, he couldn't walk. Darby said nothing. A gentle force lifted Virgil. Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out. Seems I missed something exciting. The next moment, a distinguished-looking man with a majestic bearing appeared above them. Tall and slender, he emitted no magical aura, appearing as ordinary as a commoner. Who are you? Leave immediately, or you'll regret it. Translation completed as requested. Please let me know if there are any further changes or additions needed. Chapter 236, Bracelet. Who are you? I advise you to leave immediately, or don't blame us for being impolite. Izzy's gaze was wary. He couldn't sense the other's cultivation level and could only assume he was another late-stage Yuan-Ing cultivator. After all, how could an ordinary person possibly walk on air? Upon hearing his words, the tall, mysterious man in midair raised an eyelid. Without any visible action from him, Izzy and Finn simultaneously exploded into blood mist in their respective states of terror, not even giving their Yuan-Ing a chance to escape. Note, Yuan-Ying should be Yuan-Ing, which is a term used in Chinese cultivation novels referring to the infant soul or spiritual infant, a manifestation of a cultivator's essence. Just mere ants dare to threaten an eagle soaring in the sky? Having dealt with the two of them, his expression remained calm, as if he had simply crushed two insignificant ants. Who are you? You just killed my subordinates. Even if they offended you, is it really necessary to kill them so dominantly? Seeing this scene, Virgil's already pale face became even uglier. This person's power far exceeded his imagination. He hadn't even seen how he attacked. Moreover, the stranger had clearly killed Izzy and Finn to establish his authority. So what if I'm domineering? As for my identity, you're not worthy of knowing. The man sneered disdainfully. Emilio, that fool, must have discovered the key is on you. For some reason, it triggered the restrictions on your body. But these details aren't necessary to tell you. Cartered over the key obediently, and I'll let you die intact. Emilio, the key. Virgil paused, immediately understanding the man's identity. This was the Franz who had attacked them near the Dejin Empire at that time. That Franz had suddenly died turning into a pool of thick blood. He didn't expect that within half a month, his accomplice would show up. What key? I think there's been a misunderstanding. I know nothing about any key. Taking a deep breath, Virgil deliberately stalled for time and mentally communicated. Avril, what's this person's cultivation level? Boy, we're in trouble. This is a post-third calamity pseudo-immortal. Pseudo-immortal. Virgil's expression turned unbearably difficult. Avril, can you suppress his strength to what level? Up to early stage transforming god, and even that's pushing my limits. While they were conversing, the unidentified pseudo-immortal sneered again. Whether it's on you or not, once I kill you and search your soul, I'll naturally find out. Virgil's expression became even uglier upon hearing this, coughing heavily and his face turning abnormally pale. You take him and go first. Benita tightened her grip on the sword, standing in front of Virgil, addressing Darby beside her. Little Sylvia, do you think you can stop me? Don't let big talk hurt your tongue. Do you know even Darnell couldn't stop me? The pseudo-immortal looked at Benita with mocking eyes, clearly amused. Maureen, he's right. You can't match him, don't be impulsive, said Virgil, holding her wrist out of fear. He then looked up at the man. I truly don't know what key you're talking about, but I can hand over everything I possess. Please let them leave. A pseudo-immortal level powerhouse was beyond their ability to contend with, even with the Avril's help. It wasn't shameful to admit defeat. He wasn't the type to die for pride. What a sentimental fool. The pseudo-immortal laughed. But I love sending sentimental fools like you to the netherworld together. His voice was chilling and filled with murderous intent. Without further ado, he casually brought his large hand down, instantly enveloping Virgil in an overwhelming sense of imminent death. Just as Virgil was about to meet Izzy's fate, a series of green lights emitted from a bracelet on Benita's white jade-like wrist. A lotus flower then slowly floated out, hovering above everyone's heads. A green barrier appeared around them, blocking his attack. What's happening? The pseudo-immortal frowned, looking at the barrier below, then at the bracelet on Benita's hand, puzzled and uncertain. Could it actually resist his attack? Was that bracelet a divine artifact? Virgil also stared at the surrounding barrier, remembering what the maid had told him when buying the bracelet. Could this bracelet really be a treasure of a female immortal? Just as he felt elated, a voice echoed in his mind. Boy, may you have good fortune. I've activated the power sealed within the bracelet, which should hold against him for a day. After one day, your only option is to hide in the Forgotten World Tower. You only have 3 days to live. Sooner or later doesn't matter much. This voice sounded weak, evidently having consumed more of his limited strength by activating the bracelet. So it was the Avril's doing, but the bracelet indeed has sealed power. Virgil understood but fell silent upon hearing the rest. Humph. Regardless of whether it's a divine artifact, let's see how long you can hold on. Outside the barrier, the pseudo-immortal coldly hummed, lifting his palm to strike the barrier again. Boom boom. The surroundings roared continuously, but the barrier held firm without any sign of breaking. Virgil's tense heart relaxed. Benita and Darby both looked at him, worry flickering in their eyes. They were worried about both the outside pseudo-immortal and Virgil's health. What do we do? Asked Darby in a serious tone. This barrier can resist him for a day, giving us time to flee. Virgil forced a smile, taking out a compass from his storage bag. You want to activate this compass? It won't work. The space here is sealed off, and you can't escape, sighed a voice in his mind. Virgil's smile froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he couldn't leave, he would have no choice but to hide in the Forgotten World Tower, which would inevitably fall into the enemy's hands. Avril, is there really no other way? A strong sense of frustration welled up inside him. This wouldn't greatly affect him and Darby, but Benita only had 10 years to live. Even staying in the first floor of the Forgotten World Tower would shorten her life to a year. There is. Defeat him? Avril, please don't joke. I'm not joking. Someone among you can defeat him. Who? Virgil frowned. Your beloved. With my remaining strength, I can send her into the space where I am. Inside. A day equals 10 years in the outside world. By then, with my assistance and given her talent, she might stand a chance against him. Chapter 237. Choice. My love. I can still muster the last bit of strength to let her enter my realm. Inside, time moves differently. One day there is roughly 10 years in the outside world. With her talent, she might stand a chance to defeat this person when she returns. Senior, don't say that. Virgil shook his head, unwilling to use this method. He furrowed his brows and began to ponder. There must be a way. There has to be. A breakthrough. A breakthrough. Virgil raised his hands and scratched his head, extremely troubled, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Virgil. Benita rushed forward immediately, channeling her magic power into him. Feeling his condition, her eyes turning red again. Calm down. With your body's current state, are you trying to speed up your own death? A voice echoed in his mind. Virgil gave a bitter smile, saying nothing, holding Benita's wrist as she channeled her magic power, looking at her and whispering, Don't worry, I will find a way. I'm not worried about that. I'm only concerned about your health. I'm scared you'll leave me. Really scared? Benita's voice choked. She was strong, and it was rare to see such vulnerability in her. Don't worry, we will never be apart for our whole lives, and I will find a way. Virgil spoke weakly, closing his eyes, starting to think. What key did he mention? He recalled the things he had, and none seemed to be a key, yet the other party seemed certain it was on him. His brows couldn't help but knit deeply. At this moment, he felt his eyelids gradually growing heavy. Benita casually tapped his brow. Sister Roberta, you? Virgil suddenly had a bad premonition, but his vision grew dim, and soon he lost consciousness. What are you doing? Beside them, Darby looked at the scene in bewilderment, relaxing only after sensing that Virgil was merely unconscious. Afterwards, take good care of him. Benita glanced at her, her demeanor making her feel somewhat afraid. What are you planning? Darby frowned, puzzled. Benita didn't answer, her consciousness entering Virgil's mind, and she whispered, Senior, do you have any way to let him safely escape? You heard our conversation? The next moment, a shocked voice echoed in the mind space. She glanced at the unconscious Virgil, whose brows were still tightly knitted as if troubled by something bad. Benita's gaze softened as she reached out to smooth his frown. No, I didn't hear your conversation. I just guessed from his reaction. The voice in the mind space sighed. I do have a way, but I need to clarify the risks. I can let you enter the higher levels of the Relic World Tower where one day equals 10 years inside. But he refused because... Benita gazed at the face, smiling faintly, adding, because my curse limits me to just a few years of life, right? Do you know? Yes. Benita nodded lightly. That time when she wanted to enter the Relic World Tower to break through to the nascent soul stage, Virgil had stopped her, falsely claiming only one person could enter each level. At that point, she had her suspicions. After all, this fool might even have forgotten telling her about trapping a golden core cultivator from the Alfdom inside that tower and using an array formation to kill him. But she never exposed this because she didn't care how many years she had left. Heaven allowed her to meet him in this life, fulfilling her wish. Even a single day with him was enough. She often saw his sad eyes and wanted to tell him she was already very happy, not to look so troubled. Have you made up your mind? Whether breaking through to the transformation stage or staying in the Relic World Tower for 10 years, both will cause your curse to erupt. By then, even I won't be able to help. Senior, you needn't worry. When the time comes, I'll explain everything to him, Benita said softly. Besides, his body shouldn't hold out much longer either. Right? I used the last bit of strength to keep him alive for 3 days. Unless he breaks through to nascent soul, death is inevitable. Apart from that, finding a grade 5 bone growth pill might save him too. I understand. Benita nodded. Grade 5 elixirs were only available from the Zion family and Dejin, but they would naturally not part with it easily. But concerning his life, she would snatch it for him even at the cost of conflict. Send me in, Senior. As she spoke, her body turned ethereal and vanished from the spot. Soon, only 2 figures remained within the barrier. Darby approached carefully, lifting Virgil and placing his head on her pale thigh. Glancing at the small tower suspended in midair, enveloped in misty white threads, she sighed softly, sensing that Noelle was about to do something significant. Retrieving her gaze, she looked down at the man lying on her leg. No one had ever received such treatment, especially someone so injured and bleeding all over. Her consciousness entered Virgil's body, checking his condition, and her brows knitted deeply. His internal organs were almost shattered, kept alive only by some mysterious force. Time ticked away. 1 hour. 2 hours. The barrier's light gradually dimmed. Virgil remained unconscious, frowning in his sleep. Hours passed, day turned to night, and night back to day. Break for me. The quasi-transcendent shouted, drawing a long spear and hurling it fiercely against the barrier. Instantly, the barrier cracked like a broken eggshell, emitting crunching sounds, finally shattering under the strain. Seeing this, Darby's expression changed, but before she could react, a powerful pressure pressed upon her like a massive star, causing her delicate skin to feel as if it would crack, her face turning ashen. Himph! The quasi-transcendent sneered. Now, what else can you do? He was about to strike when a figure appeared between them, sword in hand, calmly stating, "Your opponent is me." It's you. How is this possible? In just a day, you've advanced to the transformation stage. Sensing Benita's cultivation, the quasi-transcendent's face paled, disbelief evident in his voice. It wasn't surprising he reacted this way. Before the barrier was activated, Benita was only at the golden core stage. Do you want to leave on your own, or shall I escort you? Benita's eyes were calm. Though her appearance hadn't changed, her demeanor was now even more ethereal. Himph, what a bold claim. Even at the transformation stage, you're still insignificant. The quasi-transcendent recovered from his shock, sneering. Before you speak, check your cultivation first. Benita shot him a mocking glance. Hearing her words, the quasi-transcendent's expression wavered. Using his divine sense, he checked his own condition and gasped. What happened? My cultivation dropped to the transformation stage? Benita didn't respond, waving her hand. Both disappeared instantly, reappearing in the sky. Teleportation. Below, Darby watched the two figures continuously cross paths in the sky, her face tight, her inner turmoil no less than the quasi-transcendence. Note: the translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks to preserve the narrative flow. Chapter 238, Grief, Part 1. Hearing that Benita had already achieved the soul formation realm, Darby was just as shocked as the false immortal, if not more so. She knew the Forgotten World Tower could alter the flow of time, but for someone to advance from core formation to soul formation in such a short period was unheard of. An hour later, Benita's long dress stained with blood, she returned to the ground below. The battle in the sky had concluded. That person. Darby hesitated to speak further. Benita's return already said enough. There was no need to worry about any imminent danger. He suffered damage to his Tao foundation and fled. He probably won't come back anytime soon. Her eyes softened as she looked at the figure on the ground. That person's cultivation had transcended the three calamities, equivalent to the peak of false immortals, still restrained yet remaining at the peak of soul formation. And he was far stronger than an ordinary peak soul formation cultivator. When he wanted to leave, she couldn't stop him. Benita waved her hand, sending a surge of mana into Virgil's body. A short while later, Virgil slowly opened his eyes. Seeing her blood-stained dress, his heart sank instantly, immediately releasing his spiritual sense. There were no signs of the false immortal nearby, but traces of their earlier battle remained. The sky was filled with shattered voids, revealing black holes. Virgil immediately understood what had happened, but asked weakly with a hoarse voice, "What about that guy?" He was driven off by her. "Your wife is very powerful. She only spent 1 day in the Forgotten World Tower." Suddenly, Darby fell silent. Virgil slowly turned his head. She had never seen such a look in his eyes before. Like an enraged lion, red-eyed and intimidating, making her unable to continue speaking. "Maureen." Virgil's voice was hoarse, his throat feeling scorched, as he staggered to his feet, appearing disoriented and dejected as he approached Benita. Finally stopping before her, he looked at her exquisite face, now blood-stained, which added a tragic beauty. It seemed almost surreal. Benita took his hand gently. "Let's move somewhere else. I have much to tell you. Let me first tend to your injuries." Virgil gave a low assent, his heart filled with helplessness. Benita smiled, and as a soul formation cultivator, she could teleport people. With a wave of her hand, Virgil appeared with her atop a mountain peak. Below, the mountain peaks were smooth as mirrors. Suddenly, from within a vast complex of buildings, several figures soared into the air, all eyes fixed on the two individuals floating above. All of them felt a great unease. "Who are you? How dare you intrude on the Zion family?" This place was the Cold Rock Peak, home to the Zion family. Leading the charge was the Zion family Berkeley, along with numerous Franzes. Recognizing Benita, they were stunned, sensing no end to her cultivation depth. Elon also stood among the crowd, watching his disciple, feeling a hint of unfamiliarity, wanting to speak but ultimately holding back. Virgil looked at these figures with cold indifference, saying nothing. "You're still alive." One figure angrily shouted. It was Bart. "Didn't Ancestor Yinwu go to kill you? What happened to him?" So, that dev was sent by the Zion family. Benita's eyes flashed with killing intent, everything suddenly clear. Then she waved her hand. In the next moment, Bart and several others exploded into blood mist, unable even to escape with their soul cores. Seeing this, the remaining figures were horrified. After all, Bart was an extremely powerful existence even among middle-stage nascent souls. Yet Benita killed him with a wave of her hand. How had her power become so terrifying in just half a year? "How dare you, mocking our Zion family's lack of strength?" An Franzly voice bellowed. The speaker was the Zion family's highly respected Avril I, second only in power to the Berkeley. But his words barely left his mouth before he too exploded into blood mist. How ruthless! The remaining Franzes were once again struck with horror. Avril I was a genuine late-stage nascent soul cultivator, yet he too was killed in a single strike. Could it be she was already a soul formation expert? "You've advanced to soul formation." Aslan's expression turned grim, realizing the same thing. Benita's gaze was cold, offering no reply. She waved her hand, grabbing Aslan like a chick. Child, show mercy. Seeing this, Elon's face changed, hastily pleading for leniency. Regardless, he was part of the Zion family and could not watch the Berkeley die before his eyes. Master, there's no need to persuade me. I don't want to destroy the Zion family, but you provoked us first, Benita said coldly. It was because of that Dev sneak attack that nearly cost Virgil his life. She must make the Zion family pay the price. Enough, enough. Every cause has its effect, as determined by heaven. This is the karmic debt the Zion family has brought upon itself, which it must repay. Elon wanted to say more, but saw the resolve in his disciple's eyes and sighed. At the time, he opposed the family's decision to kill them, but his opinion carried little weight. It remained the same now. At this moment, a voice called from below. Please spare us, lady. Sending people to pursue and kill you is indeed wrong on our Zion family's part. However, you've already killed many. I believe your grievances should be resolved. Please, out of respect for Elon, let Minji go. Our Zion family will be eternally grateful. With that, and Franz appeared before the remaining Zion family Franzes, his tone sincere, almost pleading. Ancestor. The remaining nascent soul Franzes had been on the verge of despair, but felt renewed hope upon seeing him. Yet, hearing his plea, they became somber once more. The ancestor's voice clearly contained a plea. Could it be that even he was no match for her? Spare us easily said. Benita's expression was cold. The young master is heavily injured and likely needs bone healing pill. Fortunately, I happen to have one. The Franz tossed a jade bottle toward Benita. Benita remained silent, looking at the bottle in her hand, glancing indifferently at the Franz and then Elon. Finally, she casually tossed Aslan aside. Then, taking Virgil's hand, both vanished from the spot. The Franz sighed. Truly admirable how Dominicful talent can shine so brightly. To achieve soul formation at such a young age, unmatched among the younger generation in the entire Yuhuang region. A pity that such a person, who should have emerged from our Zion family, has now turned against us. He glanced at Aslan, who hung his head in shame. Spread my command to seal the family. The Zion family has been severely damaged this time. Recall all disciples outside, and do not venture out for 100 years. Jiansheng, henceforth, manage all matters of the Zion family. Let Minji focus on cultivation. Aslan's expression froze. Zion Jiansheng bowed respectfully to the Franz. Understood. Palamaints later. In a small courtyard within the Haleyine sect, Virgil had already ingested the bone healing pill, feeling a massive warm current repair his wounds. The efficacy of a 5th rank pill far exceeded that of a 4th rank one. Within a few breaths, his internal organs were fully repaired, and his external wounds healed almost instantly. Yet Virgil felt no joy. He stared at Benita, his eyes red. He sensed they were about to part ways. Why are you looking at me like that? Benita folded her arms, leaning close, her playful demeanor contrasting sharply with her previous ruthless actions in the Zion family. Oh, and don't blame that senior. Entering the Forgotten World Tower was something I guessed, not told by him. Virgil remained silent. Indeed, he resented why the senior informed Benita. Now that things had unfolded, it was irreversible. He struggled to project thoughts into his sea of consciousness. Senior, when will Maureen's curse likely manifest? Chapter 239 Sorrow, Part 2. Perhaps it will be a few days or a few hours, or perhaps the next moment. I'm not sure. After a long pause, a voice echoed in his consciousness. Virgil's body trembled, but he didn't notice the weakness in this voice. Instead, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged into his heart. He suddenly wanted to burst into tears like a child. For decades, through wind and rain, whether alone or in peril, there had always been someone waiting for him, like a beacon warming his heart. But now that light was about to leave him forever. He couldn't bear to let her go. The Franz had once said that this curse would mean a permanent farewell. Virgil felt profound regret. If he had left after suppressing her curse when he first met Benita, would the outcome have been less tragic? It was all because of him. Virgil. Seeing his remorseful and helpless state, Benita called out to him softly, gently holding his hand. I'm here. Virgil's voice was hoarse. She hugged her knees and sat down, saying, Do you know, when I was little, my mother was mortal, so I wasn't raised in Qing sect. Later, after my mother died, my father found us and brought Roberta, she and me to Qing sect. So our relationship was never close, and we didn't get along well. She didn't know why she was telling him these things, but she wanted to share her innermost thoughts and secrets with him. Virgil listened silently as she narrated her childhood experiences, sobbing quietly, his heart breaking. Gradually, the voice beside him grew faint and silent. Startled, Virgil looked up and saw her eyes closed, as if she had fallen asleep. Snow had unknowingly covered their heads, and the wind howled through the snow-bent bamboo groves in the distance. Trembling, Virgil brushed the snow off her and let her rest on his shoulder, crying softly. No one could understand his feelings. It was like a deluge pouring over him. After a while, Benita slowly opened her eyes, turned to look at him, and tenderly touched his face, saying, I just had a short dream, and many memories came back to me. I also understood the curse on me. I don't regret it, really, I don't. She smiled, but her eyes shimmered with tears. Virgil choked up even more, asking, What did you dream about? Benita only shook her head with tears in her eyes. You shouldn't know. In the future, you probably won't encounter me anymore. I've left everything for you. You must be happy. Benita smiled and said, Right, let's see the world. We should leave my footprint here. If you miss me later, follow my steps. Maybe one day you'll find me, or take my memories further, to see the ocean, the moon. In the snowy landscape of Lijiandam, a couple walked through the streets to a small courtyard where they had lived for half a year. Although the new year hadn't arrived, every household was already decorated with lanterns. Standing outside the yard for a while, they then left and visited many places. floating on a lake, building snowmen, strolling through bustling streets like a married couple. She fulfilled all her whimsical wishes of things she wanted to do with him. Finally, they sat atop a mountain peak. As night approached, a thin mist enveloped them. Benita sat beside him, murmuring, "Suddenly, I want to return to my hometown." "Okay, let's go back to Qing.The," Virgil choked out. "I won't cultivate anymore. I'll stay by your side, and we'll never separate." "Idiot." Benita wiped his face with a handkerchief and smiled faintly. "Why are you crying? I'll always be with you, just in another form. By the way, get plenty of sunshine and—" Virgil bowed his head so she wouldn't see his tears. Benita sighed softly. "Take care of yourself. As for going back to Qing.The, let's not go, so my father doesn't grieve." Virgil felt his heart tighten painfully. "Looks like there won't be a moon tonight." Benita leaned against him, watching the cloud-covered sky. "There isn't tonight, but there will be tomorrow night. I'll always be with you," Virgil whispered. Benita smiled weakly, feeling a bitter sweetness. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she felt like sleeping. She forced herself to stay awake, fearing she might never wake up if she fell asleep. She wanted to look at him just a little longer. Virgil seemed to notice and panicked, hugging her tightly and shaking her. "Maureen, Maureen." Her hearing faded as she saw the despair and helplessness on his tear-streaked face. Using her last strength, she lifted her hand to touch his cheek. Her lips moved slightly. "Remember, take care of yourself." Finally, her hand fell lifelessly. Virgil clung to the falling hand, crying like a helpless child. "Maureen, Maureen." He had never been one to cry, not even when his lifespan was 3 days, not when slandered or misunderstood by the world. But now, he cried like an abandoned child. Hugging the Noelle, he felt her breath grow weaker, and it felt as if a part of him was being torn away. Avril had said she would sleep eternally, dying in her dreams. Virgil didn't want her to die, trying desperately to rouse her. But nothing changed. Soon, he felt her breathing stop, her heart ceasing to beat. Virgil sat motionless in the snowstorm, holding her body until frost formed on her brows. Then he wept again, heartbroken. She had truly left him, gone forever. There would never be anyone willing to stay by his side. Tears exhausted, throat raw, he recalled Benita's words and looked up, eyes bloodshot. "You damned heavens, may your ancestors rot. Why do you treat me like this? Why can't Maureen see the moon rise? Damn you." His cries echoed through the desolate mountain top, haunting and mournful like a wailing spirit. It was all his fault. It was his greed that led to this end. "All this is my own doing, haha." Virgil laughed bitterly, still embracing the Noelle. Rising from the ground, eyes red, he stumbled into the snow, staggering. "Cultivation, screw your cultivation. In the end, I lost everything. Screw you, damn heavens." Hashtag chapter 240, scaring away the soul collectors. In the snowstorm, a despondent figure carried a Noelle as he walked down the mountain. The Noelle in his arms was already a cold, lifeless corpse. He clung to her tightly, unwilling to let go, his face devoid of expression. Along the way, he saw 2 snowmen huddled together in the wind and snow, and his eyes involuntarily moistened again, tears streaming down his cheeks. One of the snowmen was ugly, as if crying, while the other had one hand touching its face, trying to make it smile. "Virgil, be more serious. The snowman you built is so ugly." It seemed like he could hear her complaints again. At that time, he had been filled with sorrow, utterly distracted, and now seeing something they had left behind together, his heart felt unbearably bitter. He arrived at the edge of a lake where a small boat was still tethered, waiting for its owner. "If I'm not here in the future, just follow my footsteps. Then take my thoughts with you, travel farther. See the sea, see the moon?" Her voice echoed in his ears again. Virgil sniffed, turned away, and left, his silhouette looking utterly desolate. There would never be another Sylvia who would willingly die for him, who treated him wholeheartedly without any ulterior motives. There would never be another Noelle who wanted to share life and death with him. His heart felt increasingly heavy, yet his tears were all cried out, his emotions numbed. Walking through the bustling streets, surrounded by the lively market stalls and crowds, couples walking hand in hand, happy families, made him feel completely out of place. Not far away, a little Sylvia pointed at Virgil and asked her mother curiously, "Paloma, this person looks strange. Why is he holding a motionless big sister? Is that big sister dead?" "Shut up. She's not dead. If you say such nonsense again, I'll kill you." This remark, like a sharp needle, deeply pierced Virgil's heart. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at the little Sylvia, an icy aura enveloping the 3 of them. The little Sylvia began to cry loudly, and the Noelle cursed. "What lunatic are you? What are you doing to a child?" "That's right, some lunatic. Attacking a little Sylvia like that." Hearing the criticisms around him, Virgil was momentarily stunned, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He gave a bitter laugh, ignoring them, and wandered off, lost and dejected. He stopped near a small stall, recalling how recently Benita had bought him a jade piece here and carved a pendant for him. Though it was just an ordinary item, not a magical artifact, he cherished it greatly. Amidst the crowd, he instinctively held Benita closer in his arms, then left the city, disappearing into the snowstorm, his footprints quickly covered by the falling snow, looking incredibly desolate. Memories of the time spent with Maureen played in his mind. Their first encounter, the first time she held his hand. Then they parted ways, and he diligently practiced, heading to the great Qing kingdom just to see her. When he finally saw her, she looked so happy, and he couldn't help but smile too. Suddenly, he tripped over a stone, falling to the ground, causing the body in his arms to roll away. "Maureen, Maureen?" Virgil scrambled up hastily, stumbling forward. At this moment, he vaguely felt the temperature around him drop, making him shiver. Suddenly, the blood inside his body started burning and boiling. He gradually saw 2 strange, faint shadows that seemed like 2 men, though he couldn't see them clearly. They wore black clothes similar to those worn by officials, with tall hats on their heads, and they held iron chains. The two people stopped beside Benita, and one of them said in confusion, "Strange. Where did this person's soul go? Was it taken by another messenger?" "It's impossible. According to the flower register, this person died only recently. No one could have taken the soul before us. Let's hurry and find it. The soul doesn't leave the body within 3 days after death. Even if some are powerful, they stay nearby. I already checked with my divine sense. There's nothing. What should we do? How can we return without completing our task?" At this moment, a voice roared. "What are you doing? Get away from Maureen." Virgil's eyes turned bloodshot, staring at the two shadows like a raging lion. He didn't understand what they were saying, as it seemed to be in some foreign language, but he instinctively didn't want them near Maureen. "This mere golden core cultivator can actually see us." "Interesting," one of them said, turning to look at him. Another one sneered. "These two seem to have some connection. Who cares? Just a mere golden core cultivator. We need to focus on finding what we came for." "Get away." Seeing the two figures still lingering around Benita, Virgil became furious. Two chains suddenly erupted from within him. "Damn, Immortal Clan." The two figures' voices changed instantly upon seeing the chains. "He's actually from the Immortal Clan. Let's go. We can't provoke him." By the time Virgil, with red eyes, rushed over to pick up Maureen from the ground, the two figures had already vanished as a black shadow. Virgil paid no attention to them anymore, lowering his head to examine her. Her face was pale, covered in snow, like a sleeping beauty, but she would never wake up again. "Maureen, I won't let them get close to you. No one will ever get close." Virgil felt his heart tighten again. His voice choked with emotion. "Egan." At this moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Virgil sat dumbly, like a zombie, offering no response. The voice sighed, "I have several things to tell you. Remember them well? You won't have the chance again." Finally sensing something amiss, Virgil suppressed his grief and asked, "What's wrong, senior?" "My time is running out. Over these years, I've been suppressing the calamity power within me using forbidden techniques. Now it can no longer be restrained. Moreover, my path in this world has become very thin. Suppressing the curse for that Sylvia, opening the isolated tower, helping you suppress the pseudo-immortal. All these actions have left me with little power remaining. I will eventually dissipate completely, vanishing from the world. Senior is leaving too." Virgil's face finally showed a flicker of movement, his voice filled with sadness and despair. Within a single day, the two people who had always been with him were leaving him behind, leaving him utterly alone. There's no need to grieve. In this world, no banquet lasts forever. Besides, I've been barely hanging on, confined within the isolated tower. Death, in a way, is also a form of liberation. Virgil remained silent, sobbing softly. "Now, I have a few things to tell you. First, about the pseudo-immortal who attacked you. He didn't die. He was only critically injured by your beloved. Chapter 241, Departures." Upon hearing this, Virgil's eyes suddenly flashed with boundless killing intent, and he asked through gritted teeth, "Where is that scum?" "I don't know either, but he might very well come looking for you again in the future. So, before then, you must become even stronger." Virgil fell silent. "Secondly, about your beloved. Her background is not simple. My speculations on specifics I won't tell you for now, but remember, she may yet have a chance to be revived." Hearing that Benita could possibly be revived, a ripple of hope stirred in Virgil's hollow gaze, a long-awaited surprise. Can Maureen still be revived? He had never heard better news. His expression was filled with indescribable excitement. When someone dies, it's like a lamp being extinguished, but the power of reincarnation can reignite it. The death of first-step cultivators can be revived by second-step cultivators who command the power over life and death. However, your beloved is different. Her soul, alas, I cannot divulge the full details to you. Once your strength is sufficient, you will naturally understand all the past events. At that time, you should comprehend everything. Therefore, for her revival, you cannot stop your cultivation path. "All right, thank you, senior. I know what I need to do from now on." A hint of determination appeared on Virgil's face. No matter how difficult it was, he would bring Maureen back to his side. However, sadness followed. "Senior, is there anything you need me to do?" "When your strength is enough, go to the Four Seas Immortal Domain, specifically the Star of Knowledge in the Eastern Sea, and visit her on my behalf. Years ago, I promised her I would help resolve an issue troubling her clan, but who could have expected to be confined in the Lost World Pagoda, barely hanging on for tens of thousands of years? If you have the capability at that time, help her resolve that matter as well. It will fulfill one of my heart's desires." "What is her name?" "Camilla." In Virgil's consciousness, an image of a young Sylvia suddenly emerged. He silently remembered her appearance. Well, both men shouldn't fuss over trifles. One more thing. Those two you scared away earlier were soul reapers from the Netherworld. Back then, the Netherworld wasn't even worthy to tie our shoes. But times have changed. Who knows what has become of our immortal clan now? Be careful from here on out. Remember, live well. With that, the voice in his mind ceased abruptly. Virgil didn't shed tears. They had already run dry within a day. He murmured, lifting his head, "Farewell, senior." The wind blew, carrying two snowflakes into the sky as if echoing his words. Virgil lowered his head once more, gently stroking Benita's cold cheeks, a tear falling onto her face. Then, he wiped away the tear. "Senior said right. I need to pull myself together. I will definitely make you wake up, Maureen." His vacant gaze gradually turned resolute. "We will meet again. We will surely. I said I'd stay with you forever. I won't break my promise. And that mysterious pseudo-immortal. If not for him, none of this would have happened, and Maureen wouldn't be dead. He deserves death and nothing less. But with his current strength, he couldn't kill him. He had to grow stronger. His cultivation journey would not end here. Virgil slowly raised his head, his face utterly cold. Returning to the valley where the Haley sect resided, Virgil didn't know where else he could go. Darby had been waiting here all along. Sensing his presence, she immediately appeared before him. After a moment, seeing Virgil holding Benita, she paused. That Noelle no longer had any signs of life. Suddenly, she understood why Virgil had been acting that way on that day. Thinking back to what the Noelle had said before entering the Lost World Pagoda, asking her to take care of him, she realized something instantly. Virgil's gaze landed on her, his eyes calm and unfathomable. He said nothing and silently walked forward into the snowy valley. Darby slowly followed behind him, sensing a change in him. If he used to be outwardly cold but inwardly passionate, now, it seemed only an endless desolation remained inside and out. Her death must have changed his character. She sighed quietly. Have you decided where to bury her? Death had come. No matter how powerful one was in life, the body would eventually return to the earth, resting in peace being the righteous thing to do. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Virgil stopped and looked at her coldly. If not buried, so be it. An ascended soul cultivator's body can remain intact for some time after death. Keeping her nearby for memory's sake isn't bad. Darby lowered her head, avoiding his piercing gaze. Virgil still said nothing, walking ahead without another word. In his mind, Benita's voice and scenes kept replaying. He muttered, Maureen, I don't want to bury you in endless darkness. He didn't want to bury Maureen, wanting her to stay by his side always. Yet he knew this was impossible. Maureen was already dead. After death, the body inevitably decays. This was the way of heaven, unavoidable. Maureen, silently crying again. He had subconsciously avoided this question. Now Darby brought it up, placing it in front of him, forcing him to confront it. Making him profoundly pained. Suddenly, footsteps crunching through the snow sounded from behind. Who's there? Darby's face showed alarm, immediately focusing on the newcomer. Virgil shook his head at her, signaling her not to worry, then turned to look at the person. Thank you for your help earlier. It was nothing. A Noelle in red stood afar, her gaze landing on the Noelle in Virgil's arms, sighing softly, her expression complex. Earlier, I sensed a powerful aura descend upon Dejean, at least a pseudo-immortal strong. Yeah, to kill me. Virgil nodded, his voice calm. Adria had already guessed as much before, but hearing it from him directly was still surprising. A pseudo-immortal personally coming to kill him, yet he was still alive. This meant the attack had failed. This man had once again surpassed her expectations, piquing her interest. Do you want to make a deal? Adria looked at him. Not interested. I have matters to attend to. Excuse me. Virgil shook his head and left. Darby glanced at the Noelle, following after him. Adria shouted, don't you want her to avoid becoming just bones one day? Hearing this, Virgil stopped in his tracks, pausing for a long while before turning to stare at her. You have a way? Yes, Adria nodded, saying, the heaven-avoiding coffin. The heaven-avoiding coffin. Hearing these 3 words, Darby's face changed dramatically, looking at her in disbelief. Chapter 242. Middle stage Yuan Ying. Seeing her reaction, Virgil couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What is the Bai Tian coffin? This is a magical treasure invented by a super strong figure in the Ximing immortal domain. Placing a corpse or someone who is about to die inside can halt the passage of time, preserving the body from decay, or prolonging the life force of the dying person. It has been highly sought after by countless powerful figures. The higher the grade, the better the effect. After hearing about the effects of the Bai Tian coffin, Virgil was also impressed. He looked at Adria, examining him closely and guessing his identity. When Adria saw that he had achieved the desired effect, she smiled beautifully and said, how about it? I can get you the Bai Tian coffin to preserve her beauty eternally. What do I need to do? Virgil asked slowly after a moment of silence. You are still too weak now, so there's no need for you to do anything. I will ask you to do something for me in the future. Rest assured, it won't be difficult for you. All right. Virgil lowered his head, gazing at her perfect beauty and finally nodded. He could not keep her, but he wanted to preserve her ageless beauty, even though he knew it was just a dream, a self-deception. Seeing his immediate agreement, Adria nodded and said, the Bai Tian coffin is not with me temporarily. I need to arrange for it to be sent over. You'll have to wait for some time. Don't worry, the physical body of a nascent soul cultivator won't decay in a short period. Fine, I'll wait for you at the Haley sect. Virgil nodded, then turned around and left without asking any more questions or inquiring about Adria's identity or why she could obtain such a divine object. It didn't matter. Night had already fallen, and the small courtyard was lit with lights. The Haley sect now existed in name only, except for some Franzes. Many disciples had already left. There was only one half-step late-stage nascent soul expert holding things together, the dev who had gone to report when Virgil stormed in. He had been waiting outside the courtyard since he learned that Virgil had returned, unaware that snow was already up to his calves. But after Virgil returned to the courtyard, he ignored everyone and stayed in Benita's previous room, sitting by the desk as if she were still beside him, listening to the rustling sound of the brush on the rice paper. 3 days passed, and Virgil finally murmured, Virgil, it's enough. You can't wallow in despair anymore. You must bring back Sister Roberta? He couldn't stop cultivating and needed to revive Sister Roberta. He couldn't stop here. With a determined look, Virgil summoned the cultivator, gave him some cultivation resources, and appointed him as the new sect master of the Haley sect. Then he entered the isolated world tower to begin seclusion. By now, he was ready to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for the Fuyao sect and other forces, they likely wouldn't dare come back. His reputation had spread throughout Dejean, and the Xian family had announced that anyone who dared target Virgil would be considered an enemy of the Xian family. All factions quickly closed their mountain gates. Time passed swiftly, and 6 months later, 50 years had passed within the isolated world tower. Virgil spent 40 years cultivating the Grand Supreme Immortal Scripture to its peak 4th level, then began refining pills. He didn't immediately choose to refine the nascent soul pill, but took out spirit stones to let Darby purchase 4th-grade medicinal herbs, intending to refine other pills first to accumulate experience. After all, there was only one nether fruit, and failure wasn't an option. This method proved effective. With each refinement, his divine sense reached 1,200 zhang, and he became increasingly proficient in refining 4th-grade pills. Until all his 4th-grade medicinal herbs were refined into pills, Virgil took all the enhancement pills he had just refined, and his magic power soared directly to 270 units. If he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he could instantly enter the